Hashtag Chapter 1. Fergus. Hashtag the prosperity era of Tai'an. The Kang Dynasty, Great Prefecture, Great Yunmeng County, Yunmeng County, just past the hour of xiuxian, 3 p.m. In the southern city of Yunmeng County, inside a dilapidated house at the end of Great Alley behind the Great workshop, a loud thud echoed as an 18-year-old young man crashed heavily to the ground. The next second, a large foot stepped directly onto his chest. It belonged to a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a black robe with a cold, sinister aura. You. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Blood trickled from the corner of the youth's mouth as he struggled fiercely. Boy, weren't you looking for me all along? The corner of the black-robed man's lips curled into a mocking smile, like a cat toying with a mouse. You killed my father. Hearing this, the youth's eyes reddened, transforming him into a wild beast driven mad by rage. I'll kill you. Kill you. Kill me? Boy, wait for your next life. With a sinister laugh, the black-robed man exerted pressure, instantly crushing the youth's ribcage. The intense force penetrated the body, shattering the heart. Phew. A spurt of blood shot out, and the flailing hands fell limp on the ground. The bloodshot eyes rapidly lost their luster, leaving only a final, lifeless gaze. Coincidence or fate? His previous incarnation was also named Fergus, born in Yunmeng County, Great Kang Dynasty, the son of a constable in the southern city. A month ago, Fergus's father died on duty, and his son took over the job as a new constable. But why did his predecessor faint on the ground, and what caused this mess? Fergus frowned. The memory of his predecessor seemed to have a missing segment, and he couldn't recall anything after coming home today. Just then. Knock, knock, knock. Heavy knocking came from outside the door. Mo, come out quickly, something happened. That voice belongs to Wilfred. Fergus's mind snapped to attention. He grabbed the fallen saber and rushed out of the room. There stood a middle-aged man in official constable attire, with a square face and a muscular build, a wide-bladed saber at his waist. Wilfred was a senior constable from the Southern City Patrol Bureau, Fergus's father's old partner who had taken care of him after becoming a constable. Uncle Caden, what's wrong? Follow me quickly, there's a dead body in Braydingshi Alley. Wilfred hurried towards the alley, and Fergus followed closely behind. A short while later, 2 more people joined them, dressed in similar constable uniforms. One around 30 years old, the other slightly younger, about 25 or so, with similar facial features. In his predecessor's memories, gang killings were as common as daily meals. Order was barely maintained even in the inner city, let alone the chaotic outer areas. Who knew when it would be his turn? Sigh. Others transmigrated into royalty or wealthy heirs, living a life of luxury, but he had to start in hell. Mo, stop standing there, get to work. Wilfred's voice rang from not far away. Forget it, no point thinking too much. First things first, clean up. Fergus gave a bitter laugh, walking over to a corpse, reaching out almost instinctively. It was an extra benefit for low-ranking constables like them. Though the corpses were often stripped bare, sometimes they got lucky. Discovered an unjust death. Lifespan extended by 10 years. Hashtag Chapter 2. Entry into the realm. This voice, could it be? Fergus's expression froze, his breathing becoming rapid. In the next second, bang! A message exploded in his mind like fireworks. Touching the corpse of a wrongful death can allow you to pick up part of the deceased life force to infuse into martial arts and enhance your realm. Almost simultaneously, a simple attribute panel quickly formed before his eyes. The bodies weren't going anywhere, so there was no rush. Half a minute later, Fergus moved the processed corpse onto an old cart and casually touched the 2 corpses Wilfred and Ewan had already handled. Longevity plus 6 years. Longevity plus 8 years. Surprisingly, it's not 10 years. Fergus frowned, looking at the 2 corpses thoughtfully. Is it because of their age and the incompleteness of the corpses? Compared to the corpse he had processed, these 2 were significantly older, both middle-aged men over 40. One of them was also missing half its body. After about 15 minutes, all 13 corpses, including the scattered limbs and remains, were placed on the cart. It seems that the amount of longevity gained is not only related to the deceased's age and the completeness of the corpse, but also to their strength in life. Gongbreidang, the leader of the Black Wolf gang, despite being nearly 50 and having a large hole in his body, provided the most longevity, 20 years. Fergus, let's go. Wilfred and Ewan called out to Fergus as they pushed the cart out of the city. After about an hour, the 4 arrived at a burial ground outside the city. It was strewn with bones, and even had several partially devoured corpses, making the place seem eerie and terrifying. Pity we came a bit late, Fergus said, frowning. The severely damaged remains added only 5 years of longevity. Within a few minutes, all the corpses from the cart were abandoned in the burial ground without proper burial. Fergus and the others hurriedly left for Yunmeng County, knowing that after dark, the area outside the city was virtually ruled by demons, especially in places like burial grounds, where even ranked martial artists faced deadly danger, let alone ordinary strongmen like them. Only when they re-entered Yunmeng County did their hearts finally settle. Brother Caden, Brother Mo, shall we have a drink? My treat, Trenton said with a smile. Tonight, he had found several silver coins on Gongbreidang, totaling about 2 taels, a considerable sum for a low-ranking constable, equivalent to 2 months' salary. Brother Xian, I have something else to attend to, Fergus waved, eager to get home to infuse his martial arts and improve his cultivation. All right, then it's just the 3 of us. Trenton patted Fergus's shoulder and didn't insist. Fewer people meant saving money. As a low-ranking constable, Trenton earned barely over a tael a month, minus deductions, leaving less than 8 cash coins for actual use. Androphy was tough, only marginally better than ordinary citizens. After parting ways, Fergus hurried back to Great Alley. He secured the doors and windows, checked around carefully, and then sat cross-legged on the bed to prepare for cultivation. After 16 more years of diligent practice, your bull strength technique finally reached perfection, breaking into the skin refinement stage. In the southeastern part of Braidinji workshop, within a 3-compound courtyard. Bang! A middle-aged man in black was slapped to the ground by an elderly man in yellow. Worthless. You couldn't even handle such a simple task. What good are you? Manager Fong, there must be some misunderstanding. I swear I killed that child. Enough. I don't have time for your explanations. Go and finish the job now, or you'll lose your head. Unfortunately, the collected lifespan could only be used to infuse into martial arts and not directly increase one's own lifespan. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. However, this wasn't a significant issue. Advancing in martial cultivation to higher realms also extended one's lifespan, achieving long life and health. This wasn't some low-level martial world, but a high-level martial world where demons and spirits existed. Legends told of martial experts whose power rivaled immortals, possessing long lifespans and capable of moving mountains and filling seas with ease. How much additional lifespan will these 13 corpses grant me? Fergus's gaze swept over the remaining 12 bodies, his eyes filled with fervor. These were no ordinary corpses. They were elixirs of life. Pity we came too late, Fergus frowned, noting that the severely damaged corpses didn't add up to even one whole body, granting him only 5 additional years of lifespan. After about a minute, all the bodies on the cart were discarded in the graveyard without being buried. Fergus and his companions hurried back to Yunmeng County, avoiding staying outside at night, especially near places like graveyards which were virtually ruled by demons after dark. Even a true cultivator faced certain death here. Only upon re-entering Yunmeng County did the 4 men truly relax. Brother Caden, Brother Emo, wait up. How about we go for a drink? My treat. Trenton chuckled, having found a few silver pieces from Gong Braiding, amounting to about 2 taels, a decent income for them but insignificant to the wealthy. Brother Xian, I have something to attend to later, so I'll skip. Fergus waved him off, eager to return home and start infusing his martial techniques to boost his cultivation. He had no desire for drinking and eating. All right, then just us a few. Trenton patted Fergus on the shoulder and left without insisting. Returning to Braidingliu Alley, Fergus locked the doors and windows and thoroughly inspected the surroundings before sitting cross-legged on the bed, preparing to enhance his cultivation. Inside a 3-entrance courtyard in southeast Braidingic shop. Bang! A middle-aged man in black was slapped to the ground by an elderly man in yellow. Waste. You couldn't even handle such a trivial task. What use are you? Director Fong, there must be a misunderstanding. I clearly killed that child. Enough. I have no time for your explanations. Go deal with that child now. Fail again, and watch your head roll. ####Chapter 3, Counterattack. This is the power of a true martial artist. Fergus's expression was filled with excitement. In the realm of toughened skin, one's skin became as tough as oxhide, capable of lifting immense weights, and a casual punch could wield a force of 1,000 caddies. If this were in his previous life, it would rival that of ancient warriors who could cut down generals in the midst of thousands of soldiers as easily as taking a trinket from someone's pocket. This was only the beginning. Once he perfected toughened skin, his skin would be like refined iron, nearly impervious to blades and swords, with strength surpassing 10 tripods. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a small superhero, but it's still not enough. I must become even stronger. The gang leader of the Black Wolf Gang, Gong Braiding, was merely a first-rank martial artist, yet he still met a miserable death on the streets. His cultivation might have been higher than Fergus's current level, but it did not save him. It actually took 30 years to refine this technique. Creating new techniques is indeed not an easy task. Fergus's brows furrowed. He had initially hoped that with his extended lifespan of 118 years, he could break through to the bone-strengthening realm and become one of the top martial artists in Green Jade Manor. Now, achieving major success in toughened skin seemed like a fortunate outcome. I wonder if mastering more techniques in the future could reduce the deduction of my lifespan. With 64 years of lifespan remaining, let me pour it into the bull body tempering technique. You continued to diligently practice the bull body tempering technique. After 31 years, you successfully condensed stone skin and broke through to the minor success stage. Toughened skin minor success, skin like green stone, strength reaching 3 tripods. Even within Green Jade Manor, this makes me a notable figure. A hint of a smile tugged at the corners of Fergus's mouth. Many of the constables in Green Jade Manor's constabulary bureau might not even have this level of cultivation. With only 33 years of lifespan left, I can only focus on enhancing my soul-severing triple blade technique. Despite its formidable name, the soul-severing triple blade technique was just a low-level martial skill. When if he was lucky, finding a few corpses wasn't impossible. However, the risks were considerable. During the day, their uniforms offered some protection. As long as they didn't provoke trouble, the gang members wouldn't deliberately target them. But at night, those gangsters would have no qualms. Ordinary strength-building martial artists were manageable, but encountering other first-rank martial artists with his current level would be a real challenge. Even if he won, without specialized agility training, capturing them would be difficult. Once his true abilities were exposed, the consequences would be dire. For safety, I should stay put. After some hesitation, Fergus decided against going out. Washing their floors periodically was part of the routine anyway, so a little extra time wouldn't matter. Just as he was about to fetch water for a rinse, Fergus's brow furrowed again. He grabbed the saber beside him and looked warily towards the door. In the next moment, bang! Someone leaped over the wall into the yard. Clad in black, around 40 years old, with a bright red handprint on his face. It's you. Fergus's eyes widened as he glared at the intruder. That missing memory flooded back. His predecessor had indeed died at this man's hands. Fortunately, the Chuanhuan Fu Li, traversing perk, healed all his injuries. Otherwise, he would likely have perished. Bang! Finley's right arm shattered, and he flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Ah, you! Finley's eyes widened in shock, staring at Fergus as if seeing a ghost. For a moment, he forgot the excruciating pain. Such terrifying power surely indicated he had already reached the ranked stage, and it wasn't just a recent breakthrough. Damn, what shocking secret does this boy hide? Not only did it bring him back from the brink of death, but it also enabled him to leap from the basics to the realm of toughened skin. Speak, who are you, and why did you kill my father? Chapter 3, Counterattack. This is the true strength of a martial artist. Fergus's expression was excited. At the skin refinement stage, one's skin is as tough as cowhide, capable of shouldering immense weights. A casual punch would wield a force of 1,000 genes. In his previous life, ancient warlords were not much different. They could decapitate generals in battle as easily as picking an item from a bag. This was only the beginning. Once he fully mastered skin refinement, his skin would be as hard as fine steel, nearly impervious to swords and blades, and his strength would exceed 10 dings, ancient Chinese units of weight. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a mini Superman. But it's still not enough. I need to become even stronger. Finding and enhancing the technique into the buffalo body cultivation technique. It took 30 years to create a technique. Indeed, it's not an easy task. Fergus frowned. He initially hoped that his extended lifespan would allow him to break through to bone forging and rank among the top warriors in the Green Jade shop. Now, it seemed reaching great success in skin refinement would be considered fortunate. I wonder if mastering more techniques will reduce the deduction of lifespan for deductions. With 64 years left, imbue the buffalo body cultivation technique. Continuing your rigorous practice of the buffalo body cultivation technique, after 31 years, you successfully condensed stone skin, breaking through to minor mastery. Minor mastery in skin refinement, skin like blue stone, strength equal to 3 dings. In the Green Jade shop constabulary, this would make me quite a formidable figure. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Fergus's face. Many head constables in the Green Jade shop didn't have such cultivation. With only 33 years of lifespan left, it's time to enhance the soul-severing 3-layer blade technique. Despite its fearsome name, this was merely a low-level technique. Upon reaching full mastery, it could triple the strength of a body-strengthening martial artist. Those individuals wouldn't hold back. Ordinary martial artists below the rank level were manageable, but encountering other rank 1 martial artists would pose a real threat. Even if he could win, without specialized movement techniques, subduing them completely would be challenging. Revealing his true strength would have dire consequences. For safety, better not. After some hesitation, Fergus decided against it. Besides, washing the floor for them periodically didn't demand immediate action. Just as he was about to fetch water to freshen up, he paused, gripping his saber alertly as he focused on the door. Suddenly, bang! A figure scaled the wall, dressed in black, mid-40s, with a red handprint on his face. It's you. Fergus's eyes widened, locking onto the intruder. Missing memories flooded back. He realized his predecessor had been killed by this person. Fortunately, the traversing perk healed all his injuries, otherwise, he'd likely be dead. The injuries on this boy. Finley was startled. Expecting the boy to be critically injured if alive, he was shocked to see him uninjured. This boy must have significant secrets. A flash of insight hit him, igniting intense curiosity in his eyes. Bang! Fergus stepped forcefully on Finley's chest, pinning him down ruthlessly. His voice was cold and menacing. Having assimilated the memories of his predecessor, it wasn't just a casual perusal, but also an absorption of emotions. Otherwise, encountering that infernal scene wouldn't have allowed him to adapt so quickly. What do you intend to do? I am a leader in the Black Tiger Gang. If anything happens to me, my gang will not let this go unpunished. Finley gritted his teeth in pain, immediately citing his backing. You're a leader in the Black Tiger Gang? Fergus's brow furrowed, a touch of gravity appearing in his eyes. The name Black Tiger Gang had been as familiar as Thunderclap to his predecessor. They were the largest gang in South City, with their presence felt in most areas of the 21 markets there. With thousands of official members, their power was formidable enough for even the government to be wary, reluctant to provoke them casually. As a small-time constable like himself, he would be nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at will by the Black Tiger Gang. When did Isaiah offend the Black Tiger Gang? Isaiah had been a constable for nearly 20 years, a seasoned veteran who always tread carefully, avoiding conflict. He dared not easily offend even minor gangs, let alone a powerhouse like the Black Tiger Gang. Fergus, don't ruin yourself. The Black Tiger Gang is not someone you can afford to offend. Let me go now, and I will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your endurance. Not talking. Fergus sneered, increasing pressure on Finley's wrist. Dedaunt, I'll talk. Finley shuddered, hurriedly confessing. I didn't want to harm your father, but he discovered something he shouldn't have. Finley soon spilled all the information he knew like beans falling from a bamboo tube. So, the Black Tiger Gang dared to collude with demons and harm the city's residents. Fergus's heart sank. This was a capital offense that could wipe out 9 generations of a family. No wonder they wanted to silence Isaiah. And this guy followed orders, making things rather tricky. If no one else knew of Finley's movements, killing him would buy Fergus some safety for a while. Given time to develop, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 2nd rank, bone forging realm, or even become a 3rd rank expert. At that time, a mere Black Tiger Gang would mean nothing. A 3rd rank expert was considered top tier even within the inner city and almost invincible in the outer city. Sir Su, all this was Fong's fault. I was only following orders. Please be merciful this time. You've talked. Time to depart. Cold, lethal intent flashed in Fergus's eyes. From start to finish, he never intended to let Finley live. Killing his father was unforgivable. Since he used his predecessor's body, he naturally inherited his karmic debt. Even if he had evidence, which he didn't, submitting it would likely result in his immediate arrest. Half a minute later, Fergus weighed the silver in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. This loot is something special. Nearly 10 taels of fine silver, close to his family's total savings. Minutes passed. Fergus changed into night clothes, taking Finley's body outside, carefully avoiding passers-by. After turning down several alleys, he tossed Finley's body into a ditch filled with foul water. Southeast of Green Jade Market, Arson Alley, a modest courtyard. Swoosh. A black shadow leaped over the 10-foot wall into the courtyard. A perfect night for murder. Tonight, I will slaughter freely. Hashtag Chapter 5. Second rank bone tempering. In the main hall of the small courtyard. Come on, everyone, drink up. A group of large men were drinking and playing finger-guessing games, reveling in the lively atmosphere. This small courtyard was a key outpost under the Green Tiger Hall, one of the 8 branches of the Black Tiger Gang. Every single person present was a formal member of the gang. Suddenly, a figure clad in night clothes appeared outside the main hall, his face concealed by a mask. Fergus had not yet gone to the Fong residence. He needed to boost his cultivation before that. As a senior member of the Black Tiger Gang, even the weakest among them had reached the initial 1 strike. Just 1 strike, he's a first-rank warrior. The remaining 5 men were dumbfounded, bone-chilling fear piercing through their hearts, instantly extinguishing their anger. And while they were still dazed, Fergus struck again, slicing off 2 heads. Not good. Run, everyone, run. Now only 3 men remained, panicking as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. They regretted ever being born without an extra pair of legs. Trying to run? Not on my watch. Speaking these words, Fergus took a step forward, catching one of them, and in a flash, another head rolled onto the ground. Don't kill me. I beg you, spare me. Aya, beast, may you die a miserable death. The Black Tiger Gang will never let you go. In less than a breath, the last 2 men fell into pools of blood. Discovered wrongful deaths, lifespan increased by 8 years. Discovered wrongful deaths, lifespan increased by 10 years. Discovered wrongful deaths, lifespan increased by 11 years. After a quarter of an hour, Fergus left the courtyard satisfied. The ancient saying those who dare to rob and murder shall wear golden belts was indeed true. Within the courtyard, he found nearly 100 silver taels, multiplying his wealth several times over. Of course, what pleased him most was the increase in his lifespan. Finley's 8 subordinate, that old fox, had never practiced agility techniques. If he didn't succeed in killing Eider in 1 strike and allowed him to escape, Fergus might find it difficult to stay in Yunmeng County. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to leave the county. Outside the county walls, demons and monsters roamed freely, making it almost impossible to find safe havens. With his perfect skin tempering prowess, crossing into other counties was extremely dangerous, almost certain death. This world was vastly different from his previous one, the Earth, covering an area far beyond that of the Blue Planet. Yunmeng County itself stretched nearly 200 miles, and the entire Yunmeng Prefecture spanned over 1,000 miles, comparable in size to a major province of the Great Xia Empire. In Great Market, Greenwood Alley, there was a single entry courtyard. Swoosh! Fergus leaped over a yard high, clearing the courtyard wall in 1 bound. This place, like the Great Alley courtyard, was another outpost of the Black Tiger Gang. According to Finley, Fergus had learned of 7 such small outposts. What's going on? Daring to invade a Black Tiger Gang outpost? Everyone, capture him. Not good. He's a first-rank warrior. We're no match for him. Run. Everyone, run. After a quarter of an hour, Fergus exited the courtyard, heading towards another outpost of the Green Tiger Hall. An hour and a half later, Fergus returned to his smalliously. A segment of Fergus's fingerbone emitted a faint golden light as his strength surged terrifyingly fast. This is the power of a second-rank martial artist. Indeed, it surpasses that of a first rank. Now, his strength had multiplied by more than 10-fold, and his full-strength punch could unleash force equivalent to lifting over 100 tripod cauldrons. Even in the entire 21 markets of South City, he would be considered a top-tier expert, fully capable of becoming a chief in the patrol department and controlling a market district. 325 years of lifespan energy remain. There's still room for advancement. You continued practicing the wild ox bone tempering technique, and after 200 years, you successfully refined all 126 bones in your limbs, reaching the minor completion stage of bone tempering. Next, I should focus on mastering the soul-severing triple strike. For a mere basic martial technique, it now seemed almost superfluous for him, a second-rank martial artist. Even if the triple force layers increased his power by 3 parts, that was the limit. After achieving perfection in the soul-severing triple strike, you continued dedicating yourself to its mastery. Heaven rewards hard work, and after 20 years, you finally grasped a hint of blade intent, elevating the technique to a first-rank martial art. The layered wave triple blade, the Black Tiger Gang? Could it be the Crimson Fire Society? The number of first-rank martial artists in the Green Jade Market wasn't small. Many minor gang leaders had this rank, but even with their combined courage, they wouldn't dare touch members of the Black Tiger Gang, let alone dismantle 7 of their strongholds. The most likely culprit was the Crimson Fire Society. This was the second-largest gang in South City, historically at odds with the Black Tiger Gang. They had both the capability and the audacity to attack them. Moreover, a few days ago, the Crimson Flame Hall of the Crimson Fire Society suffered a setback against the Blackwood Hall of the Black Tiger Gang. Just then, whoosh, a dark shadow flashed from outside the door, closing in on him within seconds. No. Algernon's heart raced. Dodging was impossible. All he could do was hastily throw a punch. Bam. Their fists collided, and the terrifying force shattered Algernon's hand bones. His body flew backward like a rag doll, crashing into the furniture behind him. Damn it, a second-rank expert. Despair filled Algernon's heart. Such an effortless shattering of his arm. It could only be a skin refinement practitioner's power. With all the might of a bone-tempering expert, to sneak attack an old man like me, aren't you afraid of ridicule from the world? He had seen shameless people before, but not this shameless. Bullying someone weaker was one thing, but to use a sneak attack, utterly despicable. He thinks I'm part of the Crimson Fire Society? Fergus raised an eyebrow, but didn't bother explaining. It was South City, who had reached full-bone tempering a decade ago. Below him were 2 deputy chiefs, both at the major completion stage, along with 8 hall masters, 9 elders, and 6 advisors, all second-rank martial artists. And this was just what Algernon, as a manager, knew. The Black Tiger Gang likely had hidden strengths as well. Has anyone else besides you been informed about the assignment of Finley? Why does he know about this? Algernon grew even more puzzled. Could this person be here because of that boy? But how could that be possible? That boy was simply the son of an ordinary patrolman with no significant background. How could he possibly have ties with a second-rank expert? Are you refusing to speak? This. Think carefully before you speak, Andre, and you'll lose your head. It was only known to me. Upon hearing this, Fergus felt certain. This old man's words were likely true. His predecessor was just a minor patrolman with beginner-level body-strengthening skills. Anyone above the lower ranks could have dealt with him easily. For this matter to require personal attention from a manager like Algernon was unusual enough. To alarm higher-ups would have been too exaggerated. In that case, your journey ends here. Finley is waiting for you up ahead. No, you go back on your word. The word credit never left his lips as Fergus crushed his heart with a single step. Credit? You don't deserve it. 15 minutes later, Fergus emerged from Fong residence, carrying a large bundle. True to his position, Algernon, as a manager of the Black Tiger Gang, possessed far greater wealth than the likes of Finley. Just in cash, he had nearly 800 taels, along with silver bills and other jewelry, amounting to roughly 3,000 taels, several times more than what Fergus had found in the 7 strongholds combined. In Green Jade Market, at Sher Mansion, residence of Arvin, hall master of the Black Tiger Gang's Blue Tiger Hall. Bam! Arvin, enraged, crushed a jade teacup in his hands. Who has the audacity to kill one of our managers? Chapter 7. Morning attendance. Dawn was breaking. At the end of Green Willow Lane, at the Sioux family residence, Fergus sat cross-legged on a wooden bed. A faint layer of golden light rose from his body, and an immense force surged within him like a landslide or a tidal wave. After expending 320 years of lifespan, he finally refined all 51 trunk bones, advancing his cultivation to the perfected stage of bone forging. During his visit to the Fong household, Fergus didn't just kill Algernon. He slaughtered every single one of the dozens of Black Tiger Gang members, leaving only the servants and maids unharmed. This resulted in an increase of 506. With this perfected pursue wind steps, I can finally make up for my weakness. If he unleashed his full speed now, it would be nearly half the speed of sound. I have 250 years of infusible lifespan left. Should I advance stacked wave 3-fold blade technique or pursue further development in pursue wind steps? After a moment of hesitation, Fergus chose the latter. Survival mattered more than raw strength. After mastering pursue wind steps, you continued to train diligently for 80 years, eventually achieving an insight and successfully developing the second-grade body technique, step on the wind. You started practicing step on the wind and successfully entered the beginner stage after 5 years. After another 25 years of intense practice, you achieved minor accomplishment in step on the wind. Through 135 years of continuous study, you reached the major accomplishment stage in step on the wind. Excellent. Now my safety in South City is finally assured. The advanced step on the wind was far superior to the perfected pursue wind steps, increasing his speed by 8 times and bringing it close to 3/4 the speed of sound. As long as Xiao He Caden hadn't taken that final step, he stood a good chance of escaping. It's almost the 4th hour of the day. It's time to head to the patrol bureau. Opening the window to check the sky, Fergus took out the preserved meat from his predecessor's stash and ate heartily. Only after finishing the last 10 pounds did he feel somewhat full. Poverty makes scholars, wealth makes warriors. Ancient wisdom doesn't lie. Fortunately, he had just acquired a fortune, or else he would have starved to death with what little savings his predecessor had left. Putting on his uniform and strapping on his saber, Fergus set off. Regarding the Black Tiger Gang, he was in no rush. He needed to develop steadily without rash actions. Though bone forging perfection was powerful, unmatched in South City, there were still many stronger martial artists in Yunmeng County. Carelessly attracting a third-grade powerhouse could render his escape impossible. Yunmeng County stretched nearly 200 miles, rivaling some prefecture-level cities from his previous world. The entire city was surrounded by towering 7-zhang walls, a feat unimaginable in ancient dynasties without martial prowess. The city was divided into inner and outer sections, and the outer city was further subdivided into 4 main districts: east, south, west, and north. Each district consisted of numerous markets, ranging from a dozen to several dozen. Each market was as large as a township. Therefore, besides the 4 central patrol bureaus, grand headquarters, in the 4 directions, each market had its own patrol bureau branch led by a chief patrol officer, overseeing multiple deputies and hundreds of patrolmen to maintain order. Unfortunately, the bureaucratic system had collapsed, rendering the patrol bureaus largely ineffective. Most of the time, they were merely cleaning up for the gangs. The Jade Market Patrol Bureau wasn't located in the center but in the southern part of Jade Market, not far from Fergus's home in Green Willow Lane. Even at his predecessor's speed, it only took him about 15 minutes to reach the Jade Market Patrol Bureau. Covering nearly 10,000 square meters, the entire Jade Market Patrol Bureau was surrounded by stone walls nearly 6 feet high, resembling a castle made of green stones. At the entrance, 2 patrolmen in black robes and swords guarded the gate. Greeting the 2 guards, Fergus entered the bureau. Following his memory, he first checked in at the duty room, and then went to the office where patrolmen worked shifts. Unlike his expectations, most of the patrolmen, who usually lounged around chatting and drinking tea, now gathered around one person in the center, with many showing obvious signs of flattery. This person wore a dark gray patrol uniform, looked about 22, and had a delicate appearance but thin lips that gave a somewhat sharp impression. Jed Sun, the youngest patrolman in the Jade Market Patrol Bureau aside from Fergus, was known for his exceptional talent. Unlike Fergus's predecessor, Jed Sun had shown remarkable aptitude from a young age, earning the title of First Genius of the Jade Market Patrol Bureau. He started practicing the Mighty Ox body strengthening technique at 12 and succeeded in entering the novice stage within half a year. By 14, he had reached minor accomplishment and, after 3 more years, lives in diligent practice, but few had any real chance of reaching true ranks. At such a juncture, befriending someone who would soon be a chief constable or even a chief superintendent was a wise move. Why not curry favor now before he truly made it? Brother Mo, Captain Jed has a bright future ahead. You're both young men and should get closer. Making friends with him could secure a good future for you. Wilfred paused and continued. Uncle Caden, forget it. With my talent, I haven't even reached lesser vigorous body yet. How could I attract Captain Jed's attention? Fergus shook his head slightly, somewhat self-mockingly. Staying low and developing steadily without reckless actions didn't mean he had to kowtow. In his previous life, he had to earn a living, bending under others for that miserable existence. This time around, he wouldn't degrade himself. Otherwise, wouldn't his reincarnation be in vain, especially being just an ant without even first-rank prowess? You, with your stubbornness, you're just like your father. Wilfred shook his head. He didn't press much further since he knew very well that Fergus had grown up in front of him. His talent was not exceptional. Whether he could reach peak vigorous body in his lifetime was uncertain. Even if he tried to fawn over Captain Jed, it would be hard to gain his genuine attention. Knowing oneself was valuable, and this attitude actually suited him fine. Without grand ambitions, he wouldn't risk anything impractical. Being a constable safely, though modestly, was better than taking unnecessary risks. Finding him time appearances mattered. They weren't about to meddle with real gang forces. Risking lives for meager pay was absurd. The silver offered by these taverns and markets went straight to the higher-ups. The lower-level constables saw none of it. After a general patrol, the 4 entered a tea house. Under the enthusiastic service of the waiters, they chose a window seat, ordered tea and snacks, and indulged openly. In this tumultuous era, life was precarious but not without perks. Compared to his former life of servitude, this felt relatively easy, patrolling for half an hour and loafing for an hour, all openly. Laughter faded as shouts arose from outside. Attack! Kill them all! Turning his head, Fergus saw a scene near the tea house. Around 100 black-clothed men surrounded 34 red-clad figures. Several red-clad men lay dead in pools of blood. Pedestrians and vendors scattered, leaving a clear street for the battle. It's the Black Tiger Gang and Red Fire Society. What's strange is why they'd fight openly here. Is that venomous snake Spear, Blue, one of the 7 chiefs of Black Tiger Gang's Blue Tiger Hall? Wilfred and his companions turned to watch, eyes full of confusion. While tensions existed between the gangs, conflicts typically involved lesser issues, rarely escalating into large-scale fights involving first-rank warriors. It hadn't happened in a long his previous incarnation. Some were even weaker. They would spend their entire lives struggling, yet few would ever truly achieve a distinguished rank. This man, who had the potential to become a chief officer or even a top-ranking official in the future, should be properly befriended while he hasn't risen to power yet. When else would be a better time? Brother Mo, Inspector Jed has a limitless future ahead of him. Since you're all young, you should try to get closer. If you can befriend him, you'll have a bright future too. Wilfred paused and continued. Uncle Caden, forget it. With my talent, I haven't even reached the lesser vigorous body stage yet. How could someone like me catch Inspector Jed's eye? Fergus shook his head slightly, somewhat self-mocking. He preferred developing steadily without drawing attention to himself, but it didn't mean he had to fawn on others. In his past life, he had no choice but to be servile and endure humiliation for the sake of supporting his family. In this life, he wouldn't degrade himself again. Otherwise, what was the point of reincarnating, especially into such a lowly existence, far from being even a first-rank martial artist? You're just like your father with that attitude. Wilfred shook his head, but did not urge him further. He had watched Fergus grow up and knew his abilities well, hardly any better than his own. It was questionable whether Fergus could smoothly reach the peak of a vigorous person like him. Inspector Jed probably couldn't even remember his name. The Great Kang Market District was moderately prosperous among the 21 districts of Southern City, barely making the top 10. However, it had several bustling streets filled with traffic and people. Their daily patrols mainly covered these busy streets, the face of Great Kang Market. While they couldn't manage late-night disturbances, they needed to maintain order during daylight hours. Of course, they dared not meddle with real gang forces. For a few coins a month, risking their lives wasn't worth it. These taverns and markets paid respects to the patrol bureau, but those funds went straight to the top officials. The lower-ranked officers like them got nothing. After patrolling the area, the 4 men entered a tea house. Under the enthusiastic service of the staff, they found a window-side table, ordered tea and snacks, and openly slacked off. Entropy in this turbulent dynasty was harsh, but not entirely without benefits. Compared to his previous grueling life, this was much easier. Half-hour patrols followed by an hour of relaxation in broad daylight, approved by superiors. Laughter and chatter passed the time quickly. Attack! Kill them all! Suddenly, cries of battle erupted outside. Fergus turned to see 2 groups fiercely fighting near the tea house. Precisely, 100 black-clothed men surrounded and attacked around 30. Chapter 9. Third-rank I Ching technique. Great Kang Street. Toxic Snake Spear William held his long spear and glanced up at the tea house where Fergus and the others were seated. His tone was condescending, as if he were giving orders to his own servants. Without waiting for a response from Fergus and the others, he quickly left Great Kang Street after instructing his subordinates. This William is truly arrogant, Ewan and Trenton muttered, their eyes flashing with anger. They were all law enforcement officers, not William's personal servants. Maxwell Air, be quiet. Walls have ears. These words must not be spoken lightly. Wilfred's face changed abruptly as he hurriedly warned them. Insulting Toxic Snake Spear William could get them into serious trouble. If William ever heard of this, the 2 brothers would find themselves in grave danger. Saying this, Wilfred cast a satisfied glance at Fergus. Good. Knowing when to keep one's mouth shut was essential for surviving in these turbulent times. And little did they know, Fergus was more delighted than anything else. He wouldn't waste time harboring resentment against anyone named Gone. In this life, what he enjoyed most was harvesting souls. These corpses were vital nutrients for his growth. "Let's go, Brother Mo, Maxwell Air, find 2 pushcarts," Wilfred said after warning the 2 brothers. He didn't need to explain further. Retaliate. How could he continue leading the Crimson Flame Hall? Summon all the deputies to gather here for a meeting. My disciples' blood cannot be shed in vain. We must make them pay in blood. At the Green Jade Workshop police station, just as Fergus and his team finished delivering the 2 carts of corpses to the public mortuary, they were called back to the station. At the training ground, which covered several acres, over 100 officers had already gathered. Most of the police officers from the Green Jade Workshop were present. Leading them were 6 middle-aged men in blue uniforms, each exuding formidable aura, far surpassing the ordinary officers. They were the 6 chief constables of the Green Jade Workshop, each a first-rank martial artist. After another few minutes, a man walked into the training ground. He looked about 45, with a square face, firm lines, and an imposing presence. Andrique the 6 constables, he wore a blue uniform but in a more refined style. This was none other than the chief constable of the Green Jade Workshop, Ignacio, a second-rank bone-forging realm martial artist and the only official with a rank, listed as junior 9th rank. "Greetings, Lord Bao." As Ignacio entered, all the officers respectfully bowed. Moments later, Ignacio stood before everyone, scanning the crowd. Clearing his throat, he spoke. "Everyone, listen up," came with risks. When gangsters were in a killing frenzy, they paid no heed to bystanders. Even Fergus's team narrowly escaped unharmed thanks to his covert intervention. Night fell, at Willow Lane, the Sioux family residence. Fergus sat on a wooden bed, excitement evident on his face. Tonight was the night he would break through to 3rd-rank martial art. Over 3 days, he had gathered 388 corpses, yielding 2,168 years of soul power. First, he spent 480 years refining 29 skull bones, achieving bone-forging perfection. Next, he used 210 years to master the windwalking steps. Then, he expended 413 years to upgrade the wave-pounding blade technique from 2nd rank to 6th level, achieving grand mastery. Finally, yesterday, he used 300 years to deduce the 3rd-rank technique, the Feral Ox I Ching Decree. Infuse the Feral Ox I Ching Decree. Chapter 10. Fanning the Flames. You began to rigorously practice the vast Ox I Ching technique, and after 640 years, finally succeeded in fully opening your first main meridian, breaking through into the 3rd rank of the I Ching realm. With this breakthrough, Fergus's blood chi condensed rapidly, transforming into a pure inner energy that swiftly surged through the Han Tai'an Lung meridian. Inner energy has been generated, the meridians are now connected. I have successfully reached the 3rd rank of the I Ching realm. Fergus was visibly excited. Compared to when he was at the bone tempering stage, he now felt like he had undergone a complete transformation. A casual strike from him could generate the strength equivalent to a dragon horse, or 1,000 tripods of force. Once he unleashed the inner energy within his body, his power would double. If he were to face his pre-breakthrough self, it wouldn't take more than 3 exchanges to thoroughly defeat him. Black Tiger Gang. A cold murderous intent flashed in Fergus's eyes. The enmity for his father's death was an irreconcilable hatred. Until the Black Tiger Gang was destroyed, his resolve would not be sated. Don't rush, now isn't the time to deal with them yet. Let them live a few more days for now. At the 3rd rank, he was still too weak to guarantee the complete annihilation of the Black Tiger Gang. Xerxes had already perfected the cultivation of his 206 bones 10 years ago, reaching the peak of the bone tempering stage. Now, 10 years later, he might have broken through the constraints and ascended to the 3rd rank of the I Ching realm. It had taken Fergus 640 years to reach the 3rd rank, partly due to his mediocre talent, and partly because he practiced purely through hard work without any external assistance. Xerxes, on the other hand, began practicing the cloud climbing wind step. 8 years later, you successfully mastered the basics. You continued practicing the cloud climbing wind step. 37 years later, you achieved partial mastery. Indeed, the 3rd rank technique is formidable. Even just partially mastered, it surpasses the perfected wind step. Fergus's eyes lit up. His speed had officially surpassed the speed of sound. 3 days passed in a flash. The conflict between the Black Tiger Gang and the Crimson Fire Society showed no signs of easing but instead intensified. Within the Green Jade Workshop, almost all minor factions had been decimated, including heavy losses for the Blue Tiger Hall and Red Flame Hall, with nearly 30% casualties. The conflict was benefiting Fergus the most. Over 3 days, he gained 2,363 years of lifespan, not only fully opening his 12 main meridians and entering the small success stage of the I Ching realm, but also bringing his cloud climbing wind step and newly derived 3rd rank saber technique, 9-fold wave stacking saber, to full proficiency. His overall combat strength skyrocketed several times over. Soon, another 3 days passed. Casey Street, once the busiest street in the Green Jade Workshop, was now desolate, with barely any pedestrians or vendors. Most shops along the street had closed. Bang! Fergus moved a corpse of a Crimson Fire Society member onto it. His Fusu surely were wiped out. Nearly half of his nearly 1,000 brothers from the Blue Tiger Hall had perished, and only 4 of his 9 first-rank warriors remained. Their ranking among the 8 major halls of the Black Tiger Gang had dropped from 4th to last. Should I request reinforcements from the other halls? Arvin hesitated. Asking for help sounded easy but wasn't so simple. People acted out of self-interest, even within the same gang. Requesting aid would cost him heavily, and it could easily invite wolves into his den. Invoking the help of other hall leaders who were interested in the Green Jade Workshop was risky. At that moment, whoosh! A black shadow darted past at a speed faster than Arvin imagined. Before he could react, a blade sliced across his neck. No. Boom. In an instant, Fergus's entire body's blood chi rapidly condensed, transforming into a pure internal chi that swiftly surged through the Han Tai'an lung meridian. Internal chi self-generated. Meridians now open. Third rank I Ching realm accomplished. Note: I Ching Jingjie is better translated as I Ching realm to maintain consistency and clarity in terminology. Fergus's expression was one of exhilaration. Compared to his previous bone-tempering stage, he felt like he had undergone a complete transformation. With a casual strike, he could unleash the power equalized solely on pure rigorous practice without any external assistance. Xerxes, however, had superior talent, abundant resources as the head of the South City's largest gang, and access to elixirs that made each year of cultivation equal to Fergus's 10 years, or even longer. Moreover, Xerxes had the backing of the powerful inner-city Zhao family. Who knew if eliminating him would provoke retaliation from higher-ups? These past few days, while washing floors and picking up corpses, Fergus hadn't neglected investigating the Kang gang. Recently, he discovered that their leader, Xerxes, was a distant relative of the prestigious inner-city Zhao family, a top-tier clan with nearly 2 centuries of heritage, far surpassing the Kang gang in power. It was rumored that the clan had more than 10 third-rank experts alone. To be safe, I should wait until I reach the 4th-rank organ entry stage before exterminating the Kang gang. Anyway, with the ongoing battles between the two gangs, accumulating several hundred to nearly 1,000 years of lifespan daily, reaching 4th rank wouldn't take much time. Using the remaining 351 years of lifespan, I'll deduce the wind stepping technique. After mastering the wind stepping technique, you continue to devote yourself to comprehending it deeply. 180 years later, you grasped a sliver of wind essence, upgrading the wind stepping technique to a 3rd-rank movement skill, the cloud soaring wind step. You began cultivating the cloud soaring wind step and successfully. Once bustling Braiding Street outside the Braidingiu trading post was now desolate, with barely any pedestrians or merchants. Even half of the taverns and shops along the street had shut down. Bang! Fergus loaded a corpse of a Chi Kaidino Kaidini member onto a cart, frowning slightly. These past couple of days, his gains had significantly decreased. Especially today, by dusk, he had collected less than a century of lifespan. I was too optimistic. At this rate, the Kang gang and Chi Kaidino Kaidini are likely to cease hostilities soon. Since the conflict began, other branches of the Kang gang and Chi Kaidino Kaidini had not participated, indicating that the higher-ups of both gangs retained some rationality, avoiding a full-scale war to prevent other forces from profiting. Now, the cannon fodder of smaller gangs within Braidingiu trading post was almost depleted. Only the elite members of the Blue Tiger and Red Flame halls were left fighting, resulting in the loss of several first-rank martial artists. Unless Arvin and Elton were obstinate, they couldn't continue the fight. Otherwise, their entire branch would be destroyed. It seems I need to add some fuel to the fire. As the first and second largest gangs in South City, only these two halls engaging in combat wasn't enough. They needed a thorough showdown. Night fell. In the main hall of Sure Family Manor, Arvin sat in the seat of honor, furrowing his beard before him. The attacker was none other than Fergus. For a 3rd-rank powerhouse to be ambushed and killed by someone like Fergus, Arvin could die without regrets. Half an hour passed. In Braidinglia Alley, at the end of the alley, stood the Sioux family residence. Bang! Fergus placed a large bundle on the square table, full of gold, silver, and valuables. Arvin, as the head of a hall, was indeed powerful. His wealth was 10 times greater than Ider's. There were no less than 15,000 taels of silver notes alone, and when combined with other valuables, it totaled over 40 or 50,000 taels of silver. Next, bang! Another bundle was placed on the table by Fergus, containing various books, including martial arts techniques, cultivation methods, and some martial arts insights. Among them, the most valuable were a 2nd-rank cultivation method and 2 2nd-rank martial arts techniques. However, what truly excited Fergus was a basic martial art called the breath condensation art, a secret technique for concealing one's breath. Fergus had been longing for this technique for quite some time. Recently, he had felt a constant unease, fearing that he might encounter some recluse master who could see through his true strength. A 3rd-rank martial artist before the age of 20 was rare not just in Yunmeng County, but even in Braidingian Commandery and the entire Braidingluan Prefecture. They were either just. When did our Braidingiu workshop acquire such a mysterious strongman? Elton's brows furrowed, casting a shadow over his heart. He wondered whether this mysterious strongman had a personal grudge against Arvin or had ulterior motives. If it were the former, it was no big deal, but if it were the latter, Elton's heart tightened. The mysterious strongman who could kill Arvin could also target him. This matter must be reported to the chairman immediately. And then there's the Blue Tiger Hall. Elton's eyes flashed with greed. With Arvin dead and the Blue Tiger Hall leaderless, their strength had plummeted. It was the perfect time to destroy the Blue Tiger Hall. After achieving minor accomplishment in the concealed breath art, you continued refining it, finally gaining some understanding after 210 years, upgrading the concealed breath art to the 3rd-rank skill, traceless breath concealment. You begin cultivating traceless breath concealment, mastering the basics after 12 years. You continue cultivating traceless breath concealment, achieving minor accomplishments after 63 years. Money flowed out rapidly. Soon, nearly 800 years of lifespan reserves were depleted, leaving less than 100 years remaining. Good. With the minor accomplishment of traceless breath concealment, few warriors below 5th rank should be able to discern my true strength. Fergus sighed in relief, feeling much less pressured. In such a small county, the openly known strongest cultivator was 3rd rank. Even if there were hidden 4th rank warriors, a few elders and hall leaders frowned, warning against rash actions. Their gang had a slight edge over the Red Fire Association. Even with the loss of the Blue Tiger Hall, the gap between them would merely narrow. A full-scale war would hurt the Red Fire Association more. Therefore, the leader of the Red Fire Association couldn't be so foolish. Moreover, whoever could kill Arvin must be at least a major accomplishment in bone forging, a level only a handful of top-tier experts in the Red Fire Association possessed, whose whereabouts they knew precisely. None had visited Braidingiu Workshop last night. Stop talking nonsense. How could Red Flame Hall occupying Braidingiu Workshop be fake? Just so, It must be the Red Fire Association. Do you understand anything, old men? Such rash actions will only harm the Black Tiger Gang. What are you saying? Old men, who are the fools here? Want to spar? Enough. Xerxes' expression darkened as he roared, "This is the council chamber, not a marketplace. Behave. The mastermind, we must find. But this humiliation, we must avenge." Losing over 1,000 elite members of the Blue Tiger Hall could not be tolerated. Otherwise, no one would take the Black Tiger Gang seriously in the future. Angelo, Nikki, I want your War Tiger Hall and Flame Tiger Hall to make the Red Fire Association spit out every name. Immediately blocked Angelo's advance. This was a middle-aged man dressed in scarlet armor with a peculiar reddish beard, whose aura matched that of Angelo's. Hallam, one of the 6 hall heads of the Scarlet Fire Society, leader of the Summer Flame Hall, shared the same peak bone-tempering cultivation as Angelo. Kill them all. Wipe out these Black Tiger riffraff. Following Hallam were many Scarlet Fire Society elite disciples in red robes, rushing out to fight against the War Tiger Hall elites. In almost no time, on several bustling streets in Braydinju Lane, Black Tiger Gang and Scarlet Fire Society elites clashed fiercely. After the Red Flame Hall took over the entire Braydinju Lane, the Scarlet Fire Society clearly prepared thoroughly for the Black Tiger retaliation. The 2 strongest halls, Summer Flame Hall and Purple Flame Hall, dispatched over 1,000 elites into Braydinju Lane. Though someone was secretly stirring up conflict between the 2 major forces, they were already deeply involved. Occupying the entire Braydinju Lane, the Blue Tiger Hall's annihilation at their hands was undeniable. Even if they wanted the Black Tigers to cease, they would need the latter's agreement. At the 9th watch of the East stabilized his cultivation at the peak 3rd rank. You started practicing Andringian Tiaofeng steps 680 years ago and have finally reached perfection, entering the complete stage. Peak 3rd rank combined with perfect 3rd rank footwork means I can handle myself unless facing a 4th rank expert. Few can threaten my life then. Not all peak 3rd rank martial artists could master perfect 3rd rank footwork. Even among complete 3rd rank experts, few could perfect a 3rd rank movement technique. Skill and movement were more dependent on intuition than on cultivation methods. Arvin, despite being a lesser bone-tempering martial artist, had profound insights. His martial arts knowledge benefited Fergus greatly. In the next moment, whoosh, Fergus flipped his hand, revealing a white jade vial. Opening the stopper, he poured out a few pigeon egg-sized blood red pills. Blood spirit pills, a 1st rank common elixir made from exotic beast essence and some aged herbs, supplying a 2nd rank martial artist's daily nutrition with just 1 pill. He obtained these from Arvin's residence, resolving an urgent issue. 2nd rank martial artists could eat hundreds of pounds of meat in 1 meal, and it was even worse for 3rd ranks. To avoid drawing attention, he endured hunger these past few days. If not for regaining peak condition post-breakthrough, he might become the first 3rd rank martial artist to starve to death. This enormous wolf had just undergone a brutal battle not long ago, and under the giant wolf's paw lay a person, or rather, a corpse, with its head gnawed off. Is this that demon? Looking at the black wolf in the corner, Fergus's gaze sharpened. Though he knew from his predecessor's memories that demons roamed this world, it was the first time either his predecessor or he had seen a living demon. Indeed, given his predecessor's meager cultivation, if he had encountered a real demon, there would have been no chance for Fergus to take over this body. The grave would already be overgrown with grass. Demons are different from ordinary people. Even the weakest demon possesses power that rivals or exceeds that of a 1st rank warrior. In their eyes, an entry-level body-tempering warrior is no different from a domestic chicken. Even hundreds of them together wouldn't be enough for demons to slaughter. At this moment, the demon wolf sensed Fergus. The large wolf head turned around, and 2 eyes as big as copper bells emitted beams of red light, sizing up what appeared to be some delicious prey. Boom! The ground trembled slightly as the demon wolf transformed into a black blur and pounced toward Fergus. Wretched beast, you seek death. A cold killing intent flashed across Fergus's eyes as he drew his long saber, advancing instead of retreating. Though the demon wolf exuded a formidable aura that could shock even an early-stage bone-forging warrior like Arvin, in Fergus's eyes, it was merely a slightly stronger. This led some humans to abandon their kind and transform into demons out of desperation. Just then, a voice full of surprise sounded behind Fergus. One cut, dead. Sir, excellent saber skills. Turning his head, Fergus saw a white-clad figure running towards him on a rooftop under the moonlight. His speed was comparable to the speed of sound, reaching Fergus in mere moments. A youthful figure emerged, looking around 30, with sharp brows and bright eyes, holding a 3-foot-long green sword, appearing quite dashing. You're actually a constable in our Yunmeng County? Suddenly, the man widened his eyes, disbelief written all over his face. When did such a powerful figure become a mere constable? That demon wolf was a near high-rank demon soldier. At its peak, it was stronger than a bone-forging consummate warrior. With its formidable demonic physique, it could challenge even a general 3rd-rank powerhouse. Even if severely injured, its combat power remained unmatched by ordinary 2nd-rank warriors. To slay it in one stroke suggested strength, rivaling a body-tempering consummate warrior at minimum. Even the chief inspector of the Southern City Patrol might not have this level of cultivation, yet this was just a lowly constable. It seemed like a joke. Moreover, this youth looked younger than 20. Was this truly someone nurtured by a small county like Yunmeng? Could he be a hidden genius from a noble race? The Demon Suppression Bureau is the largest violent institution in the Great Kang Dynasty, similar to the Ming Dynasty's Jinyue, an imperial guard directly commanded by the emperor. Unlike the Jinyue, which supervised officials, the Demon Suppression Bureau supervised demons worldwide. It was said that when the Great Kang Dynasty was founded, the mere mention of the Demon Suppression Bureau made countless demons quake with fear. A deputy commander in the entire Great Kang Demon Suppression Bureau may not be significant, barely reaching middle management, but within the Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Bureau, he was top tier. Only the commander ranked above him, a position equivalent to a 7th rank officer, whose presence could shake the entire Yunmeng County. Southern City Braidinji Workshop Patrol Officer Fergus pays respects to Master Xia. Fergus respectfully bowed, suppressing his murderous intent. If he were to kill this deputy commander, it would surely shake the imperial court. Despite the current chaos and instability, some lines cannot be crossed, especially by a petty official without rank like him. In this martial world where masters abound, who knows what means the imperial court might employ to track him down. Although his golden finger is strong, it needed time to develop fully. If he were to provoke 8th rank, 9th rank, or even higher-ranked experts, he might die without knowing how. Brother Su, please rise. No need for formalities, Jose warmly replied, his gaze filled with admiration. With Brother Su's cultivation, being a mere constable is a waste of talent. Are you willing to join our Demon Suppression Bureau? Translation ends. Chapter 14. 4th rank enters the viscera. Join the Demon Suppression Bureau? A flicker of hesitation flashed across Fergus's eyes. Before slaying this demon wolf, if someone had suggested he join the Demon Suppression Bureau, he would have refused outright without a second thought. He preferred to hide in the shadows, collecting bodies for development. Why risk his life by joining the Demon Suppression Bureau? Though the Demon Suppression Bureau held a high and powerful position, far exceeding that of the City Patrol Bureau, even the lowest-ranked Demon Suppression Wuxer possessed a status not inferior to their patrol captain at the Jade Green Workshop. Andrique Commander Jose standing before him now, despite being only a 7th-rank official, the power he wielded was greater than that of the county magistrate in Yunmeng County. However, the dangers were also unparalleled, as those demons were not easy adversaries. Saying they lived on borrowed time wasn't an exaggeration. The risk level was more than 10 times higher than that of city patrol officers. But now, he had other thoughts. Just one wolf demon comparable to a 2nd-rank warrior provided him with 328 years of lifespan, equivalent to collecting a senior demon soldier, with even more formidable demon generals and admirals above them. Joining the Demon Suppression Bureau would save him much time and offer support from a powerful organization, still the top force of the Great Kang Dynasty despite its internal and external challenges. Brother Su, if you're willing to join our Demon Suppression Bureau, I am willing to grant you the position of commander. This Jose is quite generous, Fergus thought, his eyes lighting up. A Demon Suppression Bureau commander was an 8th-rank official, equal to the head of the South City Patrol Bureau, but in real power, far superior, a leap straight into prominence. Thank you, sir, for your mentorship, Fergus respectfully bowed. Since he had exposed some of his strength in front of Jose, a bit of high-profile behavior was acceptable. With this commander position, his future actions would be smoother. Medicines like blood spirit pills, which he currently had no access to, would now be within reach. There was also the brothel, where entertainment could be enjoyed. Having traveled through time, he should indulge in these experiences. But I still have some matters to settle here at Jade Green Workshop. Can I have a few days? The Black Tiger Gang and Red Fire Association were fighting fiercely. He couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. As a high-ranking official of the Demon Suppression Bureau, it wouldn't be fitting to collect gangster corpses. No problem, Brother Su. Once you've settled everything, come report to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Here is my token. When ready, find me directly. Thank you, sir. Not be difficult. The only drawback is that my saber is somewhat lacking. When he unleashed a full-powered slash, the saber had already shown some cracks during the battle with the demonic wolf. I need to find a better saber once I join the Demon Suppression Bureau. Still, I have 786 years of lifespan left, enough for further research on the Baron Ox Metamorphosis Technique. You continue to comprehend the Baron Ox Metamorphosis Technique. After 620 years, you finally grasp a fragment of the meaning behind the Divine Baron Ox, advancing the technique to the 4th rank, Divine Bull Cleansing Chi. Time flew by, and it was already the next evening at the hour of high, 9 p.m. Fergus's accumulated lifespan approached another millennium. However, this night, Fergus did not choose to break through either the 9-fold stacked waves blade technique or the traceless breath-holding technique. Instead, he chose to accumulate more lifespan to prepare for the significant breakthrough into the 4th rank Cleansing Chi realm. Having revealed his true strength, he felt a growing unease until he entered the Cleansing Chi realm as soon as possible. Inside the inner city at the Demon Suppression Bureau, Jose read the report in his hand with amazement. What a find in Fergus. Not yet 18 years old, yet possessing strength with one strike. And with the stacking wave 9-fold blade technique at mastery, cleaving rivers wasn't impossible. The only downside is my saber isn't adequate. A full strike would cause damage. During the earlier fight, slight cracks appeared on the blade. I need to find a better saber once I join the Demon Suppression Bureau. 786 years of lifespan remaining. Deduce the Baron Ox Metamorphosis Technique. You continue contemplating the Baron Ox Metamorphosis Technique. After 620 years, you finally grasp the essence of the Great Baron Divine Ox, advancing the technique to 4th rank, Divine Ox Viscera Cultivation Technique. Time passed swiftly, and it was soon the next day's evening. Fergus's lifespan approached another millennium. But tonight, instead of breaking through the stacking wave 9-fold blade and traceless breath control technique, he chose to accumulate lifespan for a single breakthrough to 4th rank. Revealing his true strength made him feel uneasy without swiftly achieving the Viscera stage. Inside the inner city, at the Demon Suppression Bureau, Jose read the report, eyes wide with surprise. What a find, Fergus. Under 18 and already possessing the strength of a fully developed bone-forged warrior. Such talent ranked top in Braidinjiang Prefecture, especially considering he was merely a patrol officer's son, never consuming any spirit pills, achieving this purely through natural talent. His potential was exceptional, possibly matching the prodigies within the Braidinglu residence. If given sufficient resources to fold, even if the quantity decreased significantly, its power still dramatically increased. A full-strength strike could unleash the force equivalent to 200 horses, effortlessly destroying the version of himself from before the breakthrough. As for speed, even without using any movement techniques, it neared 1.5 times the speed of sound. After letting those bastards live these past few days, it's now time to send them on their way. The conflict between the Black Tiger Gang and the Red Fire Society had gradually drawn to a close over several days. Despite yesterday's efforts, which only resulted in 28 bodies collected and a lifespan gain of 173 years, today's harvest would likely be even lower, posing a significant challenge to increasing his lifespan by another century. Xerxes and Asher, who founded such vast enterprises, were not mindless individuals. They wouldn't risk everything on a single throw. Even if he waited another 10 or 15 days, it would be challenging for his cultivation to break through to minor success in the 4th rank. In South City, Great Indian Workshop, Zhao Manor. Xerxes sat in a chair padded with tiger skin, idly playing with 2 iron balls in his right hand. A deep frown marred his face, betraying his unshakable worry. Who is secretly plotting against my Black Tiger Gang? For days, while the War Tiger and Flame Tiger Halls waged war in the Green Jade Workshop, the other 5 Halls' forces had been tirelessly searching for the mastermind behind the scene. I immediately and could still utter a few words. My Zhao family will not let you go. The inner city Zhao family. With a sneer, Fergus paid no heed to Xerxes' threats. The Zhao family was no threat to him now, let alone in the future. After 15 minutes, whoosh, Fergus carried 2 large bundles out of Zhao Manor. His golden finger was embarrassingly basic, lacking even a storage space. In Great Indian Workshop, the Yin Manor covered no less than 30 acres of land, comparable in size to Zhao Manor. This was where the Red Fire Society chief Asher resided. Inside the study, Asher sat at his desk. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a deep blue robe, slightly plump with a gentle smile, looking like a businessman who thrived on amiability. If not for witnessing it firsthand, no one would believe that this was the head of the 2nd largest gang in South City, the Red Fire Society. At this moment, Asher's frown mirrored his heavy heart, not much different from Xerxes' concerns. While Xerxes only suspected an unseen hand plotting against their gangs, Asher was certain such a force existed. Director Arvin of the Blue Tiger Hall wasn't killed by anyone from the Red Fire Society. Who is instigating us? Is it the Golden Rainbow Gang or the Dream Lake Gang? These 2 gangs were just below their power level, most likely to provoke and scheme against the 2 major forces. Alas, Elton acted too rashly. Had Elton not rushed to attack the Blue Tiger Hall, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't have reacted so strongly. In just 5 short days, the Red Fire Society lost over 1,000 elite members. Coupled with previous losses from the Crimson Flame Hall, the Red Fire Society's strength had diminished by nearly 2/3. Post-incident compensations would add up to a hefty sum. Thinking about it made him bleed. Just then, a cold voice boomed inside the study. Asher, gather all the Red Fire Society forces and fully clear out the Black Tiger Gang. Otherwise, your Red Fire Society has no reason to exist. What? Who are you? Asher's face changed abruptly. Although his manner was not impregnable, it was well guarded. Anyone who could infiltrate silently to his study was certainly formidable. However, the next moment, raging anger erupted like a volcano within him. This person dared command him, Asher, and even threaten him arrogantly. Outrageous. You hiding rat. Before the word rat could be uttered, it felt like an invisible hand choked his neck, silencing his words mid-sentence. Beads of sweat as big as peas dripped down his face. A black cloth bag landed nearby, and heads rolled out, heads of high-ranking Black Tiger Gang members. Among them was his long time. Without these elders, hall masters, and commanders, the Black Tiger Gang was nothing more than a disorganized group, unable to mount any effective defense. In a single night, the Black Tiger Gang was uprooted entirely. The corpses piled up in mounds throughout the various commercial districts. The next morning, Bradengiu Street, Bradengliu Lane, Sioux family residence. Fergus stared at his simplistic attribute panel with a sense of surreal disbelief. A total of 15,623 years of lifespan, a significant increase from the total he had accumulated over the past 10 days. This harvest of lives had been immense. It was evident that Asher, though appearing wealthy and amiable, was merciless when it came to action. An ordinary member of the Black Tiger Gang added only about 6 to 7 years of lifespan, but the current total of 15,623 years meant over 2,000 lives had been lost. Including previous casualties, nearly half of the Black Tiger Gang had perished. After some time, Fergus regained his composure. The next second, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Fergus's eyes. With the combined lifespan gained from killing Xerxes and the others, reaching almost 17,000 years, could this enable him to break through to the 5th rank Quifu, strengthening viscera, realm? You continued practicing the divine bull internal organ strengthening technique and successfully refined your kidneys after 1,800 years. Advanced rating the high-ranking members of the Black Tiger Gang provided Fergus with a wealth of techniques, including 2 third-rank techniques and dozens of first and second-rank ones. You began practicing the divine power Quifu scripture, and after 3,800 years, your true essence evolved from acquired to innate, initiating the refinement of the 6th viscera. 5th rank 6th Fu realm. What a monumental leap. Fergus felt awestruck, knowing the 6th Fu realm far surpassed the viscera cultivation realm, yet stepping into this realm revealed the vast disparity between them. His strength rivaled that of a fully grown earth brute bear, a terrifying monster with the might of 10,000 horses, capable of effortlessly slaying multiple perfected viscera cultivation martial artists with a single strike. This my lifespan. Suddenly, Fergus's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. His natural lifespan changed from a meager 42 years to a full 102 years, an additional 60 years. The 6th Fu realm marks the beginning of longevity. The legend is true. Continuing this path, one day I will achieve true immortality. After calming down from his excitement, Fergus resumed his focus. With 5,100 years of lifespan remaining, continue infusing the divine power Quifu scripture. You continued practicing the divine power Quifu scripture and after 4,500 years, successfully refined the triple burner. City, Pingkong Street, Zhao family residence. Crimson Fire Society Asher. The head of the Zhao family, Anselm gritted his teeth, shattering the teacup in his hand. The Black Tiger Gang was their largest front, bringing in tens of thousands of silver taels annually and serving as the bridge connecting the Zhao family to the demons in Alexaming Lake. Now without the Black Tiger Gang, must they directly deal with those demons? If word got out and attracted the attention of the Devil Suppression Bureau, the Zhao family's century-old legacy could be destroyed in an instant. All this is because of that Brad Asher. This score must be settled. Just because the Bu family supports you doesn't mean I can't touch you. Roigi, go to the outer city, apprehend that Brad Asher, and interrogate him thoroughly. Who exactly killed my Black Tiger nephew? That insignificant brat couldn't have done it alone. Chapter 17. Chief Banner. Braidingwo Street. At the end of the street, Lon Alexi Tower. This was a low-grade tavern within Braidinji Workshop. Following the downfall of the Black Tiger Gang, Lon Alexi Tower reopened for business. Fergus and his 3 companions ascended to the second floor of Lon Alexi Tower under the attentive service of a waiter, seating themselves at a table by the window. Waiter, bring us a vat of green date wine, slice a few pounds of braised meat, and add a few side dishes. Fergus instructed the waiter without putting on airs, simply ordering a few more drinking snacks than usual. Yes, Master Su. I'll have the kitchen prepare it right away. The waiter quickly responded, city and had to leave before the city gates closed, or else they risked being beaten and expelled, or even executed. Fergus said nothing, pulling out the token Jose had given him that night. Ah, an official from the Demon Suppression Bureau, please proceed. Immediately, the 2 guards' expressions changed, their attitudes turning 180 degrees. Officials from the Demon Suppression Bureau were not to be trifled with, just a low-ranking force warrior held a status far above them. Indeed, as the heart of the county, the inner city is truly prosperous. Upon entering the inner city, Fergus glanced around. The difference between the inner and outer cities was like night and day. Bustling traffic, flowing ceaselessly, armored guards patrolling everywhere unlike the lax bailiffs of the outer city. It was no wonder so many people in the outer city yearned to move inside. After about 10 minutes, a walled city complex nearly 3 li long and a mile and a half wide appeared before Fergus's eyes. This was Yunmeng County's Demon Suppression Bureau. Halt. Only members of the Demon Suppression Bureau may enter. Just as Fergus neared the gate, a force warrior guarding the entrance stopped him. I'm looking for Commandant Xia. Could you tell me where he is? Fergus showed the token again. Are you Director Fergus? One of the warriors seemed to recognize something and respectfully asked. Yes, it's me. Director Su, Commander Xia has all curiosity. Their Commander Xia was not only exceptionally talented, achieving 3rd rank at a young age, ranking among the top 5 in the Bureau, but also came from a prominent background, a true powerhouse since arriving a year ago. Until now, no one had received such attention from him, not even Bureau head Burton. Judging by his age, he must be under 20. Could he be a descendant of a powerful clan from the prefecture city? Rumors claimed that Commander Xia indeed came from a major clan in the prefecture city. On the 5th floor, after sitting down, Xia Mingran offered tea and pointed to a document on the table. Brother Su, this is your appointment letter. From now on, you are the chief banner of our bureau. The chief banner responsible for the Southtown Demon Suppression Bureau has relapsed with old injuries and cannot oversee Southtown. As you come from Southtown, would you temporarily take charge there? Chapter 18 Ambition. This Jose is indeed generous. Fergus's eyes lit up. He had initially thought that Jose would only give him a position as a chief in a county branch or a commander role. Unexpectedly, he was directly put in charge of the Southtown Demon Suppression Bureau. Both were commanders within Demon Suppression Bureaus, but there was a considerable difference between them. The commander of the Southtown Demon Suppression Bureau was the top leader, controlling all matters in Southtown. His power far surpassed that of the chiefs and commanders in the smaller branches. In the next moment, Fergus stood up, bowed respectfully, and thanked with gratitude. I appreciate your cultivation, Sir Xia. Brother Su, no need for such formalities, please get up. Jose quickly helped Fergus up, saying, come, let me take you to the armory to collect your official uniform and token. Soon, Fergus followed Jose to the Demon Suppression Bureau's armory. With Jose, the Deputy 1000 householder personally accompanying him, the commander in charge of the armory didn't dare be the least bit negligent. They quickly collected everything for Fergus. 3 sets of commander uniforms, all made from high-quality silk. A commander token, similar to Jose's 1000 householder token, except it lacked the dragon pattern and instead bore the 3 large characters, Commander Su. Beneath that were the 8 small characters reading, Alexaming County Southtown Demon Suppression Bureau. Finally, there was a ceremonial saber, a 1000 refined elite weapon that had surpassed the ordinary category, qualifying it as a treasure weapon. Compared to his previous saber, this one was significantly stronger and could withstand the full strength of a 3rd-rank martial artist. Additionally, it had some restraining effect on demons. Just who was this Fergus that received such favor from Sir Xia? The commander accompanying them beside the armory felt shaken. Not only did Jose personally accompany Fergus, but he also offered to lend him contribution points, 3,000 points. This almost tested his patience. 3,000 contribution points wasn't a small amount. A mid-level demon soldier comparable to a 2nd-rank martial artist was worth only dozens of points. An ordinary commander would struggle to earn 3,000 points even after 5 years of hard work. Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I truly have nothing I wish to exchange at the moment. Brother Su, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Seeing Fergus was not merely being polite, Jose stopped insisting. They then picked up the uniform and left the armory. Brother Su, let's go. I've already arranged a banquet at Marioyue Tower. We will drink until we're thoroughly satisfied and leave not a drop behind. Just then, a young man dressed in a flag-bearer uniform hurriedly came to Jose and reported, Sir, something has happened in Xuanhuan Town. Xuanhuan Town, could it be? No good. Jose seemed to realize something, his face changing abruptly. Turning back apologetically to Fergus, he said, Brother Su, I must apologize, but I need to rush to Xuanhuan Town immediately. Sir, important matters come first. There will be plenty of time to drink later. Then this drink I owe you. When I resembled a temple surrounded by a 10-foot-high yellow wall, covering an area of at least 10,000 square meters. The Institute's security was as strict as the Bureau's armory, guarded by a commander and his team. The walls were inscribed with numerous runes, appearing like a seal from a distance. Presenting his identity token, Fergus entered the Purification Institute. Instantly, he felt a chill, as if entering winter. Passing through the front courtyard, Fergus arrived in a grand hall. Inside were 12 stone platforms, each 10 feet high, 1.5 feet wide, and 30 feet long. Runes similar to those on the outer walls were engraved on them. At present, 9 platforms held demon corpses. Discovered wrongful death, plus 68 years longevity. Discovered wrongful death, plus 82 years longevity. Discovered wrongful death, plus 79 years longevity. 813 years of longevity. Coming to the Demon Suppression Bureau was indeed the right choice. Fergus's eyes gleamed. There were 8 such mortuary halls within the Purification Institute, and these 9 low-ranking demon soldiers' corpses were the lowest grade. He hadn't seen any mid-level demon soldiers like the wolf demons yet. Combined, the 8 mortuary halls would likely grant him several thousand years of longevity. And this was just the Purification Institute of a Cloud Dream County. He doubted there would be many who could rival him across the entire Braidinjiang prefecture. It's almost an hour. It's time to return to the outer city. ######. A quarter of an hour later, Fergus exited the inner city but didn't head for the Southern Town Demon Suppression Bureau located in Braidinjian Lane. Instead, he returned to Braidinjiu Lane and Braidingliu Alley. Assuming office was secondary compared to advancing in cultivation. Moreover, Jose had instructed that he take up his post tomorrow. Infuse Divine Power Refining Viscera Classic. You have diligently cultivated the Divine Power Refining Viscera Classic. After 6,000 years, you successfully refine the large and small intestines, achieving full mastery of the 6th rank, Viscera Realm. Infuse the remaining 1,500 years into the traceless breath concealment technique. Compared to martial arts and movement techniques, the breath concealment secret technique was more important for him, the overpowered protagonist. A mere 3rd rank perfected breath concealment technique was nothing more than a crutch for someone already at the Viscera Realm. It might work against those below the Viscera Realm, but it would be insufficient against stronger adversaries. This is it. 4 courtyards. This Xia commissioner has truly given me a grand gift. Though he had expected Jose to be generous, this 4-courtyard residence still exceeded his expectations. Braidinjian Lane wasn't Braidinjiu Lane. Its property prices were second only to the inner city, especially on bustling Xingning Street. Even a single courtyard residence cost upwards of 1,000 silver taels, while such a 4-courtyard mansion would require around 10,000 silver taels. Tomorrow, I should visit a brokerage to find some staff. Kitchen maids, servants, a steward, and guards. None could be spared. As a distinguished 8th rank official of the Kang Dynasty, and the head of the South and Town Demon Suppression Bureau, he needed to uphold appearances. Having lived like an ox or horse in his previous life, he intended to enjoy himself fully in this one. Besides, he didn't lack funds. After destroying the Black Tiger Gang, Xerxes' fortune had all fallen into his hands. Just in silver bills, he now had no less than 1 million taels. Inner city, Demon Suppression Bureau. This young son of an outer city constable, without any resources, has cultivated to such a level before reaching adulthood. Phew. Deputy Commander Drew sucked in a sharp breath as he read the report. The Demon Suppression Bureau was unlike other government offices. Promotions required genuine ability. Each position demanded a certain Black Tiger Gang, and the Red Fire Society began in Braidinjiu Lane. Reading the letter, Anselm's doubts were resolved. There were no coincidences in the world. This Fergus must be implicated in the Black Tiger's death. The mysterious strongman mentioned by that Red Fire brat must be Jose. With his current strength, defeating the Black Tiger Gang member who had just broken through to the 3rd rank wouldn't be difficult. Does Xia know about my family's dealings with demons? This matter cannot leave any room for doubt. Fergus and that Xia must be eliminated as soon as possible. Roigi, take a trip to Cloud Dream Lake. Chapter 20, The Welcome Challenge. South City, Braidinjian Lane. Inside a 3-section compound. Bang. A middle-aged man dressed as a subordinate commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau slammed his hand on the table in front of him, shattering it into pieces. Damn it. That upstart kid dares to take my position as chief commander. Just wait and see. I won't let this go. Rainbow Mist Street, one of the most bustling streets in Braidinjian Lane, was home to all the famous pleasure houses in the entire area. Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, one of the 2 most renowned pleasure houses in Braidinjian Lane, was frequently visited by noblemen and young masters from the inner city. The next morning at dawn, "Young master, please walk carefully." Amidst the respectful voices of a servant boy, Fergus stepped out of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion with a clear mind and refreshed spirit. Previously, as the lowest-ranked constable, to himself. If only he had a storage space, he wouldn't have had to make so many trips. Would it be possible to obtain a spatial treasure once his cultivation improved in the future? Approaching the hour of C, Fergus, dressed in chief commander attire and wearing a sword at his waist, appeared near the South City Demon Suppression Bureau. Compared to the million-square-meter Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Bureau, the South City Bureau was significantly smaller, measuring only 1 li long and half a li wide, with a total area of less than 130,000 square meters. Moreover, the surrounding walls were lower by 1 level, not even reaching 2 zhang high. At the entrance of the South City Demon Suppression Bureau, a group of about 10 people were quietly waiting. The chief commander has arrived. Quick, everyone follow me to welcome the chief commander. Soon, a crowd led by 2 young men in their 30s approached Fergus. Scholar Commander Harry, Donald, and our subordinates greet you, sir. Seeing the dozen people kneeling before him, Fergus furrowed his brows. Under his command as chief commander, the South City Demon Suppression Bureau had 4 subordinate commanders and 20 scholars, each scholar having several battalion leaders under them. Even if some were out on missions, there shouldn't be only 2 scholars and 15 battalion leaders left. And the other scholars are all at Zhong Flag Leader's residence. A concubine today? How convenient. A trace of mockery flashed across Fergus's lips. Zhong seemed to have no intention of hiding his intentions, acting as if the South City Demon Suppression Bureau was already under his control. Yesterday, during his brief tour of the storeroom, he learned that among the 4 subordinate commanders of the South City Demon Suppression Bureau, Adele was the most powerful. With the previous chief commander Andrio barely managing due to injuries, Adele had effectively taken over the bureau's operations. If not for his sudden arrival, Adele likely would have assumed the role of chief commander. Turning to the 2 men, Fergus asked, "Why didn't you 2 go congratulate Adele?" "Sir, truthfully, both of us have offended Adele before." Harry and Donald exchanged glances and admitted openly that their conflicts with Adele were common knowledge within the bureau. Hiding it now would only lower their standing in Fergus's eyes. If they made him upset, after offending Adele, they would lose their place in the large South City Demon Suppression Bureau. Is that so? Fergus nodded lightly and instructed, "You 2, go to Zhong's residence immediately and order him to return to the bureau." This, Harry and Donald hesitated. Delivering the message themselves would surely incur Adele's wrath, but soon attempted to maintain the original tone and style, ensuring the translation is natural and fluent. Storyline and logic are coherent with the provided context. Paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as in the original text. Chapter 21, Tough Stance. At the main hall of Zhong Mansion, Harry bowed respectfully to Adele and the other 2, speaking with neither servility nor arrogance. "Harry and Donald, you 2 sure have grown quite bold." Adele looked down at Harry and Donald disdainfully. "Do you really think that with a new master, you're in charge now?" "Damn old Adele." Anger flashed in Harry and Donald's eyes, but they suppressed their anger. As mere bone-forging realm initiates, they were no match for Adele, not to mention that he was their superior as the Andrettle Banner Commander. Any hard resistance would only result in their own downfall. "Andrettle Banner Commander Zhong, these are orders from General Commander Su. Are you planning to disobey?" "Captain Xue, please do not misinterpret us. We have no intention of defying. Today is my day of great joy, and I can't leave. Surely General Commander will understand our predicament. I know you 2 are busy, so I won't keep you any longer. Uncle Andrew, escort Captain Xue and Captain Wu out. Andrettle Banner Commander Zhong, we will relay your words to General Commander Su." With that, Harry and Donald turned and left the main hall. "Pa, what arrogant fools. They've forgotten their place." Adele glanced at Harry's retreating figure with disdain, then turned back to his guest, to vie for the position not just because he was the strongest in the South City Demon Extermination Bureau, but also due to support from influential backers. Northwest corner of the South City Demon Extermination Bureau, Purification Hall. Fergus smiled as he exited the Purification Hall, heading towards the headquarters of the Bureau. Though smaller than the one in Yunmeng County, this Purification Hall still provided him with 13 years of lifespan. "I'll pay a visit to the other 3 city bureaus when I get the chance," thought Fergus. It made sense for the head of the bureau to visit brother agencies and exchange experiences. "I wonder if this trip will earn me enough lifespan to advance my cultivation." Knock. Just as Fergus approached the headquarters, Harry and Donald, who had been waiting inside, knelt on one knee and confessed, "Sir, we failed to bring back Andrettle Banner Commander Zhong. Please punish us." "Get up. This isn't your fault." Fergus waved them off, already expecting such an outcome. Zhong was too showy. He wouldn't capitulate easily after all that posturing. "Let's go. Gather your people and follow me to meet Adele." 15 minutes later, Steward Lao Andrew entered the main hall again, reporting to Adele, "Master, General Commander has arrived." The main hall fell silent. Even Andrettle Banner Commander's base and Alejandro felt tense. Only Adele remained calm, sitting firmly at the head of the toward their heads, avoiding eye contact. Exactly what I wanted to hear. A smirk crossed Fergus's lips. In the next moment, Fergus's face turned icy. Andrettle Banner Commander Adele, insolent and defiant, commits unforgivable crimes. Execution ordered. ##### Chapter 22. Making an example. Damn, am I hearing things? Does this Su even know what he's saying? He's mad. This Su must be insane. In the main hall, everyone, including Harry and others, looked at Fergus as if they were seeing a madman. Otherwise, how could someone say such crazy things? On the main seat, Adele was so enraged that it seemed one Buddha had already departed and another was ascending to heaven. This little boy Fergus was truly insulting him beyond measure. Did he really think the official was made of clay, to be manipulated at will? "You insolent brat, let's see what you can do to kill this official." Boom. As he spoke, Adele no longer suppressed his aura, and the powerful presence of a bone tempering great perfection radiated from him, pressing down on Fergus. Today, he must give this Su a taste of his own medicine. Even if he couldn't decapitate Fergus right there, he would make sure the boy wouldn't be able to get out of bed for half a year. His estate wouldn't allow this unripe child to cause trouble. "You still dare to resist? Your crimes have escalated. Die for this official. We never intended to offend you. Everything was forced upon us by Adele." Hearing this, the surrounding commanders suddenly came to their senses and hurriedly knelt down, pleading for mercy. "Sir, please understand, it was all Adele's fault. We were coerced. If we didn't listen to him, he would have killed our families. Sir, every word we speak is true. It was all because of Adele. Better dead than alive, and besides, today's incident was orchestrated by that dog Adele. If not for him, who else would bear the blame?" Fergus scanned the main hall, his gaze making every commander and sub-commander's heart leap to their throats. "Is this grim star planning to kill all of us? Adele, if I die today, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Considering that you were all coerced by this villain, the death penalty is waived, but punishment cannot be avoided. Each of you will receive 80 lashes as a warning." Just as Base and others were about to collapse, Fergus finally spoke. He came here to establish authority and could not simply slaughter everyone. These were valuable tools for future tasks, and killing them would leave no one to assist him. "Thank you, sir. We accept the punishment." Alejandro and others breathed a sigh of relief. 80 lashes would likely mean preparing a will for ordinary people, but for second-rank warriors like them, it was just skin-deep injury. A few days of rest would restore them. Bring them away. Execute the punishment. Yes, sir. Harry and others responded loudly, spirits high and morale boosted. They had truly bet correctly this time. A third-rank warrior. Those kindred captains in the inner city weren't much stronger, and even within the commandery, such strength was rare. And this young chief had unlimited potential. Becoming a 1,000-man captain, and even a demon queller of the Demon Quelling Bureau, wasn't out of reach. Their fortunes would rise alongside him, perhaps even reaching positions like commandery leader or kindred captain. As for you, as Alejandro and others were led away for punishment, Fergus turned his gaze to the more than 100 sergeants. After some thought, he said, considering this is your first offense, each will receive 20 lashes. There shall be no repetition. Thank you, sir. The sergeants felt relieved. Fortunately, the sir was merciful and didn't punish them as harshly as the commanders and sub-commanders. Most of them were only first-rank warriors, and 80 lashes would mean lying in bed for weeks. Harry, lead a team to ransack Zhong's residence. Any resistance, kill without mercy. Yes, sir. 1 hour later, Southern Town Demon Quelling Bureau drill ground. Neatly arranged on the drill ground were treasure chests measuring 2 meters long, 1 meter wide and punishing the servant. This Sioux, on his first day, dared to kill Adele, showing no regard for the kindred captain. Just wait. I will report to the 1,000-man captain. Our bureau won't tolerate your reckless actions. Chapter 23, 5th rank perfection. Yunmeng County, Inner City, Xianhu Mansion. Xianhu Burton sat in the grand hall. He was a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, wearing brocade clothes and having a slightly yellowish complexion that exuded an aura of weathered experience. His round face wore a faint smile. Not far from his feet, Baihu Gillis knelt on one knee. Your Excellency, Fergus is audacious and lawless, defying all norms. On his first day in office, he dared to unjustly execute a subordinate officer. His crime demands punishment. Please send someone immediately to capture this villain as a warning to others. Commander Edmund, I already understand the entire incident. Adele had overstepped his authority by attacking Commander Fergus first, leading to his death. This was entirely self-inflicted. Burton's tone was calm as he quickly made a decision. A third-rank martial artist under 20 years old. Such talent far exceeded what Burton himself possessed. With this caliber of genius, the future prospects were boundless, unless something untoward happened. It would be utterly unwise to provoke such a talent just for a subordinate officer. Moreover, Fergus was totaling over 100. Seeing his imminent transfer from Yunmeng County to a less important position, he only wanted to make a hefty profit before stepping down. Just a low-ranking officer, nothing major. As long as the money was right, even killing a commander or 100 officers wouldn't matter. The Alexandrian town has been restless lately. Might as well send Gillis there, to spare me more trouble. South City, Fu family residence. What treacherous schemes from Fergus and Jose. Drew's expression was dark, almost black. Fergus, who could kill Adele, a bone-forging great perfection cultivator, must have stepped into the third rank. He might even be beyond that. I wonder if the Zhao family knows Fergus's true strength. Someone should remind them to ensure one strike kills him without giving him any chance to catch his breath. South City, Zhao family residence. What? Fergus is a third-rank martial artist? Impossible. Anselm, reading the letter, was full of disbelief. A mere son of a lowly constable becoming a second-rank martial artist under 20 was rare enough. A third rank was unprecedented, challenging his perception. This talent must be top tier in Jedin Dao. Could the Sioux family have unearthed a prodigy? After some time, Anselm suppressed his shock. The destruction of the Black Tiger Gang was not because of Jose, but likely due to Fergus. Injectable androphespin. 8,382 years. After confiscating Zhong family's assets and visiting East, West, and North Town's demon suppression offices, Fergus acquired an additional 6,128 years of lifespan, bringing his total injectable lifespan over 8,000 again. Inject Divine Force Essence Refining Cannon. ####. Chapter 24. Incentive. Fergus hesitated for a moment, but decided to continue infusing divine energy into the godly energy purification cannon. His martial techniques and movements were already lagging behind by so much. Waiting a bit longer wouldn't make much difference. Ultimately, his innate talent was just too lacking. If he possessed superior talent like Jose, he wouldn't be agonizing over such matters. He could achieve his current level of cultivation without using even a tenth of his lifespan. Then, comprehensively breaking through in all aspects of his martial arts would be no issue at all. Through your arduous contemplation of the godly energy purification cannon, after 8,000 years, you have successively purified the bladder, gallbladder, and stomach, completing the purification of your organs. Boom. In an instant, a faint golden light rose from within Fergus's him. Fergus finished his breakfast, patted Emery's peach-like bottom, picked up his saber, and ambled towards the Nanan Town Demon Suppression Bureau. Greetings, Commander. Upon entering the bureau, the warriors and captains greeted Fergus respectfully, showing more sincerity compared to the perfunctory greetings of the previous day. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, combined with generous rewards, proved highly effective. In the Demon Suppression Bureau, strength was paramount. As a third-rank warrior, Fergus was among the top tier in Yunmeng County. Considering the entire Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Bureau, there were fewer than 20 such warriors, enough to command respect. Moreover, this Commander Sue was exceedingly generous, bestowing rewards without hesitation. Even though the guards hadn't exerted much effort the previous day, each received at least 30 taels of silver. After all, a month's salary for a demon suppression warrior was only 5 taels of silver, and even with additional income, they might earn only 20 taels a month. Arriving at the office, Fergus ordered a cup of tea and casually flipped through some files. With his current strength, achieving grand completion at the 6-organ stage, he was undoubtedly a top-tier warrior in Yunmeng County and arguably in the entire Braidinjiang prefecture. However, in terms of knowledge, he fell far short, even compared to 4th-rank warrior, unlike a minnow among fish. Not significant at all. At this moment, Fergus's pride vanished. He was far from being a true powerhouse. Forget the 9th rank. Even 7th and 8th rank warriors could crush him effortlessly with a single strike. Pity, the information here is sparse. There was barely any detailed information on ranks beyond the 9th, and even less on the specific names of those realms. Beyond the 5th rank, only realm names were mentioned without any detailed descriptions. Time flew by, reaching late afternoon. At the Nan'an Town Demon Suppression Bureau, in the Purification Chamber. Discovery of an unjustly deceased individual, plus 64 years of lifespan. Looking at the dog demon's corpse on the purification platform, Fergus frowned. Only one low-ranking demon soldier had been delivered in half a day, an extremely slow rate. Including the previous day, nearly 2 days had passed. At this pace, how long would it take him to break through to the 6th rank? Or to surpass the 9th rank? I need to devise a way to motivate these workers. They can't keep slacking off like this. As for hunting demons himself, the thought barely crossed his mind before he dismissed it. Having spent his past life in hard labor, he had finally reincarnated. Was he going to subject himself to another 9-to-5 grind? Out of the question. In this life, nothing would make him work like a beast again. Hashtag chapter 25. All must rise up. When there's a reward, brave men will rise. Fergus couldn't believe that the people under him would remain unmoved by the large sum of silver he was about to throw around. For him, money held little significance beyond daily expenses, some indulgences like visiting brothels or eating Rigiamo. Being a cheater, he didn't need to spend money on cultivation resources. With his meager talent, no amount of hard work could help him break through to the 6th rank bone-washing realm. He found more joy in amusing himself with the maids and maidservants or engaging in light-hearted conversations with courtesans at the pleasure quarters. If not for the need to appear normal, he might have even distributed his share of the rewards. As the head of the Southern Town Demon Suppressing Bureau, when his subordinates achieved success, it reflected well on him as their leader. Every mission reward gave him, the commander, at least 20%, while the remaining 80% went half to the task team and the other half as compensation. Any leftover funds were stored in the treasury under his supervision. This arrangement allowed him to accumulate wealth quite easily. Over a few years, earning tens of thousands of taels wouldn't be difficult. If not for this system, Adele wouldn't be so persistent in trying to reclaim the commander position despite knowing Fergus's exceptional talent, which far surpassed his own, and having the support of Jose. Watched the departing figures with a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Almost instantly, Fergus's additional rewards created a sensation within the entire Southern Town Demon Suppressing Bureau. What? An inferior demon yields 100 taels, and a mid-rank demon, 3,000? This is incredible. Brothers, let's go. I'll slay a few demons today. Suddenly, the squad leaders and warriors were filled with enthusiasm. Normally, killing an inferior demon earned them 5 to 10 contribution points and several dozen taels of silver, but after deductions by higher-ups, the final reward was pitiful. A leader might get a couple of contribution points, while warriors barely received 1 or 2 taels. Now, with an additional 100 taels directly into their pockets, every member could receive 7 or 8 taels per person, plus the usual rewards, amounting to nearly 10 taels. These demons were practically piles of white silver. With abundant silver, their cultivation could soar. Martial artists competed for resources above all else. Even the minor flags and captains got excited. Killing multiple low-rank demons would significantly increase their earnings. While slaying mid-rank demons was risky, chopping down low-rank demons was child's play. Put in some effort, and a month's work could yield thousands or tens of thousands of taels. Most captains earned merely 1,000 or 2 after a month's labor, so this was a massive windfall. Yes, just as I hoped, everyone should strive harder. Watching his invigorated subordinates rush off energetically, Fergus smiled smugly. Their increased productivity meant more chance. Hashtag chapter 26. Urgent news. Hashtag Great Indian Manor, Sioux family residence, rear courtyard. You diligently studied the Andringian Toffing step, supplemented by 23 first-class body techniques and 5 second-class body techniques. After 213 years, you finally gained insight and comprehended the 4th-class body technique, Alexinxio Alexifeng step. You began practicing Alexinxio Alexifeng step, and after 12 years, you mastered its basics. You continued to practice Alexinxio Alexifeng step and achieved minor success in 53 years. In 221 years, your Alexinxio Alexifeng step reached major proficiency. After another 723 years, your Alexinxio Alexifeng step broke through again, finally reaching perfection. With my perfected 4th-class body technique, my top speed has increased nearly threefold, almost reaching triple the speed of sound. Fergus's figure was like a phantom, appearing 10 miles away in an instant. I wonder what level my current speed would place me within the 6th Fu realm? The data from the Nanjin Demon Suppression Bureau was still limited. It only had sparse descriptions for 5th-class martial artists. Another breath passed, and Fergus silently returned to the rear courtyard. With approximately 1,200 years of remaining lifespan, I will infuse it into the 9 stacks wave blade technique. In just one day, Fergus spent over 26,000 taels of silver, but his gains were significant. 26 low-ranking demon soldiers directly boosted his lifespan, pushing him past 2,000 years, nearing 2,400 years. You diligently studied the 9 stacks wave blade technique. After 183 years, you successfully comprehended and fused together 28 first-class sword techniques, 8 second-class sword techniques, and 1 third-class sword technique, finally comprehending the 4th-class martial technique, Bihai Chao Sheng Blade. You started practicing the Bihai Chao Sheng Blade and mastered its basics in 10 years. You continued practicing the Bihai Chao Sheng Blade and achieved minor success in 43 years. After 134 more years, the Bihai Chao Sheng Blade broke through to major proficiency. 628 years later, your Bihai Chao Sheng Blade finally reached perfection. Incredibly, I managed to perfect the Bihai Chao Sheng Blade in less than 900 years. As I suspected, if I collect enough martial techniques, not only will the lifespan required for deduction decrease, but even the difficulty of cultivation will lessen. It seems that while searching for treasures to enhance talent and bones, I should also remember to collect martial techniques. A quarter of an hour later, Emery, dressed in thin silk, entered Fergus's bedroom, and soon the familiar sounds of heavy objects colliding echoed. The next afternoon, Nanjing Demon Suppression Bureau, main hall. A man could barely muster as much strength as a complete bone-forging martial artist due to old injuries. What? 100 taels for a low-ranking demon soldier? 3,000 taels for a mid-ranked demon soldier? No wonder these fellows are so motivated. Rest? Who needs rest? Quickly, go see Minor Flag Leader immediately. At this moment, Fabian's subordinates also learned about the additional rewards. No one could sit still anymore. Time was money. Resting for a day would mean losing how many taels of silver? Many guard leaders and strongmen even regretted going on missions with Fabian. First, there was the reward for confiscating property, and now these additional rewards. In just less than 3 days, they had missed out on so much. Yes, exactly. We must all push ourselves to the limit. As long as we don't die, push as hard as we can. Within the main hall, Fergus's ears twitched, and a smile crossed his lips. Time flew by, and it was already evening. Nanjing Demon Suppression Bureau, Purification Hall. Fergus's eyes gleamed with excitement. With Fabian's troops joining, the demon slaying and monster extermination process became much faster. Besides the 20 purification racks in the morgue filled with demon soldier corpses, the front courtyard of the purification hall also had 16 demon corpse bodies. In years, you finally grasped a glimpse of bone-washing essence, successfully comprehending the 6th class technique. Xinjiang bone-washing scripture. 2 days later, Nanjing Demon Suppression Bureau, main hall. Bang! Harry rushed into the hall in a hurry, shouting loudly, "Sir, there's bad news. An urgent report from Pingu Town." Chapter 27, Demon Tide. In nearly a century, the world has been in chaos, with demons running rampant. Yunmeng County's 23 towns, 128 townships, and over 1,000 villages have been mostly destroyed by demonic forces. Many villages have become playgrounds for the demons, but some towns and villages have barely managed to hold on. Pingu Town is one of these survivors. Located 180 li south of Yunmeng City, it has a population of nearly 300,000. Of course, this was only after the influx of people from its 6 townships and 51 villages, as well as the surrounding areas, following the demonic uprisings. Before that, Pingu Town had fewer than 100,000 permanent residents. It serves as the first line of defense in the southern part of Yunmeng City. Within the town, there is a garrison of 5,000 city guards and a detachment of the Exorcism Bureau led by a small banner of a few hundred soldiers. Pingu Town? How could I have forgotten about it? Fergus's eyes lit up. In recent days, he had been focused on the territory of the Southern Town Exorcism Bureau, neglecting the small above all. Harry, immediately notify the 4 small banners to gather all their troops and rush to support Pingu Town. I'll set off ahead. Yes, sir. I'll do it right away. After leaving the hall, Fergus did not immediately depart from the Southern Town Exorcism Bureau but went to the stables. He quickly approached a magnificent horse that stood as tall as a man, its coat free of any blemish. With a swift movement, he mounted it. This was a windchaser horse, fast as the wind. Although it was just a second-rank demonic beast, its speed exceeded even some third-rank martial artists. It was a steed provided by the Exorcism Bureau for high-ranking officials like him. Attention to detail decided success or failure. At this moment, he appeared as a third-rank cultivator to outsiders, making the windchaser horse the perfect choice. As for any delay in arrival resulting in casualties, well, that could only be blamed on bad luck. He wasn't a saint nor a savior concerned with the well-being of all beings. Just a common mortal, he wasn't going to risk exposing his true strength for strangers. Forward! He spurred the horse's flanks, and it shot out like an arrow, leaving the stable within seconds and exiting the Southern Town Exorcism Bureau shortly thereafter. That man has set off. Notify the Patriarch immediately. Not far from the succeeding 1 meter in length, surged onto the walls with the waves, engaging the city guards and exorcists in a brutal battle. Blood stained the river red, and every moment saw the death of humans, both guards and exorcists. While individually these unintelligent aquatic beasts were inferior to humans, their overwhelming numbers, tenfold that of human forces, posed a significant threat. They showed no fear of death. Without the intervention of first and second-rank martial artists, the defenses would have been overrun long ago. However, without reinforcements, the fall of the city was only a matter of time. These aquatic creatures were merely cannon fodder. The real danger lay in the water demons hidden in the shadows, who had yet to truly engage. Too bad. A hint of regret flashed in Fergus's eyes. Only beings with developed intellect could provide him with lifespan. These mindless water monsters, no matter how many, wouldn't add a single year to his lifespan. If not for this limitation, he wouldn't need to join the Exorcism Bureau. He could just find a large slaughterhouse in the city and slaughter pigs and sheep daily to boost his cultivation, likely becoming unbeatable in less than a year. Forward! Shaking off his thoughts, Fergus lashed his whip, and the windchaser galloped toward the southern part of the city. This is a windchaser horse, indicating thousands of Pingu Town civilians as collateral would be enough for Fergus to rest in peace even in the netherworld. Pingu Town, South City Wall. Clang! A flash of light revealed the blade of demon suppression in Fergus's hand, sliding out of its sheath. Layered waves. Although Layered Waves 9 strokes had successfully advanced to a 4th-rank technique, Azure Sea Tide Sword, it did not mean Fergus had forgotten this technique. All the martial arts he previously cultivated were deeply etched in his mind. They just didn't appear on the attribute panel anymore. One stroke of the blade carried 9 layers of force stacked upon it. Even without using more cultivation, unleashing only 3rd-rank strength, this single slash was incredibly formidable. The sword beam spanned dozens of feet, cutting off the river's flow. The large river beneath the city wall, spanning hundreds of meters wide, split directly into 2, exposing vast areas of the riverbed. Cadendrids of water monsters met their doom under this one stroke. Only the fortunate retained somewhat intact corpses. Most became fragments. These creatures that couldn't add even a day to his lifespan were worthless to Fergus, and he wouldn't care whether their bodies remained intact. Grandmaster is mighty. Long live the human race. Grandmaster is mighty. Long live the human race. Grandmaster is mighty. Long live the human race. Several black shadows mixed among the multitude of water monsters rapidly approached Fergus. This is the moment. Everyone attack together and take down this human prodigy. I will have your head, you human child. Boom. For terrifying demonic auras that could chill the bones of even second-rank fighters rose from the river, causing the water level to rise by more than 10 feet, nearly matching the height of Pingo Town's walls. Not good. This aura, Commander-in-Chief, is in danger. On the city walls, the faces of the second-rank fighters changed drastically. That terrifying aura made them feel suffocated even from over a kilometer away. This was far beyond what a mid-level demon soldier could possess. They were facing 4 high-level demon soldiers. It's a trap. All of this was set by the aquatic race. It's over. The Commander-in-Chief is doomed. Facing 4 opponents underwater would be a near-certain death situation even for a peak third-rank powerhouse, let alone Fergus. In an instant, boundless fear and despair spread among the second-rank fighters. If their Commander-in-Chief died, Pingo Town would meet its doom as well. Damn it. Why didn't the demon-sensing realm give any warning? If the demon-sensing realm hadn't missed these high-level demon soldiers, they would never have only requested aid from the Southern City Demon Suppressing Bureau. But as the crocodile commander's long sword broke, leaving a horrifying gash on his neck, dark red demonic blood spurted uncontrollably. Escape. Flee quickly. At this moment, the last 2 commanders, the catfish-headed one holding a trident and the toad-headed one wielding dual hammers, regained their senses. Do you think you can escape? Ask my permission first. With a cold laugh, Fergus used the cloud-soaring wind step at its perfected state, reaching speeds close to twice the speed of sound, faster than many Heart Entral's lesser succession warriors. Within less than a second, he caught up to the slightly slower toad commander. Die. Azure Sea-Tide Sword. No. You Xiao family, you've killed me. I will haunt you as a demon ghost forever. Xiao family? Could it be? Fergus's mind raced. There were many people surnamed Xiao in Yunmeng County, but the only ones capable and daring enough to command high-level demon soldiers for such an onslaught would be the inner-city Xiao family, which also had a vendetta against him and had consorted with demons. Too many coincidences didn't exist. His actions didn't slow. Finishing off the toad commander, he pursued the last catfish commander. Don't stop. You can't kill me. I am a subordinate of the Crimson Rainbow General. If you dare, my general will not forgive you. For infusion, text after Xinyang Bone Marrow Cleansing Sutra, and felt a surge of joy. The bounty from slaying those 4 advanced demon soldiers was far greater than he had anticipated, granting him an astonishing 5,365 years of lifespan. On average, each demon soldier provided over 1,340 years of lifespan. And this was just the appetizer. There were still hundreds of water demons waiting to be slain. Even if most were low-ranking demon soldiers, their combined power would cause a significant boost in his total lifespan. In that moment, Fergus felt as though 7th-rank Blood Change Realm was beckoning to him. Not good. That man killed our leaders. Run. Everyone, run for your lives. The water demon spirits collapsed upon seeing their 4 commanders felled by that man in less than 3 breaths. His strength surpassed even the realm of demon soldiers. Even compared to a demon general, it might not be much weaker. Forget hundreds of mid- and low-ranked demon soldiers. Even tenfold or more wouldn't stand a chance against a demon general. At this moment, they thought only of escaping, wishing they had extra legs. Thinking of running? You're all staying right here. With a cold shout, Fergus activated Alexinxio Wind Riding Step to its fullest extent. As if shrinking the earth into inches, each step covered over 100 meters, crossing several miles in an instant. He surged past the Commander Hamza was far stronger than they had imagined. There was a real possibility of turning the tide. Look, another high-ranking demon soldier is dead. No, wait, there are 2 more. They're all dead? Is this some dream? Even though hope emerged, the scene before them was hard to believe. These were 4 high-ranking demon soldiers. Even a 4th-rank martial artist would need considerable effort to kill them. Yet now, in less than 10 breaths, they were all gone. After a few more moments, a human brat, may our demon general avenge us. A final wailing cry rang out as Fergus decapitated the last water demon. Then, with a splash, ping, Fergus broke through the water's surface, his body moving with internal energy to evaporate the river water. It's Commander Hamza. I'm not dreaming. Commander Hamza really did kill those 4 high-ranking demon soldiers. Seeing Fergus hovering in midair, the people finally reacted, erupting in thunderous cheers. We won. We have won. Commander Hamza is invincible. In the air, swoosh. Fergus leaped back onto the city wall, landing before Zack of the Demon Suppression Office. The demon soldiers are all slain. The rest is up to you. He had no interest in dealing with these mindless water beasts any further. He'd already taken care of the hardest part. The rest should hand. Merging into the bone marrow of his index finger, transforming from pale gold to pure gold. Inner city, Zhao family residence. What? That little brat Fergus didn't die? He handled the demon wave and even killed Catfish Commander and the others? Anselm jumped from his seat, staring intently at Royki, disbelief evident in his eyes. Catfish Commander and the other 3 commanders were no weaklings. Even the weakest, Frog Commander, had been a high-ranking demon soldier for nearly a century. Catfish Commander, a 500-year-old veteran demon, was as strong as a perfected 3rd-rank martial artist. Combined, they were almost unbeatable without a 4th-rank martial artist present, let alone being completely slaughtered. Only after Roig assured him repeatedly did Anselm reluctantly believe. Damn, what is Fergus's actual rank? Could he possibly be higher than 3rd rank? Anselm trembled, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Black Tiger, What kind of monster have you brought upon the Xiao family? Note: the phrase, Black Tiger, here seems to refer to someone named Black Tiger, likely a key figure who involved the Xiao family with Fergus, a fourth-rank internal viscera-cleansing martial artist before the age of 18. In washing scripture, I only managed to break through to the peak of the 6th rank. With my talent, sigh, it's indescribably disappointing. Fergus let out a bitter laugh. He had thought that with the considerable lifespan gained this time, he would be able to step into the 7th rank blood change of martial arts, joining the ranks of the minor masters in the Great Kang Dynasty. And little did he know that he was still short of even reaching the completion stage of bone washing. If it were someone like Jose, the prodigy of a county, such a large amount of lifespan would not only grant him the 7th rank blood change, but could even take him up to the 8th rank golden body, or even the 9th rank celestial pulse. I have 18,548 years of remaining lifespan to inject. Let me start with the silent breath concealment technique. You continue to meticulously study the silent breath concealment technique. After 523 years, you finally gain new insights and successfully evolve it into a 5th rank secret technique, traceless breath concealment. You begin practicing the traceless breath concealment technique. In 21 years, you master the basics. After 123 years, you reach partial completion. After 624 years, you achieve full mastery. Finally, after another 1,523 years of diligent cultivation, the traceless breath concealment technique reaches perfection. With this perfected traceless breath concealment technique, even an ordinary 7th rank blood change minor master who is not proficient in eye techniques would find it very difficult to see through my true cultivation level. This should suffice for the short term. Next, it's the blue sea tidal wave blade. You immerse yourself in the blue sea tidal wave blade. After 462 years, you finally grasp its essence, and the blue sea tidal wave blade successfully evolves into the vast sea angry tide blade. You start practicing the vast sea angry tide blade. In 15 years, you master the basics. After 83 years, you achieve partial completion. After 413 years, you reach full mastery. Inside the inner city, at the Demon Suppression Bureau. What? The demon tide has ended, and the 4 commanders under General Mason's command surrounded and attacked young Fergus, but didn't even scratch him and were instead killed by him? How is this possible? Drew stared at the confidential letter in his hand, as if he had seen a ghost, unable to snap out of his shock. Are you kidding me? Slaying 4 advanced demonic soldiers without a single hair on him harmed. Only an adult like Captain Xianhu, the 4th rank powerhouse of Yunmeng County, can manage this feat that kid Fergus isn't even fully grown. What qualifications does he have? Or could this be something Jose left behind before leaving to ensure Fergus's safety? A 4th rank internal organs cultivator comprehension is sufficiently heaven-defying. Theoretically speaking, even a 1st rank cultivator could comprehend a 9th rank blade technique. You continue to comprehend the vast sea angry tide blade. After 1,563 years, you make small progress with the blade momentum, evolving the vast sea angry tide blade into a 6th rank blade technique, 9-level breaking wave blade. It actually took 1,563 years of lifespan. All those accumulated blade techniques are now completely exhausted. You start practicing the 9-level breaking wave blade. In the 32nd year, you master the basics. After 263 years, you reach partial completion. After 1,128 years, you reach full mastery. After another 5,321 years of diligent cultivation, the 9-level breaking wave blade finally reaches perfection. Less than 6,400 years of lifespan remain. Next, I'll inject it into cloud-piercing wind steps. After some hesitation, Fergus temporarily put aside the idea of enhancing his blade technique. His early accumulation had been used up, and with merely about 6,000 years of lifespan, attempting to derive a 7th rank blade technique would likely only bring his technique to partial completion, adding little to his combat power. You painstakingly comprehend the cloud-piercing wind steps. After 493 years, you finally gain insights and successfully derive a 5th rank movement technique, spiritual wind mastery. You start practicing the spiritual more aggrieved. He didn't cross over just to be a coward, enduring these grievances. If it weren't for his special ability enabling rapid advancement, any other 3rd rank martial artist would have met a tragic end under the assault of those 4 water demons. Then, hundreds of thousands of civilians in Pingu town would become food for those water demons. Publicly and privately, there's no way he could let the Xiao family off. Swoosh. Several flashes later, Fergus arrived at the Southern Town Demon Suppression Bureau, assembling all the flags and officers. He never planned to handle this alone. Keeping troops prepared for eventual use costs tens of thousands of silver every day, not to waste it for nothing. Roylon, you and your flag will stay here at the Demon Suppression Bureau. The rest, follow me. 1 hour later, inside the inner city, Pingkong Lane. Fergus led several hundred elite forces from the Southern Town Demon Suppression Bureau near the Xiao family residence. At this moment, most of the demon guards, including child banner holders like Fabian, frowned, filled with unease. They couldn't believe that their chief commander was making such a big fuss to deal with the Xiao family, one of the top clans in Yunmeng County. If they weren't afraid of Fergus cutting them down, the Xiao family reacted quickly. As soon as Fergus entered the Xiao family estate with his men, a group of guards blocked their path. Leading them was a middle-aged man in rich attire, with a rugged appearance bearing a slight resemblance to Black Tiger Gang's leader, Xerxes. Standing nearly 9 feet tall, he was half a head taller than Fergus. Gerard, one of the 3 guard captains of the Xiao family estate, was a peak-bone strengthening martial artist and a collateral descendant of the Xiao family. By relation, Xerxes would call this man, elder brother. At that moment, Gerard looked down at Fergus with disdain, not giving him the slightest respect. You are just a commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Our Xiao family is one of the 5 major families of Yunmeng County. Even the commandant of your bureau must show us some face. How could he care about someone as insignificant as you? The Xiao family has betrayed humanity and conspired with demons. You all deserve death, and none will be spared. Betrayed humanity and conspired with demons? Gerard felt a chill. As a member of the Xiao family and one of the 3 guard captains, Though he hadn't personally dealt with those demons, he had heard rumors within the estate. He feigned indignation. Our Xiao family conspired with demons? Do you have solid evidence? Some things can be done but never admitted. Otherwise, even large family Fergus for the courage to kill in the Xiao family. Ah, Captain Gaofei. He's a third-rank martial artist. Cadenry. Send for help. The other guards were visibly shocked. They knew Captain Gaofei's cultivation well. Only a third-rank martial artist could kill him so easily. They couldn't match up. Some guards pulled out black thin tubes from their pockets and launched them into the air. Bang, bang. Several brilliant fireworks bloomed in the sky over the Xiao family estate, coloring the vast space red. Not good. Enemy attack. Who dares invade our Xiao family, seeking death? In an instant, the entire Xiao family estate was in chaos. First and second-rank martial artists' auras emerged from all sides, and numerous Xiao family guards surged from all directions like waves. Act now. Follow me and kill them all. Fergus remained calm, charging forward like a tiger descending a mountain, slicing through the guards. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants. Kill. Follow orders. Wipe them out. Harry and Donald reacted immediately, leading their troops to charge ahead. What should we do? The other officers hesitated. This was the inner-city Xiao family, one of the top 10 powers in Yunmeng County. There were more than 10 third-rank martial artists alone. If they acted, they might succeed in eradicating the Xiao family, but if the Xiao family prevailed, they wouldn't survive. Alas, why weren't we chosen like Cristobal? Let's act. We have no choice. At this point, even if they did nothing, the Xiao family wouldn't let them off easily afterward. Besides, the Xiao family was formidable, but wasn't their commander easy to provoke? Fergus single-handedly turned the tide, slaying 4 elite demon soldiers. Though not yet reaching the Viscera realm, he wasn't far off. If they tried to hinder him now, there would be no mercy for them later. Xiuxian hadn't even finished his 7 days of mourning, and even he was killed by Fergus. Imagine what would happen to these officers. Brothers, follow me in battle. Scoundrels, taste my blade. These guys know better. With one slash, Fergus killed a guard, narrowing his eyes. If they dared to hesitate at this critical moment, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them. They were paid tens of thousands of silver daily. If they hindered him when it mattered most, these ungrateful curs deserved no less than death. Xiao family estate. Backyard. Thump, thump. With hurried footsteps, Xiao family's second steward, Xiuxian, rushed to Anselm, panic-stricken. Master, it's bad news. Fergus brought people inside to kill. What? How dare that child act so recklessly? Anselm froze, unable to believe his ears. Although he heard the distress signal from the front yard, he never thought it was Fergus. Such direct aggression wasn't something even any effective counterattack. Within just a few dozen breaths, over 100 bodies littered the ground, all Xiao family guards. While the Demon Suppression Corps had only suffered minor injuries without a single death, Fergus strolled leisurely behind his men, only intervening when second-rank warriors appeared. Bringing so many subordinates wasn't just for them to cheer him on. You dogs, prepare to die. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed from the central courtyard, thunderous in everyone's ears. The next second, boom, a formidable aura rose, terrifying even second-rank warriors. A short, plump elderly man in a yellow robe appeared before everyone, his hair disheveled and eyes blazing with rage. It's Elder 3. Elder 3 has arrived. We're saved. Monsters, your time is up. Elder 3 will avenge us. In an instant, the remaining Xiao family guards felt a surge of hope. Elder 3 was among their top 5 strongest, having successfully ascended to the great accomplishment stage of 3rd rank several years ago. This young captain of the Demon Suppression Corps stood no chance against him. Babble. With a cold shout, Fergus appeared before Hurley in a single step. Old man, you shall die at my hand. Green Sea Tidal Wave Blade. No, this blade technique? Hurley's expression changed. Elder 3. Fergus, you dog. Roar. Beast, return my third brother's life. Wailing cries of grief erupted from the back courtyard. Next, heavy footsteps approached as a group of dozens appeared. Among them was the Xiao family head, Anselm, who did not walk at the front but followed alongside other elders. Leading them was a frail-looking elderly man in a green robe, holding a precious sword, seemingly weak and slight, yet exuding an aura far more terrifying than Hurley's third-rank great accomplishment. Indeed, the Xiao family lives up to its reputation as one of the inner city's 5 great clans. Fergus's eyes narrowed, observing the scene. 1 4th-rank minor accomplishment warrior and 8 3rd-rank warriors. If adding the killed Hurley and Xerxes, that made 10 3rd-rank warriors in total. Their strength rivaled their own Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Corps. Please, Ancestor, seek justice for Elder 3, Brother 3. Anselm and the other elders turned their gaze to the elderly man in green. Though they wished to tear Fergus limb from limb, rationality prevailed. They knew their combined efforts wouldn't stand a chance against Fergus, especially even with all 8 3rd-rank warriors together. Only their ancestor, the 4th-rank warrior, could possibly defeat him. Youngster, barely of age, yet reaching 3rd-rank great accomplishment, mastering a 4th-rank blade technique to perfection. Your talent and insight are unprecedented. Dover, the Xiao family's patriarch, stepped forward and appraised Fergus. Even compared to the best prodigies of our city, you do not fall short. Your future should be limitless, even becoming an immortal body or a generation master. But you shouldn't have provoked our Xiao family. Your future ends here. Old fool, stop blabbering and fight if you dare. Fergus's voice was cold. In a single stride, he appeared above Dover, spanning 100 meters in an instant. Come at me. Green Sea Tidal Wave Blade. This strike was powered by Fergus's elevated 3rd-rank limit and the perfected Green Sea Tidal Wave Blade. Against a 4th-rank minor accomplishment warrior, his 3rd-rank great accomplishment and 4th-rank perfected technique were still slightly lacking. Oh no, this youngster still has hidden power. Dover's expression changed. This blow gave him the impression of facing a 4th-rank great accomplishment warrior. Spiritual rhinoceros gazing at the moon. His movements were swift. Drawing his sword, he countered immediately. Dover didn't hold back. He used the highest level sword technique, spiritual rhinoceros gazing at the moon, albeit at the minor accomplishment stage, which still fell short. Clang! The clash of blade and sword shook Dover's tiger-like grip, almost making him drop his sword as he retreated several steps. One more strike from me. Seizing the advantage, Fergus pressed on relentlessly. This won't do. I can't confront this child head-on. Dover frowned. His previous encounter left him completely disadvantaged. If he continued head-on, defeat was inevitable. Bah! I refuse to believe this mere third-rank child can outmaneuver me too. But soon, his expression changed again. Damn it! How is this possible? Not only has he mastered a fourth-rank perfected blade technique, but also a fourth-rank perfected movement technique? What kind of monster is this? Mastering a single fourth-rank perfected martial skill was rare even among fourth-rank perfected warriors. Two such skills were unheard of. 1 in 100 might possess both. Before him stood a mere third-rank perfected warrior, the difficulty amplified tenfold. No good, Ancestor can't handle him. Anselm and others grew frantic, realizing their greatest reliance was faltering. If their ancestor lost, their entire clan faced imminent annihilation. Wanting to help but unable to intervene, the two were outclassed by the speed of their movements. This can't go on. If it does, I will eventually die at this boy's hands. The only option left is to take that step. Ouyang Xiuxian gritted his teeth, seemingly making a difficult decision. Youngster, this is your doing, forcing my hand. Chapter 33, Demon-Slaying General. Fergus's eyebrows knitted, and even his attack slowed down. What did the old man mean? Could he have some hidden capabilities? It wasn't that Fergus feared a comeback. His true cultivation was not at 3rd rank full circle but 6th rank great perfection. Combined with his 6th rank full circle saber technique and 6th rank great perfection body technique, even against a marrow-cleansing full circle expert, he wouldn't lack fighting strength. There was no way the old man's trump card could allow him to break through 3 major realms and numerous minor realms in such a short time to possess power comparable to a 7th rank lesser grandmaster. If this old man truly had such abilities, their Xiao family wouldn't just be one of the inner city's 5 clans. They would have long swept away the other 4 families and dominated Alexaming City. What truly worried Fergus was how much more strength he would need to expose next. 3rd rank full circle cultivation, 4th rank full circle saber technique, and 4th rank full circle body technique. His performance was already eye-catching. If not necessary, he didn't want to reveal any more strength. Just then, a piercing cry of agony echoed from Dover's mouth. His face contorted hideously as if enduring an execution by slicing. Boom! Dark green, eerie energy waves radiated from him like sulfuric acid, corroding rocks and plants wherever they passed. Almost simultaneously, Dover's slender body rapidly inflated like a balloon, quickly transforming into a terrifying creature nearly 10 meters tall and into a demon? Seeing the unrecognizable form of Dover, Fergus pondered thoughtfully. No wonder this old man hadn't lost any of his combat power despite his age. Earlier, Fergus had been puzzled because while 9th rank martial artists only began the path to longevity starting at 5th rank 6 Fu realm, increasing lifespan by 60 years, the first 4 ranks, including 4th rank internal viscera, though possessing mountain splitting and river cutting power, did not differ much from ordinary humans in terms of lifespan. Andreeving to 100 was about the limit. 4th rank internal viscera peak experts might live longer than the first 3 ranks, but after 70, they typically started to decline. As the patriarch of the Zhao family, this old man must be well past 70. Logically, he shouldn't still have such formidable combat power. Now, everything made sense. Demons and monsters had lifespans 10 times longer than humans, especially those who specialized in longevity, living dozens or hundreds of times longer than humans. A few dozen to 100 years were merely youth for a demon general, younger than ever. Even if previously he had been in a half-demon state without fully completing the transformation, his lifespan still far exceeded ordinary humans. And dreadful whelp, how dare you force me to this point? You deserve death 1,000 times. Dover's eyes, now serpent-like, stared alive. Wanting my life, old monster? You're not worthy. Receive my blade, Songhai Nu Tao. Boom. The slash was like a roaring sea swallowing all. Vaguely, 3 massive bear shadows seemed to roar upward behind Fergus. This is 3 bears' power. No, this isn't real. Dover was utterly terrified. The power of 3 bears belonged only to 5th rank martial artists. Unless Fergus had cultivated a 5th rank saber technique to full circle perfection, it was impossible for someone at 3rd rank full circle to possess such strength. Such formidable insight surpassed even what young grandmasters might achieve. So how could it exist in their small Yunmeng County? Bang! Fergus's demon-quelling saber clashed with the Andrengsi sword, unleashing terrifying force that shattered Dover's arm bones and knocked the sword from his hand. Yes, everything is real. The intense pain finally brought Dover back to reality. What kind of monster have these ungrateful brats attracted for our Zhao family? At this moment, Dover wanted nothing more than to remold Anselm and the rest. He'd rather have born a dog than these worthless beings. None of them had brains. Could a small clan like theirs afford to provoke such a monster? Old man, go to hell. No, I can't accept this. This is really Fergus? Am I dreaming? Ants. 8 3rd-rank martial artists and several dozen 2nd-rank martial artists. If they all transformed into demons, his cultivation would immediately reach the 6th-rank perfect realm. Truly, really, our ancestor was killed by this young whelp Fergus. We're done. Our Zhao family is finished. Hearing this, Anselm and the others finally came to their senses. They looked like they had lost everything, filled with despair. Even their ancestor, who had become a demon, was easily slain by this monster. What could they use to fight against such a creature? Run, everyone scatter and run. Whoever can escape, do so. The century-old legacy of our Zhao family must not be destroyed by this young whelp. Boom. Almost simultaneously, Strands of dark green demonic energy radiated out from Anselm and the 7 elder Zhao clan members. Their faces twisted, covered with layers of green snake scales, transforming them into miniature snake demons. As expected, just as I suspected, more than one member of the Zhao family has merged with snake demon blood, becoming half-demons. Earlier, I acted too soon. These 7 elders were all half-demons. There was no reason why Zhao family's 3rd elder wouldn't also be a half-demon. Yunmeng County only had a few 4th-rank martial artists. Apart from the Fu family having 2, the other 3 major families, like the Zhao family, each had only one 4th-rank martial artist, most of whom were still at the lesser 4th-rank stage. Facing 4 demon generals from the Zhao family, their chances of victory would be less than 30%. One misstep, and millions of Yunmeng County citizens could become food for demons. But this Commander Fergus is indeed a monster, he thought. With merely 3rd-rank complete cultivation, he could master a 5th-rank saber technique to its fullest extent. Such comprehension truly defies logic. Even within the Phoenix Chanting Town Demon Suppression Bureau, or even the Mingfeng State Demon Suppression Bureau, few could match his understanding. As long as he doesn't perish prematurely and attains the golden body, founding a sect will only be a matter of time. Opening the heavenly pulse and surpassing the 9th-rank martial artist, becoming a legendary existence, isn't entirely impossible either. Fortunately, I didn't heed Gillis's nonsense earlier, or else. Burton shuddered. Provoking such a monstrous entity would make him lose sleep. This Gillis absolutely cannot remain in the inner city any longer. Once I return, I'll send him to Xuanhuan town to prevent this old man from unknowingly provoking this monster again and dragging me down with him. Admittedly, this 3rd young master Xia from the Xia family has quite the luck. This remained unmoved. Regardless of gender, age, or status, servants and maids included, all were mercilessly slain. Innocent? If they are considered innocent, then what about the nearly 10,000 citizens of Pingo Town who nearly became food for water demons? Compared to the demons, these traitors who betrayed their ancestors and left humanity are even more deserving of death. In troubled times, strict laws are needed, especially in a world overrun by demons. Just executing the entire clan seems too lenient. He should exterminate them 9 generations deep. No, 10 generations. No. You beastly lot, may you never die well. My son, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Half an hour later, the cries of slaughter, pleas for mercy, and curses gradually faded. In the vast Zhao family compound, apart from Fergus and his subordinates, not a single living thing remained, not even a dog. Harry, have someone deliver these 9 snake demon corpses to the Inner City Demon Suppression Bureau. The Zhao family is one of Yunmeng County's 5 major clans, so the necessary procedures must be followed. There are also other members of the Zhao family who need to be targeted by the Demon Suppression Bureau. Not all members of the Zhao family were in the compound. Yes, sir. I'll take care of it right away. Drag the remaining scum of the Zhao family to the mass grave. Do these traitors expect to be buried properly? Forget that. Leave their body. How could the chief flag officer possibly wipe out their Zhao family with just his own head? Father, why did you hit me? What I'm saying is true. Now, those town magic corps members are still transporting the Zhao family's assets, having already loaded several dozen carts. If you don't believe me, you can go to Pingkong Fong and see for yourself, Graham said, covering his red and swollen face with a look of grievance. Could what this good-for-nothing says be true? Has the Zhao family truly? Roman paused. Although it was hard to believe, his reason told him that everything was indeed true. While this wretched son was mischievous, he wasn't foolish enough to tell a blatant lie to deceive him. When did a mere chief flag officer of the town magic corps gain such power? Even during the peak period of the Great Kang Dynasty's establishment, few chief flag officers had ever managed to eradicate a century-old influential clan. Investigate. We must thoroughly investigate the background of this chief flag officer and why the Zhao family was wiped out. Our Ning clan cannot become the next Zhao family. Inner City, one of the 5 families, Jiang family. Indeed, a remarkable chief flag officer Fergus of the town magic corps. They truly have produced a dragon. Humbert, head of the Jiang family, stared blankly at the letter in his hand. To have achieved 3rd rank perfect at under 18 years old, thinking about himself, already well into middle age, barely able to achieve thoroughness of the Ren Meridian, wishing to fully comprehend the Du Meridian and reach 3rd rank perfect might take several more years. Not to mention this individual had comprehended a 5th rank sword technique to perfection. Compared to this monster, he who was once considered a prodigy among peers felt utterly inadequate. With this monster around, our Yunmeng City will once again belong to the town magic corps. Fergus could easily wipe out their Jiang family as he did the Zhao family. They weren't like the Zhao family with their top echelon all merged with demon blood, becoming half demons. Next second, Humbert shifted his gaze and instructed his hunched over butler Heim, warn those brats. They must behave themselves. Anyone who dares to cause trouble and provoke the town magic corps, I'll break their legs. Inner City, one of the 5 families, Su family. Similar to the Fu family, the Su family also started from the town magic corps, founded by an ancestor who was a former K-Dendrid commander of the Yunmeng County town magic corps. But in recent years, the Su family has been on a decline, leaving them now with only head of the Su family, Stewart, holding the position of K-Dendrid commander. Even the young generation from the Fu family. Otherwise, I might as well give up. AI, why wasn't I the one to discover Fergus that monster? Summon someone. Send this confidential letter to the Star Sword sect, to be delivered to my brother. Southtown Town Magic Corps, training ground. Treasure chests filled half the training ground. It must be admitted, compared to Zhao family's wealth, even little Flagadel's fortune was negligible. 8 wagons full of cash alone, along with silver tickets, numerous treasures, antiques, and more. The value wouldn't be less than 20 million taels of silver, without even including the residences and shops of the Zhao family, whose total assets were conservatively estimated to be not less than 30 million taels of silver. Harry, send half of these items to my house. The remaining 5 layers, half will be stored in the warehouse to purchase cultivation resources for everyone. The other half will be divided among all of you. As for these Zhao family residences, if anyone is interested, they can buy them at a discount. Remember, each person can only buy one. Finally, Fergus emphasized, not wanting the welfare given to everyone to become a means for certain individuals to get rich overnight. The rest will be distributed according to the previous ratio after they are sold. Yes, sir. 3,000 miles outside Yunmeng Lake, 100 feet underwater. There was a small stone city, roughly the size of 100 acres, built from giant stones weighing hundreds of tons each. A layer of blue demonic aura encircled the stone city, separating it from the surrounding water. Squadrons of demons clad in scales, with fish heads and human bodies, carrying swords, axes, and spears, patrolled the perimeters under the lead of mid-level demon soldiers. Suddenly, a person swam over, appearing outside the blue demonic aura boundary moments later. It was an elderly man in a gray robe, around 60 years old, with white hair and a kind smile. Cadenman, how daring you are, to trespass into our red snake city. Capture him. Soon, a squad of fish demons led by a snake demon blocked the elderly man. Hold on, I am Roy Qi, the Grand Steward of the Zhao family in Yunmeng City. I have urgent matters to report to Lord Qihong. Please inform your leader. Chapter 36, Kadindred Household, Braidingian Lane, Su Residence, Rear Courtyard. You have diligently cultivated the profound Yang Washing Marrow Sutra for 20,000 years and have finally succeeded in transforming the 29th cranial bone, achieving grand completion in the Washing Marrow realm. Boom. In an instant, Fergus's innate true chi surged more than twofold. The final 29 cranial bones visibly transformed into gold. The Zhao family, including servants, maids, slaves, and guards, totaled nearly 3,000 people. Even with an average lifespan of less than 7 years per person, combined they provided him with almost 19,000 years of life force. Adding the 4 demon generals and 5 senior demon soldiers further increased his available life force to almost 32,000 years. Next is the Spirit Wind Illusion Technique. After continuing to cultivate the Spirit Wind Illusion Technique for 5,800 years, it finally reaches the pinnacle stage, breaking through to grand completion. 6th rank perfect cultivation, 6th rank perfect saber skills, plus a 6th rank perfect movement technique. My overall strength has increased several times over. Nowadays, even if 7th rank blood change lesser masters emerge, few can match me. Still left with 5,942 years of life force. It's time to enhance the traceless breath concealment technique. Cultivation and martial arts were his foundation, but concealment techniques like this one were also indispensable. Bursting out with too much power might attract the attention of master-level experts. The 5th rank secret technique, traceless breath concealment, was somewhat lacking. You continue to comprehend the traceless breath concealment technique. After 628 years, you succeed in comprehending a 6th rank secret technique, the Spirit Void breath concealment technique. Only 628 years of life force? The Zhao family indeed provided great assistance. The demon suppressing office was efficient in confiscating everything valuable from the Zhao residence. The various martial techniques and secret methods hidden by the Zhao family were prioritized. Without these century-old treasures bolstering his foundation, the consumed life force would have increased by at least 1,500 years. You begin cultivating the Spirit Void breath concealment technique. In year 52, you enter the introductory stage. In year 312, you achieve minor success. In year 1518, you reach major success. With the perfected Spirit Void breath concealment technique masking my aura, even an 8th rank Golden Body Realm master would find it difficult to see through my true strength. Masking his cultivation back to 3rd rank completion, Fergus felt less anxious. With 3rd rank complete cultivation and 5th rank minor success combat strength, while impressive, it was still within the domain of youthful masters, insufficient to attract those at the 9th rank and above. Significant advancement in cultivation. Tonight, I'll listen to music in the brothel. Welcome, Lord Su, please come inside. Girls, hurry out and greet Lord Su. Upon arriving at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, the Madame Haley greeted Fergus enthusiastically. Twist table. Inside were pure white silver notes, each worth 10,000 taels, totaling 200. This was part of Fergus's share, given to Harry to deliver to the 1,000 household residents. Though Fergus's displayed talent meant Burton would dare not say much even if nothing was handed over, there'd still be some grudge. For such paltry wealth, there was no need to create enmity. Burton, being his direct superior, might prove useful for future progress. Returned? Fergus paused. Was this really the Burton he knew? On the brink of retirement, he was notorious for loving money like the mythic beast Pi Maxwell, taking in and never letting go. 2 million taels of silver. How could he refuse? Could it be this old man thinks I didn't give enough? Frowning, Fergus pondered. 2 million taels seemed little compared to the Zhao family's immense fortune, but with this old miser's greed, it wasn't impossible. This old thing has a big appetite, but what skills does he have? Afraid to be stuffed? To get 2 million taels effortlessly should make anyone happy. To ask for more was truly testing his patience. If he doesn't want it, fine then. 1,000 household officer nearing retirement thinks he's something special. Piss me off and I'll send this old man down to accompany Adele. Killing an official isn't new to him. A good excuse would suffice. He doubted the demon suppressing off. Chapter 37. Daily earnings of 15,000 years. Hashtag Southtown Devil Suppressing Office, Grand Banner Hall. Fergus sat on the dais. Below him stood 3 men, all wearing Grand Banner uniforms. They were around 40 years old, with broad backs and tiger-like waists, exuding a fierce aura. In particular, the man in the middle radiated an even stronger presence than Black Tiger Gang's leader, Xerxes. This was Roy Xing, the Grand Banner leader of Easttown, a former top-ranked figure among the 4 great devil suppressing offices, having successfully connected all 12 primary meridians, just 1 step away from the small success stage of the I Ching. To his left stood Kane, sporting a full beard, who was the Grand Banner leader of Southtown. On the right stood Enos, with a long scar on his left cheek, the Grand Banner leader of Northtown. Both were second-grade perfected martial artists who had tempered all 206 bones in their bodies. At this moment, All three were bent at the waist, their eyes filled with utmost respect as they looked at Fergus. No trace of disrespect could be found in their gazes. The newly appointed Commander Fergus, despite being younger than their own sons, was incomparable to other commanders. Offending other commanders might result in punishment or petty harassment, but offending this one could end their lives. Moreover, no one would come to their defense if that happened. It would be a death without redemption. By now, everyone knew about the fall of the Zhao family, one of the 5 major clans within the inner city, at the hands of the Garleave. Regarding the position of Grand Banner Leader in Southtown, Fergus tapped lightly on the table. Burton had not only promoted him to commander, but also left the decision for the new Grand Banner Leader in Southtown to him. Alas, rapid promotions sometimes brought their own set of troubles. He lacked qualified candidates for the role. Harry and Donald were efficient under his command, but their cultivation levels, just second-grade initiates, fell short of the minimum requirement for a Grand Banner Leader. Promoting them prematurely could backfire, potentially harming them. In the Devil Suppressing Office, cultivation was paramount. Well, let's choose the best among the less-than-ideal candidates. Fabian can take up the position. Coincidentally, an opening for a flag leader had emerged. Along with the position vacated by Adele, this allowed both Harry and Donald to be promoted. Hashtag Easttown, Westtown, Northtown Devil Suppressing Offices. Upon returning, Roy-Shing, Kane, and Enos immediately relayed Fergus's orders. Instantly, the offices buzzed with excitement. The incredible wealth had finally arrived. They envied Southtown immensely, not just the spoils from the Zhao family's downfall, but the recent bounties collected from demon slaying. The Southtown office had distributed at least 20 taels per person over a few days, while they struggled to match that in hashtag next morning. Fergus took a hearty bite of a piece of fish, weighing about 4 to 5 catties. This high-grade demon soldier meat was purchased from the inner town Devil Suppressing Office. Though Southtown had 4 high-grade demon soldiers awaiting purification, it wouldn't be ready soon due to limited facilities. Southtown had only basic purification stands with low capacity and slow speed. Purifying a high-grade demon soldier took at least 10 days, and for the strongest catfish general, a whole month was needed. For now, he enjoyed the fish. As expected, high-grade demon soldiers offered superior taste and energy compared to low-grade ones. A few pieces of this size sufficed for a full meal. Hashtag half an hour later. After satisfying his hunger, Fergus patted the nearby maid's cheek affectionately, picked up his devil-suppressing blade, and strolled leisurely toward the Southtown Devil Suppressing Office. Hashtag another half hour later. Having visited all 4 town offices, Fergus confirmed his gains. 4 towns contributed 4,625 years of lifespan, adding to the previous day's 10,821 years, surpassing 15,000 years in a single day. By tomorrow, he should have enough lifespan to break through to the 7th grade blood change stage. At that point, he would be near invincible in the vast Braidinjiang prefecture, where no openly known 7th grade blood change master existed. Even with no chance against this demon surge. When those water demons arrived, it would likely mark the fall of Pingu Town. Although they had already sent a distress signal to Alexaming City, distant aid couldn't solve immediate problems. Alexaming's inner city was more than 200 miles away. Even if the commander received their call for help now and raced nonstop to Pingu Town, it would take nearly 15 minutes at best, and realistically, longer. Yet, the demon surge, fueled by the demon general, moved much faster than the previous attack, arriving within mere minutes. Why was Pingu Town so cursed? To face such brutal treatment? In just 3 days, they had experienced 2 waves of demons, one of which included an attack led by a demon general. This was unprecedented in decades, not just in Yunmeng County but across the entire Braidinjiang prefecture. In times of turmoil, although demons and spirits roamed freely, the Decay Kang Dynasty's authority remained the strongest power, even imposing some restraint on the demons. Normally, demon surges would be spaced out to avoid triggering the dynasty's retaliation. Lower-ranking demon soldiers, recently enlightened, often acted without much wisdom. However, intermediate demon soldiers, and above possessed intelligence comparable to humans. Commander, we must retreat. Pingu Town cannot hold. With a demon general leading the charge, we have no choice. The commander will understand our situation. Several captains earnestly pleaded with Captain Zack. Suddenly, Fergus sensed something, frowning. This aura, it's a demon general. It was almost as powerful as Zhao family patriarch's snake demon form but purer, devoid of mixed energies, indicating a pure-blooded demon general, not a half-human hybrid. That direction, it's Pingu Town. Did we anger the little ones, bringing in the elders? The catfish spirit's last words before death still echoed in his mind. 80 to 90% accurate. There were few demon generals in Yunmeng County, and only Chihang demon general near Pingu Town. Coincidence wasn't plausible. Fergus quickly dressed, grabbed the demon suppression blade under Liana's sad gaze, and left. Whoosh! Leaping onto the rooftop, his figure moved like a wraith. He had already revealed 5th-rank perfection saber skills, paired with a 5th-rank perfection movement technique. It was understandable given his speed. In moments, he exited Yunmeng City and reached Pingu Town within 2 minutes. The demon surge is 20 miles from Pingu Town. I'm not too late. Indeed, it's the Chihang demon general, with 13 high-ranking demon soldiers and thousands of lower ones. This old demon has emptied its nest. Luckily, my enhanced perception after bone cleansing allowed me to sense this early. Otherwise, tens of thousands of lives might be lost. Weakness truly was a sin, especially in this chaotic world where ordinary people were like ants, constantly at risk. Seeing the chaotic scene below, with over 100 lying dead in pools of blood, either trampled or killed by others, Fergus's brows furrowed again. Everyone, stay where you are. I am Commander Fergus of the Demon Suppression Bureau. With me here, no harm will come to you. Fergus's voice resonated like a large bell, filling Pingu Town. It's Commander Fergus's voice. We're saved. We're saved. Follow Commander Fergus's orders. Stay put. The townspeople, hearing this, felt a glimmer of hope. In 2 days, Fergus had single-handedly defeated 4 high-ranking demon soldiers, calming the demon surge. Everyone believed he could protect them again. A few miles away from Pingu Town, Zack and his men heard Fergus's voice while fleeing. Commander Fergus is our savior. My position is secure. Given Fergus's prowess, even if he couldn't defeat Xiuxian, delaying time until reinforcements arrived wasn't impossible. News of the Zhao family's destruction by Fergus hadn't yet reached Pingu Town. Otherwise, Zack wouldn't just be planning for a delay. Promotion to Kindred household was assured with Fergus's achievements, the Garth without a 5th-rank warrior present. One misstep could lead to a disastrous end within Yunmeng Lake. Fergus, regardless of his extraordinary talent, was still young and far from matching a perfect 4th-rank warrior. Venturing into Yunmeng Lake now was akin to a sheep entering the mouth of a tiger. He might not last a few breaths before falling to the Garth. However, Fergus seemed to ignore Zack's shouts, continuing at full speed toward Yunmeng Lake. What can we do? Zack was on edge. They finally had a glimmer of hope for defending the town, only for it to disappear in an instant. Lord Su, why are you so stubborn? Why won't you listen to reason? You must know that your life is not just yours, but ties to the fate of hundreds of thousands of people in Pingle Town. Sigh. If I had known this Lord Su was such a hot-headed youth, I shouldn't have led anyone back to Pingle Town. Even facing punishment afterward would be better than losing our lives here. Sir, shall we escape? The guards and sergeants hesitated before speaking softly. Escape? Where to now? Zack sighed bitterly. They had some hope of survival earlier, but after all this, the demon tide was already less than 10 miles away. With such a short distance, escaping from the Garth and his elite soldiers was almost impossible. Compared to ordinary civilians, they, being vigorous warriors, were the prime targets for these demons. Everyone, shut up. We must trust Lord Su. If he dares to charge into the demon tide, he must have confidence to hold. Cold malice brewed in the Garth's snake eyes. Meeting his nemesis heightened his fury. He had 18 commanders in total, and losing 4 in one go was unprecedented since he became a demon general, dominating these 300 miles of water. Indeed, this old demon has come for me. Fergus narrowed his eyes, a hint of fervor appearing. 1 demon general, 13 high-ranking demon soldiers, hundreds of mid-rankers, and over 1,000 low-rankers. This confrontation would net him close to 100,000 years of lifespan, enough to elevate him further. Cadenman child, today your blood will compensate for my losses. The Garth's snake eyes gleamed red with greed. A 4th-rank human prodigy was a rare treasure. Not only could it save him a century of cultivation, but it could also enhance his lineage, bones, and potential. Who knows, maybe one day he could become a high-ranking demon general like his master. Children attack. Gallagher in the sea upside down. The Garth moved his snake spear, unleashing torrents of demonic aura. Caden. Almost simultaneously, various hues of demonic aura surged from the over 1,000 demon soldiers, covering several miles. In an instant, the waves towered another 10 zhong, crashing down with overwhelming force toward Fergus. Not bad, Fergus's lips curled. With the aid of the demon army, this attack was stronger than Dover's final blow. It surpassed the threshold of 5th-rank warriors, easily capable of severely wounding or killing a perfect 4th-rank warrior. But not strong enough. In the next second, clang! Fergus's demon-suppressing saber drew out, his aura shifting dramatically, like a savage beast awakening from slumber. The Garth's snake eyes turned, sensing an ominous feeling. Break for me, wrath of the sea. With a roar, Fergus slashed. This slash was even more terrifying than when he killed Dover, for shadowy great earth bears appeared behind him. After advancing to a captain, Fergus's demon-suppressing saber had upgraded to fully withstand a 5th-rank warrior's power, unlike before where he had to restrain his power to avoid breaking the saber. For bear strength, damn it. You Zhao family bastards tricked me. The Garth was horrified, wishing he could slaughter the entire Zhao family. Is this what you call a 4th-rank beginner warrior? This is an outright death trap. I didn't expect today's events to involve remnants of the Zhao family. Fergus focused, his attacks relentless. His 30 zhong-long saber slashed shattered mountains and rivers. Boom. A thunderous explosion sent the nearly This. Zack and others stared in disbelief, each feeling like they were in a dream, dazed and bewildered. After all, it was the old monster Crimson Rainbow, the greatest menace in their Yunmeng County for hundreds of years, against which even their superior, captain of 1,000 households, could do nothing. On Yunmeng Lake. Ah, General. The 13 commanders under the Crimson Snake Demon let out heart-wrenching cries. How dare you? Stop roaring. I'll send you all to join that old thing. With a cold shout, Fergus slashed 13 times in an instant with the demon-quelling blade. No, human child, you shall not die easily. My lord will avenge us. Zack, bring men here to retrieve these water demons. Take all their bodies back. These water demon corpses must not be wasted, especially the flesh of the old Crimson Snake Demon, which would greatly benefit even 4th-grade martial artists. After purifying these 1,000 water demons, the Yunmeng County Demon Quelling Office could achieve a significant leap in power within a short period. 4th-grade martial artists were hard to say, but increasing the number of 3rd-grade martial artists wouldn't be difficult. Then, the daily lifespan gain he would collect could increase further. Ah, really? Everything is real. I am not dreaming. Hearing this, Zack finally came to his senses. It took him some time to realize how foolish he had been. Indeed, someone as exceptional as Master Su could not be from danger twice in removing the Crimson Rainbow Demon for us. We must remember his great kindness forever. Tomorrow, I'll have someone erect a longevity monument for Master Su, worshipping and praying for his blessings, hoping he stays healthy and lives long. And me too. Let's all go together tomorrow. Yunmeng Lake. Seeing Zack arrive with people, Fergus gave him some instructions before stepping deeper into Yunmeng Lake. Cutting grass without uprooting it allows it to grow again when the spring wind blows. Having killed the Crimson Rainbow Demon General, he decided to crush its lair to prevent remaining demons from wreaking havoc on Pingu Town. Additionally, he planned to increase the bounty on the Zhao family remnants upon returning, ensuring their complete eradication. Though these remnants posed little threat to him, having pests around was annoying. He preferred to stay hidden, developing quietly, until the day he could truly dominate the world, sweeping away all demons. Walking by the river frequently means getting wet eventually. Taking 2 mini-night paths will lead to meeting ghosts eventually. At 6th grade peak cultivation, he was undoubtedly first in Yunmeng County, but compared to the 81 states of the Great Kang Dynasty, he was insignificant. Stronger individuals outnumbered cattle. 4 towns' demon-quelling offices earned 15,000 years of lifespan daily, including Pingo Town and others, 18, and was aware of Fergus's true strength, but intentionally concealed it. Your spirits in heaven should watch closely. Your loyal servant will avenge our entire Zhao family, making that beast pay blood for blood. ##### Chapter 41. Androphy span soars. ####Alexaming Lake, Red Snake Stone City. A near 2 long corpse of a red-clawed giant shrimp lay at Fergus's feet. This was the last of Mason's 18 subcommanders, the Red Shrimp Commander, a red-clawed giant shrimp that had been cultivating for nearly 500 years and reached the peak of high-level elite demon soldier. Within Mason's 18 subcommanders, it could easily compete for the top 3 positions. But to Fergus, it was just another blade strike. He killed the Red Shrimp Commander. Run. Everyone run. No. Cadenman, Lord General will not forgive you. About 10 breaths later, Red Snake Stone City was deathly silent. All the remaining water demons were butchered by Fergus without a single one left alive. The next moment, Fergus dragged the corpse of the Red Shrimp Commander out of Red Snake Stone City. Alexaming Lake, sure. At this time, in addition to Zack and others, several more figures appeared. All high-ranking officials from Alexaming Town already arranged a banquet in the city to celebrate your victory. The rest of the trivial matters can be left to our subordinates. Let's return to the city. Retrieving corpses was a task they didn't need to personally handle. They stayed here merely to wait for Fergus's return. Subsequently, Burton instructed Zack a few things, telling him to retrieve the corpses of the water demons from Red Snake Stone City and then lead his men back to Alexaming City. A quarter of an hour later, Fergus's party arrived at Alexaming City's largest tavern, Drunken Immortal Tower. Along the way, under Burton's deliberate friendliness, the two became much closer, now calling each other brother. This old Burton seems determined to side with young Fergus. Behind them, Deputy Thousand House Drew felt uneasy. I wonder if my brother still has any other ways to help me. It's about time my letter reaches Tianqing Mountain. Brother Alexei, how much do you know about the Lord of Alexaming? Know thy enemy as thyself, and thou wilt win 100 battles without peril. Having slain old Mason and his demon soldiers, Fergus knew he had made an enemy of the Lord of Alexaming. Between them, one would eventually die. And the information the town's Demon Suppression Bureau held about the Lord of Alexaming was insufficient. The Lord of Alexaming's true form is a millennium-old dragon carp, the greatest demon in our Great Kang County. 300 years ago, he was already a high-level demon general, with combat power far surpassing ordinary generals due to his true dragon bloodline. Legend has it he also has significant ties with the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace. Burton recounted everything he knew about the Lord of Alexaming. So, the Lord of Alexaming has connections to the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace. Fergus frowned. Blue Water Lake was the largest lake in their Great Kang Mansion territory, rumored to stretch over 10,000 miles, larger than their entire Great Kang County. The Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace ruled the vast aquatic population and was one of the top demonic forces in Great Kang Mansion, far beyond even an 8th-rank master's capabilities. Compared to the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace, Fergus was merely a slightly stronger ant. Are you worried that the Lord of Alexaming will seek revenge for Mason's death? Without waiting for Fergus to speak, Burton continued. Brother Sue, there's no need to worry. The Kong is still governed by humans. Our Demon Suppression Bureau has long agreed with the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace that they shall not interfere arbitrarily in conflicts between our various branches and their subordinates, regardless of life or death. They don't have the guts to break the agreement. Though their Demon Suppression Bureau had declined somewhat, they were not so easily challenged by a mere high-level demon general like the Lord of Alexaming. Should they dare defy the agreement and act recklessly against them, even the Blue Water Lake Dragon King could not protect him. In that case, I don't need to rush to confront the old demon of Alexaming. Fergus thought to himself. As a cheat character, the longer the delay, the more advantageous it would be for him. Receiving nearly 2 million years of lifespan daily, within 1 or 2 months, he could smoothly break through to 9th rank, or even beyond. Then, not only would the insignificant Lord of Alexaming pose no threat, but even the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace wouldn't be a concern. As they spoke, everyone went up to a private room on the 3rd floor of Drunken Immortal Tower. Come, Brother Sue, sit here. Tonight we owe it all to you. Let's all raise a toast to Brother Sue. With the old demon Mason gone, we'll all have it easier. Lord says well, Lord Sue, I offer you a toast. Time passed slowly with Burton's flattering words. Even Drew reluctantly offered Fergus a few toasts. This drinking session lasted over an hour until midnight when the banquet finally ended. During this time, Fergus never put down his cup. Fortunately, his true cultivation far exceeded 3rd-rank perfection, otherwise, he would have been drunk into submission. Drunken Immortal Tower's name wasn't for nothing. Their signature Drunken Immortal wine could knock out a 1st-rank martial artist with just 3 liang, and an average 3rd-rank martial artist who could drink 5 caddies would be considered a heavy drinker. Fergus consumed this 168,000 years of lifespan. Allow me to successfully advance to the 8th-rank Golden Body realm? A flicker of anticipation shone in Fergus's eyes. An 8th-rank Golden Body Master was practically invincible within Great Kang County, and even in the broader Great Kang Mansion, they were among the top-tier experts. Begin infusing Flame Yang Blood Exchange Classic. Chapter 42. Breakthrough. You begin to cultivate the Yin-Yang Blood Change Scripture. After 3,000 years, the ordinary blood within your body undergoes a transformation and becomes true blood. You have reached the introductory stage of the yin-yang blood change scripture. Thud. Fergus's heart thumped powerfully, the flowing blood now carrying a hint of gold. His strength and innate true chi surged at an alarming rate, multiplying. After a little over half an hour, boom! Fergus's tightly closed eyes snapped open, revealing a flash of golden light, sharp and piercing like two blades that could pierce through anything. 7th rank blood change realm, it truly lives up to its name as Andretal Grandmaster. It has a fundamental difference from the 6th rank bone washing realm. Feeling the surge of power within him, Fergus's face showed a hint of obsession. The 7th rank blood change realm commanded the strength of a giant elephant, scripture. After 52,000 years, 7 layers of ordinary blood transform into true blood. You achieve major success in the yin-yang blood change scripture. Indeed, only enough to reach the 7th rank major success realm. I have 46,000 years of remaining lifespan. First, let's enhance my saber technique. You continue to diligently cultivate the 9-tier wave-splitting saber. After 820 years, your saber momentum improves significantly, allowing you to comprehend the 7th rank saber technique, K-Dendrid Waves Demon-Slaying Saber. You begin to cultivate the K-Dendrid Waves Demon-Slaying Saber. After 98 years, you reach the introductory stage of the K-Dendrid Waves Demon-Slaying Saber. 583 years later, you achieve minor success in the K-Dendrid Waves Demon-Slaying Saber. 2,736 years later, you achieve major success in the K-Dendrid Waves Demon-Slaying Saber. 12,321 years later, you reach full completion in the K-Dendrid Waves Demon-Slaying Saber. Next is the footwork. You continue to study the Spirit Wind Illusion steps. After 912 years, you finally gain some insight, comprehending the Shooting Star Sky-Piercing steps. You begin to cultivate the Shooting Star Sky-Piercing steps. After 113 years, you reach the introductory stage of the Shooting Star Sky-Piercing steps. 637 years later, you achieve minor success in the Shooting Star Sky-Piercing steps. 2,900 Breath Concealment Technique. 738 years later, you achieve minor success in the Spirit Void Breath Concealment Technique. 3,481 years later, you achieve major success in the Spirit Void Breath Concealment Technique. 16,123 years later, you reach full completion in the Spirit Void Breath Concealment Technique. With a 7th rank full completion breath concealment technique, even 9th rank experts would find it hard to discern my exact cultivation. Fergus felt further reassured. As long as he wasn't too reckless, his safety would be quite secure in the short term. Those legendary existences beyond 9th rank wouldn't bother with such a 3rd rank insect like him. The next morning, after breakfast, Fergus picked up the Devil Suppression Saber as usual and headed to the Southtown Devil Suppression Office. Compared to yesterday, the attitude of the Southtown Devil Suppression Office toward him changed noticeably, showing more gratitude, and many even prostrated themselves in thanks. The Red Rainbow Demon General and his subordinates had terrorized Yunmeng County for centuries. Countless people had lost loved ones to their hands. Fergus's resolution of the Red Rainbow Demon General avenged their deep-seated grievances. After the news spread last night, many couldn't sleep from excitement. Not just the Southtown Devil Suppression Office, the other 3 town offices also echoed similar. Great County was actually killed by a boy not yet 18 years old. 7th rank full completion cultivation, 4th rank full completion footwork, 5th rank full completion saber technique, comprehensive combat power no less than a 5th rank minor success martial artist. A prodigy like this, even in the Jed-in Dao Devil Suppression Office, would be rare. This future Grandmaster shows great promise. Yunmeng County has truly produced a hidden dragon. With 5th rank minor success combat power, 4th rank full completion footwork, self-preservation shouldn't be an issue. Great Kang County could give him a try. Chapter 43, 7th rank perfection. In the southeastern direction of Great Kang County lies a majestic mountain range stretching nearly 800 miles. The peaks soar high into the clouds, like the towering spine of a giant holding up the sky. This is the southeastern first mountain of Great Kang County, Tianqing Mountain. 800 years ago, a swordmaster named Xiaomer passed by this mountain and, impressed by its picturesque scenery and rich spiritual energy, founded a sect here, naming it Star Sword Sect. Tianqing Mountain was formerly known as Spirit Beauty Mountain before then. 8 centuries have passed since then. What started as an unnamed sword school has become one of the top major sects in Great Kang County. Within the sect, at just 32, he successfully entered the Viscera realm 6 years ago, becoming a true disciple of Star Sword Sect. Now, after 6 years, he has successfully tempered 2 organs and is not far from achieving completion of the Viscera realm. The Fu family could rise from being the last among the 5 clans of the inner city to become the leading clan, and this eldest son of the Fu family played a significant role. An insignificant child of a constable, not yet 18, possesses a 3rd rank perfect cultivation, has mastered 4th rank perfect body techniques, and 5th rank perfect saber skills. This boy must surely hold great secrets. While martial talent is crucial, resources are even more important. Without resources or martial arts techniques, even the most talented individual would come to naught. Fergus joined the Demon Suppression Bureau less than 10 days ago, but he clearly knew those martial arts from the start. To deduce 3rd rank techniques, 4th rank body techniques, and 5th rank combat skills from some basic, unranked techniques within such a short period of time. Such a prodigy is unprecedented throughout the entire 81 states of the Great Kang Dynasty. He must have obtained significant fortune and lineage. I wonder if he discovered a treasure site by luck, gaining the inheritance of a strong expert, or if he has been secretly taught Fragrance Pavilion and Condensing Fragrance Tower to impart knowledge. Androphy was quite comfortable indeed. Comparing it to his previous existence, filled with grueling schedules and constant work pressure, this was a much better way to live. As dusk approached, Fergus dismissed Carly and began infusing martial arts. In 4 days, the 4 town demon suppression bureaus of Dongqing, Xiqing, Pinggu, and Pingyi collectively contributed 74,254 years of lifespan. On average, it amounted to 18,500 years of lifespan per day, increasing rapidly. Earning 20,000 years of lifespan daily would be just a matter of days. Being Fergus's direct subordinates, they benefited immensely from the large influx of water-fiend corpses. Consuming ample demon flesh allowed their cultivation to rapidly advance, especially the demon suppression warriors. Previously, they seldom enjoyed such meals more than once every 10 days, each only getting a few ounces. Never had they experienced such a blissful life. Within 4 short days, their progress matched months of rigorous cultivation. Many warriors with perfected robust bodies broke through to the first-rank warrior realm. Soon, Fergus would barely find any robust body cultivators among his subordinates, undoubtedly accelerating the speed of slaying demons. But always came personally. This was the first time someone was sent to invite him over. I'm not quite sure about that either. Forget it. We'll know once we reach Commander's residence. Fergus shook his head, no longer thinking further. Over these few days, he and Burton had gotten along relatively well. For no reason, Burton wouldn't have intended any harm towards him. Even if he misjudged people, and Burton indeed had ulterior motives, it wouldn't matter. With his current cultivation level, there wasn't anywhere within Yunmeng County that could truly pose a danger to him. All right, I will go there now. Saying this, Fergus turned and headed toward the inner city. Just as he approached Commander's residence, he saw someone waiting at the entrance. The person wore a light yellow robe, looked to be around 50 or 60 years old, and was just under 1.70 meters tall. He appeared somewhat stout, frequently glancing left and right. Seeing Fergus approach, he hurriedly greeted, "Clerk Cadenang pays his respects to Lord Su. Please come inside. Master is waiting for you in the main hall. Thank you for your trouble." Soon, under the guidance of Steward Cadenang San, Fergus passed through the front courtyard and arrived at the main hall. Inside the main hall, besides Burton, was another man. This was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, dressed in an earth yellow robe. He was robust, broad-shouldered, and gave off an aura of immovability even while sitting still. At this moment, Burton was talking to the man with a slightly ingratiating smile on his face. For Fergus, advancing to 7th or even 8th grades wasn't out of question, a level far beyond Roy Kai's own. "Thank you, sir." Fergus straightened up. "I wonder what instructions you have for me, sir." "Captain Su, don't be too stiff. We are all part of the Demon Extermination Bureau and are all brothers. I am just a few years older than you. If you don't mind my mediocre talent, you can call me Brother Roy, and I'll refer to you as Brother Su." Roy Kai spoke warmly, markedly different from his cold demeanor when dealing with Burton, causing Burton to envy. "The world is so realistic. My trip here was primarily by order of Yellow Robe Demon Extermination Officer Kobe," Roy Kai continued. "And Dreadle brother, you eliminated the Red Rainbow Demon General, removing the greatest demonic threat to Yunmeng County and enhancing our Demon Extermination Bureau's prestige. Hence, Director Gong specially promoted you to be the commander of Great Kang County's Demon Extermination Bureau. Here is your appointment letter. To directly promote me to commander of Great Kang County's Demon Extermination Bureau." Surprise flashed across Fergus's eyes. Although Burton had informed him about the dispatching of confidential letters requesting commendation, Fergus thought killing a low-ranking demon general would only merit him a promotion to deputy commander. However, Su, Great Kang County is not like Yunmeng County. The situation there is rather complex. Brother Roy, could you provide more details? Fergus focused, sensing that this commander post in Great Kang County might not be easy. As Roy Kai was about to speak, Cadenang San approached and asked, "Master, I've arranged the banquet as instructed. When shall we begin?" "Lord Roy, Brother Su, the banquet is ready. Please proceed to the dining hall." Upon hearing this, Roy Kai didn't refuse and accompanied Burton to the dining hall. Burton's commander position wasn't significant, but Fergus's needed respect. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became lively. Brother Su, the major human factions in Great Kang County mainly consist of 3 forces. First is the Star Sword Sect, one of the 3 top sword sects in Great Kang District. Its influence spans Great Kang, Great Xuanhuan, and Great Xiuxian counties, with nearly 800 years of history and deep reserves. Apart from the sect leader being a 6th grade marrow cleansing practitioner, there are 2 Wallace at the same level. Lower-ranked 5th grade practitioners include 17 under our bureau's control. The second major force is Vajra Temple, a branch of Andrengshuo Temple. Despite having only one 6th grade expert, Yuan Abbot, they're backed by Andrengshuo Temple, making even Star Sword Sect wary of offending them. The last 4 your safety is not an issue. Flame Spirit Essence Pill. Beside him, Burton looked at the brocade box in Campbell's hand, his eyes flashing with envy. Sigh. This really proves how unfair life can be. Back in the day, he had paid a hefty price to obtain such a Flame Spirit Essence Pill, almost losing half of his life. In the end, he lay in bed for over half a year to recover. Yet here was Fergus, who didn't have to lift a finger and easily got the Flame Spirit Essence Pill handed to him. "Thank you for Director Gong's gift." Fergus's eyes lit up, thinking that this Director Gong still had some conscience. "With this Flame Spirit Essence Pill, I can burst forth with 4th grade initial stage cultivation. Then, it's not out of the question to upgrade my saber technique and movement technique further. A cultivation breakthrough, followed by upgrades in saber technique and movement technique. Reasonable enough. As long as those 6th grade marrow cleansing practitioners don't show up, even 5th grade perfected martial artists are not beyond killing. Besides those 3 major forces, there are 4 prominent families in Great Kang County you need to be aware of. These are considered the local powerhouses. While they don't have any 6th grade marrow cleansing experts, they all have 5th grade martial artists. Moreover, they have intricate ties with the 3 major forces. And concerning the demons, there are 2 areas you need to pay. Once he was dead, what could the Demon Suppression Bureau do even if it ground their bones to dust? Brother Su, it's actually not as severe as you think. At worst, you'll face some constraints. As long as you don't touch their bottom line, those 5 major powers don't dare to lay a hand on our Demon Suppression Bureau 1000 household, Campbell reassured him, seeing Fergus's unhappy expression. To outsiders, Great Kang County might look like a dragon's den, but in reality, it was only superficially dangerous. The strongest power in the Great Kang Dynasty remained the Imperial Court. A Demon Suppression Bureau 1000 household was a high-ranking 7th-rank official of the court, not some minor flag officer. If these 5 major powers dared to kill Fergus, the Demon Suppression Bureau would never let it go unpunished. At worst, Fergus's role might become symbolic, like his predecessor who held the title for over a decade despite not having the real combat strength. That's good. Fergus chuckled. Being a puppet 1000 household would indeed avoid much danger, but was that something he would allow? How could he make those people serve him faithfully unless he controlled the Demon Suppression Bureau thoroughly? One must use both rewards and punishments, wielding power and kindness simultaneously, to be effective. These days, the 4-town Demon Suppression Bureaus worked so diligently because not only did he pay them well, but also because his strength gave them confidence. Killing powerful demons bolstered their morale. If it were only money without strength, they would never work so diligently. Were those demons and monsters livestock to be slaughtered at will? The destruction of Mason walked away. He feared Fergus might meet with some misfortune, which would not only nullify his efforts, but also ruin his chances of becoming a demon suppression envoy. Though Campbell spoke reassuringly, not everything should be taken at face value. The Great Kang Court was waning, and many demon suppression envoys and even Thousander households had fallen in recent years. Fergus had already made enemies with the Yunmeng Lake Aquatic clan. Once he assumed office in Great Kang County, the Great Kang River Water Palace wouldn't leave him alone. The agreement between the Demon Suppression Bureau and the Aquatic clan only restrained high-level demon generals from bullying the weak. There were few restrictions on fighting peers. If Fergus died at the hands of mid-level demon generals, the Demon Suppression Bureau would find it hard to intervene. Plus, the Star Sword sect posed a significant threat. Although the Fu family's recent actions were covert, they hadn't escaped Burton's notice. True disciples of the Star Sword sect were second only to the sect master and elders, ranking among the higher echelons. If they acted discreetly, the Demon Suppression Bureau wouldn't risk exterminating the entire sect for Fergus. Only living geniuses remained geniuses. Dead ones were merely corpses. While others couldn't defy the yellow-robed demon suppression envoy Hideo, Fergus was different. His exceptional talent allowed him to say no to Hideo. Moreover, the Xia family stood behind Fergus, making him far stronger than a mere yellow-robed envoy. Brother Alexei, rest assured, I'm tougher than you think. This small stream in Great Kang County won't drown me, Fergus laughed lightly. This position was a golden opportunity worth taking risks. If necessary, he'd elevate his sword skills another rank. If worst came to worst, he had backup plans. Does Brother Sue have another card? Burton wondered, realizing Fergus wasn't as simple as he seemed. No ordinary son of a bailiff could achieve such cultivation. He must have strong backing from a powerful force or sect. Brother Sue, it's good to be confident, but once in Great Kang County, stay cautious. As long as you survive, everything else can be rebuilt. With your talent, surpassing them is only a matter of time. Burton then revealed the secret investigation by the Fu family and their connection to the Star Sword sect. Star Sword sect? Fergus sneered. One of the 3 great sword sects in Great Kang Prefecture, he hoped they didn't harbor ill intentions, or their 800-year legacy might end here. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. Brother Sue likely has powerful backers, Burton noted, recognizing Fergus's confidence. This was someone to ally with. Perhaps he could even become an orange-robed envoy in the future. When will you depart, Brother Sue? Let's have a farewell feast. 2 days from now. Fergus considered, needing to settle affairs before leaving. He needed to decide whom to bring along to Paul, Harry, send word to East City, West City, and North and Town Demon Suppression Bureaus. Tomorrow at the hour of Snake, let all chief banners and minor banners come to the hall for a meeting. This official has matters to discuss. Yes, my lord. I will send the message immediately. There's nothing else. You may leave for now. Yes, my lord. I take my leave. Not long after Harry left, a captain entered the hall and reported, My lord, we've received news from Bradengia Workshop that something has happened at the Braden family. Chapter 46, Imprisonment. What happened to the Braden family? Fergus's expression changed slightly. After leaving Green Jade Lane, he hadn't completely forgotten about Wilfred. Disregarding the kindness shown to his previous incarnation, in those few days when he had just crossed over, Wilfred had also treated him with great care and warmth, truly regarding him as one of his own. These past few days, he had dispatched people to patrol Green Jade Lane to prevent any demons from appearing there and endangering Wilfred's life. The demon taming realm wasn't all-powerful. Its main function was to monitor high-level demon soldiers and greater demons. It didn't impose too strict surveillance on mid- or low-level demon soldiers. Before Fergus took charge of the Southtown Demon Taming Office, demon disasters rarely occurred around it and the neighboring districts. However, for peripheral districts like Green Jade Lane, demons would occasionally intrude, hunting down civilians, harm his family in the long run. Green Jade Lane, Willow Street, Braden residence. Compared to Fergus's previous abode, the Braden family's residence was significantly better, comprising 3 tile-roofed houses, which was quite prestigious in Willow Street. Once upon a time, the Braden family was affluent. Wilfred's father was a first-class martial artist and served as a head constable in the Green Jade Lane Patrol Office. Unfortunately, due to Wilfred's lack of talent and failure to reach the rank level, he couldn't inherit his father's position, otherwise, he would have been an influential figure in Green Jade Lane. At the 3rd watch of the hour, Wilfred returned home with a weary body. Soon, 2 women, one old and one young, ran over. The older woman, in her 40s, slightly plump and visibly distressed, was Wilfred's wife, Ellen. The younger girl, around 16 or 17 years old, had a delicate face and fair skin, somewhat resembling Ellen. This was Xiuxian, Ellen's niece, who had lost her parents to demons at a young age and was adopted by Wilfred and his wife. Father, how did things go with Young? What did Maxim say? Ellen asked anxiously. Maxim referred to Alger, one of the 9 head constables in the patrol office and a friend of Wilfred's late father, serving as the family's strongest support within the office. Disbelief. In just a few short days, Fergus seemed like a different person, both in appearance and attire. His silk robe alone must have cost dozens of silver taels, far superior to what a constable could afford. In such a short time, Uncle Caden doesn't recognize me? Fergus chuckled, glad he had changed clothes before coming. Otherwise, Wilfred might have fainted from shock seeing him in official attire. This is really brother-in-law, Mr. Su? Ellen and xiuxian stared dumbfounded. Just a month ago, Fergus looked entirely different. If not for his unchanged voice, they wouldn't have recognized him. Each martial arts breakthrough reshaped the body, especially after reaching 7th rank perfection, where one's looks and demeanor underwent a significant change. Only those closely acquainted would believe it was still Fergus. Aunt Zhang, Sister xiuxian. Fergus greeted them with a smile, noting that the aunt and niece were somewhat opportunistic, often looking down on the former incarnation as a low-ranking constable, though they weren't overtly hostile. As for Yong's issue, don't worry. I've made some connections recently. It's just a minor conflict. Yong should be back home tonight. Fergus didn't reveal his current identity, not because he wanted to hide anything, but because it was hard to explain how a constable could become a centurion of the demon-taming office in mere days. Who would believe it? Brother-in-law, is this true? Please save Yong. Upon hearing this, Ellen clung to Fergus's wrist, pleading desperately, finally putting aside her curiosity about his transformation. Enough, you're troubling brother-in-law. Your intentions are appreciated, but this time Yong went too far. We can't drag you and your friends into this. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47. Saving someone? Compared to Lady Braden Zhang, Wilfred was much more rational. Despite Fergus's dramatic transformation over these few days, absolutely provoking the third young master of the Roig family was not an option. The Roig family was not only one of the prominent families in Bradenji workshop, but the eldest daughter of the Roig family had married into the inner city's Ning family, becoming a concubine to 6th young master Ning. Even their chief constable dared not show any disrespect toward the Roig family. He couldn't let his wayward son harm brother Imo otherwise. How would he face his old friend after death? Old man, you? Before Fergus could speak, Braden Zhang interrupted anxiously. After finally having hoped to save Younger, it was refused? Was he still Younger's father? Enough, old woman. We can't endanger brother Imo. Tiger uncle, it's fine. Just the Roig cell, accompanied by Chief Constable Ignacio. A warden led the way in front of them. Ignacio's eyes were filled with astonishment, feeling like he was dreaming. In less than 10 days, Fergus, once an unremarkable subordinate, became a commander of the Exorcism Bureau. Who would have thought this? Even fictional tales didn't dare write such plots. It wasn't several years or decades, just a few days. Fergus didn't pay attention to Ignacio's gaze. Anyone would feel the same. He surveyed his surroundings. Including his past self, he had been at the police station for over a month, but had never entered its prison before. This place was not fit for humans. Dark and damp, the air stank of decay. As they passed, inmates in various cells appeared emaciated, barely alive. They looked more like ghosts than people. If not for blinking eyes, they seemed dead. Society being what it was, once someone was in jail, regardless of crime, they often died sooner rather than later. People like Aquila, who had someone to arrange care, fared better. Others struggled to survive daily, dying in jail soon. Sir, Aquila is in that cell? The warden pointed to a cell, relieved he hadn't mistreated Aquila out of respect for Wilfred. Otherwise, today could mark his end, possibly costing his life. That man was so influential that even the chief constable had to cater to him, far above the third young master of the Roig family. Open the door. Fergus glanced at the cell. Compared to others, this one was slightly better. Inside, Aquila lay on relatively clean straw, moaning in pain, bloodied. Yes, sir. The door opened quickly. Finally noticing the commotion, Aquila looked outside, scanning Ignacio and the warden before settling on Fergus, hesitating. You? Are Andretolimo? Brother Young, it's me. Andretolimo, save me. Our families are longtime friends. My dad has taken care of you all these years. You have to save me. Hearing Fergus's affirmation, Aquila perked up, forgetting about Fergus's transformation. He just wanted to be saved from this hellhole. Fergus's brows furrowed. Aquila only remembered their friendship when it suited him. Previously, he had treated Fergus with disdain. Don't cry. Bring him out. Out of respect for Wilfred, he complied. Yes, sir. The warden hurried into the cell, helping Aquila out. Outside, Fergus arranged a carriage. After helping Aquila into the carriage, Fergus thanked Ignacio. Chief Bao, thank you for your help today. Commander Su, this is my duty. Ignacio nervously replied, fearing Fergus might hold a grudge over Aquila's capture, which the third young master of the Roig family had ordered directly. Inside the carriage. Sigh. Is Younger in the carriage? The three looked at Fergus hopefully, dreading a negative answer. Uncle Caden, Aunt Zhang, Brother Young is right here in the carriage, Fergus said, pulling back the curtain and helping Aquila out of the carriage. Younger, my poor Younger, you're finally back. You've worried me to death. Don't ever do such reckless things again. If anything happened to you, how could I live? Braden Zhangshire cried, tears streaming down her face as she saw Aquila covered in blood. Aunt, cousin is injured. Let's take him inside. Yes, Younger xiuxian, let's get your cousin inside. Brother Imo, today's events wouldn't have been resolved without you. Otherwise, this disobedient son would have suffered even more. Wilfred took Fergus's hand, repeatedly expressing gratitude. Uncle Caden, you're too kind. It was all within my duty. Brother Imo, if there's ever anything you need from Uncle Caden, just call, and I'll definitely come through. Uncle Caden, please don't put it like that. It was no big deal. There's no need to worry about it. Fergus chuckled softly. If something beyond his capabilities happened, what could an ordinary man like Wilfred, who wasn't even at the first rank, do? Before Wilfred could continue speaking, Fergus changed the subject. Uncle Caden, what are your plans for Brother Young in the future? It's not good if he doesn't settle down into a proper career. Sometimes you can get away with things once or twice, but not repeatedly. Though he wasn't afraid of anyone in Yunmeng County, he couldn't keep cleaning up after Aquila forever. It wasn't as though he were his son. Brother Imo, If this disobedient son dares to hang around with those unsavory friends again, I'll break his legs, Wilfred said firmly. He had made up his mind. Better to support this son for life than let him cause trouble outside. Today was fortunate because Brother Imo knew some important people. Next time, they might not be so lucky. Things could turn worse for everyone involved. The patrol office is recruiting again. Once this disobedient son recovers, I'll take him there. Joining the patrol office isn't bad. Fergus nodded. The pay might be low, but it's a stable job, especially under Wilfred's watchful eye. This would keep Aquila on a tighter leash. Uncle Caden, here are some intermediate-level beast warrior meats I brought for you. Fergus turned and fetched a burlap sack from the carriage. Wilfred was almost at the peak of strong body cultivation. With over 100 pounds of intermediate-level beast warrior meat, breaking through to the first rank would be easy. At that point, he could secure a position as a patrol leader, making up for his greatest regret in life, and also repay Wilfred for taking care of his predecessor. Brother Imo, you should take the beast warrior meat back. I can't accept it. Wilfred refused quickly. For a low-level patrolman like him, even low-level beast warrior meat was patrol chief Ignacio of the patrol office, and he treated Brother Imo with utmost respect, addressing him as adult every time. In a few moments, Aquila detailed the rescue, leaving Braden Jonksher and her nephew amazed. How could that be? Ignacio was a legitimate imperial official and head of the patrol office. No matter whom Yonger met recently, it seemed impossible that he could command such respect from Ignacio. Yonger saw it with his own eyes. Father, you were thinking of arranging a marriage for Brother Imo. Our niece Alexilan is 16. What do you think? Yes, father, our families are longtime friends, and Alexilan has known Brother Imo since childhood. If they married, it would deepen our kinship. Though Zhang Alexilan didn't speak, her cautious glances showed she was quite interested. Fergus was no longer the shy patrolman. Handsome and influential, he was the ideal husband. Hold it. Drop this idea. Brother Imo is far beyond us now. Wilfred scolded them. Earlier, when he suggested the match, they rejected it. Now that Brother Imo was successful, they wanted to arrange a marriage? That was wishful thinking. Not to mention their daughter's behavior. Who deserved a man like Brother Imo now? And you, disobedience, frequently wandered over the ample chests of the courtesans he held. As for Wilfred, he had long forgotten about him. A mere son of a common constable with no significant background was like an insignificant ant, not worth remembering. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open forcefully, and a group of people barged in. Who are you? Have you eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare barge into this nobleman's room? Father, why are you here? You good for nothing. Look at the mess you've caused. Roig Zhigao, the head of the Roig family, had a terrifyingly grim expression. How had he failed to control himself and beget such a wicked son? Not only had this son ruined their family's hard-won connections, but he also offended a great personage. The Zhao family in the inner city was a nearly 200-year-old lineage, one of the top families in Yunmeng County, surpassing their Roig family by hundreds, even thousands of times. Just because of offending that person, their century-old foundation was destroyed overnight. If that person holds a grudge against our Roig family, they wouldn't need to act themselves. They just need to hint at it slightly, and there will be other families ready to take action against them. Why did I have to be born? Couldn't you have checked that person's background before acting? Do you really think our Roig family can do whatever we want in Yunmeng City, just because we've connected with the Ning family? What did I do? Roig Gallagher Young looked bewildered. He had merely gone out. Father, why are you here? You wretched son. Look at the mess you've caused. Roig Zhigao, head of the Roig family, looked utterly enraged. He cursed inwardly on why he hadn't been more careful those years ago, and birthed such a troublemaker. Not only did he ruin the painstakingly built relationship, but also offended such a powerful figure. The Zhao family in the inner city, nearly 2 centuries old and top tier in Yunmeng County. Compared to them, the Roig family was far inferior. One misstep and a century's worth of efforts could be destroyed. If they bore a grudge, they wouldn't need to lift a finger. Just a hint of dissatisfaction would suffice for other families to move against them. Why can't this disobedient son just die? Why didn't he investigate before making a move? Does he truly believe that by relying on the Ning family, we can do as we please in Yunmeng? What have I done? Roig Gallagher Young asked, bewildered. Wasn't it normal to enjoy company and drinks with friends? You disobedient son, still not repenting. Instantly, Roig Zhigao couldn't suppress his rage and lashed out. I'll beat you to death, you insolent son. The Braden family isn't someone you should offend. Know who is behind them. It's Magistrate Fergus, Centurion of the Devil Suppression Bureau. Because of you, your eldest sister was Fergus from the Town Demon Suppression Office behind the Braden family. How could he make the Ning family from the inner city yield? The Roig family was well known only within their Bradenji workshop. In the entire Yunmeng City, they were insignificant compared to the powerful families. However, the Ning family was one of the 5 major clans within the inner city of Yunmeng County. Even the commander of the Town Demon Suppression Office had to give them some face and dare not offend them lightly, let alone a mere officer like Fergus. We must go back to our residences and investigate the matter concerning the Roig family today. They couldn't allow themselves to suffer the same fate as Roig Gallagher Young. Thinking of Roig Gallagher Young's pitiful state sent chills down their spines. Soon, as these young masters returned to their residences, the events at Yangxiangju quickly spread throughout the major families of Bradengian workshop. Fergus, the Outer Town's Demon Suppression Officer, controls the 4 Outer Town Demon Suppression Bureaus, single-handedly wiped out the inner city Zhao family, slew the red-hued demon general, and eliminated the greatest demon threat to Yunmeng County. He is the most outstanding genius in the history of Yunmeng County, possessing the strength equivalent to a 5th-rank martial artist before the age of 18. This. No wonder the Ning family chose to back down. The Roig family's downfall this time is well-deserved. I wonder what great virtue the ancestors of the Braden family accumulated to have befriended such an unparalleled genius. Such opportunistic behavior couldn't be completely stopped unless he openly declared severing ties with the Braden family. As for whether the Braden family would be swayed by these flatterers and lose their way, that was up to their fate. If they brought disaster upon themselves by making enemies they shouldn't, then so be it. His debt of gratitude had been sufficiently repaid. He wasn't their parent, obligated to protect them for life. Approaching noon, the commanders of the other 3 towns' bureaus arrived at the office one after another. Today, I have summoned you here to discuss an important matter. Fergus gazed down at the 4 battalion commanders and 16 platoon leaders assembled below him. Without beating around the bush, he continued, my new appointment has come through. The county bureau has promoted me to commander of the Great Kang County Demon Suppression Office. The crowd of battalion and platoon leaders was taken aback. Although they had anticipated the Kang officer might not stay long in Yunmeng County, none expected his departure to be so swift. The next second, a wave of anxiety swept over them. What would happen to them if Su officer left? They had finally encountered such a conscientious superior only to lose him so soon. Though I will be taking up my post in Great Kang County shortly, I will not neglect the outer city of Yunmeng County. I have already instructed the commander that dancing girls from the largest pleasure house, Jedua Tower, to entertain the guests. Regardless of their true feelings, everyone wore enthusiastic expressions, with smiles on their faces unceasingly, especially Drew. The banquet didn't end until past midnight. The following afternoon, a large convoy, watched over by senior officers like Burton, slowly exited Yunmeng City. Besides the 4 platoons from the Demon Suppression Office, they also brought along servants and maids. A distinguished commander deserved proper attendance. Together, they numbered nearly 1,000 people, forming a grand procession stretching 2 miles long. Tianqing Mountain, Tianqing Peak. Standing approximately 900 meters tall, it was the foremost peak among the 9 peaks of Tianqing Mountain, home to the sect's patriarch and elders. Near the summit, inside an exquisite hall, 2 figures, one in yellow and the other in white, sat facing each other. The man in yellow was about 60 years old, with gray hair and piercing black eyes revealing profound wisdom gained from extensive experience. His occasional aura was enough to make a 5th-rank martial artist tremble. Riker, the 3rd elder of Star Sword Sect and Master Callan's mentor, was a 5th-rank perfect martial artist who had successfully refined 6 organs and was just 1 step away from entering the bone-washing realm. The other person looked significantly younger, around 45 years old, with sharp brows slanting into his temples and deep, star-like eyes that seemed capable of seeing through human hearts. His terrifying aura surpassed even that of the 3rd elder Riker. Paul, casually flipping through a copy of Tales of Twin Heroes. This book, written 200 years ago by a couple of wandering knights, recorded the customs and culture of the 15 counties within Breidinjiang Prefecture. Alas, much had changed over those 2 centuries, as fleeting time brought dramatic changes. 200 years ago, during the peak of the Great Kang Dynasty, although demons plagued various regions, they were mere nuisances. Places like Yunmeng County, with its 23 towns, 128 villages, and thousands of hamlets spread across fertile lands, bore no resemblance to today where only the 200-mile radius around Yunmeng City remained populated. Even the once bustling road was now overgrown with weeds, nearly abandoned, and had been attacked by demons several times in just half a day. Below 2nd-grade bone forging level, even top-notch 1st-grade martial artists would be severely injured if not killed by such frequent attacks. During the night, even 2nd-grade martial artists faced life-threatening dangers with any slight mishap. Commoners attempting long-distance travel away from Yunmeng County was tantamount to courting death. For Fergus and his group, however, these encounters were mere trifles, having no impact whatsoever. Without Fergus needing to intervene, his subordinates dealt with each attack effortlessly. The 4 flags accompanying Fergus to assume his Vajra temple. As for the Behi sect, it was once a major sect dominating Andringfeng State, with several 8th-grade golden body realm masters. A lean camel is still bigger than a horse. No one knew what cards they still held. Comparatively, the 2 major demonic factions were easier to handle. Seizing the moment when everyone was setting up camp, Fergus stealthily left the carriage. In under 3 minutes, he crossed 500 miles and returned to Yunmeng City. The full-circle meteoric sky-parting step indeed was impressive, reaching over 5 times the speed of sound. 15 minutes later, Fergus had toured the purification institutes of the 4 cities and 4 towns, gaining nearly 10,000 years of longevity before returning to the convoy. Mobilizing 4 flag units did affect the 4-town demon commission temporarily, but once they recruited new personnel, everything would return to normal. After a simple dinner, Fergus retreated to the carriage to study teaching methods with Emery. Guard duty was naturally handled by his subordinates. The next morning, the convoy resumed its journey. Indeed, nighttime was more perilous than daytime. Within one night, the camp suffered dozens of attacks, demons, ghosts, and evil spirits included. Some were mid-level demons, posing grave danger to weaker 2nd-grade martial artists who would face near-certain death. But for Fergus and his group, these threats were trivial, swiftly resolved without disturbing him during his teachings. The attacks collectively granted Fergus nearly 4,000 years of longevity. Unfortunately, the low behind. Have there been any significant events in the city recently? Has Drew troubled my brother Sue? Leaving hastily, he didn't inform Fergus about Drew. Despite Fergus's great potential to become a lesser master, he was still growing and might struggle against Drew if provoked. Galen troubling Sue, sir? The captain stared oddly at Jose, recalling how Zhao family members' corpses lay on the purification platform. Even with 3 courage pills, Drew wouldn't dare provoke the monster that was Fergus. This look made Jose uneasy. Could something have happened to his brother Sue? Hashtag chapter 51. 8th rank golden body. The more Jose thought about it, the more uneasy he became. Drew was not only a deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Bureau, but also had the backing of the powerful Fu family. If Drew truly wanted to harm Fergus, how could a mere 2nd-rank warrior like Fergus stand a chance? I've put Brother Sue in danger. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have been so eager to recruit him into the Demon Suppression Bureau. Drew, if you dare to harm my brother Sue, I won't let this go. Just then, the junior officer finally snapped back to reality and said, Sir, you don't know what's been happening these past few days? Soon, the junior It would merely be a matter of words before he became the clan leader. Their current strongest member was merely an 8th rank master. This time, he had truly found a treasure. This isn't enough. We need to invest more in Brother Su. What Jose had done previously was far from enough to win such a world-class genius entirely to their side. And quickly, we can't let other families get ahead. Once Fergus's true talents became widely known, many families within the capital city would vie for his allegiance. A future master was worth every effort. It looks like I'll need to contact Father. With Fergus now outranking him as the commandant of the Great County Demon Suppression Bureau, the resources Jose controlled were negligible to Fergus, barely serving any useful purpose. Perhaps I should bring my younger sister here. Brother Su's talent and potential are enough to match her. Great County, adjacent to Menghu County, was a mid-level county with a larger territory and population than Menghu County or Yunmeng County. Beyond Great County lay Fergus's destination, Great County. Under the cover of night, Fergus and his team set up camp at the foot of a mountain. As they had done in the previous days, Fergus quietly returned to Yunmeng City during the preparations. At over 500 times the speed of sound, a distance of nearly 2,000 miles took less than 15 minutes. In the inner city, at the Demon Suppression Bureau, purifying his cultivation at the beginning stage of 8th rank master. Indeed, a master is different from a lesser master. Just reaching the beginning stage, his strength multiplied several times over. His physical power surpassed that of 100 elephants, easily surpassing his 7th rank perfection self. Once he utilized innate true chi, a single punch could shatter a 7th rank perfection warrior, making them worlds apart. His hands directly transformed into golden bodies, impervious to anything short of divine weapons. This was the terrifying power of an 8th rank master. Upon reaching perfection, the entire body became a golden body with no weaknesses. Without divine weapons, anyone below 8th rank couldn't breach his defenses even if they stood still for 3 nights. Finally, his lifespan increased by another 12 years, bringing his total to over 400 years, reaching 402 years. In his previous life, only the Han and Shangzhou dynasties exceeded this lifespan. Another hour passed quickly. Poor timing indeed. While celebrating his breakthrough with Emery, Fergus frowned as a group of ghosts approached from the mountain, rapidly closing in on the camp. Among them was a senior ghost spirit already at the advanced ghost soldier rank. Looks like I need to take care of this myself. An advanced ghost soldier leading dozens of middle and low-ranked ghosts was the greatest threat they had encountered since setting out. Waiting for them to enter, the camp would lead to an Yunmeng County still thrived. The next day, shortly after noon. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text, ensuring the story flows naturally. A massive caravan stretching nearly 3 miles appeared outside Great County, emitting terrifying demonic auras that caused passersby to scatter and give it a wide berth. Note, the translation maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text, ensuring the story flows naturally. ##### Chapter 52. Removal from office. Truly deserving of being the capital of the county, this place is incomparably grander than Yunmeng City, Fergus marveled as he looked at the approaching Great County. It was more than twice as large as Yunmeng City, and the soldiers guarding it were significantly stronger, mostly in the peak and perfected cultivation stages. If these guards were in Yunmeng City, they could easily be squad leaders or platoon commanders. Just then, thud, thud. A heavy set of footsteps approached. Hundreds of armored soldiers, led by a middle-aged man in silver armor, appeared at the city gates, their expressions wary as they watched Fergus's group. Who approaches? I am Fergus, the new commanding officer of the Demon Suppression Bureau in Great County. As he spoke, Fergus waved to Harry not far away. Quickly, Harry urged his mount, a first-grade demon beast called Tai'an, to approach the city gate. He presented the appointment papers to the wary commander of the city guard. After confirming the documents were correct, the silver-armored commander respectfully greeted. Commander Gordy of the city guard pays respects to Lord Su. Commander Gung, please have your men step aside. We need to enter the city. Yes. All clear the way. Welcome Lord Su into the city. The city guards moved swiftly and orderly to the sides, clearing a path. What a remarkable Great city guard. Fergus's gaze sharpened. Compared to the thugs in Yunmeng County who did nothing but bully defenseless poor people, these guards were elite. Enter the city. On his order, Fergus and his group entered Great City with ease. This Lord Su is quite young, barely 20 years old. Watching Fergus's departure, Gordy sighed inwardly. Having lived for decades, he had never seen such a young commanding officer in the Demon Suppression Bureau. Lord Su must have an impressive background. But truly securing this position won't be easy. Great County's Demon Suppression Bureau was already under the control of the 4 major families. Reclaiming power from them would be like taking food from a tiger's mouth. One wonders if Lord Su will become another Dempsey. Dempsey, the previous commanding officer, had been a puppet of the 4 major families for over a decade. Even a low-ranking captain could belittle him. The other, slightly chubby and shorter than 5 feet, was the affluent-looking Hamilton, a patriarch from the Han family. He brother, Fergus and his group are about to arrive at the Demon Suppression Bureau. The 2 of them haven't shown up yet, so it looks like they don't intend to come. Hamilton squinted his small eyes, chuckling. The 2 he referred to were the other 2 deputy commanding officers, Ferris and Amadeus, from the Gao and Jiang families respectively. They really dare to do this. Darnell stroked his beard lightly, surprised. But this was fine. Let them test the waters with the new commanding officer. Despite appearing harmonious, the 4 major families secretly schemed against each other. Great County was limited in resources, and everyone wanted a bigger slice of the pie. Here they come. Hamilton heard the heavy footsteps. Everyone, follow us to greet Lord Thousand. In the next moment, Fergus rode a 3rd-grade demon beast called the Crimson Flame Beast, a creature resembling a horse with a half-foot-long fiery horn and crimson fur, leading a massive entourage into view. What a formidable Demon Suppression Bureau in the county seat, compared to Yunmeng County's, Fergus observed, noting the stark contrast. Yunmeng County had only Burton, a 4th-grade martial artist, and a handful of third-grade martial artists including the 2 deputy commanding officers. Here, the leading 2 fifth-grade martial artists and the captains were all 4th grade, with numerous generals reaching 3rd grade. Deputy Commanding Officer Darnell Hamilton of Great Kang County pays respects to Lord Thousand. Darnell in Chapter 53. Is there any more law? These 2 old men tried to give him a hard time right after he took office. Fergus would not indulge them. They're on sick leave, are they? Then they can just stay home and rest for good. While others feared the Gao and Zhang families, Fergus was unafraid. As an 8th-rank bodymaster, even the Star Sword sect that backed them didn't faze him now. Fergus's voice was calm as if stating a trivial matter, yet it thundered in everyone's ears like a celestial bolt. This included the Deputy Thousand householders Darnell and Hamilton, whose eyes widened in disbelief. They were next in command to him. To be deposed so easily, wasn't this overreaction? Did he really think the Demon Suppression Bureau was his one-man show? Even if he didn't mind tearing into the faces of the Gao and Zhang families, wouldn't he fear punishment from the County Demon Suppression Bureau? Though the imperial authority had waned, it wasn't something a mere 1,000 householder could mess around with. Not to mention Deputy 1,000 householders. Even centurions couldn't be dismissed by a mere word, but required sufficient evidence and a petition to the County Demon Suppression Bureau for approval. Lord, you misunderstood. Lords Gao and Zhang are ill and have taken medical leave. They didn't mean. The centurion Adam snapped back to reality and hurriedly explained. But before he could finish, Fergus's gaze fell upon him. Instantly, Adam shivered as if entering an icehouse attack. Yes, Lord. After assigning duties, Fergus shifted his gaze to Hamilton and the others. Stand at ease. Escort me to the main hall. I have orders for you all. Yes, Lord Su. Soon, they arrived at the 1,000 householders' main hall. Lords, you should have heard of my actions in Yunmeng City. From now on, in our headquarters and all sub-departments, killing a low-level demon will receive 100 taels extra reward apart from regular awards, 3,000 for mid-level demons, and 50,000 for high-level demons. Fergus announced from the main seat. Thank you, Lord. Instantly, except for Hamilton and Darnell who remained composed, everyone, including some centurions, felt elated. Few people would refuse silver. People come far and wide for wealth. Becoming an official was precisely for these valuables. As for demon commanders, pausing, Fergus continued, low-level commanders get 200,000 taels, mid-level 500,000, and high-level 1 million each. He wasn't too enthusiastic about demon commanders. In comparison, demon soldiers provided better value. A single commander's worth and lifespan equated to dozens of low-level soldiers, but Great Kang County only had fewer than 100 commanders compared to 1,000-fold of soldiers. Moreover, hunting soldiers was totaling 231. 167 low-level soldiers, 51 mid-level, 12 high-level soldiers, and 1 low-level commander. After a dozen breaths, leaving the purification hall contentedly, nearly another 50,000 years worth of lifespan in hand. Adding up recent gains, he was nearing 100,000 years. Now, visiting the 4 demon suppression offices in the outer city would likely be enough for his breakthrough. At the Qiantakai Pavilion in the Gao residence. Note, Shin is translated as pavilion to better fit the context and maintain fluency in English. This was where Gao Xiuxian, the Gao clan elder, resided. 2 men sat facing each other. One of them was around 50, dressed in white, with a pale complexion and no beard, exuding an effeminate aura. This was none other than Gao Xiuxian, the master of Qiantakai Pavilion. Note, Shin, Xuan, is translated as pavilion to better fit the context and read naturally in English. The other looked younger, around 42, wearing black robes, with a square face and long beard, commanding respect without anger. Amadeus, the Jiang clan elder. Considering the timeline, Fergus should be at the Demon Suppression Bureau. Amadeus stroked his beard, furrowing his brows. Xiuxian brother, disgracing us like this, he must harbor hatred towards them from their positions as Deputy 1,000 householders. What? That little brat Fergus actually dismissed us from our positions? Damn, Fergus, you've gone too far. Xiuxian's and Amadeus's faces changed drastically. Rage boiled up in their heads. They didn't go to greet him for his inauguration, but they gave reasons. How dare he dismiss them like that? Who did he think he was? Is there any more law? Is there any justice left? Let's go to the Demon Suppression Bureau. I want to see how Fergus dares to dismiss us. Translation notes. Maintain the original structure and line breaks. Names are transliterated into pinyin. The tone and style of the original text have been preserved. Ensure the translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic remain coherent with previous content. ##### Chapter 54, Ruthlessness. ##### Great Kang County, Inner City, Town Demon Suppression Bureau. Quick, look over there. It's Magistrate Gao and Magistrate Zhang. That direction. They're heading to the 1,000 household hall. This should be a good show. Come on, let's follow them. Soon enough, the Town Demon Suppression Bureau was buzzing with activity as numerous guards headed toward the more vigorously they struggled now, the harder they'd fall later. ##### Several moments later, Ferris and Amadeus finally entered the hall. Deputy 1,000 household Ferris, Amadeus, pays respects to 1,000 household lord. Their voices were stiff, and they didn't even bow, making it clear they were being perfunctory. Welcome, elders. Roigza, please assist them with the transition. Fergus glanced at them casually and instructed someone outside. Fong Roigza, one of the 4 commandants of the small banner under Harry's command, was sharp-witted. With Harry away, Fong Roigza stayed to assist Fergus. When did you get the authority to dismiss us? We had no idea, Ferris sneered, looking disdainfully at Fergus. Old brother Gao, this place has become his personal fiefdom. We should report this to the district headquarters immediately, Amadeus added sarcastically. You two should rest at home if you're injured. Why must you embarrass yourselves further? Fergus sighed, looking at them with pity. Kaiden? Feeling Fergus's pitiful gaze, both men frowned. feeling an ominous sense that something bad was about to happen. Could this child really overpower us? No, impossible. Both of us are 5th rank accomplished cultivators. Even if Fergus can match us, he cannot be our equal. A 3rd rank perfected warrior might unleash formidable power rivaling 5th rank, but in other aspects, he is Fergus's overwhelming force. Ah, it's Deputy 1000 Households Xuanhuan. Oh, on only one strike, and 1000 Household Lord defeated them? Am I dreaming? This can't be real. Outside the hall, the onlookers felt as though they saw a ghost. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. While many believed Fergus would win, they thought it would take a hard-fought battle. The deputy's strength was well known, both 5th rank accomplished since 10 years ago. Deputy Jiang had even begun refining his 3rd internal organ, nearing 5th rank perfection. Defeating them in a single blow was beyond even 5th rank perfection for most. Ah, Fergus, you beast, how cruel you are. A chilling scream brought everyone back to reality. Ferris and Amadeus lay at the entrance, looking like demons from hell, aged drastically with white hair and bloodshot eyes staring fiercely at Fergus. Fergus's blade hadn't killed them, but the chi inside shattered their meridians, rendering them permanently crippled. From now on, they were mere cripples, less capable than ordinary civilians. Unless a master rebuilt their meridians, their remaining lives were doomed to non-practice. For martial artists, this was worse than death. Hashtag outside the hall. Sigh. What a powerful 1000 household. Hamilton and Darnell sighed in relief. They were grateful to have tested Fergus's depth through Ferris and Amadeus first. Had they acted rashly, they could have ended up like those wailing corpses on the ground. Their own cultivation matched Ferris's, perhaps slightly below Amadeus's. Ferris and Amadeus couldn't withstand Fergus's single strike, and the same would have happened to them even if they had been better prepared. It would only mean enduring a few more blows. Adam, escort the 2 Deputy 1000 households back to their residences. If they are injured, they should recuperate at home and not wander around recklessly. Fergus shifted his gaze to Adam in the crowd and instructed. Why me again? Adam felt like crying. He was incredibly unlucky. It was just delivering a message to Deputy 1000 households Gao and Jiang. Would it really come to this? He was the one who found the 2 deputies earlier, and now he had to send them back after all this. The Gao and Jiang families would undoubtedly hate him for this. He wanted to refuse, but he couldn't afford to offend either the Gao family, Jiang family, or the person standing before him. With no choice, he gritted his teeth and responded, yes, 1000 household lord. Subsequently, he called over a few burly men, found 2 stretchers, and had them carry Ferris and Amadeus out of the town demon suppression bureau. That's enough. Gathered here like this, what does it look like? Dismissed. Yes, 1000 household lord. We nearing 60. These were the 3 senior elders of the Gao family. 2 of them, like Ferris, had completed the refinement of 1 viscus and were at the lesser accomplished level of the 5th rank. The last one had just begun refining the 6 viscera and was at the initial 5th rank stage. Including the incapacitated Ferris, there were a total of 6 5th rank martial artists, truly demonstrating why the Gao family was the foremost of the 4 great families in Great Kang County. Even the previous demon suppression bureau fell short in comparison. At this moment, from Patriarch Fletcher down to the 3 senior elders, everyone's faces were frighteningly grim, their eyes seeming ready to spout fire. How many 5th rank martial artists did the Gao family have in total? Each one was crucial to the family's strength. Fergus, that brat, had crippled one of them, their contact within the demon suppression bureau. The loss was enormous, akin to severing one arm of the Gao family. Someone, take Xuanhuan back to rest. Seeing Ferris still wailing incessantly below him, Fletcher frowned slightly. Patriarch. Ferris felt anxious. Without an affirmative reply from his ancestor, he couldn't let go. That little beast must die. Otherwise he could never rest in peace. Enough, Xuanhuan, you should return first. You are injured and shouldn't be too agitated. Rest assured, I will ensure justice for you. Fletcher rank elders from the sect could obliterate the Gao family. Shouldn't we avenge Xuanhuan? Third uncle, we cannot let this pass, Havelock said gravely. If the Gao family remained indifferent after an elder being crippled, other families would look down on them. Internally, chaos would ensue if they showed any weakness. As per the Star Sword sect's orders, we should report back to them. They can't expect us Gao family to bear all the costs while they hide behind the scenes and reap the benefits, Havelock continued. Also, the Gao family has paid such a high price for them. It wouldn't be unreasonable for the Star Sword sect to provide some compensation. You're right. This incident stems from the Star Sword sect, so they can't stay aloof. Patriarch Fletcher nodded. Xinshan, proceed as you suggested. Mingrue, you make a trip to Heavenly Star Mountain and report today's events to Lord Edmund. Hashtag inner city, Jiang family residence. Compared to the Gao family, the Jiang family, ranked 3rd among the 4 major families, had significantly fewer resources. Including the incapacitated Amadeus, they only had 4 5th rank experts. At this moment, the former family head Jiang Alexanqing, current head Jiang Aletter, filled with schadenfreude. Let them fight. It would be best if the Gao and Jiang families exhausted themselves fighting Fergus, all 5th rank martial artists killed, allowing them to expand and seize control of their assets. Hashtag Demon Suppression Bureau, Hall. Fergus quickly reviewed numerous martial arts classics stored in the Demon Suppression Bureau. Although he was now an 8th rank master, his knowledge of martial arts was still rudimentary, especially concerning 9th rank and above, which was vague and confusing, even the names of realms unclear. Unfortunately, these classics didn't offer much beyond what was available in the Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Bureau. They provided more detailed information on the 5th rank visceral refinement and 6th rank marrow cleansing but glossed over 7th rank blood transformation. 9th rank and above remained nameless. He only knew that the 9th rank was completely different from the 8 ranks before it, reaching divine human status with powers to move mountains and fill seas, and lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. Time flew, and soon it was the hour of rooster. Taking his newly issued demon suppression blade, Fergus left the office. Going home after work, overtime was impossible. That afternoon, besides reviewing records, Fergus had his 4 squad leaders integrated into the Demon Suppression Bureau. As for guards, 1 battalion from each of the 4 minor banners took turns to provide protection. Their main duty was to supervise the servants and maidservants and guard against petty thieves. 1 battalion was enough. Fergus himself did not require any protection. No one in all of Great Kang County could safeguard his safety better than he could. After half an hour, after briefly touring his new residence, Fergus arrived at his bedroom to prepare for a breakthrough. Chapter 56. Earning 13 10,000 years in a day. You diligently cultivated the 9 golden body technique, and after 12 10,000 years, you successfully broke through. The 9 golden body technique reached its minor completion. The Town Demon Suppression Bureau of Great Kang County was far more extensive than that of Yunmeng County's Outer Township Demon Suppression Bureau. Each purification institute contained 4 purification halls capable of simultaneously purifying 120 demon corpses. In the afternoon, he took some time to circle through the 4 Town Demon Suppression Bureau and collected nearly 3 10,000 years of life force. This brought the total life force at his disposal up to 128,768 years. Boom! Instantly, brilliant rays of golden light radiated from Fergus's limbs. After his hands achieved the golden body transformation, his legs began the same. If not, it wasn't much trouble. With his current speed, unless they gave him the very top-tier divine weapons from the Great Kang Dynasty, normal divine weapons would quickly become obsolete for him. Nothing to do tonight, so I'll go to the theater. The next morning, Fergus came out from Xiuxian Tower, the largest brothel in Great Kang County. It had to be said that Xiuxian Tower lived up to its name as the #1 brothel in Great Kang County. The courtesans there were exceptionally enchanting, both in beauty and demeanor, far surpassing the top courtesans from places like Drunken Fragrance Pavilion and Condensed Fragrance Tower. This was only a top-tier brothel in a county. What about those in the district city, prefectural city, or even provincial capital? How marvelous would they be? There was no need to rush. There would be opportunities later on. After leaving Xiuxian Tower, Fergus did not head to the Demon Suppression Bureau but left Great Kang City, heading towards Yunmeng City. Almost half an hour later, Fergus crossed nearly 5,000 miles of land and reappeared in Yunmeng City, and this was without unleashing his full potential. Otherwise, it would take even less time. After breaking through to minor completion of 8th rank, even without advancing in agility techniques, Fergus's speed steadily surpassed 6 times the speed of sound. 15 minutes later, Fergus left the Outer Township Demon Suppression Bureau satisfied. Fabian and the others hadn't slacked off. Over 4 days, the personnel he had requisitioned were all replenished. Compared to the units under Harry, 7 town bureaus added up to significantly more. Collecting 100,000 years of life force wasn't a dream. Adding the 25,000 years from Yunmeng City, reaching major completion of 8th rank would take at most 2 days. Within 10 days, he could glimpse the realm of 9th rank Grandmaster. This trip to Great Kang County was truly worth it. Had he stayed in Yunmeng County, it would take at least 1 or 2 months to advance to 9th rank Grandmaster. Time flew, and it was soon the hour of rooster, 7 p.m. Fergus finished work on schedule, and as expected, he gathered over 10,000 years of life force, nearing 11 10,000 years. Adding what he earned from Yunmeng County, he directly made 13 10,000 years in a single day. Unfortunately, he was still short of major completion of 8th rank, and the 9 golden body technique did not display any option for infusion yet. Where should I go to unwind tonight? Xiuxian Tower or Phoenix Coming Pavilion? Fergus pondered. While Phoenix Coming Pavilion was slightly lower grade than Xiuxian Tower, it wasn't without its charm, especially since it recently welcomed a troupe of barbarian dancers with unique flair. Tianqing Mountain, Tianqing Peak, Ask Star Hall. Paul, patriarch of Star Sword Sect, sat in the main seat. Below him on either side sat 2 individuals. Among them was 3rd Elder Riker, while the other 3 Chief Elder Andreong Jingrong pondered for a moment before saying, "We need to give them a hand. Patriarch, it's time to make our move." Hashtag Chapter 57. 8th rank perfection. Hashtag Great Kang County. Inner City, Xuanhuan Workshop. Fergus left the Jedli Pavilion under the warm and courteous farewell of the elderly madam. Ultimately, Fergus couldn't resist the allure of the exotic dancers and chose Jedli Pavilion. These barbarian dancers, though not as fair-skinned or delicate as women from Dakang, exuded a unique charm, especially in terms of endurance, far surpassing that of women from Dakang. Had it not been for his profound cultivation and golden body, he might have faltered last night. Leaving Jedli Pavilion, just as he did yesterday, he first returned to Yunmeng County and successfully harvested over 20,000 years of lifespan. This increased the power of his 9 golden body technique, allowing it to reach its peak state. Not immediately returning to Great Kang County, Fergus found a nearby desolate mountain, casually opened up a cave, and after confirming there were no demons around with his spiritual senses, began preparing to break through. You diligently cultivated 9 golden body technique for 150,000 years, finally breaking through the constraints, bringing 9 golden body technique to completion. A brilliant golden glow erupted from Fergus's body, rapidly transforming into a golden figure. After half an hour passed, all parts of Fergus's body, also a city guard army numbering 30,000 strong. Most residents were family members of these soldiers. Cadenco Town was situated next to xiuxian Lake, one of the 4 major lakes in Great Kang County, and one of the 8 largest aquatic beast gathering places, second only to Great Kang River Palace. It was ruled by General Jiu, under the command of the Great Kang Snake Demon General, who controlled thousands of demon soldiers, surpassing even the Red Rainbow Demon General's influence. At Cadenco Town's Demon Suppression Office, Fergus exited the Purification Hall, completing the final batch of the day. Today's harvest showed slight improvement, nearly 14 million years of lifespan, though expenses were high, spending 2 million taels of silver in just 2 days, leaving him with about 13 million taels. At this rate, he could only sustain another half-month. The majority of the expenditure came from high-level demons, each costing 50,000 taels, so several high-level demons could amount to hundreds of thousands of taels. One high-level demon was worth merely a few centuries of lifespan, sometimes even less. Fergus regretted setting such high bounties. He realized he was too young and hadn't considered the actual cultivation levels involved. Trying to treat everyone equally without factoring in their cultivation led to significant losses. Demon-slaying saber. You meticulously studied K-Dendrid Wave Demon-slaying saber for 1,226 years, mastering 8-rank saber technique, 1000-wave Demon-slaying saber. Just an additional 406 years, worth the time spent reviewing numerous saber techniques these past 2 days. As the head of Great Kang County's Demon Suppression Office, the martial art archives were like his private garden, requiring no contribution points for access, a major perk provided by the Decay government to local Demon Suppression Office leaders. Deduce started cultivating 1000-wave Demon-slaying saber, reaching beginner level after 463 years, lesser mastery after 2,321 years, and great mastery after 13,848 years. Hashtag Inner City, Chongning Street, Gao Manor. Gao family patriarch Fletcher sat at the head seat, while to his right sat a man in blue robes, hair gray but sharing a striking resemblance with Amadeus, clearly the former patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Alexinqing. Below them sat the current patriarchs of both clans, Havelock and Jiang Alexis Han. Brother Xingyang, we have fully grasped that Fergus brat schedule. When should we strike? Jiang Alexinqing asked Fletcher. The arrangements are set. We will move tomorrow and capture that little brat. Chapter 58. Ambush. In the city of Great Kang, at the Zhou residence, in the back garden, a man sat on a stone bench. He held a sealed letter in his hand and wore a light blue robe. Though he appeared to be under 40, copy a 7th-rank saber technique from the Hidden Skill Pavilion. Head to Great Kang County's Demon Suppression Office and deliver these items to Commander Fergus. Afterward, stay there and protect Fergus, ensuring his safety. Yes, Lord. That's all. Go. Yes, Lord. I will take my leave. As for Layla, Fergus is still too young to become my son-in-law. Wait until he advances to the 6th-rank 6-organ realm and becomes a demon queller of the Demon Suppression Office. Then we shall arrange a meeting. At Great Kang County's Demon Suppression Office, inside the Commander Hall, Fergus, as usual, leisurely sipped tea and read travelogues, broadening his horizons. Official duties were naturally handled by his deputies and lesser officers unless something major arose. Otherwise, he had no interest in dealing with such trivialities. He wasn't worried about being undermined by his subordinates. This wasn't some feudal dynasty. In this high-level martial world where strength was paramount, as long as he remained strong, even if they had 10 or 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare challenge him. An hour later, Fergus put down the Black Knight travelogue he had been reading for half the time, left the hall, and headed towards the Purification Institute. It was once again time for harvest. Every day's greatest joy lay in watching his lifespan increase bit by bit. This was his. He was completely encircled, leaving no escape. Boy Fergus, you cannot fly away today. Dismount now and accept your death, and I will grant you a swift end. As soon as the words were spoken, 3 figures flashed and blocked Fergus's path. They were the Gao family ancestor Fletcher, Gao family patriarch Brinley, and Gao family senior elder Gao Mingkuan. The trio made no attempt to conceal themselves, appearing boldly before Fergus without fear of exposure. After all, Fergus had violated their rules by disabling their senior elder for no reason. Even if the Demon Suppression Office learned of their actions today, there would be little they could do. Everything was due to Fergus's own recklessness. The county's Demon Suppression Office was still dominated by Hideo, and after years of influence within the office, the Gao family had its connections. Swoosh. Almost simultaneously, another 3 groups appeared around Fergus, flanking him on both sides and behind him. 2 men on his left side had bloodshot eyes, filled with a desire to devour Fergus's flesh and drink his blood. They were the Jiang family's former patriarch, Jiang Alexinqing, and senior elder Jiang Alexinqing. On his right stood 2 yellow-robed knife fighters who looked similar and whose auras were as strong as Jiang Alexinqing. Finally, behind Fergus stood an old Taoist priest wearing a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, exuding a transcendental aura stronger than anyone present, even surpassing the Gao family ancestor Fletcher. He was a 6th-rank perfected martial artist who had successfully refined his 6 organs. 1 6th-rank perfected, 4 6th-rank accomplished, and 3 6th-rank minor. Quite impressive that you've spared no expense, said Fergus while sitting atop the restless crimson flame beast. This formation, facing his combat power within the Demon Suppression Office, left him no chance of survival. Unfortunately, you have no idea about my true strength. What does this brat mean? Fletcher and the others felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Could he have hidden abilities? No, that's impossible. A mere 4th-rank minor with strength rivaling a 6th-rank accomplished martial artist was already extraordinarily rare. How could Fergus possibly have any hidden reserves? He must be feigning mystery, hoping to find a way out by misleading us. At this moment, clang! A cold flash of light shot out as Fergus drew his demon-suppressing saber. He leaped into the air like a phantom, attacking Fletcher, who stood directly in front. His 6th-rank perfected phantom wind illusion skill erupted, reaching speeds approaching quadruple sound velocity, matching even some 6th-rank bone marrow refinement experts. 9-wave blade. The blade cut through 9 waves of energy, releasing a flash of the saber's light, and almost simultaneously, Brinley and Ethan fell. Damn it! What kind of monster has such speed, such saber skills? At this moment, Jiang Alexinqing and others finally reacted, including the Taoist priest with 5th-rank perfection cultivation. Each of them narrowed their eyes in shock. The terrifying speed far surpassed theirs. It was comparable to the 6th-rank experts they had seen, and even exceeded them. 6th-rank perfection. This youth had at least mastered 1 6th-rank perfection movement technique, and that saber technique far exceeded the limits of a 5th-rank perfection martial artist, far beyond the known 6th-rank accomplished saber techniques. Drip? K-Denge sweat droplets slid down their foreheads. This young Fergus, though only a 4th rank initial success cultivator, combined with 6th rank perfection level movement and martial skills, made him not inferior to a 6th rank bone marrow washing expert in terms of speed and power. Even if not exactly 6th rank, close enough. His only weakness was insufficient internal true chi, which didn't make him as enduring as a true 6th rank expert. Facing a 6th rank expert, even the weakest one, could easily outmatch 10 5th rank perfection martial artists and even completely annihilate them. Just as they were stunned, Fergus's ghost-like figure appeared before the nearest 2 yellow-clothed swordsmen. Ninefold surge. One saber strike released 9 layers of blade energy, overwhelming force smashing down, effortlessly shattering their long sabers. Don't, sir, please spare us. Before the word life could escape their lips, these 2 5th rank accomplished martial artists followed the fate of Fletcher. Escape. Spread out and flee. Zhang Alexandroig and the brothers finally woke up from their shock. Now wasn't the time for fear. Each wished their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. Now you want to run? Too late. Fergus sneered. If they had immediately scattered upon Gao family elder's death, without exposing more power, he might have let a few of them escape. But now, with only 3 remaining, wanting to escape his clutches was just a dream. With a move, Fergus appeared behind the former patriarch Zhang Alexandroig. Die. Saber out, head dropped, like slicing vegetables. Several quick flashes, catching up to the eldest clan elder Zhang Alexandjing. Finished. My Zhang family is finished. In infinite despair, Zhang Alexandjing entered endless darkness. These fools actually died so quickly. Walt cursed mentally. In less than a breath, he hadn't even escaped half a mile. At this distance, it would take mere seconds for the monster to catch up. The only way now is to... Walt clenched his teeth. Internal innate true chi surged wildly, tearing his meridians and damaging his internal organs. Instantly, his speed increased, almost reaching 4 times the speed of sound. Star Sword Sect, you've truly wronged this old Taoist. Breaking through to 6th rank had been unlikely. Now using this forbidden technique sealed his chances for advancement forever. This forbidden technique is interesting. Fergus narrowed his eyes. This old Taoist speed had now surpassed him. But thinking this will save your life is just a delusion. Eben. Internal innate true chi surged, pushing his cultivation to 4th rank accomplishment. Speed increased again, crossing the threshold of 4 times the speed of sound, gradually closing the gap between him and Walt. Oh no, this child's cultivation. Walt's face turned pale. Damn it, this kid's schemes run deep. Not only did he hide his movement and martial skills, but even his cultivation was concealed. This restraint didn't fit a youth under 20. Finished. This old Taoist is finished. Endless despair swallowed his mind. The forbidden technique was his last resort. He had no other survival cards left. Being caught by this young Fergus was just a matter of time. 1 minute. Fergus and Walt were less than 100 meters apart. It would take only 3 seconds to catch up and still expecting to live? What a joke. Words barely ended when Fergus's exorcising devil saber struck down. No. Detected wrongful death, lifespan plus 42 years. Only 42 years, truly worthless. Fergus glanced disdainfully at the dead Walt, whose eyes remained open. A mighty 5th rank perfection martial artist was worth less than a low-level demon soldier. Thankfully, this world was teeming with demons. Otherwise, relying solely on humans, how long would it take to reach his current cultivation? Let alone surpassing 9th rank to truly embark on the path to immortality. An eye for an eye. Gao family, Zhang family, you've made your move. Now it's this official's turn. Chapter 60, The Great Purge. Great Kang County, Inner City, Demon Suppression Bureau, 1000 Household Hall. Fergus sat high on his seat. Below him were a group of captains, and above who had not been sent on missions. At the front of the assembly stood Ilias and Hamilton, the 2 deputy 1000 household officers. At this moment, everyone was looking at Fergus with confusion, unsure why the 1000 household officer had summoned them. Many felt a hint of unease as they sensed a faint xuanhuan in the air within the hall. Correction. Many felt a hint of unease as they sensed a faint smell of blood in the air within the hall. Gao Ruijiu, Farouk, you both have some serious guts to dare and lead men to ambush this official. Do you wish to rebel? Fergus's gaze fell upon the 200 household officers, and he spoke in a chilly voice. In Great Kang County's Demon Suppression Bureau, power was almost entirely divided among the Gao, He, Jiang, and Han 4 major families. Most of the officers above captain rank were allocated among these 4 families. After Ferris and Amadeus were stripped of their titles, the Gao and Jiang families followed these 2 individuals, who were the most senior members and strongest cultivators within their respective clans, both being 4th rank perfected martial artists. What? The Gao family and Jiang family dared to ambush the 1000 household officer? Everyone was first shocked but soon calmed down. Knowing how the Gao and Jiang families suffered losses 3 days ago at Fergus's hands, it was no surprise that they might seek revenge. Even members of the Gao and Jiang families did not doubt Fergus's words, but realized that admitting guilt would mean they couldn't leave the Demon Suppression Bureau alive. You are mistaken, sir. My family would never do such a thing. It must be someone framing us. Please understand, sir. There must be some misunderstanding. Our family has always a bucket act. Fergus's eyes flashed with killing intent, unleashing an overwhelming blade aura that even made a 5th rank small achievement martial artist like Ilias tremble. In an instant, the intangible blade force invaded the bodies of Gao Ruijiu and others from the Gao and Jiang families, shredding their meridians and internal organs. The next second, bang bang. All members of the Gao and Jiang families, including Gao Ruijiu and Farouk, collapsed like ragdolls. No, Fergus, you beast, you're so cruel. I will haunt you for eternity. Sigh. What terrifying blade aura. Fergus's expertise in swordplay is definitely beyond 6th rank large achievement, probably already reaching the perfected stage. No wonder he could single-handedly kill 5 5th rank warriors, Ilias gasped, knowing that the gap between 6th rank large achievement and 6th rank perfected was immense. From now on, The power dynamics in our braiding city will change drastically. Ilias and Hamilton exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. The situation had spun out of their control. They had hoped for a weakened Fergus after a fight with the Gao and Jiang families, not this one-sided outcome. After this, they wouldn't just dominate the Gao and Jiang families, but would need to tread carefully themselves. Take them away and execute them. Since the decision to move against the Gao and Jiang families was made, showing no worry, we trapped Fergus with 8 5th-rank warriors. How could we possibly lose? It's about time Uncle and the others return. Soon, I'll welcome Fergus in person. Norman grinned maliciously, imagining Fergus groveling beneath his feet. Third brother, we shouldn't go too far. Otherwise, if anything happens to that boy Fergus, it will be hard to explain to the Star Sword sect. Second brother, I know what I'm doing. At most, I'll treat him as he treated us, repaying the suffering our nephew Qian suffered onto that boy Fergus. Chapter 61. Clan Annihilation. Great Kang County, Inner City. Fergus led over 1,000 elite troops from the Demon Suppression Bureau, rapidly entering the Chongning Quarter. Zhang Andre, Braden Ran, Yuan, Ma Caden, you 4, lead your troops to seal off the perimeter. Any member of the Gao family, kill them, Fergus commanded, pointing out the 4 commanders. He was prepared to face a full-scale clan extermination after daring to orchestrate an ambush against him. We obey, the 4 commanders respectfully replied, then quickly left with their troops to block all the surrounding streets of the Gao residence. Surround the Gao residence. Moments later, Fergus gave the order and the nearly 1,000 remaining elites from the Demon Suppression Bureau swiftly dispersed, completely sealing off the entire Gao residence. Cadenry, go inform the elders, something has happened. The guards at the entrance of the Gao residence turned hundreds of Gao family guards lay dead in pools of blood. Adam, you ungrateful beasts, how dare you be so brazen in my Gao family? You are courting death. A roar erupted. 2 terrifying 5th-rank presences emerged from within the Gao residence, bearing down on Adam and his men. Brendan and Norman, 2 elder members of the Gao family, finally arrived, followed by dozens more, all strong with at least 3rd-rank cultivation. Among them, 14 were 4th-rank warriors. These were only those who stayed within the residence. Counting the rest scattered across various locations, including within the Demon Suppression Bureau, their numbers would double or even more. Indeed, as the largest clan in Great Kang County, their strength was not to be underestimated. It's the elders. The elders are here. We are saved. We are saved. Adam, you dogs, your days are numbered. The remaining guards instantly felt uplifted, looking at Adam et al. As if they were already dead men, believing the elders would avenge them. Just then, Elder Brendan's body trembled violently, his eyes fixed on someone behind Adam as if seeing a ghost. You? How are you here? Did someone leak information, causing this Fergus to learn of the plan early? Why am I here? You know very well, old man. Daring to ambush me shows how reckless you Gao clan members are. Backed by a 5th-rank consummate expert, Walt. How could Fergus stand against them? Fergus, stop deceiving me. Our patriarch is only 1 step away from 5th-rank consummate. You can't match him. Stubborn fool. Fergus stepped forward, closing the distance in a stride, appearing before Brendan. Die. As soon as he spoke, a head soared skyward. The slight advantage in speed easily made the 5th-rank adept helpless, resulting in an effortless decapitation. Ah, brother, Fergus, you? Elder Norman's eyes turned red, roaring in rage, forgetting their usual animosity as brothers with the same blood. Noisy. A cold shout accompanied a horizontal slash of the Demon Suppression blade, severing Norman's head. Ah, elders, 2nd brother, 3rd brother. At this moment, the 3rd and 4th-rank warriors behind reacted, screaming in despair. Don't worry, I'll send you down too. Boom. Fergus moved, his aura shifting dramatically, his blade exposing its sharpness, encompassing all 3rd and 4th-rank warriors under its threat. Against 5th-rank warriors, this power wasn't enough, but to 3rd and 4th-rank warriors, it was lethal, ensuring their deaths. Bang! Almost simultaneously, all 3rd and 4th-rank warriors spewed blood from every orifice, collapsing lifelessly. Kill. Leave no Gao clan member alive. The Lord orders, kill them all. No, please, spare me. Sir Su, spare me. This is all the elders' fault. It has nothing to do with me. Ah, you inhumane beasts, I'll fight to the death with you. Piercing screams echoed through the Gao residence. Without the 5th and 4th-rank warriors, the remaining lower-ranked warriors stood no chance against Adam and his men. They retreated repeatedly, crying out desperately. Don't, I surrender, please don't kill me. Half an hour later, the massacre concluded. Every Gao clan member, regardless of age or gender, direct lineage or collateral, was killed. Only some servants who surrendered early survived. For enemies, Fergus showed no mercy. Mercy leads to downfall. Especially in this lawless world where human lives are worth less than grass, compassion was intolerable. Zhang Andre, Braden Ran, Yuan, Ma Caden, you 4, lead your respective subordinates to cordon off the perimeter. Any Gao family member, kill without mercy. Fergus designated the 4 leaders with orders, knowing that if they dared to raid him, they must be prepared for their clan's annihilation. We obey, sir. The 4 respectfully replied, then swiftly left the formation with their troops to block off the street residents. But they were all elite forces, each at least a perfected 1st-rank cultivator, mostly 2nd-rank warriors, 23 3rd-rank warriors, and 4 4th-rank powerhouses, including Adam and his 2 fellow 100 household leaders. In front of the 4th-rank warriors, numerical superiority was no longer a problem. Massacre. A complete one-sided massacre. In just a few moments, hundreds of Gao family guards lay dead in pools of blood. Adam, you ungrateful beasts, daring to run amok in our Gao residence? You are courting death. A roar erupted, followed by 2 formidable auras of 5th-rank strength rising from within the Gao residence, suppressing Adam and the others. Brendan and Norman, 2 Gao clan elders, finally arrived, followed by dozens more, all exuding powerful auras, each at least 3rd rank, including 14 4th-rank warriors. These were just those who remained inside the residence. Considering those scattered throughout the town and other areas, the number was double or even more. Truly worthy of being the top clan in Great Kang. Indeed, a remarkable lineage. It's the elders. The elders have come. We are saved. Adam, you dogs, your time has come. The remaining guards instantly felt uplifted, looking at Adam and company as if they were already dead men, believing the elders would avenge them. At this moment, Elder Brendan's body trembled, his eyes fixating on a figure behind Adam. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Fergus burst out laughing, threatening me with a dead person. Old fool, you're the first. What did you say? Brendan was startled, a sense of dread welling up. Could it be his uncle? No, it's impossible. His uncle and the Taoist xiuxian, a peak 5th rank powerhouse, far outweighed Fergus. Fergus, don't try to deceive me. My ancestor is merely a step away from perfection. Stubborn old fool. Fergus grew tired of talking and stepped forward, covering tens of yards in a flash, appearing before Brendan. Die. With that command, a head soared skyward. A mere minor completion 5th rank warrior stood no chance against Fergus's speed comparable to a 6th rank warrior, reacting too late to avoid decapitation. Ah, brother 2, you. Elder 3 Norman's eyes turned red with rage, wanting to tear Fergus apart. Despite their differences, they were still brothers. Silence. With a cold shout, the demon suppression blade slashed horizontally, slicing off Norman's head. Ah, elders, brother 2, brother 3. Behind them, the remaining 3rd and 4th rank warriors reacted with heart-wrenching cries. No need to rush. I'll send you all to join them. Caden. Fergus's aura changed drastically, resembling a fine sword unsheathed, enveloping all the 3rd and 4th rank warriors under his blade's threat. This slight blade momentum wasn't enough for a 5th rank warrior, but for the 3rd and 4th ranks, it was fatal. Bang! Almost simultaneously, all 3rd and 4th rank warriors bled from the 7 openings of their bodies, collapsing like rag dolls, dead or dying. Kill. Leave not a single Gao family member alive. The Lord commands, kill them all. No, please spare me. Lord Su, please show mercy. This is between them and our ancestors. It has nothing to do with me. Ah, you heartless beasts. I'll fight you to the end. Piercing screams echoed throughout the Gao residence. Without the 4th and 5th rank warriors, the 3rd rank and lower ranks stood no chance against Adam and the others. They retreated step by step, crying out for help. Don't, I surrender. Please don't kill me. After half an hour, the massacre ended. All Gao family members, regardless of gender, age, or branch, were slaughtered except for some servants who surrendered early. For enemies, Fergus was never merciful. Being too lenient in this chaotic world of monsters and demons, where human lives were worthless, was unwise. Intent, transformed into merciless killing machines, hacking down mercilessly as if they harbored irreconcilable hatred toward the Gao guards. This was the time to thoroughly sever ties with the Gao family and demonstrate loyalty. No gratitude could stand against such circumstances. Fergus followed behind slowly, like someone taking a leisurely stroll, showing no intention to join the fight. The Gao guards, none higher than 3rd rank, were enough for Maxwelkin and the others to handle. Only about 300 demon suppression guards entered the Gao residence, but these were the cream of the crop, all possessing at least 1st rank full mastery. Most were 2nd rank warriors, 23 were 3rd rank, and there were 5 4th rank experts including Maxwelkin and 2 others. Against 4th rank warriors, numerical advantage was irrelevant. It was sheer massacre. Within moments, hundreds of Gao guards lay dead in pools of blood. Maxwelkin, you ungrateful beasts, how dare you act recklessly in our Gao family? This is asking for death. 2 5th rank auras emerged from the Gao residence, pressing towards Maxwelkin and his men. Gao Mingrui and Gao Mingxi, 2 Gao family elders, finally arrived, followed by dozens of strong warriors, each at least 3rd rank, with 14 reaching 4th rank. These were only those who stayed in the residence, counting those from the demon suppression off, realizing its futility. Clang. Fergus unsheathed his demon suppression blade, no longer interested in idle chatter. Wait. Gao Mingrui's expression changed. Sir Su, can you be so heartless? Don't you fear my uncle coming back for revenge? Ha ha ha. Fergus laughed derisively. Threatening me with a dead man? That's new. What do you mean? Gao Mingrui felt a chill. Could it be that his uncle? No, it wasn't possible. His uncle, supported by Alexis and Taoist, a 5th rank master, could easily handle Fergus. Fergus, don't bluff. Our ancestor is just 1 step away from 5th rank mastery, far beyond your reach. Stubborn fool. Fergus, growing impatient, stepped forward, appearing right before Gao Mingrui. To death with you. A head flew high before Gao Mingrui could react, effortlessly decapitated by Fergus's lightning-fast blade. Ah, Fergus, you? Elder Gao Mingxi, enraged, wanted to tear Fergus apart. Though they rarely got along, they were blood brothers. Enough. Fergus slashed horizontally, beheading Gao Mingxi instantly. Ah, elders, 2nd brother, 3rd brother. Behind them, 3rd and 4th rank warriors, finally reacting, screamed in despair. Cadenry up, I'm sending you too. With a burst of power, Fergus overwhelmed the 3rd and 4th rank warriors, slicing amounted to no less than 200 million taels of silver. If one included real estate, shops, and other assets in Great Kang County, the total could very well double. In his previous life, this would have been literal unimaginable wealth. However, Fergus soon found some relief. This was the Great Kang Dynasty, not his previous world on Earth. Yunmeng County, a lower county, had nearly 10 million people. Great Kang County, one of the 3 upper counties in Great Kang Commandery, had several times the population of Yunmeng County. Its population exceeded many entire dynasties' populations in his past life. As one of the 4 major families in Great Kang County, possessing assets worth several hundred million taels of silver didn't seem excessive, did it? Zhuye, send half of these items to my residence, and divide the remaining half into two. One part goes into the treasury, and the other part is distributed, Fergus instructed after pondering for a moment. Today, we owe much to your He family's help. From my share, take out 1/10 and send it to the He residence as a token of gratitude to the old master. Thank you, Lord Su. Upon hearing this, Darnell's eyes lit up. His initial dissatisfaction vanished. He had thought they were merely helping Fergus for nothing, but now there was an unexpected reward. 1/10 of the share was worth tens of millions of taels of silver, which matched several years of accumulation for the He family. Having taken care of the Gao and Jiang families, all that remains is the Star Sword sect. Chapter 62. Uninvited Guests. Braiding City. Inner City. Peng Manor. This was one of the largest families under the four major clans of Gao, He, Jiang, and Han. Within the clan resided a fifth-rank powerhouse who even made the four major clans treat them with respect and avoid unnecessary conflicts in the past. What? The Extermination Bureau wiped out the Gao and Jiang clans. Peng Alexi, the patriarch of the Peng family, looked at the confidential letter in his hands, disbelief evident in his eyes. These were two of the four major clans in Braiding City. Even a few days ago, despite the new captain of the Extermination Bureau crippling two fifth-rank powerhouses from these two clans, they still had 8 fifth-rank powerhouses remaining, including the venerable Gao family elder, the strongest in Braiding City. Even if the new captain allied with the He and Han families against the Gao and Jiang families, their strength was about evenly matched, let alone just the He family acting alone. Venerable Gao led the head of the Gao family, the senior elders, and the leaders of the Jiang family in an ambush against Captain Su, but instead were killed. The patriarch of the Shi family stood respectfully behind a gray-robed elder, reporting on the extermination of the Gao and Jiang families. This was Bryson, the venerable elder of the Shi family, a pillar supporting the heavens and sea. Indeed, what a prodigious youth, what a young master. Truly terrifying. Bryson stroked his beard lightly. Sometimes the gap between people can be greater than that between humans and dogs. Thinking back to his younger years, he was a rare talent within Great County, a martial genius found once in 10,000. But at this age, what was his cultivation? Just barely completing the tempering of his limbs, reaching a minor success stage in bone tempering, his combat ability far from impressive. Not only could he not challenge higher ranks, but even dominating his own rank was far off. Now look at Fergus. It was a world apart. The next second, Bryson seemed to recall something and asked, Ming, do you know what Captain Su likes? Venerable ancestor, are you thinking of? Barkley hesitated before continuing. Isn't this too early? With Fergus having wiped out the Gao and Jiang families, how could the Star Sword sect let this slide? In my humble opinion, shouldn't we wait and see? Foolish. Adding flowers to brocade cannot compare to delivering charcoal and snow. By the time Su Tianjiao passes this trial, will he even bother with us small families? Also, don't forget that behind Su Tianjiao stands the young ladies of the Shi family. How could they serve as mere maids? This matter is decided. You don't send your child to catch wolves unless you're willing to sacrifice. The clan has nurtured them for years. Now is their time to repay the clan. No other woman could match the loyalty of the Shi family's direct descendants. If any one of them catches Fergus's eye, it would benefit the Shi family immensely. Who knows, maybe this opportunity could grant him insights into marrow washing techniques. Yes, venerable ancestor. Barkley suppressed his sympathy and agreed. In the Shi family, the venerable elder was supreme. Even the patriarch could be replaced at the elder's word. Also, select a batch of elite fighters to join the Extermination Bureau. With the destruction of the Gao and Jiang families, the Bureau must be short-handed. Within half a day, news of the Gao and Jiang families' destruction spread rapidly through the inner city and began reaching the outer city. The whole of Braiding City trembled. Many families, like the Peng family, chose to wait and see, planning to align with Fergus only after he overcame the Star Sword sect's retaliation. The Star Sword sect's dominance over the 3 counties was no joke. Of course, there were also those like the Shi family who planned to support him in times of need. Great wealth comes from taking risks. With Fergus's extraordinary talent, he would likely possess the strength equivalent to a 7th-rank lesser master within a few years. Aligning with him would make any faction within the Braidinjian Commandery show them respect. Currently, there wasn't even a 7th-rank lesser master in the Braidinjian Commandery. Under the night sky, in the inner city, Su Manor. After diligently practicing Thousand Waves Demon Slashing Saber for 58,323 years, Thousand Waves Demon Slashing Saber reached perfection. Sharpening the axe does not delay the woodcutting. After annihilating the Gao and Jiang clans, Fergus didn't immediately head to the Star Sword sect, but continued to the next bureau to reap lifespans. Adding the lifespans reaped from the dead of the Gao and Jiang families, today's harvest set a record, totaling nearly 190,000 years of lifespan. Together with yesterday's, Fergus could inject lifespans, breaking through to 230,000 years. Thousand Waves Demon Slashing Saber perfected. Next is the footwork. You devoted yourself to practicing meteor-piercing void step. After 1,381 years, you gained insight, comprehending the 8th-rank footwork, Starlight Void Stepping. You started practicing Starlight Void Stepping. After 521 years, Starlight Void Stepping reached the novice level. After 2,563 years, Starlight Void Stepping reached the minor success level. After 15,121 years, Starlight Void Stepping reached the major success level. After 75,298 years, Starlight Void Stepping reached perfection. With 8th-rank perfect cultivation, paired with his Su manner clearly indicated ill intentions. He had just wiped out the Gao and Jiang families earlier that day. Whoever came knocking now could only be from the Star Sword sect. Just how unreliable is the information provided by the Demon Suppression Bureau? Muttered Fergus, frowning. According to the records in the Bureau's files, the strongest Wali of Star Sword sect had only completed the bone marrow cleansing stage of cultivation, still far from achieving perfection. However, this unexpected visitor was not an ordinary 7th-rank lesser master, but a 7th-rank great success lesser master with over 90% of his blood already converted into true blood. In essence, he had almost reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank. This was a whole major realm apart. Even though the Demon Suppression Bureau had declined in recent years, their information shouldn't have been so wildly inaccurate. The Star Sword sect isn't like me, capable of leaping 3 ranks in a few days. Or did I make a mistake? Is this 7th rank Lesser Master not from the Star Sword sect? But aside from the Star Sword sect, he really couldn't think of any other human power he had offended that could send such a formidable expert. Forget it, no point pondering. Capture him, and all will be revealed. The next second, snap. A sound of bones grinding echoed as Fergus's jet-black long hair turned partly silver. His appearance, height, and build changed significantly, shrinking by half a head, transforming him into a 6th rank entry-level fighter. Lord Su underestimated this Fergus. This blue-robed elder was none other than Porter, sent by Lee from the capital city. 4th rank minor success wasn't much. A single pill could successfully refine an organ and achieve this realm. But what truly shocked him was Fergus's insight. The difficulty gap between 5th rank perfection and 6th rank perfection was like heaven and earth. To master a 6th rank perfection blade technique before 18 was an insight surpassing many 9th rank grandmasters. If he doesn't meet an untimely end, this child has at least a 30% chance of becoming a grandmaster. Just then, swoosh, a black light flashed, and a short, thin old man in black robes appeared before him. Instantly, Porter shivered, feeling as if he was being stared down by a primeval demon. The terrifying pressure made him struggle to breathe, beads of sweat drenching his forehead. 8th rank master, this is an 8th rank master, and not just an ordinary one. He felt like he was facing his own lord, who was a perfected 8th rank master and one of the top 10 powers in Great Kang Prefecture. This person, even if not perfected, was at least an 8th rank great success master. How could such a powerhouse appear in a small place like Great Kang County? Could he be? An idea flashed in Porter's mind. The only special place in Great Kang County was the residence of Clark, and this area was near Sioux Manor. Coincidence? Andrew Clark, a genius of unparalleled talent. How could there not be a master? Otherwise, as merely a son of a constable, it would be impossible for him to master a 6th rank martial technique. I apologize, senior. I mean no harm, Porter explained hastily. If he were to be killed because he failed to explain himself promptly, it would be too unjust. I am Porter from the Xiao family of the capital city, specially dispatched by my lord to deliver some cultivation resources to Lord Su and guard his path. Saying this, Porter's face flushed. With such an 8th rank master around, how could a lesser master like him guard the path? Capital city Xiao family? What relation are you to Lord Jose? Fergus paused his intention to capture him, asking sternly. The Xiao family person he knew was Deputy 1000 Unit Commander Jose of Yunmeng County. Reply, young Master Mingrong is my lord's 3rd son. Senior, here is a bottle of spirit turtle organ cleansing pill. This brocade box contains the 5th rank great medicine heart purifying grass, and this 7th rank knife technique clear wind breaking mountain technique, all prepared by my lord for Lord Su. It seems I misunderstood. The intelligence of the Demon Suppression Bureau can't be so off. Muttering inwardly, Fergus realized the 4th rank spirit turtle organ cleansing pill and the 5th rank heart purifying grass were clearly tailored for a 4th rank practitioner like him. A 7th rank blood change lesser master had no use for these, nor would a sword cultivator sect carry a knife technique. Thank you, Marty, on behalf of my young master. Without formalities, Fergus took the items from Porter. The clear wind breaking mountain technique wasn't significant, merely boosting his reserves. But the spirit turtle organ cleansing pill and heart purifying grass arrived at the perfect time. With their help, he could soon smoothly reach 5th rank. At that point, improving his knife and movement techniques by 1 rank would reasonably explain his 7th rank fighting power. What, young master? This 8th rank master is actually Fergus's servant? Impossible. Porter's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought this elder would be Fergus's master, or at least another senior figure. Never did he imagine it was a mere servant. This was a perfected 8th rank master, someone who shouldn't serve as a servant. The person behind Fergus must be at least a 9th rank grandmaster, or possibly even, since Marty wants you to stay by my young master's side as a protector, you shall remain and assist with matters from now on. Chapter 64. Leaving the mountain. There was no reason to simply return this tool that had delivered itself. A fully accomplished 7th rank Andretto grandmaster was a top-tier powerhouse in Great Kang County, capable of handling many affairs. Xiao family could intimidate other 8th rank grandmasters, but not this person in front of him. Resigned, Emil decided to serve as a servant. After all, he was already doing similar work for the Xiao family. A few moments later, Fergus led Emil into the Sioux residence. Wait here. This old man will inform my young master. Yes, senior. Half a tea time later, Fergus reappeared in front of Emil, having changed his clothes and resumed his original appearance. This lowly servant Emil pays respect to Helmet. Emil hastily bowed, extremely respectful. Although the Grandmaster Senior wasn't visible, he must be watching everything from the shadows. Path Guardians always remained hidden until their charges encountered unbeatable foes, at which point they would appear to intervene. No need for such formalities. Since Uncle Roy let you stay, you will serve as a steward in my household from now on. Being a 7th rank Andretto Grandmaster, Fergus wanted to maintain some dignity for him. Yes, this lowly servant follows young master's arrangements. The time is late. You can rest first. Someone, show Steward Zhang to his quarters. Your Excellency, this lowly servant takes his leave. Seeing Emil follow a servant away, Fergus returned to the backyard, continuing his cultivation. You continue cultivating the empty meditation breath, openly lead his subordinates to raid and destroy Star Sword Sect. I wonder how much wealth Star Sword Sect has accumulated. 10 billion, 20 billion, or even more. A hint of anticipation flashed in Fergus's eyes. Star Sword Sect had existed for 800 years, dominating Great Kang, and Great Shan counties. Its wealth far surpassed the Gao and Jiang families. Even though he had raided their estates, increasing his wealth tenfold, money never burns the hand. Moreover, at his current spending rate, hundreds of millions wouldn't last long. The next day, Fergus first returned to Yunmeng County to harvest over 20,000 years of lifespan. Then he found Burton and had him issue extra rewards to the entire Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Bureau on his behalf. Having exposed his 6th-rank combat strength, it was time to gain full control over the Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Bureau. Knowing that the orange-robed demon suppressor Campbell only had an initial 6th-rank cultivation, while in Great Kang County, besides the leader Hideo being a yellow-robed demon suppressor, the highest rank was the orange-robed demon suppressor. With Fergus's strength comparable to an orange-robed demon suppressor, he had the qualifications to control the demon suppression bureaus of 2 counties. Moreover, he had explicit support from the Xia family in the prefecture capital. Honestly, controlling actions, he was anything but magnanimous, likely harboring deep grudges. He wouldn't spare Star Sword Sect. When he breaks through to a 7th-rank Andretal Grandmaster, it would be the sect's downfall. Alas, over the years, as the sect dominated 3 counties, these disciples had become increasingly unaware of their limitations. Now, they could only hope Fergus didn't have powerful backing. Otherwise, Star Sword Sect would be in grave danger. Ebe and I, come down the mountain with me and visit Great Kang County. ##### Chapter 65. A missed opportunity. Approaching the hour of snake, Fergus led Emil into the demon suppression office. Compared to yesterday, today's office was visibly much more sparsely populated. The high-ranking members of the Gao and Jiang families had been purged in large numbers. At least 2/3 of the Great Kang County Demon Suppression Office had been reduced in personnel. Not only in the Demon Suppression Office but also in the Patrol Office, City Guard, and County Administration, significant reductions were seen. After the downfall of the Gao and Jiang families yesterday, Fergus had placed a bounty on the heads of their external family members. Overnight, those once highly respected clan members became everyone's target, akin to rats on the street. It wasn't just within the Demon Suppression Office. Other families in Great Kang City also took action. In this world, there are always people who love to kick someone. Head to Great Kang County? Could it be that Commander Su intends to? Darnell's heart skipped a beat as a terrifying thought emerged. Mobilizing such a large number of elite troops to travel so far to Great Kang County clearly wasn't for leisure. The answer was almost certain. Commander Su, are you planning to lead us to Star Sword Sect? Darnell hesitated before asking. Yes. The Star Sword Sect dared to incite the Gao and Jiang clans to harm me. Their actions are punishable by death. Fergus did not hide or deny it. Commander Su, please reconsider. Vengeance is best served cold. With your talent, it won't take long for you to surpass them. Why rush now? Darnell and the others urged, knowing well that the Star Sword Sect was incomparable to the Gao and Jiang clans. Even with a few 6th-rank experts, they would be vastly outnumbered on Tianxin Mountain. There's no need for further discussion. My decision is final. Prepare your forces, and do not reveal our intentions until we reach Great Kang County. Fergus did not offer further explanations. He feared leakage of information, especially with the possibility of Star Sword Sect having informants within the Demon Suppression Office. Sir, Darnell wanted to continue persuading him. Go prepare now. We obey. What shall we do? Are we really going to Tianxin Mountain? After leaving the hall, Darnell and the others were filled with bitterness. How could they possibly return alive from Tianxin Mountain? Surely, the sword cultivators of Star Sword Sect wouldn't let them leave unharmed. Xiuxian, you lucky bastard. Why isn't it me in charge of recruitment? Seeing Xiuxian, Darnell and the others felt extreme envy. Han sir, I take my leave first. Xiuxian bowed and hastily left, fearing what the envious eyes might lead to. AI, everyone, gather your troops. Sir, it's the Star Sword Sect. How dare you disobey Commander Su's orders? Think of what happened to the Gao and Jiang clans. Instantly, everyone snapped out of it. While they couldn't provoke the Star Sword Sect, they certainly couldn't provoke Fergus either. Commander Su isn't rash. If he's willing to confront Star Sword Sect, he must have a reason. We may not die if we go, but disobeying his orders means immediate execution. Hamilton's words brought hope back to everyone. Yes, Han sir is right. Commander Su isn't foolish. He wouldn't issue this order without a plan. No one wants to die, especially a promising young genius like Fergus. Gather the troops, don't delay Commander Su. Yes sir. Half an hour later, Fergus rode atop a 4th-rank beast, Jilin Beast, with Emil similarly mounted beside him. Behind them were Darnell and 8 others, along with their elite forces. Over 1,000 ranked warriors rode upon their own beast mounts, forming a formidable procession out of the inner city. Where is Commander Su leading these elites? Could it be a demonic surge? Or has another family offended him? News spread quickly through Great Kang City, sparking various speculations. No one suspected Fergus intended to confront Star Sword Sect. With only 3 5th-rank experts, including Fergus, it was unthinkable unless his mind was addled. An hour after Fergus left, 2 beams of sword light streaked across the sky, landing in a forest several miles outside Great Kang City. 2 elderly men with white hair and youthful faces stepped out, Amato, the Wali, and Paco, the second Wali of Star Sword Sect. At the 5th rank level, martial artists could fly short distances, while at 6th rank, flying thousands of miles was easy. A short while later, Amato and Paco appeared near the inner city demon suppression office. Brother, we arrived too late. Fergus left with his men half an hour ago. 1.5 hours later, in Xuanhuan town, a mile away from the demon suppression office, Amato and Paco furrowed their brows. Senior brother, we've combed through all 47 towns in Great Kang County and even some demon lairs, yet there's no trace of that boy Fergus. Where do you think they could have gone? Junior brother, could it be that they've blocked Fergus's party? Each one looked down on everyone else, exuding an air of superiority even in the face of over 1,000 demon suppression guards. This was the Star Sword Sect, one of the top 10 forces in Great Kang Commandery. Normally, even the demon suppressors who came to Tianxin Mountain would tread carefully and show utmost respect. What was a mere town demon suppression bureau captain? Even if he were given 10 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to act rashly here. Star Sword sect has harmed imperial officials, committing treason worthy of extermination. Not a single disciple of the Star Sword sect shall be spared. A cold gleam appeared in Fergus's eyes as he spoke, his voice icy. He could see these mere outer disciples, none stronger than second-rank bone tempering, already acting so arrogantly. It was clear what kind of people filled this sect. What? The Star Sword sect's outer disciples were dumbfounded, completely disbelieving their ears. They stared at Fergus as though he were mad. Who did he think he was? Even the orange-robed demon suppressors in the county bureau didn't dare make such grandiose claims. Captain orders that all disciples of Star Sword sect are to be killed without mercy. Hamilton shouted loudly, leading the charge himself. There was no turning back once they had made it to Tinching Mountain. They had to follow Fergus through thick and thin. Why hesitate when there wasn't? Then rushed forward without hesitation. At this point, they had no choice but to attack. Failing meant their deaths. These Star Sword sect disciples wouldn't show them any mercy. Fergus and Emil watched coldly from horseback, not immediately joining the fray. The descending Star Sword sect disciples were ordinary members, mostly first-rank cultivators, with a few reaching third-rank perfection. In contrast, the 1,000 demon suppression guards were all elite members of the town demon suppression bureau, the weakest being first-rank masters, nearly half at second rank, with 13 fourth-rank warriors and 2 fifth-rank experts, Ilias and Hamilton. The Star Sword sect disciples were quickly at a disadvantage. Ilias, Hamilton, and the 13 fourth-rank warriors cut through the Star Sword sect members like wolves among sheep, each swing of their demon suppression blades claiming several lives. You beasts, you dare kill our Star Sword sect disciples? Die! Powerful fifth-rank auras surged down from the mountain. The elders of Star Sword sect had arrived, followed by over 100 others, mostly third or fourth-rank warriors, who were either true disciples or sect administrators. Their eyes were bloodshot with rage as they beheld the carnage at the foot of the mountain, a sight unseen for 30 years in the Star Sword sect. Garrulous. Fergus. Questioning Stars Hall, waiting anxiously for the triumphant return of Wallace 1 and 2. Wally 3 Heart's expression changed drastically. He hastily called out to Sect Master Paul, not good. A sinew-cleansing expert is attacking. Jinkbong, let's hurry to help. Hashtag chapter 67. You only have one chance. At the foot of Tinching Mountain. Attack. Fergus's figure darted through the sword formation like a ghost. Wielding his saber alone, he battled 18 elders, 14 true disciples, and numerous stewards of the Star Sword sect. His saber energy slashed through everything in its path, unstoppable. With a thud, the demon-suppressing saber sliced across an elder's neck in blue robes, separating another head from its body. Junior Brother Han, Elder Han. Sect Master, where are the Wallace? If this keeps up, we'll all die here. The remaining elders of the Star Sword sect were anxious. Facing a 6th-rank powerhouse, only the Sect Master and the Wallace could stand against him. To these 4th and 5th-rank martial artists, Fergus was like a swarm of slightly stronger ants, even though they united to form not having been born with extra legs. As for the lives of inner and outer sect disciples, they no longer mattered. In an instant, panic and despair spread among the sect members. The elders have fled. We're doomed. Wah. I don't want to die. Sect Master, Wallace, please save us. It seemed their prayers were answered as 2 terrifying presences, far exceeding 5th-rank strength, descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield. It's the Sect Master and the Wally. We're saved. We're saved. Instantly, the fleeing elders, true disciples, and stewards stopped and looked back at Fergus as if he were already dead. Attacking them now meant nothing. With their sect's 6th-rank powerhouse here, it was his turn to die. Swoosh. 2 beams of light appeared overhead, revealing 2 figures. A middle-aged man in white robes and a crane-haired, child-faced elder in green robes. Both were surrounded by sword chi, like 2 unsheathed divine swords, sharp and menacing. These 2 were precisely the Star Sword sect Master Paul and Wally Darien. Several miles behind them, for more beams of light approached rapidly. 2 6th-rank. Seeing the 2 figures in the sky, Hamilton and others chasing the Star Sword sect disciples felt their hearts tighten. They glanced at Fergus instinctively. Lord Su, please don't let us down. This was their only hope. Otherwise, betrayed by Lord Su, Hamilton and others, as deputy commandants and centurions, lacked the insight into the Star Sword sect's true strength. And dreadful Fergus, defeating you requires only me. You aren't worthy of having my seniors intervene. Darien looked down on Fergus from above, dismissing him as a mere 4th-rank junior. Despite mastering a 6th-rank saber style, Fergus was still weak compared to newly ascended 6th-rank martial artists. 20 years ago, Darien had broken through to the 6th rank and, despite not reaching higher, was far stronger than an ordinary 6th-rank beginner. What? The Star Sword sect really has 2 more 6th-rank experts? Hamilton and others went pale. With 4 6th-rank experts, how could Fergus possibly win? Were they doomed? Arrogant fool. Fergus sneered. To him, this 6th-rank ant was insignificant. If not for concealing his true strength, he could obliterate dozens like this with a single palm. Next moment, Fergus gestured to Emil behind him. Zhang Lao, they're yours. Now is the time for this tool to show his worth. He hadn't brought Emil all this way to watch idly. Yes, young master. Emil bowed and leapt into the air, landing 10 paces away from Darien. Lord Su indeed has Darien's superior treasure weapon, the Songlong sword, transformed into a streak of sword light, landing in his hand. Boom. Sword in hand, Darien's aura skyrocketed, and faint sounds of tides seemed to resonate around him. Tidal sword surge. Without any preliminary probing, Darien unleashed a lethal move from the Tide sword cannon, one of the 3 killing moves in the Star Sword sect's 3 6th-rank sword cannons. The sword released, sword chi surged like tides, waves crashing relentlessly, layer upon layer, swallowing everything in its path. It bore a striking resemblance to Fergus's ninefold chopping wave blade, but Darian's tidal sword cannon was only slightly past the great completion stage, able to deduce 5 layers of force. Xiuxian, the sword released, sword chi surged like tides, waves crashing relentlessly, layer upon layer, swallowing everything in its path. It bore a striking resemblance to Fergus's ninefold chopping wave blade, but Darian's tidal sword cannon had only just entered the great completion stage, allowing him to deduce 5 layers of force. Or better, the sword released, sword chi surged like tides, waves crashing relentlessly, layer upon layer, swallowing everything in its path. It bore a striking resemblance to Fergus's ninefold chopping wave blade, but Darian's tidal sword cannon had only just reached the initial stages of great completion, enabling him to layer 5 levels of force. Of course, relying on his cultivation advantage, Darian's sword strike was still considerably powerful, surpassing even Fergus. Even a 6th rank small completion warrior would find it difficult to withstand unless they mastered their 6th rank technique. Trivial skills. Porter's expression remained unchanged. He made no grand movements, merely extending a finger, as if playfully nudging a friend. With a puff, the layers of sword waves shattered and dissolved entirely. No, how can this be? Darian's pupils contracted, disbelief clouding his eyes. That effortless finger broke through his most deadly attack. His senior brother benching, who was well into 6th rank great completion, couldn't do that. Could he be a 6th rank grand perfection powerhouse? You receive this old man's finger as well. Speaking, Porter pointed again, androidly and effortlessly, yet to Darian. This point felt like a fatal strike from a deity. He felt like a helpless aphid, unable to dodge or block it. Is this truly the power of a 6th rank warrior? In the next second, Darian's eyes went dark, and he fell from the sky. A hole the size of a finger appeared on his forehead, grayish-white brain matter seeping out. Ah, Supreme Elder. No, how can this be? This isn't true, I don't believe it. Star Sword Sect disciples screamed speed. He couldn't possibly fight. Was he crazy? Even the 3rd Supreme Elder, who attained 6th rank 10 years before him, was killed with a single finger. How could he fare any better? Trying to run? Porter sneered. If a mere 6th rank beginner could survive under him, this 7th rank great completion Andretal master would rather bury himself somewhere, sparing the world from further humiliation. Swoosh. A flick of his finger sent a streak of light tearing through the void, swiftly catching up to Paul. With a puff, it pierced through his back, crushing his heart completely. No, I haven't ascended to 7th rank. I refuse to die here. Paul fell from the sky, his last cry filled with despair and frustration. Ah, Sect Master. Over. It's all over. Despair. Even the elders collapsed in despair. Without the 1st and 2nd Supreme Elders, and with both the Sect Master and 3rd Supreme Elder dead, who could save them? They haven't moved. Looks like those 2 old coots are really not in the sect. Fergus narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe they would stand idly by watching Paul die. For a sect like Star Sword, every 6th rank was invaluable and irreplaceable. Those 2 old men are lucky. He scoffed inwardly. 2 6th rank ants weren't worth worrying about. Even if the 1st Supreme Elder advanced to 7th rank, he'd remain just a bigger ant. Let them cower in a corner. If they dared to interfere, he would crush them. Old Zhang, leave these Star Sword Sect Elders to you. Fergus didn't want to waste more time. With 4 additional 5th rank great completions, he needed to exert more effort to handle them. If they scattered, capturing all would be even harder. Yes, young master. Porter respectfully replied. Now, he was nothing more than a servant, with no right to refuse. Oh, run. Everyone run. All of you stay put. Phantom sword finger. Porter's hands moved in a blur, 14 fingers striking out in an instant. No, please spare me. I haven't broken through bone washing. I don't want to die. Callan, you traitor. You are the eternal disgrace of Star Sword Sect. End of translation. ####Chapter 69. The destruction of the sect. Elder Riker of Star Sword Sect clutched his chest, staring intently at one of the inner disciples before plummeting from the sky. If not for this wicked disciple whispering into his ear, how would he have conspired with the sect leader to plot against Fergus? Because of this, their Star Sword Sect now faced this disaster, and he would meet his end here. All this was due to this disciple's treachery. How had he been so blind to take in such a monster as a disciple back then? When I descend into the underworld, how will I face our ancestors? I am a sinner of the sect. Callan? Is he the Deputy Commander Drew from Yunmeng County? Fergus's gaze shifted and followed Riker's eyes, landing on one of the inner disciples. It seems that the Fu brothers are behind the attack on me by Star Sword Sect. Could it be because of the position of Thousand-Man Commander in Yunmeng County? Fergus mused, recalling what Burton had told him about Callan and Jose's dispute before he left Yunmeng County. Forget it. No matter the reason, I'll wipe out the Fu family when I get the chance. A mere small family with its strongest cultivator at 4th rank was not worth much thought. Daring to scheme against him warranted sending them straight to their deaths. He wouldn't even need to do it himself. After today, he could leak a bit of information, and there would be plenty of people eager to win his favor by bringing him the heads of the Fu family members. Climbing the social ladder and currying favor were these families' strong suits. Attack. Leave none of the Star Sword Sect disciples alive. Fergus's fierce cry echoed as he lunged toward Callan, his blade flashing. In an instant, Callan and several surrounding inner disciples were decapitated. At this moment, Hamilton and the others finally snapped out of their daze. Disciples or laborers, it should be translated as such. Asterisk. Revised. Half an hour later, the sounds of battle gradually subsided. The vast Tianqing mountain was littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. Except for a few lucky ones, the majority of the Star Sword Sect disciples had been slaughtered. Of course, this only applied to the formal disciples who had reached the ranked realm. The numerous low-ranking disciples still in the strong body realm and the servants who did not attack the Devil Suppression Corps were gathered in a few places and temporarily imprisoned. Minji, lead people to search and seize Star Sword Sect. Yes, sir. Zhuya, lead people to gather the bodies for unified disposal. Yes, sir. Collect the bodies of our comrades, place them in coffins, and bring them back for proper burial. Fergus's voice was low and solemn. Star Sword Sect was not a tame lamb. Under his current strength, some oversight was inevitable. This battle had resulted in significant casualties among the Devil Suppression Corps. 37 had died directly, and 52 were severely injured or disabled. Of course, he was merely reflecting. He felt no guilt. One must look out for oneself, or heaven will destroy you. Regardless of his past or present life, Fergus always prioritized himself. He could help them within his ability, but risking his own safety to save others was beyond him. Moreover, the Devil Suppression Corps lived a perilous life by nature. Joining meant they should have been prepared for this risk. 15 minutes later, on the side of Tianqing Mountain, near the mountain waste, on a clearing of several acres, piles of bodies were brought here, forming a mountain of corpses over 10 meters high. Almost 100,000 years of lifespan. Not bad, Fergus nodded slightly. Such a sum barely moved him. It would take much more to stir his emotions. Compared to these human sects, it was still the demon waves that mattered. An equivalent number of demons would likely yield millions of years of lifespan. Just the hundreds of 3rd and 4th rank martial artists were enough to net him 3 to 40,000 years of lifespan. 300 miles away from Tianqing Mountain. Boom. 2 sword lights approached Tianqing Mountain at nearly triple the speed of sound. Within the light were 2 venerable elders with white hair and youthful faces, enveloped in sword energy like celestial swordsmen. These were Amato and Paco, who rushed back from Great Kang County out of concern for their sect. What a heavy stench of blood. Suddenly, Amato frowned, sensing unease rising in his heart. After a dozen breaths, Amato's expression changed again. Not good. The scent of blood comes from Tianqing Mountain. Damn brat Fergus, how dare he? Paco gritted his teeth. When had a mere 1,000-man commander dared to attack their mountain gate? This was an unprecedented humiliation for Star Sword Sect since its founding. Suddenly, Paco seemed to remember something and frowned deeply. The brat Fergus didn't come until after we left the mountain. It's too coincidental. Could there be inside betrayers in the sect? Elder brother, it's probably just a coincidence. We left the mountain today spontaneously, and only a few knew. Jinping and the others grew up under our watchful eyes. They wouldn't betray the sect? But that's enough, brother. This isn't the time to worry about that. Our priority is to return to the sect as soon as possible. We can deal with other matters later. That brat Fergus isn't stupid. If he dared to attack while they were gone, he must have had support. Without him and Paco to fortify the sect, this was its weakest point. As he spoke, Amato increased his speed, almost reaching quadruple the speed of sound. Hang on, elder brother Ibn Fang. Chapter 70. Return to the city. Tianqing Mountain, Star Sword Sect. Box after box of gold, silver, jewels, and treasure troves of medicinal resources were loaded into carts one by one. The town devil. This individual was rumored to be a 7th rank blood replenishing Andretal Grandmaster. Unless the Star Sword Sect had a 7th rank blood replenishing Andretal Grandmaster, any 6th rank martial artist who came would be dead as they arrived. Boom. A green and blue streak of sword light sliced through the sky, arriving over Fergus and company in an instant, revealing 2 elderly figures with long swords on their backs, both looking youthful despite their white hair. They were none other than the Star Sword Sect's Wali Amato and 2nd Great Elder Paco. At this moment, both men were seething with anger, wishing to devour Fergus alive. Though they anticipated danger for their sect and that their junior brothers, including Master Ibn Fang, might not be a match for Fergus, they never expected such an outcome. The mountain of corpses and familiar faces pushed them nearly to the brink of madness. Fergus, this beast, had obliterated their entire Star Sword Sect. Ah, Fergus, you ruthless monster. How dare you destroy our sect? Give me back my life. Amato's eyes split open, emitting a blood-curdling roar filled with terrifying killing intent, as if it could tear the heavens apart. Old man, stop barking. Kill them, York. Yes, young master. Emil respectfully responded, straightening up and soaring into the air. It was you who killed my junior brother and my nephew. Amato's eyes were locked onto Emil, asking yet stating, within the 6th rank realm, even the perfect 6th rank masters who had grasped the secret of blood replenishing couldn't easily break his strongest attack unless they were true 7th rank Andretal Grandmasters. In the next second, Amato seemed to realize something and screamed to Paco, junior brother, flee. Continue the legacy of our sect. Roar. Celestial fire embodied. Boom. A vibrant blue flame rose from Amato, his aura rapidly increasing, crossing the boundary of perfect 6th rank to pursue that of a 7th rank Andretal Grandmaster. Celestial fire embodied was the strongest forbidden technique in the heavenly star sword art, burning one's own true chi and flesh to explosively increase combat strength for a short period, a truly deadly technique. Facing a 7th rank blood replenishing Andretal Grandmaster, he had no other choice. Only by doing so could he provide his junior brother a sliver of hope. He could die. After all, he had already lived for 160 years and didn't have many years left. But the legacy of their Star Sword Sect must not perish in his hands. Otherwise, what face would he have to meet his master in death? Senior brother Ibinching? Junior brother, go now? Senior brother Ibinching, rest assured, junior brother will continue the legacy of our Star Sword Sect and fulfill your expectations. After a deep look at Amato, Paco transformed into a streak of the next morning. Upon Fergus and company's return to Great Kang City, the entire city erupted in excitement. What did you say? Lord Su destroyed the Star Sword Sect? How is this possible? Hashtag Chapter 71. Impact. Hashtag Great Kang County, Inner City, He family residence. The patriarch of the He family, Ellis, stared blankly at his butler Justice, disbelief filling his eyes. Asterisk, are you joking? That's the Star Sword Sect. A sect with more than one 6th rank expert guarding it. Even our high family's backing, the Azure Sea sect, is inferior to them. It's hard to say about Fergus a few years from now, but currently, he absolutely lacks the ability to destroy the Star Sword sect. Asterisk. Master, this was personally said by Uncle 3. There can be no mistake. According to Uncle 3, beside Captain Su, stands a 7th rank minor grandmaster. It was this senior who annihilated the 4 6th rank experts of the Star Sword sect, allowing their total destruction. Asterisk old 3 spoke of it personally, so it seems true. They actually have a 7th rank minor grandmaster as a protector. Indeed, we were right to think that Captain Su's background isn't simple. The Azure Sea sect, and the Han family relies on Vajra Temple. An ancestor of the Han family was once a lay disciple of Vajra Temple, maintaining deep ties. Currently, many members of their family still serve within Vajra Temple. ###### Sure family residence. Barclay, the patriarch of the Sure family, respectfully stood beside his old ancestor Bryson, gazing at him with admiration. Indeed, experience brings wisdom. I still have a long way to go compared to my ancestor. Once news of the Star Sword sect's downfall spreads, countless families in Braiding, Braidinjuan, and Braidingshan counties will vie to court Captain Fergus. For the Sure family to connect with Fergus, the difficulty will increase manifold. My old bones told me, someone like Captain Su, a future Grandmaster, would certainly have protectors. The Star Sword sect daring to oppose him is akin to courting death. Bryson gently stroked his long beard and chuckled. However, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Xioer, Braidinger, and those girls missed their chance. Now, it won't be easy for them to enter Su Manor. Sai, who could have predicted Captain Su would act so swiftly, destroying the Gao and Jiang families first, then the Star Sword sect. Fortunately, Yonger and others have already joined the Demon Suppression Bureau, ensuring the Sure family's reliance. The top southeastern sect of Braidinjiang County was eradicated by their hands. It felt almost surreal. Minyi, send half of what you brought to my residence. The remaining half, divide into 3 portions, half to the storage room, and the other 2 halves distribute accordingly. Fergus paused for a moment, deciding to follow the old rules for distribution. The 5 layers of wealth from the Star Sword sect weren't trivial, enough to sustain the town guards of these 2 counties for over a year. Yes, master. Hamilton acknowledged respectfully. To think he entrusted this matter to Hamilton. Darnell's brows furrowed, glancing warily at Hamilton. Previously, such matters were delegated to him. It seems Hamilton now holds a higher place in Master's heart. Sigh. I blame my indecision. Having attacked the Star Sword sect stronghold, there was no point in hesitating. Next time, I mustn't waver. Ensure every brother on duty receives a share. Also, for fallen comrades, besides doubling their reward, add 3,000 taels for each household. For critically injured, an extra 1,000 taels. Minor injuries, 100. All additional compensation shall come from the treasury. Fergus continued. Make sure the pensions are delivered personally to the families of the fallen. Whoever dares touch this pension money, beware. They will incur my wrath. At other times, skimming from the soldiers' earnings could be overlooked. For chief commanders, 4th rank mastery is required, and for K-Dindred commanders. Fergus paused, adding, 5th rank mastery. Chapter 72. Medicine Boy. In the town of Braiding County, at the Demon Suppression Bureau's recruitment office. A sea of people gathered, mostly martial artists in large numbers, 10 times more than yesterday. Among them were no shortage of 3rd and 4th rank martial artists. Within less than an hour, the news that the Star Sword sect had been annihilated by the Demon Suppression Bureau sent shockwaves throughout the entire city of Braiding. At this moment, the various prominent families and gang forces within Braiding City could no longer remain idle. Anyone with a brain could see that from now on, they would have to bow to Fergus in Braiding County, and even the 3 southeastern counties. Not forming a good relationship with Fergus might not get them expelled from Braiding City outright, but it would certainly lead to their decline. Without Fergus deliberately targeting them, they would still inevitably be suppressed by other family forces working together. Everyone, please move aside. K-Dindred household Roig is here. With a loud shout, everyone cleared a path. Even those 4th rank martial artists addressed Roig as official Roig, their voices filled with flattery and ingratiating tones. The times had changed. The Demon Suppression Bureau was now fully established. One must consider the master when dealing with the dog. Not only did these people dare not show any, the entry requirement was merely 1st rank basic cultivation. Here, they required 1st rank perfected cultivation. Who exactly was in charge of the main office of the Braidinjiang Commandery Demon Suppression Bureau? Furthermore, 4th rank perfected cultivation was needed just for a general banner position, and 5th rank initial mastery for a K-Dindred household role. Could it be any more exaggerated? Did they know that the 1,000 household roles in Yunmeng County and 6 other subordinate counties might not even reach 4th rank perfected cultivation? Official Roig, is there something wrong with the announcement? These are the conditions set by Lord Su himself. If you wish to join our Demon Suppression Bureau, these are the terms. If you're unwilling, feel free to leave. Roig Shan's voice was indifferent, far removed from yesterday's enthusiastic reception. Now, it was they who desperately wanted to join the Demon Suppression Bureau, not the other way around. To hell with this old man Roig. Do they think I must join their Demon Suppression Bureau? Of course, the crowd only cursed in their hearts, daring not speak aloud, nor return home empty-handed. Their ancestors had given them strict orders. Returning without joining would result in severe punishment. If anyone is willing to join the Demon Suppression Bureau, please register over there. Well, grandfather's orders cannot be disobeyed. Small banner, so be it. Aren't you all regretting not joining the Demon Suppression Bureau yesterday? Only after reading it several times did he truly believe it. Next moment, Ismail's pupils dilated, and he felt a wave of fear. Phew. Thankfully, we had the Star Sword sect take the first blow. Otherwise, our Bai High sect could have faced extinction. Compared to the Star Sword sect, whose headquarters were in Braidingshan County, their Bai High sect was the true power player in Braiding County. One mountain couldn't accommodate 2 tigers. With limited resources in Great County, if the Demon Suppression Bureau took more, thereby High Sect would get less. Previously, they had considered dealing with Fergus. Even if they couldn't kill him, they would hinder his growth. However, before they could act, they received news that Fergus had crippled Gao Alexianki and Amadeus, completely opposing the Gao and Jiang clans. They then abandoned the idea temporarily, waiting to see the conflict unfold. Ideally, Fergus would fight the Gao and Jiang clans along with their backing from the Star Sword sect until they were both weakened. But in just a few short days, everything changed so quickly. Before he could recover from the news of the destruction of the Gao and Jiang clans, he heard about the downfall of the Star Sword sect. A 7th rank lesser grandmaster, and the Star Sword sect couldn't withstand. Neither could thereby High Sect endure such a blow. Over 280 years, the foundations they brought from Andringfeng State were Vladimir said after a moment of silence. I will write a letter and invite Uncle Aaron to descend the mountain. ####Chapter 73, Breakthrough. The Azure River originates from the Marcos Lake, one of the 4 major lakes in Great County. It stretches for 4,863 miles, flowing through the territories of Great Shur, and Menghu counties before finally merging into the vast Cloud Dream Lake, spanning 3,000 miles. It is the second longest river within Great Prefecture, and the county's name, Great comes from this very river. In the middle reaches of the Azure River, at the border between Great and Great Shur counties, stands a massive aquatic palace. Its area rivals 1,000 acres of farmland, resembling an underwater city when viewed from afar. The palace is surrounded by a pale blue demonic energy barrier that isolates the surrounding river water. The colossal palace gates are carved from translucent crystal and inlaid with azure gems, emitting a hauntingly beautiful blue glow, guarded on either side by squads of human-bodied shrimp soldiers, each holding long spears and clad in red armor. These guards exude martial grandeur. Above the palace gate, ancient demonic script reads, Azure River Palace. The master's decree came late, so I didn't intervene. Otherwise, the cliff's eyes constricted, filled with fear. Only within the palace could he rely on its resources to withstand a 7th rank minor master. Once outside, even fleeing would be a luxury. From now on, things will be tough. Truly, misfortune descends from the sky. How did such a nemesis appear? Bring my order to all aquatic demons. Without my command, none shall go ashore. If I can't contend with him, then I will hide. Deep within the Warring Wolf Ridge, 300 miles north of Great County, lies a hidden demon lair. At the entrance of the lair, a strange black mist lingers like a gateway to hell. The surrounding trees are twisted and deformed, exuding a nauseating, putrid stench. Occasionally, mournful howls pierce through the air, causing shivers to run down one's spine. This place is the den of another major demon force in Great County, the Tai's lair. In the deepest part of the wolf den is a stone hall. On a throne forged from bleached bones, a terrifying wolfman sits. With a wolf's head and a human body, covered in silvery fur, even while seated, he stands over 3 zhang tall. His eyes, blood-red like twin pools of blood, seem ready to devour everything in sight. This is the ruler of the 300-mile Warring Wolf Ridge and king of all wolves in Great County, the Tai. With one move, he wiped out the Star Sword sect. Fergus is not an easy adversary. I must prepare. If necessary, I'll... Bloodlight blazed in the Tai's crimson eyes as demonic aura surged, corroding the surrounding air. Fergus, don't push me. Time quickly passed until evening fell. Inner city, Sioux family compound, rear courtyard. Fergus focused his mind, and a simple attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Current martial arts mastery. 9 Yang golden body technique. 8th rank art perfect, can infuse. 1000 wave demon slaying saber. 8th rank saber technique perfect, can infuse. Starlight skyward step. 8th rank movement technique perfect, can infuse. Void meditation breath concealment. 8th rank secret art perfect, can infuse. Current Androphy span, 402 years. Available Androphy span for infusion, 338,630 years. Nearly 340,000 years of lifespan. Will it be enough to break through to 9th rank? Fergus's brow furrowed. Due to the large mobilization of elite forces and previous purges, the harvest from Great County these past 2 days wasn't particularly impressive, totaling less than 160,000 years of lifespan. He couldn't believe advancing to 9th rank would require over 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Nevertheless, breaking through sooner is always better to avoid potential mishaps. Weakness is a sin. Especially in this era of demonic chaos, the aftermath of a single powerful battle could easily end his life. Infuse 9 Radiant Sun Heaven Pulse Art. You begin cultivating 9 Radiant Sun Heaven Pulse Art. After 300,000 years, you successfully channel the power of heaven and earth into your body, opening the first hidden meridian, achieving intra-level 9 Radiant Sun Heaven Pulse Art. Chapter 74, the 9th rank. In addition to the 12 main meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels, the human body has 13 hidden meridians. However, these cannot be opened by innate true chi. Only by comprehending a fragment of the secrets of heaven and earth and channeling its power into one's body can they be unlocked. Boom. With the expenditure of 300,000 years of life force centered around Fergus, the power of heaven and earth within several miles trembled violently, surging toward him. From his crown, this energy descended into his body, crazily impacting his organs, blood, muscles, and bones. In an instant, Fergus's strength began to skyrocket at an alarming rate. A brilliant golden light erupted from every pore on Fergus's body, illuminating the entire room with its dazzling brilliance. More than 2 hours passed. One hidden meridian was fully connected. Subtly, it seemed as if a phantom passage appeared behind Fergus, linking the power of heaven and earth. 15 minutes later, the turbulent celestial power gradually calmed, and the radiant golden aura surrounding Fergus began to recede. Next moment, Cadence. Fergus's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of relief in their depths. He hadn't expected that breaking through to the 9th rank Grandmaster would cause such a massive disturbance, with the power of heaven and earth trembling for miles around. Thankfully, he broke through within Great Kang County, where even the strongest person, Emil, was only at the 8th rank master level. No one stronger could sense the changes in the power of heaven and earth. If this had happened in a larger city or county, he might have been exposed. The conceal breath technique concealed only his own aura, but not the changes in the surrounding power of heaven and earth. Should any 9th rank Grandmaster investigate and discover his breakthrough, the consequences would be unimaginable. A 9th rank Grandmaster under 18 years old. If this news spread, the entire Great Kang Dynasty would be shaken, and it might be difficult for him to find a place to stay. Even the true persons above the Grandmaster level would go mad over him. Above Grandmasters were the true realm experts, revered by the world as true persons. Each was a top-tier powerhouse standing at the peak of their domain. Their influence could make even Phoenix cry "Thou shudder thrice." If they wished to join the court, they could immediately receive titles and ranks. This knowledge came from Fergus's recent discussions with Emil, who, as a steward of the Xiao family, knew only so much. As for the specifics of the true realm, he wasn't very clear. After all, the strongest in his Xiao family was only an 8th rank perfected master, far from reaching the realm of a true person. Even across all major families and sects in Great Kang Prefecture, information about the true realm was limited. In Great Kang Prefecture, the true realm was entirely a legend. Even 9th rank Grandmasters weren't openly seen. 8th rank perfected masters were the strongest in Great Kang Prefecture. Grandmaster is truly Grandmaster, far beyond what an 8th rank master can compare to. Soon, Fergus wore a look of intoxication. His physical strength alone now surpassed that of myriad phenomena. A single punch could destroy a mountain 100 zhang tall, and using martial techniques and true chi would multiply his powers several times over. Moreover, the heavenly meridian could not only channel the power of heaven, sustain themselves through sheer numbers. If he continued practical training with them now, it might end fatally. His 9th rank Grandmaster strength was beyond these ordinary women. In contrast, the courtesans at Jin Jed Tower and Jed Lai Pavilion practiced martial arts from childhood, entering ranks far surpassing common people. This was a basic requirement for high-level brothels, as only ranked martial artists could afford these places, and those without the requisite strength wouldn't last long. The next morning, early at Jin Jed Tower, tossing down a 10,000 silver ticket casually, Fergus didn't even glance at the 4 beauties in bed before leaving with style. Wearing pants made him that confident. Half an hour later, Fergus toured Yunmeng City and its subordinate towns. His speed significantly improved post-9th rank Grandmaster. He now exceeded 8 times the speed of sound. If he could reach 9th rank great perfection and enhance his movement skills, surpassing 10 times the speed of sound wasn't out of the question. Burton's efficiency was commendable. Now, everyone in Yunmeng County's Demon Suppression Bureau worked hard, even Burton often operating on the front lines, far from his earlier laid-back attitude. This tour added nearly 60,000 years of life force. Shortly after the 9th period of the day, Fergus entered Great Kang County's Demon Suppression Bureau with his demon-suppressing saber, reporting for duty on time. He encountered many new faces along the way. Recruitment efforts were fruitful, adding thousands of elite members, including 8 4th-rank martial artists, filling all. The Beihai sect was the top sect in Great Kang County, with 1 complete 6th-rank warrior and 2 initial stage 6th-rank warriors present. There might also be hidden strengths within their headquarters. Although a 7th-rank minor master was indeed powerful, making the Beihai sect surrender without a fight seemed too far-fetched. I beg Sir Su to accept us. Our Beihai sect will dedicate our lives to you. Among the 4, the only complete 6th-rank warrior, the Beihai sect's Wali Vinny, knelt down on one knee before Fergus. If they couldn't defeat him, they would join him. After 280 years, the Beihai sect was no longer what it used to be. Their only blood change minor master, Neil, had long passed away, and most of the resources brought from Andringfeng State had been depleted. If they faced Fergus's 7th-rank minor master, they wouldn't last much longer than the Xinjiang sect did. It would be better to submit to Fergus before forming deep enmity with him. With Fergus's prodigious talent, reaching the 8th rank was just a matter of time. Even achieving 9th rank high master wasn't out of reach. Submitting to him wouldn't tarnish the reputation of the Beihai sect. They might even restore their ancestral glory and return to Andringfeng State someday by relying on Fergus's power. Please accept us, Sir Su. Our Beihai sect is willing to dedicate our lives to you. Fergus wouldn't be courteous. He boldly requisitioned most of the Beihai sect's elite members. Whether it exceeded the staffing limits of the Demon Suppression Bureau was not his concern. If need be, they could serve as temporary staff. After raiding the Xinjiang sect, apart from money, he obtained numerous resources. Even without the rewards from the Demon Suppression Bureau, he could sustain the Beihai sect for quite some time. His cultivation was enhanced through shortcuts, so resources like those meant little to him except for ones that improved innate talent. Unfortunately, after searching through all the Xinjiang sect treasuries, he found none that could enhance innate talent. Yes, Vinny was taken aback. He expected Fergus to recruit only their elite fighters, as low-ranking warriors weren't in short supply in the Demon Suppression Bureau. But Fergus demanded almost their entire sect. Still, he agreed eventually. Refusing at this point would be akin to mocking Fergus, which would lead to dire consequences for the Beihai sect. Elder Xiao, does your Beihai sect have any treasures that can enhance innate talent? Fergus looked hopefully at Vinny. The Beihai sect once had a high master among its ranks, so perhaps they possessed items that could alter one's natural talent. Even a slight improvement would save him considerable longevity. Pardon me, Sir Su. The Beihai sect does not possess such treasures. Vinny sighed and apologized. It was too much to expect Fergus to think so highly of them. Treasures that enhance innate talent weren't something a declining sect like theirs could possess, especially for enhancing a potential master-level talent. Upon hearing this, Fergus's eyes flickered with disappointment. He had overestimated things. The Beihai sect was no longer what it used to be. Even if they had such treasures, they wouldn't hand them over easily. Elder Xiao, no need for such formality. I was just asking casually. No other business then, Elder Xiao. Please return and gather your disciples. Yes, Sir Su. We shall take our leave. With the help of the Beihai sect, how many years of longevity will I gain daily? 200,000, 300,000, or even more. Watching Vinny and his team depart, Fergus's eyes flashed with anticipation. It seems I'll break through to 9th rank completion in just a few days. 15 minutes later, Fergus handed a document to Harry, instructing, have this delivered to the Demon Suppression Bureau in the county seat. Hamilton, despite being only 5th rank minor success, held a deputy battalion leader position. Therefore, 6th rank warriors like Vinny must have positions no lower than them. However, he, as a battalion leader, couldn't appoint deputy battalion leaders at will. But it would be just formalities. Hideo wouldn't refuse him this favor unless he was foolish. Great Kang City, the county demon suppression bureau. A flag bearer hurried to the side of Chief Town Demon Exterminator Hideo, dressed in yellow. Sir, there is a confidential letter from Great Kang County. Quickly, let me see it. Hideo's spirit lifted as he swiftly took the confidential letter from the flag bearer. Fergus has completely deposed Gao Election and Amadeus. Surely the Gao and Jiang clans won't sit idly. Sigh. Fergus is still too young and lacks patience. I wonder how he is faring now. Translation ends here while maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 76. I hope Fergus is alright. Hideo's face grew tense as he stared at the sealed message in his hands, fearing what bad news it might bring. They had finally produced a Grandmaster potential in Great Kang County's Demon Suppression Office, and Hideo sincerely hoped that Fergus wouldn't perish prematurely in Great Kang County. Unfortunately, the Demon Suppression Office was not under his sole command. Many were critical of Fergus's actions which had been utterly lawless. If such a minor issue could lead to the demotion of a deputy commander, imagine the chaos if everyone started breaking the rules. It was only due to Hideo's strong support that Fergus avoided punishment. If this happened to another commander, they would have faced severe repercussions, possibly even death. However, he did pay a heavy price for protecting Fergus and could no longer meddle in Fergus's affairs with the Jiang and Gao clans. Sighing deeply, he wished he had known Fergus's temperament earlier. He would never have transferred him to Great Kang County. Drawing a deep breath, Hideo forced down his unease and opened the letter. What? How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief, staring blankly at the letter. Not only did Fergus avoid any mishaps, but he also decimated the Gao and Jiang clans. And beyond that, he had even destroyed Star Sword Sect. Absurd. With just a few men from Great Kang County's Demon Suppression Office, even Hideo himself leading the charge couldn't guarantee success against the Star Sword Sect, let alone Fergus, who was still a junior. If not for the fact that the messenger was one of his trusted subordinates, he wouldn't have bothered continuing reading the rest. 4th rank cultivation, 6th rank perfect martial arts, and body techniques. I underestimated Fergus's talent, he thought. But even so, his combat power can barely compare to a 6th rank novice. Dealing with the Star Sword Sect is far too distant. Even aside from Amato, just dealing with Paul isn't certain. Suddenly, his pupils' Great Kang and Alexaming counties were relatively peaceful, save for the annihilation of a single family in Alexaming County, the Fu family. Ever since Elder Riker of the Star Sword Sect mentioned Callan, the Fu family's doom was sealed. Now, numerous families wanted to curry favor with Fergus and wouldn't miss an opportunity like this. The Fu family suffered immensely the previous night. Not even a dog survived in the entire mansion. Besides the Fu family's downfall, there was an increase in people lingering near Fergus's residence. These were young women, each slender and beautiful enough to be considered goddesses by many men. Some were even daughters of wealthy families. Their intentions were obvious. Fergus had become the most influential figure in Great Kang County. Just gaining his attention, even as a servant, would greatly benefit their families. Unfortunately, none had managed to enter Su Manor's gates after 2 days. With his golden finger, Fergus was destined for immortality. These women, however, lacked extraordinary talents. Most wouldn't reach 5th rank 6 organs, let alone 4th rank viscera realm. In 100 years or less, many would perish, and he had no interest in enduring such painful farewells. As for enhancing their talent with precious treasures, these resources were rare and insufficient even for his own needs, let alone giving them away casually. Under the cover of nightfall, 800 miles away from Great Kang City, on a towering mountain, someone had recently excavated a simple cave dwelling roughly his limbs and purifying his veins and meridians. Hidden acupoints rapidly connected, followed by the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th hidden meridians. Unstoppable advancement. Nearly 2 hours later, a poof sound marked the complete penetration of the 5th hidden meridian. The intense heavenly energy gradually subsided. 9th rank minor perfection breakthrough was successful. Now, his physical strength alone rivaled that of 20,000 elephants. Activating true chi, martial skills, and 5 heavenly meridians, drawing heavenly energy, he could unleash 30,000 elephant force power. A single punch could destroy a 1,000-meter high peak. For reference, 9th rank major grandmasters gain double strength for each hidden meridian turned into a heavenly meridian. 5th rank minor perfection equates to 5-fold strength enhancement, terrifying compared to perfecting 9th rank martial arts. Great Kang City, Xia family mansion, main residence. An 8th rank major perfection grandmaster as a servant. It seems Fergus has at least one 9th rank major grandmaster backing him. Looking at the sealed message in his hands, Otto's brows furrowed slightly. He had thought that their Xia family was the first to discover Fergus, but it turned out that Fergus had already been taken under someone else's wing. It was my oversight. Fergus is merely the son of a constable. If there weren't forces backing him, how could he have achieved such cultivation today? Bitterly laughing, Otto felt a hint of relief. Thankfully, their Xia family had no ill intentions towards Fergus. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A 9th rank great master was not someone the Xia family could afford to offend. Despite being an 8th rank perfect master, standing just one step away from the ranks of the 9th rank masters, this one step was like an insurmountable chasm. Even against the weakest 9th-rank Great Master, he stood no chance and wouldn't even hope to save his own life. Only those prodigies on the Master Andreas might have the qualifications to challenge a 9th-rank Great Master beyond their rank. But this could also be an opportunity for our Xiao family. If we can gain the support of the force behind Fergus, I still have a chance to compete for that position. In this matter, Fergus is the key. For an 8th-rank master to serve as his servant indicates how important the force behind him views him. The ties between us based on Andreddle III's acquaintance are far from enough. Next month is when the Secret Realm opens, presenting another opportunity. Note, the term Mijing is translated as Secret Realm to maintain consistency with typical fantasy terminology. The tone and style are maintained to match the original text, ensuring the translation remains natural and fluent. Even if he remained a detached leader, there wouldn't be any problems. Senior Xiao, Senior Roy, Senior Jed, you three will temporarily take on the roles of Deputy Commander. The official documents for Deputy Commander hadn't been issued yet, so they could only temporarily serve in those positions. As for the rest of the elders, you will assume the role of K-Dindred Captain. Below that, general flags and small flags can be appointed by yourselves. Later, submit the list of appointments. Yes, sir. Harry, escort Senior Xiao and the others to the warehouse to receive their official robes and tokens. Yes, sir. Harry, waiting outside the hall, quickly stepped inside and respectfully said, Sir, your servant will leave now. Vinny and the others bowed respectfully before following Harry away. With Senior Xiao and the others here, it's time to deal with those tough bones. Fergus narrowed his eyes, revealing a sharp glint. Over the past 2 days, the Demonic Suppression Bureau had recruited many martial artists, but the strongest among them only reached 4th-rank perfection. 5th-rank martial artists still consisted of only Deputy Commanders Usher and Hamilton. These days, they had only dealt with smaller demonic nests. Those nests guarded by intermediate demon generals remained untouched to avoid heavy casualties. Now, with 18 5th-rank and 3 6th-rank cultivators from Baihezong joining, they could easily sweep through these intermediate demonic nests without much cost. Meanwhile, as Harry led them to the warehouse, news of the entire Baihezong sect surrendering to the Demonic Suppression Bureau spread quickly within the bureau. Soon, Braiding City, which had just calmed down, was buzzing once again. ######at He Family Manor. Even the entire Baihezong sect has surrendered to the Demonic Suppression Bureau. Caden, the head of the He family, drew in a cold breath. After careful consideration, he understood why. Even Star Sword sect, with 4 6th-rank strongholds, had been wiped out by Commander Su. If Baihezong did not surrender, it might very well meet the same fate. Bowing under someone else was better than having the legacy destroyed entirely. Moreover, submitting to such a prodigy didn't dishonor them. Next moment, Caden exhaled deeply. This is for the best. It spares my He family from being caught in a dilemma. The He family relied on Baihezong. Over the years, quite a few clan members had joined the sect. Previously, he had worried about what side the He family should take if a conflict arose between the Demonic Suppression Bureau and Baihezong. Now, the issue was resolved. Now, only the Jingang Temple remains among the 3 major sections. I wonder what choice they will make. ###### at Han Family Manor. The Baihezong sect actually surrendered like this. Fergus, a top prodigy of the Phoenix Singing Path, was not beneficial. Besides, Fergus's relationship with him wasn't bad. The faster Fergus advanced, the more benefits it brought to him. Brother Su, you first subdued the Gao and Jiang clans, then eradicated the Star Sword sect, a festering sore. Master Gong specially promoted you to Red Cloaked Exorcist, overseeing the Braidingyuan, Braidingshan, and Braiding County Demonic Suppression Bureaus. Red Cloaked Exorcist, overseeing the Braidingyuan, Braidingshan, and Braiding counties? Fergus was taken aback, not quite reacting immediately. Wasn't this supposed to be Vinny's deputy commander appointment? Why did it turn into his promotion? Brother Su, this is your appointment letter. Realizing this, Fergus snapped back to reality, feeling delighted. A promotion was indeed a good thing, especially since it included the territories of Braidingyuan and Braidingshan counties. Although these 2 counties couldn't match the upper county of Braiding, they were still stronger than Yunmeng County, particularly Braidingshan County, one of the 5 middle counties. Afterward, he could transfer some of Baihezong's elite forces into these 2 counties. Harvesting 20 to 30,000 years of life force would not be difficult. Including Yunmeng County, achieving 70,000 years of daily life force gain wasn't impossible. Additionally, the positions of Senior Xiao and the others could be upgraded. Respected 6th-rank experts who had willingly submitted to him, assigning them the same rank as 5th-rank juniors indeed felt unfair. Brother Zhang, you've worked hard. I've prepared a banquet to welcome you. Tonight, we will drink heartily until we are thoroughly drunk. ##### under the night sky. Andreddle Spirit Mountain, Jingang Temple, and Dringshuo Hall. Abbot Yuan and masters such as Kaideniji were seated on prayer cushions. Except for Yuan, who maintained his usual composure, the 6 abbots were grim-faced, with traces of anxiety and unease in their eyes. News of the Baihezong submission had spread. Now, the 3 major marrow-washing human forces in Braiding County, 1 eliminated, 1 surrendered, leaving only their Jingang Temple. Next, their Jingang Temple would surely become a key monitoring target of the Demonic Suppression Bureau. Once the Medicine Boy incident was exposed, the consequences? Brothers, there is no need to worry. Uncle Aaron has descended the mountain and will arrive at Andreddle Spirit Mountain within 3 days. Translation completed according to your requirements, ensuring natural fluency and maintaining the original structure. Alexei Jingbei and Julius, adding, Eben Shang, Eben Shou, Eben Election, and Eben Zhou, you 6 will assist them. As for the original 1,000 households of these 2 counties, their opinions didn't matter much. One was only a 4th-rank full-circle martial artist, and the other merely 4th-rank great success. They had no choice but to obey quietly. If they dared to cause trouble, they'd find out that Alexei Jingbei and Julius weren't vegetarians. Despite being respectful in front of him because he was considered a future grandmaster, with a 7th-rank lesser grandmaster supporting him, They were all old foxes who lived for more than 100 years. None of them were simpletons. Moreover, he sent 6 senior elders from the Bai sect to aid them. If they couldn't handle the demon suppression bureaus of these 2 counties, they should find a crooked tree and hang themselves to save face. Your subordinate obeys. Alexei Zhengbei, Julius, and the 6 senior elders of the Bai sect stepped forward together. Our demon suppression bureau is dedicated to subduing demons. You 2 must sweep away all demons within the counties to ensure the peace of our people. Your subordinate will not fail your teachings and will spare no effort to clear away demons and protect the people of both counties. Eben Roig, Eben Zay. Fergus's gaze shifted to the 2 senior elders. Your subordinate is present. Each of you will lead a group of Kindred households and head to Yunmeng County to assist 1000 Household Burton in cleansing the county of demons. 1000 Household Burton will cooperate fully with you. Your subordinate obeys. That's all I have to say. If there are no other matters, all of you may withdraw. Your subordinate takes my leave. By afternoon, Supreme Elder Alexei Zhengbei and Supreme Elder Julius successively arrived at the demon suppression bureaus of Yunmeng and Yuan counties with their men. As Fergus had expected, it didn't take much effort. They easily took control by merely displaying their 6th rank cultivation. In this world of high martial arts, the strong ruled. Especially so in the life and death realm of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Shortly after the 2 Supreme Elders subdued the Demon Suppression Bureaus of the 2 counties, Vice 1000 Households Amato and Louis Bins also arrived in Yunmeng County with 2 groups of Kindred households demon suppressors. Unlike Fergus's group, encumbered by family members, they rode demon horses, moving at near sonic speeds and covering nearly 5,000 miles in less than half a day. The next morning, Fergus left the Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Bureau with a smile. With the help of the 2 groups of Kindred households from Great Kang County, today's harvest approached 10,000 years of lifespan energy. Even though Amato and others arrived in Yunmeng City near dusk, tomorrow's harvest could easily exceed another 50,000 years, possibly even hitting 15,000 years. Half an hour later, Fergus returned to Great Kang County, but did not. This was the Jade Carp Palace, the stronghold of Alexei Andre, a mid-level demon general under the cliff. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed across Alexiling Lake. A blade light stretching 100 feet tore through the lake surface, dividing the water, aiming directly for the Jade Carp Palace. Who dares attack my water palace? With a roar, a terrifying demonic aura, enough to chill even a 5th-rank martial artist, rose from the Jade Carp Palace, transforming into a 100-foot-long green dragon to meet the blade light. A spurt, the blade light cleaved the dragon in 2 effortlessly. Oh no, it's a human 6th-rank expert. Kill them all. Every demon creature, ordered Vinny, the chief supreme elder of Bai sect, leading the charge into the lake. Kill. By order of the 1000 household Darun, kill every single demon creature. For better fluency and consistency in style, it could be adjusted to kill. By order of the 1000 household, slay each and every demon creature. This version maintains the tone and reads more naturally in English while preserving the meaning. Over 1,000 elite demon suppressors dove into the water, following closely behind. No, Commander, save me, I don't want to die. Damn it, do you really want to start a war between us riverfolk and the Demon Suppression Bureau? Ah, Demon Suppression Bureau. My lord won't let you get away with the achievements of the Demon Suppressing Office in Yuan County. It wasn't much stronger than the office in Yunmeng County. The high-ranking fighters were merely 2 additional 4th-rank internal Viscera Realm deputies. The reason they could still occupy more than half of the territory was thanks to the Star Sword sect. Of the 3 southeastern counties, except for Great Kang County, which was divided among the Vajra Temple, Blue Sea sect, and Star Sword sect, both Yuan and Shan counties were dominated by the Star Sword sect. All forces within these counties, including the demon suppressing offices, respected the Star Sword sect. Many residents knew only the Star Sword sect and not the Deccan government. Local institutions like county offices, constabularies, and city guards were often for show. The reason only about 5,000 ranked disciples were on Tianqing Mountain was that many others were stationed throughout various regions of the 2 counties. These past few days, with the destruction of the Star Sword sect by Fergus, the 2 counties have been quite tumultuous. However, with the arrival of 2 great elders from the Blue Sea sect at the demon suppressing offices yesterday, this unrest was quickly quelled. Without 5th or 6th rank experts to anchor them, how could the remnants of the Star Sword sect, whose strongest were 4th rank, match against Alexei Zhengbei and his allies? Aside from a few lucky ones who fled early, escaping the massacre, the rest of the Star Sword sect disciples met their end under the blades of Alexei Zhengbei's group. 3rd hour of Shin time. Yunmeng County, Demon Suppressing Office. Fergus emerged from the purification courtyard with an ever-present smile. He had traveled through 1 city and 23 towns of Yunmeng County, harvesting nearly 80,000 years of lifespan. Considering that yesterday evening until morning sea time, Demetrius and the others were busy pursuing the remnants of the Star Sword sect, and he only had less than a day to hunt demons. If it had been a full day, the harvested lifespans wouldn't be much short of double. Unfortunately, most of the Star Sword sect remnants' bodies were incinerated on site, reducing his harvest by several tens of thousands of years of lifespan. He didn't say much about this, fearing any suspicious behavior might expose him. The system was the cornerstone of his existence. He would rather reduce his harvest slightly than risk exposure. Only through prudence could he achieve eternity. 1st hour of U time. Fergus left the demon suppressing office of Shan County smiling, heading out of town. Compared to Yuan County, Shan County, as an intermediate county, provided even greater rewards. A city and 35 towns brought him nearly 1,200,000 years of lifespan, including the near 10,000 years of lifespan from Yunmeng County and the 3,700,000 years of lifespan from the city and 47 towns of. Perhaps his current cultivation level was too low to activate other functions of the system, or maybe the system could only imbue martial skills. Previously, amidst numerous classics in the Star Sword sect, he saw some miscellaneous studies involving alchemy and weapon forging. Unfortunately, they didn't even appear on the panel, let alone using lifespan for analysis. Sighing, Fergus put these thoughts aside. Spatial matters could be addressed later. Now he needed to focus on advancing to 9th rank perfection. Gather! With a light shout, Fergus's innate true chi surged, rapidly collapsing the cliff face in front of him. In just a few breaths, a large cave approximately 10 meters deep, 8 meters wide, and 3 meters high formed before him. Imbue 9 Sun Mystical Yang, Heavenly Vein Skill. You have diligently cultivated 9 Sun Mystical Yang Heavenly Vein Skill for 60 million years and finally opened the 13th Hidden Meridian, achieving perfection in 9 Sun Mystical Yang Heavenly Vein Skill. A loud rumble echoed as celestial energy within a 30-mile radius surged, pouring into Fergus's body to refine his blood, flesh, bones, internal organs, and assaulting the 11th Hidden Meridian. In the heart of Alexaming Lake, 1,000 feet underwater, a massive crystal palace covered acres of land stood proudly. Compared to this grand structure, the seemingly exquisite Braiding water mansion looked insignificant. #### Chapter 80, Aaron. 600 miles away from Braiding County and Braiding City, in a secluded valley, inside a newly opened crude cave. With a peefed sound, the last hidden acupoint of the 13th Hidden Meridian was finally broken through, fully connecting the meridian. The surging power in the surrounding 30-mile area gradually returned to tranquility. Fergus's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank realm, stabilizing completely. Powerful. Feeling the surge of strength within him, Fergus's face showed an expression of complete indulgence. Though it was just a minor breakthrough, compared to his previous accomplishments at the 9th rank major accomplishment stage, his current combat power had more than doubled. His sheer physical strength alone exceeded that of 10,000 elephants. With all 13 celestial meridians activated, he could control the power within 400 feet of the surrounding area, increasing his strength 13-fold. Combined with the perfected Thousand Waves demon-slaying saber, this attack would have a force exceeding 2 million elephant godly powers. A city like Alexaming would likely be reduced to ruins with just one strike. Moreover, his golden body, having undergone 4 rounds of purification by the elemental forces, had undergone a qualitative transformation, no less formidable than a 9th rank divine weapon. Below the rank of 9th rank Grandmaster, you achieved minor accomplishment in the 10,000 Waves God-slaying saber. 2 hours later, Fergus's brows furrowed slightly. To achieve minor accomplishment took him 12,121 years. How many years of lifespan would it take to reach major accomplishment or perfection? Not to mention the body techniques and secret arts. Achieving breakthroughs in all of them would likely take no less than 1,000,000 years. He had hoped to perfect all 3 martial skills and secret arts tomorrow, but now it looked like it would take 2 days. Sigh. My talent is really unparalleled. Even with the foundation of a perfected 8th rank martial skill, if he had started cultivating a 9th rank skill directly, it would likely take tens of thousands of years to even enter the preliminary stage. Whether in his past life or this one, ordinary people had little chance of making it far. Even if he obtained a lineage from a grandmaster, so what? Fortunately, he was a system user. Without further attempting to deduce the body techniques and secret arts, Fergus moved out of the cave immediately. A bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder wouldn't allow him to leave any part incomplete. He felt somewhat uncomfortable about starting new deductions before perfecting the 10,000 Waves God-slaying saber. 15 minutes later, Fergus entered a small town and, from an uninhabited courtyard, put on the red robe of a demon suppression envoy which he had hidden there earlier. Sigh. Without a spatial treasure, everything becomes speed of sound. Once he activated all 13 celestial meridians under the influence of the elemental forces, his speed could increase further, though Fergus did not fully unleash it. He traveled at less than 4 times the speed of sound. Attention to detail determines success. Currently, he presented himself as a 4th rank cultivation, 6th rank combat power, weakling, and 4 times the speed of sound was his limit. Without returning to the Sioux residence, he turned and went to the cluster flower shop, heading for the Golden Phoenix Tower. How could he not indulge in meat buns after such a significant breakthrough? These past couple of days, the Golden Phoenix Tower had spent a large sum buying new goods from the prefectural city, including several half-demons with a touch of demonic blood. Lord Sioux, you're here, please come in. As soon as Fergus entered the Golden Phoenix Tower, the madam greeted him, her hips swaying invitingly. Her demeanor was entirely servile and flattering. Fergus was not only the sky over Braiding County, but also their financial benefactor, known for spending lavishly. That night, Fergus enjoyed the company of several half-demon girls until dawn. Next morning, early in the day, Fergus freed himself from the embrace of 2 cat-eared women, dressed in his official robe, and picked up the red robe demon suppression envoy saber brought by Campbell, exiting the Golden Phoenix Tower. He had to admit, these half-demons offered a unique experience. Especially those moments in the secluded pathways. It was one word, moist. 1 hour later, exiting the Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Bureau, as expected, he collected more longevity today than yesterday, totaling 143,600 years. In Braiding County, on Lesser Spirit Mountain, at the Vajra Temple, Abbot Yuan, the 6 abbots of the various halls, and thousands of monks stood on a blue stone square, frequently glancing upward, seemingly awaiting something. Amitabha. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant resounded throughout the Vajra Temple, instantly silencing the noisy crowd in the square. The next moment, boom! A beam of golden light split the sky, appearing above the blue stone square in an instant. Out walked a man, around 40 years old, rugged-faced, nearly 10 feet tall, dressed in a yellow monk's robe. Streams of golden light radiated from him, illuminating all directions, as if a Vajra from Mount Sumeru had descended. Standing mid-air, his presence made many monks below feel suffocated. Disciple Yuan, Kaideniji, Kaidensin, Kaideniguan, pays respects to Elder Uncle Aaron. Pay respects to Ancestor Aaron. Monks would be so benevolent. If that were the case, there wouldn't be so many demons left in Braiding County. Yunmeng Temple is likely planning some significant moves next. I hope these monks don't misstep. If possible, Fergus didn't want to provoke these monks at present. Despite his reluctance to admit it, whether in his previous world or this chaotic era, these monks were never easy to deal with. Yunmeng Temple, or its backing Andrengta Temple, were nothing too concerning yet, considering his current full 9th rank Great Master Cultivation. Even if he couldn't defeat them, self-preservation wasn't much of an issue. Andrengta Temple, even if hidden deeply, was limited to having a couple of true persons within the Great Prefecture's territory. In just a few days, Fergus would step into the true realm. What truly concerned him was the Buddhist sect behind them. Striking a junior might bring out the seniors. These eloquent monks wouldn't adhere to any code of honor. In the Great Kang Dynasty, Taoism and Buddhism were the two most powerful forces outside the imperial court. Even if the entire demon suppression office united, they might not be a match. After all, the Kang Dynasty had only existed for less than 2 millennia, while Taoism and Buddhism reportedly traced back 10,000 years, with vast reserves and countless powerful figures far beyond Fergus's imagination. Not only did the Buddhist sect possess true realm cultivators, but also entities above that rank. Even though the true realm was formidable, they were ultimately missed. Inside the valley, bones lay scattered, both beast and human, with occasional eerie wails piercing through the mist, sending shivers down one's spine. This was one of the 5 main wolf clan settlements in Great Kang County, ruled by the Blood Wolf General, one of the 4 generals under the command of the victor. This Blood Wolf demon had practiced for 800 years, achieving peak middle-rank demon general status, comparable to a 5th-rank full Kataman warrior. Under his command were 2 other middle-rank demon generals, 8 low-rank demon generals, and thousands of demon soldiers. Among the 5 layers, only the Fierce Wolf Ridge, ruled by the victor, and the Snow Wolf Mountain, ruled by the leading Fremont, surpassed it. Dadadada. Suddenly, heavy hoofbeats echoed from outside the Blood Wolf Valley, followed by the appearance of around 5,000 cavalrymen. Leading them was a white-haired old man dressed in the attire of a military officer, Alaric, 1,000 household from the Great Kang County Demon Suppression Office. Title Boundless Wave. With a soft command, Alaric's innate true chi surged, transforming into waves crashing into the Blood Wolf Valley. As it passed, the blood mist quickly dissipated, revealing the valley's true appearance. Kill. No wolf demon shall remain. Alaric commanded, leaping into the air to strike directly at the Blood Wolf General. Chapter 82. The situation changes. Great Yunmeng County, Town Exorcism Bureau, Purification Hall. Fergus quickly walked through one purification hall after another, harvesting demonic corpses to infuse with life force, rapidly increasing his longevity. After half a cycle of time, he had swept through all 28 town exorcism bureaus in Great Yunmeng County City and 23 towns without exception. The results matched his expectations. It was nearly double that of yesterday, nearing 16,000 years of longevity. Counting the 14,360 years harvested from Yunmeng County in the morning and the nearly 38,000 years from the town exorcism bureaus of Great Kang County at noon, today's harvest already successfully exceeded 68,000 years. At this moment, Fergus could already see the day's 90,000-year mark within reach. Another cycle passed. Walking through the town exorcism bureaus in Great Kang County City and its 35 towns, Lionel and his team did not disappoint him, even exceeding his estimations from yesterday. Today's longevity gain was more than doubled compared to yesterday, nearing 260,000 years. Adding the surplus of 2,000 plus years from yesterday, Fergus now possessed over 960,000 years worth of longevity for infusion. Of course, the cost was considerable too. He had spent millions of silver coins in just a single day. Regardless of other expenses, he had encountered 19 demon generals today, 5 of which were mid-level, amounting to over 5 million silver taels. That bounty observation techniques, mainly involving memory fusion, it wouldn't stir celestial forces, and concealing his aura with the hidden breath technique was sufficient. After a short tea break, Fergus appeared inside the crude cave. Begin infusing 10,000 wave God-cleaving saber. Continue to diligently practice 10,000 wave God-cleaving saber. In 73,328 years, it will be perfected. In 483,651 years, 10,000 wave God-cleaving saber will reach its zenith. Considering the longevity used yesterday, it totals nearly 50,000 years, which is still acceptable. Fergus's eyebrows lifted. Perfecting the 9-yang golden body technique had required 1.8 million years worth of longevity. Comparatively, this was less than a third, quite tolerable. After all, his talent and insight were only average. Not exactly worthless, but also not extraordinary. Without the golden finger cheat, even with ample resources and unlimited demon beast meat, achieving first-rank warrior status in his lifetime was highly unlikely. I still have 48,000 years of longevity remaining. Can it help me perfect the Starlight Void Stepping Stance? Start infusing Starlight Void Stepping Stance. You continue to wolf nest controlled by the Wolf Clan in Great Kang County, under the command of Joel, one of the 4 major generals serving Theodore. Within the mountain, besides Joel, a mid-level demon general, there were also another mid-level demon general and 6 low-level demon generals. Among the 5 wolf nests, this ranked 4th. Approaching noon. Clop, clop, clop. With the heavy sound of horse hooves, a detachment of 5,000 town exorcists, led by Commander Vinny, appeared at the base of Black Wolf Mountain. After destroying Blood Wolf Valley, Vinny targeted this Black Wolf Mountain. Suddenly, Commander Vinny frowned. He sensed very little demonic energy here, mostly from low-level demonic soldiers. Something wasn't right. The situation had changed. In the next second, swoosh, Vinny leaped into the air, entering the thick black fog in an instant. Damn it, these beasts ran away. Inside Black Wolf Mountain, there was no trace of wolf demons. Even the Joel and his minions had vanished without leaving a single wolf pup. 15 minutes later, Vinny, along with his 5,000 town exorcists, crossed 500 miles and arrived at Snow Wolf Mountain, controlled by the leading general among the 4, Fremont. Yet, like Black Wolf Mountain, Snow Wolf Mountain was also empty, with not even the lowest level snow wolf demons to be found. Another short tea break passed. 15 minutes later, Great Kang City, Demon Suppression Bureau, Hall of Demon Suppression Commissioners. Your humble servant Ebenshun pays respect to your lordship. Braden Ebenshun bowed respectfully towards Fergus and then recounted everything that had transpired and their conjectures in full detail. That ferocious Wolf King isn't thinking of making a last stand against our Demon Suppression Bureau? Fergus's lips curled up. This would be just as well. It would end the menace once and for all. If fortunate, tonight would mark his breakthrough into the true realm. He had recently harvested those Blood Wolf Valley resistance members, adding almost 300,000 years to his lifespan. Blood Wolf Valley, only ranked third among the 5 major wolf nests. The other 4 combined should yield no less than 2 million years, if not more. First-ranked Ferocious Wolf Ridge was far superior to Blood Wolf Valley and worth twice as much. Ebenshun. Yes, sir. Go to my residence, call upon York, and ask him to accompany you to Ferocious Wolf Ridge. With the 7th-ranked Grandmaster Elder Emil intervening, capturing Ferocious Wolf Ridge would be a breeze. As for himself, with his 6th-ranked strength, it wouldn't make much difference either way. Elder Emil had proven an indispensable asset. Otherwise, if he didn't want to reveal more power, capturing Ferocious Wolf Ridge wouldn't be. Suddenly, Mark, walking alongside Vinny, frowned. Senior, what happened? Vinny asked, looking at Mark. It seems we came here in vain. The Ferocious Wolf King and his subordinates have already left Ferocious Wolf Ridge. His spiritual senses revealed an empty lair, devoid of any demonic wolves. What? Vinny and the 6 elders were stunned. Could it be that the Ferocious Wolf King did not intend to engage in a final battle, but to flee Great Kang County? The idea took root quickly in their minds. Though powerful, facing a 7th-ranked Grandmaster was too overwhelming for the Ferocious Wolf King. Not only winning, but even survival would be uncertain. Given the knowledge of a 7th-ranked Grandmaster within the Demon Suppression Bureau, the Ferocious Wolf King couldn't have remained unaware. Caedmonman traders aiding demons were common, especially in this age of chaos. Minutes later, upon arriving at the lair, they found it abandoned, confirming Mark's words. The demonic wolves had already fled hours ago. At this speed, they could be thousands of miles away. Finding the Ferocious Wolf King won't be easy. Let's return to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Half an hour later, Great Kang County Demon Suppression Bureau, Hall of Demon Suppression Commissioners. Bang! Vinny knelt before Fergus, confessing, Lord, it is my fault for acting hastily and alerting the enemy. Please punish me. Had he consulted, their clans required more help. Great Kang River's overall strength surpassed the Wolf Clan. Besides the Cliff, its top commander, the chief of the Ink River Water Mansion, was also a senior demon general, albeit weaker due to recent promotion. Additionally, each of the 7 water mansions had at least 1 mid-level demon general. Yes, master. Chapter 84. Slaying the Green Snake. Sir, my Yangzheng junior brother can also join the battle. Vinny hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Although Fergus did not blame them, he still wanted to make up for it. With his junior brother's involvement, it could atone for their past mistakes. Secondly, this would help preserve more lives of their disciples from the Behi sect. This battle was no small affair. The Great Kang River Aquatic Clan was formidable. Even if Lord Su recalled his 2 junior brothers and 6 nephews, capturing the Great Kang River Water Palace and its 7 subordinate water palaces would not be easy, and casualties were inevitable. Now that they had surrendered the entire sect to the Demon Suppression Bureau, these 8,000 disciples had become demon suppressors, and inevitably involved many of their own disciples. Currently, with the Star Sword sect already destroyed and the Ferocious Wolf King fleeing in disgrace, the only remaining threat to the Behi sect was the Jingang Temple. With Venerable Aaron present, whether or not his junior brother stayed to guard the sect would make little difference if the temple were to attack. Very well, I'll have Elder Shao return to Biboi, his 6th-rank attacker, shattered like glass. Massive amounts of water surged toward the Great Kang River Water Palace, forming a large vortex. Damn it, our protective barrier is broken. It must be that 7th-rank minor master from the Demon Suppression Bureau. Inside the Great Kang River Water Palace, the herald's expression changed. Only a minor master could break their barrier so easily. The next second, boom, terrifying killing intent erupted from him. Damn you, Fergus, how dare you treat us like cattle? Having first obliterated the Jade Carp Water Palace under his command, now he was attacking the Great Kang River Water Palace, truly treating him like meat on a chopping board. Roar, power of the water vein, aid me. Instantly, a brilliant blue divine light rose from the center of the water palace and entered the herald's body. His body rapidly twisted and expanded into a horrifying 100-meter-long green snake. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura far exceeding that of a senior general rose from within him. This terrifying demon aura. On the shore behind Fergus, Hamilton shuddered, fear in his eyes. That terrible aura made even him, separated by several miles of water, feel uneasy. It was many times more terrifying than the previous herald. Could it be that the herald has advanced to the next level? These millennium-old demons indeed have some substance. Fergus's gaze hardened as he saw through the water veil, spotting the 100-meter-long serpent within the Great Kang River Water Palace. Becoming a 7th-rank complete minor master, this was nothing. In less than 3 breaths, the herald was at a disadvantage, with several holes appearing in his 100-meter-long body, dark red blood spouting out. His scales, once as strong as treasure-grade weapons, were no better than ordinary weapons against Emil's lightning sword strikes. In just 10 breaths, the herald was heavily wounded, with countless holes throughout his body, many reaching the bone. It was only due to the resilience of demons that he was still alive. A human 7th rank would already be dead. Damn it! This human is actually a 7th rank complete minor master. The herald panicked. At this rate, he would surely die here today. Escape? As soon as this thought surfaced, he crushed it. His current general level strength relied entirely on the power of the water vein beneath the water palace. This limited force covered only 30 miles around the water palace, and outside that range, it diminished significantly. Beyond 100 miles, it offered no benefit. If not for this, the humans wouldn't occupy half of Great Kang River County, which would have become a playground for aquatic races long ago. Without the water vein's enhancement, he, a mere senior general, would be dead faster facing a 7th rank complete minor master. I shouldn't have come back. Another 10 breaths passed. The herald's body was riddled with injuries, with tons of blood turning large areas of water red, his aura plummeting close to the threshold of a 7th rank minor master. It's about to end. Chapter 85. 5 million years of Androphespin. Fergus's lips twitched, like a deity directly pronouncing the fate of the Blue Snake Demon General. As soon as his words faded, the Blue Snake Demon General finally reached his limit. His demonic aura rapidly plummeted, falling from the Demon General rank. In the next second, the 100-meter-long snake body deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking rapidly. No, I haven't yet broken through to Demon General. I can't accept this. A cry of despair and unwillingness echoed as the now significantly reduced blue snake body fell heavily onto the river surface, causing Tinjiang waves. Ah, Lord Su. No, how could this be? Over. We, the Azure River Water Clan, are over. Fear and despair instantly enveloped the many demon generals and soldiers in the Azure River Water Mansion. Kill. No water demons should be left alive. With one command, Fergus took the lead, charging into the Azure River Water Mansion. Kill. Lord orders all water demons dead. Hamilton drew his long knife, closely following Fergus, rushing into the Azure River Water Mansion. Escape. Run fast. Stop. Spare us, my lord. We surrender. Ah, no. Caedmon beasts, I will fight you to the death. Men, follow me. Cries of despair, begging for mercy, shouts of killing, resounded throughout the Azure River Water Mansion. Although many demon generals fought desperately, it was all futile against overwhelming power. With Emil, a 7th rank minor master, leading the attack, none of the mid-tier or low-tier demon generals were a match for him. In less than 10 breaths, all the demon generals were eliminated. Then came a one-sided massacre, turning the surrounding waters red within dozens of miles, resembling a small sea of blood, with floating corpses full of resentment and unwillingness. While Fergus and his troops were slaughtering the Azure River Water Mansion, the 7 great water mansions under its command, the Ink River Water Mansion, Clear River Water Mansion, Sapphire Water Mansion, also faced fierce attacks from the demon suppression guards. Similar to the Azure River Water Mansion, these 7 water mansions fared no better, only facing more slaughter. For the top 4 water mansions, Fergus had very thoughtfully assigned each a 6th rank cleansing bone expert. Although the chief of the Ink River Water Mansion, Anatoly, was a high-tier demon general, he was far inferior to Vinny, a perfect 6th rank expert, who ruthlessly slew him in less than half a T's time. As for the other 3 water mansions, although they did not have 6th rank experts attacking them, their forces were much weaker compared to the other 4 major mansions. Only the chief of one mansion was a mid-tier demon general, with no others matching this rank. On the contrary, the demon suppression guards leaders were all 5th rank perfect martial artists like Ismail, each accompanied by 2 5th rank martial artists. This overwhelming force ensured certain victory. After more than an hour, the slaughter in the Azure River Water Mansion ended. Over 10,000 water demons, without exception, were killed. This added up to 1.2 million years of lifespan for Fergus, surpassing the total from the 4 counties the previous day. After instructing Emil and Hamilton to handle the cleanup, Fergus eagerly headed towards the Ink River Water Mansion. Another 580,000 years of lifespan. Next is the Clear River Water Mansion. Excitedly, Fergus knew that even if he didn't gain 5 million years of lifespan, it would certainly reach 3 to 4 million. At this moment, it seemed as though the realm of truth was already waving to him. Soon, another hour passed. Fergus toured the remaining 6 water mansions, and the results exceeded his expectations. The least productive, West River Water Mansion, still provided nearly 270,000 years of lifespan. But instead of immediately entering seclusion for breakthrough, he rushed to Braidinjuan and Braidingshan counties to gather today's gains. Though without Daryl, under the leadership of 4th rank officials, Braidinjuan and Braidingshan counties still yielded nearly 350,000 years of lifespan. Adding this to the leftover 390,000 years, the 150,000 years from Yunmeng County earlier, and the 360,000 years collected before the battle began in Braiding County, he accumulated a staggering 5.28 million years of lifespan, far exceeding what he had previously expended. Truly a rich haul. In a secluded valley in Braidingshan County, where Fergus had previously meditated. Whoosh! A beam of light descended into the valley, from which emerged an elderly man in green robes with white hair and youthful appearance. Continue infusing the star illusion void step. Instead of immediately advancing the 9 radiance mystic sun celestial pulse art, he believed using 1,000,000 years of lifespan to elevate his movement technique and secret arts would facilitate breaking through to the realm of truth despite his poor innate constitution. After all, with 4 million years of hard cultivation, breaking through should be achievable. After all, it took him only 600,000 years to advance from 9th rank accomplished to perfected. You diligently cultivate the star illusion void step. After 432,000 years, the star illusion void step is perfected. Nandring Shantown branch of the Demon Suppression Bureau. It's Flagman Roy. Trouble. Something bad has happened. People, quickly, go inform Chief K. Dendrit. What do we do? That Roy fellow entered the Demon Suppression Bureau? Note. The original Chinese text seems to be a short dialogue in reaction to a situation. The translation maintains this structure while converting it into natural English. Chapter 86. Breakthrough to the True Realm. Hundreds of miles away from Andring Mountain Town's Demon Suppression Office, in an inconspicuous corner, a group of 7 individuals coldly observed the Demon Suppression Office. Each one was dressed in monk robes, over 8 feet tall with broad shoulders and barrel chests, their heads as shiny and bald as ever, not a single strand of hair in sight. Let's go. Let's chalk this up to Roy's good fortune for now. We should return, the sole 3rd-rank martial artist among them said after a moment of silence. Once upon a time, the Andring Mountain Town Demon Suppression Office had been nothing more than a lapdog under their command at Jingyang Temple. They could have stormed in and slain anyone surnamed Roy without any objection, or even a face-saving farewell. But now, the Demon Suppression Office was the most powerful force in Great Kang County, and Andring Mountain Town's branch had become significantly stronger, more than 1.6 million years. You successfully grasped one part of heavenly true intent. Your spiritual senses evolve into spirit perception, marking your entry into the Great Sun Flaming Sutra. Only 1.6 million years of lifespan? Fergus was taken aback. He thought it would take around 2 million years given his talent. Of course, this was a fortunate turn of events. If it only took a million years or less, that would be even better. Phew. Shaking off unrealistic thoughts, Fergus fully embraced the infusion. Boom. A giant sun illusion appeared behind Fergus, and instantly, the elemental forces within 100 miles stirred wildly, surging toward him like a tidal wave. His physical body transformed comprehensively, strength, defense, speed, all increasing exponentially. Almost simultaneously, Fergus's mind ascended limitlessly as his spiritual senses rapidly evolved. Everything within several miles became clear in his mental sea, expanding outward at a terrifying speed. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. In Andring Mountain, Yunmeng Temple's Heavenly King Hall, the Venerable Yuan sat on his cushion while 7 monks knelt some distance away. Venerable Abbot, this disciple failed to detain Roy Jed, allowing him to enter the Demon Suppression Office. Please punish me. Yuan's expression darkened, streaks of golden light flashing deep into the cliff wall, leaving holes that seemed bottomless. The true realm is indeed incomparable to a grandmaster. One step made a world of difference. First, his golden body physique evolved into a treasure-like divine body, with tenfold strength surpassing a dragon. A dragon's strength exceeded 1,000,000 elephants, and the defensive capabilities also reached new heights, possibly rivaling 8th-rank divine weapons. Certainly, this remained to be tested. Second, although the quantity of innate true qi increased slightly, its quality underwent a metamorphosis. Before, the innate true qi was akin to crude iron. Now, it was refined steel, far superior in power. Third, control over elemental forces expanded from a circle of 400 feet during the 9th-rank realm to 10 miles. Fourth, his spiritual sense evolved, allowing him to perceive everything within 50 miles clearly. Lastly, his lifespan increased by 360 years, bringing his total lifespan over 1,000 years. This truly immortal-like being deserved its name. With a lifespan exceeding a millennium, it rivaled the prosperity of the Kang Nation, which had existed for merely 1,800 years since its founding. Within less than a month, transforming from a lowly worker to a near-mythical figure with over a millennium lifespan felt surreal. The only regret was that like the Grandmasters, it only enhanced his constitution, not his innate comprehension. 2.71 million years of lifespan remaining. One more breakthrough is possible. You continue cultivating the Great Sun Flaming Sutra. In 2.4 million years, you will grasp 3 parts of heavenly true intent, achieving minor completion of the Great Sun Flaming Sutra. In the inner city of Great Kang City, at the Han family residence. Alas, this day has finally come. The Han family patriarch Clyde sighed deeply. How should our family proceed? Side with the Demon Suppression Office, or Yunmeng Temple? Chapter 87. Furious Wrath. Great Kang County, a humble cave residence stood. Behind Fergus, the dazzling sun shadow gradually receded, and the chaotic forces of heaven and earth within a radius of 150 miles slowly settled down. Fergus's cultivation had successfully stabilized at the lesser completion stage of the first-rank true man realm. The power of my physical body and the innate true qi within have both increased by nearly 5 levels. The force of heaven and earth that I can control has expanded to cover an area of 15 miles around me. My overall combat strength has more than doubled compared to before the breakthrough. Only my spirit sense is growing rather slowly, covering just 120 miles around me with less than a 5-level increase. I wonder where my current cultivation ranks in the Great Kang Dynasty? A hint of curiosity flashed in Fergus's eyes. Unfortunately, whether it was Emil, the 7th-rank Andretal Grandmaster, or the Beehive sect under his command, they knew very little about the true man realm, mostly legends with no practical reference value. But it seems that in this Great Kang prefecture of 9 counties, few people can truly pose a threat to me now. Exiting the cave, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. This secluded retreat for the breakthrough had taken him almost a full day. In less than 10 breaths, Fergus covered hundreds of miles and reached the deserted small courtyard where he had stored his official attire. After breaking through to the true man realm, Fergus's speed had more than doubled. Even without using any special movement techniques, his sheer cultivation made him exceed 20 times the speed of sound, covering several miles in a second. Even the legendary skill of shrink the earth into inches seemed trivial in comparison. Pity I still couldn't create a storage space. A flash of regret crossed Fergus's eyes. Though the true man realm was formidable, a different level from the 9th-rank Great Grandmaster, one casual attack could exterminate the pre-breakthrough him, but tearing apart space to open a storage space was far beyond reach, so much so that he didn't even have the capability to shake space itself. It seems I'll have to get this storage item from the Prefecture Demon Suppression Office. Should I raise my cultivation further? Emil had been here for many days, bringing with him a 4th-rank spirit pill Andrianzang pill, a 5th-rank medicinal herb xuanhuan Suefu grass, plus many resources from the Star Sword sect. As a world-renowned prodigy, it was reasonable for his cultivation to have progressed. A 4th-rank cultivation would suffice to master 6th-rank perfection martial arts. Now at 5th rank, mastering a 7th-rank saber technique to perfection and possessing combat strength, rivaling a 7th-rank Andretal Grandmaster seemed logical enough, except it wasn't. This post-true man breakthrough feeling sure has gotten me overconfident. It had only been a few days since his breakthrough, yet he dared to expose the 7th-rank perfection saber technique, not fearing attracting attention from the wrong people. One top-tier talent in the prefecture was already glaringly bright. If he surpassed this, who knew if some true man might take a liking to him and want to recruit him as a disciple? He was well aware of his true situation. Breaking through the true man realm took millions of years of cultivation, and a real examination by those true men would undoubtedly expose him instantly. With his golden finger, stealthy growth was paramount. Stay calm, don't be rash. It's just a Sumeru bag. Perhaps he should ask York for help and have the Marty facilitate its acquisition. Given the importance of the Xia family to him, such a minor favor shouldn't be refused. If necessary, he could pay extra. Over toward Yunmeng County, harvesting nearly 20,000 years of lifespan. Yesterday's battle hadn't involved mobilizing forces from Yunmeng County's demon suppression office, thus having minimal impact on Yunmeng County. However, he noticed changes. Near towns like Pingo Town and xuanhuan Town, new villages sprouted up, and even the abandoned towns nearest to Yunmeng City started undergoing renovations. With the intensive cleanup by the Demon Suppression Guard, the area within 500 miles centered around Yunmeng City now saw rare instances of demons causing harm to the populace. At this rate, within half a month, all of Yunmeng County would be thoroughly cleansed, leading to a steep decline in harvested lifespans. Of course, this was within Fergus's expectations. These demons and spirits weren't like grass that regrew endlessly. Catamans, while having a clear disadvantage in lifespan, 10 to 100 times shorter than demons, they also possess their strengths. Cataman martial artists, with a bit of talent and ample resources, including sufficient food, could break through to the strengthened body stage and enter the first-rank refined skin stage within a decade. Conversely, most demons require decades to progress from the intelligence opening stage to the warrior rank. Without this weakness, humans wouldn't control the 81 states of Dekong. All humans would long have become livestock to these demonic beings. 3,000 miles all, 5 people stood. 3 of them wore the attire of minor flag officers from the Demon Suppression Bureau. The other 2 were a man in his 40s, wearing a deep blue robe, with white temples and a slightly plump figure, and an elderly man with gray hair, dressed in green, tall and slender, weighing less than 100 pounds, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority. From these 2 individuals, one could faintly see the shadow of Hamilton, the vice commander. These 2 were none other than the head of the Han family, Clyde, and the patriarch, August. After last night's deliberation among the Han family's higher-ups, they ultimately chose to side with the Demon Suppression Bureau. Hamilton's words played a decisive role in this decision. The Han family, ranked last among the 4 major clans of Great Kang City, was weaker even than the Jiang family. In the entire clan, only the patriarch August, the head Clyde, and the elder Hamilton were 5th-rank martial artists. Despite Hamilton not being from the main lineage and only being a secondary elder, he still held considerable influence within the Han family. Especially after the rise of the Demon Suppression Bureau, his influence rivaled that of Clyde, the head of the clan. Yesterday's battle against the Braidang Water Mansion made him realize Porter's strength deeply. Although the venerable Aaron of Jingang Temple was likely also a 7th-rank minor grandmaster, he firmly believed Aaron would not be a match for old Master Zhang. With the support of the Beihai sect, the Demon Suppression Bureau's chances of winning against Jingang Temple were at least 80%. He could not stand by and watch his Han family perish along with Jingang Temple. After much persuasion, he finally convinced everyone in the Han family. As for their disciples within Jingang Temple, they could only rely on their own fortune. To preserve the family legacy, some sacrifices were inevitable. Due to the defection of the Han family, the 3 minor flag officers from Andrangshan Town encountered no resistance and were smoothly delivered into the Demon Suppression Bureau. Jingang Temple was actually capturing medicine children. These weren't apprentice pharmacists or herb-gathering children. More accurately, they should be called child drugs. Using children as great medicines, they forcibly extracted the innate qi within them to refine spirit pills. When humans are born, they carry a certain amount of innate qi. However, as they grow older, this innate qi gradually dissipates. Without secret methods or rare treasures to nurture it, this innate qi usually vanishes entirely by the age of 12. Monsters and demons often covet boys and girls due to the remaining innate qi in their bodies. For martial artists, this innate qi is also a highly valuable resource. For 5th and 6th rank martial artists, refining Shantandan using this innate qi cannot, shall, swiftly gather your troops. I want those heartless monks to never see tomorrow's sun, Fergus said in a voice so icy that it felt like the temperature in the hall plummeted by several degrees. He may have killed countless people, but he still had his limits. The monsters of Jingang Temple must die. Even if Jesus came, he wouldn't be able to save them. Also, send someone to my residence to invite old Master Zhang to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Yes. Andretal Spirit Mountain, Jingang Temple. Swoosh. A yellow light descended from the sky, landing in front of Andrangshuo Hall. The 9-foot-tall Abbot Kaidanizan of the Arhat Hall quickly entered Andrangshuo Hall. Inside the hall, Abbot Amiri and other abbots like Kaidaniji were already waiting. Amiri's senior brother, the Han family betrayed us. That Fergus probably knows about the medicine children now, Kaidanizan said angrily. Had he not been alert and discovered the Han family's betrayal in time, he might have been arrested by the Demon Suppression Bureau. Ba, it seems a battle between our Jingang Temple and the Demon Suppression Bureau is inevitable, Amiri replied solemnly. Capturing medicine children and refining innate pills were both forbidden acts, just like colluding with demons. Lord Su would never let Jingang Temple off. Kaidaniji Jr. brother, leave the traitors to the disciplinary division. Don't let them die easily. Yes, senior brother Amiri. Junior brothers, accompany me to visit Uncle Aaron. Currently, Master Aaron had completed his blood transformation and was only one step away from becoming an 8th-rank Grandmaster. One reason he descended from the mountain was due to Jingang Temple's needs. Another reason was to use innate pills to attempt breaking through the 8th-rank barrier. Upon hearing this, Abbot Amiri and the abbots all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Uncle Aaron could defeat Porter, they weren't afraid of the Demon Suppression Bureau. In terms of concealment, Jingang Temple was unmatched among the 3 major powers. So everything will be? Before he could finish, Abbot Amiri and the abbots behind him suddenly changed expressions, pupils constricting as if witnessing the most terrifying sight. They screamed in agony, Uncle Aaron, no? Chapter 89, Slaying a 7th-rank Master. Bang. In the presence of Abbot Yuan and the chief elders of Jingang Temple, who looked on in horror. The previously confident figure of Venerable Aaron, who had shown utter disdain for Porter, suddenly wavered and fell straight before them. The vigorous vitality that surged like a rushing torrent vanished in mere moments. Within a few breaths, all signs of life were gone. An overwhelming sense of dread instantly engulfed the entire tranquil Heart Hall. It felt as if an abyss was swallowing everything whole. At this moment, Abbot Yuan and the chief elders behind him seemed to have their hearts stop beating. They tried to speak but found themselves unable to utter. Porter understood the prowess of Venerable Aaron. Soon after Venerable Aaron arrived, Fergus learned from Porter about his cultivation level. He couldn't let this bald monk live. Otherwise, the upcoming battle would be far too challenging. He didn't want to act publicly, as even if his subordinates couldn't see his methods, the risk of exposing himself would increase tenfold. How could it be so coincidental that news of the destruction of Jingang Temple would draw attention from Andrangtu Temple to their Demon Suppression Bureau and himself? Indeed, this spirit awareness is incredibly useful. With spirit awareness, he could remain unseen and kill everyone from dozens of miles away. This was undoubtedly the perfect choice for a cunning person seeking anonymity. Suddenly, Fergus's expression changed. What a bunch of monks, hiding so deeply. In the next moment, within a secret cave on the rear side of Andrang Mountain, several elderly monks simultaneously turned to ashes. There were 26 of them, with the weakest being 5th-rank cultivators. 5 of them were 6th rank, and the strongest was nearly a 7th-rank lesser grandmaster, surpassing Vinny by a margin. While he had expected Jingang Temple to have some hidden strengths, this number was far too many. Compared to Star Sword Sect and Beehai Sect, they paled in comparison. Fortunately, he himself had hidden considerable power. Otherwise, leading people to attack Jingang Temple would have ended poorly for him on Andrang Mountain. Indeed, in these chaotic times, one must be cautious to survive longer than anyone else. Whoosh! In an instant, Fergus turned into a streak of light and vanished from Andrang Mountain. Less than a minute later, Fergus returned to the Braiding City Demon Suppression Bureau as if he had never left. Half an hour passed. Thousands of elite demon suppression guards marched out of Braiding City under Fergus's leadership, heading towards Andrang Mountain. After half an hour, Fergus and his group arrived outside Andrang Mountain. Asterisk dong. Dong. Asterisk. The heavy tolling of a bell echoed from the center of Jingang Temple, resounding over 100 miles. Oh no, it's the Golden Spirit Bell. The 9 strikes mean there's a formidable enemy attacking Jingang Temple. Quickly, disciples, return to the temple. Near Andrang Mountain, numerous disciples of Jingang Temple hastily dropped their tasks and rushed back to the temple. Quickly, everyone, assemble at the main gate. Inside the temple, many martial monks armed with staves and sabers gathered swiftly under the guidance of various overseers. Strange, why hasn't Uncle Abbot appeared? And the chief elders are also missing. What's going on? Soon, many martial monks frowned, sensing an uneasy unease. The 9 strikes of the Golden Spirit Bell indicated a matter of life and death for Jingang Temple. Logically, Abbot Yuan and the chief elders should have been handling the situation, yet they hadn't appeared even after several minutes. Could it be that Uncle Abbot? No, it can't be. Uncle Abbot is a 6th-rank powerhouse, and the chief elders are top-tier experts of Braiding County. Nothing could have happened to them. Besides, we still have Ancestor Aaron safeguarding us. Something must have temporarily detained them. Yes, that must be it. At this moment, Fergus arrived outside the main gate of Jingang Temple with thousands of demon suppression guards. Ebinshin, Ebinya, each take 500 men and seal off all 4 directions of Jingang Temple. Not a single monk is allowed to escape. Yes, my lord. Men, follow us and secure the entire temple. Following the order, 1,000 demon suppression guards quickly departed with their commanders. Jingang Temple monks are ruthless and inhumane, using children as ingredients to refine forbidden pills. Their crimes cannot go unpunished. Fergus floated into the air, his voice reverberating like a thunderous bell through the temple. What? Using children as ingredients to refine pills? No, it's impossible. We in Jingang Temple only do good the act complete. Fergus still had Porter run a trip to Braidinjuan and Braidingshan counties, bringing back Julius and Alexei Zhongbei, who had just returned, along with their deputy commanders. Bald monk, die at the order of this official. Each deputy commander was like a tiger among sheep, invincible. The strongest of the Jingang Temple martial monks were only 4th-rank cultivators. How could they possibly withstand so many 5th-rank warriors leading the charge? They suffered defeat after defeat, retreating further into the temple. Strange? Why are there only these 4th-rank martial monks? Fergus maintained his strategy, ensuring no detail was overlooked. He needed to stage this operation thoroughly, so he dispatched Porter to fetch reinforcements from neighboring counties. Julius, Alexei Zhongbei, and their deputy commanders, who had just returned, were promptly summoned back. Bald monk, die at the order of this official. Deputy commanders surged forward like tigers among sheep, unstoppable. The martial monks of Jingang Temple, whose highest rank was 4th, couldn't stand against so many 5th-rank fighters leading the charge. They fell back continuously, retreating deeper into the temple. Strange? Why are there only these 4th-rank martial monks? Note, the text appears to repeat for emphasis or continuity. Adjustments have been made for clarity and coherence while maintaining the original structure. Benefits, while one's loss caused mutual harm. Should anything go awry in this battle for the Bureau, the sect would not fare well either. Damn it, what are we waiting for? Why hasn't Abbot come to our aid? After several moments, numerous 4th-rank clerical martial monks became increasingly anxious. A few 5th-rank fighters, they could still handle using their numerical advantage, but now, facing 16 5th ranks and thousands of elite forces from the Demon Suppression Bureau, within 10 breaths, 21 4th-rank monks had been killed, and countless lower-rank monks lay dead. If this continued, all 10,000 martial monks within the temple would be slaughtered in minutes. To think even after losing 21 4th-rank martial monks, old monk Yuan still holds back? Vinny frowned, sensing something was amiss. To lure them into the temple, this sacrifice was too great. Fourth ranks and below were expendable, but fourth-rank martial artists formed the backbone of Jinfeng Temple. There weren't many such individuals. Losing 21 at once would gravely weaken the temple. It appears Venerable Aaron has indeed been dealt with by Senior Roy, said Emil, looking deeply at Fergus. Having suspected earlier, Emil knew that given his 7th-rank proficiency, it should have been impossible for Aaron and others to escape his perception entirely. Now, he was sure that they had been preemptively eliminated. Otherwise, with Aaron's protective nature, he wouldn't sit idly by watching his disciples be massacred by the demon suppressors. More time passed. Nearly half of the temple's 10,000 martial monks were casualties, especially the 4th-rank monks, who under heavy targeting, dwindled to less than 20. Desperate resistance from low-ranking monks barely kept them alive. Why haven't abbot and chief elders acted yet? Are you waiting until all disciples perish? Are you willing to let all disciples die before intervening? A sense of despair and endless resentment spread among the remaining monks. All this suffering, capturing medicine boys and refining the innate pill, was for the sake of the elders. Yet now, while the elders used the pills, it was they who faced death. Where was justice? Where was law? I can't die here. This is all the fault of those elders. They deserve to die. Sir, please, I surrender. Spare me. Finally, one monk collapsed mentally, dropping his weapon and kneeling in surrender. Immediately, others on the brink of collapse followed suit, surrendering en masse. Kill. Not a single one shall remain. Fergus's cold voice echoed. He wasn't swayed by their appeals to compassion or pleas for mercy. No, sir, you can't do this. We've already surrendered. Why won't you spare us? The ones responsible for the innate pill are the abbots, not us. Ah, no. Cursed demons, may you fall into hell for eternity. Minutes later, the sounds of curses and pleas ceased. Could it be that Abbot Yuan and the others truly left Jinfeng Temple beforehand? Exchanging looks, Vinny and his disciples found no other plausible explanation. These elders couldn't possibly use the entire temple as bait. Could someone have struck first, killing the elders? But considering a 7th-rank Andretal Grandmaster was among them, even an 8th-rank Grandmaster would find it challenging to wipe them out silently. Search the entire temple. Kill every monk. Besides these ranked martial monks, there were unranked servants within the temple. Fergus intended none to survive, not even a dog. Don't kill me. Please, sir, forgive us. We knew nothing. Abbot, elders, please, save us. We don't want to die. Soon, anguished cries arose from all around the temple. It seems Yuan really isn't here. Realizing this, Vinny and his disciples' doubts vanished. Instantly, their brows furrowed with worry. By annihilating the temple, they had made bitter enemies of Yuan and his associates. Retribution was certain. Facing a 7th-rank Grandmaster, multiple 6th ranks, and dozens of 5th ranks sent chills down their spines. Chapter 91. Annihilation. Behind Fergus, Emil, who followed him like an old servant with a hunched back, sneered and cast a somewhat meaningful glance at the 4 worried disciples of Vinny. Those bald monks still want revenge? In their next life. Of course, Emil only thought this in his mind. He would never dare to say it out loud. Since Helmut had ordered Senior Roy to secretly kill Venerable Aaron and the others, he obviously didn't want anyone to know about it. Speaking up now would merely be asking for trouble. Disaster often stems from loose lips, especially for servants who needed to know what could and couldn't be said. Otherwise, one might not even know how they died. He wasn't naive enough to think that serving as Fergus's steward for a few days, helping him deal with some junior members, would allow him to speak freely before Fergus. Half an hour later, the once noisy Vajra temple finally fell silent. Every single person within the temple, be it ordained martial monks, laymen, or secular disciples, was thoroughly searched and mercilessly killed. Even the old dogs were not spared. Eric, gather the bodies of these bald monks and move them to the square for unified cremation. Fergus pointed to a nearby stone square and instructed, collect the bodies of our brothers, place them in coffins, and bring them back to the Demon Suppression Bureau for proper burial. Though he had personally wiped out the high-ranking warriors of Vajra Temple, the thousands of martial monks were no ordinary livestock to be slaughtered at will. Some unlucky few still fell victim to the monks' staffs and sabers during the battle. Brad, Eben Zhou, Ebenya, lead men to clean the battlefield and investigate Vajra Temple. Eben Shang, Eben Cho, you lead men to thoroughly search Vajra Temple and find those children. Although within his spiritual awareness, everything within a 120-mile radius was visible and he had already located the children, he couldn't openly reveal this. Yes, sir. Soon, everyone carried out their respective orders. Half an hour later, on the stone square, a mountain of corpses rose nearly 10 meters high, the abundant blood staining the entire square red. Fortunately, after breaking through to the true realm, I can harvest lifespans by merely being within 10 zhang of a corpse. Fergus felt relieved internally. Everyone isn't foolish. Doing this too many times would eventually raise suspicions. After the incident with Star Sword Sect, rumors started circulating within the Demon Suppression Bureau, saying he had a peculiar fascination with corpses. Another such incident here at Vajra Temple would only add fuel to the fire. If certain people heard about this, they might connect the dots. This trip hasn't been in vain. Looking at the lifespan reserves exceeding 7 million again, Fergus smiled broader. Quantity leads to quality. Humans are far less valuable than demons. Even a ranked martial monk usually yields only 20 years, and those in the lesser body realm rarely exceed 10 years. But sheer numbers made up for it. The nearly 12,000 ranked martial monks and over 50,000 lesser monks added up to a substantial total, more than what he gained from the Mo River Water Palace yesterday. Another half hour passed. Tap tap tap. With the sound of footsteps approaching, Vice Commanders Eben Shang, Eben Cho, and their subordinates appeared before Fergus, leading hundreds of children. Among them, fewer than 100 had rosy faces, looking relatively normal. The rest looked pale and sickly. Even though he had seen these children through his spiritual awareness earlier, seeing them standing before him stirred uncontrollable rage within Fergus. Killing those heartless monks beforehand was too lenient. Kadindred survived, but how many children were forcibly stripped of their innate chi and killed? At least 8,000, if not 10,000. Extracting innate chi from a child under 8 years old is nearly fatal, while those over 10 might survive but have little hope beyond 10%. How many innocent children had they harmed in Vajra Temple's 500-year history? 10,000, 100,000, or more. He refused to believe these monsters only targeted children recently. Eben Sheng, quickly locate the families of these children who haven't lost their innate chi and send them home. As for the others, send them to the Andring Mountain Town Demon Suppression Bureau, first to nurture them with spirit pills. Once they recover the lake, the largest lake in Braiding's County, one of the 9 provinces of Braiding Xuan Manor. Its name comes from this lake, which stretches for no less than 5,000 miles, nearly triple the size of Alexaming Lake. In the heart of Tianza Lake stood the Grand Tianza Lake Dragon Palace, several times larger than the Alexaming Lake Dragon Palace. Seated on a crystal dragon throne was the Dragon King of Tianza Lake, Long Mario Braiding, ruler of the 5,000-mile Tianza Lake and king of the myriad aquatic races across the 21 counties of Braidings. To either side of the crystal dragon throne were 2 smaller coral thrones. On the left sat someone identical to Dragon King Braiding, with a dragon head and human body, wearing a crown and dark green dragon robe. The other was a middle-aged man with white hair and long, slender dragon whiskers hanging down to his chest, also dressed in a dragon robe. Both exuded far weaker but still formidable aura compared to Dragon King Braiding. In the center of the hall, a group of mermaid women, clad in transparent gauze dresses with shells on their backs, danced seductively. Report. Great King, General Stone Armor of Alexaming Lake, requests an audience. Chapter 92. The Three Kings. How did Hartley come here? On the right side of Tianza Lake Dragon King Casey, the white-haired dragon with a beard, a middle-aged man, furrowed his brows slightly, feeling an unease creeping in. This person was none other than James, the master of Alexaming Lake for 1,000 years and a dragon carp demon. Hartley was one of the 2 palace guards of Alexaming Lake's Dragon Palace, responsible for its safety and rarely leaving the palace lightly. Just as James was taken aback, Dragon King Casey had already spoken, summoning Hartley into the hall. Shortly after, under the guidance of a shrimp soldier, a crab general clad in silver-white armor stepped into the hall. Hartley, did something happen at the Dragon Palace? Without waiting for Hartley to pay his respects, James eagerly asked. Your Majesty, it is I who has been dispatched by General Gue. Yesterday, Fergus, the red-cloaked exorcist of Braiding County's Demon Suppression Office, led a sudden attack on the Braiding Riverwater Palace. They slaughtered my clan. Hartley respectfully bowed, recounting how the Braiding Riverwater clan was attacked and many were killed, including the death of Harold. Braiding County's Demon Suppression Office, red-cloaked exorcist Fergus, excellent, excellent, excellent. James's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth in rage. The Braiding Riverwater clan was an important branch of the Alexaming Lake Water clan, and Harold was one of his 4 top generals and among the 5 strongest in the Alexaming Lake Dragon Palace. For the Braiding County Demon Suppression Office to mercilessly slaughter them without any hesitation was this favor James will never forget. Hearing this, James felt overjoyed and hurriedly thanked them. With these 2 Dragon Kings assisting, capturing the Braiding County Demon Suppression Office and avenging Green Snake would be much easier. Although both were low-ranking demon generals, they were far superior to James, a descendant of a nearly extinct dragon lineage. They were true descendants of dragons with more than 3 layers of dragon bloodline, significantly surpassing peers in combat prowess. Especially Tianza Lake Dragon King Casey, rumored to have over 4 layers of dragon bloodline, excelling among the many offspring of the Blue Water Lake Dragon King. His combat strength was formidable enough to challenge 8th-rank Caedmon Grandmasters. A mere Braiding County Demon Suppression Office, with the help of these 2 Dragon Kings, would be easily dealt with without needing additional troops from Alexaming Lake. Time passed quickly until the hour of high, 9 p.m., and Jin Gang Temple remained brightly lit. One treasure chest after another was loaded onto carts by the demon suppressors. Regardless of his past life or present, temples were adept at accumulating wealth. The resources of Jin Gang Temple were twice as rich as those of Star Sword Sect. Fergus's thousands of demon suppressors spent several hours ransacking the temple thoroughly. Pity, there is still nothing I need. After inspecting all medicinal resources, disappointment flashed in Fergus's eyes. Jin Gang Temple had numerous rare herbs, some exceeding 500 years in age, beneficial even to 7th-rank minor grandmasters. Yet they couldn't enhance innate potential. It seemed impossible to find materials capable of enhancing innate potential within Braidinjiang Prefecture. Star Sword Sect, Jin Gang Temple, and Beihai Sect, all ranking among the top 10 sects in Braidinjiang Prefecture, lacked such materials, and it was unlikely the other 7 major sects would fare better. I wonder if Marty has such treasures. Recently, he had instructed Emil to send a secret letter to the capital city. In a few days, he would receive news. Even if Marty suspected something, Fergus wasn't overly concerned. No martial artist would disdain materials enhancing innate talent, and his desire was understandable. Even if suspicion arose, it wouldn't matter. Compared to enhancing his own innate talent, taking some risk was worth it. Boosting his talent would save him decades, or even centuries of lifespan. And the Sumeru bag was not a significant problem. Currently, openly he was just a 4th-rank martial artist, able to match 6th-rank martial artists with techniques, but still insignificant against true powerhouses. The benefactor might not give him a Sumeru bag out of caution. After all, many 8th-rank grandmasters didn't possess one. Of course, most critical was confidence in his cultivation. A 1st-rank true person in Braidingluan commandery was, hey, this king will cleanse Braiding City in blood to avenge our Braiding River Water clan. Hashtag Chapter 93, Slaying the Dragon. Whoosh! A streak of azure light tore through the void, moving faster than 20 times the speed of sound. In a blink, it appeared 100 miles away from that dark cloud cluster. The figure revealed itself to be a tall, slender old man with an ordinary appearance, dressed in a green robe, Fergus. Boom! With a flicker of his spiritual sense, Everything within a radius of 120 miles swiftly emerged in his sea of consciousness. A 1,000-year-old carp demon with a hint of flood dragon bloodline and at the low-level demon general stage. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the master of Alexaming Lake. Suddenly, Fergus's eyes flickered, his gaze blazing with intense heat as his breathing grew heavier. 2 flood dragons had actually come, one after another, just like when one feels sleepy and someone brings a pillow. Dragon blood was among the treasures capable of enhancing innate talent and potential. Although these were only flood dragons, with impure bloodlines far inferior to divine true dragons, he was no prodigious genius either. He knew all too well how mediocre his own talent was, the most ordinary first-grade bone quality, barely better than those who lacked martial talent and could scarcely achieve anything even after a lifetime of cultivation. In the Great Kang Dynasty, innate talent and bone quality were divided into 9 grades corresponding to the 9 martial stages. A first-grade bone quality meant a normal person could, at best, break through to the second grade after a lifetime of cultivation. But a 9th-grade bone quality would ensure achieving the Grandmaster realm without fail, even holding hope for delving into the mysteries of the universe and stepping into the true realm. The top geniuses from prestigious territories usually possessed 9th-grade bone qualities. To them, Fergus might appear as a peerless Tansai in Reggie's eyes, should be revised for consistency and fluency. The top geniuses from prestigious territories usually had 9th-grade bone qualities. To people like Reggie, Fergus might seem like a peerless genius. As for what lay beyond the 9th-grade bone quality, it was unknown territory, like the true realm itself, beyond the comprehension of people like Reggie. Combining these edits, we get the top geniuses from prestigious territories usually had 9th-grade bone qualities. To people like Reggie, Fergus might seem like a peerless genius. As for what lay beyond the 9th-grade bone quality, it was unknown territory, like the true realm itself, beyond the comprehension of people like Reggie. The blood of a low-level demon general flood dragon offered minimal benefits to a 9th-grade bone quality genius, almost negligible improvement. However, for someone with a first-grade bone quality, it was an invaluable treasure capable of drastically enhancing their innate talent. With 2 flood dragons, improving to a 4th, 5th, or even 6th-grade bone quality was not out of the question. 80 miles away, atop that dark cloud, Eben Jr. brother was right. Dare to kill tens of thousands of our aquatic race, they must be repaid 100-fold by the humans, said Tianza Lake Dragon King Casey with a grotesque expression. Cadenmans, mere blood food for the aquatic race, dared to slaughter them on such a large scale, an outright blasphemy. 13th brother, you're still too lenient. How can a measly Braiding County suffice? The lives of our aquatic warriors are incomparably more valuable than those human scum. They must all pay with their lives. Braidingia, the Longning River Dragon King of Braidingsay Prefecture, seethed with cruel and violent intent. To him, their aquatic race was infinitely superior to these feeble 2-legged creatures. Just then, bang! The 3 Dragon Kings' bodies sank as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. The terrifying force nearly shattered their inner demonic energy and even threatened to oppose the Braiding Shui Lake Dragon Clan. My father won't forgive you. Fortunately, it's nighttime, otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Observing the massive forms of the 3 creatures, Fergus raised an eyebrow. Even the smallest, Alexaming Lake Master, exceeded 10 zhang in length, while the 2 flood dragons were both over 50 zhang, especially Tianza Lake Dragon King Casey, who was 80 zhang long, akin to a small mountain. In broad daylight, hiding them would be difficult. In the next moment, whoosh! Fergus's figure moved, flashing several times until he reached the 3 giants. Where should we go next? He certainly couldn't return to Braiding City with these massive creatures. It would be inviting disaster. Yunmeng County, Braidingshan County, or... Suddenly, inspiration struck Fergus. He thought of an excellent location, the Braiding River Water Mansion. It was vast, having just experienced a fierce battle. No demon dared to approach with the dense malevolent aura lingering, especially deep within the riverbed, hidden from sight. Boom! With a stir of his spiritual sense, he summoned the surrounding forces of heaven and earth to envelop the 3 giants, gathering clouds to conceal their forms, heading straight for the Braiding River Water Mansion. Half an hour later, Fergus brought the 3 giants across 1,000 miles, arriving at the Braiding River Water Mansion. As expected, dragon blood pool. Black vapors were quickly eradicated and dispelled. These were demonic energies contained within the dragon's blood. Even now that he was honored as a first-rank true man, if he did not clear these demonic energies from the dragon's blood before absorbing it directly into his body, it would be unpleasant for him. Though it wouldn't make him fall and transform into a demon like an ordinary martial artist, it would erode his true body and weaken his cultivation. Moreover, enhancing his natural talent and constitution would be an impossible task. Fortunately, the force of heaven and earth could also destroy demonic energy with effects similar to the purification platforms in the demon suppression institutes. Otherwise, he'd have to take these 2 dragons back for purification, which would create huge trouble, not only increasing exposure risks but also making it uncertain when this dragon blood could finally be used. The city of Braiding County has 47 towns, with 51 demon suppression institutes. The highest level purification platform just barely met the standard, taking no less than 6 months to purify low-ranking demon generals. For other true men, half a year might not be much, but for Fergus, a notorious cheater, a few months was already a long time. After becoming a first-rank true man in less than a month since arriving here, who knew what level he would reach in half a year? His root bone certainly wouldn't remain at its current level. He didn't believe he would be so unlucky as to never obtain materials to enhance his natural talent and constitution. By then, whether this dragon blood would still be effective was also a significant concern. Dragons, even those with the lowest mixed blood lineage, mature into middle-ranking demon commanders, while low-ranking demon generals are only slightly higher. An hour passed. Puffed! The last trace of demonic energy was eradicated by the forces of heaven and earth. The dark golden dragon blood turned pale gold, and a strange fragrance wafted up. Wonder how far this pool of dragon blood can elevate my root bone? A flicker of anticipation shone in Fergus's eyes. He swiftly ran through the great solar flaming sun cannon to fully refine the surrounding dragon blood. Hiss! What a tyrannical dragon blood! Fergus raised an eyebrow. Despite his first-rank true man body, the entry of the dragon blood caused a bit of pain, akin to receiving an 4 drip in his past life. If it were lower-ranking martial artists below the Dharma body realm, their bodies would likely burst open, leading to certain death. No wonder regular martial artists, even if they luckily acquired dragon blood, dared not use it directly but needed specific recipes and potent medicines to assist in refining. Time flew. A day passed. Nearly half of the dragon blood in the pool had been consumed. In Braidinjiang Prefecture, the Yellow-Robed Dean Bureau, and the Azure Water Lake Dragon Palace. Should he provoke the Dragon Palace backing Xuanhuan, he would be nothing more than cannon fodder, dying at any moment. Another day passed. The last drop of dragon blood was refined by Fergus. Boom! Fergus opened his tightly shut eyes, filled with surprise. As expected, after refining the full dragon blood, his innate root bone had significantly improved. Previously, his self-cultivation felt like crawling. He struggled day and night, yet barely gained a hint of innate true qi. Now, it felt at least twice as fast, comparable to a person sprinting. Most noticeably, after the Great Solar Flaming Sun Cannon, the attribute panel now included infuse 3 times. Even when he took the opportunity to run to Braidinjuan and Braidingshan counties to harvest the newly slain demons while his subordinates were plundering the resources of the Jinggang Temple, he only accumulated nearly 1.5 million years of life force, still falling short of what was needed to break through. For a more fluent reading, I've made some adjustments. Most noticeably, after mastering the Great Solar Flaming Sun Cannon, the attribute panel now included infuse 3 times. Even when he took the chance to run to Braidinjuan and Braidingshan counties to harvest the newly slain demons while his subordinates were looting the Jinggang Temple's resources, he only accumulated nearly 1.5 million. Chapter 95, 5th Rank Root Bone. Having just annihilated the Azure River Water Palace and slaughtered tens of thousands of aquatic creatures, he now attacked Vajra Temple. This was something no human should do. Compared to the Dragon Clan, the rulers of all water creatures, the Buddhist sects were equally formidable, perhaps even more so. They possessed greater depth and were one of the most untouchable forces in the Decay Dynasty. Just like the Dragon Clan, the Buddhists also had a tendency to be protective. Those bald monks never adhered to reason. They wouldn't care whether Vajra Temple had acted first. They only knew that their town demon queller had destroyed their people. Fergus, what can I say about you? Do you think we are still in the early days of the Empire? Our town demon queller is no longer as glorious as it once was. These days, if you want to last long, you need to learn to turn a blind eye. You must know which matters deserve attention and which don't. Alas, had I known Fergus would be this reckless, I shouldn't have promoted him or transferred him to Azure River County, let alone continue to invest resources into him. Now, not only have I failed to find any backing, but I've stirred up trouble for myself for nothing. In front of the behemoth that is the Buddhist sect, even an 8th rank master is merely a slightly stronger ant. Just Spirit Tower Temple alone could easily take him down, let alone the fact that Fergus isn't yet a true master. Once Spirit Tower Temple learns of Vajra's destruction, it will be the end for Fergus. I must quickly distance ourselves from Fergus. I cannot be dragon blood. In another 2 days, this entire pool would be completely absorbed. Braidingluan Prefecture City, blue-robed hall of the town demon queller. Damn, Fergus, you really know no bounds. Otto couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. After destroying the Azure River Water Palace, Fergus was now preparing to attack Vajra Temple. Although the letter didn't specify, Otto could already foresee Vajra Temple's fate. It would be no better than Star Sword Sect, and possibly even worse. Fergus had his flaws. He loved Rugiamo and spent nights at pleasure quarters, but he genuinely cared for the people. If not, he wouldn't have spent his own money offering bounties for demons, all for the sake of public safety. Seeing Vajra Temple commit such heinous crimes, how could he let it go easily? It seems I underestimated Fergus's backing. It might not be just a great master sect, but rather a true person lineage. Given that Fergus's actions were tolerated, his backing surely wasn't afraid of Spirit Tower Temple's retaliation. As one of the high-ranking officials in the prefecture's town demon queller, he knew much about Spirit Tower Temple. Established 1,500 years ago, just 3 centuries later than the Decay Dynasty, it was the top Buddhist temple in Braidingluan Prefecture. Its founder, Andrenchuo Ancestor Master, was said to have achieved Arhat status, comparable to a true person. Though the founder had long since pity I don't have a heavenly destiny disc. That artifact could measure root bones. Only the town headquarters in Braidingluan Prefecture had one among the 9 county offices. But it's not hopeless. By observing how much faster cultivation progressed, he could estimate his new root bone rank. Inject Solar Blaze Cannon. After diligent cultivation, you successfully grasp 7/10 of the essence of the universe in 135,000 years. Solar Blaze Cannon reaches mastery. Just 135,000 years. Fergus was stunned, unable to comprehend. Was this the gap between genius and waste? Previously, breaking from minor 8th rank to major took him more than a fraction of his lifespan. After some time, Fergus regained his composure. To break through true realm costs 1.6 million years, minor mastery takes 2.4 million years, and major mastery should have taken at least 3.2 million years with my previous first rank root bone, potentially up to 4 million years. This means my talent has improved almost 30-fold, and each increase in root bone raises cultivation speed by nearly double. So even if I'm not quite 6th rank, I'm very close. You continue injecting Solar Blaze Cannon. After 180,000 years, you successfully grasp 1 layer of the essence of the universe. Solar Blaze Cannon reaches perfection. With 1.18 million years left, let's see how much further I can progress. Continue injecting Solar Blaze Cannon. Chapter 96, 2nd Rank True Person. After your diligent study of the Great Solar Blaze Cannon, after 24 years, your comprehension of heavenly intent greatly advanced, leading you to the enlightenment of the 2nd Rank Cannon, the Great Solar Incineration Cannon. It's not even 3,000 years. Indeed, with the breakthrough in bone and innate talent, my intuitive comprehension has undergone a qualitative leap. If I had only first-rank bones, it would probably take 100,000 years of lifespan before I could deduce the great solar incineration cannon. Thinking about it, cultivating martial arts in the future should save a lot of lifespan too. Ah, if only these two malevolent dragons had come sooner. If he had 5th-rank bone talent and 5 million years of lifespan before the destruction of the Azure River Water Clan, his cultivation would have skyrocketed. Pity. It was just these few days late. Sighing, Fergus put aside these thoughts. Everything had already passed. Thinking about it now was futile. Moreover, even if given another chance, he would still choose to continue enhancing his cultivation. He wouldn't suppress his cultivation to wait for a bone talent breakthrough. This time, luck was on his side, as only 2 low-level dragon generals attacked him. If it had been pure-blooded dragons comparable to true persons, suppressing his cultivation several-fold, able to control the forces of heaven and earth within 40 miles, spirit perception extended to 270 miles, overall combat power increasing more than 10-fold. In his previous life, a slightly smaller county in the Great Kang Dynasty would be no match for him. He was truly a human-shaped peace envoy. Finally, his lifespan also increased by a century, reaching 1,102 years. With nearly 280,000 years of lifespan remaining, next I'll focus on breaking through the void traceless technique. Perfection-level void traceless technique can still conceal a first-rank true person's cultivation, but to hide his current cultivation is somewhat difficult. Even without a true person, just a 9th or 8th rank master could sense his extraordinariness from a distance. Given all the days that have passed, news of the Vajra Temple's fall and the 2 dragons' deaths might already be out, with masters and grandmasters possibly investigating him secretly. He couldn't afford to expose himself, as the consequences would be unimaginable. Though a second-rank true person is strong, there are still many stronger individuals in the Kang Dynasty. You immerse yourself in studying the void traceless technique. After 280 years, you finally gain insight, understanding the first-rank true method, void formless true method. You start cultivating the void formless true method. It couldn't be this unlucky for such a powerful figure to appear in Azure River County and encounter him right away. Less than 10,000 years of lifespan left. It's time to return. Fergus was eager. Almost 6 days had passed, and a large wave of lifespan awaited him for reaping. But what should be done with these 2 dragons and this dragon carp? Looking at the 3 massive creatures nearby, Fergus frowned. Despite draining their blood, their other parts were still valuable treasures. Whether for personal use or nurturing subordinates, discarding them would be a waste, but taking them back wouldn't be easy. In this high martial world, lacking a spatial treasure causes much inconvenience. Suddenly, Fergus noticed something. With a sword finger, he split open the reverse scale of Longqing River Dragon King Braidingia. Reaching out, a volleyball-sized green crystal orb appeared in his hand, Braidingia's dragon pearl. To think that this dragon pearl is a spatial treasure. Fergus's eyes lit up. If he hadn't cultivated the ethereal void formless true method to perfection and comprehended the rudiments of spatial intent, he wouldn't Tianza Lake Dragon King's dragon pearl, as expected, contained significantly more space, roughly 15 meters in diameter, storing numerous treasures, including a few precious medicinal herbs beneficial even to 8th rank masters. Unfortunately, similar to the Longning Lake Dragon King's collection, there were no materials to enhance innate talent. Take it. Transferring the treasures from the Tianza Lake Dragon King to the other dragon pearl, Fergus transformed his spiritual perception into sharp blades, slicing the colossal beasts into pieces and storing them in the Tianza Lake Dragon King's dragon pearl. Next moment, 2 flashes of green light, and the 2 dragon pearls rapidly shrank, becoming ping-pong ball-sized orbs landing in Fergus's hand. Dragons can change size, and so can dragon pearls. Otherwise, carrying 2 such large pearls would be inconvenient. Half an hour later, resuming his original appearance, Fergus returned to Azure River City. Harry, ask Elder Xiao and the various vice-commandants to meet me at the hall. Hashtag Chapter 97. 6,004,220,000 years of Androphy span. Great Kang County, Demon Suppression Bureau, the Office of the Demon Suppression Commissioner. Before long, Vinny and all the deputies from the Great Kang County Demon Suppression Bureau arrived at the office. Nearly 8 days had passed, and everyone's cultivation had significantly improved. A few deputies who were already on the verge of breaking through successfully refined their intern Fergus. He was just an ordinary 4th-rank martial artist. Your Excellency, we failed in finding Venerable Amiri and tracing Andrangta Temple disciples. Please forgive us. Vinny stepped forward, pleading guilty, his eyes carrying a hint of distress. Over the past few days, he hadn't slept soundly. As long as Amiri and the monks remained uneliminated, he couldn't be at peace, fearing they might suddenly ambush them. If several 7th-rank Andretto grandmasters, 6th-rank experts, and dozens of 5th-rank practitioners suddenly attacked, none of the Bai sect, including himself, would survive. Hasn't the news of Jingang Temple's demise reached Andrangta Temple, or is there a strong expert already in Great Kang County undetected by the demon suppressors? Fergus narrowed his eyes. Andrangta Temple was located in Great Engling Commandery, far from Great Jingang Commandery. The remaining disciples of Jingang Temple, at most 4th-rank cultivators, faced difficulties reaching Great Engling Commandery. Any misstep could lead to death along the way. 4th-rank martial artists could move relatively safely within Great Jingang Commandery, but venturing outside posed great risks, exceeding a 30% chance of death. Great Engluan Prefecture included 9 commanderies, and Great Jingang Commandery was one of the lower-tier ones, barely above the lowest-ranked Great Engling Commandery. Otherwise, it wouldn't be controlled by Hideo, not even a 7th-rank Andretto Grandmaster, wearing yellow robes as the Demon Suppression Commissioner. Of course, there was a possibility that a stronger expert from Andrangta Temple had come. If Jingang Temple's destruction ends, Vinny shook his head, adding a touch of confusion. Logically, the news of Braiding Water Mansion's destruction should have reached Yunmeng Lake by now. Yunmeng Old monster shouldn't have swallowed such a huge loss without retaliation. It seems the old monster and the two dragon-like creatures haven't discovered their deaths. Otherwise, the Dragon Palace would have erupted into chaos. Dragons are known for their protective nature, especially for avenging their offspring's murder. Send a message to Ebenroig and have them continue monitoring the Dragon Palace. Yes, Your Excellency. If you have no other matters, you may all dismiss yourselves. Your Excellency, 3 days ago, the demons and monsters in Great Kang County were basically cleared. What should we do next? Are the demons in Great Kang County completely cleared? Fergus frowned slightly, not doubting the statement. Most major demon groups were either eliminated by them or fled Great Kang County overnight. The remaining scattered forces lasted surprisingly long. What troubled him was the loss of lifespan over these 3 days, 1,000,000 years worth. Just thinking about it pained him. Earlier, acting impulsively, he should have returned to arrange things before closing off again for cultivation. Lead the troops to Braidingxing, Braidingjuan, and Yunmeng counties to help Alexi Lau eliminate the demons there first. Then, assist neighboring counties to pacify the demons. Yes, sir. No other matters, then go. Your Excellency, I'll take my leave. Time passed swiftly, and night fell. Fergus toured the 4 major demon suppression bureaus, harvesting all the demons slain by the demon suppressors over the 8 days. A total of 6,420,000 years of lifespan can be infused. How many ranks will this boost my cultivation? Hashtag chapter 98. Great advancement in cultivation. Hashtag Braiding River Water Palace. A glint of anticipation flashed across Fergus's eyes. 64 million years of lifespan. This was the largest amount of lifespan he had ever reaped. Infuse the Grand Solar Blaze Scripture. You have diligently cultivated the Grand Solar Blaze Scripture for 400,000 years and successfully comprehended 2 layers of heavenly truth, completing the Grand Solar Blaze Scripture. Continuing your cultivation of the Grand Solar Blaze Scripture, after 9,800 years, your understanding of heavenly truth improved further, comprehending a 3rd grade true scripture, the Grand Crimson Flame Scripture. You begin to cultivate the Grand Crimson Flame Scripture. After 500,000 years, you comprehend 2 layers of 1/3 heavenly truth, achieving the introductory. Moreover, after falling short by 2 grades, it became increasingly difficult for the fully completed Nethervoid True method to completely conceal his aura. That fiery young energy was like a blazing sun, highly noticeable. Even if separated by hundreds of miles, real realm experts could sense his presence. If he were in a prefectural city or main city, there might already be true people drawn over by now. You have diligently comprehended the Nethervoid True method for 3,568 years, making further progress in the way of no form, comprehending a 3rd grade true method, the Empty Abyss No Form True method. You begin cultivating the Empty Abyss No Form True method. After 4,600 years, you achieve the introductory level. After 28,000 years, you reach minor accomplishment. After 160,000 years, you achieve major accomplishment. After 940,000 years, you complete the Empty Abyss No Form True method. At this moment, Fergus's entire aura was once again completely concealed, returning to its original unremarkable state. Unless one's cultivation far surpassed his, it would be nearly impossible to discern his true strength simply by spiritual sense alone unless they were right in front of him. I must be more careful next time. Cultivation breakthroughs should always be controlled under conditions where my aura can be fully hidden. Fergus's expression grew solemn as continued cultivating the shadow illusion step. After 800 years, you achieve the introductory level. After 4,600 years, you reach minor accomplishment. After 27,000 years, you achieve major accomplishment. After 150,000 years, you complete the shadow illusion step. A fully completed shadow illusion step can barely increase my speed by 1 layer. Still, it's quite good. Fergus nodded slightly. With his current speed fully unleashed, he could reach up to 60 times the speed of sound. Walking back and forth between Great Kang County and Yunmeng County would only take 2 or 3 minutes. Less than 110,000 years of lifespan left. Infuse the 10,000 Waves God-Slaying Saber. You have diligently comprehended the 10,000 Waves God-Slaying Saber for 110 years, glimpsing a trace of saber intent, achieving a 1st grade true technique. The Luminous Spirit God-Slaying Saber. You begin cultivating the Luminous Spirit God-Slaying Saber. After 100 years, you achieve the introductory level. After 600 years, you reach minor accomplishment. After 3,800 years, you achieve major accomplishment. After 21,000 years, you complete the Luminous Spirit God-Slaying Saber. You continue comprehending the Limai. Soon, Fergus chuckled bitterly, swiftly suppressing this dangerous thought. Was the Braiding Water Lake Dragon Palace that easy to deal with? Those 2 little dragons dared to invoke their father, a clear sign that the Braiding Water Lake Dragon King is also a true realm expert. This is what's on the surface. Who knows what ancient monsters might be hiding within the Braiding Water Lake Dragon Palace? Keep in mind, the existence of the Braiding Water Lake Dragon Palace predates their Great Kang Dynasty. Lurking in the dark, harvesting millions of years of lifespan daily, wouldn't it be delightful? Why risk it? The mud loaches are right there, not running away, eventually belonging to him. This seclusion period has passed 2 days. Calculating the time, Marty's reply should arrive soon. Visit a meal. Maybe my talent can be improved further. Hashtag chapter 99. The Blue Phoenix Secret Realm. Hashtag Braiding City, Sioux Manor. Compared to the bustling scene 10 days ago, Sioux Manor was now quite desolate, with hardly any people in sight around it. After so many days had passed, the news of the Demon Suppressing Bureau attacking the Azure River Water Mansion and destroying the Vajra Temple had spread throughout Great Kang County, even reaching neighboring counties. The world of martial arts wasn't just about fighting. It also involved human relationships. Someone like Fergus, who didn't understand the situation and acted recklessly, would eventually meet his downfall. These influential families were as pragmatic as Dragon Palace or the Mitua Temple. Even if the heavens fell, there was no need for these minor officers to worry. Fergus would handle it. In this spare time, they might as well focus on slaying more demons to earn more silver coins. Sue Manor, front hall. Fergus sat in the main seat while Emil, dressed in green, stood hunched nearby, respectfully reporting, "Young master, this is the Sumeru bag delivered by my lord." With that, Emil pulled out a palm-sized water blue bag from his robes and handed it over to Fergus. "Jacques, please convey my gratitude to Marty." Fergus accepted the Sumeru bag without hesitation. It would be convenient for storing items like the 2 draconic pearl beads. Contributions points weren't an issue for him. Thanks to the efforts of nearly 10,000 tools in the 4 counties' demon-suppressing bureaus, he had accumulated over 60 million contribution points in just 10 days. "Very well, young master," Emil replied, then added. "As for the heaven-defying treasures to enhance one's innate talent, my lord does not possess any such treasures." "AI, my fault for not considering this," Fergus sighed inwardly. He was viewed as a top genius by Marty, at least 8th rank. Such treasures to enhance 8th rank talents weren't common even among 8th rank perfect masters. Even if Marty possessed such treasures, why would he give them away? No matter how by the Dekang Imperial Court and the 8 supreme powers of Blue Phoenix City. It first appeared 1,300 years ago, supposedly created by a mighty true realm cultivator. Inside, it's roughly the size of a large county, appearing once every 60 years for 10 days, accessible only to those under 60 years of bone age. Only those under 60 years of bone age? Fergus's dimming eyes brightened again. 60 years, that wasn't too long for these natives to become exceptionally strong. After all, it took him almost 20 millennia to advance from 6th rank perfection to 7th rank perfection. Even if a 9th rank talent could train 25 times faster than a 1st rank talent, coupled with abundant resources and full support from powerful backers, they would still struggle to reach 7th rank perfection. If given enough time, he could raise his cultivation and refine his skills. At 7th rank perfection, he might even stand a chance. "Jacques, how much time until the Blue Phoenix secret realm opens?" "Next month on the 16th. 22 days. Shall we strive for those treasures?" With the near 10,000 demon suppressors under him, accumulating another 20 million years of lifespan wasn't difficult. Raising his cultivation by a few ranks would be achievable. An 18-year-old 6th rank warrior with 7th rank combat strength was astonishing but shouldn't attract the attention of true realm level beings. Fergus dismissed him. There was still over half a month before the opening of the Azure Phoenix secret realm, so there was no rush. For now, he needed to prioritize harvesting longevity. After 2 days of seclusion, he had an abundance of demonic longevity waiting for him within the 3 counties. Let's head to Yunmeng County first. Soon after, Fergus led out a peculiar horse from the Sioux family manor. This horse was covered in light green scales and had a 3-foot-long azure horn on its head along with 2 long dragon-like whiskers. It was a 5th-rank demonic beast, known as the Azure Flood Dragon Horse, a descendant of the mating between an Azure Flood Dragon and a 4th-rank demonic beast, the Azure Cloudhorned Horse. As a descendant of the Flood Dragon lineage, the Azure Flood Dragon Horse possessed strength, rivaling some 5th-rank warriors and speed far surpassing even 6th-rank warriors who weren't specialized in speed. It was considered the ideal mount by many 5th-rank warriors. After wiping out Yunmeng Temple, Fergus acquired 3 Azure Flood Dragon Horses. He gave one to Vinny and another to Emil, keeping the strongest one for himself. It was almost at the pinnacle of the 5th rank, even outpacing several accomplished 6th rank warriors in speed. Yeehaw! Fergus leaped onto the horse, urging it forward with his legs. The Azure Flood Dragon Horse transformed into a streak of green light, heading out of Great Kang City. Within less than 15 minutes, Fergus arrived outside Yunmeng City. Entering the Inner Town Exorcism Bureau, Fergus chatted with Burton, catching up on the changes in Yunmeng County over the past couple of days. Half an hour later, returning the Azure Flood Dragon Horse to the Sioux family manor, Fergus planned his next steps without bringing the horse. A 5th-rank demonic beast with high intelligence wouldn't be suitable for his subsequent activities. Inject Grand Solar Blaze Scripture. You have diligently practiced the Grand Solar Blaze Scripture for 1.4 million years, comprehending 70% of the heavenly true intent, achieving mastery. Still 490,000 years left. Inject Spirit Radiance Demon Slaying Saber. You have rigorously practiced the Spirit Radiance Demon Slaying Saber for 120,000 years, achieving perfection. 370,000 years remaining? Forget it, I'll keep them. Fergus hesitated, but decided not to further invest in martial arts. Achieving full perfection in Void Meditation Formless True Law cost 940,000 years. Although the saber techniques and footwork required less time, they still needed more than 370,000 years. Gaining 2 additional advanced 3rd-tier True Laws would offer limited improvement in combat power. It was better to wait until he accumulated enough longevity to enhance all skills simultaneously. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to eat Rigiamo, meat burger. He hadn't had one in 10 nights since he set out against Yunmeng Temple. Master Su, you haven't visited. An average 4th-rank warrior might barely manage 3 opponents, yet Fergus had taken on 18 consecutively, surpassing even 5th-rank warriors. Or is it true that Master Su primarily practices yin-yang dual cultivation? After 4th-rank true man, my body isn't quite human anymore, Fergus sighed inwardly. Last night, he restrained himself. Otherwise, he might have caused several fatalities. Despite this, those ladies would find it difficult to get out of bed for the next few days. Sigh. Rapid cultivation advancement brings its own troubles. This was just the 4th rank. Once he broke through further, even the 1st or 2nd rank courtesans would struggle to meet his needs. The Golden Phoenix building was the best in Great Kang County, and others had even lower cultivation levels. Would he have to travel thousands of miles to the county seat just for a Rugiamo? Or should he deliberately hold back, making it perfunctory? If that were the case, what would be the point of eating Rugiamo? He paid for enjoyment, not for kindness. Was silver so easy to earn? 10,000 taels per person. This was surely the highest rate in Great Kang County. If news spread, other patrons would accuse him of inflating prices. At the border between Braidingui and Braidingling counties, a group of 5 monks hurried toward Braidingling County, dusty and disheveled, looking rather ragged, by a margin. Moreover, the Tai'an dynasty wasn't even the longest-lived dynasty on this land. The preceding Tai'an dynasty endured for 5,300 years. Compared to minor sects like Star Sword sect established by lesser masters, Yunmeng Temple had far greater depth, especially with its ancient collections of books, which proved immensely beneficial to Fergus. Unlike before, when knowledge of the true realm was obscure and limited to knowing that beyond ninth rank lay true men, each possessing lifespans exceeding 1,000 years, these records clarified many details. According to the temple's archives, the true realm consisted of 2 sub-realms, Upper True Lord and Lower True Man. In the Buddhist tradition, they were known as Arhats and Lohan. After achieving the rank of Grandmaster and opening the hidden meridians, receiving heavenly power, and comprehending a fraction of heavenly intent, one could become a true man. There were 9 ranks within the true man realm, corresponding to different degrees of heavenly intent mastery. Complete mastery of one aspect of heavenly intent allowed for a breakthrough into True Lord. Unfortunately, there was little information recorded about the specifics of the True Lord realm in Yunmeng Temple's archives. Master, Deputy Commander Jed requests an audience, reported Harry, entering the hall dressed in a guard's uniform. Eben election, did you try seeking Orange Robe Town Magic Warden Campbell or Yellow Robe Town Magic Warden Hideo? Before leaving, Fergus had foreseen potential issues and instructed Jed Eben election to consult these 2 if necessary. Well, Master, both of them weren't in the city either. I waited for 3 days but never saw them. Waited 3 days without seeing them? Fergus's expression darkened. Missing Campbell for 3 days was plausible, but Hideo, as the head of Braidingui Prefecture's Town Magic Bureau, almost never left the city. To be absent for 3 days seemed suspiciously timed. It seems they've developed other thoughts. Fergus's lips curled, deducing their plans. Most likely, like opportunists within the city, they assumed Fergus wouldn't survive this crisis and were hastily distancing themselves from him. Even couples scatter in times of trouble, let alone these 2 individuals. At this moment, abandoning him was only natural. I hope you don't regret it later. Eben election, rise. This isn't your fault. There's no need for self-reproach. Thank you for your leniency, Master. You've all been traveling hard. Rest for now. Master, this subordinate will take my leave. After Jed Eben election left, Fergus resumed reading the Tai'an's secret history, completely unfazed by the current difficulties. Hideo's haste to distance himself would only make him regretful in the end. As for purchasing resources, there were plenty of places besides the Prefectural Town Magic Bureau. If they refused to sell, he would buy elsewhere. With enough silver, acquiring resources wasn't an issue, especially low-tier ones suitable for martial artists below 6th rank. Not having preferential treatment at the Prefectural Town Magic Bureau only meant paying slightly more silver, nothing major. Indeed, the author of the Tai'an's secret history was quite insightful, particularly on matters of the imperial harem, expanding Fergus's understanding of these ancient emperors' intrigues. Time passed quickly. Soon, over 2 hours had gone by. Master, Deputy Commander Zhang requests an audience. Harry entered the hall again to report. Why is Eben Roig here? Fergus felt puzzled. Shouldn't Zhang Eben Roig be leading his demon-slaying forces in Yunmeng County, clearing out evil spirits and monsters to aid Fergus's ascension to 5th rank? Unless something unusual happened at Xuanhuan Lake Dragon Palace? Those aquatic races might have discovered the deaths of Xuanhuan's old fiends by now. Let Eben Roig in. Yes, Master. Your subordinate pays respects, Master. Zhang Eben Roig bowed respectfully upon entering the hall. Eben Roig, are there any movements from Xuanhuan Lake Dragon Palace? Master. Only, Fergus's face darkened. Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other plausible explanation. He was responsible for rewarding demon slayers with various gifts, but had never asked Dalen for a single silver tael. Any normal person would find this too good to pass up. Unless he was working for the demons as a collaborator. Just ignore that Han family member. If he dares to send people to obstruct you again, directly accuse him of collaborating with demons and behead him. Fergus's voice was cold, filled with murderous intent. Hindering someone's path to enlightenment was like killing their parents, a blood feud that must be avenged. Whoever dared to block his path, whether it was just a commander of the Demon Suppression Corps or even Emperor Tai'an himself, would not stand a chance. Understood. Amato trembled and loudly replied. No wonder he was rumored to be a peerless prodigy with supreme 9th rank constitution. Just a day of cultivation equaled over half a month of hard training for them 5th rank cultivators. In just half a month, Lord Su's cultivation must have advanced significantly. Even a simple sentence from him struck fear into the heart of Amato, a 5th rank adept, refining his 6th internal organ. Normal 6th rank initiates didn't have this kind of power. Return. Deal with the demonic entities in Yunmeng County. If anyone dares to obstruct you, kill them. I will take responsibility. Yes, sir. Seeing Amato leave, Fergus picked up the secret history of Yunmeng County Demon Suppression Corps and your superior. If you dare kill me, the Prefectural Corps will not let you off. Those who betray the human race and collude with demons shall die. No, this is slander. This is false accusation. Where's your evidence? Evidence? The word of my lord is enough evidence. Without further ado, Amato slashed, and with a bang, Dalen's head rolled onto the floor, his eyes bulging out in regret and defiance. I am Deputy Thousand Householder Amato under Lord Fergus, red-cloaked demon suppressor. Dalen betrayed our race and allied with demons. He has been executed. Now, I will temporarily assume the position of Thousand Householder. Do you object? Amato held up Dalen's severed head as he announced outside the hall. His voice, loud and clear, echoed through the Demon Suppression Corps. Long live the interim Thousand Householder. After a brief hesitation, most of the suppressors knelt down. Soon, all knelt. Why risk their lives for so little pay? That Dalen wasn't their father. Who they served didn't matter as long as they got paid well. Joining Lord Fergus promised more. The cloaked officer gained such authority. Initially favoring Fergus, he now saw him unfavorably. Truly, I'm blind. I shouldn't have supported this ungrateful wolf. This wolf shall live a few more days until the monks from Andrangshuo Temple arrive. Then, his time will come. Chapter 103, Controlling the Southern 9 Counties. In the Green River Palace, the Green Snake Hall. Current martial arts mastered. The Great Solar Blaze Scripture, 4th rank True Scripture Great Perfection, Injectable. Spiritual Void God-Slaying Saber, 2nd rank True Technique Perfect Mastery, Injectable. Phantom Image Void Stepping, 2nd rank True Technique Perfect Mastery, Injectable. Empty Tranquility No Form True Technique, 3rd rank True Technique Perfect Mastery, Injectable. Current lifespan, 1,302 years. Available injectable lifespan, 4.68 million years. 3 days had passed since Fergus gained control over Dream Lake County. In these 3 days, he not only completed the final cleanup in Green Origin and Green Mountain counties, but also successfully captured the surrounding 4 counties of Greenstone, Jade River, South Shua, and South Ridge. Adding these to the 5 counties he already controlled, the entire southern 9 counties of Braidinjiang Commandery were now under his dominion. Since the county's demon suppression office was no longer on his side, and Deluge and South Shua counties, the number of demon suppressors under his command neared 200,000. The lifespan he gained daily nearly doubled to reach 1.8 million years. Inject the Great Solar Blaze Scripture. You diligently practiced the Great Solar Blaze Scripture. After 1.6 million years, you successfully comprehended the 4th layer of heavenly truth, achieving perfection in the Great Solar Blaze Scripture. Next is the Empty Tranquility No Form True Technique. Not rushing to break through his cultivation, Fergus avoided repeating the same mistake. Achieving perfection in the Empty Tranquility No Form True Technique might not thoroughly conceal the aura of a 5th rank true person. He preferred to take his time rather than put himself at any risk. You continued studying the Empty Tranquility No Form True Technique. After 10,000 years, you made a breakthrough in the No Form path, comprehending the 4th rank True Technique, Mysterious Void No Form True Technique. You started practicing the Mysterious Void No Form True Technique. After 12,000 years, you entered the initial stage of the Mysterious Void No Form True Technique. After 63,000 years, the Mysterious Void No Form True Technique reached small success. After 350,000 years, the Mysterious Void No Form True Technique reached great success. After 1.78 million years, the Mysterious Void No Form True Technique achieved perfect mastery. With the perfected Mysterious Void No Form feared by true persons. Without breaking through to the true monarch realm, there was only a 99% chance of a safe retreat. It was too low without absolute certainty. It might as well be suicide. Inject Phantom Image Void Stepping. Although cultivation was fundamental, martial skills and movement techniques were equally indispensable. Even if they couldn't surpass cultivation, they shouldn't lag too far behind. Otherwise, even as a true monarch, he might still be the weakest one, potentially unable to defeat a 9th rank true person. You continued cultivating the Phantom Image Void Stepping. After 3,000 years, your understanding of the Void Essence advanced, leading you to comprehend the 3rd rank true technique, Void Shadow Stepping. You began practicing the Void Shadow Stepping. After 2,500 years, you entered the initial stage of the Void Shadow Stepping. After 13,000 years, the Void Shadow Stepping reached small success. After 71,000 years, the Void Shadow Stepping reached great success. After 368,000 years, the Void Shadow Stepping achieved perfect mastery. In the south of the Azure Phoenix Manor, there was a vast lake. Its size exceeded 10,000 miles in diameter, even larger than Braidinjiang Commandery itself, approximately half the size of Earth's Pacific Ocean. The famous Yunmeng Lake, spanning 3,000 li, was minuscule in comparison. This lake, known as the Green Water Lake, was the largest lake within the Azure Phoenix Manor. At its center, deep down at the bottom of the lake, stood an expansive palace complex spread over several dozen miles. Each palace was built from precious crystal, surrounded by 30 zhang tall crystal walls embedded with luminous pearls that illuminated the 100-li underwater area like daylight. High-ranking demon soldiers clad in silver armor patrolled under the command of demon generals shaped like crabs. At the palace gates, 2 10-zhang-tall catfish warriors held massive hammers, donning black armor and crowned with catfish heads, radiating an aura as intense as that of the green snake demon general. On top of the palace gate, a gold-plated plaque inscribed with ancient demon script read, Green Water Lake Dragon Palace. Inside the Dragon Palace, seated on a crystal throne, was a dragon-headed human wearing a crystal crown and a blue dragon robe. His aura and appearance bore similarities to Tianza Lake's Dragon King Casey and Changning Lake's Dragon King Braidingya, yet his presence was overwhelmingly terrifying, incomparable. Just a glance from him could force an 8th-rank grandmaster to kneel in worship. A mere scarlet-cloaked demon suppressor dares to suppress my son. What audacity! Braiding Eben, go to the Braidinjiang Commandery's Green River County. Lanced in true techniques and true scriptures, each injection of energy took increasingly more time. 4 3rd-rank true techniques and true scriptures, each infusion required an hour and a quarter, while for 4th rank, it was roughly another half hour. This was still for 3rd and 4th rank true scriptures and true techniques. Once he breaks through to become a true lord, it might take 10 days or even half a month for a single seclusion breakthrough. Of course, Fergus only mused this in his heart. Compared to these native martial artists, his speed of advancement was already incredibly fast. For those 6th and 7th rank martial artists, even a small realm breakthrough could take 1 or 2 days, followed by even more time to stabilize their cultivation. For master and above martial artists, it would typically take at least 10 days to completely stabilize their cultivation after a breakthrough. I wonder how the 5 counties fared in these 2 days? Only 17 days remained until the opening of the Azure Phoenix secret realm, and he was still just a 4th rank true cademan. It would be challenging to break through to 5th rank and accumulate enough life force to reach true lord status. Perhaps I can expedite my pace and seize a few more counties. In Braidinjiang Prefecture's 15 counties, although he now controlled 9 counties, the difference between his southern made him undetectable unless Fergus chose to reveal himself. Even below the true realm, someone passing by him face to face would hardly notice him. Another 150,000 years of life force, not bad. Fergus nodded in satisfaction. After becoming a 4th-rank true Kaidaman, the range of his golden finger increased significantly, allowing him to gather life force from corpses within a 40-foot radius. Half an hour later, Fergus moved quickly, leaving the xiuxian County Demon Suppression Office and heading toward Great Kang City. With his cultivation breakthrough and improved movement technique, his speed increased dramatically, surpassing 80 times the speed of sound. In just half an hour, he visited over 100 demon suppression offices across Nanjua, Nanling, xiuxian, and other 5 counties, accumulating a total of 3.7 million years of life force. After about 10 minutes, restoring his true appearance, donning the red robe of a demon suppression envoy, and stabilizing his cultivation to 5th-rank minor accomplishment, Fergus returned to the Su family residence. Summon old Zhang to the front hall. Soon, Emil arrived at the front hall, bowing respectfully to Fergus and inquired, "This old servant greets young master. Is there something you need?" Suddenly, Emil's pupils dilated, his eyes flashing with shock. 5th-rank minor accomplishment, and the second in stretching over 7,800 miles, spans 4 counties of Braidangling Prefecture, from which the region gets its name. It is also the sacred place in the hearts of countless Buddhist believers in Braidangling Prefecture, home to the Azure Phoenix Temple's first temple, the Andrangchuo Temple, located on the main peak of Braidangling Mountain. Every day, countless devotees travel thousands of miles to pray and fulfill their wishes at Braidangling Peak. At the base of Braidangling Peak, 5 ragged monks hugged each other and wept tears of joy. "Senior brother, we've finally arrived at Braidangling Peak. Let's go up the mountain and ask our patriarchs to right this injustice for us." Chapter 105, The 8th Prince's Attack. Yunmeng County, the County Demon Suppression Bureau. Bang! Hideo slammed a secret letter on the table, his expression terrifyingly grim. "Fergus, you ungrateful wolf in sheep's clothing, you've truly gone too far. Not only did you seize control of the southern 9 counties' demon suppression bureaus, but you even extended your reach into the northern 6 counties, secretly controlling Braidangyu and Mingquan counties' demon suppression bureaus. You clearly don't consider me, the yellow-robed demon suppression envoy, at all. It was I who previously valued you so highly and promoted you multiple times. Is this how you repay me? Has your very familiar aura within that pressure, as if I've encountered it somewhere before?" Hideo frowned. Where was it? Suddenly, it came to him. It was the same dragon aura he felt from Alexaming the Old Demon. Perhaps this is reinforcement brought by Alexaming the Old Demon? This thought took root swiftly in Hideo's mind. It was well known that a 7th-rank lesser grandmaster guarded Fergus. Despite Alexaming the Old Demon's strength, he was still just a low-rank demon general, possibly unable to defeat the 7th-rank lesser grandmaster without help. Yes, it must be that. Otherwise, how could such a coincidence exist? Mid- or high-rank demon generals aren't small fry. They wouldn't come to this impoverished place for no reason. No wonder Alexaming the Old Demon hasn't made any moves for several days. He must have been waiting for reinforcements. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Fergus, this time with the Dragon Clan's great demon attacking. Let's see how you die. In the Braidang River Palace, the Palace Lord Hall. After diligently practicing the Great Sun Manifestation Scripture for 2.4 million years, you successfully comprehended 4 layers and 7 parts of the true essence of heaven and earth, reaching the pinnacle of the Great Sun Manifestation Scripture. Boom. Instantly, centered on the Braidang River Palace, the power of heaven and earth surged violently for 1,000 miles, converging upon the palace and merging into his immortal body, increasing his strength progressively. It had been 2 days since Fergus instructed Emil to send the message, with 15 days left until the opening of the Xiuxian secret realm. These 2 days, Fergus had successively taken over Braidangyu and Mingquan counties in the north. Though only medium-sized counties, their strength far exceeded the southern 8 counties like Braidangshan and Braidangjuan. Only one of the 3 top-tier counties, Braidang, could surpass them. With more than one 6th-rank martial artist stationed there, even Emil, a 7th-rank lesser grandmaster, had to intervene to capture the 2 counties within 2 days. Otherwise, relying solely on the demon suppression guards, capturing these counties might take an uncertain amount of time, resulting in heavy losses. Certainly, danger and opportunity coexist. Greater danger brings greater rewards. Upon seizing Braidangyu and Mingquan, Fergus's forces skyrocketed. The demon suppression guards expanded by another 100,000, nearing 300,000, while high-end combatants doubled and more. He now had 7 6th-rank experts, over 45th-rank martial artists totaling 42. With so many strong individuals acting, the daily harvest of life force more than doubled. In less than 2 days, nearly 5.4 million years of life force were harvested, adding to the 3.7 million years collected previously. His total life force now surpassed 9 million years. Hundreds of miles away from Braidang River Palace, a figure strode across the waves, dragon-headed and human-bodied, clad in emerald green dragon armor, radiating unmatched might like an emperor inspecting his dominion. Wherever he passed, all living beings, humans and demons alike, prostrated themselves within tens of miles. Braidinghong, the 8th prince of the Azure Water Lake Dragon King, was a notable prodigy among the dragons, with more potent wormling blood than Braidang, the Dragon King of Tianza Lake, exceeding 50%. His talent was exceptional, rivaling human prodigies with 9th-rank constitution, potentially achieving true immortal realm insights in the future. This surge of heaven and earth's power. Suddenly, the enormous dragon eyes of Braidinghong Prince contracted in astonishment. This surging power of heaven and earth spread far beyond 100 miles. Without a hint of demonic aura, this must be a human sage advancing, not even a first-rank sage. Braidang River Palace. Boom. Fergus opened his tightly shut eyes, a brilliant light flashing in them as if he could see Braidinghong Prince hundreds of miles away. This aura, it's a wormling, very similar to those 2 little dragons. A high-rank demon general, likely their brother. Wonderful, 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 through their veins. Only then would there be a slight possibility. He, on the other hand, possessed barely over 50% dragon blood, making it a far stretch. Just then, a cold voice sounded by the Jasper's ear. Youngster, since you've come this far, why the rush to leave? In the next second, boom, the Crown Prince's dragon body sank, as if a mountain 10,000 feet tall had crushed down on his dragon soul, causing it to rapidly disintegrate. Please, Senior, I merely passed by. It wasn't intentional. Please consider my father, the Dragon King of Azure Lake, and spare me this time. Senior, please stop. Are you truly willing to become an enemy of the Dragon Palace of Azure Lake and our entire race of Jade Dragons? No. This Crown Prince hasn't yet broken through to the true realm. This Crown Prince is unwilling. After a little over an hour, Fergus successfully stabilized his cultivation at the 5th rank True Cultivator completion stage. Swoosh. With a flick of Fergus's right hand, a green light flashed, and the Jasper's Dragon Pearl fell into his palm. Truly worthy of being a high-grade demon general. This Dragon Pearl space was much larger than the previous two, exceeding 50 zhang in diameter. Nearly half of its space was filled with various treasures, including 3 millennial-grade herbs beneficial to Great. Please pay a visit to Yunmeng County. Yes, Brother Abbot. One day later, Azure River Water Palace, Dragon Blood Pool. Almost 4/5 of the pool's dragon blood had been depleted. With the rapid advancement of his cultivation, his assimilation speed had qualitatively increased. In at most 2 days, Fergus would fully absorb and refine this pool of dragon blood. Yunmeng County, Yunmeng City, Town Magic Suppression Office. It's been almost 2 days. Why is everything still normal in Yunmeng County with no changes? Hideo paced back and forth, anxious. With the speed of a Dragon Clan expert, it would take less than 2 hours to reach Yunmeng County. By now, the county should be awash with blood. Could I be mistaken? Was the Dragon Clan expert really just passing by our Yunmeng County? Or did the Dragon Clan expert? Suddenly, Hideo shuddered, a terrifying thought rising in his mind. No, this is impossible. Although the Xia family is strong, they do not possess this capability. The Dragon Clan expert was at least a mid-level demon general. As royalty among demons, their combat power far exceeded that of ordinary demons of the same rank. Even a 9th rank Great Master would find it difficult to subdue them, let alone eliminate them silently without a trace. I must be thinking too much, definitely too much. Another day passed. Azure River Water Palace, Dragon Blood Pool. It's them. Earning tens of millions of years of life force daily was no longer a dream. 12 days meant potentially over 1 billion years of lifespan. You continue delving into the Grand Sun world canon. After 40,000 years, your comprehension of the heavenly Tao advances, leading to the 6th rank true canon, Grand Sun stabilizing world canon. With nearly 2.08 million years of life force left, next style, focus on the profound void formless true method. You continue comprehending the profound void formless true method. After 2,800 years, you break through in the formless Tao, comprehending the 5th rank true method, Phantom Shadow formless true method. You begin cultivating the Phantom Shadow formless true method. After 3,000 years, you reach beginner level. After 16,000 years, you reach minor success. After 90,000 years, you reach major success. After 520,000 years, you reach perfection. 1 day later, Yunmeng County, Magic Suppression Office, Chief Officer Hall. Fergus summoned Harry to inquire about the past 4 days' events. Just as he expected, with Emil's assistance, they easily captured the other 2 central counties. Now, except for the main city Yunmeng County and the upper county Ruoyang County, all 13 counties in Yunmeng County were under his control. The strength of his magic suppression guard surged, numbering over 400,000, with 10 6th rank experts and 62 5th rank experts. These final Yunmeng and Ruoyang counties, should we capture them as well? Fergus pondered for a moment, but decided against it for now. Yunmeng and Ruoyang counties were different from the 4 central counties, harboring more complex factions. The remaining 7 major sects of Yunmeng County were located in these 2 counties, each having significant backing akin to the Golden Buddha Temple. Additionally, considering the Dashang dynasty, he had to think carefully. As a mere red robe magic suppression officer ranking 6th grade, his position was too low. If he took over these 2 county magic suppression offices, it was unknown how the Dashang dynasty would react. Marty was merely one of the many blue-robe demon suppression enforcers in Yunmeng Manor's magic suppression office, not the head of the office, so he might not be able to handle the situation. Yunmeng and Ruoyang counties cannot be touched for now, but it's time to make a move on Alexaming Lake Dragon Palace. Since the Azure Flood Lake Dragon Palace has already sent people here, it is clear that the news of Dragon King Braidang's death has leaked. There's no need to keep this Alexaming Lake Dragon Palace around any longer. One Azure River Water Clan member increased my lifespan by over 5 million years. How much more would I gain by taking over this 3,000-li Alexaming Lake? 10 million, 20 million, or even 30 million? In Braiding City, on Andrettle Green Mountain 300 li away, there stood Green Hill Temple. Fergus's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes flashed with divine light, as if he could see through layers of space to hundreds of miles away. 2 bald monks are coming. It looks like the news of Vajra Temple's downfall has reached Andrengshuo Temple. 2 8th grade grandmasters, even with their fully covered dharma bodies. These monks must really think highly of me, he mused. 100 miles outside Braiding City, 2 yellow-robed old monks floated through the air, walking leisurely as if they were strolling after dinner. However, each step they took spanned more than a mile, and in the blink of an eye, they covered over a dozen miles. Oh no. Suddenly, the 2 monks' faces changed drastically, fear filling their eyes as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. It's the power of heaven and earth. The one who destroyed Vajra Temple and killed our disciples Aaron and others is a 9th grade grandmaster. In the next second, with a peely sound, their painstakingly cultivated Bodhimanda golden body shattered like paper. No. Stop. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of Andrengshuo Temple? If you release us now, Andrengshuo Temple can overlook past events. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in the 9 districts of Great Kang Prefecture. No. In the office of the demon-suppressing envoy. Whoosh. High-grade techniques like Bottomanda Golden Body, 8th grade Lotus Steps, and Demonic Suppression Tiger Subduing Staff. There were plenty of good things, but sadly, none were particularly beneficial for an 8th grade true man like him. To accumulate strength and reduce deduction, he needed true scriptures. I'll store them in the technique vault to strengthen our bureau's foundation. Also, the lower grade techniques I deduced can be placed there too. Great Kang Prefecture's demon-suppressing bureau was still weak. Even in the county's treasury, few 7th grade techniques could be found, let alone elsewhere, where 6th grade was the limit. Perhaps I can deduce some higher grade techniques when I have the time, both to enrich my forces and to attract more strong allies. More pawns were always better, especially since his current root bone, bolstered by true scriptures and methods, wouldn't consume much lifespan for these deductions. Tens of thousands of years of lifespan could yield many deductions. Inside the Yunmeng Lake Dragon Palace, the Monty walked restlessly with folded hands. Carnell must be. Otherwise, why no news? And Great Kang County remained normal despite all this. What was hidden there? Carnell was a high-grade demon general and a descendant of the Dragon Clan. Even a human grandmaster would find it hard to defeat him. No, Old Turtle cannot just wait here. I need to return to the Great Kang Water Lake Dragon Palace. A day later, thunderstrike. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed across the Yunmeng Lake Dragon Palace. Lightning flashed and plunged into the lake depths, striking the palace's protective barrier. The barrier, resistant even to 7th grade lesser masters, shattered like glass under the lightning. Not good. This power is from a 7th grade human lesser master. Could it be the one from Great Kang County? Run fast. Evander had mysteriously disappeared, and even the Monty was not in the palace. The demon generals couldn't withstand a human lesser master, let alone the numerous human experts above the lake surface. A Yunmeng-old monster isn't in the palace? Emil frowned but soon relaxed. It was likely Roy Sr.'s doing again. Just like Vajra Temple, all 5th grade and above monks were preemptively eliminated. Next moment, Emil's spirit surged, and he shouted loudly, "Soldiers, follow me." Without the Yunmeng-old monster, he feared nothing. Charging forward, he entered the lake. Kill. Slay all these water demons. Tens of thousands of demon-suppressing bureau elites followed, attacking the Yunmeng Lake Dragon Palace. Fergus stood on the lake surface, making no move. He came solely to harvest lifespans, leaving the rest to Emil and his men demon cadenters, sealing off all critical routes leading out of Great Kang County to prevent any demons from escaping. Under this widespread cleansing and extermination, the demons within Great Kang County were already panic-stricken. Many had fled the county, but now that the largest lair, the Yunmeng Lake Dragon Palace, had been eradicated, the remaining monsters would be unable to remain complacent. These beings were crucial for his longevity and key to his advancement as a true lord. He couldn't let them escape so easily. U River Water Mansion. Whoosh. A streak of green light descended from the sky, landing within the U River Water Mansion. From it emerged a tall, gaunt elder in his 60s, clad in green robes. This was Fergus. After annihilating the water clans in the 3,000-li Yunmeng Lake, Fergus did not linger. Everything had been arranged, and leaving the cleanup to his subordinates was sufficient. As for whether they would secretly embezzle resources behind his back, Fergus didn't concern himself with such trivial matters. Did they really think he, a 5th-level true man, was incompetent? A mere group of 7th-level ants could easily be controlled with a mental suggestion, ensuring their compliance without any notice, even to someone like Emil. With a few steps, Fergus reached the Green Snake Hall, where his eyes focused, and a simple attribute panel rapidly formed before him through the 7th layer's true meaning, successfully comprehending the 7th-level true canon. The Great Sun Purifying World Scripture. What? That Fergus actually brought people to wipe out the Yunmeng Lake Dragon Palace? Almost all the water clans in the lake were slaughtered. How daring these demon suppression officers are, especially that crimson-cloaked demon cadenter Fergus. What a star of death. He dared attack the Yunmeng Lake Dragon Palace. Isn't he afraid of offending the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace? As the corpses of water demons were hauled back to the county demon suppression offices, news of the Yunmeng Lake Dragon Palace's destruction and the deaths of hundreds of thousands of water demons spread quickly across the 15 counties of Great Kang. Countless families and sects were shaken by this development. This had been the greatest demonic force within Great Kang County, ruling for centuries and the source of nightmares for countless humans. To be utterly destroyed within a single day felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Great Kang City, County Demon Suppression Office. That ungrateful wolf, how dare he? Hideo, the yellow-robed demon cadenter, seemed dazed, disbelief evident in his eyes. Yunmeng Lake Dragon Palace was no small fry. It was directly under the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace. Yunmeng-old monster possessed dragon lineage, making him a descendant of the dragons. Given the dragon's protective nature, the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace would not let this go easily. Having already offended Andrengtu Temple, Fergus was now offending an even more formidable power, the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace. This ungrateful wolf must be eager to die. Even if the Xiao family tried their best, they could not protect him and might face clan-wide destruction. The Xiao family was merely a top-tier family within the Town Demon Suppression Office, while Andrengtu Temple and Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace were on par with the entire Town Demon Suppression Office, the highest powers in Great Kang Prefecture, at least one tier above the Xiao family. Could this ungrateful wolf's true backing not be the Xiao family? Hideo's pupils constricted. These powerful families were pragmatic and would never allow Fergus to act recklessly. Even if he was exceptionally talented, the cunning old fox Otto wouldn't risk the entire Xiao family for him. Now, the Xiao family should be distancing themselves from this ungrateful wolf, just as he was. Yet, the Xiao family's steward continued to support Fergus's campaign against demons, showing no intention of abandoning him. Even recently, the cunning old fox Otto personally sent someone to warn him. Drip. Sweat droplets rolled down Hideo's forehead. Have I bet on the wrong horse again? And what about that mysterious disappearance of a powerful dragon earlier? Could it have been taken care of by Fergus's backers? Thoughts he had barely suppressed resurfaced like spring bamboo shoots. If that's true, does it mean Fergus has a true thud? Hideo staggered, feeling as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing like a rag doll on the floor, staring blankly at the ceiling, unable to recover. It's over. I'm done. Hashtag chapter 109. Breaking through to 9th rank true man. Hashtag Bradings County, Lawn Mountain. Standing no more than 300 zhang tall, Lawn Mountain is an unremarkable hill within Bradings County. There are no formidable demons on the mountain. Only a few dozen mid and low-level demon soldiers reside there, too afraid to venture down to cause harm and attract the attention of human martial artists. However, since half a month ago, when a group of wolf demons ascended Lawn Mountain, it has become a forbidden zone for all living beings. None who dared to climb the mountain have returned alive, including several third-rank martial artists. At the waist of Lawn Mountain, an enormous cave over 10 zhang high and as large as several soccer fields was forcibly excavated at some unknown time. A layer of blood-red demonic aura seals the entrance, completely blocking it off. Deep within the burning truth scripture, after 4 million years, you successfully grasp 8/10 of the heaven-earth truth. You have reached the introductory level of the great sun-burning truth scripture. Time passed swiftly, and Fergus had been in seclusion for 3 days. He had consumed nearly half of his 632.4 million year lifespan reserve, leaving him with less than 32 million years. Of course, the results were terrifyingly impressive. He broke through 4 major realms and ascended to the 9th rank true man realm. Additionally, he refined his concealed chi true method to the 8th rank perfect stage, making it difficult for anyone below true monarch rank, even 9th rank true men, to see through his disguise. You continue cultivating the great sun-burning truth scripture. After 4.5 million years, you reach the lesser accomplishment stage. After 9.5 million years, you reach the greater accomplishment stage. After 15 million years, you reach the perfect stage. 1.5 hours later, boom, Fergus's tightly closed eyes opened, blazing like 2 suns, radiating terrifying heat waves that seemed to scorch the heavens. Reaching 9th rank perfect true man was indeed awe-inspiring. He was now at least 10 or 100 times stronger than he was 3 days ago. Just his physical strength exceeded that of 10,000 dragons, and his innate true chi was nearly liquid. His control over heavenly power expanded to a radius of 1,500 miles. With full power, a single punch could obliterate the entire ancient Xia dynasty. His true man divine body, after being continuously washed by heavenly power, also saw a significant leap in defensive capabilities, almost rivaling 4th rank divine armaments while falling short of the top 3 rank ones. Any 7th rank true man or below, without a top 3 rank divine armament, would find it challenging to breach his defenses. Fergus had to thank the 2 bald monks from Andrangta Temple for broadening his horizons with their extensive collections, enhancing his understanding of the true man realm. Moreover, his spirit perception underwent a metamorphosis. In an instant, everything within a 1,000-mile radius was under his awareness. His spiritual sense extended far beyond, covering 10,000 miles in every direction. Thus, any powerful being entering Yunmeng County, unless adept at concealing their aura like Fergus, would hardly escape his notice. Finally, his lifespan increased to 1,802 years, almost matching the history of the Great Kang Dynasty. You continue contemplating the great sun-burning truth scripture. After 1 million years, your understanding of heavenly truth transforms, comprehending a thread of yang mystery. It cost him nearly 50,000 years of lifespan to deduce. You start cultivating the tranquil formless true method. After 50,000 years, you reach the introductory stage. After 260,000 years, you reach the lesser accomplishment stage. After 1.4 million years, you reach the greater accomplishment stage. After 8.2 million years, you reach the perfect stage. Hashtag Greenwater Lake Dragon Palace. Sitting on the crystal throne, Greenwater Lake Dragon King Bradinghand frowned deeply. Below him, Yunmeng Lake's tortoise prime minister knelt with bowed head. An oppressive silence filled the grand hall. Even Eben fell victim to Brading County. It must have been a human true man involved. Bradinghand knew exactly how powerful his 8th son was. Even against a 9th rank true master, he had a fighting chance due to his dragon physique. Not to mention being taken down silently. Even those exceptional humans with superior bones couldn't accomplish this at the 9th rank true master stage. Which true realm force is plotting against our family? He refused to believe that merely a Yunmeng Lake Dragon Palace could elicit such efforts from human true men. Among the aquatic clans in Xiuxian Prefecture, only they, the Greenwater Lake Dragon Clan, had the stature to attract such attention. Past. I wonder how many demons they've accumulated in that time. Whether it's enough for me to break through to the true Lord realm. A flash of anticipation crossed his eyes as Fergus moved, disappearing from the Azure River Water Palace as if he had never been there. In less than 10 breaths, he traversed over 1,000 miles and arrived at the Demon Suppression Office in Greenstone County. Even without using his body movement technique, his speed now surpassed 100 times the speed of sound after reaching the peak 9th rank true person. With the technique activated, his speed increased by another third, approaching 140 times the speed of sound, covering nearly 100 miles in a second. The fabled teleportation abilities of deities and Buddhas from his past life couldn't be much different. After about the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Fergus toured the 9 counties' demon suppression offices and finally harvested nearly 60 million years of lifespan, averaging around 10 million per day. After harvesting from nearly 8 county offices, the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon finally added the inscription, "Can infuse." Initially, he thought only his cultivation could break through to the true Lord realm, but now it seemed even the true breath concealment technique could advance further, reaching the true Lord level. Without immediately heading to the Azure River Water Palace to break through his cultivation, he went to Green River City instead. It had been nearly 6 days, and he should make an appearance as the demon suppression officer. Otherwise, people might think something happened to him. Of course, there was another consideration. After so long, the Azure Water Lake Dragon King likely knew about the high-ranking demon general rank dragon he had suppressed. Maybe a true realm dragon was already on its way to Green River County. A single true realm dragon would increase his talent to 8th rank, possibly allowing him to achieve a treasure bone directly. The difference between treasure bone and root bone is significant, one character difference, but worlds apart. Even the lowest first-rank treasure bone has 10 times the innate talent of a 9th-rank root bone or more. If he could ascend to a treasure bone, breaking through the 60 million years of lifespan wouldn't just help him reach the True Lord realm but also advance to 2nd or 3rd rank True Lord without much difficulty. About 10 breaths later, resuming his true appearance and donning the red robe of the Demon Suppression Officer, Fergus stepped into the Green River County Demon Suppression Office. What puzzled him was the overwhelming sense of suppression and sorrow permeating the entire office. Could it be that something happened to the Demon Suppression Office during my seclusion? Fergus frowned slightly. Who in this Braidingian prefecture dared to provoke him now? Weren't they afraid of following in the footsteps of Star Sword Sect and Adamantine Temple? As for those demons and monsters, they were terrified and fled from Braidingian prefecture, let alone have the audacity to seek revenge. 3,000 ranked warriors. Rumor had it that their 3 leaders were 6th-rank powerhouses. Who dares to do such a thing? Forget being mere bandits. Even the legendary Black Mountain Old Devil must die. Stealing his resources was bad enough, but killing his men was unforgivable. These were his demon cadenters, each at least at peak 1st rank, bringing him several tens of thousands of years of lifespan daily. With their bodies, working another 20 to 30 years was entirely possible. Their deaths cost him untold years of lifespan. Today, not even Jesus could save those audacious dogs. Harry, summon Jacques to the office and gather the elites. Today, I will flatten Black Mountain. Yes, Lord, I'll do it right away. Soon, the entire Green River County Demon Suppression Office buzzed with activity. Everyone had been harboring anger since Fergus took charge. They had always been the aggressors, never facing such humiliation. Especially the Blue Sea Sect disciples, eager to avenge their fallen comrades. But without the qualification to call upon a meal, they could only wait for Fergus's return. Indeed, Lord Sue did not disappoint them. Black Mountain bandits entered the office and reported to Fergus, "Sir, Governor Campbell is here to see you." Harry looked at Fergus with reverence. It was unheard of for an orange-robed demon suppressor to announce themselves before visiting a red-robed one. Only his master had this kind of influence. Following Fergus had been the best decision of his life. Serving under such a powerful master meant feasting on demon generals' flesh and having ample silver. Though his cultivation rank was still low, and he held only a minor position, no one in the office dared disrespect him. Even the commanding officer called him by his title without any slights. Androphy was beyond his wildest dreams, all thanks to Master Fergus. He owed this to that old Adele too. If not for his enmity, Harry wouldn't have switched allegiance so early, securing his current status. Next time he returned to Yunmeng County, he'd burn extra incense for that old fox. "You lazy good-for-nothing, why didn't you tell me Elder Brother Zheng was here earlier?" Scolding Harry, Fergus warmly greeted Campbell. "Elder Brother Zheng, my subordinates were impolite. Please don't take it to heart." Regardless of his true feelings, surface-level courtesy was necessary since they hadn't fully broken ties, and Campbell had once shown him kindness. "Andrettle Brother Sue, I told Xuanhuan Banner not to inform you ahead of time." "It's not his fault," Campbell explained hastily, aware that Fergus's politeness was merely superficial. "This time, I'll let it slide because Elder Brother Zheng interceded, but there will be no forgiveness next time." "Thank you, sir." Waving Harry away, Fergus, "Harry, escort him to the inn." Tiring of pretending, Fergus ordered Harry to show Campbell out. "AI. Indeed, Fergus won't forgive us easily," Campbell sighed inwardly. Some deeds couldn't be easily mended. The sole consolation was that Fergus seemed content not pursuing further action. Otherwise, with Fergus's fearless nature, he'd have already sent me to hell. "Andrettle Brother Sue, I'll take my leave now. If you need anything, send word, and I'll aid wholeheartedly." After Campbell left, Fergus pulled out a book titled Xuanhuan's Travelogues from his storage bag, penned by Xuanhuan, a 9th-rank Grandmaster of Andrengtu Temple. It chronicled Xuanhuan's travels through the 6 prefectures of Phoenix Singing Dao. Half an hour later, clattering footsteps, Fergus led 5,000 suppressors out of Braiding City. He only mobilized forces from within the town, not recalling elite fighters engaged elsewhere. A group of Black Mountain bandits could be handled by a meal alone. Recalling others would waste unnecessary longevity. Black Mountain, less than 500 zhang tall, was an ordinary mountain between Braiding's prefecture and Braidingshan prefecture. While no potent demons resided within, since 8 years ago, it became a nightmare for countless caravans when the 3 leaders established the Black Mountain Bandit. Beautiful woman. Below them, seated on both sides, were dozens of men radiating formidable auras, all at least 4th-grade warriors. These were the commanders of the Black Mountain Gang. "Brothers, let's toast another cup to Second Chief. This job was well done." Daniel looked elated. Over the years, the 3 of them had carried out numerous raids here in Black Mountain and encountered plenty of rich prey, but never anything on this scale. Last night, it took his thousands of subordinates hours to inventory everything. Just then, a member of the Black Mountain Gang rushed into the hall and reported, "Report, Chief, bad news. There are a large number of demonic suppression guards at the foot of the mountain." "It seems the people from Braiding County's Demonic Suppression Bureau have arrived," said Daniel, exchanging glances with his brothers, though without much panic. After seizing such treasures yesterday, they anticipated this day. Though Fergus, the crimson-clad demon-suppressing envoy from Braiding County, was formidable and almost controlled most of the demonic suppression guards in Braidingian Prefecture, accompanied by a 7th-grade Andrettle Grandmaster Protector, they dared to rob his people for a reason. "Third brother, go to the back mountain and ask the elders for help. Everyone else, assemble your troops and follow me to meet Fergus." "Yes, Chief." After a moment, Daniel and his 2 brothers avoid unnecessary trouble due to sudden improvement in cultivation. These two 7th grade Andretal grandmasters were the stepping stones he chose. Emil, Andretting finger. What's the point of bullying a youth? Have the courage to fight me. A raspy voice echoed from the black-robed figure. Dusk sword Andret. Timid rodent, do you think I'm scared of you? Die by my hands. Thunder wrath. Boom. A green and black figure clashed rapidly in midair, trading hundreds of blows in mere moments. Elder Braden is no match for Emil, Daniel frowned. Though both 7th grade perfected Andretal grandmasters, there were still differences in strength. With the wisdom pills and 800-year-old medicinal plant provided by Fergus, his cultivation had significantly improved recently, converting part of his blood to true blood. He was only a step away from perfection. The black-robed man had converted only slightly over 80% of his blood to true blood. In less than 1,000 exchanges, he began to fall behind. Elder Edmund, please intervene. The black-robed man named Edmund nodded, striking out, but not at Emil, towards Fergus. Elder Braden, who was being suppressed by Emil, rejoiced, seeing an opportunity for counterattack if Emil was distracted. However, to his surprise, Emil ignored the attack completely. Jill, how long has it been since Fergus surpassed a 7th grade perfected Andretal grandmaster like himself? 9 quality bone structure, truly that formidable? Or did Fergus possess a legendary treasure bone? Starlight flash. Stepping into the starlight stepping technique perfected form, Fergus shot like a meteor, crossing 100 feet to hover above Braden. Die. 1,000 waves cut. Not good. Elder Braden finally realized the truth, acknowledging the horror of the situation. This slash made him feel as if facing a 7th grade perfected Andretal grandmaster. This monster must have perfected an 8th grade saber technique. Roar. Block it for me. Note, the text has been translated maintaining the original tone and style, paragraph structure, and line breaks. With a loud shout, Elder Braden disregarded any side effects and, despite the damage to his meridians, unleashed his strongest attack, barely blocking Fergus's lethal slash. Before he could catch his breath, Emil struck again with a fatal finger strike. How could I forget this old thing? Elder Braden's pupils contracted as a sense of impending death enveloped him. At this moment, he had no strength left to defend against this killing finger. Emil, stop. I am an elder of the Black Heaven sect. Note, the translation maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring it is natural, fluent, and coherent with the previous content. Dare to kill this old man? The Black Sky sect won't let you off. Black Sky sect? This official is waiting for you. Fergus sneered, paying no attention to Braden Min's final threat. He knew well about the Black Sky sect. It revered the ancient great demon, Dark Sky Tyrant, and was one of the 5 major demonic sects of the Decay Dynasty, with its influence spreading across the 81 provinces. It was among the most top-tier forces, slightly inferior only to Taoist and Buddhist orders. But so what? Just a 7th-rank minor grandmaster officer of the Black Sky sect, he couldn't believe the sect would send true monarch-level or above powerhouses over a minor figure like this. Given him some time, who would kill whom was still uncertain. Since he had come here, less than 2 months had passed, yet he was already nearing true monarch status. How much more time would it take to surpass even that? Master, he was from the Black Sky sect. How could you kill him so easily? At this moment, Porter finally snapped back, looking at Fergus uneasily. Killed. So what? Just a Black Sky sect officer. No need to worry too much. If anything happens, this official will take responsibility. Fergus shrugged indifferently. Besides, killing 1 or 2 makes no difference. Hearing this, Porter realized that if the black-cloaked man was indeed a Black Sky sect officer, then the earlier dead ones were likely also from the sect. Offending the Black Sky sect was inevitable whether they released or killed them. He wasn't naive enough to think the fanatics of the Black Sky sect would forgive and forget. Forget it. When the sky falls, the taller people will bear it. Even Elder Roy didn't stop Master Su. Why should I, a servant, care so much? No. Elders Braden and Edmund. At this moment, the Daniel brothers screamed in agony, their minds overwhelmed by fear and despair. Their reliance was slashed down by Fergus. What would happen to them now? All because of the second brother. Why did they provoke Fergus, this monster? Now, both officers were dead, and they would not escape either. Zhang Elder, attack. Not a single Black Mountain bandit must be left alive. As Fergus spoke, he moved and appeared before Daniel. Die. 1,000 waves cut. Daniel, merely a 6th-rank perfection cultivator, had no resistance against Fergus's 7th-rank blade skill. No. Second brother, you've ruined us? With a scream full of resentment, Daniel's head flew up under this almost full-force 7th-rank blow. There was no resistance from the 6th-rank perfection martial artist. Elite Black Mountain bandits escaped alive. With Fergus and Porter, 2 7th-rank minor grandmasters, dominating the air, there was no chance for these bandits to escape. Once they broke through, they met with blade beams or Porter's sword strikes. After another 15 minutes, Thunderfall. A light shout brought a flash of lightning, creating a huge breach in the thick stone walls of the Black Mountain fort. Attack. Kill every last remnant of the Black Mountains. Thousands of demon-slaying guards poured into the fort, like waves under Jed Ebenuan's lead. Not good. The enemy has entered the fort. How did this happen? Where are the chieftains? Could they? Soon, the massacre resumed. The remaining weak and elderly members did not include a single 4th-rank warrior. Without needing Fergus or Porter to intervene, the remnants were easily subdued. In the end, apart from the women who had been abducted for the Black Mountain bandits' pleasure, all of the Black Mountain members were slaughtered. Ebenuan, gather 1,000 men to burn the bodies of these bandits. The rest search the fort and bring back any useful items. Yes, sir. Xiuxian, you and your men collect the bodies. Others follow me to loot the Black Mountain fort. After 15 minutes. Less than 30,000 years of lifespan. Not bad. After harvesting all the bandits' lifespans, Fergus showed no significant change in expression. almost 30,000 years of lifespan, appeared at the already ruined Black Bandit Fort. Andrique, Braden, Min, and the others. These people all wore black robes with their faces covered, only revealing their eyes. Hiss. Just what kind of person could destroy the Black Bandit Fort? The black-robed figures exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Even on the surface, the strength displayed by the Black Bandit Fort was one of the major forces within a few thousand miles. Not to mention, there were 2 chief enforcers of the Black Heaven Sect's Brading's County branch stationed secretly here. Even some 7th-rank minor grandmasters would be in over their heads if they dared to take on the Black Bandit Fort. Let's go to the branch headquarters. We must report this matter to Chief Wu immediately. How dare anyone destroy the Black Bandit Fort and kill our sect enforcers? This cannot be let go. Hashtag Brading County, Demon Suppression Bureau. Following the usual practice, Fergus divided the spoils of war, instructed Harry to properly arrange for the rescued women, and then resumed his reaping journey. Within a short while, Fergus once again harvested nearly 10 million years of lifespan, bringing his total stored lifespan to just shy of 70 million years. Indeed, these demons and monsters were like crops to be reaped. How many humans would he have to kill to accumulate 70 million years of lifespan? An average body-strengthening realm mid-level demon generals capable of matching 8th-rank grandmasters, such as Dragon King Bradank of Tianza Lake, whose water dragon form allowed him to burst forth with 8th-rank grandmaster power. Even ordinary 8th-rank entry-level grandmasters found it difficult to match up against him. As for his demon suppression guards, the strongest among them, Vinny, was only at the peak 6th-rank cultivation level. Rushing into these counties recklessly risked total annihilation. Regardless of which county I target, I must strengthen the Demon Suppression Bureau first, especially with 7th-rank minor grandmasters and 8th-rank grandmasters. If I can get a few 9th-rank great grandmasters, that would be best. He had finally cultivated a batch of capable followers. He couldn't let them be wasted by demons. Otherwise, who would gather lifespans for him? He couldn't do everything himself and still enjoy life. Moreover, walking night paths often led to unexpected encounters. He wasn't invincible even as a true lord, let alone when he became a true monarch. The depth of the Decay Dynasty's talent pool was immense, as evidenced by just the lower prefecture of Bradangle Palace alone, which had so many true realm legacies. It seems it's time for Sage Greenclad to step forward. There are 5 days until the Bradangle secret realm opens. With Bradangio Horse's current speed, we can reach Bradangle City in 2 days. There's no need to rush. First, let the demon suppression guards probe these 3 counties to find suitable targets. As for me, I'll check out the county city's delicacies. The meat sandwiches in the county city had been on his mind for a long time. Hashtag Bradingiang City, Inner City, Kadindred Flowers Courtesan Quarter. This was a famous pleasure quarter in Bradingiang City, a paradise for men where all high-end courtesan houses were concentrated. Fergus entered the Lotus Pavilion dressed in casual attire. Mama Tessa, with her graceful waist and waving fan, greeted him warmly. Young master, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to Lotus Pavilion? Don't worry. Our girls are charming and talented, guaranteed to satisfy you. Daughters, don't delay. Come greet the young master. Hashtag Bradings County, Alexis County, a mysterious underground palace. Bang. Chief Stanley of the Black Heaven Sect's Bradings County branch, clad in a black robe radiating sinister aura, shattered the table in front of him with a single palm strike. Who is it? Who dares to kill saintly sect enforcers? Someone investigate. I want to see who has the audacity to touch my people. Hashtag next morning, early dawn. Fergus emerged from the Lotus Pavilion with a somewhat gloomy expression. Behind him was Mama Tessa, who was still trembling in fear. It was unknown where this small monster came from, but he managed to bed 18 top-tier courtesans in one night. If it weren't for the generous reward, Lotus Pavilion would have incurred significant losses. Yesterday's encounter left her 18 top-tier courtesans in dire condition. They wouldn't be able to function normally for another 10 to 15 days. Really disappointing. Do I now have to travel all the way to Bradangle City just to enjoy decent food? Fergus frowned. Although the high-end establishments in the county city were superior to Jean Phoenix Tower and Jedli Pavilion in Brading County in terms of beauty, demeanor, and cultivation, many were second-rank martial artists, and 3 were at peak second rank, nearing third-rank Jingi. However, he was no longer a 4th-rank true Cademan. His true Cademan body had strengthened by more than 10-fold or even 100-fold. If he hadn't restrained himself, the 18 courtesans would have already perished. Wonderful. Days have passed. Yet why haven't my disciples Roigai and Roigtong returned to the temple? Could it be that? Translation ends. Hashtag Chapter 115. Another 8th-rank Grandmaster killed. Hashtag Bradingling Prefecture, and Drengchuo Temple, within a Zen room. Venerable Abbot Royal flashed through Abbot Roiguang's mind. In the next moment, Abbot Roiguang moved swiftly out of the Zen room and headed towards the rear mountain. No matter which faction was plotting against them, it was no longer something a consummate 8th-rank Grandmaster like him could handle casually. Disciple Roiguang seeks an audience with the venerable uncles. Hashtag Brading's Prefecture, Alexins County, the mysterious underground palace. What a fine show by the Brading County Demon Suppressing Office and this little boy Fergus. Well done, well done, well done. Wearing a black robe with his face concealed, Stanley, the branch master of the Brading's Prefecture Black Heaven cult, read the secret letter in his hand and repeated, well done, 3 times. His eyes burned with infinite killing intent as terrifying demonic energy roiled and seeped into the surrounding air. The convoy returning from the Brading County Demon Suppressors stretched over 10 miles, a massive event impossible to conceal from those who paid attention. Moreover, Fergus had not ordered his subordinates to keep silent. In just one night, news spread throughout Brading County that Fergus had led the Demon Suppressors to annihilate the Black Mountain Bandits and killed 2 officials of the Black Heaven cult. Killing their officials without concealing it, Fergus clearly did not take their sacred cult seriously. Esteban Bai Yi. Present, master. Two shadows flickered, and two middle-aged men dressed in black robes appeared before Stanley, kneeling on one knee. The dignity of our holy cult cannot be insulted. I want every living thing in the path. It seems to be the Black Heaven cult. Indeed, Yunmeng Temple had recently lost two 8th-rank grandmasters in Great Kang County. Unless the higher-ups were fools, they wouldn't send another 8th-rank grandmaster. It would at least be a 9th-rank grandmaster. Perfect. I can test my newly learned technique on them. Outside Braiding City, 1,800 miles away. Two streaks of black light cut through the void, moving so fast they approached 7 times the speed of sound. Suddenly, the streaks paused, revealing two individuals in black masks. Their exposed eyes widened with fear, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads as if they were enduring great pain. Next moment, their expressions turned vacant as they revealed everything they knew about the Black Heaven cult in rapid succession. Secret technique, mind trance. This mental secret technique, acquired from the Vice-Ravana bags of the two monks, had the effect of confusing the mind and inducing hypnosis. With his 9th-rank consummate true human cultivation, mastering this 7th-rank secret technique took just one glance and less than half an hour of practice. Using his formidable 9th-rank true human spiritual power to activate mind trance, its power rivaled a 6th-rank true method. Below the 6th-rank true human realm, few could resist if they weren't skilled in mental true methods. Let this Stanley live. Calculating the time, Esteban and the others should have reached the Great Kang County Demon Suppressing Office by now, taken that little Fergus's life. How dare a mere scarlet-robed demon suppressor defy our sacred cult, truly ignorant of the heaven's heights and depths. Chapter 116. Annihilating the Black Heaven Sect's Bradings County branch. Bradings County, Alexan's district, the local branch of the Black Heaven sect. The branch master Stanley curled the corner of his mouth and let out a cold laugh. In his eyes, Fergus and the demon suppressing guards from the town's demon suppression bureau in Brading County were already as good as dead. Even if this young Fergus was an unparalleled genius with 9th-class bone talent, with the potential to advance to the true realm, what did it matter? Before truly growing into that power, even the most prodigious individuals born with precious bones would amount to nothing. Combat prowess equivalent to a 7th-class grandmaster at less than 18 years old. With Fergus's bone talent, even among those with 9th-class bone talent, he stands out as one of the best. His corpse should be enough to exchange for 3 drops of true devil blood with the Hall Master. Adding my century-long accumulation, there is at least a 30% chance to take that step, forge a true devil body, and ascend to the true realm. Should I risk it? No wonder he dared to act so recklessly, provoking both the Andrangta Temple and the Green Water Lake Dragon Palace. If only the senior would be merciful, please consider. As Stanley began to plead, his eyes suddenly became unfocused. 1/4 hour later, with a gift, Stanley's entire body disintegrated into powder, following the fate of his 2 underling enforcers. 500 miles away from the Black Heaven Sect's Alexan's County branch, the figure of Fergus, now transformed into the green-robed true person, smirked. As expected, a branch master knew far more than ordinary subordinates. Indeed, as he had anticipated, most of the various branch masters were 7th-class true persons or higher, with some reaching the rank of true lord. Even the lesser branches had true lords as leaders, and the top-ranking provincial branch masters were said to surpass the true lord realm altogether. Now, let's take care of the remaining Black Heaven Sect members in Bradings County. Then this official will be temporarily safe. As for the Black Heaven Sect's Bradingluan Mansion branch, there was no immediate need to move against them. Stanley hadn't reported today's events upward. Acting now would only provoke the fury of the Black Heaven Sect's Jedin Dao branch, or even the Mingfeng Province branch, which he might not survive given his current strength. He would wait until they discovered. This windfall certainly compensated for the enormous expenditures of recent days. While he gained nearly 10 million years of lifespan daily, the rewards he distributed were equally staggering. If not for the earlier bounty from Vajra Temple, he might already be facing financial strain. Sadly, most of these treasures, like those possessed by Andring Kaidini Z, could only slightly enhance 7th-class bone talent, making them of little use to him with his 8th-class bone talent. He could only reward his subordinates, combining them with high-quality medicines and the looted river dragon meat to cultivate a few 7th-class grandmasters. Since the Cloud Dream Lake Dragon Palace was already destroyed and his feud with the Green Water Lake Dragon Palace was public, keeping the dragon meat secret was no longer necessary. Besides, he planned to unveil the identity of Green Robe True Person soon, gradually bringing his backing sect to the forefront. Even if he tried to hide it, it wouldn't last much longer. Half a teacup's time later. Swish. A streak of light sliced through space, landing in Fergus's hand. Dozens of Sumeru pouches. Fortunately, the Bradings County branch had ample Sumeru pouches of decent quality. Otherwise, his 3 dragon pearls and a low-grade pouch with only 100 cubic meters of space wouldn't have sufficed. A short while later, returning to his original appearance, Fergus sat back in the hall and picked up the Xuanhuan travelogue. Just moments later, his eyebrows raised as he looked into the void with a strange expression. Thoughts of revenge were long forgotten. Involving a Taoist true person was far beyond what a 9th-rank Buddhist warrior could handle. A xiuxian ancestor? It seems the Andrangta Temple indeed houses real Buddhist arhats. Fergus's eyes gleamed. Indeed, these powerful factions were all deeply calculating, excelling at concealing their true strength. On the surface, the strongest were merely 8th-rank golden body grandmasters, yet secretly, there were 9th-rank grandmasters and even arhats. Fortunately, he himself had some hidden depth. Otherwise, he might not have passed this test. In the next second, Fergus stirred his mental energy, activating mind-bewitching technique. Vast mental energy disrupted Chan Master Elmer's spirit and soul. Oh no, it's a secret mental technique? Chan Master Elmer felt a jolt in his heart as he resisted the mental invasion fiercely. Yet, it was futile. In less than a second, Chan Master Elmer's eyes turned dazed. How many arhats does your Andrangta Temple have, and what are their ranks? Besides Patriarch xuanhuan, our Andrengtu temple also has. Soon, Shan Master Elmer revealed everything he knew. What a Andrengtu temple. Fergus's gaze sharpened. He thought he had given them enough credit, but he still underestimated them. The Andrengtu temple did not have many living Arhats. Apart from the third-rank Arhat xuanhuan, there was also another Arhat Baron, a first-rank Arhat, and Shan Master Elmer's uncle. What was truly terrifying was the temple's foundation. Over its 1,500-year history, none of the Arhats had died naturally. Instead, as they neared the end of their lifespan, they used secret Buddhist techniques to seal themselves into deep slumber, forming the temple's foundation. Among them was the Andrengtu temple's founding patriarch, the Andrengtu Arhat, who once reached 6th rank. Once unsealed, even in a desperate fight, they could rival a 7th-rank true person. Any mistake could result in significant losses. If the Andrengtu temple has such a foundation, what about the other 7 major forces? The waters of the Great Kang prefecture were much deeper than he had imagined. Kadinth. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly before and recklessly attack the Great Kang Lake Dragon Palace. Otherwise, my grave would already be overgrown with grass. In the Great Kang prefecture, the Great Kang Lake Dragon Palace ranked higher than the Andrengtu temple among the 8 top-tier forces outside the Great Kang Dynasty. One could only say that the Xia family's level was too low. Before Li's rise, they were just an ordinary master family with only one Grandmaster Patriarch. They couldn't reach the top tier of the Great Kang prefecture, let alone a mere manager like totaling a value that wouldn't be lower than the Black Heaven Sect's branch in Great County. The Black Heaven Sect and the Andrengtu temple have both come. Next, will the Great Kang Lake Dragon Palace send a dragon? Putting away Shan Master Elmer's bag of holding, Fergus's eyes flashed with anticipation. Among the 3 enemies, only the Great Kang Lake Dragon Palace remained. 2 days passed, yet there wasn't even a sign of a water snake, let alone a true realm dragon. I have 3 more days. If no true realm dragon appears by tonight, I will begin my breakthrough. Before heading to Great Kang Prefecture City, he must break through to True Lord Realm. Otherwise, he lacked confidence. Of the 8 top-tier forces in Great Kang Prefecture, the Andrengtu temple was only 4th. If it could hide a 6th-rank Arhat, who knows what the top-ranked Green Cloud Mountain could conceal? Compared to the Buddhists, the Taoists' ability to hide strength was no less, perhaps even greater. These past 2 days, the Demon Suppression Bureau has collected a lot of information on the 3 counties. Let's see which targets are suitable. Yesterday's harvest was clearly less, barely reaching 6 million years of life force. It was evident that the demons in Yunmeng County had been mostly harvested. In 2 or 3 days, they would be done. Before leaving, he needed to leave enough powerful allies to help the demon suppression guards advance into Great Kang and Great counties. The Great Kang secret realm lasts for 10 days. Could he leave? The Anatolian sect has grown into a major sect with over 10,000 official disciples. Within Shanxia County, if the Anatolian sect ranks 2nd, no other sect would dare claim 1st place. Even among the 21 counties of Great Kang's prefecture, it stands as one of the most prominent major sects, even with aspirations to be one of the top 10 sects. Whoosh! A green glow appeared in the sky above Anatolian Peak, from which emerged a tall, slender, elderly man in green robes. He was Fergus's number 1 puppet ready to step forward, Master Bradingi, and the Anatolian sect was his first chosen target. With a mere thought, Fergus's spiritual senses swept over Anatolian Peak. 3 7th-rank lesser grandmasters and 15 6th-rank martial artists were detected, a significant improvement from what the demon suppression guards had gathered, but the strongest among them was only a perfected 7th-rank lesser grandmaster, not an 8th-rank grandmaster. In the next moment, boom! Fergus revealed a wisp of his power, instantly causing winds to rise and clouds to surge. The entire Anatolian sect, including its 3 7th-rank lesser grandmasters who were supreme elders, had their cultivation sealed, collapsing helplessly to the ground. What kind of power is this? An 8th-rank grandmaster? No, impossible. An 8th-rank grandmaster absolutely does not have this kind of power. 9th-rank great grandmaster. This person must be a 9th-rank great grandmaster, perhaps even not an ordinary one. The 3 supreme elders of Anatolian sect exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and unease. Such a formidable presence suddenly arriving at their doorstep, immediately sealing their powers, clearly indicated that the visitor had malicious intentions. I am Venerable Bradingi of the Mystic Sect. Will you submit to me and serve me? Fergus's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating across Anatolian Peak. There was no beating around the bush. A minor sect without a single master did not deserve such elaborate words or even negotiation. It was a command. In a world where strength ruled, those with power could do as they pleased. Elder Bradingi, our Anatolian sect? Supreme Elder Neil, also the only perfected 7th-rank lesser grandmaster of Anatolian sect, instinctively prepared to politely decline. Why should they choose to be underlings rather than leaders? But just as the words reached his lips, Neil shuddered as if he were being targeted by a supreme demon. If he dared to say no, he would be mercilessly devoured. We, the Anatolian sect, agreed to submit and serve the predecessor. Only then did the deathly aura dissipate like receding tides. Phew. Fortunately, I changed my words in time. Otherwise, our Anatolian sect would have been in. He must indeed be a true person, perhaps even an extraordinary one. Following him would not be a bad thing, but rather a great opportunity for their sect. Few sects receive attention and allegiance from a true person. We, the Anatolian sect, pledge our loyalty to you, Lord. Willing to serve you, Lord. My nephew Fergus is short on manpower. You will temporarily join his forces and remember that what Fergus says is what I say. Anyone who dares defy us will not be spared. Don't worry, Lord. Whoever disobeys young Lord will be punished severely without needing your intervention, Neil quickly assured, now understanding why town demon Caden Tersu could act so recklessly against Andrengtu Temple and Great Kang Lake Dragon Palace. Remember your words. By tomorrow's dawn, mobilize 200 4th rank, 55 5th rank, 10 6th rank, and 2 7th rank disciples to report to the Demonic Suppression Bureau in Great Kang County. Yes, Lord. Next, the Yin-Yang sect. Similar to the Anatolian sect, the Yin-Yang sect was also founded by an 8th rank grandmaster and has existed for nearly 800 years, standing as the premier sect in Great County of Great Kang's prefecture. Half a cup of tea later. Boom. A terrifying aura that could make a 9th rank great grandmaster despair enveloped the Yin-Yang sect. I am venerable Great Kang of the Mystic sect. Will the Yin-Yang sect submit to me? We, the Yin-Yang sect, pledge our loyalty to you, Lord. The leadership of the Yin-Yang sect made no hesitation, choosing to submit sincerely. Not even insects would pass up survival, let alone human leaders. By tomorrow's dawn, mobilize 200 4th rank, 55 5th rank, 10 6th rank, and 2 7th rank disciples to the Demonic Suppression Bureau in Great Kang County to serve my nephew Fergus. Yes, Lord. 3 hours later, Fergus returned to the Great Kang County Demonic Suppression Bureau, having toured Great Kang's, Great Kang P, and Great Kang counties. In total, he took control of 13 sects, all established by wandering masters with little background. Each sect was formidable, with at least one 7th rank lesser grandmaster and several 6th rank martial artists, with the strongest 2 sects even boasting 8th rank grandmasters. In the Anatolian sect and Yin-Yang sect, Fergus only revealed a bit of his true person aura, encountering almost no resistance. With the help of these 13 sects experts, the Demon Suppression Guard should be well established in Great Kang's, Great Kang P, and Great Kang counties. Next, it's time for me to break through to the True Lord stage. Hashtag chapter 119, True Lord. You begin cultivating the Great Sun Pure Yang scripture, and after 25 million years, aura of blades swirling around him, capable of slicing through anything. Ah, puff. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire aura weakened rapidly, eyes filled with terror. What is happening? Why has the surrounding heavenly and earthly force become so violent? Great Kang River Water Palace. I didn't expect there to be a 9th rank great grandmaster hidden here in Great Kang County, Fergus mused with surprise. Is this force from an array? No wonder it evaded my perception. His sensing ability wasn't all-powerful. Martial artists had numerous ways to block perception, even spiritual awareness. Besides, he had previously suppressed his sensing power to the lowest point. If this 9th rank great grandmaster doesn't have significant backing, he could be useful to me. In the 3 counties of Great Kang's, Great Kang, and Cheeping, a 9th rank great grandmaster was almost invincible. Prior to this, he hadn't found any such master in the area. The strongest were only 8th rank accomplished grandmasters, not even a single 8th rank complete grandmaster, let alone a 9th rank complete grandmaster with 13 activated hidden meridians. With such a powerhouse, the Demon Suppression Bureau would have a new pillar once he left. Mind control. Not good. The hemp-clad old man's expression changed as his mental energy surged, trying to resist. Unfortunately, all efforts were futile against a gap of 2 major ranks and 10 levels. Within moments, the hemp-clad old man's pupils dilated, and his gaze became vacant. Tell me your background. Soon, the hemp-clad old man, like a puppet controlled by strings, recounted his origins. Tianxiong Dao Arnie, it's actually him. He had read about this person in the Chronicles of Withered Mystery. 300 years ago, Arnie was a prominent figure in Great Kang Prefecture, renowned as the top independent cultivator. With his Tianxiong Dao, he dominated the 9 counties of Great Kang Prefecture, virtually unmatched. However, he mysteriously vanished 300 years ago, leaving no trace. Some said he failed in his breakthrough attempt to the True Realm and died from backlash, while others speculated that he left Great Kang Prefecture to explore other regions. Most believed he was killed by enemies. Back then, Arnie made countless enemies while dominating the 9 counties, including offending half of the top 8 major forces. Countless people wished to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Unbeknownst to many, Arnie had been hiding in Dead Man's Valley all this time. Submit to me, and I will give you a chance for revenge. The elderly voice of Fergus echoed in Arnie's ears. Arnie's seclusion was not because he wanted to. He would have wiped out the temple long ago. As long as Senior can help me avenge my humiliation, from now on, my life belongs to you. After hesitating, Arnie knelt down, pledging his loyalty. The battle 3 centuries ago damaged not only his foundation but also his lifespan. If he couldn't break through to the True Realm, he had less than 60 years left. This might be his last chance for revenge, leaving no room for other choices. Besides, this Senior likely wouldn't give him a choice. Refusal would mean certain death. I am Lawrence, the guardian elder of the Mystic sect. Tomorrow at dawn, go to the Demon Suppression Bureau in Great Kang River County and find my disciple Fergus. Follow his orders henceforth. Yes, Lord. This is the first-rank true art, Andringio/God Knife. Study it thoroughly. In the next moment, boom. A wave of mental information blossomed in Arnie's mind. Phew. Such profound blade techniques, this is indeed true art, incomparable to 9th rank sword skills. With Tianxiong Dao Arnie, as long as no true realm power interferes, the Demon Suppression Guard is secure. End of chapter 119. Hashtag chapter 120, Departure. An hour and a half later, the seismic force that had shaken the 10,000-mile radius gradually subsided, and Fergus's cultivation stabilized completely, increased by 700 years, surpassing 2,500 years. Still 6,003 million years left. Should I continue to infuse the Great Sun Pure Yang cannon? After a moment's silence, Fergus decided to temporarily suppress the urge to advance further. Just reaching the entrance level had cost him 2,005 million years of lifespan. With the remaining 6,003 million years, he could at most reach the peak of the first-tier True Lord realm. Breaking through 2 minor realms wouldn't significantly enhance his overall strength. If he faced an opponent from whom he couldn't escape, there would be little difference between an initial-tier True Lord and a peak-tier True Lord. It would be better to focus on advancing his martial techniques. Martial cultivation formed the foundation of power, while martial skills amplified that power. Advancing several true laws to the true lord level would greatly boost his combat prowess far more than advancing 2 minor realms. You continue practicing the profound silence no mark true law. After 300,000 years, you glimpse a sliver of the secrets of causality and comprehend the first tier secret canon. Phantom Abyss Heavenly Evolution Secret Canon. You begin practicing the Phantom Abyss Heavenly Evolution Secret Canon. After 200,000 years, you achieve entry-level proficiency. After 1,000,000 years, you reach small completion of the Phantom Abyss Heavenly Evolution Secret Canon. After 5,200,000 years, you achieve great completion of the Phantom Abyss Heavenly Evolution Secret Canon. Never expected that cultivating this breath-hiding secret technique to the true lords at the sky. It was almost morning. Fergus stopped cultivating for the time being. Cultivating true laws did not cause as much commotion as breaking through cultivation realms, so he could do so while traveling. In the town hall of the Demon Suppression Office in Great Kang County, Fergus sat high above, looking down at a crowd below. A mix of men and women, young and old, all powerful at least at the 6th tier. Among them, a white-haired old man dressed in hemp cloth stood out like a crane among chickens, emitting a terrifying aura that made even the 2 8th-tier grandmasters present tremble. Everyone speculated about his identity. 300 years was a long time even for high-tier cultivators. Most 7th-tier cultivators couldn't live that long, especially given that Arnie had changed both his appearance and demeanor to evade the pursuit by entering to temple. Even old friends might not recognize him without seeing his famous moves. Everyone, since Venerable Braidingi sent you to serve under this official, you will follow orders diligently. I will not be lenient if anyone disobeys. Fergus looked down at the crowd as if addressing servants, showing no respect for them. Many sect elders felt anger rising. They could accept being treated as servants by Venerable Braidingi, but what right did this young man have? Even if he was a disciple of Xianmen and Venerable Braidingi's nephew, he shouldn't. Upon arriving at the provincial capital, he needed to promote his position. As a red-cloaked demon suppression officer, the highest he could grant was a commander rank, which was insufficient for 7th tier and 8th tier grandmasters. All arrangements are up to you, sir. Fergus then instructed them on their tasks, while he traveled to the provincial capital before dismissing them. The time has come to head to the provincial capital. I wonder how much the Azure Phoenix secret realm will improve my bone structure. Will it bring me to the 9th tier, or directly form treasure bones? Chapter 121. Undercurrents. Great Kang County, Inner City, Sioux family residence. Porter was waiting at the gate, leading 2 Braidingio horses that had visibly grown much larger. During this period, fed with large quantities of flood dragon meat, the thin traces of flood dragon blood within these 2 Braidingio horses significantly improved, breaking through their constraints and advancing to the 6th rank of demonic beasts. This is why Fergus confidently assured they could reach the Braidingluan Mansion City within 2 days. Upon becoming 6th rank demonic beasts, the speed of the Braidingio horses greatly increased, rivaling even some 7th rank Andretal grandmasters. Additionally, their endurance far surpassed that of 7th rank Andretal grandmasters. They could travel continuously for several days without rest. Unlike human 7th rank Andretal grandmasters who could only maintain peak speed for Ouyang and other 11 counties, joining forces with the Demon Suppression Corps to cleanse the remaining demons swiftly. In less than a day, all remaining demons in the 11 counties were wiped out, leaving no survivors. Many residents of Braidingian Commandery erected longevity steels for Fergus, offering incense daily, praying for blessings. Without Fergus clearing the demon troubles, they wouldn't have their current peaceful lives. Even the local tyrants and officials restrained themselves significantly. The Demon Suppression Corps weren't afraid to punish those causing chaos. Fergus, having come from humble beginnings, deeply understood the plight of commoners. As long as it didn't endanger his safety, he didn't mind helping them. After cleansing the 11 counties in Braidingian Commandery, the Demon Suppression Corps shifted focus to the Braidangs, Braidangpi, and Braidinga regions. With the news of the 13 sects siding with Fergus spreading, even the involvement of the Cyan Cloak Venerable of Xuanhuan came to light. Braidang's Commandery, Juedao sect. Founded by a true transmission disciple of Badadao sect, one of the top 8 powers in Braidingluan Mansion, Juedao sect had become a top 3 major sect in Braidang's Commandery in less than 3 centuries, dominating Upper Braidang's County and 3 middle-tier counties. It boasted thousands of disciples, over 10 7th-rank Andretal grandmasters, and an 8th-rank grandmaster in residence. Juedao Hall. A man stood in the center, wearing a yellow robe, with graying hair, looking about 60. His aura was unremarkable like an ordinary old man, but his eyes harbored terrifying blade chi, capable of earth-shattering power once unleashed. He was Aslan, the founder of Juedao sect, once a true transmission disciple of Badadao sect, and now an elder of Badadao sect, an 8th-rank fully accomplished grandmaster. Aslan's brows furrowed, his expression grave. The 13 sects were insignificant, just some scattered cultivators without strong backing, their strongest being 2 8th-rank initial stage grandmasters. He could exterminate them alone if he wished. Being an elder of Badadao sect, his strength was unmatched by these scattered grandmasters. What truly concerned him was the Cyan Cloak Venerable of Xuanhuan. Things are going to change in Braidingluan Mansion. I must return to Badadao sect. The true purpose of this realm's inheritance was not so simple. Braidingfeng Taoist Temple, the premier temple in Braidang's Commandery, inheriting from the leading force among Braidingluan Mansion's top 8 supreme powers, Braidingian Mountain. Though Braidingfeng Temple remained low-key, no major force in Braidang's Commandery dared underestimate it. Many sects and families viewed it as the region's foremost sect. Inside a pavilion in Braidingfeng Temple, 2 elderly-looking yet vigorous Taoists were playing chess, the black and white pieces entangled like 2 battling dragons, full of lethal intent. The Cyan Cloak Venerable of Xuanhuan, it seems Fergus has radiant Buddhist light shimmering around him like a living Buddha. He was xiuxian, one of the 2 arhats of Andrancity, and currently the strongest, great arhat xiuxian. Amitba, Roiguang, let Roig Xian temporarily take your position as abbot. For the next 3 years, you will guard the Demon Suppression Pagoda. Yes, ancestor. Braidingluan's secret realm allows no one over 60 years old to enter. Roig Xian, Inform senior uncle Su Jing that when Fergus enters Bray Dingluan's secret realm, ensure he never leaves. Hashtag Chapter 122, the capital city. Great County, Great City, Gong Mansion, bang. Hideo collapsed into his chair, seeming to have aged 10 years in an instant. His black hair was streaked with silver, as if the weight of his thoughts had physically changed him. He had always suspected that behind Fergus lay a protector from the true realm lineage, but when it became reality, he couldn't help but feel a bitter resentment, wishing he could slap himself for missing the opportunity. If only he had stood firmly by Fergus like the Xia family did back then, he would now be someone with a true person protector. By then, becoming a green-robed devil-subduing envoy wouldn't be such a distant dream. Even becoming a blue-robed devil-subduing envoy might not be too hard. But he had squandered this perfect chance with his own actions. Hideo, you head of the county's devil-subduing bureau, Blue Dragons. Any demonic presence would sense the Blue Dragon's aura from afar and retreat. No melodramatic rescues or cliché hero saves. This was not some fiction story where such events occurred frequently. Indeed, the first county of Bray Dingluan City is like heaven compared to other counties. Using his spiritual perception, Fergus detected hardly any demonic presences within tens of thousands of miles around him. Unlike other counties, which were mostly chaotic, the core towns were relatively peaceful. Bray Dingluan County was the heart of Bray Dingluan City and home to the seat of government. If demons were rampant here, the other 8 counties would be no different, turned into demon playgrounds, forbidden zones for humans. Master, after Alexinluan Town, we'll pass through Bray Dingping, Alexintai, and xiuxian before reaching Bray Dingluan City, the capital. We should arrive by dusk. Let's speed up. We aim to reach the capital city before sunset. Time passed quickly, and it was already the 9th hour. A massive city loomed into view. While Bray Dingjiang City spanned nearly 600 miles in length and over 400 in width, impressive in its own right, it paled in comparison to this metropolis. It stretched about 1,000 miles long and 800 wide. Many provinces in his previous life were smaller than this city, and some medium-sized countries matched it. The Xia family mansion. Otto, the patriarch of the Xia family, along with most of the elders, young lords, and ladies, stood waiting at the entrance, attracting many curious glances and whispers from neighbors. Who is arriving? Why such a grand reception by the Xia family? As a blue-robed devil-subduing envoy and 8th-rank complete grandmaster, Otto ranked in the top 10, possibly top 5, of the devil-subduing bureau. Only 3 purple-robed devil-subduing envoys could surpass him, yet it was unusual for him to extend such a welcome. Just as everyone speculated, 2 blue dragons came into view. Marty greets Helmet. Helmet must have had a tiring journey. Otto rushed forward with his entourage, humbly greeting, reversing their usual positions. Fergus seemed the blue-robed envoy, while he appeared the lowly 6th-rank red-robed envoy. How is this possible? Who exactly is that person? Just a red-robed envoy. Why does Marty show such respect? Everyone stared wide-eyed, feeling like they were in a dream. Please don't be so formal, Marty. Just call me Fergus. These past days, I've relied heavily on your support, Fergus said politely as he dismounted. You're too kind. A small matter. All that I should do. Please come in. I've prepared a hour. As readers may be familiar with the Chinese zodiac hours. Alternatively, you can replace the high hour with late evening for better fluency if exact time isn't critical. During this time, Otto specifically introduced Fergus to his several daughters, and the young ladies from other branches of the Xia family. Each one possessed outstanding qualities and remarkable beauty, along with exceptional martial talent. At minimum, they had 5th-rank physiques, with potential to become 7th-rank lesser grandmasters in the future. The underlying meaning was obvious. Unfortunately, what Otto didn't realize was that if Fergus were still new to this world, he would have gladly accepted such beautiful, wealthy brides without hesitation. It was rare to find such perfect matches, and rejecting them would be foolish. But now, as a true monarch, he had no intention of marrying, as it would only add unnecessary burdens and constraints. Even if he did have such thoughts, these 2nd or 3rd-rank warriors would never meet his standards. At the 9th-rank true Cademan realm, he once had to defeat 18 seasoned courtesans consecutively before feeling satisfied. How much more powerful was he now, having broken through to true monarch with his true monarch body? Frankly speaking, these low-rank warriors weren't even qualified to wipe his weapon. It wouldn't be fair to force him to hold back and pretend to be less capable than he is. In the Xia residence, study room, Otto sighed heavily, his eyes filled. On the way, the least rank of any demon suppressors was 1st-rank advanced cultivation, while 5th and 6th-rank warriors were common. In the depths of the guild, Fergus even sensed a true Cademan aura, one of the 3 true Cademans he had previously detected, and the strongest of them, the 4th-rank perfection true Cademan. Indeed, without true Cademan stationed here, how could the Demon Suppression Guild, the Sword of Great Kang, effectively deter demonic forces? After a cup of tea time later, Otto brought Fergus into a grand hall where 9 people were already standing, 7 men and 2 women, 6 yellow-robed demon suppressors, and 3 arsen demon suppressors. They were relatively young, around 30 years old, and all had formidable cultivation, at least 6th-rank perfection, with the strongest reaching 7th-rank small completion. Their true combat strength far surpassed that of ordinary same-rank warriors. These 9 should be the other 9 demon suppressors entering the Azure Phoenix secret realm, Fergus mused. The Azure Phoenix secret realm had both age restrictions. Those over 60 could not enter, and quota limits. Only 100 people could enter each time it appeared. The 100 quotas were divided between the Great Kang Imperial Court and the 8 major forces of Azure Phoenix City, with 20 allocated to the court and 10 purple robes emerged, appearing around 40 with a rugged face and broad shoulders. Every move exuded immense authority. Greetings, Marty Ho. Everyone, including Otto, bowed. Aaron, one of the 3 purple-robed demon suppressors of Azure Phoenix City, and a 9th-rank grandmaster. You may rise. With a casual wave, Aaron scanned the crowd, pausing slightly on Fergus before saying, since everyone is here, let's set off. Chapter 124, Blaze. Chirp. A loud phoenix cry reverberated throughout the Demon Suppression Bureau. In the next second, a gigantic azure bird with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters soared into the sky from within the bureau, radiating a terrifying aura stronger than an 8th-rank accomplished grandmaster. This was Biff's mount, the azure-feathered bird, a massive beast possessing partial verdant phoenix bloodline. The verdant phoenix secret realm wasn't located within the verdant phoenix city, but rather in the verdant phoenix mountains, 4,300 miles away from it. These mountains were the premier range in the region, stretching for thousands of miles and covering nearly half of verdant phoenix prefecture. Below, in the demon suppression bureau, Otto looked up at the rapidly departing azure-feathered bird, his expression complex, tinged with both hope and loss. I wonder if giving this secret realm quota to Master Su will be a blessing or a curse for our Xiao family? The verdant phoenix secret realm was a place of great fortune and great danger. Those over 60 years old could not enter. It was a rule so. On the back of the azure-feathered bird, Fergus casually found a spot and sat down cross-legged, showing no interest in interacting with the 9 geniuses from the verdant phoenix city demon suppression bureau. At their first meeting, he couldn't even recall their names. What was there to talk about? As for forming alliances, it was even less necessary. He wasn't truly at such a low level of cultivation. Who in the entire city had the qualifications to form an alliance with him? This Fergus is quite aloof, thought the 9 geniuses, coldly snorting inwardly. However, none dared voice their thoughts aloud. Having been carefully cultivated by prestigious families and living nearly 60 years, each of them was astute enough not to create an enemy for themselves or their clans over such a small matter. Given that Xiao family had shown such humility before Fergus, his background must far exceed theirs. They lacked the status to receive such treatment from the Xiao family. Of course, none stepped forward to chat with Fergus either, instead grouping together and excluding him outright. Each being martial geniuses with 7th and 8th rank physiques, all had a certain arrogance. They couldn't bring themselves to initiate contact with someone unresponsive. This young man will likely suffer in the verdant phoenix secret realm, murmured Biff atop the azure-feathered bird. Apart from those few 9th rank major accomplishments and perfected geniuses, the others wouldn't fare well individually in the secret realm. Even if they survived by luck, they'd find it difficult to gain. The state of my demon suppression bureau doesn't require your attention, replied Biff with a cold laugh, leaping down from the azure-feathered bird. Endrique a shadow shifting, he approached a middle-aged general dressed in black armor and bowed, saying, Brother Wuma, good to see you after all these years. Keegan, the military commander of verdant phoenix city, the highest-ranking official in the local military, overseeing millions of soldiers. Brother Xiaoho, it's been a long time. Keegan returned the salute. At this point, Fergus and the 9 demon suppression bureau geniuses dismounted, joining the 10 official geniuses of verdant phoenix city. Clayton grumbled unhappily, but seeing Biff engrossed in catching up with Keegan and ignoring him, he could only glare resentfully and remain silent. Shortly afterward, a roar resounded across the verdant phoenix peak. The next moment, a colossal lion appeared, tens of meters long and several meters tall, covered in fiery red fur and riding clouds of burning fire from the eastern horizon. On its back stood muscular monks clad in monastic robes, led by a yellow-robed monk with a presence comparable to Biff and company. In a blink, the red-haired giant lion hovered over the verdant phoenix peak. With a thud, the yellow-robed monk appeared near Fergus's group, surveying the 20 individuals before finally focusing on Fergus. Monk Blaze, what do you want? Biff stepped forward, shielding Fergus. Bah. Cause and effect, retribution comes swiftly. Fergus, wicked disciple, you have harmed my elder brother, killed my disciples, destroyed my temple. Buddha's compassion does not preclude wrath. The verdant phoenix secret realm will be the burial ground for your wickedness. Hashtag chapter 125. The secret realm opens. Master Riggs shot Fergus a hateful glance, barely suppressing the urge to kill. He turned away and stepped back. Aaron and DeAndre were watching like tigers ready to pounce. They wouldn't just stand by and watch him slaughter Fergus. Plus, there was that mysterious green-robed venerable of the Xian sect, who might be nearby. The abilities of a true person far surpassed what a 9th rank warrior monk like himself could compare to. It would be easy for such a being to hide from his spiritual perception. Let this brat Fergus live a bit longer. The Azure Phoenix secret realm will be where he meets his end. He's lucky today. I'll let him live for 10 more days. Fergus's eyes flickered with a hint of malice as he silently noted down Riggs's actions. To avoid complicating matters before the opening of the Azure Phoenix secret realm, he decided to deal with the bald monk later after he emerged from it. This young man Fergus must have done something terribly offensive to deserve such hatred from Master Riggs. Clayton and other 9th rank grandmasters stared at Fergus in bewilderment. For a revered 9th rank warrior monk to lose face and threaten a mere 6th rank junior openly, none of them had ever seen such a thing in their centuries-long lives. At that moment, a roar combining dragon and tiger sounds echoed from the western sky. Next second, boom. 3 terrifying demonic auras, strong enough to chill even an 8th rank full circle grandmaster, surged forward, vast and continuous for tens of miles. The 3 major demonic clans are here. Clayton and the other 9th rank grandmasters' expressions turned solemn. They had no time to ponder further about how Fergus offended Master Riggs. All eyes shifted toward the western sky. A colossal black cloud, several miles wide, approached the Azure Phoenix peak at supersonic speed. 33 powerful demons stood on top of it, led by 3 figures. One with a tiger's head, another with a dragon's head, and the last with a lion's head. Their auras were so formidable that they rivaled the 9th rank grandmasters present. The Tiger King Territory, Andrian King Mountain, and the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace, the 3 largest demonic forces within the Azure Phoenix estate. Among them, the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace was the strongest, ranking second among the 8 major forces in the Azure Phoenix estate, right below the Azure Cloud Mountain. With the support of the Dragon Clan, it had deep, possibly with 9th rank potential and a future hope for the true person realm. Unfortunately, the Azure Phoenix secret realm would likely be his grave. No one believed he could withstand the combined efforts of these 2 major forces. Even if the 19 geniuses of the Great Kang Dynasty fully protected him, it would be challenging to save him. This generation, the Great Kang officialdom did not produce any outstanding prodigies, and none of the 19 geniuses had 9th rank potential. The strongest among them were only 3 lesser 7th rank masters. In contrast, Andrengta Temple produced a top-tier prodigy with 9th rank potential, successfully transforming his blood by 90% by just over 50 years old, only a step away from 7th rank full circle master. Moreover, the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace had a prodigy with nearly 60% dragon bloodline, born with the power of a low-ranking demon general, growing stronger over nearly 60 years. His draconic physique made him almost unbeatable below 8th rank master. Unbelievable. This kid is truly a troublemaker. Aaron looked at Fergus helplessly. Despite the numerous openings of the Azure Phoenix secret realm, it was the first time anyone faced the attention of 2 major powers like this. Nonetheless, Aaron stepped forward, shielding Fergus from Prince Braiding, warning him, Braiding, what do you think you're doing? Fighting is prohibited before entering. A Taoist with white hair and youthful features waved his sleeve and spoke up. Hector Daozhang, the supreme elder of Azure Cloud Mountain, was the only 9th rank full circle grandmaster present. Agreed. Open the Azure Phoenix secret realm. The others responded in unison. Next moment, each of the 7 humans and 3 demons held a green token with an exquisitely carved Azure Phoenix, seemingly ready to take flight from the token. The Azure Phoenix token was the key to opening the secret realm. Almost simultaneously, each injected their true chi or demon force into the tokens. Instantly, the Azure Phoenixes seemed to come to life, emitting radiant green light. In the air, they transformed into 10 translucent images of Azure Phoenixes, intertwining until forming a massive gate, 10 zhang high and 3 zhang wide, glowing with green light. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure erupted from the gate. It was the restriction left by a mighty being. Anyone over 60 years old attempting to enter would be instantly repelled. Even true realm experts couldn't bypass this. The Azure Phoenix secret realm is open. Enter quickly. Translation complete. This chapter continues the dramatic build-up to the opening of the Azure Phoenix secret realm, introducing tension between the characters and highlighting Fergus's resolve amidst looming threats. Chapter 126, Rampant Plunder. Follow me, fellow disciples. Just as Taoist Hector finished speaking, Bo, the sole 9-rank bone marrow genius of this generation from Mount Braidingian, called out to the other 9 Mount Braidingian geniuses. He transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward the luminous gate in the sky. Great. Let's go too. We can't let these Taoists take the lead. The top figures, or demons, from the other 7 major forces spoke up one after another, quickly following suit, stepping through the portal into the secret realm. You should all go. Remember, although treasures are desirable, staying alive is most important. Always prioritize your safety. Dion reiterated, as these were all pillars of the empire. As long as they didn't perish prematurely, they had at least 3 chances in 10 to achieve golden body status and break through to the 8th rank master realm. The more people who returned alive from the Braidingluan secret realm, the stronger the Braidingluan Manor's official ranks would become. Xiao speaks wisely. If you stay alive, there's always a future, Keegan agreed. Don't force things. Go. Yes, sir, General. We are off. With that, Fergus and his group of 20 soared into the sky and stepped through the green gateway. Bang! As the last genius crossed the gate, the towering 100-zhang high light gate dispersed once more. Transformingluan's secret realm spanned thousands of miles, even larger than many counties. After an indeterminate amount of time, the warped time-space finally stabilized. Before him appeared another green gate, from which faint phoenix calls emanated. Passing through the gate, Fergus finally set foot on solid ground inside the Braidingluan secret realm. Before him lay an endless primeval forest with ancient trees towering over 100 zhang tall. In the next moment, Fergus's eyes brightened. The essence energy here was incredibly concentrated, 10 times denser than the outside world. If he could meditate and break through here, he'd only need to harness the essence energy within a few hundred miles to complete his cultivation. My spirit perception? Suddenly, Fergus frowned, realizing that the secret realm suppressed martial artists' spirit perceptions. Outside, his perception could cover a radius of 3,000 miles, but here, it was reduced by at least tenfold, only barely covering 400 miles. This fact was never mentioned by Otto. However, given the age limit, unless one found a pure-blooded dragon or a born true realm creature like a first-rank treasure bone genius, breaking through to the true realm within 60 years was virtually impossible. Such beings wouldn't appear in a place like Braidingluan Manor. Since the Braidingluan secret realm's emergence, not even a single grandmaster, let alone a true person, had ever entered. The strongest were a few. This trip was worth it. Just the wealth from this small area exceeded his entire fortune multiple times. Fully looting the Braidingluan secret realm would exponentially increase his resources. Additionally, there were chances for improving bone marrow to 2nd or even 3rd rank treasure bone levels. From the 18 9th rank herbs, 2 could improve 8th rank bone marrow. 3 others among the various materials were useful to him. Next moment, swoosh, Fergus's spirit perception spread, and all 5th rank and higher herbs within 400 miles lifted off the ground, transforming into beams of light that flew toward him. If not for concern about running out of his spatial bags and dragon pearls, he'd even take the lower ranked herbs. He couldn't use them, but his demon suppression guards could. They were insatiable devourers. What about later visitors? Who cared? Not his problem. Why worry about leaving treasures for strangers? Such notions of leaving a line were nonsense. No relation meant no obligation. They could fend for themselves. Roar. Instantly, beast roars echoed throughout the forest, sending waves of terrifying aura rising from various locations. Many of these beasts were as strong as masters or grandmasters. The Braidingluan secret realm wasn't just filled with treasures. It was home to many demonic creatures, or rather, strange beasts with formidable power but limited. Chapter 127. Restocking, and more restocking. In the Braidingluan secret realm. Oh no, It's an 8th rank great beast, the Thunderbird giant eagle. Damn it, what is happening? Senior brother Eve, save me. I don't want to die. Junior brother Brayden, you beast? I'll fight to the death with you. No, I haven't even become a grandmaster yet. How can I die here? I refuse to accept this. The two prodigies of Nine Flame sect screamed in despair, utterly helpless against an 8th rank great beast like the Thunderbird giant eagle. One was only a 7th rank intra-level grandmaster, while the other barely reached 6th rank mastery. They stood no chance. 100 miles away, Fergus seemed entirely oblivious to their cries, letting them meet their doom under the eagle's claws. They were strangers. Their fates meant nothing to him. If they had entered this realm, they should have anticipated this day. Blame their own weakness. Whoosh. Fergus extended his right hand, and two streams of light shot through the air, landing in his grasp. Precisely the Sumeru bags carried by the two Nine Flame sect prodigies. Just as he needed more storage space. With a swift motion, Fergus moved through the primitive forest, each step covering several miles. No beast, from the 9th rank greats down to the lowly ones, could sense his. The two monks turned to their companion who held a string of white jade prayer beads. Ferdy, the top disciple among the Jing generation of Andrengtu Temple, and the sole 9th rank prodigy among the 10 selected to enter the Braydingluan secret realm. Ba, brothers, we need to find a safe place to hide until the beast tide passes. As for Fergus, we will seek him after this. Though avenging our elders is important, our lives are even more so. Continuing now is suicidal. They had only limited resources. Another attempt might cost them their lives. You're right, brother Ferdy. Let's wait out this tide first. Who knows, Fergus might already be dead. Even with combined efforts and multiple talismans, they barely escaped alive. What chance did Fergus, merely a 6th rank adept, have? If that's true, it'd be too convenient for him. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Looking for me? It wasn't easy, but here I am. This voice, it's Fergus. Haha, well. To walk into hell without hesitation. Today, I shall avenge Patriarch Baron. The three monks rejoiced, seeing the opportunity to kill Fergus not just as revenge, but also a means to gain immense resources. Just as they prepared to strike, terror washed over their faces. This power. This is heavenly power? You're a 9th rank grandmaster in capacity. Even after acquiring 32 more Sumeru bags, it was still insufficient. Even the meat of 8th and 9th rank beasts was only partially stored. Had he known, he should have asked Lee for more Sumeru bags earlier. Cleaning up demons in Yunmeng County had earned him ample contributions, making it easy to exchange for 100 Sumeru bags. A phoenix-blooded red phoenix, excellent. Not only dragon blood but also descendants of phoenixes, xiuxians, and tortoises could enhance martial artist bones. Come to me. 3 hours passed. Fergus scoured the entire Braydingluan secret realm, thoroughly dominating this beginner zone. Even the center, where creatures comparable to 2nd or 3rd rank true immortals resided, were mere slightly tougher ants to him. He shopped endlessly, restocking, and more restocking. By the end, almost 90% of the 5th rank medicinal herbs and higher grade treasures were taken. The remaining simply didn't fit, even after finding a dragon clan and acquiring 27 dragon pearls. Meanwhile, he found all 3 remaining monks but only 4 of the 6 missing dragons. The other 2 remained elusive. Forget it, I'm done looking. Translation notes. Maintained character names and pinyin. Preserved original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Ensured logical coherence with previous content. After another half an hour of searching, Fergus decided to give up. He had become suddenly wealthy and no longer needed these 2 low-ranking Andreddle dragon generals. They might have already died in the mouths of those beasts. Continuing the search would only be a waste of effort. Next, it's time to find a place to break through. Translation notes. Maintained character names and pinyin. Preserved original tone, style, and paragraph structure. Ensured logical coherence with previous content. Provided a natural and fluent English translation free of grammatical errors. Maintained the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Hashtag chapter 128. Bone quality enhancement. Hashtag Braydingluan mystic realm. Central area. A deep cold pond reaching 3,000 zhang. Whoosh. A figure descended from the sky, plunging straight into the bottom of the cold pond. It was Fergus. This cold pond had once been the lair of a 2nd stage true monster realm ice dragon crocodile. When Fergus swept through the Braydingluan mystic realm, he killed this ice dragon crocodile. Unfortunately, despite its power being comparable to that of a 2nd rank true man, it did not possess any intelligence and thus did not grant Fergus even 1 year of life force. Otherwise, a 2nd stage true monster would have easily added tens of thousands of years to his lifespan. Despite appearing only about 100 zhang wide, the pond concealed a vast underworld below, especially at the bottom, excluding the rest of the blood to avoid affecting the effectiveness of the other dragon blood. Soon, the grandson pure young true canon circulated, and Fergus's red devil hunter uniform turned to ashes. The dragon blood around him surged into his body, visibly drying up the pool. Hashtag half an hour later. When only 1/3 of the dragon blood remained, Fergus stopped absorbing. This level of dragon blood had reached its limit. Absorbing the remaining third wouldn't further enhance his bone quality. Receive. With a wave of his spirit sense, the remaining 1/3 of the dragon blood was stored in his Sumeru bag. Just because he couldn't use it didn't mean his subordinates, especially the demon cadenters, couldn't. Even 8th rank bones benefited from these dragon bloods, let alone those below 8th rank. Apart from Arnie, none of his demon cadenters reached 8th rank. Next is low-ranking commander-level dragon blood with a 4th-layer dragon lineage. Hashtag 2 days later. Of the 35 dragons, apart from the blood of the Dragon King equivalent to a 2nd-rank true man, the rest of the dragon blood capable of enhancing his bone quality had been consumed. Additionally, over 100 other monster bloods that could improve bone quality were also absorbed, leaving only 2 true monster realm phoenix descendants, 1 first stage and 1 second stage. he might not have survived. Wonder how the others are doing. Hope they're safe. Let's go. Almost 3 days have passed. We must hurry, or we won't reach the secret valley in time. Why hasn't there been any 5th or 6th rank medicinal herbs after walking for over an hour? Not just those, even the higher tier medicinal herbs are missing. Someone must have harvested them all. Could the beast tide be due to this? Never heard of beast tides in the Great Kang mystic realm before. That's absurd. There are plenty of 8th and 9th rank beasts here. Legends say even true men exist deep within. None of them could accomplish this, let alone us. Our luck must be bad. There are simply no high-quality herbs nearby. Half a day later. At the bottom of the cold pond, Fergus had completely absorbed the blood of 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes. Whoosh! A green light flashed, and Fergus held a bronze disc, about 18 inches in diameter, engraved with ancient patterns. This was the 9th rank divine weapon, talent plate. He had exchanged for. Will the 3 true monster bloods help me break through to 2nd rank treasure bone? Drip. A golden drop of blood fell from Fergus's fingertip onto the center of the talent plate. Chapter 129, 4th rank treasured bone. Boom. A golden light pillar 3 inches in diameter rose from the center of the talent disc. Talent divine light at 2 feet 3.5 inches. Excellent. Fergus cheered loudly. The height of the divine light emitted by the talent disc represented the strength of one's innate talent. Each inch corresponded to a rank of bone quality. Increasing by an inch meant a rise in rank, and surpassing a foot indicated entry into the 1st rank treasured bone category. Each subsequent increase by a foot raised the treasured bone rank by 1. 2 feet 3.5 inches not only successfully broke through 2nd rank treasured bone, but also entered the intermediate level of this rank. This 3rd rank treasured bone seems secured, but I wonder if I can smoothly break through to the 4th rank treasured bone? With a glint of anticipation in his eyes, Fergus put away the talent disc. His body rapidly swelled into a towering giant 3 zhang tall, swallowing an 8th rank divine medicine, 1,000-year-old blood andrangzy, in one gulp. But the next moment, Fergus furrowed his brows. This 1,000-year-old blood andrangzy, capable of enhancing bone quality up to the 8th rank, seemed as useless as low-level dragon blood. Even 9th rank divine medicines appeared ineffective. Won't even 9th rank divine medicine? Fergus's heart sank. This blood andrangzy was fully activated the great Sun Yang True Cannon, his pure Yang True essence surging like a tide, quickly refining the medicine. Within 2 minutes, he devoured another 1st rank treasured medicine, a 7-leaf lotus, which would take ordinary 1st rank true cadamins until the end of the Great Kang secret realm event to refine completely. A day passed in a flash. Fergus began consuming 2nd rank treasured medicines. At this point, his treasured bones had successfully broken through to upper 2nd rank, with talent divine light reaching 2 feet 9 inches and a fraction, making 3rd rank treasured bones just within reach. Outside the Great Kang secret realm, the 2 males and 1 female elite from the town demon suppression office now accompanied 2 others dressed similarly in demon suppression uniforms. However, their faces were frighteningly grim. The beast tide had ended almost 2 days ago, yet the best treasure they found was only several 5th rank divine medicines. An unbelievable outcome considering this was the Great Kang secret realm, their first treasure site. Over 1,300 years, each generation's survivors returned with scores of 7th and 8th rank divine medicines, and even many 9th rank ones. Could someone really have harvested all 6th rank and above medicines? The 5 exchanged uneasy glances. Logically, it was impossible, but no other explanation made sense. Their luck couldn't be so poor, having traveled miles without finding even a single 6th rank medicine. Another day passed. Boom. Fergus dropped another drop of blood onto the talent disc, the 3-inch light pillar rapidly rising. 3 feet 5 inches of talent divine light, with 7 3rd rank treasured medicines and 6 pieces of 3rd rank material left. Can I break through to 4th rank treasured bone in one go? Fergus was anxious. After breaking through to 3rd rank treasured bones, he had refined 32 2nd rank medicines and 34 similar materials, raising his divine light by 5 inches. The remaining 5 inches would require even more, likely double. Though 1 3rd rank treasured medicine equaled several 2nd rank ones, he felt uncertain. Sigh. This is human nature. Fergus chuckled bitterly. Before entering, his goal was merely achieving treasured bones. Now, having far exceeded it, he still craved more, deeper and deeper desire never ending. Fine, let's see how things unfold. If 4th rank bones succeed, perfect. If not, so be it. In the next second, swoosh, a beam of treasure light flashed, revealing a fist-sized crimson crystal in his hand, emitting faint 3rd rank true demon aura. 3rd rank phoenix bloodstone, one of the 6 can infuse. Current androphespin, 2,502 years. Available androphespin for infusion, 10.21 million years. 10.21 million years of lifespan. I wonder how many ranks this can elevate my cultivation? Start infusing Dayang Pure Yang Scripture. You continue to cultivate Dayang Pure Yang Scripture. After 1,600 years, you successfully comprehend 1/3 of the Pure Yang essence, reaching the minor accomplishment level. 1,600 years to break through? Fergus's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the power of a 4th-class treasure bone? Truly terrifying. And this was without any support from heavenly materials or elixirs, relying solely on absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the speed could be several times faster, even more. It might not take 300 years to break through a small realm. Thinking back, it took him a full 25 million years just to advance from a 9th-class true man to a true lord. Sigh. Sometimes, the gap between people is far greater than the gap between man and dog. Indeed, 99% of effort is often far inferior to that 1% of talent. Boom. In an instant, within a radius of 300 miles, the power of heaven and earth surged wildly, flooding into the center of the secret realm, expanding Fergus's roughly mile-wide, 10-story tall purple mansion space. Only drawing the power of heaven and earth from within 300 miles. After another 60 years of intense cultivation, you comprehended 1/10 of a layer of causal essence, achieving the beginner level of the second layer. After 300 years, you comprehended 3/10 of a layer of causal essence, reaching minor accomplishment level. After 1500 years, you comprehended 7/10 of a layer of causal essence, reaching major accomplishment level. After 800 years, you comprehended 2 layers of causal essence, achieving perfection level. You continue contemplating Dayang Pure Yang scripture. After a century, your understanding of Pure Yang essence advanced, comprehending the second level of Dayang Pure Yang scripture. After 3200 years, you comprehended 1/10 of a layer of Pure Yang essence, reaching the beginner level of the second layer. After 6800 years, you comprehended 3/10 of a layer of Pure Yang essence, reaching minor accomplishment level. After 10,800 years, you comprehended 7/10 of a layer of Pure Yang essence, reaching major accomplishment level. After 15,000 years, you comprehended 2 layers of Pure Yang essence, achieving perfection level of the third level. At the main peak of Braidingluan mountain range, Braidingluan Peak, 7 grandmasters including Chevy gathered together. On the other side were 3 senior demon generals. The atmosphere was relatively cordial with no obvious tension. Even though humans and demons were mortal enemies, real conflict primarily occurred among the lower ranks. High-ranking officials from both sides rarely escalated hostilities. Neither race had a surefire advantage over the other. A full-scale war would likely result in mutual destruction, benefiting other races instead. Monsters and fiends, while they fed on human blood, weren't always united either. They also fought amongst themselves, sometimes even against their own kind. It's the last day. I wonder how many will return alive from the secret realm today. Taoist priest Mark stroked his long beard, sighing deeply. There was worry in his eyes. Braidingluan's secret realm wasn't just a competition among elites, but also a battleground against powerful demonic beasts. Even Alexian's current generation of 10 elites, who were outstanding among the young talents of Braidingluan estate, couldn't guarantee survival. The casualties this time should not be less than 30%, said Baird, the wali of the dominant saber sect, somberly. Compared to the previous generation, the current generation of elites had some gaps. During the last opening of the Braidingluan secret realm, nearly 30% were lost. 28 elites never returned. Suddenly, Clayton, the wali of Nine Flames sect, gave Chevy a taunting glance and asked, "Old Xiaoho, do you dare wager with me?" "Wu Savage, what are you betting on?" "Just bet on the number of survivors from our demon suppression office in Nine Flames sect. The one with more survivors wins." "Dare you bet?" "Are you saying a distinguished purple-robed demon exorcist lacks such courage?" Chapter 130, a major breakthrough. Current martial arts mastery asterisk. Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon, Grade 1 True Cannon Novice, Infusible. Void Shadow Sky Shattering Blade, Grade 1 Secret Cannon Mastery, Infusible. Spirit Void 3 Illusory Bodies, Grade 1 Secret Cannon Perfection, Infusible. Phantom Obscuring Heavenly Transformation Secret Cannon, Grade 1 Secret Cannon Perfection, Infusible. Current Androphespin, 2,502 years. Infusible Androphespin, 10,210,000 years. 10.21 million years of lifespan. I wonder how many grades this will allow me to advance? Start infusing the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. You continue cultivating the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. After 1600 years, you successfully comprehend 3 parts of the Pure Yang profound meaning, reaching the minor success stage of the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. Just 1,600 years for a breakthrough? Fergus's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the power of a Grade 4 treasure bone? It was terrifyingly potent. This was without using any precious materials or heavenly treasures, relying solely on absorbing the forces of heaven and earth through arduous cultivation. Otherwise, the speed could be increased several times over, perhaps even more. With that kind of assist continuing to infuse the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon, Fergus remained cautious despite being in the Braidingluan secret realm surrounded by mindless beast demons and only a few 6th or 7th rank martial artists. Attention to detail ensures success. One moment of carelessness can lead to repeated mistakes and potential exposure someday. You continue contemplating the Phantom Obscuring Heavenly Transformation Secret Cannon. After 100 years, you make significant progress in understanding the cause and effect profound meaning, comprehending the second level of the Phantom Obscuring Heavenly Transformation Secret Cannon. You continue your diligent cultivation. After 60 years, you grasp one part of the cause and effect profound meaning, entering the novice stage of the second level of the Phantom Obscuring Heavenly Transformation Secret Cannon. After 300 years, you comprehend 3 parts of the cause and effect profound meaning, reaching the minor success stage of the Phantom Obscuring Heavenly Transformation Secret Cannon. After 1500 years, you understand 7 parts of the cause and effect profound meaning, reaching the mastery stage of the Phantom Obscuring Heavenly Transformation Secret Cannon. After 800 years, you grasp 2 layers of the cause and effect profound meaning, reaching the perfection stage of the Phantom Obscuring Heavenly Transformation Secret Cannon. You continue contemplating the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. After 100 years, you deepen your comprehension of the Pure Yang profound meaning, reaching the second level of the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. You continue cultivating the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. After 3,200 years, you grasp one part of the Pure Yang profound meaning, entering the novice stage of the second level of the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. After 6,800 years, you comprehend 3 parts of the Pure Yang profound meaning, reaching the minor success stage of the second level of the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. After 10,800 years, you grasp 7 parts of the Pure Yang profound meaning, reaching the mastery stage of the second level of the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. After 15,000 years, you fully understand 2 layers of the Pure Yang profound meaning, reaching the perfection stage of the third level of the Great Sun Pure Yang Cannon. Braidingluan Mountain Range, Main Peak, Braidingluan Peak. Aaron and 6 other grandmasters gathered together, while on the other side stood 3 senior demon generals. The atmosphere was relatively harmonious, with no overt tension. Even though humans and demons are eternal enemies, those at the bottom levels fight each other to the death, while high-level leaders rarely show true hostility. Neither side has a decisive advantage over the other. If they were to go all out, both sides would suffer greatly, benefiting other races. Though demons, 100 lower grade spirit stones, betting that fewer people from your demon suppression bureau will return compared to my dragon clan. Dare you accept? And don't forget my Tiger King domain. Will the renowned purple robe demon suppressor of the demon suppression bureau lack the courage? Note, for names like Xiaohuan, I've used pinyin transliteration as closely as possible to ensure accuracy. Hashtag chapter 131. 4th rank true lord. Continue cultivating the great solar pure yang canon. After 30,000 years, you successfully comprehend the 3rd layer of the 1-part pure yang mystery, reaching the 4th stage foundation of the great solar pure yang canon. 30,000 years have passed since my last breakthrough, adding 12,000 years to my lifespan compared to when I broke through to the 3rd rank true lord's peak. Indeed, as talent reaches its limit, breaking through further requires a significant increase in time and lifespan. Fergus's brows furrowed. Breaking through limits wasn't easy, especially for someone with 4th rank bones, which was nearly the pinnacle for a 3rd rank true lord. For someone like him, with only 4 feet 1 inch of divine light, advancing to a 4th rank true lord would be nearly impossible without special circumstances. Suddenly, Fergus's expression changed. A hint of chaos, it would simply be their bad luck. Continue cultivating the great solar pure yang canon. After 40,000 years, you successfully comprehend the 4th layer of the 3 parts pure yang mystery, reaching the minor success stage of the 4th stage of the great solar pure yang canon. After 90,000 years, you successfully comprehend the 4th layer of the 7 parts pure yang mystery, reaching the major success stage of the 4th stage of the great solar pure yang canon. After 150,000 years, you successfully comprehend the 5th layer of the pure yang mystery, reaching the perfection stage of the 4th stage of the great solar pure yang canon. In an instant, centered around the cold spring, a 1,000-li radius became a storm-tossed battleground, with raging hurricanes and torrential downpours. Countless ancient trees were shredded into fragments, the earth cracked open, and terrifying fissures spread like spider webs, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Boom, boom. The secret realm trembled, countless demonic beasts converging into a chaotic stampede, fleeing madly toward the outer layers, occasionally being trampled into flesh and blood. At the outer layers of the Bray Dingluan's secret realm, those fortunate enough to survive felt their hearts race with fear and trembled uncontrollably. Damn it. Things were calm for a few days, and now this? What sins must I have committed for this to happen? 1,300 years, how many demon suppression officers survived to tell their tale? Hardly a handful. Not to mention, none of this generation's demon suppression officers reached 9th rank bones. How could they win? Just by relying on Aaron's obstinacy? Inside the Bray Dingluan secret realm, amidst their despair, the geniuses suddenly felt a heavy force descend upon them, a mysterious power enveloping their bodies. In the next moment, their vision blurred, and the scenery changed abruptly. The time has come. The secret realm's power is expelling us. Ha ha, I'm still alive, damn it. At this moment, many geniuses laughed joyfully, tears streaming down their faces. That short period had been filled with unimaginable pressure, pushing them to the brink of mental collapse, fearing that a powerful demonic beast might emerge and take their lives at any moment. At the heart of the secret realm, at the bottom of the cold spring. Leaving already? Fergus's eyes opened, temporarily halting his absorption of heavenly power. Fortunately, his golden finger was effective, allowing him to suppress the breakthrough process at will. Otherwise, a native 4th rank true lord would likely fail or suffer severe backlash from the sudden expulsion by the secret realm. Not bad. A great power surpassing the true lord realm, far beyond what a true lord can be transported out by the secret realm's power shortly. Indeed, it wasn't unheard of for participants to be transported out in different batches over time, but such occurrences were rare. Yes, it must be the same. Since the first appearance of the Bray Dingluan's secret realm over 1,300 years ago, even during its most tragic times, losses never exceeded 60%. That was only in the first few centuries when everyone was unfamiliar with the realm's environment. In recent 500 years, since mastering the intricacies of the Bray Dingluan's secret realm, casualties had been kept under 50%, usually hovering around 30%. Never before had there been such severe casualties. At this moment, with a bang, the green light portal in the void exploded into specks of light, vanishing without a trace. No. Despair filled Taoist Master Hector and the other 4 grandmasters as well as Crown Prince Braiding and the 3 senior demon generals. The closing of the portal crushed their last hopes. Apart from the dead, it was impossible for any living being to remain within the Bray Dingluan secret realm. Over the past 1,300 years, many tried but none succeeded. The power of the secret realm could not be resisted. Damn it! What happened inside the Bray Dingluan secret realm? Almost simultaneously, 7 grandmasters and 3 senior demon generals descended upon Fergus. Speak. Were you the one causing trouble? If Fergus dared lie, he would pay with his blood. These were their faction's top young elites, future 8th grade grandmasters, or mid-level demon generals. If they fell victim to Fergus, he wouldn't escape their wrath. Could this boy really be responsible? Aaron swallowed hard. If anyone was behind this mischief, it could only be Fergus, whose background remained mysterious. Yet, he stepped forward to shield Fergus. Everyone, don't make false accusations. He's just a 6th grade intermediate martial artist. How could he cause such chaos? Regardless of who was responsible, Fergus represented the Demon Suppression Bureau. Admitting his involvement would implicate them too. Xiaohu's words are reasonable. We all know the conditions inside the Bray Dingluan secret realm. Even we old-timers can't easily succeed there, let alone a junior. DeAndre echoed, siding with Aaron despite any usual tensions between their factions. Moreover, DeAndre truly believed that with Fergus's cultivation, barely a 6th grade intermediate martial artist, it was impossible for him to cause such chaos. It must be some unforeseen event in the Bray Dingluan secret realm. Upon hearing this, Taoist Master Hector and the other 4 grandmasters' gazes softened towards Fergus. I must have been prodigies weren't at the bottom, but they weren't much stronger either, barely ranking around 5th or 6th. If just 1 or 2 more people had returned, It could be chalked up to luck, but for so many to return, it simply didn't add up. Martyho, are you saying that all of this is truly the work of your Demon Suppression Bureau? Lords, please do not listen to Monk Van's nonsense. This matter is absolutely not the doing of our bureau. Aaron quickly explained, wondering why they wouldn't think that if his bureau really had such capabilities, they would have already plundered all the precious treasures within the Azure Phoenix secret realm rather than sharing them with others for so long. If so, why does Martyho hesitate? Let Master Van probe Fergus's true intentions to clear the name of the Demon Suppression Bureau. What should he do? Was he really going to let Fergus undergo the old monk's probing? This old monk already had a grudge against Fergus, wishing to tear him limb from limb. It would be strange if he didn't try to mess things up in secret. Just then, snap, a hand rested on his shoulder. Martyho, leave the rest to me. Fergus, you? Aaron frowned. Was this Fergus boy off his meds? Disregarding hierarchy was one thing, but daring to boast like this? He was going to handle it? How? The old bald monk, you want revenge for Elmer and your 2 disciples. Just say it directly. Don't try to pin this. Enough. Taoist Hector shook his head lightly, his anger dissipating. Arguing with a madman would only damage his reputation and that of Mount Bradingian. He felt a pang of remorse for believing Van's nonsense about a mere 6th-rank warrior having such capabilities. He glanced apologetically at Fergus, leading the 3 surviving Azure Phoenix Manor prodigies to step aside. Maurice and the other 3 grandmasters exchanged glances and similarly retreated with their remaining disciples. They couldn't afford to lose face by driving a junior mad and continuing to press him relentlessly. It would be laughed off by others. Do Taoist Hector and the others just give up like that? Aaron behind Fergus was taken aback. He hadn't expected the problem to be resolved so easily. With only the old Monk Van left, it would be easier to deal with. Their Demon Suppression Bureau wasn't a pushover, and besides, there was also Keegan. It was a pity for Fergus. With his talent, he would surely become a 9th-rank grandmaster in the future. Moreover, reporting back to Xiao Dynasty Wu would be tricky. If Fergus had died in the secret realm, it could be blamed on bad luck. But forcing him to go mad right before his eyes meant Aaron had an inescapable responsibility. The Xiao family and any forces backing Fergus wouldn't easily forgive the techniques, but also allowed splitting into 3 illusionary bodies, each carrying a layer of the original body strength. With Fergus's cultivation at the complete 4th-rank True Lord level, combined with the causal concealment of the illusory Heaven Evolution secret technique also perfected at the 4th Heaven level, even some high-ranking True Lords found it hard to discern the connection between Fergus and his illusionary bodies unless facing a true monarch above. This was part of the confidence that made him boldly change his usual low profile. Unable to ascertain his true strength, the Buddhist sect and Dragon Clan would be cautious, hesitant to attack his true self, giving him time to grow. This aura, really, is a true person. Aaron and other grandmasters trembled. Before the black-robed elder, they felt like insignificant ants. One finger from him could crush them effortlessly. This was beyond the pressure a 9th-rank grandmaster could bring. Who exactly is Fergus? Having a true person as a protector was extraordinary, but having a true person as a servant was terrifying. Even the top heirs and holy maidens of major forces like Jedine Dao rarely had such status. I didn't expect that this boy Fergus really has a true person protecting him. Venerable Van's expression was extremely grave. The worst outcome had indeed come to pass. Fortunately, this old monk is not unprepared. For 5 centuries of diligent cultivation, he must have been close to breaking into 2nd-rank Arhat. Certainly, it would be a fierce clash. Immediately, the eyes of Taoist Honor and the others grew hot with anticipation. Battles between true transcendents were rare, even for them as great masters. Especially for Taoist Honor, who had already successfully opened 13 hidden meridians, just 1 step away from the realm of true transcendent. If he could gain some insight from this battle, it might just be his breakthrough opportunity. On the other side, Prince Bradingu among the 3 high-ranking demon generals relaxed his furrowed brow. Since the Germain Arhat of Andrangteo Temple had revealed himself first, he didn't need to rush to unveil his trump card. Let this Germain Arhat take the lead and probe the depths of Fergus's protector. Putting on a show, Uncle Roy, bring down this bald monk. Fergus frowned and issued the command. Just a mere 1st-rank Arhat, with little skill but plenty of arrogance. One would think it was some Buddha from their Buddhist sect. Did I hear that correctly? Everyone, human and demon alike, froze. Relying on a true transcendence protection, Fergus not only looked down on these 9th-rank grandmasters and high-ranking demon generals, but dared to defy a. Even more terrifying was the fact that such a powerful figure was merely a humble servant. This time, Brother Mario has brought significant trouble to our Brading Shui Lake lineage. Even some 8th-rank true transcendents might not have the authority to command a 4th-rank true transcendent to serve humbly as a slave. True strength carried pride. No, I can't stay here long. The middle-aged man quickly realized it wasn't the time to dwell on these thoughts. Preserving his life was paramount. He fled, caring little for Prince Brading Ge's well-being. May he find his own fortune. Old Loach, since you've come, why the hurry to leave? A slightly teasing voice drifted through the air. Not good. The middle-aged man shuddered, feeling an ominous presence engulfing him. Trying to use his dragon power to escape, he was devastated to find all his strength had been completely sealed. Damn it, I underestimated him again. He must be far above 4th rank. Separated by 100 miles, yet effortlessly restrained. He must be at least 5th rank. Brother Mario, you've really done me in this time. Come here. A heavy thud echoed as the middle-aged man slammed into the ground at Fergus's feet. The stunned humans and demons around him snapped back to reality. Uncle 7. Prince Bradingu watched in horror, nearly losing. The ethereal phantom body retrieved the Arhat Sumeru bag. Indeed, as a Buddhist Arhat, this Sumeru bag far surpassed what a 9th-rank grandmaster could offer. Its internal space exceeded 10,000 cubic meters, and the wealth within far surpassed 9th-rank grandmasters, even containing over a dozen treasure herbs. With a thought, The ethereal phantom body stored the bodies of Prince Bradengu and the other 3 high-ranking demon generals into the Sumeru back. Waste not, want not. Even if he couldn't use them, they could cultivate his exorcism guards. Turning, Fergus addressed the still-dazed Xiang Marting, I have matters to attend to and will not accompany you back to the capital city. Without waiting for Xiang response, the ethereal phantom body summoned a cloud beneath their feet, carrying the unconscious Yunmeng Arhat and the Dragon King of Bradengyang River, rising into the sky. One Buddhist Arhat and a second-rank true dragon. Surely they know much about the Buddhist sect and the Dragon Clan. Fergus's actions set the stage for revelations and deeper understanding, but more importantly, he ensured no loose ends remained. Chapter 135. The Terrifying Buddhist Sect. At the summit of Bradengyang Peak in the Bradengyang mountain range. After a while, whispers began to rise. Hiss. A xuanhuan and a true demon actually fell to an old servant. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe it? Especially seeing the breathless Chan Master Riggs, the 4 grandmasters, including Taoist Mark, were filled with dread. Fortunately, they weren't swayed by Chan Master Riggs just now. Otherwise, if they had insisted on pressuring Fergus relentlessly, there might have been more corpses atop Bradengyang Peak. They didn't think their backing was enough to make Fergus hesitant. A genuine person as a servant, at least a third-rank genuine person. The force behind Fergus, even if not a top-tier power in a province, must be a top-tier force in its own right. They hadn't heard of any minor sect like Jedin Dao having such influence that could command a third-rank genuine person as a servant. The incident in the Bradengyang secret realm is very likely caused by this Mr. Su. The Bradengyang secret realm has existed for over 1,300 years, yet it only went awry when Fergus arrived. How could there be such a coincidence? However, no one dared to blame Fergus for nearly destroying the Bradengyang secret realm or harming their prodigies. The world of martial arts was this realistic. Power meant everything. Without strength, no matter how much resentment one harbored, they could only endure it bitterly. Disaster comes from loose lips. Chan Master Riggs was still lying on the ground. They didn't want to become the second Riggs. Who knows if this visitor came specifically for the Bradengyang secret realm or had other plans? Suddenly, Taoist Mark and the other 4 grandmasters felt heavy-hearted. If it was just about the secret realm, it wouldn't matter too much. A few disciples dead were nothing compared to the greater good. Even if all the high-grade strength, Andring Su Fantian wasn't someone a first or second-rank true person could resist. Soon, Luohan Germain and the Dragon King revealed detailed information about the Buddhist sect, Dragon Clan, and their cultivation insights. Wow, what a formidable Buddhist sect with such terrifying depth. Fergus frowned, inhaling sharply. The Buddhist sect was even more terrifying than he imagined. Similar to the Buddhism of his previous world, Kang Dynasty's Buddhist sect had divisions into Luohan, Bodhisattva, and Buddha ranks. Among these, the Bodhisattva rank was further divided into Bodhisattva and Great Bodhisattva, then Buddha. Kang Dynasty's Buddhist sect had Buddhas in residence. That meant there were at least 3 major level superiors within the Kang Buddhist sect. And the Dragon Clan, as one of the 3 major royal families of the demon races, possessed a foundation comparable to the Buddhist sect, with superiors equal to Buddhas within. Fortunately, Mingfeng province is only one of Kang Dynasty's 42 lower provinces. Here, the strongest Buddhist force, Tai'an Zen Temple, only has a Bodhisattva heritage. Otherwise, I'd have to run away. After another breakthrough, he wouldn't mind facing off against a Bodhisattva. Moreover, alarming Tianning Zen Temple wasn't imminent. If Andrangtu Temple sought aid, it would most likely ask Volong Temple, their greatest temple with an Arhat lineage established 3,500 years ago, which once produced 3 Arhats. The demon-suppressing bureau remains my umbrella. I need to climb higher. It wasn't just about development speed, but also protection. Despite its establishment only 1,800 years ago, the bureau had superiors rivaling Buddhas, possibly more than one, ensuring the suppression of countless demons and monsters in Kang Dynasty. Marty Ho, don't disappoint me. Now, let's return to Yunmeng County and harvest the fruits. I wonder how many demons and devils my underlings have killed in these 12 days. In the next second, with a wave of his spirit sense, Andring Su Fantian obliterated Luohan Germains and the Dragon King souls. Bradengyang Mansion Town, Evil Suppression Bureau. Aaron and the 5 surviving prodigies respectfully knelt before a figure clad in a silver dragon-patterned robe. The dragon seemed ready to soar into the sky, exuding an ethereal aura. The figure appeared to be under 30, radiating an extraordinary air, unlike those in the mortal world. This was the Silver Dragon Evil Suppressor Alban, the successor to the Purple Robe Evil Suppressor and divided into 3 levels: Hyandreong, Water Serpent, Python, and Spiny Andrezard. This Alban was the Python level and the mainstay of Bradengyang Mansion's Evil Suppression Bureau, the fourth, occasionally glancing outside the hall. He felt a vague sense of unease growing in his heart. In a mere span of 4,300 miles, an 8th-rank Great Fiend beast like the Azure Bird should have long returned to the Demon Suppression Bureau by now. Helmet mustn't be in trouble, or else. Otto's heart shuddered. He dared not continue this line of thought. After 10 days, news of the Black Gate sect's venerable in blue robe had reached his ears. This confirmed his suspicions that there was indeed a true person protecting Fergus. Should anything happen, who knew how the venerable in blue robe and the entire Black Gate sect would treat their Xiao family? At that moment, Otto's body stiffened as an overwhelming force enveloped him. Under that power, the 8th-rank Grandmaster like himself felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly powerless against such might. Without any resistance, he was lifted into the air by this immense force. Could this be the power of a true person? Otto's heart skipped a beat. A 9th-rank Grandmaster definitely wouldn't have this kind of strength. Although he wouldn't be an opponent, he could at least put up some fight, not just be completely overwhelmed. Why is a true person suddenly attacking me? Could it be that venerable in blue robe? Is the Black Gate sect taking revenge too quickly? No, wait. Lord Adrian oversees the Demon Suppression Bureau. If the venerable in blue robe were attacking me, Lord Adrian wouldn't sit idly by. This is Lord Adrian's power. Realizing this, Otto felt significantly less tense. But why does Lord Adrian need to see me? And why in such a manner? Could I have done something recently to offend him? His relaxed heart tightened again. After all, Lord Adrian was a purple dragon demon suppression envoy, a 4th-rank true person, 3 levels above Otto. As a mere blue-robed envoy, Otto wasn't someone Lord Adrian needed to personally deal with. Even a slight displeasure from Lord Adrian would be enough to remove him from his position within the bureau. Amidst Otto's anxiety, the invisible force carried him into the hall where Albin was meditating. This subordinate Otto greets Lord Adrian. May I ask what you require of me, my lord? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Otto knelt down to pay his respects. Stand up, Holt. Tell Xiaowu about what happened with Fergus. Albin waved a hand and said. Only then did Otto notice Holt and 5 other prodigies of the Demon Suppression Bureau standing nearby. Instantly, his heart sank with a mixture of dread and uncertainty. Holt and others have returned, but there's no sign of Helmet. Lord Adrian has summoned me in such a way. Did Helmet really meet his end in the Azure Phoenix secret realm? Lord Shi, may I know what happened to Helmet? Otto's voice trembled as he anxiously stared at Holt, fearing the details regarding Helmet. Lord Adrian, please speak. I will answer truthfully. Soon, Otto recounted everything he knew about Helmet. So he isn't from Suzhou clan of Xiuxian province, nor the Blackgate sect. What an unfamiliar sect, but one that can dispatch a 4th-rank true person to serve an ordinary disciple without significant background must at least be a lineage founded by a true lord, not even a low-rank true lord. A mere constable's son receiving such attention from the Blackgate sect means his talent exceeds 9th-rank bone essence. For those with no distinguished background, their standout feature would be their inherent talent. He must possess a rare-born treasure bone far surpassing my 1st-rank bone essence. Otherwise, he wouldn't receive such importance from the Blackgate sect. No wonder he cleared out so many high-grade treasures from the Azure Phoenix secret realm. 6th-rank cultivation was just a disguise. Such a peerless genius couldn't possibly have limited power. Reflecting on his own journey, an heir of a declining minor sect with merely 1st-rank bone essence, who achieved golden body at 18, these carefully nurtured prodigies must be far more powerful, likely already breaking through to true person realm, perhaps even beyond 1st-rank true person. No matter what Fergus's intentions are for joining the Demon Suppression Bureau, forging a good relationship with a prodigy from such a significant background is beneficial. Perhaps my breakthrough hinges on Fergus. I'll promote him directly to Purple Robe Demon There's no need to keep Andrangshuo Temple and Blue Water Lake Dragon Clan around. It's perfect timing to further enhance my talents. Chapter 137. First, subdue Andrangshuo Temple. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Fergus's eyes. The Andrangshuo Temple and the Blue Water Lake Dragon Clan had a 1,000-year-old lineage, with no shortage of valuable treasures. Especially the Blue Water Lake Dragon Clan, which had ruled the Great Kang estate for 3,500 years, far longer than the establishment of the Great Kang Dynasty. Without even mentioning other things, just the blood of the true realm dragons alone could significantly enhance his natural talent. As the second most powerful force among the 8 major powers of the Great Kang estate, the Blue Water Lake Dragon Clan was much stronger than the Andrangshuo Temple. Unlike short-lived humans, the longevity of dragon clans was 10 times that of humans. Mere thousands of years were not even close to their lifespan limits. Therefore, they did not need to seal themselves away into slumber. If excluding the sealed true realm beings, even the number 1 ranked Braidingian Mountain fell short when it came to active true realm beings. The 4 great river dragons of the Blue Water Lake, Braidingian River and so on, all belonged in Andrangshuo Temple. Fergus did not believe there was anything unknown to Claude. But better safe than sorry. The death of a spirit phantom would only result in a loss of true essence, whereas his own demise would mean everything is over. Boom. With a single thought, his spiritual sense covered the entire temple. SS. What a terrifying spiritual sense. Who is this true monarch visiting our Andrangshuo Temple? Inside the Ancestor Cave, the face of xuanhuan Arhat changed dramatically. Under such vast spiritual sense, he felt like a drop of water in an endless sea. Even the 9th-rank celestial caveman he once encountered at Tai'an Zen Temple paled in comparison. He opened his mouth to say something, but started to look confused. Not good, it's a mental technique. Instantly, a sense of impending disaster enveloped xuanhuan Arhat. Just investigating their temple was already intrusive, let alone using mental techniques directly on him. This mysterious true monarch must have come with ill intent. Damn it, what's happening? Why would a true monarch attack us? Their temple had many enemies, but none of them were true monarch lineages. Could it be the Black Gate? Suddenly, xuanhuan Arhat had an epiphany. Yes, it must be the Black Gate. Among the unknown true realm forces, only they existed. Mercy, sir. This is all There were many who harbored deep enmity towards Andrangshuo Temple, just like Tianxiong Dao Arni. Bang! Almost simultaneously, all senior monks of the Xian and Roig families collapsed, their vitality quickly fading. Ah, Uncle Roigming, Great Uncle Roigfeng. Someone, help. Something happened to the elders. Quick, inform Headmaster, Grand Uncle Xian Roig has passed away. No. Headmaster too. We're done for. Andrangshuo Temple is finished. Fear and despair rapidly spread through the temple. Many disciples broke down and cried uncontrollably, knowing that without protection from senior monks, they stood no chance in protecting the temple. Indeed, not to be underestimated, the richest of the top forces in Braidingluan estate. The wealth here surpasses the Black Sky Sect's Braiding's county branch by far. Fergus's eyes lit up. The amount was almost half of what he gained in Braidingluan's secret realm. His only regret was that most of these treasures were auxiliary materials, lacking in resources for enhancing innate talents. Even these precious medicines were mostly below the treasure grade, thus useless to him as a 4th-rank treasure bone. My expectations were too high. If they truly had treasure-grade materials for enhancing talents, xuanhuan would use them himself instead of leaving them for others. It appears my official must rely on those loaches to improve. On spanning only a few miles, were beyond what true monarchs could develop. If the Braiding Shui Lake Dragon Clan had truly created this palace secret realm, Fergus wouldn't have wasted any time running away instead of plotting against them. Ayo, Kaidaman true monarch, you've butchered my Great Kang family lineage. The mighty figures of my water dragon clan will never forgive you. A despondent roar filled the air as a four-clawed water dragon, over 1,000 feet long, heavily fell onto the lake surface, causing massive waves. Its vitality rapidly waned. This four-clawed water dragon was none other than the first-generation Dragon King of the Great Kang Shui Lake Dragon Clan, who, after 800 years of arduous cultivation, advanced to the 8th-rank True Fiend realm. Using his water dragon body and the powers of the secret realm lord, he managed to contend with Andering Su Phantom Body. Unlike the other 5 water dragons, who died helplessly at the hands of Andering Su Phantom Body without any resistance. Mind-bewildering secret art. Soon, the severely injured first-generation Dragon King of Great Kang Shui Lake began to roll his eyes white in his death throes. 1 moment later, hundreds of miles from Devil's Ravine. Excellent. All done. Fergus's figure moved towards the Dragon Palace secret realm. Prior to this, Kaidaman and dragon physiques differ. Materials suited for humans may not be fitting for dragons. In the xuanhuan secret realm, while numerous heavenly materials existed to enhance talent and constitution, unfortunately, they were only suitable for fiends, potentially harming human root bones. After looting all treasures, Fergus did not immediately leave the Dragon Palace secret realm but chose to remain for secluded cultivation and breakthrough. The power here was 100-fold that of the outside world, perfect for his advancement. Moreover, with the realm's protection, there was no need to worry about disturbances reaching the exterior. Even the smallest mini-secret realm spaces are developed by 7th-rank true sovereigns, and this Dragon Palace secret realm, established by the first Dragon King at great cost, inviting a 7th-rank fiend lord from their water dragon clan, sufficed for 6th-rank true sovereigns breakthrough. Despite causing tremendous upheaval in the xuanhuan secret realm akin to Doomsday, the impact on the realm itself was minimal. To thoroughly shake or even fragment the xuanhuan secret realm, he would likely need to reach 9th-rank true sovereign or higher. Next second, swoosh. 2 more Andering Su Phantom bodies emerged from Fergus's body. With preparations complete, having 3 3rd-rank true monarchs guarding, no one under the 4th rank would breach their defenses and enter the Dragon Palace secret realm. These 3 phantom bodies would also elevate alongside his breakthrough. First, bathe in the water dragon's blood. With it PFT, a basketball spread first to Tianju sect. This Fergus really acts swiftly in taking revenge. Dimitri frowned deeply. From the battle at xuanhuan, peak to the monks of Andering 2 Temple entering Nirvana, barely an hour had passed. Clearly, after the xuanhuan peak battle, Fergus immediately stormed toward Andering 2 Temple. That old monk xiuxian most likely already died at the hands of Roy Bo. Otherwise, he would never stand idly by as the leadership of Andering 2 Temple faced massacre. The ability to secretly dispatch xiuxian without giving him a chance to revive other arhats means Roy Bo's true cultivation must exceed even my expectations, at least 7th-rank true man. Andering 2 Temple once produced 6th-rank true men, nearing 7th rank. Even if attacked by a 6th-rank true man, they could buy time while waiting for unsealing due to their remaining strength. The old dragon at Great Kang Shui Lake is also 7th-rank cultivation. Could Fergus have annihilated Andering 2 Temple and now be heading for the Great Kang Shui Lake Dragon Palace? Roijiu, quickly, send someone to the Great Kang Shui Lake Dragon Palace. Translation ends here, maintaining coherence with previous content while ensuring natural fluency and accuracy. Hashtag chapter 139, 5th rank treasure bone. Hashtag celestial blade sect, immortal cave. The Azure Water Lake Dragon Palace, and the 4 River Dragon Palaces, Dragon Clan. Buddhism and the dragon race would certainly not let this go unpunished. A fire at the city gate can burn the fish pond nearby. Any mistake could lead to the destruction of our 1,000-year-old celestial blade sect. Roijiu, summon all disciples back to the sect. In 3 days, we will seal the mountain for 100 years, and no disciple is allowed to leave the mountain. Those who disobey shall be expelled from the sect. In this martial world, weakness is a sin. The Celestial Blade Sect is a top-tier force in Great Kang Prefecture, and even the county magistrate of Great Kang County must respect us. But before powers like Buddhism and the dragon race, we are just insignificant ants. A single ripple can obliterate us without leaving a trace. May the ancestral masters protect us. May we successfully weather this calamity. 1 day later, secret realm of the Azure Water Lake Dragon Palace. A burst sound erupted, and another true boundary dragon had a basketball-sized hole in its scales. Golden dragon blood quickly filled the dried-up dragon pool. This was the 8th dragon Fergus had bled. After ascending to 4th rank True Lord, he absorbed dragon blood 10 times faster than when he was in the Great Kang secret realm. After absorbing the blood of 7 dragons, his innate divine light had grown to 4 feet, at least be an heirloom from an ancestral lord. These are indeed troublesome times. One misstep, and the entire Mingfeng province could be turned upside down. Mingfeng province wasn't like the central or upper provinces. An ancestral lord lineage was the strongest force in the province, standing above countless others, overlooking all living beings. This cannot continue. The destruction of the Andrengchuo Temple and the Azure Water Lake Dragon Clan must be reported immediately to the Phoenix Singing Dao Town Demon Suppression Office. Following this, there might be a true lord battle within Great Kang Prefecture. These waters were too deep for him, a 4th rank true person, to fathom. As for Fergus, if the mystical gate truly comes from an ancestral lord lineage, and given that his elders value him so much, he likely has the potential to become a high-ranking true lord. I mustn't miss this opportunity. If he helps me in the future, achieving 5th rank true person isn't impossible, nor 6th or even 7th rank. With Andrengchuo Temple destroyed and the Celestial Blade Sect sealed off, the demon suppression offices of Great Kang and Great Kang counties can be handed over to his jurisdiction. Tiger King Domain, spanning 13,000 miles in northwest Great Kang Prefecture, acted as a boundary dividing Great Kang and Xiuxian prefectures. The Tiger King domain's most mysterious place was the Tiger Ancestor Palace, where select a group of our clan's young warriors and leave Great Kang Prefecture. If anything happens to us, they can preserve the bloodline of the Dark Tiger clan. Azure Water Lake, Dragon Palace Secret Realm. Drip. Fergus dropped a drop of blood onto the innate plate. 4 days passed, and he had not only absorbed the essence blood of 11 true boundary dragons, but also consumed all the treasures for enhancing innate root bones. Innate divine light, 5 feet 2 inches 8 points. Excellent. I've achieved 5th rank treasure bone. With 2,180,000,000 years of life essence infused, let's see your limits. Chapter 140, Continuous Breakthroughs. You continue cultivating the Great Solar Yang True Canon, and after 3,200 years, you successfully comprehend the first level of the 4th layer of pure Yang essence. You have entered the 5th level of the Great Solar Yang True Canon. Only 3,200 years? 5th grade treasure bone is so much stronger than 4th grade? Fergus was taken aback. He knew that it took him 60,000 years to break from 4th grade great completion to 4th grade perfection. If he were still on a 4th grade treasure bone, breaking through to the 5th grade true immortal would take at least 80,000 years, if not a full 100,000. A mere 3,200 years was a significant reduction. The gap between each grade of treasure bone was indeed far greater than that of root bones, but it wasn't supposed to be this exaggerated. A few times difference should be about right. Perhaps it's because I haven't reached the cultivation limit yet, Fergus mused. For a 4th grade lower level treasure bone or 3rd grade true immortal, reaching the limit was quite common. However, with a 5th grade lower level treasure bone, the limit had been raised directly to 5th grade true immortal. It was like filling water into containers. One needed expansion while the other just required pouring water in, naturally reducing the time drastically. You continue cultivating the Great Solar Yang True Canon. After 3,500 years, you comprehend the 3rd level of the 4th layer of pure Yang essence, achieving lesser completion of the Great Solar Yang True Canon. After 7,500 years, you comprehend the 7th level of the 4th layer of pure Yang essence, achieving great completion of the 5th level of the Great Solar Yang True Canon. After 11,500 years, you comprehend the 5th layer of pure Yang essence, achieving perfection of the 5th level of the Great Solar Yang True Canon. After 12,000 years, you gain new insights into the Tao of pure Yang and discover the 6th level of the Great Solar Yang True Canon. After 21,000 years, you successfully comprehend the 1st level of the 5th layer of pure Yang essence. One to severely wound, another to decapitate, and the Dragon Prince met his end, followed by a one-sided massacre. Collect all demon corpses and tally the spoils of war. Giving orders to his subordinates, Arnie prepared to head towards the treasure vault of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, a demon suppression division captain approached Arnie and handed him a letter. Soon, Arnie trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. Bang! Knees buckling, he fell to the ground in a kneeling position. The noble sir has avenged our Gallagher family. Rower, Royer, and all my clansmen, your souls can now rest in peace. From now on, my life belongs to the noble sir. I will follow him through fire and water. Spread this message among everyone. Sir actually destroyed both Spirit Wheel Temple and Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace one after another. Glory to Sir. Soon, the morale of all the demon suppression guards surged. The dark clouds in their hearts dissipated. With the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace eradicated by Sir, they feared no dragon retaliation. Within a short time, the morale of the guards under Fergus's command in Braidingpe and Braidinga counties also soared, especially the 13 sect leaders like Neil, who seemed energized. They led their forces to attack various demon nests with great fervor. Having wiped out the Blue Water Lake dragons, Fergus must possess numerous Dracantine blood samples. While true realm dragon blood was unattainable, obtaining blood from advanced demon general realm dragons, in just 3 days, Fergus advanced from 4th grade and successfully reached 8th grade true immortal. Even accounting for the completion of the 8th heaven level of the Phantom Sky Secret Canon, it only consumed a bit over 1.5 million years of lifespan, a fraction of his available lifespan. At this moment, Fergus saw the realm of true lord waving to him, not just 1st grade or 2nd grade true lords. In Azure Phoenix Prefecture, Braidingham County, Xiuxian Town. This town is one of the 83 towns in Braidingham County. On the surface, it seemed ordinary, similar to other towns, with a few 5th grade martial artists ruling here. But underground, a vast palace complex stretched for dozens of miles beneath the town, filled with robed figures. This was the headquarters of the Black Heaven sect's Azure Phoenix branch. All disciples from the Braidings County branch have mysteriously disappeared. Given that Fergus had previously killed 2 officers there, this must be related to him. Stanley and the others likely fell victim to Fergus. Chinya, hurry to the branch altar and deliver this letter to the altar lord. Chapter 141. The Realm of Election June. Braiding Shui Lake, Dragon Palace Secret Realm, deep beneath the lake surface. Continue to contemplate the grand solar pure yang scripture. After 50,000 years, you successfully grasp 10 layers of pure yang profundities, transitioning from yang's extremity into yin's inception, gaining a glimpse of the secrets of the utmost yin, and understand master. An hour later, boom. Fergus slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a radiant light, sharp and unmatched, as though they could pierce through everything. This is the power of a Election June, indeed terrifying. Compared to a 9th rank Shin June, there was an immeasurable gap. His true body transformed into a mystic body of Election June, resulting in a comprehensive upgrade in strength, defense, endurance, and recovery. This wasn't just 2 different levels of power but essentially 2 distinct realms of existence. Even without utilizing any other techniques, relying solely on the might of his mystic body, he could easily defeat his pre-breakthrough self. Moreover, mastering the extremes of pure yang and pure yin, with the unity and mutual support of yin and yang, allowed him to harness forces exponentially greater than mere addition. His control over the elemental forces extended beyond a 5,000-mile radius, and with a mere thought, he could summon half of the elemental forces of Xuanhuan Manor. His spiritual awareness also enhanced, covering a 30,000-mile radius. Subsequently, his pure yang essence condensed into a yin-yang core, the purity of which exceeded that of pure yang essence by more than 10. The myriad paths, though different, all led to the same destination. Martial Dao could also lead to divinity. With my current power, a full force strike can shatter stars, worthy enough to be called a martial immortal. The vision of election, Juan the Bald Monk, and the old eel in Braiding Shui Lake was still too limited. They knew only the rank divisions of election June, but had little comprehension of the specific powers involved. Begin practicing the derivation of Heaven Lesser technique. After 25,000 years, achieve the initial level of the derivation of Heaven Lesser technique. After 152,000 years, achieve minor mastery of the derivation of Heaven Lesser technique. After 760,000 years, achieve major mastery of the derivation of Heaven Lesser technique. After 3.98 million years, fully master the derivation of Heaven Lesser technique. What an amazing derivation of Heaven Lesser technique. Not only can it conceal my causality, but also reveal others' causality. Fergus narrowed his eyes. For ordinary people who weren't versed in martial Dao, he could see their causal events of the past decade with just a glance. Even for martial artists below the minor master level, he could easily discern their recent years' causal events. This was just the lowest level first rank lesser technique. If infused to the 9th rank, what would it do? Probably with just a glance, one could predict the entire life of all mundane beings below the true person level. Fortunately, I was ranked by their dragon claws, the highest being 5-clawed golden dragons, while the lowest were high-rank Zhenjun. 4-clawed golden dragons were generally 4th rank Zhenjun and above, and 3-clawed golden dragons were usually lower 3 ranks Zhenjun. Though Braiding Xuan Manor wasn't very strong, with true persons almost legendary, the entire Phoenix Singing Dao remained formidable, ranking 3rd among the 6 Dao in Mingjet state. These days, it's commendable that Fergus can uphold his original intentions, adhering to our Bureau's principles of righteousness and demon suppression, truly remarkable. Promote him to Kai'niling Demon Suppressing Envoy, overseeing the Demon Suppression Bureau across all 9 counties of Braiding Xuan Manor. Also, reward him with a 5th rank divine weapon, a bottle of true yang pills, 3,000 election stones, and 3 high-grade true seals. Samson, go to Braiding Xuan Manor personally, stay with Fergus for some time, and secretly protect his safety. Such a talented individual dedicated to public welfare cannot be harmed by the monks of the Fulong Temple or the serpents of Tianyang Lake. Chapter 142, Controlling 6 Prefectures. Current Martial Arts Mastery. Yin-Yang Union Mystical Art, 4th rank Mystical Art Level 4 Perfection. Void Shattering, 1st rank Minor Divine Ability Proficient. 9th rank Primordial Lord. Would he then have to break through outside the secret realm? Breaking through to the Primordial Lord realm attracted vast amounts of elemental power that could affect several prefectures. Breaking through after the 6th rank would impact the entire 6 prefectures of Phoenix Kuing Dao. Such a significant disturbance might attract attention from some ancient masters. Fine, there's no point worrying about these things now. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a path. Can't a living person be stifled by urine? If he can't find a place to break through, he would temporarily suppress his cultivation and first advance his divine abilities, which wouldn't cause a great stir. Once his heavenly derivation divine ability advanced to the 9th rank minor divine ability or even higher, even if a celestial lord or great bodhisattva level powerhouse were present, they might not be able to detect his whereabouts. It's been half a month, it's time to return. The rewards from the Demon Suppression Bureau should be ready. I wonder what rank they've assigned me. Is it green-cloaked, blue-cloaked, or black-cloaked Demon Suppression Envoy? The next second, swoosh. With one step, Fergus crossed the secret realm crystal wall and appeared hundreds of miles away, embodying the concept of being a hairbreadth away yet worlds apart. The minor divine ability Void Shattering, derived from the Phantom Sky Void Shattering Saber, is not only immensely destructive but also the best choice for travel. Directly split in prefectures of Braidingluan Province. Fergus's reputation at the Braidingjiang Prefecture Demon Suppression Bureau had soared to unprecedented heights. Hail my lord. Just as he approached the Demon Suppression Envoy Hall, Harry, who already received news, led a group of clerks and respectfully greeted him, unable to hide his excitement. Thanks to Adele for the 10,000th time. Without him, how could this humble 2nd rank warrior enjoy today's glory? Breaking through to the 3rd rank Sutra realm within less than 3 months seemed impossible. Stand up, Fergus waved. Harry, inform Governor Xia that I'm back. Governor Otto was currently in Braiding County. Yes, my lord. After half a cup of tea, Otto hurried to the Demon Suppression Envoy Hall and bowed respectfully to Fergus, saying, Chow greets young master. His gaze filled with gratitude. Without Fergus, he didn't know when he'd advance to become a purple-cloaked Demon Suppression Envoy, let alone break through to the 9th rank Grandmaster. Governor Xia, please, take a seat. Fergus chuckled and then directly asked, what arrangements has the Provincial Demon Suppression Bureau made for me? There was no need to be overly polite with Otto. Now, everyone knew that Otto was under his influence. Young master, this is Director Adrian's appointment letter for you. Purple-cloaked Demon Suppression Envoy, overseeing the Demon Suppression Bureau, them all at the Braidingui Prefecture Demon Suppression Bureau. Among the 6 prefectures, only Braidingui and Braidingling are mid-ranked, and Braidingui, located centrally among the 6, was relatively closer to the other 5 prefectures. As for his personal desire to try the mid-ranked city's meat patties, that's a minor reason, completely insignificant. Also notify York to pack up and prepare for relocation. Otto had decided to follow Fergus wholeheartedly. Not only did he bring Mark back to the Sioux Manor, but also brought 2 8th rank Grandmasters and some elite members of the Xiao family, including his 2 beloved daughters and a few other ladies Fergus had met at the Xiao residence. Without dreams, people would be no different from dead fish. What if he really became Fergus's father-in-law? The mystic sect behind him might be a prime Dan cultivation tradition, standing atop Mingfeng State. Then, Fergus pulling him a few times could help him easily break through to True Realm, and even surpassing the 4th rank True Kaidaman Alban isn't out of question. Inside a mysterious underground palace in Phoenix Singing Province of Phoenix Singing Dao. How dare he exterminate one of our holy cult's branch sects? This Fergus child is truly audacious. But now, the seal has reached a critical moment. The elders and protectors within the altar cannot leave at this time. Art space fragmentation. Achieve 1st rank perfection in 3.2 million years. You continue deducing Lesser Mystic Art 9 illusions. Advance the illusion Dao in 30,000 years, promoting the 1st rank Lesser Mystic Art 9 illusions to 2nd rank Lesser Mystic Art. 72000 years, 2nd rank Lesser Mystic Art 9 illusions reaches beginner level. 240000 years, 2nd rank Lesser Mystic Art 9 illusions small success. 1.08 million years, 2nd rank Lesser Mystic Art 9 illusions major success. 6.32 million years, 2nd rank Lesser Mystic Art 9 illusions perfection. The 9 venerable spiritual void phantom bodies not only gained the equivalent of 2 layers of my own cultivation, but also doubled the distance limit, reaching 30,000 miles. Fergus smiled contentedly. Moreover, the illusion Dao is inherently adept at transformation and hiding aura. Plus, with the concealing effects of the deriving heaven lesser mystic art, even those celestial lords and great bodhisattvas would find it difficult to discern the true details of the spiritual void phantom body if they are not proficient in the Dao of cause and effect. It's been over a day. I should head to the Spirit Wisdom County Demon Suppression Office to see Arnie and the others. They should have arrived by now. 15 minutes later. Spirit Wisdom County Demon Suppression Office. Recently tidied up, waved his hand, his gaze landing on Heavenly Hero Knife Arnie. Arnie. I'm here. Over this month, you led the Demon Suppressors south and north, breaking Black Bear Ridge, Dark Moon Valley, and later pacifying Loaning River Dragon Palace, Green Marsh Lake Dragon Palace. Your contributions are remarkable. You are hereby promoted to Blue Robe Demon Suppressor, rewarded with 100 liters of high-grade General Monster Dragon Blood, 9th rank Great Medicine, Phoenix Blood Cleansing Fruit, 1 unit, 100 low-grade Essence Stones, and a copy of 1st rank True Scripture, Songlong True Scripture. This was among the numerous true scriptures he had deduced recently, prepared to attract future True Realm cultivators. His subordinates would eventually face True Realm forces, so he couldn't do everything himself. With his current cultivation, deducing these true scriptures was extremely simple, costing less than 10,000 years of lifespan to deduce thousands of true scriptures, including hundreds that reached 9th rank True Realm and even 36 true classics. Thank you, Lord. This subordinate will dedicate my life to repay your kindness. Arnie knelt, voice agitated. With 100 liters of high-grade General Monster Dragon Blood and the Phoenix Blood Cleansing Fruit, not only could he recover his constitution, but there was considerable hope for his talent to improve. Combined with the complete True Scripture legacy, breaking through to True Realm was imminent. Hirsch, Braden election. Fergus's gaze shifted to the 2 8th rank masters. This subordinate is present. You two have consecutively wiped out Cloud Cliff Mountain, Leopardhead Forest, Devil Lake, Tiger Demon Mountain. You are now specially promoted to Blue Robe Demon Suppressors, rewarded with 50 liters of high-grade General Monster Dragon Blood, 1 Phoenix Blood Cleansing Fruit, 50 low-grade Essence Stones, and 1 9th rank Technique. Thank you, Lord. We wish to die for you. Neil, Luo Yongxian, Zhao Bishan. Soon, one by one, the 7th rank Major Accomplishment and Perfection Minor Masters stepped forward. You are promoted to Green Robe Demon Suppressors, rewarded with 100 liters of mid-grade General Monster Dragon Blood, 1 8th rank Great Medicine, 10 low-grade Essence Stones, and 1 8th rank Technique. Hiss, Lord Su truly lives up to being a true Lord descendant. Such generosity. The 6 county demon suppression office leaders drew cold breaths, watching the 13 sect elders stepping forward enviously. Even these 6th rank juniors were rewarded with 100 liters of low-grade General Monster Dragon Blood, 1 7th rank Great Medicine, 1 low-grade Essence Stone, and 1 7th rank Technique. This was almost half of their resources. It was merely eliminating a few small monster nests and killing some low-level demons, tasks without any real difficulty. 100 liters of mid-grade General Monster Dragon Blood would elevate their talent, and combined with the 8th rank Great Medicine and years of accumulation, they stood a decent chance of breaking through and forging a golden body. Thinking of it made them feel as if cut by a knife. They had missed out on a huge fortune. Xiuxian, dispatch someone to the major sects of the 6 counties, delivering my orders. All 6th rank sects must send 1 6th rank, 3 5th ranks, 10 4th ranks to join our demon suppression office. 7th rank sects should send 1 7th rank, 3 6th ranks, 10 5th ranks, 34 4th ranks, and 8th rank sects should allocate 1 8th rank, 3 7th ranks, 10 6th ranks, awaiting my command. Chapter 144, 3 Fires Upon Taking Office. 3 Fires Upon Taking Office. Having been promoted to the Purple Robe Demon Suppressing Envoy and gaining control over the demon suppression offices of the 6 commanderies, how could he not make an appearance before all the major powers and let them know who the true master of these 6 commanderies is? At the same time, this was also a great opportunity to recruit a group of experts and bolster the 6 commanderies demon suppression office. The number of demon suppressors in the 6 commanderies was considerable, more than initially estimated. Combined, they exceeded 8 million. The other 5 commanderies were incomparable to Braidinjiang Commandery, which was among the lowest tier. Its area was as a revered true realm lineage, should dispatch 1 true person, 3 great grandmasters, 10 grandmasters, and 30 Andretto grandmasters to our demon suppression office. Fergus recalled the information on Tianju's sect, and said that sealing off a mountain wouldn't exempt them from duties. If it were that effective, there wouldn't be so many tragic family annihilations. Yes, that's settled. You will uphold the principles of the demon suppression office upon returning, and fully dedicate yourselves to eradicating demons without delay. Those who achieve remarkable feats can count on my generous rewards, divine weapons, true scriptures, true techniques, elixirs. Nothing is out of reach if you have enough merit. After plundering the wealth of Andrengta Temple and the Azure Water Lake Dragon Clan, he was now exceedingly wealthy. Regarding net worth in all of Braidington Manor, no one dared claim first place after him. We shall not disappoint you, sir. The assembled demon suppressors' faces were filled with excitement. Having witnessed Fergus's power firsthand, they had no doubt about his words. Each yearned to return to their respective commanderies immediately, assemble their forces, and thoroughly cleanse the region of demons. These demons weren't evil spirits, but the very nourishment required for their own advancement to the realm of true persons. Dismissed. You may leave, sir. Time flew by until evening. Not rushing to harvest lifespans, he let these demon corpses accumulate further. One day's worth simply wasn't enough for his next breakthrough. Currently, each cultivation breakthroughs, even as a powerful 5th-rank xiuxian, maybe after living for centuries or millennia like the ancients, he might gradually rid himself of such base desires. But not now. Young master, please come in. Our xiuxian has ladies who are all exceptionally beautiful and accomplished in arts. You'll be thoroughly satisfied. Ladies, greet this young master. That night passed. Leaving xiuxian somewhat listlessly, Fergus found the girls here were indeed better than Braidington City's courtesans. Most were 2nd-rank cultivators, and a few had even reached 3rd rank. However, he was no longer the same person he had been a month ago. The gap between a true person and a xiuxian was immense. Even with deliberate restraint, none of the female officials lasted more than 30 moves against his second brother. Cutting down 72 of them made the experience quite unsatisfactory, worse than his time in Braidington City. Braidington City is like this. I doubt Braidington Manor City will be much better. Even higher-tier places might only have a few 4th-rank martial artists. Such minimal improvement barely registered for him, a 5th-rank xiuxian. To ensure my second brother's happiness, we need noble daughters or sect prodigies, Fergus mused. Truly talented women rarely ended up in such places, nor were courtesans cultivated like sect prodigy. Chapter 145, Tai'an Lake Dragon Palace. Braidington County, Giant Whale Gang. This was the largest gang in southern Braidington County, with influence spanning 7 counties in the south. They boasted over 1 million members and tens of thousands of ranked martial artists, led by their gang leader, Giant Whale King, Joe, an 8th-rank master who had achieved a golden body. In the headquarters of Giant Whale Gang, within the conference hall, sat Joe, the leader of Giant Whale Gang, a man in his 50s with graying hair dressed in a deep blue robe. Below him were his 4 true disciples and the 6 elders of the gang. At this moment, the disciples and elders all had flushed faces and were filled with righteous indignation. To demand that they send 1 8th-rank master, 3 7th-rank lesser masters, 10 6th-rank martial artists, 35 5th-rank martial artists, and 100 4th-rank martial artists to join the Demon Suppression Bureau. It was as if treating them like subordinates. Would they become a laughingstock among the Brotherhood? How could they face the underground world in the 7 southern counties with dignity? Enough. Giant Whale Gang leader Joe stood up, roaring. The imposing aura of an 8th-rank master weighed heavily on those below, suffocating them. You dare to defy us? Speak lightly of it, but what does our Giant Whale Gang have left to offer? He wasn't willing to yield either. He was the only 8th-rank port to the Demon Suppression Bureau. In Braidington County City, at the Demon Suppression Bureau, the purple-clothed Demon Suppression Envoy Hall. These people actually surrendered so easily, Fergus muttered. Weren't these martial people supposed to be unruly, lawless, and disdainful of the Great Kang Dynasty? This was the result? He was prepared to punish the defiant ones, yet one by one, they came forward early, including the Heavenly Absolute Sect. After all, flexibility was a hallmark of true heroes. These old-timers, having lived for hundreds of years, knew better than to make futile resistance. Old Gallagher, since they've sent representatives, let it be. With each sect yielding, he didn't need to create trouble. As long as they served as tools to slay demons for him, their loyalty didn't matter much. Besides, everything eventually follows the truth is delicious law. Intrigue how the leaders of the 13 sects started reluctantly, but now wouldn't leave even if forced. The newcomers wouldn't be any different. The Ezra True Man of Heavenly Absolute Sect will be a blue-clothed Demon Suppression Envoy, the 3 9th-rank Grandmasters as green-clothed, the 8th rank as yellow-green-clothed, and the 7th rank as yellow-clothed. After a pause, Fergus continued. His strength had grown far beyond his initial days, where his strongest subordinate was merely a 6th-rank martial artist. Now, he commanded a near-true man, 5 8th-rank masters, and dozens of 7th-rank lesser masters, a considerable force. Hence, the newcomers wouldn't enjoy the same privileges as Hirsch and others. I won't meet these people personally, register them, and send them off to clear out demons. A swarm of 2nd-rank true men was already uninteresting to him. Yes, sir. Your subordinate takes his leave. With the addition of these sect masters, paired with the numerical advantage of the demon suppression guards, how many years of life can we gain in a day? 4 million, 5 million, 6 million, or more? But this place of breakthrough. Recalling the nearly collapsing Dragon Palace, Fergus frowned. That old mudload should have spent the cost and invited a 9th-rank demon lord instead of skimping. No wonder they had been confined to Braidington Manor for millennia. Can I find the Braidington secret realm with these 2 Braidington orders? Fergus flicked his wrist, revealing 2 Braidington orders. After destroying Andrengta Temple and the Azure Water Lake Dragon Palace, these orders naturally fell into his hands. Entering the Braidington secret realm again could provide enough resources for him to break through to 9th-rank Primordial Lord, or even advance to Celestial Lord if lucky. He was addressing a middle-aged man in a white robe with streaks of gray in his hair, exuding a scholarly and gentle demeanor. Despite being a martial artist, he seemed more like a well-read scholar. However, the occasional aura that he revealed made even Alban, a 4th-rank true man, feel a shiver down his spine. Jeremiah, a golden dragon envoy of the Phoenix singing Dowtown Devil Suppression Office, was an upper boundary true lord who had comprehended the essence of martial arts, exempt from formalities. With a gentle wave of his hand, Jeremiah instantly lifted Alban with a soft force. Is Fergus here in the Town Devil Suppression Office? My lord, Fergus is not within the Town Devil Suppression Office, but is currently at the Bray-Dingui Prefecture overseeing the 6 prefectures' Town Devil Suppression Offices. In that case, you should travel to Bray-Dingui Prefecture and deliver these rewards and documents directly to Fergus. By the way, my visit must not be known to Fergus. For now, Jeremiah did not wish for Fergus to know about his presence. He planned to observe this young talent, whom his superiors spoke so highly of, from the shadows. As you command. Bray-Dingui Prefecture Town Devil Suppression Office. Fergus smiled as he walked out of the Purification Hall. With the involvement of powerful figures from various sects in the 6 prefectures, the efficiency had indeed did not remain in the Dragon Palace secret realm. After leaving, he infused spells without needing deliberate seclusion or closing off his mind. Even if he engaged in multiple tasks simultaneously, it would only require more time. In less than a teacup of time, Fergus traversed tens of thousands of miles and returned to the Bray-Dingui Prefecture Town Devil Suppression Office. After instructing Harry, who arrived yesterday, to prepare tea, Fergus took out the Book of Kadindred Devils to read. Similar to the Book of Kadindred Demons, it was a catalog published by the Town Devil Suppression Office, documenting 360 common devil creatures. Why has Lord Adrian come here? Suddenly, Fergus raised his eyebrows, confusion flashing in his eyes. His lesser spell derivation heaven was insufficient to discern the karma of Alban, a 4th-rank true man. Most crucially, as an imperial official, every Great Kang Dynasty officer had the protection of the dynasty's fate, concealing their karma. The higher the rank, the stronger this protection. Even enlightened Buddhas found it difficult to easily deduce the karma of officials of 2nd or 1st rank. A Python Dragon Devil Suppressing Envoy, though inferior to senior imperial officials, was still a 4th-rank officer. As part of the Imperial Guards, they enjoyed a half-rank Struthers. Why have you come, Brother Adrian? Fergus responded without pretense. After all, the true beneficiary was Alban. As a 6th-rank primordial lord, Fergus had the standing to speak equally with the Grand Marshal of the Mingfengshu Town Devil Suppression Office, let alone Alban, a 4th-rank true man. Brother Su, the reason for my visit is to inform you of your new appointment from the Town Devil Suppression Office. You quelled the demonic plague in Bray-Dingui Prefecture, rescued millions, and eradicated the Bray-Dingshui Lake Dragon Clan, removing the greatest threat to Bray-Dingui Prefecture and enhancing our office's prestige. For your remarkable contributions, Eric, a 4-clawed golden dragon envoy, has specially promoted you to the rank of Kydniling Devil Suppressing Envoy, overseeing the 9 prefectures of Bray-Dingui Prefecture. Kydniling Devil Suppressing Envoy, overseeing 9 prefectures? Fergus was taken aback, unexpectedly promoted 6 ranks to become a purple-robed envoy overseeing 6 prefectures, then elevated further. Brother Adrian, as a mere 7th-rank Lesser Supreme Master, am I fit for this position? Now, Fergus was no longer a 6th-rank Lesser Supreme Master, but a 7th-rank Lesser Supreme Master. As a top-tier genius of Bray-Dingui Prefecture, he gained treasures from the Bray-Dingui Secret Realm, swept through Andrangchuo Temple and the Bray-Dingshui Lake Dragon Clan, plundering their millennium-long assets. If his cultivation hadn't advanced, it would be bizarre. The Dragon Envoy would typically possess upper 3rd-rank true monarch cultivation, making them among the best of their kind. Could it be that this 4-clawed golden dragon envoy, Eric, is also hiding his true strength like me, concealing 2 major ranks of cultivation? Or could it be that he was lurking in the shadows at the Azure Phoenix Peak earlier? At the time, with only 4th-rank true monarch cultivation, if an upper 3rd-rank true monarch had mastered powerful eye techniques, it wasn't impossible for him to see through Fergus's concealment. Comparatively, Fergus leaned more towards the latter. There might be many old sly foxes in the world, but how many were as old and cunning as him? But why did Eric send someone like Alban, who was just a 4th-rank true cademan, here? What was his intention? Was he trying to temporarily appease Fergus with high office and rich rewards while planning something else against him? Just as Fergus was lost in thought, Alban continued, Brother Su, given your origins, being favored by the mystic sects must mean you are an unparalleled genius with upper 3rd-rank treasure bone. After years of careful cultivation under their guidance, you must have transcended the mundane realm and entered the true realm. As he spoke, Alban looked at Fergus with envy. 1st-rank treasure bone was considered a once-in-a-billion talent by ordinary standards, let alone places like Azure Phoenix Manor which might not produce such a genius in 100 years. Compared to upper 3rd-rank treasure bone, Alban felt like a mere commoner. The gap between them was more than 10 or even 100 times. Potential calamities. Such geniuses would drive celestial beasts and demons mad. Please, can you speak without panting? Scaring people isn't nice. Internally criticizing again, Fergus didn't doubt Alban's words. A mere 4th-rank true cademan didn't have the capability to lie openly to a 4th-rank primordial lord. He had indeed overlooked the vulnerability of his background. Without coming from a renowned family, being a son of a mere bailiff, the only thing that made him stand out was his innate talent. To warrant protection from a 9th-rank true cademan, or even a true monarch, it wouldn't be enough to have lower 3rd-rank treasure bone. Even middle 3rd-rank treasure bone was barely sufficient. Only upper 3rd-rank treasure bone geniuses with the potential to reach primordial pill formation and the primordial lord realm could justify such protection. Indeed, experience does teach wisdom, Fergus sighed, acknowledging, yes, I have indeed broken through to the true realm. Faced with the facts, continuing to deny it would be futile. Besides, being only a 7th-rank minor master was too low for his future ambitions. Brother Su, may I ask what your current cultivation level is? Alban asked curiously, then quickly added, Brother Su, I'm just curious, I have no other intentions. If you're uncomfortable revealing it, consider my question null. There's no discomfort. I've just reached the peak of 3rd-rank true cademan. As he spoke, finally, the high-quality true talismans were crafted by upper 3rd-rank true cademans, each containing a full-strength attack from an upper 3rd-rank true cademan. To cultivators like him at the 3rd and 4th ranks, each talisman was a life-saving card. Thank you, Lord. Fergus thanked him and took the spatial bag handed over by Alban without any formalities. Whether he valued them or not, they could still be used to train subordinates. Brother Adrian, thank you for the journey. I've arranged a banquet for you to wash away the dust of travel. Translation complete as per user instructions. Hashtag chapter 148. The second pawn comes online. Hashtag Great Kang County. Inner city, Su Mansion. Jacques, prepare everyone. We are moving to the capital city. Fergus instructed Emile. He had not expected that after only a few days in Great Kang County, he would have to relocate again. With his recent promotion to Kang demon-suppressing envoy, overseeing the demon suppression offices of the 9 counties under Great Kang Prefecture, it was necessary for him to reside in Great Kang's capital city. It was a pity about this mansion. From the moment he acquired it, he hadn't even spent a single night here. If he had known he would be promoted so soon, he should have directed Emile and the others to move directly to the capital city, avoiding the hassle of repeated relocations. Yes, young master, Emile replied respectfully without any surprise. He had anticipated another move since the news of there were Mahasattvas, Buddhas, heavenly demons, demon kings, and even stronger beings beyond mere demon lords. Ultimately, Great Shui Lake Dragon Palace and Andringta Temple were merely 2 lesser sects that hadn't produced any true monarchs. In the Buddhist and Dragon worlds, they didn't possess deep enough resources to clearly know their true strengths. Walking too close to the river, you cannot avoid wetting your shoes. One step often leads to more. Once the wild tiger in the heart is unleashed, it becomes extremely difficult to cage it again. Better to delay cultivation progress than take such risks. After all, his lifespan was ample. Why rush? Besides, he could still enhance his power. Reaching 9th rank minor great spells and advancing to medium great spells would give him the power to rival or even slay Buddhas and demon kings, even at his 6th rank primordial lord level. Time flew, and another watch had passed. Suddenly, Fergus opened his tightly closed eyes. A 2nd rank true monarch. Why would someone of such caliber come to a small place like Great Kang County? Could it be someone from the Buddhist sects? Considering the timing, over half a month had passed since his conflict with the Buddhists, and their retaliation was due. Fergus raised an eyebrow, his eyes cold. Indeed, it's aimed at me. With this person entering Great Kang County, he found it hard to believe it was just a coincidence. 3,000 miles southeast of Great Kang County, a figure was walking in the air, clad in white robes, with an ethereal and extraordinary aura, appearing as if a fallen immortal had descended upon the mortal world. Each step covered several miles. This person was none other than Jeremiah, a 3-clawed golden dragon envoy from the demon suppression office. Suddenly, Jeremiah's face changed drastically, becoming wary and dripping with sweat. Before him stood a short, thin elder in black robes emitting terrifying pressure that made breathing difficult. He felt like facing a 4-clawed golden dragon envoy Fenwick, or perhaps even worse. Could this be a 6th-rank true monarch? How could such a powerful individual exist in this small Great Kang prefecture? This place was Great Kang County, and the black-clothed old man. Could he be Fergus's attendant? A flash of realization hit Jeremiah. Senior, are you Senior Roy who serves Fergus, the Kang envoy? Yes, indeed, it's this old man. Gasp. It really is you. Though he had guessed, Jeremiah still couldn't help gasping. A 6th-rank true monarch was nearly the strongest public figure in Jedine Path, yet he was merely an attendant to Fergus. What background does this Xian sect possess to command a 6th-rank true monarch to serve a junior? Most primordial lord lineages lacked such depth. At least, none of the primordial lord legacies in Mingfeng State had such generosity. Senior Roy, please don't misunderstand. I have no ill intent. Jeremiah hurriedly explained, fearing death if he hesitated. My name is Jeremiah, a 3-clawed golden dragon envoy of Jedine Path. I carry this identity token and am tasked by 4-clawed golden dragon envoy Fenwick to protect Fergus's path. Embarrassed, Jeremiah trailed off, feeling utterly useless in front of such a formidable entity. Suddenly, Jeremiah's expression changed again as a terrifying mental force tore through his sea of consciousness and assaulted his soul. Not good. It's a mind secrecy technique. No, Senior, please stop. Every word I've spoken is true, sent directly by Fenwick to safeguard Fergus. Fergus continued casting the heart-minding spell, aware that unlike Alban, a 2nd-rank true monarch had a slight chance, however minuscule, to lie under his scrutiny. Soon, Jeremiah's gaze became dazed. Who are you? What is your purpose in Great Kang County? I am Jeremiah, an elder of the Zhua family from Mingfeng City, and a 3-clawed golden dragon envoy. I am specifically ordered by Giving the Andring Su illusory body a serious look, Samson bowed and said, Senior, with Fergus Kaidini Long envoy protected by you, there will surely be no danger. I won't disturb further. With a 6th-rank true lord protecting, why would they need him? A mere 2nd-rank true lord? A difference of 4 ranks meant more than 10-fold disparity. If Roy couldn't protect Fergus, even 10 more people like him wouldn't make any difference. They'd merely add 10 more lives lost. Hold on. Lord Zhua, since you were ordered by Eric to safeguard my young master, leaving now wouldn't go well with Eric. Stay with my young master to handle some trivial matters henceforth. How could he let this tool person slip away? He would be useful whether they attacked the Tiger King territory or Andrian Mountain. Moreover, as a distinguished true lord and the 3-clawed golden dragon envoy of Jedine Dao Demon Suppression Office, his insight far surpassed that of Xuanhuan and the old eel from Great Kang Shui Lake. As for revealing his true identity by keeping Samson nearby, Fergus wasn't concerned. A mere 2nd-rank true lord couldn't see through him or the reality behind his sect. If he could, Fergus should have retired long ago to avoid embarrassment. Senior Roy, don't worry about this. I'll explain to Eric. Samson politely declined. What did it mean to handle trivial matters? Was Roy treating him like a servant? He, a prestigious 3-clawed golden dragon envoy, a 3rd-rank government official. Lord Zhua, no need for formalities. Since Elder Roy asked you to stay, you are now our deputy steward. Fergus's voice was calm, treating Samson as if he were already a servant, merely a tool left behind by force. Once chosen, he couldn't treat Samson as an equal. He needed a fighter, not an ancestor. What Samson thought didn't matter. He only needed Samson's service, not his heart. Damn this deputy steward nonsense. This Roy is unbearable. But this Sue is worse. Samson inwardly insulted Fergus's entire lineage. I am your superior. Show some respect. Yes, I'll follow your instructions. Under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow. Fine, let it be. He'd endure this humiliation for investigation, hoping to find useful information. Nate, please take Lord's Wood arrest. Old Chong, this is my chief steward. The chief steward is this young man? Zwaka paused, thinking the chief steward would be Roy. But it was just a young master, barely a grandmaster. How disrespectful of Sue. Brother Zwa, follow me. Looking oddly at Emil, Samson found it strange. A mere 7th-rank grandmaster calling him brother. He wondered how the young man would react when he discovered Samson's true identity. The anticipation amused him. Young master, Lord's Wood takes his leave. Next, Lord's attention was Samson, the 3-clawed golden dragon envoy. Let me see who you really are, Fergus smirked. A battalion commander was a minor official, whose national fortune couldn't shield him from Fergus's divination heavenly skill. One day ago, he killed his original host and took his place, infiltrating the magistrate demon suppression office. At that time, Samson was still in the office, not yet on his way to Braydingwe commandery. Could it be that he is after Samson? Suddenly, Fergus's brows furrowed again. Just as he was about to delve further into the identity of this individual, a layer of crimson light suddenly flashed, cutting off his divination. A layer of blood-colored luck, like a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, with killing intent reaching the heavens. What force could this be? The Buddhist sect, regardless of how much filth it harbored secretly, presented itself as the paragon of righteousness, with pure and noble luck. It could never possess such evil luck. Only the major factions of the evil or demonic paths would have such bloody luck. Could it be a major demonic sect? Then, an idea flashed through Fergus's mind. It had been more than a month since he destroyed the Black Heaven sect's branch in Braydingwe County. Given this time, the upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect likely knew about the destruction. He left no evidence, but for those of the demonic path, suspicion alone sufficed. Could they know about my promotion as the Kaidniling Demon Suppression Envoy and set up an ambush here in the Magistrate Demon Suppression Office, waiting for me? This thought took root rapidly in Fergus's mind. If it were truly after Samson, it wouldn't just send a single first-rank True Lord. An upper third-rank True Lord had superiority over a lower second-rank True Lord like Samson, especially considering Samson's mastery of 2 levels of wood profundity. Without a spiritual bone, victory would be impossible. Regarding this first-rank True Lord, while Fergus didn't know his specific talents, he could affirm that he wasn't a world-class prodigy with a spiritual bone. Even having an upper third-rank treasure bone was unlikely. Otherwise, with his age, he wouldn't merely be at this level. Despite being a first-rank True Lord, even though the blood-colored luck obscured some aspects, Fergus could still gauge his approximate age, which must have exceeded 800 years. In the Magistrate Demon Suppression Office of Braydingwe Prefecture City, a nondescript battalion commander seemed to sense something and mysteriously smiled towards a certain direction. A third-rank perfected cultivator, such a youthful aura. It must be the target. Truly deserving of the recognition by the primordial sovereign, to reach this level at such an age, he must have an endless sea, unable to stir anything. Even third-rank True Lords wouldn't evoke such a hopeless feeling. Fourth-rank True Lord, at least. Is this still the Braydingwe Prefecture I know? Unless it's... Before he could think further, his vision blurred. Who are you? Why did you infiltrate the Magistrate Demon Suppression Office? A vague voice entered his ears. It was Fergus's spirit illusion body. Since this person was likely after him, Fergus wouldn't let him live any longer. Evil forces acted without proof, and so would Fergus. I am Imojed, a 6-star killer of Blood Concealment Tower. I infiltrated to assassinate the new Kaidniling Demon Suppression Envoy, Fergus. So it's a Blood Concealment Tower assassin. Fergus's face hardened. He wasn't unfamiliar with Blood Concealment Tower. Xuanhuan and Old Loach from Azurewater Lake both mentioned it. One of the 5 major assassin organizations in the Great Kang Dynasty. Despite being less formidable compared to the likes of the Buddhist and Taoist sects, it still ranked as a top-tier power. Legends claimed several celestial lords fell to Blood Concealment Tower. More than one. Who placed the bounty on me at Blood Concealment Tower? Without a bounty, Blood Concealment Tower wouldn't send assassins. Was it the Dragon Clan? The Buddhist sect? Or the Black Heaven sect? They weren't careful. The most mysterious and formidable head of the Blood Concealment Tower was rumored to be an ultimate powerhouse comparable to Buddhas or true kings, forming the very bedrock upon which the Blood Concealment Tower stood. This is also the reason why the Kang Dynasty and major sects tolerated their existence. Where is the Phoenix-sounding branch of the Blood Concealment Tower located? Coming without reciprocation is impolite. Daring to attempt his assassination meant being prepared for the annihilation of the entire tower. However, these words seemed to touch on some taboo, causing Imojed's face to quickly twist into something demonic, like a demon from hell. My Blood Concealment Tower's Phoenix-sounding branch is located in Phoenix-sounding. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Imojed's head exploded as if it were a balloon. Indeed, he died like that, triggering some kind of restriction. No wonder the Blood Concealment Tower has managed to survive for so long without being wiped out. There's indeed something to their methods. Senior Roy, who is this? Just then, Samson arrived upon hearing the commotion, looking gravely at the headless corpse on the ground. From the remaining terrifying aura, it was clear that this person was once a true lord. It's just a 6-star assassin from the Blood Concealment Tower, who came to assassinate my young... It won't take more than half a year before this troublemaker will have offended every single top-level power. Can I really return to the Demon Suppression Bureau alive? Don't worry, the sky won't fall. My mystic gate isn't to be trifled with. Fergus's voice was calm, showing no concern for those top-level forces. He was far from ordinary. Could such natives pose a real threat? 6th rank 9 illusions. It wasn't a pushover. Now, each spirit void body possessed over 5 layers of strength, comparable to 6th rank entry-level true monarchs. 9 spirit void bodies equate to 9 6th-rank true monarchs. Even in Phoenix Chanting Province, obtaining 9 6th-rank true monarchs at once would be difficult, if not impossible. Hiss. What kind of force is this mystic gate? It seems to have such confidence. Could it also be a top-level force comparable to the Buddhist sect or Taoist sect? Why haven't we heard of the mystic gate before? Old Gallagher, order all blue-robed and purple-robed demon suppressors in the city to meet in my hall in 15 minutes. Fergus didn't pay much attention to Samson's thoughts, instead turning to Arnie beside him. Yes, my lord. Arnie bowed respectfully and quickly left. His sole concern was faithfully serving his lord. Since Fergus saved him from Andringta Temple, his life belonged to Fergus. At worst, he would die for his lord. 15 minutes later, at the Demon Suppression Bureau in Great Kang City, the hall where Fergus gathered all the suppressors was newly cleaned up yesterday. Fergus sat in the main seat, while Samson bent over like an old servant behind him. Below, all the blue-robed and purple-robed demon suppressors in the bureau stood. Fortunately, Alban stayed away to avoid suspicion. None of the suppressors present knew Samson's true identity. Otherwise, none of them would have remained steady. Today, I called you here to address 2 matters. Fergus didn't waste words and immediately got to the point after the 25 blue-robed and 4 purple-robed demon suppressors paid their respects. First, starting today, the Great Kang Bureau will thoroughly cleanse all demonic forces in Great Kang Prefecture. You have 3 days to clear all demonic nests and lairs and restore peace to our citizens. Great Kang Prefecture was a stronghold of the Demon Suppression Bureau, plus it was guarded by the Great Kang army. With few demons around, 3 days should suffice. Second, send a message to all major and minor sects in Great Kang, Great Kang, and Great Kang prefectures. They have 3 days to send experts to join the respective prefectural demon suppression bureaus. Then Fergus instructed Arnie to detail the required number of personnel from each major sect. The same standards applied to the 3 prefectures as the other 6 people. This person was Fergus, who had come to Azure Phoenix Peak while still doing some disguise. In the next second, whoosh, 3 streaks of azure light flashed, and 3 Azure Phoenix tokens appeared in his hand. One of them officially came from the Demon Suppression Bureau of Azure Phoenix Mansion. After becoming the head of the bureau, this Azure Phoenix token naturally fell into his possession. He originally intended to retrieve the Azure Phoenix token from Heavenly Absolute Sect as well, but after some consideration, he decided against it. With 6 decades not yet up, the Azure Phoenix token, as a key to the mystic realm, wasn't as crucial as he had imagined. Its sole purpose was to use its homologous aura to lock onto the location of the Azure Phoenix mystic realm. Whether 1 or 10 Azure Phoenix tokens were used, the difference wasn't significant. After a quarter of an hour, a flicker of surprise crossed Fergus's eyes. Found it. It was fortunate he had the foresight to upgrade his 2 great magical abilities beforehand. Otherwise, with just his previous 2nd-rank minor magical ability, it would have been difficult to locate the Azure Phoenix mystic realm. Let's go. Taking a step forward, a tear appeared in the void ahead, large enough for a person to pass through. Not bad for a medium-sized mystic realm opened by an ancient celestial sovereign. If not for my space-shattering minor magical ability, even if I could locate this Azure Phoenix mystic realm, it would not be too difficult. And it will be beyond just 1st or 2nd-rank celestial sovereign. Feeling the origin force of the Azure Phoenix mystic realm, Fergus felt delighted, knowing he wouldn't need to worry about a place for his breakthrough anytime soon. With his current 5th-rank treasure bone talent, even with the help of the 9 prefectures demon suppression bureaus of Azure Phoenix Mansion, it would take at least 10 to 15 days to break through to Celestial Sovereign. Since he couldn't linger long in the Azure Phoenix mystic realm due to less than 1,000,000 years worth of lifespan remaining, staying here was a waste of time. A dozen breaths later, Fergus, restored to his original appearance, returned to the Hydra Dragon Demon Suppression Envoy Hall unnoticed. A thought emerged, and from his Sumeru bag, he took out a book titled Taikang Primordial Sovereign Biography. This was a precious biography of primordial sovereign Taikang that Samson cherished, documenting Taikang's entire life. He was a legendary figure during the Great Peace Dynasty, born with a supreme spiritual bone, an 8th-rank spiritual bone among the top 3 grades. He entered the service of Cloud Thunder State's premier sect, Divine Thunder Sect, before the age of 300 and successfully mastered 2 essences, forging his fated primordial core. Truly fitting the protagonist mold. Alas, due to overly ostentatious actions, he fitting the stature of Azure Phoenix Mansion's 2nd-largest human clan and 3rd of the 8 major forces. Compared to Heavenly Absolute Sect, which ranked last, Overlord Saber Sect was indeed far superior. However, at this moment, the 4 true boundary elders of Overlord Saber Sect all had extremely grim expressions, their eyes filled with unspeakable anger. Fergus's arrogance truly exceeded limits. Even after abandoning most of their territory and sealing the mountains for 60 years, the Overlord Saber Sect faced relentless pressure, demanding submission to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Did they really think the Overlord Saber Sect was weak? I will visit Mount Azure Cloud and see what plans Old Cow Nose has. After a moment's silence, Xiuxian spoke. Given that even the Blue Water Lake Dragon Palace had been destroyed by Fergus, they stood no chance against him. Now, their only hope was the Mount Azure Cloud, supported by the Taoist sect. Time flew, and 3 days passed. The Azure Phoenix mystic realm had turned into ruins, like it had just experienced an apocalypse. Apart from traces of demons and ancient trees on the periphery, the central area and inner layer were already desolate wastelands. At the bottom of the cold pond where Fergus had previously meditated in the heart of the mystic realm, Fergus slowly rose. The fleeting, terrifying aura caused the surrounding space to distort conquer Mount Bradingian. Fergus scanned the group of purple and blue-robed exorcists below him and ordered, "Sir, this is a major operation against Mount Bradingian. Please reconsider. Please reconsider." Apart from Arnie, all the exorcists in the hall, including Otto, urged caution. Mount Bradingian wasn't a small sect. It was the first and foremost major sect in the Bradingluan region with nearly 3,000 years of heritage, far richer than any of the other 4 major sects, backed by the formidable Tao sect. A misstep could infuriate the Dao sect, bringing disaster upon the entire Great Kang exorcism office. My mind is made up. There's no need for further persuasion. With a wave of his hand, Fergus decisively announced. Great Kang was merely his starting point. His true ambition was to control the exorcism offices across the 81 prefectures of the Great Kang Dynasty and beyond. If he cowered now over a mere Mount Bradingian, what future expansion could he possibly have? Mount Bradingian would be his to take, and no one could stop him. Sir, Edmund Election and others wanted to persuade further, but at the sight of Fergus's cold gaze, they swallowed their words hastily. While Mount Bradingian was formidable, their leader was equally fearsome. In the short time since he joined the exorcism office, countless deaths had been directly or indirectly he hoped that the Xian sect had the capability to deal with the Dao sect's eventual retaliation. At the border between Great Kang and Great Kang stood Mount Bradingian, a mountain 18,000 feet tall, perpetually shrouded in green clouds. It was both the name of the sect and the mountain, named for its layers of green mist. Today, however, Mount Bradingian was anything but peaceful. The atmosphere was tense, like a gathering storm cloud pressing down on the city. Disciples were uneasy, knowing that Fergus, notorious for annihilating Andrangteo and braiding Shui, was approaching. Could Mount Bradingian truly defeat him? Look, what's that? It's the exorcism office's azure birds. Cadenry, send the signal. Fergus is here. Pang. Soon, brilliant fireworks erupted on Mount Bradingian. The next moment, swoosh, flashes of light cut through the air, appearing 100 miles away from the azure bird, revealing 13 immortals. 8 war robes, embodying the grace of deities. Their leader exuded an aura almost as terrifying as the original Dragon King of Lake Braiding Shui, having reached the 8th rank immortal realm. True to being the premier sect of Great Kang, their strength far surpassed the other 4 major sects. The remaining 5 immortals came from the Overlord Saber sect and crushed down upon Qiu and the other 13 immortals. Not good. This pressure. It's a true immortal. Qiu's face paled. Under such immense force, he felt as insignificant as an aphid, a feeling he had only experienced before true immortals. Uncle Master, save me. Hashtag chapter 154. Another true lord falls. Old Taoist, there's still a move left. Behind them, Barth of the Overlord Saber sect, and the 5 grandmasters from 9 Flame sect, whose faces were filled with despair, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Sir Zhua, as an esteemed 3-clawed golden dragon envoy of the Phoenix Chant Exorcism Bureau, you're bullying these juniors. Won't this make you a laughingstock among the people? At that moment, a mocking voice echoed through the air, emanating from within Azure Cloud Mountain, spreading far and wide. What? Sir Zhua is actually a 3-clawed golden dragon envoy of the Phoenix Chant Exorcism Bureau? How could it be possible? Above the azure bird, except for Arnie who already knew Nevin's identity, the others, all clad in purple or blue, were dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears, beyond their reach. Even reviving all hidden powers, they could only barely resist with the assistance of the Mountain Defense Array against a first-rank true lord. Sir Zhua, our Taoist sect has no intention of being enemies with the Exorcism Bureau. Please, Sir Zhua, give this old Taoist some face and do not torment our juniors. Unless absolutely necessary, Jagger did not want to sever ties with the Exorcism Bureau. After all, the Great Kang Dynasty still ruled. Nevin's lips twitched. The old Taoist still didn't recognize the situation. If he could decide the outcome, he wouldn't have brought people here to Azure Cloud Mountain. Old Sir Zhua, you deal with the other true lords of Azure Cloud Mountain. Leave this old Taoist to Uncle Roy. Fergus's voice came from behind. Both being second-rank true lords, Nevin, even if victorious, wouldn't prevail in a short time. Fergus had no interest in watching 2 novices spar for hours. Jagger raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of unease. Could it be that the old Taoist misunderstood? Could it be that today's matter truly centered around Fergus? Yes, young master. Nevin respectfully replied. Damn, this old Taoist was wrong. Upon hearing this, Jagger's face turned wildly pale. Even if it were just an act, the distinguished 3-clawed golden dragon envoy would never speak so humbly to a junior. He wouldn't have attacked Azure Cloud Mountain. Silence fell over the space, like the eerie calm of a cemetery. Everyone was in shock, unable to believe what they saw. This was an upper realm true lord, the pinnacle of power in the Phoenix Chant Taoist sect, not one of them insignificant ants. How could he be so easily killed by a single effortless palm? I must still be asleep, dreaming. 300 miles southeast of Azure Cloud Mountain, in an inconspicuous valley, a man's pupils contracted, filled with fear and regret, beads of sweat falling like rain. This was a white-browed old monk wearing a brocade kasaya and holding a dragon-headed staff. Phew, luckily, this old Taoist from Mystic Truth Abbey acted first. Otherwise, it would have been my turn to die. Although his cultivation was slightly stronger than the old Taoist, he couldn't block that palm either. At most, he could withstand it for a breath longer with his Arhat body honed for thousands of years. Who are the forces behind Fergus that can command such strength to serve as servants? The grudge against Spirit Pagoda Temple isn't something our dragon-suppressing temple can repay. We must report this to Heavenly Tranquility Zen Temple for judgment by its bodhisattvas. Almost simultaneously, 400 miles northwest of Azure Cloud Mountain, in a long river, a dragon king in imperial robes with a dragon-human hybrid form, and a middle-aged man clad in white armor with a large king character on his forehead, trembled in fear. They nearly missed their fate when they heard this human child plan to deal with these small Taoists. By letting the Taoists investigate first, they narrowly avoided disaster. A 5th-rank true lord was far beyond what 2 3rd-rank true lords like them could match. Even working together, they could only last a few more rounds. We cannot stay here. Let's leave quickly. This Fergus is beyond our reach. I will inform the Tai'an River Dragon Palace and ask them to handle this. Note: I've maintained the chapter structure, tone, and style while ensuring fluent English. Chapter 155. The Destruction of Green Cloud Mountain. The Heavenly Sun Lake Dragon Palace's celestial horn dragon king was filled with the desire to retreat. This matter had surpassed what their Heavenly Sun Lake Dragon Palace could intervene in. A mere servant had at least 5th rank True Lord Cultivation, indicating that Fergus's backing sect must have an Essence Lord seated within, possibly more than one. Their Heavenly Sun Lake Dragon Palace was merely a True Lord lineage, with their strongest patriarch being far from reaching the Demon Lord realm. Without considering any life-saving trump cards Fergus might possess, even if they managed to slay him by chance, it would cost them their entire clan. While they were overprotective of their kin and dared to exterminate an entire clan that harmed them, this did not mean they would sacrifice everyone to avenge the Azure Dragons. An Essence Lord inheritance should be handled by the Heavenly Wave River Dragon Palace, which boasted Demon Lords. If necessary, they would seek aid from nearby dragon palaces. The dragon race relied on numbers for survival. If they couldn't handle it, there were always dragons from the 5 Seas dragon palaces who could deal with the Daoist sect. Nearby, Jamies, the elder of White Tiger Mountain, hearing this, felt a great sense of relief. He had been eager to leave, but hadn't done so without permission from the Celestial Horn Dragon King. Unlike the Heavenly Sun Lake Dragon Palace, supported by the Heavenly Wave River Dragon Palace and the Dragon Race, White Tiger Mountain had no such powerful backing apart from their 8th rank True Lord ancestor. They could not afford to provoke a human Essence Lord force. Even if all the Black Tigers under Tiger King died, they wouldn't dare challenge the other party. Fortunately, they hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, it would have been catastrophic for White Tiger Mountain. Celestial Horned Brother speaks truly. We must not linger here. At that moment, boom, a man, a dragon, and a tiger suddenly felt a horrifying power enveloping them, making them despair. Under this terrifying power, 2nd and 3rd rank True Lords like them felt as powerless as junior cultivators. In less than a yet, they had been so easily subdued by Roy. He really has only 6th rank True Lord Cultivation? Ah, Senior Uncle Ira. At this moment, Egon finally snapped out of his trance, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. Shut up. You'll join your old Taoist soon. Fergus frowned, shouting coldly, Old Zwa, take action. Oh no. Egon reacted instantly. Now wasn't the time for grief. If he didn't devise a plan, their Green Cloud Mountain's 3,000-year legacy would be destroyed. Even a 2nd rank True Lord like Senior Uncle Ira had been easily slain, let alone their insignificant resources. Sir Sue, our Green Cloud Mountain is willing to join the Demon Suppression Bureau and serve you. Please forgive us this once. Hesitating for a moment, Egon knelt before Fergus. At this moment, his dignity as a true immortal in the face of the Daoist sect meant nothing compared to preserving their legacy. He couldn't allow Green Cloud Mountain to be ruined in his hands. Now you want to serve me? Why didn't you do that earlier? Fergus sneered. Having ignored his earlier advice, now seeking allegiance because he showed his power, it was too late for such opportunism. If he let Green Cloud Mountain off easily, others would follow suit, feigning loyalty when things turned dire. Old Zwa, act now. Fiki shivered, feeling a bone-chilling coldness rise. Boom. Powerful auras surged from Green Cloud Mountain, totaling 16, with the strongest reaching 9th rank real immortal perfection. Compared to Spirit Pagoda Temple, Green Cloud Mountain had far greater resources. Coupled with protective formations, even a 1st rank True Lord would struggle to annihilate them. Yet, faced with a perfected 2nd rank True Lord like Fiki, their efforts were futile. Within moments, boom, sky split open. The layered green clouds surrounding Green Cloud Mountain rapidly dissipated, replaced by numerous mushroom clouds rising from the mountain. The painstakingly crafted protective formation created by generations of Green Cloud Mountain's ancestors collapsed, along with those very ancestors. The protective formation is breached. Soldiers, the time for glory is here. Follow me in charge. Today is the day Green Cloud Mountain meets its destruction. Chapter 156, Dominating the Braidingluin Mansion. Whoosh. One by one, the thunder-swift azure birds flapped their wings, moving like lightning. In less than 10 breaths, they traversed over 100 miles and attacked the Green Cloud Mountain. Very soon, agonized screams and cries for mercy echoed from within the Green Cloud Mountain. Ah, no. Sir, please, spare me. I don't want to die. Master, save me. Of the Braidingluin Mansion territory. From Fergus's current position, the Andrangsu Phantom could easily cover the entire territory of Braidingluin Mansion. He would start with the other 8 county headquarters of Braidingluin Mansion, and then the branch hall of Braidingluin Mansion to exact some interest. Half an hour later, the shouts of battle gradually died down, signaling the end of the massacre. Except for those servant disciples and servants with mere physical cultivation, all official disciples of the Green Cloud Mountain were slaughtered without exception. The whole mountain was enveloped in Samson's perception. Escape was merely a dream. Whoosh. Fergus's figure disappeared from the back of the cyan-feathered azure bird and reappeared inside a secret realm. As the top power of Braidingluin Mansion, backed by the towering Dao sect, how could they not have their own secret realm? Looking around, Fergus quickly lost interest. Similar to the Dragon Palace's secret realm, it was small, barely reaching 500 miles in diameter, sufficient only for a 3rd-rank Primordial Lord's breakthrough. To Fergus, already an 8th-rank Primordial Lord, this place was nothing more than a trivial advantage. When I have more 9th-rank Grandmasters, I can send them here to cultivate. Though smaller in size and essence compared to the Dragon Palace's secret realm, this place had its merits. It contained a miniature essence stone mine planted by the true realm cultivators of Green Cloud Mountain, making the primordial chi richer by several folds. 4 9th-rank Grandmasters and lower-tier true realm cultivators, this place was a paradise. Even Alban, a 4th-rank perfect true lord, would benefit from cultivating here. Collecting the treasures hidden within the secret realm, Fergus exited and then used his spiritual sense to communicate with Samson. Zwa Senior, take your people to wipe out the Overlord Saber sect and Nine Flames sect. If they dared align with Green Cloud Mountain, they should be prepared for extinction. However, Fergus did not plan to act personally. Handling 2 sects without major backgrounds was enough for Samson, a 2nd-rank true lord. He didn't even care about harvesting their lifespans. These human sects were not worth it. With tens of thousands of official disciples, the total lifespan gathered was far less than what the Greenwater Lake Dragon Clan offered. Agreed. Samson respectfully agreed, choosing a purple cloth demon suppression envoy, 10 blue cloth demon suppression envoys, and 3,000 elite guards before flying towards the Overlord Saber sect. Shortly after Samson left, a flash of azure light merged into Fergus's body. Nearly half an hour passed as Fergus's Andrangsu Phantom cleared all members of the Black Sky sect within Braidingluin Mansion. Although the news of the Braidings County branch absolute benefits, the Dao sect's threat seemed insignificant. What? Green Cloud Mountain has been wiped out by the Demonic Suppression Office. What? Braidingian Mountain has been wiped out by the Demonic Suppression Office? Whoa. It's only been this short while. Not good. The Demonic Suppression Office is still waiting for our sect's response. Quickly, inform all the elders and executives. We must immediately head to the County Demonic Suppression Office. Our sect swears eternal loyalty to the Demonic Suppression Office and Lord Su. The translation has been adjusted to ensure it reads naturally in English, maintains consistency with the original text style, and conveys the urgency and shock expressed in the original passage. The term Sudarun has been translated as Lord Su, to fit the context and tone of the narrative. Chapter 156. Awe-inspiring at the Braidingluin Manor. Whoosh. With a flick of their wings, the swift thunder bluebirds sped like lightning, crossing over 100 miles in less than 10 breaths and plunged into Mount Braidingian. Soon, anguished screams and pleas for mercy echoed from within Mount Braidingian. No. Sir, please, spare me. I don't want to die. Master, save me, save me. Outside Mount Braidingian, atop a blue-feathered swift thunder bluebird, Fergus did not pay attention to the battle. He would start with other 8 commanderies of the Braidingluin Manor and its branch halls, to collect some interest first. Half an hour passed. Gradually, the cries of battle subsided, signaling the end of this massacre. Except for those laboring disciples with only body-tempering cultivation and some servants, all formal disciples of Mount Braidingian were killed without exception. The whole mountain was under Jeremiah's spiritual perception, making escape impossible. Whoosh! Fergus disappeared from the swift thunder bluebird and reappeared inside a secret realm space. As the largest force in Braidingluin Manor backed by Dao Gate, how could they not have their own secret realm? Glancing around, Fergus quickly lost interest. Andrique the Dragon Palace's secret realm, this was also a small secret realm, much smaller than the Dragon Palaces, spanning less than 500 miles, barely enough to support a 3rd-rank Celestial Lord's breakthrough. For Fergus, now an 8th-rank Celestial Lord, it was virtually useless. In the future, when I have more 9th-rank Grandmasters, I can let them come here to cultivate. Although this secret realm was smaller and less fundamental than the Dragon Palaces, it still had merits. Inside, the true humans had embedded a mini primordial stone mine. The abundance of celestial energy in this secret realm was several times that of the Dragon Palace Manor Branch Hall, and the remaining 8 commanderies were completely destroyed, along with all scattered members of the Black Sky sect, leaving no trace. An hour later, screech! Loud phoenix cries resonated across Braidingluin City. Blue-feathered swift thunder bluebirds returned to the Exorcism Bureau with 70 swift thunder bluebirds. The exorcists aboard were all jubilant, even Edmund Election, who initially looked unwell, smiled broadly. The bigger the risk, the greater the reward. Despite the danger of retaliation from Dao Gate, the rewards were staggering. Mount Braidingian's 3,000-year legacy was worth millions of inferior primordial stones. Even if Fergus took half as a blue dragon exorcist and another portion went to 3-clawed golden dragon Jeremiah, and half of the remainder went to the treasury, the last third and a half still constituted the greatest wealth they ever obtained. Each of them could earn at least one inferior primordial stone. One such stone could exchange for hundreds of millions of silver taels, and often had no market price. If someone wanted to exchange for a primordial stone, they could easily get 200 million taels. There were rumors that some black markets offered up to 1 billion taels. For these blue and purple cloak exorcists, the starting point was 1,000 inferior primordial stones, enough to multiply their fortunes. This was just Mount Braidingian. Once Overlord Saber sect and 9 Blaze sect were taken down, there would be more spoils. Many blue cloak exorcists hoped for another major operation led by Fergus. Wealth can make a man lose his soul. 30% profit was enough to tempt people to take risks, not to mention several 100% profit, enough to abandon all reservations and go wild. Absolute benefits mean everything. Dao Gate doesn't count. What? Mount Braidingian has been exterminated by the Exorcism Bureau. Hiss. How long has it been? Not good. The Exorcism Bureau is waiting for our reply. Quickly, notify the elders and stewards, and immediately head to the County Exorcism Bureau. Our sect vows eternal allegiance to the Exorcism Bureau and Lord Su. Chapter 157. Cleansing Jedin Dao. Once the elite forces of Braidingluin Manor's Exorcism Bureau returned, news of the total annihilation of Braidingian Mountain spread throughout the entire Braidingluin commandery like lightning. The major sects and powers within Braidingluin commandery, which had been in a state of watchful waiting, were now shaken. Patriarchs and leaders hurriedly led their high-ranking members towards the exorcism bureaus in various counties, fearing that if they delayed, they might be purged by the exorcism bureau themselves. Even Braidingian Mountain, the paramount Taoist power in Braidingluin Manor, had met its end at the hands of a certain person. What more could be said about smaller sects defended only by Grays harbored additional true demon dragons? Besides these, powerful subordinate races such as the Turtle and Whale clans also possessed considerable strength, each having true demons guarding them, with some outstanding members reaching the true monarch level. The entire aquatic race of Tianyang Lake boasted 16 true monarchs and over 300 true demons. Combined with their geographical advantages and accumulated power, they could stand a chance even against the weakest first-rank primordial monarch. Unfortunately for these long serpents, they've encountered this official, Fergus mused, a cold smile curving his lips. In the next second, Bo's ethereal spirit avatar's spiritual sense trembled, shattering the souls of most aquatic demons in Tianyang Lake's Dragon Palace, including the old 9th rank true monarch dragon, silently severing their lives. Reclaim. With a light command, all the true demons and treasured heavenly materials within Tianyang Lake were absorbed into the Azure Dragon King's innate Dragon Pearl. Fortunately, before acting, he had used the 3rd rank true monarch Dragon Pearl and integrated numerous true demon pearls from the braiding Shui Lake dragons to create a miniature secret realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have accommodated so much. As for the corpses of lesser aquatic races below the true realm, Fergus left them scattered across Tianyang Lake for ordinary aquatic races without developed intellect to feast on. With these corpses as nourishment, it wouldn't be long before Tianyang Lake produced a large number of intelligent demon soldiers, allowing him to reap another harvest. He really did have to care for these leaks. About an hour later, Fergus's 9 ethereal spirit avatars toured the 13 tributaries of Tianyang Lake, gathering all the true demons and precious treasures found there. The remaining demon generals, commanders, and soldiers were dispersed across the tributaries for the water races to consume. Next stop, White Tiger Mountain. Even a background-less true monarch force dared to imitate the dragons by advocating for other demons, truly asking for death. He planned to take their white tiger blood to enhance his natural talents and raise a few baby white tigers. Since his arrival, he had eaten many Rujiamo but never tasted white tigers. He wondered how different the white tigers on White Tiger Mountain would be compared to what he imagined. White Tiger Range stretched nearly 8,000 miles, being the first range in the northwest of Jed-in Dao and a forbidden area in the hearts of countless humans due to its vast population of demons. Even immortal realm experts risked near-certain death venturing deep into it. White Tiger Peak, the highest peak in the range, rose 3,800 feet steeply into the sky. It was where the rulers of the million demons, the White Tiger clan, resided. A spatial portal formed high above White Tiger Peak, distorting and cracking open. Bo, one of Fergus's ethereal spirit avatars, stepped out. With a stir of spiritual sense, the entire White Tiger Range came under his control. Where are those Black Heaven sect true monarchs? Fergus frowned, having scoured Jed-in Dao. While many Black Heaven sect disciples were slain, the strongest were only 2 9th rank recluses. No sign of any true monarchs. Did they get advance warning and flee, or happen to be absent? Well, consider them lucky. After another brief interval, swoosh, a figure descended from the sky, appearing over Bray Dingluan Peak, quickly tearing through the crystal barrier to enter the Bray Dingluan secret realm. 10 true monarch dragons, 36 pure-blooded dragons, 8 true monarch hybrid white tigers, along with various treasures to elevate my bone essence. To what level can I raise my treasure bone? To 8th or 9th rank, or break the limits and forge a spirit bone? Whisper. Within a day, both Tianyang Lake, Dragon Palace, and the myriad demons of White Tiger Mountain were wiped out. Just what lineage of a primordial monarch caused this? Hashtag Chapter 158. First Class Supreme Spirit Bone. Jed-in Dao, Jed-in Main City, Dao Demon Suppression Bureau. Holding the confidential letter in his hand, the 4-clawed golden dragon envoy Finwick couldn't help but draw a cold breath. The Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace and the White Tiger Mountain were among the top demonic forces of their Jed-in Dao, arguably ranking 1st and 2nd. Just the true monarch-level demons alone numbered more than 20, their strength surpassing even that of the Jed-in Dao Demon Suppression Bureau. He never imagined that within a single day, these forces would be completely wiped out, not even a single minor demon left behind. Apart from those primeval xiuxian legacies standing at the pinnacle of Mingfeng Prefecture, no true monarch-level force had such power. Could it be? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Finwick as he thought of one faction. Within Mingfeng Prefecture, local xiuxian legacies would basically have no reason to attack the Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace or the White Tiger Mountain. As for the White Tiger Mountain, it didn't have any major backing. But the Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace was supported by the Tianlan River Dragon Palace. For the sake of the Tianlan River Dragon Palace, other xiuxian legacies could at most kill some dragon princes and princesses of the Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace. They wouldn't dare exterminate the entire clan. Only external major forces with no constraints in Mingfeng Prefecture could act so brazenly. Currently, there was just such a xiuxian descendant within their Jed-in Dao who coincidentally harbored enmity towards the dragons. This incident was likely the work of Fergus's background sect, the Mystic Sect. He couldn't believe that there could be so many coincidences in this world. River Dragon Palace will not let this go. A mighty dragon can't bully the local snake. The Shinmen sect may not be able to fully protect Fergus. Among the 13 xiuxian forces outside the Mingfeng Prefecture government, the Tianlan River Dragon Palace ranks 3rd, far surpassing even the Prefecture Demon Suppression Bureau. Only a united front with the Prefecture government and military could barely match it. Its strength was far beyond ordinary xiuxian legacies. Bray Dingluan Mansion, Bray Dingluan Secret Realm. Drip. As a drop of golden blood landed on the talent disc, a golden beam of divine light shot up rapidly. Teams of patrol squads composed of Demon General rank shrimp soldiers and crab warriors, led by high-ranking Demon General Nightfork patrols, patrolled around the Dragon Palace. At the entrance of the Dragon Palace, 2 great whale strongmen, true Demon Realm demons, guarded the gate, showcasing the strength of the Tianlan River Dragon Palace. Inside the Dragon Palace, the Tianlan River Dragon King, crowned with a crystal dragon king crown and draped in a black dragon robe, sat upon a crystal throne. His face was livid, exuding murderous intent, with a terrifying dragon aura enveloping the crystal palace, causing surrounding water clans to kneel in fear. The Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace ranked among the top 10 large dragon palaces of the Mingfeng Prefecture Dragon Clan, belonging to the same black dragon lineage as them, being closely related to the Tianlan River line. Now, it had been upper echelon of first-rank spirit bones, and not even considered weak among them. Next, I'll aim to break through to the heavenly monarch realm. Chapter 159. Entering the Dao Celestial Lord. Current martial arts mastery. Yin Yang Unity Profound Art. 8th rank Profound Art. 8th level Perfection. Injectable. Void Shattering. 8th rank lesser divine ability perfection, injectable. 9 illusions, 8th rank lesser divine ability perfection, injectable. Heavenly derivation, 8th rank lesser divine ability perfection, injectable. Current androphespin, 9,102 years. Current injectable androphespin, 1.37568 billion years. These days, Jeremiah and the others haven't been slacking off. Fergus nodded satisfactorily as he looked at the simple attribute panel. Before his seclusion, after reaping from the Tai'an Lake aquatic race and the Baihu Mountain 10,000 demons, he barely gained over 300 million years of lifespan. In just these 7 days, they had accumulated more than 1 billion years of lifespan, averaging over 150 million years per day. With the submission of various sects within the Great Kang Mansion territory and the influx of numerous powerful individuals into the Demon Suppression Bureau, the efficiency of these tools increased significantly. Of course, reaping this wave of lives was nearing its peak. The demons and evils in the 9 prefectures of Great Kang Mansion were virtually cleared out. The 2 true demon forces, Yunmeng Ridge and Andrian King Mountain, had also been eradicated. There were only a few scattered demons left, making it hard to even gain a million years of lifespan daily now. Since yesterday, the number of demons harvested had dropped sharply, not even reaching a third of what it was the day before. Otherwise, the average gain would have been around 20 million years. Fergus wasn't overly concerned about this. Everything was within his expectations. With the 9 prefectures of Great Kang Mansion now clear of demons, the next step was to expand into the neighboring Xuanhuan Mansion and Ibinluan Mansion areas. The Great Kang Dynasty comprised 81 provinces, and their Mingfeng province alone, a low-tier province, had 6 roads and 42 prefectures. Great Kang Mansion was merely one among them, insignificant in comparison. Now, breaking through was the priority. He had long anticipated becoming a Dao Celestial Lord. Continuing to comprehend the Yin-Yang Unity Profound Art, after 300 years, you will achieve another breakthrough in the Yin-Yang principles, successfully comprehending the 9th level of the Yin-Yang Unity Profound Art. Indeed worthy of being a spiritual bone. Only 300 years, and I've mastered the 9th level. Fergus felt a tremor in his heart. Although he knew that of first rank years, the small completion of the 8th rank lesser divine ability. After 1,230 years, the major completion of the 8th rank lesser divine ability. After 4,923 years, the perfection of the 8th rank lesser divine ability. All preparations are complete. It's time to break through to the Celestial Lord realm. Continuing to comprehend the Yin-Yang Unity Profound Art, after 1,500 years, you successfully understand a strand of Yin-Yang Dao essence, comprehending the Yin-Yang entering Dao scripture. Beginning to cultivate the Yin-Yang entering Dao scripture, after 48,000 years, you understand one part of Yin-Yang Dao essence, merging your soul with the primordial Dan, achieving the preliminary stage of the Yin-Yang entering Dao scripture. Boom! Instantly, the center of the expanded purple mansion realm, which spanned 1,000 square miles, emitted a horrifying suction force from the Yin-Yang primordial Dan, a celestial-like sphere over 100 miles in diameter, pulling Fergus's soul inside. Countless Yin-Yang profundities merged into Fergus's soul, and purple Yin-Yang Dao patterns appeared on the surface of the Yin-Yang primordial Dan. Almost simultaneously, Fergus's Yin-Yang mystic body underwent a qualitative transformation, emitting myriad beams of divine light, resembling an incarnation of the Dao. At this moment, if someone proficient in the Yin-Yang path were nearby watching his breakthrough, they would instantly fall into a state of enlightenment, greatly enhancing their cultivation. Nearly 2 hours passed. The Yin-Yang mystic lights around Fergus gradually dissipated, and his cultivation stabilized at the preliminary stage of the first rank Celestial Lord. In the next moment, boom! 2 streams of Yin-Yang mystic light flashed from his eyes, shattering the crystalline space walls like mirrors wherever they passed, forming a spatial crack nearly 10 feet long. Terrifying. At this point, anyone standing before Fergus below the rank of upper 3rd tier Essence Lord without a 7th rank or higher mystic weapon for protection would be instantly reduced to dust, both body and soul. Mystic weapons, ranking above divine weapons, were the tools of Essence Lords and above. Andric divine weapons, mystic weapons were divided into 9 ranks, with 9th rank being the lowest and 1st rank the highest. Celestial Lord, Essence Lord. Indeed 2 different dimensions. The gap between these 2 realms was greater than that between Essence Lords and True Lords. The transformed Yin-Yang mystic body alone could easily obliterate his pre-breakthrough self, while mastering the Yin-Yang Dao turned his internal Yin-Yang essence into Yin-Yang Dao power, increasing its might by not just 10-fold or 100-fold but thousands of times when combined. If we place this context into a past life novel, Essence Lords would represent the little monk Jalen from Fulong Temple, the little dragon from Tianyang Lake, and the little cat Ebony from Baihu Mountain were all captured by the Path Protector beside Fergus. It seems Sylvia's guess was right. Fergus's backing sect has destroyed the Baihu Mountain and Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace. These young people nowadays are truly bold and reckless. In less than 3 months, they've provoked 5 top-tier powers, the Taoist sect, Buddhist sect, Dragon Clan, Black Heaven sect, and Blood Hidden Tower. And Dreddleswa, quickly find your lord. We can't keep it hidden at the Provincial Demon Suppression Bureau for much longer. He must return to Mingfeng City with me before the old eels of the Tianlan River notice him. Otherwise, your lord might not survive. Chapter 160. Set a small goal first. You continue to comprehend the Yin-Yang Dao Sutra, and after 13,582 years, you advance further in the Yin-Yang path, reaching the 5th level of comprehension. After 650,000 years, you successfully grasp the 4th level essence of dividing Yin-Yang Dao, thus entering the 5th layer of the Yin-Yang Dao Sutra. Time flies. It had already been 5 days since Fergus emerged from his seclusion, where he broke through his cultivation barrier. Not only did his cultivation level soar to the 5th rank Celestial Lord realm, but his lesser marvel, Manifestation Heaven, also successfully ascended to the 4th rank Intermediate marvel. It is already quite remarkable. To directly break through to True King indeed, that's too ambitious. Even carefully crafted Dao grounds by the likes of Julian might not have the qualifications to support such a breakthrough. After all, Xulian was merely an upper third-rank celestial lord. Next, I can only hope for help from those few forces. In Mingfeng Prefecture, there are many secret realms within secluded spaces. Some prestigious true realm legacies possess their own small secret realms, but very few surpass the Azure Phoenix secret realm. Only a few, like Braiding Shao Mountain, Taining Zen Temple, and Tianlan River Dragon Palace, supported by top-tier Decay Dynasty forces, might have potential. Why not start with Tianlan River Dragon Palace first? Fergus felt a bit excited. As one of the top 3 powers in Mingfeng Prefecture, its secret realm wouldn't disappoint. Additionally, enhancing his talent could progress through the dragon's influence. The Tianyang Lake Dragon race helped him cast his spirit bones, and as the foremost dragons of Mingfeng Prefecture, the Tianlan River Dragon race was tenfold stronger than the Tianyang Lake Dragons. Defeating them would undoubtedly boost his talent significantly, possibly achieving an upper third-rank spirit bone. With my current cultivation, finding any match in Mingfeng Prefecture should be unlikely. Indeed, my consecutive breakthroughs have somewhat inflated my sense of invincibility. I forgot where I'm advancing from. Only when truly approaching that level did he realize the depth of Decay Dynasty's power. Even if Mingfeng Prefecture was just one of the 42 lower prefectures, it wasn't as simple as it appeared. Another Xulian could easily appear. In Tianlan River Dragon Palace, formidable beings comparable to Xulian might lurk. From the collapse of the Great Peace Dynasty until now, only around 6,000 years have passed. To immortals and celestial lords, this period is extremely long, enough for several lifespans. However, for entering Dao celestial lords, it's not much. Fergus, as a 5th-rank celestial lord, has a lifespan exceeding 17,000 years, and those demon lords and devil lords have lifespans 10 times longer. 6,000 years are mere fractions of their lifespans. Tianlan River Dragon Palace must be acted upon, but before then, I must be fully prepared. First, let's set a small goal, advancing my 3 marvels to 9th-rank intermediate marvel. By then, even if an upper 3rd-rank celestial lord hides within Tianlan River Dragon Palace, I can handle it calmly. No, safety first. Let's advance to greater marvels before taking action. Regardless, consuming resources for enhancing marvels is far less taxing than breaking through cultivation levels. With nearly 1.36 billion years at my disposal, it's entirely feasible. Now, I'll push my cultivation to the maximum the Azure Phoenix secret realm can bear. You continue to practice the Yin-Yang Dao Sutra, and after 800,000 years, you successfully grasp the 3rd level essence of dividing Yin-Yang Dao, reaching a minor achievement at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang Dao Sutra. Azure Phoenix Mansion City, Magistrate Demon Suppression Office. Wearing a white robe, Mingfeng Prefecture's purple 3-clawed dragon envoy Delfino frowned, as he looked at the confidential letter in his hand and impatiently asked, Ardell, it's almost been 5 days, still no news from your master? The Prefecture Magistrate Demon Suppression Office can't hide it for much longer. At most, a few more days, and the Tianlan River Dragon Palace will know about Fergus. Also, the Braidingian Mountain incident won't remain hidden for long. If we can't find Fergus soon, the consequences will be dire. Even with a Primordial Lord protecting Fergus and adding my own 3rd-rank Primordial Lord strength, we don't have much confidence in keeping him safe. Braiding Shao Mountain's Dao Gate is no less formidable than Tianlan River Dragon Palace. Then there's Buddhism's Black Sky Sect and Blood Concealment Tower. I really don't know what to say. I've seen people who get into trouble, but not ones like this. In less than 3 months, at the edge of the altar, 36 cloaked figures sat, emanating dense demonic aura obscuring their appearances. Each person exuded power surpassing even Celestial Horn Dragon King, a 4th-rank perfect true lord. The 4 frontmost figures, each emitting power that even Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace's 9th-rank true lord Old Dragon couldn't match, were clearly 4 primordial lords. Offer the sacrifices. Suddenly, the most terrifying of the 4 primordial lords spoke. The next moment, numerous cloaked figures took out corpses from their bags. 1 human, 1 demon, 1 ghost. None weak in life. Weakest being true persons and the strongest emitting power nearly matching the 4 primordial lords. A primordial lord corpse, as one corpse after another was placed upon the altar. Large amounts of strong blood flowed down and merged into the altar. Boom. A terrifyingly sinister energy that made even a primordial lord's heart tremble rose from beneath the altar, as if some world-defying great demon was awakening from its slumber. Chapter 161. Gracious Declination. After diligently cultivating the Yin-Yang Entering Dao Sutra for 2.7 million years, you have successfully comprehended the 6th layer of Yin-Yang Dao essence, achieving perfection in James from the State Exorcist Bureau had been anxiously waiting. Though Fergus had been in seclusion within the secret realm, he was not oblivious to external affairs. His 9 ethereal phantom avatars were guarding outside the secret realm, keeping watch over the entrance. The arrival of a 3rd-grade election lord at their commandery exorcist office could not escape the notice of the ethereal phantom avatars. He also needed to make some arrangements at the exorcist bureau. After all these days, the demons and evil spirits in the 9 commanderies of Azure Phoenix Prefecture had been almost completely cleared out. Nowadays, daily captures barely amounted to a fraction of what they used to, sometimes not even totaling up to 1,000,000 years of lifespan in recent days combined. A few breaths later, Fergus donned his Horn Dragon exorcist robe again and stepped into the Azure Phoenix Commandery Exorcist Bureau. In one of the great halls of the Exorcist Bureau, James Sue's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not sensed at all how Fergus entered the bureau. This mystical gate has indeed some methods if it dares to provoke the 5 major powers so recklessly. In the next second, swoosh, James Sue's figure moved, instantly appearing before Fergus. Without preamble, he said, Fergus, this old man is the State Exorcist Bureau's 3-clawed purple dragon envoy James Sue. This is my official seal. By order of the Grand Commander, I am here to escort you back to the State Exor. Fergus to decline. After a brief pause, he frowned and said, Fergus, do you understand your current predicament? The Tianlan River Dragon Palace, Sky Peak Mountain, Heavenly Peace Zen Temple, Black Heaven Sect, and Blood Conceal Tower are not easy foes. Your backing from the mystical gate is unlikely to protect you. Now, While those major forces haven't arrived, you can still come with me. If you wait too long, it will be too late. Commissioner Bai, though those major forces are formidable, your subordinate is not afraid of their retaliation. Fergus declined again. If he faced an enemy he couldn't contend with, the State Exorcist Bureau would be useless. It's not just protection. I'd have to divert attention to safeguard them. How insolent this little Fergus is, James Su muttered, growing stern. Was he really not afraid? You think your backing from some unknown mystical gate can save you? Despite not knowing its exact origins, it couldn't be much stronger than several third-rate forces with a few upper third-grade election lords. Among the top-tier forces in Daxianga's 81 states, none was called Mystical Gate. If not for recognizing Fergus as a rare upright official in this decaying era, he wouldn't bother further, letting fate decide. Though spirit bone anomalies were rare, the State Exorcist Bureau had encountered them. Saving such a stubborn, how is this possible? This old man, a third-grade election lord, detected nothing. How could this junior know? Even if he concealed his true strength, at most, he could only be a lower third-grade true lord. Could it be that the election lord behind him relayed this information? This moment suited truth over deception. It seems the mystical gate values Fergus more than expected. Originally thinking that sending a second-grade election lord to guard Fergus was extreme, it exceeded expectations. To sense the approaching force earlier suggests a strength surpassing James Su, perhaps by more than one grade. Having a fifth-rank election lord guarding the way, this level of treatment is what even the young masters of many top-tier forces might receive. Not good, this aura. It's Heavenly Scorch, those two old guys, Heavenly Scorch and Heavenly Branding. Oh no, this aura. It's Chris and Thomas, those two old fellows. Having a fifth-rank election June protect the cultivation path, this treatment is not even afforded to many heirs of top-tier forces. Not good, this aura. It's Dev and Jeffrey, those two old guys. Note, Hudal typically implies guiding or protecting one on their cultivation journey. Depending on context, it has been interpreted here as providing protection and guidance in cultivation. Explanation provided for clarity on translation nuances, but not part of the translated text. Chapter 162, Battle of the Demon Lord. In Great Kang City, at the capital's Demon Suppression Bureau, Delfino's expression suddenly changed, fear lurking deep in his eyes. Dev and Elwyn were formidable figures from the Tai'an River Dragon Palace, each a 6th-rank demon lord with expertise in combined combat techniques. Together, they could match a 7th-rank celestial lord. Even a fight against them was no small feat. Although Fergus's companion, the protector of the mystic sect, had powers beyond his expectations, it was still far from enough to handle these two old men, let alone defeat them. Fergus, hurry. Have that fellow Taoist take you away. Dev and Elwyn are not someone he can handle. With that, Delfino moved swiftly, escaping directly towards the city outskirts. Giving Fergus this warning was already more than what he owed him. Asking him to stay and help would have been unreasonable. Dev and Elwyn were beyond his third-rank celestial lord capabilities. There was no question of him even qualifying for battle. A casual strike from either of those old men could severely injure or even kill him. As for the tens of millions of residents in Great Kang City, they could only rely on their own fate. He could hardly protect them when he couldn't protect himself. This old man is really decisive. Fergus's lips curled in disdain. Just moments ago, the old man was trying to persuade him to return together, but at the first sign of danger, he ran faster than a rabbit. The old man's facelessness was unparalleled. However, Fergus wasn't particularly angry. He and Delfino didn't share any intimate relationship. They had only met today. At most, they were colleagues. Helping him was a favor, not an obligation. In his place, Fergus might have run even faster. Why doesn't he leave? Could it be he can't bear the city civilians getting involved? What a rare good official. Too bad he's a bit too rigid. What use will staying behind do? The only result would be losing his own life. It was better to leave immediately, drawing the two old men away and giving himself a chance while also providing a sliver of hope for the civilians. Who among the city's residents could survive this battle? A struggle between celestial lords generated shockwaves that even true lords found difficult to withstand, let alone ordinary civilians. Just then, a sharp crack sounded as the space above Great Kang City twisted and cracked, revealing a rift several miles long. Ah, everyone, look up. What is that? Countless residents gazed upward in horror. Dong. Space quaked as two towering figures, clad in dragon robes, crowned, and with dragon heads, stepped out from the rift amidst everyone's attention. Eben. In an instant, a terrifying dragon aura intently at Venerable Arsene, his expression unusually solemn. Sweat trickled down his brow. With his 6th-rank perfect demon lord cultivation, he couldn't discern how this person appeared before them. This individual's cultivation must be far above theirs, likely a 7th-rank celestial lord. Though they could challenge a human 7th-rank celestial lord, it was only the weaker ones. Higher cultivation levels made transcending ranks harder, especially at the celestial lord stage where each possessed exceptional talent, usually upper third-tier bone quality or better. Their physical advantages as dragons became less significant. I am the venerable protector of the mystic sect, Arsene. Prepared to shock the indigenous forces of Mingfeng province, Fergus revealed himself. Otherwise, these two old mudfish wouldn't have survived long after entering Great Kang Prefecture, having been quietly dealt with already. See. So it's Master Arsene. Inside the city's Demon Suppression Bureau, Arnie drew a cold breath. Over recent days, he had communicated with Jeremiah, a 2nd-rank true lord, broadening his horizons. Someone who could tear through space had to be at least a true lord level. Master Arsene, capable of conversing equally with the two old dragons, was undoubtedly at that tier. Venerable Arsene, were you responsible for the massacre of our Tianyang Lake Dragon Clan? Chapter 163. The Terrifying Profound Sect. Venerable Arsene impatiently glanced at the two dragon kings, Dev, and Balthazar, before sending a name out coldly, unwilling to waste more time on them. His tone was indifferent, as if he were merely stating a fact, showing no regard for the two dragon kings. After all, they were merely insignificant sixth-stage demon lord ants who could have been easily taken down even before his seclusion for breakthrough. Now, having advanced to the sixth stage of celestial lord, it would be even easier. The cultivation and strength of these spiritual illusory bodies rose accordingly, capable of rivaling the power of a sixth-stage celestial lord. This was the terrifying nature of mystic abilities, unlike true methods or secret manuals that became inadequate once a martial artist's cultivation soared. But to the ears of the brothers Dev and Balthazar, Venerable Arsene's words were like a fuse igniting gunpowder, setting off their fury instantly. "You insolent brat, Arsene!" Since they had become demon lords, they had never endured such humiliation. Who could say whether a seventh-stage celestial lord was superior to the two brothers? It was not yet determined. Boom! A terrifying killing intent surged forth like a mountain flood, crazily flooding their hearts. In an instant, over thousands of miles, the sky darkened, lightning flashed, thunder roared, resembling the arrival of doomsday. Noise possibly be less than fifth-stage celestial lord, most likely sixth or upper three stages. As mere uncle to the current master of Su Manor, what might the senior masters be like? Could the profound sect be a top-tier sect rumored to have a celestial lord as guardian? Maybe becoming the general manager of Su Manor wasn't such a bad thing after all. Of course, the most stunned was Delfino, now miles away. He knew well the strength of Dragon Kings Balthazar and Dev. Even the governor who had reached 8th stage Celestial Lord didn't claim such easy victory over them. Even if Venerable Arsene of the Profound Sect wasn't a 9th stage Celestial Lord, he had to be among the best in the 8th stage. Just one of the sect's guardians, what might the elders, sect leader, grand elders, or patriarchs be like? Celestial Lords, or even true emperors? No wonder Master Fergus dared to offend 5 major powers at once. It wasn't due to recklessness but confidence. Yet, why had there been no prior information on this profound sect? As ancient lineages passed down for millennia, with the Anti-Demon Bureau's extensive network across the 81 states of Great Kang Dynasty, it seemed strange for this sect to remain unknown. Perhaps some ancient hidden great sect from the primordial era, or perhaps from outside Great Kang. Regardless, it struck deep fear into him for missing a chance to align himself closely with the profound sect. Lord Eben, there's no need for such formalities. However, I have a request. Sir Su, please speak. This old man will do his utmost. Upon hearing this, Delfino stopped insisting. Since Fergus was willing to ask him for help, it clearly meant he didn't care much about the previous incident as he had said. Now, the demons and monsters in the 9 counties of Bray-Dingluan Prefecture have been completely cleared by our Demon Suppression Bureau. I hope that our Bray-Dingluan Prefecture Demon Suppression Guards can enter the other 5 prefectures of Jedin Dao to support our colleagues and purge the remaining demons. Sir Su is truly dedicated to the people. This old man admires you and will fully support your efforts. Rest assured, I'll take care of this matter. Delfino patted his chest, guaranteeing it. For him, as a 3-clawed purple dragon envoy, this was just a trivial matter, resolved with a mere word. This opportunity to reconnect with the profound sect must not be missed again. Just providing support for the cleansing isn't enough. Fenwick has served as the top official in Jedin Dao for many years, working diligently. It's time he was transferred back to the Provincial Demon Suppression Bureau to enjoy some well-deserved rest. The translated text maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 164. Advancement to 4-clawed Golden Dragon Envoy. In the capital city of Bray-Dingluan, at the Demon Suppression Workshop, Su Manor stood grandly. Despite being referred to as a manor, it resembled more of a small city. Did not outright reject these women due to their family's contributions. He remained distant, treating them merely as ordinary servants. Only Emery, who had been with him from the start, enjoyed a slightly closer relationship. He found no interest in any other woman engaging in intimate activities. For now, these women, none of whom surpassed 5th rank bone tempering, had long lost the qualification to serve him in such ways. As a 6th rank celestial lord, even consensual acts held potential mortal danger. Su Manor, back courtyard. After a brief conversation with Delfino, Fergus hurried back to Su Manor. 2 more primordial lords awaited his absorption and refinement. He couldn't afford to waste time. Whoosh! A green light flashed, and a basketball-sized gem appeared in his hand. This was his Dragon Pearl secret realm, created using the Dragon Pearls of Tianyang Lakes and Bray-Dingshui Lakes true dragons, combined with various treasures, forming a portable secret realm. Though not comparable to the Bray-Dingluan secret realm, it far exceeded most small realms, spanning 3,000 miles, nearly the size of a county. The realm contained mountains, plains, rivers, lakes, and celestial bodies, almost qualifying as a miniature world. One could see mussel girls, dragon girls, snail girls, playing in the waters, and tiger girls, leopard girls, cat girls, roaming the wilderness. Each one was exceptionally beautiful in soul. Soon, Dev's eyes dulled. After 15 minutes, Fergus felt a newfound gravity. Indeed, the Bray-Dingluan Demon Suppression Office and Tianyang Lake Dragons knew nothing about the true power of the Tianlan River Dragon Palace. Given that there was a high-ranking celestial lord in Mingfeng Prefecture, this Tianlan River Dragon Palace surely had its share of powerful beings. Apart from these demon lords, there lay an ancient ancestor deep within their ancestral land, the source of the Tianlan River Dragon's bloodline. Even Dev and Elwyn, both 6th-rank primordial lords, did not know his exact strength, only that 2 millennia ago, he had once slain a 4th-rank celestial lord with a single stroke. Thank goodness I didn't act rashly, Fergus thought. To subdue a 4th-rank celestial lord with ease, this black dragon must be at least a 6th-rank celestial lord, possibly even stronger when considering his advantages. Facing such power, even with all 9 spirit phantom avatars, Fergus's chances of victory were slim. If this black dragon were an upper 3rd-rank celestial lord, even Fergus himself could be in danger. Phew. Calming himself, Fergus's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Now comes the main event, two 6th rank primordial lords pure blood dragons. How much will my innate talent improve? Whoosh. A flick of his finger sent a blade of energy-piercing dev scales, ready in context. Hashtag chapter 165, 3rd class superior spirit bone. Hashtag Dragon Pearl Mystic Realm, Andre Ming Dragon Palace, Black Dragon Hall. Drip. A drop of golden blood fell onto the talent plate. The next second, boom. Golden talent divine light shot up rapidly, surpassing 2 zhong in a blink and quickly advancing toward 3 zhong. Great. It has surpassed 3 zhong. Fergus slapped his thigh and cheered. 3 zhong 2 chi 8 xiuxian. Not bad. Only 5 xiuxian away from 3rd class medium spirit bone. This result exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought that those 2 old loaches could only help him improve to a 2nd class superior spirit bone. To his surprise, it was nearly at a 3rd class medium level. Next, breaking through to 3rd class medium spirit bone should not be difficult. With luck, if the talent divine light breaks through to 3 zhong 7 chi, achieving 3rd class superior spirit bone is not impossible. Those 2 old loaches provided not just dragon blood, but also an abundance of resources. Being 6th rank demon lords who had lived for thousands of years, the 2 dragon kings had immense wealth. Even carrying only a part of their treasures with them, it far exceeded what he had accumulated after all these days. Moreover, compared to the true inheritance from Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace or Great Kang Mountain, the 2 old dragons' collections were much more high-end, including a large number of spirit medicines. Whoosh! A beam of treasure light flashed, revealing a phoenix stone formed by the essence of a 3rd class primordial lord Great Kang Jed's heart in Fergus's hand. With a bang, the phoenix stone shattered, and a majestic phoenix cry echoed through the dragon palace. A towering green phoenix shadow appeared above Fergus, with layers of golden blood mist descending and enveloping his entire body. Hashtag Tai'an River Dragon Palace. Tai'an Alexei, the Dragon King of Tai'an River, sat on his crystal throne with a grim expression, frightening all the officials and royal descendants below into silence, afraid they might offend their majesty, father, unintentionally. Xianmen, Venerable Norbert. Each word was filled with murderous intent, as if he wished to devour their flesh and drink their blood. Every demon lord was the foundation of the Tai'an River Dragon Palace. Losing 2 6th-rank demon lords in one blow was unprecedented since the founding of the Great Kang Dynasty by its first emperor. The Tai'an River Dragon clan had never suffered such a significant loss. This enmity could not be shared under the same sky. It must not be let go unpunished. Follow this king to the ancestral land and seek an audience with the patriarch. Hashtag Phoenix Wing Dao. Mingfeng Province's 6 paths, ranked second only behind Phoenix Cry Dao. In the eastern part of Phoenix Wing Dao stood a towering mountain, reaching 4,800 zhong in height, stretching north-south for over 100,000 miles, traversing the lands of 3 prefectures in the eastern part of Phoenix Wing Dao. Great Kang Mountain, one of the 10 spiritual mountains of Mingfeng Province, was the ancestral seat of the Great Kang sect, the leader of Taoism in Mingfeng Province. Great Kang Mystic Realm, the first mystical realm within Great Kang Mountain, was where the ancestral masters of the Great Kang sect practiced and cultivated. It was the source of the Great Kang sect's profound strength. At the center of the Great Kang mystic realm, within an ancient grand hall, 8 venerable Taoists with youthful faces despite their white hair sat on cushions, their aura immensely powerful, even surpassing the 9th-rank true lord of Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace. 2 of them were even stronger than the 2 dragon kings, Chris and Tianjing. These 8 were precisely the 8 ancestral masters of the Great Kang sect. At this moment, the faces of the 8 ancestral masters were solemn, most of them still bearing a hint of fear. Fortunately, they received news about the fall of Great Kang Mountain to Fergus late, otherwise, they would have faced similar misfortune. Even Chris and Tianjing fell to that Xianmen Venerable Norbert. If it had been them, the outcome would not have been much different. Among them, perhaps only 5th-generation ancestral master Andrengsu, a 9th-rank primordial lord, could contend with him. Do not act rashly until we fully understand Xuanmen's true strength. Ancestral master Andrengsu, seated at the head of the assembly, wearing a black Taoist robe, said after a moment of silence. Let the Tai'an River Dragon Palace battle Xianmen first to explore their limits. Yes, ancestral master. Hashtag one day later. Dragon Pearl Mystic Realm, Andre Ming Dragon Palace, Black Dragon Hall. Boom. Brilliant talent divine light rose again from the center of the talent plate. After one day, Fergus finally absorbed all the heavenly materials for enhancing talent from the 2 old Dragon Kings collections. 3 zhong 8 chi 6 xiuxian, 3rd class superior spirit bone. Excellent. Excellent. Fergus's face showed excitement. This talent ranked among the rarest in all of Mingfeng Province's younger generation. As long as he did not perish prematurely, he would at least achieve 6th rank primordial lord status in the future, and even aspire to become a heavenly lord. I wonder how many years of life force are needed to break through to 7th rank heavenly lord? Unfortunately, there was no suit hashtag at the border between Phoenix Wing Dao and Phoenix Head Dao. There lay a pure land, roughly half the size of a minor county, adorned with countless temples, chanting faintly and radiating brilliant Buddha light. Glorious Pure Land was the holy sanctuary in the hearts of countless monks in Mingfeng Province, created by Venerable Tianning, the founder of Tianning Chan Temple. At the center of the Pure Land, Tianning Chan Temple, the current presiding Bodhisattva, Zhenru Bodhisattva, had a gloomy expression. What a remarkable Xianmen protector, able to easily defeat the 2 dragon lords Tianjing and Chris alone. His cultivation must already rival that of a 9th-rank Bodhisattva. No wonder Fergus dared to be so audacious, destroying our Buddhist Arhat inheritance. Suddenly, Zhenru Bodhisattva seemed to think of something terrible, his expression drastically changing. No good, Uncle Miaoxin is in danger. Chapter 166, Great Divine Power. The next morning, at dawn, in the Dragon Pearl Realm, Andre Ming's palace, Tian Andre Ming's bedroom, Fergus left the exhausted dragon maidens behind and strolled out of the palace with a clear mind and refreshed spirit. This was the most enjoyable time he had since breaking through to the true realm. Dragon maidens were indeed the queens of the water. Each one was refreshingly alluring, and if given 3 days and nights. After a hearty meal to replenish last night's exhaustion, Fergus headed towards the Demon Suppression Bureau. Half a tea time later, in Great Kang Manor's Demon Suppression Bureau, Kaidini Long Hall, Fergus and James she sat facing each other. In Fergus's hand was an appointment document. This commander of Mingfeng State is generous, Fergus noted with surprise while looking at the document. Initially, he thought being promoted by 2 ranks to Quail Dragon Envoy would be impressive. Yet, unexpectedly, he received a 4-rank promotion, becoming a 4-clawed Golden Dragon Envoy. Only 4th-rank True Lords were qualified for such a position. Moreover, not every 4-clawed Golden Dragon Envoy could command a regional bureau. Mingfeng State had 6 major regions, plus the capital, Yunmeng region controlled by Commander Arno, leaving only 5 available positions. Even 5-clawed Golden Dragon Envoys outnumbered the positions. Fenwick owed his current position more to family background than merit. Shi family was among the elite families of the Mingfeng State Demon Suppression Bureau, with Fenwick's grandfather, like James Shi, being a 3-clawed Purple Dragon Envoy. Lord Bai, your great kindness needs no thanks. I will repay you in due time. Fergus expressed gratitude without hesitation. He didn't intervene publicly for anything less significant. Commander Demon Suppression Bureau. Inform the heads of Ibinluan, Xuanhuan, Kaidanluan, and Bingluan prefectures to report to the bureau tomorrow at noon. Is young master now a 4-clawed Golden Dragon Envoy commanding Jedin Dao? Yes, Zhua, please go immediately. Of course, young master. The middle stage divine power finally reached its peak, Fergus mused after a moment. Next, the great divine power. This was a power reserved for true kings. I will continue infusing the middle stage divine power. You shall continue comprehending the 9th rank middle stage divine power. After 30,000 years, your causality Dao advances significantly, transforming 9th rank middle stage divine power into 1st rank great divine power, Heaven's Glimpse. After 50,000 years, you achieve proficiency in 1st rank great divine power, Heaven's Glimpse. Great divine power is indeed unparalleled. Enhancements in covering or predicting outcomes were substantial. With ease, he could foresee the destiny of any true person. This causality line. Suddenly, a trace of astonishment flashed in Fergus's eyes. A bodhisattva from the Buddhist order is hiding openly in Great Kang City. Had it not been for the advancement in causality Dao, he would remain oblivious. Tai'an Zen Temple lives up to its reputation as the premier bald monk. At this point, a cold voice rang in Barrett's ears. Immediately after, an unparalleled mental force tore through his sea of consciousness, eroding his will. Moments later, these monks clearly haven't given up on plotting against me. In the hall of the Demon Suppression Bureau of Kaidanluan Town, Fergus's eyes narrowed, revealing a chilling killing intent. The news of the Arhat from Fulong Temple, dying at his hands, had reached Fulong Temple. They had reported his actions to Tianning Zen Temple, and this Miaoxin Bodhisattva was sent by Tianning Zen Temple to deal with him. However, when Miaoxin saw the venerable in blue robes overpower Heavenly Burn and Heavenly Scorched Dragon Kings, he abandoned his plans to confront Fergus directly and instead began gathering information for future conflicts with Fergus and the Xian sect. I'll remember this. Once I destroy the Tianlan River Dragon Palace, Tianning Zen Temple will be next. And don't forget Haitian sect and Blood Hidden Tower. He noted these debts carefully. No one who wronged him would escape. He was not a saint who repays kindness for grievances, nor does he know how to repay kindness. Next, let's see what the resources of Tianning Zen Temple are. 7 bodhisattvas, with the strongest being an 8th rank bodhisattva. Fergus was taken aback. This foundation exceeded his expectations. As a top power in Mingfeng province, he had thought Tianning Zen Temple would have a great bodhisattva hidden in the shadows like the Tianlan River Dragon clan. To his surprise, they didn't even have a 9th rank bodhisattva. He had overestimated them. Moreover, there were no signs of any bodhisattvas nearing the end of their lifespan using secret techniques to seal themselves as the temple's foundational support. In the next second, with a puff, Barrett's body crumbled into powder, dissipating within the temple. Swish! A ray of light flashed, and a sumeru bag landed in Fergus's hand. This bald monk isn't much in terms of cultivation, but he's quite wealthy. It contained about half of Heavenly Burn and Heavenly Scorched Dragon King's wealth. Indeed, whether in past or present lives, these monks were always rich beyond belief. The only downside was that there wasn't anything suitable for Fergus's use among the treasures. Storing the sumeru bag in the Dragon Pearl realm, Fergus flipped his right hand, and a large simplified history book appeared. This was written by an ancient dynasty 3,000 years ago, which lasted longer than the Daoan dynasty. Time flew, and one day passed. Jedin Dao, Jedin Main City, Dao Demon Suppression Bureau. Accompanied by the diligent senior officials of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Fergus entered the 4-clawed Golden Dragon Envoy Hall. He had expected some resistance from the 3-clawed Golden Dragon envoys, preparing to unleash a massacre if necessary. But everyone was unexpectedly docile, giving him no chance to strike. Forget it. Fergus scanned the group of immortals and true monarchs below him. Given the situation, he put aside his plans to instill fear. There was no point in deliberately seeking someone to punish. As you all know, I have certain methods of operation. As members of the Demon Suppression Bureau, we must remember our mission to uphold justice and protect human peace. From today onward, the 6 bureaus of Jedin Dao will act together to cleanse the area of demons. Anyone who dares to resist will face my retribution. Furthermore, inform the major sects and families in the 5 regions to dispatch half of their experts to join us in 3 days. Any disobedience will be met with severe punishment. Yes, Lord, we obey your orders. The high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Bureau responded respectfully. All this was within their expectations. Good, that's all I need to say. Dismissed. Yes, Lord. Soon, Fergus's orders spread quickly across Jedin, Xuanhuan, Red Phoenix, Ice Phoenix, and Fire Phoenix cities, causing many clans and sects to react strongly. Fergus, you're too arrogant. Do you think our Jedine Dao is some subordinate to Great Kang Dynasty? I'd rather die. Dave, Briggs, and the remaining 6 bodhisattvas sat on lotus thrones. It's been 4 days, and xiuxian still has no news. Most likely, he fell to the hands of the venerable in blue robes. Briggs, sitting in the main seat and draped in brocade robes with radiant Buddha light around him, looked grim, his eyes filled with killing intent. Since founding Tai'an Zen Temple, he had only trained 6 bodhisattvas, each a pillar of strength for the temple. David, the Shin sect is formidable. I must visit Mount Sumaru to meet our Buddha. In my absence, do not provoke Fergus. Note: the names provided in pinyin are consistent with the original text, such as Fergus, Barrett, etc., maintaining the correct English representation of Chinese characters. Chapter 168. The Annihilation of Tianlan River Dragon Palace. In the Dragon Pearl Realm, Andre Ming's Dragon Palace, in the Black Dragon Hall, you continue to cultivate the first-class grand skill Andring Kaidinan. After 2.68 million years, the first-class grand skill Andring Kaidinan has reached perfection. Great. As expected of a first-class grand skill. Now, even if a true king wishes to annihilate this official, it won't be as easy. Fergus was visibly excited. After more than 3 days, he finally advanced the lesser skill 9 illusions to a first-class grand skill. Not only did his spirit phantom increase from 27 figures, but the distance between his main pieces of it, a totally different concept. Moreover, this was merely his casual glance, not even utilizing a fraction of Void Breaking's true power. Once fully unleashed, no one below a true king would likely last a single move against him. All preparations are in place. It's time to make my move on the Tianlan River Dragon Palace. With the grand skill Andring Kaidinan at his disposal, even if the old coiled dragon Josiah were actually an ancient fiend king far exceeding his expectations, it would be difficult for him to truly endanger Fergus. The area within a million miles was almost half the size of Mingfeng Prefecture, over 100 times larger than the Blue Star from his previous life. Even a true king would find it challenging to obliterate it in a single strike. About 10 breaths later, a spatial rift large enough for a person appeared above the Tianlan River Dragon Palace. A Taoist figure stepped out, clad in a yin-yang robe, with silver hair and childlike features. Even though Fergus now possessed the means to survive under a true king ancestor, he hadn't planned to have his true self directly intervene. The next second, boom. A 6th-class celestial lord's powerful spiritual awareness swept out from the mind of the spirit phantom, covering the entire Tianlan River Dragon Palace and probing into its depths, the ancestral grounds of the Tianlan River Dragon clan. This realm was larger than the Azure Phoenix realm, spanning ordinary one. Without speaking, the spirit phantom unleashed the grand skill Void Breaking directly towards the Josiah. Dark and ominous Void Breaking light tore through space at blinding speed, targeting the reverse scale of the Black Dragon. Not good. Josiah's expression changed drastically, enveloped by a heavy aura of death. Deep inside, a voice repeatedly warned him that this strange light was something he couldn't resist. Only by dodging could there be any chance of survival. Just as the thought arose, the Void-breaking light pierced through his reverse scale, dark golden dragon blood gushing out like a river. No! A wretched, unwilling howl echoed as Josiah's majestic head hit the ground, life swiftly draining away. Wanted to escape? Is that possible? From dozens of thousands of miles away, Fergus laughed coldly. With Void-breaking, a spatial grand skill, it was nearly impossible to dodge except by brute force, as its speed was faster than anything below a true king. That voice just now, could our ancestor really have? Dragon King Anatole and other fiend lords shivered, a sense of extreme unease surging up. They rushed to the ancestral grounds. No, ancestor, how could this happen? Seeing their ancestor lying in a pool of dragon blood, lifeless, they let out a heart-wrenching cry, their minds collapsing as boundless fear rapidly spread. This is piled up by his spirit phantom. Note: this translation maintains the original structure and style while ensuring natural English phrasing. Chapter 169. Surgeon Andrew Fespin. Current martial arts proficiencies. Yin-Yang Dao Scripture. 6th rank Heavenly Art Level 6 completion. Can infuse. Breach Reality. 1st rank Great Divine Ability completion. Can infuse. Spirit Illusion. 1st rank Great Divine Ability completion. Can infuse. Glimpse Heaven. 1st rank Great Divine Ability completion. Can infuse. Remaining Andrew Fespin. 17,002 years. Infusible Andrew Fespin. 2.183 billion years. The Tianlan River Dragon Palace truly lives up to its reputation as the greatest demonic force in Mingfeng Prefecture. Indeed, it has not disappointed me. Looking at the surge in infusible lifespan, Fergus's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excluding his previously remaining 1.35 billion years of lifespan, a single Tianlan River Dragon Palace had added 832 million years, the largest one-time gain he had ever received. This was just from the Tianlan River Dragon Palace. He hadn't even touched the tributary dragon palaces yet. These major branches were formidable, some even surpassing the Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace. Harvesting over a billion years would be far from difficult. Collect. With a flicker of his spiritual awareness, all corpses of true realm demons and above were gathered into the secret realm within the Dragon Pearl. The other demonic soldiers, generals, and commanders were scattered along the Tianlan River for ordinary aquatic creatures to feast on, preparing the ground for his next harvest. A short while later, after touring all 13 tributary dragon palaces of the Tianlan River, Fergus collected everything except a few hundred carefully selected water beauties. All water races in these tributary palaces met the same fate as those in the Tianlan River Dragon Palace, adding another 760 million years to his infusible lifespan, bringing the total to 2.9 billion years. As for the smaller branch dragon palaces, Fergus merely swept them with his spiritual awareness and left them untouched for now. Such minor forces, lacking even true demons, would wait until his demon-suppressing guards cleared them out. Fergus hadn't spared resources to expand the demon-suppressing guards so they could follow behind him and cheer. 666. At the ancestral grounds of the Tianlan River Dragon Palace. With a whoosh, the crystalline wall of the secret realm split apart like a curtain. Stepping through, Fergus glanced around and smiled contentedly. The robust essence of this secret realm was dozens of times stronger than that of the Great Kang secret realm. With such power, reaching appeared within the ancestral grounds. Qiansong River, one of the 13 tributaries of the Tianlan River. 3 figures darted through the water, causing rivers to part as they moved. Within seconds, they reached 100 miles away from the Qiansong River Dragon Palace. How peculiar. Why is it like this? Suddenly, their faces changed. The entire Qiansong River Dragon Palace was eerily quiet, deserted, with not a single shrimp soldier or crab general in sight. Not good. Something has happened to the Qiansong River Dragon Palace. Even the water races are gone. Who dared attack the Qiansong River Dragon Palace? Aren't they afraid of the Tianlan River Dragon King's fury? We must hurry to the Tianlan River Dragon Palace. Am I dreaming? Even the Tianlan River Dragon Palace. The sky is changing in Mingfeng Prefecture. Inside the ancestral grounds. 3 human true demon lords? Fergus, who was consuming the flood dragon's blood, cast a glance at the 3 true demon lords outside the Tianlan River Dragon Palace, then ignored them. As long as they didn't enter the ancestral grounds and disturb his seclusion, he paid no attention. Let the news of the Tianlan River Dragon Palace, almost unbeatable in all of Mingfeng Prefecture. Had it not been for an agreement with their backing Dao sect, the braiding Xiao sect might have already fallen to the Black Flood Dani. Now, this mighty demon had been killed by Xianmin, revealing its terrifying power, beyond what the braiding Xiao sect could handle. If Xianmin attacked, the thousands of years of the braiding Xiao sect might purify. You must go to the Xinshu Mountains and request our Dao sect elder's aid, said Andrangsu ancestor, turning to his second-in-command, 8th rank primordial lord Purify. Yes, elder brother. Burton, take some disciples from the Tong and Xin generations, and leave Mingfeng Prefecture immediately. Andrangsu ancestor's gaze fell on a 5th rank primordial lord. Given the situation, he had to prepare for the worst. Xianmin was known for its ruthlessness, leaving no room for revenge. Note, some place names and characters may vary based on specific transliterations, and I've tried to keep it consistent with previous translations. From its emergence to now, only 3 months have passed. How many forces have been wiped out by their hands? They surely won't let the braiding Xiao sect off easily. They can die, but the legacy of the braiding Xiao sect cannot be broken by their hands. If anything happens to us, you must ensure the continuation of our braiding Xiao sect's teachings. Senior uncle, disciples, don't put on such a child's show. Go. Roighong, once Burton and the others leave, activate the mountain guarding great formation. No one is to leave braiding Xiao Mountain. Note, the names Roighong and Burton are romanized according to Pinyin. Chapter 170, The Fiend Emerges. The ancestral land of Tianlan River Dragon Palace. Fergus's body shimmered with divine light, his mountainous form shrinking rapidly like a deflating balloon, returning to human size in the blink of an eye. More than a day had passed since the event began. Apart from the high 3rd rank heavenly demon Jeremiah, Fergus had devoured and refined the blood of the other 15 dragon lords and 137 true lord dragons. In the next second, whoosh, black light flickered as the 10,000 Zhonglong Jeremiah appeared in the sky. Dark golden dragon blood cascaded down like a waterfall, forming a lake of blood within moments. This Jeremiah was even more powerful than him. Fergus dared not directly consume and refine this 3rd rank heavenly demon's blood as he had done with the others. It would be suicide. His current constitution could not withstand such refinement. If he tried, he would be torn apart from within. Stepping into the blood lake, Fergus doubt, but Tianning Zen Temple was implicated as well. If election Guan Luohan and the others weren't already extinguished, we would make them regret it. Zhengguan, select a group of young disciples. Leave the Pure Land while the mysterious sect hasn't arrived. Leave Mingfeng Province and do not return until you receive my order, instructed Jing Si Bodhisattva, the eldest and most powerful among the 5 bodhisattvas after much deliberation. Although the Grandmaster had already left for Mount Sumeru, even if he were an 8th rank bodhisattva, it would take days for him to reach there. They must prepare for the worst and preserve a hope for the future survival of Tianning Zen Temple. Grandmaster, may you, Uncle Master, and senior brothers take care. I shall depart. Back at Tianlan River Dragon Palace, the blood lake had completely dried up. This marked the 5th day since Fergus's annihilation of the Dragon Palace. Drip. Under Fergus's watchful gaze, a drop of golden blood fell onto the talent disc. 3 zhong, 4 zhong, 5 zhong, 7 chi 3 cun. Excellent. A top-tier 5th rank spirit bone achieved. These eels did not disappoint. They boosted his spirit bones by 2 ranks. Combined with various treasures, his spirit bones could potentially be elevated to the 6th rank. As the leading aquatic force in Mingfeng State, Tianlan River Dragon Palace's wealth exceeded at the intersection of Zhexiang Road and Zhedshan Road, Luo Jet Abyss. On the altar, countless offerings had become desiccated corpses. Every ounce of flesh vanished. 36 mysterious figures cloaked in black robes and exuding demonic aura now floated silently around the abyss, holding towering black demonic banners as if awaiting something. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Luo Jet Abyss shook violently. Cracks spread across the ground, and the altar collapsed, its desiccated corpses shattering into dust. In the next second, rumble, and limitless demonic aura, accompanied by a terrifying fiendish might that made even 9th rank celestial sovereigns tremble, surged from the center of the abyss, signaling the imminent emergence of some terrifying fiend. Chirp! Simultaneously, a high-pitched phoenix cry echoed across the heavens. Above the abyss, countless cursed true flames converged rapidly, transforming into a massive purple flame phoenix, radiating a terrifying heavenly demon's aura. Crash! The purple flame phoenix flapped its wings, unleashing endless phoenix flames that clashed with the underground demonic aura, rapidly extinguishing it. Luan Jet old man, today is the day my seal breaks. You cannot contain me. Activate the heavenly demon banners and the heavenly demon array. Whoosh. The 36 black-robed figures unfurled their banners, which grew to 1,000 zhang in height, resembling. If you'd like me to continue the story based on the previous content, I can do that as well. Please let me know how you would like to proceed. Chapter 171. The Demon Lord Andre. Braidangxio Mountain, Braidangxio's secret realm. With a pop, Patriarch Andrangsu directly pierced through the secret realm space and appeared high above Braidangxio Mountain. His eyes gleamed with divine light, seemingly piercing through multiple layers of void and reaching the boundary between Zhexiang Dao and Zhedshan Dao. Such terrifying demonic aura. Patriarch Andrangsu felt his heart clench. Even from hundreds of thousands of miles away, this demon's presence caused him, a 9th-rank celestial sovereign, to feel unease. This was not just any heavenly demon. Otherwise, it wouldn't induce such a sensation in him. Trouble. Suddenly, Patriarch Andrangsu remembered something, his expression shifting as he gritted his teeth. He solemnly addressed the other 5 celestial sovereigns of the Braidangxio sect. Roighong, you stay behind to guard the mountain gate. Andre, the rest of you follow me down the mountain to vanquish this demon. Cultivators of the demonic path were always self-willed, knowing no bounds. Now that they had just broken free from their seal, they would be at their weakest. To quickly recover their cultivation, these demons would stop at nothing. For them, the fastest way to restore power was by consuming the flesh and blood of living beings. A single misstep could lead to calamity across Mingfeng State, resulting in countless deaths. To fully restore an 8th-rank heavenly demon's cultivation, it would require far more than just the life force of an entire county or region. Yes, Senior Brother Andrangsu, Ancestor Andrangsu, Mingfeng Dao, Town Demon Control Bureau. What's wrong with our Mingfeng State? Marshal Arno took a step into the boundless sky, his face pale as he looked at the rising demonic aura. First came the ancient sect, Xianmen. Now a heavenly demon had emerged. Mingfeng State was a minor state, not even ranked among the top among the 42 lower states. How could it endure such chaos? Eben, go swiftly to the Finyan Dao Demon Control Bureau and request the elders of Xianmen to help subdue the demon. The rest of you, accompany me to confront this heavenly demon. We must not allow it to wreak havoc on Mingfeng State. Radiant Pure Land, Tianning Zen Temple. The remaining 4 bodhisattvas of Tianning Zen Temple, including David Bodhisattva, gazed toward the direction of Luofeng Slope with grave expressions. Amitabha Buddha, a heavenly demon has appeared, bringing chaos and suffering to the world. Our compassionate Buddha cares for all beings. Although we should descend to eliminate this demon, with Xianmen nearby and plotting against us, we can only recite Sutras Day. He intended to use the heavenly demon to test the waters of Mingfeng State. Previously, to instantly kill the Black Flood Dragon, his phantom body didn't hold back. A burst of void-shattering divine Andret shattered the dragon's scales and destroyed its soul. The remaining flood dragons knew no more than the 2 dragon kings. Luofeng Slope. The celestial wide-piercing demonic light vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man in black armor over 3 zhang tall, with a 1-meter-long black horn on his head resembling a supreme divine spear. He exuded terrifying brutality and murderous intent like an ancient deity. We, the Mingfeng branch of Black Heaven Cult, led by Chief Elder Xinyan and our elders and altar leaders, pay homage to Elder Demonic Majesty. 36 black-clothed figures knelt before the floating Elder Demonic Majesty. Rise, your rescue efforts will be rewarded when I return to the main temple. Thank you, Elder. Hearing this, the branch's higher-ups rejoiced. Their painstaking efforts to release Elder Demonic Majesty were finally worth it. These ants are quite prompt. The Elder's blood-red eyes flickered ominously. In the next instant, boom! A cloud spanning hundreds of acres approached from the east. 3 figures stood upon it, led by someone almost 3 zhang tall with red hair and eyebrows, clad in fiery red armor, flames swirling around him like a descending fire god, radiating immense power. An 8th-rank celestial sovereign. It was Tianhua Alexianjin, the 6th-generation patriarch of Xuanhuan sect, one of Mingfeng State's 13 top forces. The 2 behind him, though less powerful, were still celestial sovereign ancestors. Boom! Almost simultaneously, 2 streaks of light appeared. One contained 5 elderly Taoists in robes, with white crane's feathers and immortal demeanor, the 5 grandmasters of Braidangxio Mountain. The other held 3 swordsmen in white robes, emitting overwhelming sword chi like descending sword immortals. 3 supreme elders of Snow's Word sect. Moments later, more powerful figures arrived, all at least celestial sovereigns, including Marshal Arno and his 3 4-clawed purple dragon envoys. Is this Mingfeng State's human foundation? Fergus frowned. Despite 38 humans confronting the demon, only 6 were upper 3rd-rank celestial sovereigns, with 17 being middle rank. Compared to what he imagined, it fell short. The Tianlan River Dragon Palace had a 7th-rank celestial beast, while Braidangxio sect should have at least a middle-rank celestial sovereign if not upper 3rd-rank celestial lords. And the Great Kang Empire surely had its own celestial lords to maintain dominance. Or did these celestial lords refuse to fight the heavenly demon? Kaidaman's risk of being capsized at any moment. Things aren't right. This heavenly demon concealed his true power. Many election June elders' faces turned pale. Initially, they thought it was merely a 2nd-rank heavenly demon, weakened from breaking free from its seal. They believed it wouldn't be much stronger than a 1st-rank demon, making it a perfect opportunity to enhance their reputation and gain some of the demon's essence. But now it seemed as if they had encountered a wolf in sheep's clothing. If they had known, they wouldn't have gotten involved in such dangerous affairs. How could the lives of mere mortals compare to theirs? A million lives would not match the value of their little finger. We must act together and use our ultimate techniques. Otherwise, we will all meet our end here today, said Arno, stepping forward and shouting loudly. Let the demon suppression mirror emerge. A green light flashed, revealing an ancient bronze mirror above him. Rays of bluish light radiated out, dispelling evil and scattering demonic energy, even suppressing Demon Andre's aura slightly. almost diminishing him to a fourth-rank demon. The Demon Suppression Mirror, a third-rank mystic armament, was the supreme treasure of the Demon Suppression Office of Mingfeng Province and the cornerstone of Arno's confidence. It not only suppressed myriad evils but could also suppress up to 3 levels of a flood, directly breaking into the Heaven Lord realm, chasing after the second-rank Heaven Lord level. Behind him, the 4 election June elders of Great Kang sect also revealed their sect's treasures, wielding at least one fourth-rank mystic armament each. Indeed, as the first human clan of Mingfeng Province, they were fabulously wealthy. While ordinary election June lineages would consider possessing a single fourth-rank mystic armament a substantial asset, the wealth disparity between different clans sometimes exceeded even the gap between humans and animals. On the other side, the election June elders from Xiuxian sect, xuanhuan sect, and other sects also unleashed their best techniques, none daring to hold back. Each one, having lived for thousands of years and experienced countless battles, knew the gravity of the situation. Confronted with such a formidable foe, any hesitation or attempt to preserve their strength would only push them closer to their doom. Boom! Instantly, the auras of the elders rose wildly, with 2 more reaching the Heaven Lord realm. In a subtle way, the combined aura of the 38 people seemed to form a cohesive force capable of countering the surrounding demonic energy. Tai'an River Dragon Palace, Ancestral Land. A near second-rank Heaven Lord power, 3 first-rank Heaven Lords, and 9 upper-tier third-rank election June powers. These forces dare to subdue the demon indeed. Fergus's eyes flickered with sharp insight. This quickly spread among them. It's over. All is lost. I regret it. This heavenly demon did not provoke our sect. Why did we have to step forward? This ends now. Infinite demonic might. Devour all life. Hashtag chapter 173. Heavenly transformation. Roar. The demons surged forth in chaos, countless demonic heads roaring ferociously like an incoming tide, rushing towards Arno and his companions. Within moments, the protective divine light surrounding the primordial sovereigns began to crumble rapidly before their very eyes. They were like flickering candles in the wind, about to be torn apart by the demonic entities, devoured completely, becoming nothing more than sustenance for the fierce demons. In the Tai'an River Dragon Palace ancestral grounds, it's almost done. Fergus raised an eyebrow. No celestial sovereign had arrived yet, so it seemed none would intervene. If this spectacle continued, some of these primordial sovereigns might indeed remain here permanently, especially those lower third-rank primordial sovereigns, whose auras were rapidly weakening, verging on falling from their ranks. In less than 10 breaths, they would be entirely consumed by the demons. Regardless of the reasons these primordial sovereigns ventured out to subdue demons, their willingness to act was admirable. At least, they were even with its millennia of sealed state weakening its power, its discernment remained sharp. It couldn't fully gauge this person's strength, sensing an unfathomable depth akin to the ocean. This was no ordinary being. Even if not at peak strength, this person must still be extremely powerful. I am the 4th-generation disciple of the Mystic Gate, Fisher. The voice of the golden-armored, heavenly general resounded like a bronze bell through the falling phoenix abyss. Having invoked the banner of the Mystic Gate, it naturally included disciples from the Caedmon, Esoteric, and Cut-Off sects. The lesser illusionary technique already manifested 27 spirit phantoms at the greater technique stage, and further advancement would only increase their numbers. One day, it might even replicate the 3 teachings of the Mystic Gate. It would open the eyes of these foreign natives, showing them the true might of the Mystic Gate. Mystic Gate? The vicious demon paused, a trace of confusion in its eyes. When had such a great power risen? A mere 4th-generation disciple could instill this feeling. What of the 2nd, 3rd, and 1st generations? This must be a true royal lineage, and likely an outstanding one at that. Given its history stretching back 10,000 years, it should have left some impression on him. Was this Kang person bluffing? Meanwhile, the desperate spirits of Arno and others revived, a glimmer of hope dispelling the darkness within them. Especially Braidangxio Mountains and Drangsu Patriarch and 4 others showed clear delight. With Mystic Gate's powerhouse intervening, this heavenly demon was surely doomed. Its current weakened state meant it would inevitably suffer if a confrontation broke out. With that, the sea of demonic aura quickly dissipated, restoring clarity to the world. Sigh. We lived. We really survived. The primordial sovereigns breathed a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting joy at surviving a near-death experience. The talk is over. Come here now. Fisher's voice was cold and ungrateful. He hadn't traveled all this way to give the vicious demon face. His right hand moved, sending a palm strike toward the demon. Boom. The heavens trembled as an enormous hand loomed over the vicious demon, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. Stop. The vicious demon's face turned frantic. This palm attack felt terrifyingly strong, as if facing a 9th-rank celestial sovereign. Even at full strength, he wasn't confident in blocking it, let alone now. Are you truly willing to oppose our Black Sky Holy Sect? Chapter 173, Heaven Transformation. Roar. A chaos of demons swarmed forward, countless demonic heads roaring savagely like a tidal wave toward Arno and his companions. In an instant, the protective divine light surrounding Arno and the other primordial lords let alone beyond. Recruiting a group of primordial lords was inevitable. With this life-saving grace, when he approached them later, they would likely not refuse. The next second, swoosh, a figure flashed from within Fergus's body, crossing tens of thousands of miles in mere moments to reach the phoenix falling abyss. A towering 9-foot-tall celestial general appeared, clad in golden armor and crowned with a gold helmet, radiating a brilliant golden aura. His presence caused the vast demonic aura to quickly dissipate. Who are you? The face of the fierce demon changed slightly, a flash of deep apprehension in its blood-red eyes. With his discernment, he couldn't gauge the depth of this person. He seemed as unfathomable as the ocean. This person was no ordinary individual. Despite his millennia-long seal reducing his power, his acumen remained unimpaired. To have such a feeling, This person must be nearly on par with his prime. I am Fisher, a fourth-generation disciple of the mystic sect. The voice of the golden-armored celestial general resonated like a great bell in the phoenix falling abyss. By invoking the mystic sect, he included disciples from the three teachings, Cademanity, explanation, and completion. With lesser mysteries evolving into great mysteries, 27 spirit bodies had already manifested, and with further evolution, there would be even more, possibly recreating the three teachings of the mystic sect once, with the true king being the strongest. But he knew the terrifying power of dragons, surpassing even the Black Heaven sacred sect. Each of the four seas dragon palaces were outstanding true king lineages, with the strongest middle sea dragon palace led by an emperor exceeding true kings. Ordinary true king powers wouldn't dare offend the dragons like this. The mystic sect's true strength rivaled, or perhaps exceeded, the Black Heaven sacred sect. Today, I will give you this much respect and won't punish these juniors. You may leave. After hesitation, the fierce demon chose to yield. Confronting another top-tier true king lineage like the Black Heaven sacred sect was best avoided if unnecessary. More critically, his current weakened state meant he would suffer if the conflict escalated. The demonic aura rapidly dissipated, and clarity returned to the world. Phew, we survived. Arno and the other primordial lords breathed a sigh of relief, joy washing over them. They had narrowly escaped death. Enough talk. Come to me now. Fisher's voice was cold, showing no gratitude. With a motion of his right hand, a palm slammed down on the fierce demon. He hadn't come all this way just to show mercy. Boom. The sky trembled as a vast hand enveloped a 1,000-mile radius around the fierce demon. Halt. The fierce demon's expression changed drastically. This strike was terrifying, making him feel like facing a 9th-rank heavenly lord. Even at his peak, he had little confidence in blocking this attack, let alone now. Do you truly wish to become an enemy of the Black Heaven sacred sect? Chapter 174. Suppression of the heavenly demon. A mere evil spirit, not knowing its place. Fisher gazed down at the fearsome demon with utter disdain. As a true disciple of the prestigious Xianmen, he had no reason to fear this Black Heaven sect. If the Black Heaven sect conceded now, it would be for the best. But if they dared to persist in their foolishness and continue to obstruct him, he wouldn't hesitate to wipe them off the map of the Great Kang Dynasty. The 29 billion years of life force in his possession were his greatest confidence. So far, even after breaking through to the 3rd rank cultivation, he hadn't used up even a fraction of it. Boom. The sky trembled as the vast hand continued its relentless descent, swiftly enveloping the fearsome demon and the higher-ups of the Phoenix State branch. They were utterly immobilized, trapped in an iron grip. That heavenly demon was just suppressed? Just like that? Apart from Andrangsu Ancestor and 4 others who knew the true extent of the Dragon Palace of Heavenly Wave River, all other election June, including Arno, the Grand Commander of Phoenix State's demon, were thousands of years old. Too much interaction might reveal vulnerabilities. Moreover, as a high-ranking disciple of the Xianmen and Lord of the Three Mountains, he was not one to form casual alliances with mere election June insects. Senior Cadenang has already left? The assembled election June were momentarily stunned, but soon some of them wore self-deprecating smiles. What was I thinking? A 3rd-rank celestial lord wouldn't concern himself with us ants. Andrique dragons refusing to cohabit with snakes, only their own descendants mattered to them. Few paid attention to the thoughts of others. Dragon Palace of Heavenly Wave River, ancestral grounds. Boom. A golden beam tore through the spatial barrier, merging with Fergus. An 8th-rank heavenly demon should suffice. Let me see just how deep the waters of the Great Kang Dynasty are. With anticipation, the formidable spiritual power of the 9th-rank celestial lord quickly infiltrated the mind of the fearsome demon. After a brief half-hour, Fergus's expression grew more serious. This fearsome demon, having lived nearly 20,000 years, did not disappoint. He now had a rough understanding of the Great Kang Dynasty. As expected, true kings and Buddhas were not the strongest figures in the dynasty. Beyond them lay emperors and supreme Buddhas, while the demonic and heretical factions had their own demon emperors and evil sovereigns. The entire dynasty was dominated by 12 major powers, each presided over by an emperor. These included 1 family, 2 gates, 3 religions, and 6 clans. Among them, the Ji family was famed as the royal family clan, whose support enabled the founding emperor of Great Kang to unify the world. For tens of thousands of years since the ancient calamity, every change in dynasties carried the shadow of the Ji family. Dynasties like Great Qian, Great An, and Great Shun all received the Ji family's approval to establish their rule. The 2 gates refer to the Buddhist and Taoist sects, both with histories predating even the Ji family. The 3 religions were led by the Divine Andretning sect, the largest orthodox sect, followed by the Heavenly Demon sect, the leading demonic sect, and the Longevity sect, the chief among evil sects. Finally, the 6 clans consisted of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilan races of the Demon clans, and the Unicorn Ghost clan from the Ghost species. Beneath these 12 royal-level powers were dozens of lesser, but still formidable true king-level powers. The Black Heaven sect was one such power, revered by their top-tier true king. Imperial courts also mostly comprised of such elite forces. Without such powerful backing, the Ji family would not recognize or support a claimant to the throne. There were numerous smaller true king-level forces, exceeding 100 in number, many of which boasted multiple true kings. Though weaker than the likes of the Black Heaven sect, they were still formidable. Some, like the Blood Concealment Tower, held significant influence within the 12 provinces, while weaker ones only reigned in mid-tier regions. Of course, after 8 millennia, these facts were only partially reliable. Only the 12 royal-level powers remained stable and unchanging. Many other forces had declined or been erased by time. Seconds later, thud. The fearsome demon and all the Black Heaven sect election June and Jun June fell silent, collectively adding nearly 1,000,000 years to Fergus's lifespan. These high-ranking figures had mostly fused with true demon blood, becoming half demons, thus living far longer than ordinary humans. Another half-hour passed. The secret realm stabilized Fergus's cultivation to the peak of 9th rank Celestial Lord, as expected. This secret realm had pushed him to the limit, and the remaining 2/3 of its primordial power were insufficient for another breakthrough to True King. Fortunately, discovering the falling phoenix slope provided an excellent alternative. Otherwise, he'd have to delay his breakthrough until his 3 divine skills advanced to the 9th rank great skill level or beyond. Now, thoroughly aware of the Great Kang Dynasty's intricacies, he dared not break through without full preparation. Despite his current strength being on par with newly minted True Kings, facing a peak True King or an Emperor would pose a significant risk. Thud. Fergus stepped out into the once grand, now reduced ancestral secret realm, now only a few thousand miles wide. He appeared deep beneath falling phoenix abyss, where the fearsome demon had been sealed. This realm, spanning 1,000 miles, was almost empty except for a broken ceiling altar at its center. The elemental energy here was extremely sparse, even less abundant than in Yunmeng County. This Phoenix Celestial Lord truly is my benefactor. Thanks to the Azure Phoenix secret realm opened by Phoenix Celestial Lord, his rapid rise had been made possible. Now, he would use the carefully constructed sealing ground to break through to True King. Should he ever meet Phoenix Celestial Lord again, he'd owe him a debt of gratitude. Bam! With a wave of his hand, he cleared the remnants of the sealing altar and sat cross-legged upon it, concentrating as he began channeling the Yin Yang Path scripture. You continue to comprehend the Yin Yang Path scripture. After 300 years, your understanding of Yin Yang principles greatly advances, and you grasp a first-rank canon. The Yin Cataclysm Casting God Canon. Chapter 175. The Yin Disaster True Monarch. Next, it's breaking through to the True Monarch. Fergus's expression was somewhat excited. True Monarch. This was already the strongest rank openly known in the Great Yin God True Monarch. A trace of ecstasy appeared on Fergus's face. At this moment, his constitution, Tao force, spirit perception, everything had undergone a qualitative transformation. It felt like he had ascended to a higher dimension, completely different from that of a celestial lord. More terrifyingly, his newly generated magical power carried partial characteristics of the Yin Disaster Force. Below 9th rank Celestial Lord, even a mere thread of this force could cause an individual to scatter their soul and dissipate within 3 breaths if not promptly treated by a true monarch to remove the Yin Disaster Force. A 9th rank Celestial Lord would even trigger their Yin Wind Tribulation prematurely. Don't think it was easy for him to cross the Yin Wind Tribulation so smoothly and become a first Tribulation True Monarch. It was due to his unique advantages. Others, even those who are perfect 9th rank Celestial Lords with 9 quality spiritual roots, after making all sorts of preparations, still have less than a 10th chance of crossing the Yin Wind Tribulation smoothly. Not to mention attempting the tribulation hastily, which would almost certainly result in death. Without assistance from other true monarchs, wanting to challenge a true monarch at the Celestial was exchange glances, their eyes complex with shock, surprise, and a hint of regret. It was expected that the Xian sect would take action. Given Fergus's actions, he would never let the heavenly demon wreak havoc without seeking help from the Xian sect. They chose to seal off the mountain largely to use the heavenly demon to delay the Xian sect, buying time for Mount Sumeru reinforcements. Of course, if the heavenly demon could severely injure or destroy the Xian sect, it would be even better. But who would have thought that the Xian sect only sent a 4th-generation disciple to easily suppress the heavenly demon? What they hadn't anticipated was that this vindictive Xian sect wouldn't take advantage of their weakened state. Except for the group of old graybeards at Green Sky Mountain, they actually rescued their lives. Is this still the Xian sect we know? Had they known this beforehand, they would have insisted on leaving their seclusion to subdue the demon. Since the Xian sect was willing to help Lao Dao and Drangsu and others, it clearly wasn't planning to target Green Sky Mountain further. If they participated in this battle, the grievances between them and the Xian sect might end just like those with Green Sky Mountain, no longer living in fear of being attacked by the Xian sect. Jedine Road, Demon Suppression Office, Golden Dragon Envoy Hall. Jeremiah, no news yet from your young master? Delfino paced back and forth, his face full of anxiety and unease. Have you managed to contact that blue? He would really want to swap places with Jeremiah. Here's the latest intelligence from the Regional Demon Suppression Office. Take a look. Legendary heavenly demons, suppressed by a 4th-generation disciple of the Xian sect. No wonder Lord Eben looks so delighted. When striking a dog, one should consider the owner. As the steward of Su Manor, even celestial lords would hesitate before taking action against him. Earlier, I blamed Eric. Truly embarrassing. I will prepare a generous gift and visit to thank him later. What a Xian sect! Who would have thought that such a minor province would produce a true monarch-level power? The 8 provinces in southwestern China may be changed forever. Bring this news back to the ancestral court quickly. Translated with adherence to the original text structure and tone while ensuring fluency and grammatical correctness in English. Chapter 176, 7th rank medium spirit bone. Whoosh. Streams of spiritual light soared into the sky from all directions of Mingfeng Prefecture, rapidly racing towards the other 8 prefectures in the southwestern region. The southwest encompassed the 8 prefectures of Breidingfeng, Qifeng, Kaidnofeng, Mingfeng, Andronglong, Andrinjian, Andranghai, and Andrangshuan. Among these, 3 were medium-tier prefectures in the southwestern 8 prefectures. Especially in the 3 medium-tier prefectures of Kaidnofeng, Andronglong, and Andrangshuan, the heavenly flags and true kings were on high alert, preparing for the worst. Lower-tier prefectures couldn't support a top-tier true king legacy. Once Arn left Mingfeng, one of the 3 medium-tier prefectures would likely be their first target. Time flew, and it was already Fergus's 3rd day in Luofeng Abyss. Suddenly, Fergus's tightly closed eyes snapped open. A dense network of causal threads formed in his vision, and within moments, an image of a dragon palace appeared in his consciousness. 2 8th-rank celestial demon realm dragons. Are these reinforcements sent by Tianlan River Dragon Palace? Fergus paused. During the destruction of Tianlan River Dragon Palace, he had learned from the old demon lords of the Tianlan River clan that shortly after Great Kang Venerable subdued the two Dragon Kings, Tianlan River sought aid from Tianling Sea Dragon Palace, hoping for celestial demons to assist in annihilating Arn. But Fergus had no interest in such reinforcements now. With the emergence of the fourth-generation disciple Fisher, everyone knew that Arn was backed by a true king. Two celestial dragons wouldn't change much. If vengeance were to come, it would be from the demon kings of Tianling Sea Dragon Palace. It seems these news haven't reached Tianling Sea Dragon Palace yet. Since this delivery service has arrived, I won't refuse it. Fergus bit his lip, eyes burning with fervor. Two 8th-rank celestial demon realm dragons would significantly enhance his innate spirit bone, allowing him to truly forge a 7th-rank medium spirit bone, not just a lower tier one. At Tianlan River, where the previously plundered Tianlan River Dragon Palace stood desolate, two figures, draped in dark ink-colored dragon robes, crowned with dragon crowns and half-human, half-dragon forms, looked at the ghostly, empty dragon palace with faces contorted in fury. Their murderous intent raged uncontrollably. Tianlan River Dragon Palace wasn't some minor dragon palace, but one of the largest, ranking in the top 100 of the entire dragon clan. Arnie's audacity to eradicate them was an outright provocation against the entire dragon clan. Let's go. Report this to our ancestors immediately, they thought, still enraged but retaining some rationality. They knew the strength of Tianlan River Dragon Palace. Although their cousin Clinton was only a 7th-rank celestial demon, the geographical advantage allowed him to unleash formidable power, matching or even surpassing their own 8th-rank celestial demon strength. Destroying the palace so swiftly required a force far more powerful than themselves, not the other way around. Since his arrival, less than 4 months had passed, and he had already become a 3rd tribulation true king, placing him among the elite of the Great Kang Dynasty. Given more time, what would the dragon clan amount to? Seconds later, standing up, Fergus's body rapidly expanded into a 100-jong giant. At his current 3rd tribulation true king stage, the blood of 8th-rank celestial demon realm dragons posed no significant threat. A day later, boom! Brilliant divine light surged from the center of the secret realm. Perfect! The divine light reaches 25 feet and 3 inches. The 7th-rank medium spirit bone is complete. Another day passed. The entire underground secret realm shrank further, barely covering 100 li. After letting them survive for so long, it's time to end their journey. Hashtag chapter 177, Reckoning. Hashtag the Hidden Phoenix Abyss, Underground Secret Realm. After 5 days of continuous extraction, the secret realm finally reached its limit. Less than 1/10 of the remaining realm's essence was left, insufficient for Fergus to achieve another breakthrough. At this moment, Fergus successfully endured the 4th Xuanhuan tribulation. Reaching the 4th stage True King realm was not much weaker than Demon Lord Andre, having already stepped into the 5th-rank Heaven Lord realm. Fortunately, I have always been cautious. After becoming a true lord, I almost always broke through within secret realms. I also painstakingly deduced methods to conceal my aura, otherwise, I might have already been fully exposed. It was known that among the 92 metamorphosed lords, 3 were hidden within the Jedin Dao. Besides them, there were also 1 demon lord, 2 ghost lords, and others lurking in the shadows. How bold these Blood Shadow Tower members truly are. Suddenly, Fergus's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. Despite his Dao sect's formidable reputation shaking Mingfeng province, the Blood Shadow Tower showed no signs of retreating. More astonishingly, the bounty he posted on the mission board had yet to be withdrawn. They completely disregarded him and his backing Dao sect. Do they really think that with some concealment techniques, they can act recklessly and deceive everyone? The next second, Fergus's divine consciousness stirred, enveloping the Mingfeng branch of the Blood Shadow Tower along with its 13 subordinate bases. From the branch leader and elders of the Metamorphosed Lord realm down to the 1-star killers of the 1st-rank True Cademan realm, all collapsed onto the ground like heaps of mud, losing their voices almost simultaneously. Only the lowest-ranked gold, silver, and bronze badge killers ago. So much time had passed, and the Dao sect had yet to take action against them. In the short term, they wouldn't likely attack the Tianning Zen Temple either. Just having obliterated the Tianlan River Dragon Palace and thoroughly offended the Dragon Clan, the premier royal lineage among demons, the Dao sect, despite its audacity, must have some reservations. To further antagonize the Buddhist domain would mean trouble, even for a top-tier true king lineage like the Dao sect. Previously, when the Demon King emerged, rescuing those Taoist priests on Braiding Sheo Mountain might have been an attempt to mend relations with the Dao sect. At that moment, boom, an overwhelming force covered them entirely, leaving them utterly defenseless. Not good, this power. This was the might exclusive to Heaven Lords. Moreover, being able to bypass the numerous restrictions of the Thousand Buddha Cave suggested it was far more than a 1st-rank Heaven Lord. It must be the Dao sect's Heaven Lord acting. How dare they? No one answered their questions as the sound of crashing echoed. David Bodhisattva and the other 5 Bodhisattvas fell, along with hundreds of Arhats and Pratyabuddhas of the Tianning Zen Temple. Grandmaster, Master, they're dead. Our Grandmasters are all dead. It's the Dao sect. It must be the Dao sect. Chapter 178. Opportunity. Current martial arts mastery. Injia Zhuxi Fa, 4th tier scripture 4 tribulations complete, infusible. Paksu, 1st tier supreme technique complete, infusible. Andrangwen, 1st tier supreme technique complete, infusible. Kuei Tian, 4th tier supreme technique complete, infusible. Current Androphespin, 31,002 years. Current infusible Androphespin, 4.112 billion years. 10 days have only added nearly 1.2 billion years to my lifespan? Slightly frowning, Fergus looked at the simple attribute panel in front of him. The average increase was less than 120 million years of lifespan, which was far short of his estimate. As a 4-clawed golden dragon envoy, he had taken charge of the Jedin Dao 6-Fu Demon Suppression Office, leading over 8 million demon suppressors. This force had expanded tenfold, now surpassing 9 digits. Coupled with the strength from various major sects and clans of Jedi'in Dao, it was overwhelmingly powerful. Just having true monarchs numbered more than 20, while real people surpassed 100. Thus, even if daily gains couldn't be amplified 10 times like those of demon suppressors, they should have been increased 7 or 8 times. He never expected it would barely double, compared to when he controlled the Braidinglu mansion alone. Could it be that these fellows are dissatisfied and deliberately slacking off? Fergus's face turned cold. If this were true, he wouldn't be blamed for being uncharitable. He provided abundant resources, endless high-grade demonic meats, genuine scriptures, divine weapons, numerous natural treasures, all at very low prices, not expecting them to take advantage of the situation. In the next moment, countless cause and effect lines rapidly appeared before his eyes. Soon, the events within the demon suppression office over the past 10 days flashed vividly in his consciousness. With his current prowess in the way of causality, even the protection of the Jedi'in Dao dynasty could hardly obstruct his deductions. Moments later, I've been too optimistic. Fergus let out a bitter laugh. There were indeed a few lazy individuals, but they formed only a small part of the population. 9/10 of the 99's demon suppressors remained dedicated to him. After all, he wasn't a real capitalist who just gave orders. He truly supplied resources and natural treasures. When people come from all over the world, it's for profit. Few can escape the truthfully delicious principle. However, demons aren't fools nor game monsters that constantly respawn. Can't handle me? Then I'll hide. Ever since the destruction of Tianyang Lake Dragon Palace and White Tiger Mountain, the largest demon forces of Jedi'in Dao, other demonic factions grew wary. Many demons migrated en masse. Some divine awareness covered the Jade Token, imprinting the infinite Andret Sutra into his consciousness within moments. It included cultivation insights from several bodhisattvas, aiding quick mastery. This transmission Jade Token is quite intriguing. Fergus's eyes brightened. If he had time, he could learn its creation method. At his level, those scriptures and sutras could be thoroughly mastered at a glance and refined to perfection. Producing Jade Tokens could greatly save his subordinates practice time. Whoosh! A flash of light revealed another Jade Token in Fergus's hand. Lily Angel Body was the foremost defensive technique of Heavenly Tranquility Zen Temple, a 9th-tier lesser technique that, when perfected, allowed battling 1st-tier celestial lords. However, not even Heavenly Bodhisattva had fully cultivated it yet. Must leave immediately. If delayed, it will be too late. Finally, the martial monks of Heavenly Tranquility Zen Temple and remaining assassins from Blood Concealment Tower realized something was amiss. Time quickly passed to dusk. Fergus reviewed various techniques from Heavenly Tranquility Zen Temple and Blood Concealment Tower. While their techniques weren't highly ranked, mostly incomplete 1st-tier great techniques and 9th-tier lesser techniques, they still had merit. Especially Buddhist insights into causality could save centuries of his lifespan for further developing. Other 7 prefectures of the southwestern 8 states began to clear. Next, this group of madmen from the mystic sect might not only struggle to venture out of Mingfeng Prefecture into the other 7 states, but also face significant challenges in weathering this crisis. The Long Clan and Buddhist sects, these 2 dominant forces aside, Blood Hidden Tower and Black Heaven Demon sect both had top-tier true kings, the 9 Tribulation True Kings, guarding them. Regardless of whether the mystic sect merely suspected they possessed a top-tier true king legacy or actually did have a 9 Tribulation True King, challenging 4 major forces at once would never be an easy feat. One wrong move could lead to their total annihilation by the hands of these 4 major forces, a possibility that couldn't be ignored. Some factions were already showing signs of stirring, secretly mobilizing their Yuanjun and Tianjun, waiting for the 4 major forces to strike so they could kick a man when he's down, following behind the 4 major forces to snatch a piece from the mystic sect. In Jedi'in Main City, Daojian Demon Suppression Office. Fergus tucked away the transmission jade plate in his hand and promptly left work on time. A dozen breaths later, a vast mansion estate covering no less than thousands of acres appeared before Fergus's eyes. In front of the main gate, 8 stone statues of lions flanked the entrance, looking fierce and lifelike as if they would awaken from their slumber. Art's world, cultivation and strength were paramount. Nowadays, Emil's role as chief manager was gradually being taken over by Samson, a second-rank true lord. Despite Emil using Fergus's granted resources to achieve 8th-rank grandmaster, in Samson's eyes, he remained insignificant, easily crushed like a mere ant. Even among Su Manor's servants and guards, many were stronger than him. If not for old ties, Emil would have been replaced long ago. Following the Battle of Luo Jet Abyss, the mystic sect's name spread throughout the southwestern 8 states. Numerous factions wanted to rely on this towering tree, especially since finding Fisher, the celestial lord, proved difficult. Many turned their attention to Fergus, a disciple of the mystic sect. Knowing Fergus loved meat pies, countless young women from prestigious clans and sects became Su Manor servants. Many came from high-ranking lineages such as Xuanhuan sect and Snow Sword sect, each having reached 7th-rank grandmaster or higher, with some even achieving the immortal realm. These sects are quite generous, Fergus mused, sipping tea. Considering his age, the Scent Girls were of the same generation, none exceeding 100 years old. Dragon Pearl's secret realm, coupled with the massive resources he had acquired from various factions, he could endure another Yunmeng tribulation and advance to 5th Tribulation True King. However, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't lightly tap into this mobile cave abode, which he meticulously created for pleasure and retreat. Donghai, the primary ocean of the Dragon Pearl secret realm, was the first ocean to appear. At its center stood Donghai Dragon Palace. Long live our sovereign. May your martial path flourish and your divine might unchallenged. Every female dragon and clam maiden bowed respectfully, seeming to have forgotten their past feuds. Rise, sound the sea-stabilizing dragon bell, and gather the maidens of the 4 seas, Fergus commanded. Yes, your excellency, replied Xena, the strongest within the Dragon Pearl secret realm, a 7th-rank true lord. Sound the sea-stabilizing dragon bell. Asterisk dong. Dong. Asterisk. Soon, the sound of the bell resonated across the 4 seas. Roar. Dragon roars filled the air as true realm dragons from the other three oceans converged rapidly towards Donghai Dragon Palace. Today, he intended to train 100. Deep within a mysterious valley in southern Andrangshuan State, one of the three central states of the southwestern 8 states, covered year-round by a strange purple mist. How dare you destroy our blood-hidden tower's Mingfeng Prefecture branch? We, the blood-hidden tower, declare Warlords of the Great Kang Dynasty, was also the Soline Cataclysm true king in the entire region. This Fergus is quite the promising seedling. Despite his humble origins, he has been recognized by the Mystic Gate, suggesting he might possess an upper third-rank spirit bone, making him a candidate for advancement to true king. Examining the jade message in his hand, Yael's eyes gleamed. An upper third-rank spirit bone was extremely rare, even within the Andranglong State's Demon Suppression Office. Including himself, there were no more than 10 such individuals, and only one among the younger generation. Most commendably, Fergus had not forgotten his roots and was dedicated to the welfare of the people. Since joining the Demon Suppression Office a few months ago, he had diligently fought against demons and evil. Pity that Fergus owes both his rise and potential downfall to the Mystic Gate. Suddenly, Yael's gaze dimmed. He had lived for millennia and had never seen a sect as reckless as the Mystic Gate. In less than half a year, it had managed to provoke 2 major powers, both supreme true king-level forces, a feat unprecedented in his experience. A few years ago, the ancient Thunder Sect emerged in Xiuxian State, acting rather aggressively and challenging the Lei clan, the top power in Xiuxian State. But compared to the Mystic Gate, it was insignificant. That slot, we still or Buddhas, he feared no one. Even against them, he could likely escape their grasp. The Netherworld Passage allowed him to create 9 additional phantom spirits, totaling 36, improving his abilities further. His physical body could be replaced by these phantoms, offering protection in dire situations. Andranghai State, one of the 5 lesser states in the southwest, covering 9 realms, approximately twice the size of Mingfeng State. Yet, over 70% of its territory was water, leaving habitable land scarce, less than half that of Mingfeng State. Kaidanman power here was minimal. Only the capital Andranghai City, along with a few main cities and counties, remained under human control. Elsewhere, demons reigned supreme, treating humans like livestock. Tai'an and Andranghai, one of the 3 seas in the southwest, occupied almost half of Andranghai State. This sea was where Fergus chose to break through his current cultivation limits. The lack of human presence meant no innocents would be harmed. With tensions between him and the dragon race already flaring up, he had no qualms about the fate of the Tai'an and Andranghai dragons and aquatic races. Kaidamans are so vulnerable here, Fergus thought, sensing the vast underwater palace of the Tai'an and Andranghai dragon clan. Should I take the Tai'an and Andranghai dragon palace first? He considered the benefits. Although the Tai'an and Andranghai dragon clan was weaker than the others, eliminating the cataclysm sea water below like a giant void whale. Any entity caught in this vortex, unless protected by a supreme divine weapon, would be shredded to pieces within moments. Moreover, the vortex expanded rapidly, threatening to engulf the entire Tai'an and Andranghai Sea. Phew, glad I didn't choose Mingfeng State for this breakthrough. Just the beginning had caused such commotion. What would happen during the 6th, 7th tribulations? Breaking through all 3 great divine techniques to 3rd-rank earthly maleficence had cost him nearly 20 billion years of lifespan. With 3.8 billion years of lifespan in hand, advancing to the Emperor realm was a certainty for him. By then, the entire Mingfeng State would be ruined at his hands. Tai'an and Andranghai Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of Tai'an and Andranghai sat on his crystal throne, silent and with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. These past few days, from the crown princes and princesses down to the various aquatic races, everyone was on tenterhooks, not daring to speak or laugh for fear of inadvertently offending their father, His Majesty. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Tai'an and Andranghai Dragon Palace shook violently, causing countless water creatures to stagger and stumble. Patrolling Xiuxian, what has happened? Reporting to His Majesty the Dragon King, it must be at least a 3rd-grade spirit weapon. If it were a sacred land, it would likely be a medium-sized blessed region. Ha ha ha. Heaven favors our heavenly spirit lineage. In this moment, the Glen's inner turmoil vanished. A 3rd-grade spirit weapon was an incomparable treasure that even 7th tribulation true kings would covet. If they obtained one, it would not only compensate for their previous losses, but also significantly enhance their Dragon Palace's power. Even the 4th and 5th tribulation kings might think twice before targeting them. As for a blessed region, it formed the foundation of a royal lineage's heritage. Their heavenly spirit lineage had thrived for tens of thousands of years, continuously producing celestial demons, all because they occupied a small blessed region. Their ancestor had relied on the blessings of that region to overcome the Demon King tribulation and achieve his status. A small blessed region already held such influence. Imagine what a medium-sized blessed region, with resources 10 or 100 times greater, could do. If they controlled such a region, it wouldn't be long before they produced their 2nd and 3rd demon kings. They might even surpass the white spirit lineage and become the leading force among the 3 major dragon palaces of the southwest 8 states. M.O. Maxwell, M.O. Andre, Levi, Wade. Swiftly lead the sea dragons to seal off the surrounding seas. Do not let this information leak out. If news of a top 3rd-grade spirit weapon or a medium-sized blessed region spread Demon King, this must be the heavenly spirit sea dragon clan's great ancestor. Not yet. I will spare this old slippery fish for now. After I ascend to the rank of sovereign, I will claim his life. He suppressed his greed. An Empyrean realm Demon King wasn't comparable to a heavenly sovereign. After undergoing the Xuanhuan tribulation, not only did their magic powers evolve, but their physical bodies also underwent a transformation. Even as a 9th tribulation true king, thoroughly refining a 2nd tribulation demon king's entire dragon bloodline would take considerable time. Fergus closed his eyes and ignored the Kendrick. A 2nd tribulation demon king couldn't penetrate deep into the void vortex, much less discover the solitary island at its center. After several dozen breaths, the Kendrick reached the edge of the void vortex. Its diameter exceeded 5,000 miles, and the spatial energies had intensified dozens of times over. Even third-grade heavenly sovereigns couldn't last long before being torn apart by the chaotic void energies. This was just the outer 100-mile perimeter. The closer to the core, the more terrifying the energies became. With a frown, the Kendrick stepped into the void vortex. 500 miles in, he seemed like a mortal stuck in quicksand, each step increasingly difficult. Nearly an hour passed before he managed to reach 1,000 miles into the void vortex. I've reached my limit. I must use my spirit weapon. Next, boom. A brilliant light mused. Alexi Long, pass on my command to arrange the 10,000 dragons formation to completely seal off our heavenly spirit sea. While this would raise suspicion among other forces, as long as the unusual phenomenon didn't leak, they wouldn't dare directly invade the heavenly spirit sea. Yes, great ancestor. I shall do so immediately. Half an hour later. Roar. Loud dragon cries echoed throughout the heavenly spirit sea. Vast true dragon forms broke the water, forming an intricate formation. Instantly, a black curtain enveloped the entire sea, making it impossible for even a king outside the sea to pierce through this barrier. This is the 10,000 dragons formation? What could have possibly happened to make these old slippery fish deploy this array and seal off the entire heavenly spirit sea? Could it be that the old slippery fish is preparing to undergo the 13 tribulation? Great ancestor, the void energies are beginning to weaken. Could it be that the spirit weapon or blessed region is about to emerge? The translation maintains the original tone and style, keeping the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. The names are kept in pinyin for accuracy. The content coheres with the previous narrative, ensuring a natural and fluent continuation. Medium-sized blessed land to appear. It cannot be so simple. Soon, nearly another hour passed. The expansion of the void vortex paused once more, but now the Emil and his followers were not as excited as before. They suspected this time would be no different. Sure enough, as predicted, after just a few breaths, the previously calmed powers of heaven and earth erupted again. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At the center of the nameless isolated island, inside the miniature secret realm, continue cultivating the Yin Cataclysm Divine Casting Codex. In 8 million years, you successfully passed the 8th Yin Cataclysm, entering the 8th stage of the Yin Cataclysm Divine Casting Codex. Within one day, Fergus's cultivation broke through 3 realms, reaching the 8th Calamity True King realm in one fell swoop. The cost was the extreme thinning of the powers of heaven and earth across the entire Celestial Spirit Sea. Apart from the Celestial Spirit Sea Dragon Palace and some ancient nests of celestial aquatic beasts, the powers of heaven and earth elsewhere were even thinner than in remote regions like Yunmeng County. Forget giving birth to true monarchs or elemental monarchs. There was barely any hope for true cadmans or true beasts to appear. Even vast stretches of sea had collapsed into space rifts, devouring all living beings around them. Under the seal of the 10,000 dragons formation, they couldn't. The Emil hesitated. To withdraw the 10,000 dragons formation now felt deeply reluctant. All their previous efforts would be for naught. Meanwhile, numerous spies from various forces surrounded the Celestial Spirit Sea. Without the 10,000 dragons formation to seal it, it would only be a matter of time before other royal powers arrived. A mere second Calamity True King like himself could not possibly protect the spirit armament and blessed land. But keeping the formation up, preventing external power from flowing in, would also lead to unbearable consequences. We will hold on for another 3 hours. If the spirit armament and blessed land do not appear by then, we will dismantle the 10,000 dragons formation. After much hesitation, the Emil decided to give it one last try. Although 3 hours would still result in substantial loss of the sea's intrinsic essence, it wouldn't damage the core. Given a few centuries, recovery might still be possible. Giles, open the Dragon Palace treasury and bring out half of the origin stones to minimize the loss of the sea's intrinsic essence. Yes, ancestor. 3 hours quickly passed. To the despair of the Emil and his followers, the rate of intrinsic essence loss in the Celestial Spirit Sea increased rather than decreased. Now, space rifts stretched for hundreds of miles across the Celestial Spirit Sea, making it seem 10,000 dragons formation has been withdrawn. Instantly, the experts of major forces outside the Celestial Spirit Sea perked up, streaks of light breaking through the void and rushing into the Celestial Spirit Sea. Hiss. The entire Celestial Spirit Sea's powers of heaven and earth are erupting. What is that? Such terrifying void energy. Simply approaching it almost tears apart my mystic body. This must be a supreme treasure emerging. No wonder those old eels used the 10,000 dragons formation to seal the Celestial Spirit Sea. Quickly, send a message to the ancestors. What a clever old dragon, Celestial Spirit. I thought he was facing his third Wind Cataclysm, but instead, it's a supreme treasure emerging. Sucking in so much power from heaven and earth is not something ordinary spirit armaments can achieve. We can't let it fall into those eels' hands. Quick, gather the warriors and follow me to the Celestial Spirit Sea. Chapter 183, Gathering of Kings. Boom. A series of terrifying pressures, which even Election June and Thomas feared, surged from the top forces across the southwest 8 provinces. With the news of the appearance of the Tianling Sea treasure spreading, countless old monsters who had lived for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years emerged from their seclusions. A high-grade spirit weapon or a medium-sized blessed land was enough. The main characters have finally arrived. Let me see just how deep the waters are in this southwest 8 provinces. Moments later, roar. Under the horrifying beast roars that made even Election June tremble, an ancient bronze war chariot, pulled by 5 unicorns with green horns, soared through the sky. It moved like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, each step leaving giant hoof prints in the air. Its aura was so fearsome it rivaled a first-rank heavenly beast. On the chariot stood more than a dozen imposing figures clad in bronze armor, adorned with pairs of greenish-blue Kirin horns. The weakest among them was a heavenly beast, and their leader, though slightly weaker, was on par with Tianling Elder, a second tribulation demon king. It's the Azureline king from Azure Phoenix State. Note, the term Azureline seems to be a mix of translated and untranslated parts. Given the context, I assume Azureline king refers to a title or name that should be consistently presented. If Azureline is meant to be Azureline king, or another specific name, it should be standardized. For clarity, it might be better to use Azureline king from Azure Phoenix State, or adjust based on the actual intended name. He was the patriarch of the Azureline clan, one of the two dominant clans in Great Kang State, backed by the Kirin clan, one of the royal clans among the demon races. Similar to Tianling Elder, he was also a second tribulation demon king who had survived 2 wind raids. Note, Azureline seems to be a literal stretches of the sea evaporated, making the sea level drop noticeably. It's the Purple Phoenix King. I knew it. If the Azureline King came, the Purple Phoenix King wouldn't be far behind. Note, the term Azureline King seems to be a direct transliteration and is not clear in English. For better fluency and context, it should be corrected. Assuming Lin refers to Xiuxian, it would be more accurate as Azure Xiuxian King. However, based on the surrounding context in the original text, it appears this character is actually the Azureline Green Kailan King. Here's the revised sentence for clarity and fluency. I knew it. If the Azure Kailan King came, the Purple Phoenix King wouldn't be far behind. Half an hour later. Ayo. Roars of dragons echoed across heaven and earth. Massive azure dragons, each nearly 10,000 miles long, led by 2 20,000-mile-long leaders, flew toward Tianling Elder. The terrifying dragon might swept over everything, especially the colossal 30,000-mile-long lead azure dragon, whose aura surpassed even that of the Azureline King and the Purple Phoenix King. This was the patriarch of one of the 3 great sea dragon palaces in the southwest 8 provinces, the Mystic Spirit Sea Dragon Palace in Xuanhuan Province, the Mystic Spirit King, a third tribulation true king who had endured 3 wind raids. Note, the term Azureline King seems to have a character error. If Lin should be dragon, it would read Azure Dragon King. However, without the full context, I kept it as written in the original provided text. Please verify if this should be corrected to Azure Dragon King, or another appropriate term. For consistency and clarity, I will assume it is meant to be Azure Dragon King, especially the colossal 30,000-mile-long lead Azure Dragon, whose aura surpassed even that of the Azure Dragon King and the Purple Phoenix King. This was the patriarch of one of the 3 great sea dragon palaces in the southwest 8 provinces, the Mystic Spirit Sea Dragon Palace in Xuanhuan Province, the Mystic Spirit King, a third tribulation true king who had endured 3 wind raids. Just then, roar. An earth-shattering roar shook the heavens. A 1,000-meter-long white-furred giant lion soared through the air. Atop its head stood an elderly man in a white robe, his gaze proud and looking down upon all. On the lion's back rode 8 men, also in white robes, with cold and chilling gazes, like living ice gods, whose glances could freeze 1,000 miles. Ice King Palace, one of the 2 major human true king legacies in Xuanhuan Province. The elder leading them was the Ice King Palace Patriarch, Xiuxian King, a third tribulation true king who, like Xian King, had endured 3 wind raids and hypocritical, pretending to be righteous and virtuous. As soon as he finished speaking, a horrifying corpse chi rose from the western sky, capable of making even a second tribulation demon king tremble. It took form as a pale-skinned, bloodless-faced man in a white robe, exuding a feminine grace. One of the 8 zombie kings of the Sky Zombie sect, one of the 5 great demon sects, Juin Zombie King. Foolish one, impudent. Another Buddha light descended from the sky, landing miles away from Andruli Andrit Buddha. A 100-meter-tall figure appeared, holding a golden pagoda, exuding divine authority. He stood mid-air, radiating a sacred aura that swept over the surrounding seas, causing countless beings to involuntarily bow in worship. Baozhuang Andrit Buddha, the foremost Buddhist figure in Andronglong Province, a third tribulation Buddha who had endured 3 wind raids. Bald monk, this king fears you not. Juin Zombie King stepped out, revealing his true form. A 100-meter-tall zombie king, with terrifying corpse chi surging forth over the surrounding seas. Bang! Corpse chi clashed with Buddha light, shattering vast expanses of space into fragments, forming terrifying spatial rifts. Thankfully, as these kings arrived, only the heavenly June dared to remain near the spatial vortex. Other elect nearly half an hour. Clearly, most of the kings from the 8 southwestern states had already arrived at Tianling Sea. So this is the true strength of the southwestern states? A divine light flashed in Fergus's eyes. Everything in the vast Tianling Sea was visible to him, leaving nowhere to hide. I did underestimate the southwestern states earlier. Indeed, the 3 central states and 5 lower states have fundamental differences. Initially, he thought that having a dozen or so kings in the southwestern states was the limit. In the southwestern states, their Mingfeng state wasn't ranked last. Andrengian state was actually below Mingfeng state. The strongest being in Mingfeng state was Uriel, a 7th-tier celestial fiend. So, Andrengian state likely wasn't much better, perhaps only having 6th-tier celestial fiends within its borders. Who would have thought that the number of kings present here alone amounted to as high as 34? Among them, 15 were from the human race, 3 from Buddhism, 3 from Taoism, 3 from the Kang Dynasty's officialdom, 2 from the demon sects, and 4 from ordinary true king legacies. Ice Palace's ancestor Frosty Mario, Sword Pavilion's founder Night Shadow Sword King, Blood Hidden Tower's head in Andrengian state, Shadow King, and one of the 9 guardian Dharma kings of the Longevity sect, the leader of the 4 evil sects, Braidingmu Mario. Among the remaining 19 kings, the majority were from the beast race, totaling 11 beast kings, 6 dragon kings, 3 phoenix kings, freed in defeat. Of course, good fortune often comes with danger. The stronger the spatial vortex, the higher the grade of the forthcoming spirit weapons and blessed lands. It might be a first-grade spirit weapon or a high-grade medium blessed land. These treasures were desirable even to 9th tribulation true kings. Obtaining them would be sufficient to become the foundation for a supreme king legacy. Another hour passed. Continue your diligent cultivation of the Een Tribulation Divine Canon. In 3 million years, you catch a glimpse of the secret of the Yang God. Achieve the first grade heaven scripture, the Yang Tribulation Divine Scripture. Boom. Countless pieces of information surged into Fergus's sea of consciousness like a tidal wave. This time, the amount of information increased tenfold compared to the previous minor upgrade. Even with Fergus's current cultivation, it took some time to fully assimilate it. The tumultuous power of heaven and earth showed signs of calming down, and even the spatial vortex began slowly shrinking. Among the 6 Dragon Kings, Kadinth, finally reaching its limit? Ken sighed in relief. Now, the spatial vortex was less than 30,000 miles away from their Tianling Sea Dragon Palace. If the spatial vortex continued expanding uncontrollably, it would reach their Tianling Sea Dragon Palace within 3 days. The consequences would be disastrous. While they could take away the treasures within the Dragon Palace, the Tianling Blessed Land was beyond their power to move. It would inevitably be destroyed by the spatial vortex. That was the foundation of their Tianling lineage. Without the Tianling Blessed Land, it would be exceedingly difficult to produce Een Tribulation Beast King, or even to advance to Celestial Fiend status. Great. The Spirit Weapon and Blessed Land are finally about to appear. On the other side, the king's eyes gleamed, as terrifying royal auras rose from their bodies, colliding crazily in the void, shattering space. Not good. The faces of the surrounding heavenly realm experts changed drastically, hastily retreating until several thousand miles away before barely stabilizing themselves. Facing the kings, these heavenly realm grandmasters who could decide the fate of billions of lives were no different from primordial lords and true lords. They were just a bunch of ants, unable to withstand even the aftereffects of the aura, let alone participate in the battle. Half an hour later, the turbulent force of heaven and earth had mostly subsided. At this point, Fergus finally digested the flood of information. Yang God Emperor, I am coming. Fergus was extremely excited. This was a day he had long anticipated. From now on, he would be among the elite celestial weapon to be passed down, serving as a symbol of power and luck for their forces. Large auspicious lands were the very foundation of dominant forces. Apart from the 12 dominants who owned large auspicious lands in the Great Kang Dynasty, only a few top-tier emperor legacies like the Great Kang Imperial clan possessed such lands. The depths of this matter far exceeded what they, emperors below the 4th tribulation stage, could grasp. And cultivators like Emperor Xuanhuan and Orson, who had no major backgrounds, even entertained thoughts of retreat. They felt confident about contending for spirit weapons and medium-sized auspicious lands, but knew full well that imperial celestial weapons and large auspicious lands were beyond their reach. An ordinary person is not guilty, but possessing treasures invites disaster. These old fellows, who had lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, certainly understood this simple truth. If they did not deserve the positions they aspired to, acquiring such treasures would bring misfortune rather than fortune. One wrong move and they wouldn't just die, but their entire clans and lineages would be destroyed as well. Even among emperors, there were huge disparities. The 12 dominant emperors could crush them as easily as crushing ants. Damn. Suddenly, Dirk's face changed dramatically. The power replenished from free. Damn, the land has changed. Dirk's face changed again. I need your help, brothers. Without further ado, Dirk turned around and rushed towards the Dragon Palace. They had already lost their foundational strength, and it would take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to recover. They could not afford to lose the Heavenly Spirit secret realm. Otherwise, the Heavenly Spirit lineage would be completely destroyed. Roar. 10,000 Dragons formation. Activate. Ayo. Amidst the dragon roars, Dirk and the 5 other demon kings led nearly 100 heaven fiends and 10,000 true fiend realm or higher dragons, quickly forming the 10,000 Dragons formation. The formation covered tens of thousands of miles. In the next second, boom, a layer of golden light boundary rose, enveloping the Dragon Palace and surrounding tens of thousands of miles of sea. But under the terrifying suction force, the boundary wavered like a lone bird in a storm, showing fine cracks within seconds. Soon, half an hour passed. The 10,000 Dragons formation neared its limit. The golden light boundary was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, ready to shatter at any moment. Umitba, the 10,000 Dragons formation is breaking. Just as predicted by Andret Buddha King Andreli Ugwang, with a deafening bang, the golden light boundary shattered completely. Thousands of true fiend realm dragons bled from their 7 orifices, their breaths weak, on the verge of death. In the next moment, boom, the Dragon Palace exploded, revealing a continent roughly half the size of Yunmeng County, which collapsed and disintegrated at a visible speed. The Heavenly Spirit auspicious land is gone. The eyes of the emperors widened, relieved that the imperial celestial weapon and large auspicious land did not appear in their territory. Otherwise, they would have been the unfortunate ones. Even with the might of 6 demon kings, nearly 100 heaven fiends, and 10,000 true fiends, they could not protect the Heavenly Spirit auspicious land. What chance did the others have? Another quarter of an hour passed. The Heavenly Spirit auspicious land shrunk significantly, smaller even than Yunmeng County. The terrifying suction force finally slowed down. In the center of the spatial vortex, on a lone island, Fergus's cultivation stabilized at the first tribulation solar deity emperor realm. Solar deity emperor, finally achieved. Feeling the surging power within him, Fergus could hardly contain his excitement. A solar deity emperor truly stood at the pinnacle of the dynasty's power, unmatched by deity emperors. Strength, divine consciousness, and mana. Everything soared exponentially, perfectly with his current age. Unfortunately, both the devil and the 2 8th-rank celestial flagship realm dragons were too far from the emperor realm. They knew there was a higher realm after king, but knew nothing about the specifics. As for places like Tianning Zen Temple in Mingfeng Province, true kings and Buddhas were considered the strongest in the Great Kang Dynasty, unaware that there were solar deity emperors beyond deity emperors. Hopefully, these emperors won't disappoint me. Fergus's gaze shifted over the group of emperors. Now that he had successfully advanced to the Emperor realm, it was time to send these old fellows on their way. And furthermore, the Heaven Spirit Sea was no longer suitable for him to continue breaking through. This time, advancing through 6 tribulations consecutively had completely drained the Heaven Spirit Sea, reducing its domain essence by more than half and fundamentally shaking its foundation. What was originally nearly the size of Mingfeng State, now fell short of even half that. Continuing to break through would turn the Heaven Spirit Sea, and even the entire Spirit Sea State, into a desolate wasteland where no living thing could survive, not even a blade of grass. Suddenly, Fergus seemed to sense something. I didn't expect there to actually be an auspicious land hidden within this Heaven Spirit Sea, and numerous minor realms to reach the sovereign realm. With just a bit more time, his cultivation could undergo a qualitative transformation. Even advancing through the 9 Yang fire raids to become a 9th raid sovereign, or breaking through the sovereign boundary to truly dominate the Great Kang Dynasty, was not out of the question. Let me see what this new blessed land entails. At this moment, Fergus was not in a hurry to act against those kings. They would live for another 1 or 2 hours anyway. Boom. A divine light flashed in his eyes as he activated the earthly calamity inquiry technique. Countless causal threads rapidly converged before his eyes, forming a vast causal network. Unless there was a Yang god sovereign interfering with causality within this blessed land, his perfected 3rd rank inquiry technique, combined with his sovereign level cultivation, should be able to deduce the general situation. After several breaths of time, to think it is an advanced medium-class blessed land. Fergus's eyes lit up. While he knew this blessed land far surpassed the small heavenly spirit blessed land, the fact that it was an advanced medium class still exceeded his expectations. Blessed lands are classified into 3 sizes: large, medium, and small, each further divided into top tier, high, medium, and low grades. An advanced medium class blessed land ranks 7th among the 12 classes, considered quite high grade. The core blessed land of many top tier king level legacy without anyone noticing. He could sense that Tai'an Andring's patriarch and others sought aid from behind, so stronger powers might arrive soon. Perhaps even 9th raid true kings or Yang god sovereigns. Both sovereign-level heavenly armies and large blessed lands could draw the attention of Yang god sovereigns. Although his skill in the nether passage technique, coupled with the inquiry technique to conceal causal energy, could give him a good chance of surviving against a 9th raid sovereign, it was better not to risk it. Compared to these ancient beings who lived for tens of thousands of years, Fergus, at just 18, lacked significant backing and did not possess any spiritual weapons, let alone sovereign-level heavenly armies. He wasn't delusional enough to believe he was a novel protagonist with invincibility. Moreover, his Andring Su phantom body already possessed 90% of his true body's combat power. If it couldn't win, neither could he. Why take the risk? Songhai Blessed Land was over 100 times larger than the 2nd-class Heavenly Spirit Blessed Land, roughly the size of half of Jedin Dao. Here, humans ruled supreme, with no demonic chaos. The population numbered in the billions, spread across hundreds of nations of varying sizes, from smaller ones comparable to Yunmeng County to larger ones surpassing Great Kang Prefecture. Force abundance far exceeding the outer world. That Songhai Blessed Land had incomplete laws, making enlightenment difficult. Before the Heaven Lord realm, it wasn't too problematic, but once beyond that, cultivation speed dropped significantly. Posting spirit condensation, cultivation difficulty increased several times compared to the outside world. No major force would willingly isolate itself in a blessed land unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would only decline over time. Regardless of whether kings or sovereigns, while their lifespans far exceeded mortals, they weren't immortal, especially human short-lived species with only tens of thousands of years. May the ancestors bless us. We hope the situation outside isn't too dire. Time passed slowly as the 8 true king ancestors of the Songhai sect grew increasingly anxious. 1.5 hours later, the spatial rifts above the heavenly spirit sea gradually healed, and the vortex shrank considerably. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous noise came from within the spatial vortex, as if a massive object had struck it, causing the entire heavenly spirit sea to tremble. Next moment. Note. Maintaining paragraph and line breaks from the original Chinese text. A continent emerged within the spatial vortex, rapidly expanding at a terrifying speed. As it moved, all the chaotic spatial currents around it subsided, as if mice encountering a cat, becoming orderly. Great. It's finally out. This level large blessed land was hardly smaller than a middle state, while the highest level was larger than an upper state. This blessed land before them fell far short, barely reaching the threshold of a top-tier medium blessed land. Logically, such a significant commotion should not be possible? Or does this blessed land have special attributes? Songhai Blessed Land, Tianji Mountain, Xiaoming Hall. The 8 true king elders of Songhai sect were sensing the situation outside the blessed land. This is still the ancestors' recorded heavenly spirit sea? All eyes widened with disbelief. Compared to what their ancestors described, today's heavenly spirit sea was no more than a slightly larger lake, differing by more than tenfold. And the heavenly power here was worlds apart from that of the Songhai Blessed Land. Before Songhai sect isolated itself, the heavenly power in the entire heavenly spirit sea was much weaker than that of the Songhai Blessed Land, but still accounted for about 1%. Some dense areas reached up to 11%. Now, it didn't even reach 1/10,000th. Calling it a barren cultivation wasteland would not be too much. With such meager heavenly power, let alone breaking through to celestial lord or true king, transcending the mortal realm to become a true caedemon would be extremely difficult. Could it be due to this that our Songhai Blessed Land has emerged prematurely? Dong! A booming bell resounded throughout the heavens. A terrifying sound wave surged forward, hitting Shadow King, who led the charge. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Next second, boom! An overwhelming aura arose from within the Songhai Blessed Land, causing Andruli Guangwang Buddha and the 6 Fourth Tribulation Kings to feel an overwhelming chill. This aura belonged to a 5th Tribulation True King. The kings grew solemn, recognizing the gravity of facing a 5th Tribulation True King. none of them being his match in a one-on-one fight. Dong. At this moment, the void shook again, and 8 figures appeared in front of the kings. There are 7 more true kings. Instantly, the king's hearts sank. Though there was no second 5th tribulation true king among the 7, 2 were 4th tribulation true kings, and the remaining 5 were 2nd or 3rd tribulation true kings. Adding the 5th tribulation true king, this force was formidable and comparable to theirs. Unless they joined forces, victory was unlikely. But cooperation was impossible. Various factions had deep-seated grievances. Some were archenemies. Andrique the Buddhist sect and the Devil sect, they had been in conflict for tens of thousands of years. Who would trust each other enough to avoid a stab in the back? Greetings, I am xuanhuan of the Zhonghai sect. What can we assist you with? At the Zhonghai gleamed, as if he could see through thousands of miles to the heavenly spirit sea. It's about time for our Xianmen to make its move. Translation maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as in the original text. ##### Chapter 188, Howard. ####Tianling Sea, before the Zhonghai blessed land. Seeing the 34 kings led by Luli Andret Buddha King retreat, the 8 great true kings of the Zhonghai sect, including Ingram, heaved a sigh of relief. This battle should be avoided if possible. The Zhonghai sect had just emerged and was still unfamiliar with the current state of affairs in the world. It was unwise to casually make enemies. Who knew what great powers might stand behind these kings that even the Zhonghai sect could not provoke? Moreover, if they truly engaged in battle, though they would likely win, it was uncertain whether they could prevent all the kings from escaping. Each of these kings who had achieved the realm of king was an unrivaled genius among billions, ancient beings who had lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, each possessing some life-saving trump cards. Unless the power gap was too large, defeating them was easy, but thoroughly restraining them was extremely difficult. However, Ingram soon frowned. The 34 kings did not fully leave but lingered tens of thousands of miles outside the Zhonghai blessed land, clearly harboring ill intentions. Master Ancestor, what shall we do? The other 7 true kings shifted their gaze to Ingram, noticing something amiss. When enemies come, resist them. When water comes, dam it up. Our Zhonghai sect is not one to be trifled with. Ingram scanned the lingering kings around the blessed land and said gravely, though the ancestors of the Zhonghai sect were in self-imposed slumber due to depleted lifespans, they were not truly dead. As long as it wasn't a xiuxian emperor who attacked, even a 9th tribulation true king would have to reconsider his actions. 2 8th tribulation true kings on the brink of their lives could inflict grievous harm upon a 9th tribulation true king, potentially derailing his path to becoming an emperor or even bringing him down. Let's go back. Zhonghai blessed land, peak of Tianji Mountain, Zhonghai Hall. On the purple cushion where Ingram had been seated earlier, someone else now sat. This was an old man with gray hair and beard, wearing pitch-black Kirin armor, exuding formidable majesty. His eyes were deep black abysses, and between his eyebrows was a tightly closed vertical eye. Just sitting there, he radiated terrifying pressure throughout the entire Zhonghai Hall. Who are you? Ingram and the others, who had just entered the hall, saw the black-armored old man and their expressions changed abruptly, filled with caution and unease. This was where they, already a tremendous opportunity. But to Ingram and the others, this sounded presumptuous. They felt disrespected, reduced to minor factions unworthy of consideration. Thank you for your favor, senior. However, we are used to freedom and cannot bear restrictions. Please understand, Ingram politely declined, suppressing his anger. Dealing with a monster of at least 7th tribulation true king caliber was best done diplomatically. Even with advantageous terrain, he lacked certainty about completely restraining him. Unless he awakened all the ancestors, which was a last resort. Once unsealed, they couldn't reseal themselves. Moreover, many kings still watched hungrily outside the blessed land. Do you refuse again? Howard raised an eyebrow, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Pardon me, senior. Ingram declined once more, wondering about this Howard's arrogance. Without offering benefits, how could he expect to subdue a lineage of kings? Did he think himself a legendary xiuxian emperor? People often don't know their place, forcing my hand. With a sigh, Howard stood up. Senior, our Zhonghai sect has no grievances with you. Why force us? Saying this, Ingram activated the protective formation. Suddenly, Howard found himself in an endless sea, surrounded by a terrifying aura capable of frightening a 7th tribulation true king. Senior, our Zhonghai sect has no intention of being your enemy. If you promise to let us go, I will deactivate the formation and let you live. In grandfathers similarly knelt behind Ingram. Pragmatic ones are wise. Rise. As long as you serve sincerely, I will not mistreat your Zhonghai sect. Translation note. The chapter maintains the original structure and style, preserving the tension and dialogue while adapting the Chinese idioms and cultural elements into natural English phrasing. The spirit soldiers, law scriptures, are nothing much. Even heavenly scriptures and heavenly soldiers. As long as you establish sufficient merit, I will not hesitate to reward you with these. Howard waved his hand grandly, beginning to offer enticing promises. Of course, if they truly earned enough merit, he would never go back on his word. By then, he would have already surpassed the emperors, perhaps even become stronger. Mere heavenly scriptures and heavenly soldiers would be insignificant. Thank you, Supreme Lord. Our Zhonghai sect will not fail your expectations and will brave any danger for you. Ingram and the other 8 true king ancestors felt a surge of joy. Initially, they had their doubts, but now they were almost certain that their Supreme Lord was indeed a xiuxian emperor. Otherwise, how could he so easily promise them heavenly scriptures and heavenly soldiers? Supreme Lord, what about those kings outside the blessed land? Ingram asked cautiously in a low voice, hinting at a hidden eagerness. Earlier, they refrained from acting due to concerns over the powerful forces potentially backing those kings. But now, with the xiuxian emperor supporting the Zhonghai sect, they no longer had any reservations, which also contained numerous elemental lords and celestial lords stationed in major countries. With a simple order from the Zhonghai sect, these national elemental lords and celestial lords would follow Songhai's command. Furthermore, this blessed land was indeed a 7th-grade blessed land, filled with abundant treasures. Some rare treasures provided considerable benefits even to Fergus, who possessed an intermediate 7th-grade spiritual root. Especially the sex sacred tree, the azure sea dragon blood tree, flowered every 500 years, bore fruit every 500 years, and matured every 500 years. A single azure sea dragon blood fruit could elevate a 9th-grade spiritual root by 1 rank, and one could take 3 fruits in a lifetime to improve their spiritual root by 1 grade. The continuous emergence of geniuses and true kings within Songhai sect owed much to this azure sea dragon blood tree. Unfortunately, only one of the 13 previous fruits remained, and the next batch would not ripen for nearly 200 years. To other emperors, 200 years was insignificant, as even a brief long-term seclusion would surpass this duration. But for Fergus, let alone 200 years, even 20 or 2 years felt incredibly long. By then, he might already have transcended the 9th-grade Daobone and wouldn't need the azure sea dragon blood fruit. Whoosh! A brilliant blood-red light flashed, revealing a basketball-sized blood-colored fruit in Fergus's hand, within which a blood-red true dragon's was far more valuable. 3 hours passed quickly. The vast majority of the Songhai spirit dew had been absorbed by Fergus. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes snapped open. Almost simultaneously, in the Tianji Mountain Peak's heavenly abyss hall within Songhai Blessed Land, Howard also opened his eyes. Finally here. My lord. The people below, like Master Alexanlin, were startled, about to ask questions. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon cry echoed across the sky spirit sea. Suddenly, the eastern sky split open, creating a space rift 100 miles wide. In the next second, a 5-clawed golden dragon, stretching over 3,000 miles, emerged from the rift. Each scale shimmered like a radiant star, radiating supreme power that surpassed all living beings. Upon crossing the rift, overwhelming dragon might erupted from it, enveloping the entire sky spirit sea. Even the spatial crystal walls of the blessed land trembled as if begging for mercy. Every creature in the sky spirit sea, except for the kings, was flattened to the ground, prostrating in reverence. Inside the heavenly abyss hall on Tianji Mountain, within Songhai Blessed Land. Sigh. This golden dragon has a terrifying aura. The 8 true king ancestors, including Master Alexanlin, drew cold breaths. Even behind the protective barriers, the golden dragon made them feel suffocated. Before this dragon, these true kings felt like lowly ants, powerless under its might. This fear was unprecedented, even before Xiwu Ancestor, who was among the top 3 strongest in Songhai sect, ranking just below Grand Ancestor and the 8th-stage True King Freddy. This golden dragon must be either a 9th-stage True King, or one of the best 8th-stage True Kings. Phew. Thankfully we joined my lord. Otherwise, our Songhai sect would likely have met with disaster today. In the void. Boom. Golden light flashed, and the mountain-like 5-clawed golden dragon vanished, replaced by a dragon king wearing a golden dragon robe, with a dragon head and human body, whose hair and beard were golden. His majesty was unmatched, akin to a heavenly king descending, as all creatures would bow before him. Eben, Xianling, Tianling, pays respect to Lord Jean Maxwell, whose blessings extend across all seas and whose might shakes the 8 desolates. King Eben and the 6 dragon clan demon kings, along with the 3 great dragon palaces celestial demons, hurried forward to greet him. Lord Jean Maxwell? Sigh. It's that old fellow without any regard for the Songhai sect. They were nothing but spineless rats who could only cower in their hideouts during calamities. Even at their peak, they were barely worthy of his attention, let alone now. To give them a chance to evacuate was already a great act of mercy on his part. Hashtag Songhai Blessed Land, Tianji Mountain, Xiaoming Hall. This damned long worm. The eyes of Alexanlin, Ancestor Patriarch, and the other 8 true monarchs of Songhai sect turned red with rage. To give them just a short time to evacuate the blessed land. Did he really think that the Songhai sect was livestock for the dragon clan, to be slaughtered at will? In the next moment, all the true monarchs turned their gaze towards Howard seated at the head of the hall, hope filling their eyes. Bring that old loach into the blessed land, and when the time comes, I will personally deal with him. Watching the imperious Chavez, Howard's eyes gleamed with greed. A 9 tribulation demon king level Jade Dragon, specifically a 5-clawed golden Jade Dragon of royal lineage, was probably 10 times stronger than the combined strength of the 6 demon kings like James and Mario. If he could devour and refine this entire dragon's blood, achieving the Daobone would be almost certain. Advancing one more rank wouldn't even be impossible. Yes, master, the 8 true monarchs replied respectfully, their voices tinged, but for a 9th tribulation king, it posed little danger. As for a top-tier 9th tribulation demon king like himself, breaking it would take less than the time of a cup of tea. Just then, a tear split the void, and a massive hand descended from above, suppressing him. Damn, how is this possible? Chavez's pupils contracted, fear overwhelming him. That hand looked simple, like an ordinary person grabbing something, yet to him, it felt like the touch of a god, leaving him powerless to resist or even dodge. This was the power of a Xiuxian emperor. Such might could only belong to a Xiuxian emperor. The Songhai sect, which had never produced a 9th tribulation true monarch, could never have a Xiuxian emperor. Could this be a deliberate plot by humans against the Dragon Clan? Yes, it must be. They must have contacted the Songhai sect early on, using this blessed land as bait to lure my clan's powerful beings into a trap. There was no other explanation. Xiuxian emperors weren't as common as those lesser kings. There were only a few among the entire human race, and they couldn't just appear at random. Asterisk roar. Cadenman Emperor, attacking me without cause. Do you wish to violate the Emperor's covenant? Asterisk. Hashtag Mingfeng Prefecture, Phoenix Singing Street, Dao Suppressing Demons Bureau. The Emperor's covenant? What is this? Allowing him to directly sift through a cultivator's memories without needing to ask questions like with heart-binding secret techniques. Soon, Chavez's memories flashed rapidly through his mind like a sped-up movie. The Emperor's Covenant. So that's it. 18,000 years ago, this was a pact signed by one family, 2 sects, 3 religions, and 6 races, 12 dominant powers. All emperors agreed not to target beings below the emperor rank lightly. Violators would face pursuit and punishment from all emperors. Emperors were like peacekeepers, more about deterrence. If they acted without restraint, chaos would reign, potentially leaving only them in the end. A scenario unwanted by major powers. Of course, offending an emperor was another matter. Insulting a strong being, even leading to extermination of their 9 clans, would not invite support from other emperors. Asterisk, it's been nearly half an hour, and Chavez still hasn't broken through the Songhai array. Truly, an ancient sect that rivals top true monarch lineages has its own depth. Asterisk. Asterisk, great. As long as we delay a bit more, our clan's ancestor will reach Tianling Sea. The Dragon clan won't find it easy to monopolize the Songhai blessed land. Asterisk. Mingfeng Province, Phoenix Singing Avenue, Dao's Henchi Office. Fergus slowly opened his eyes, an ancient and weathered aura that didn't match his youthful appearance emanating from him. After some time, he returned to normal. Although he had tried to separate himself as much as possible from Chavez's memories, he still felt somewhat affected. His mere decade of experience was negligible compared to a 10,000-year-old creature like Chavez. If he weren't already a Yangtian emperor and had not achieved great completion in the 3 third-rank Earth Fiend mysteries, with a divine soul far surpassing other first-rank emperors, he might have been lost in Chavez's torrent of memories today. Phew. No wonder soul-searching is considered a forbidden mystery. This was just a 9th tribulation demon dragon. Imagine if it had been a demon emperor. In the future, I must exercise extreme caution when performing soul searches. Of course, danger and opportunity coexisted. Despite the peril involved in this soul search, the rewards were considerable. Chavez, being one of the top-tier demon kings just below the rank of emperor, had lived nearly 50,000 years. To him, the Decay Kang Dynasty had virtually no secrets. Even knowledge about other kingdoms outside the Decay Kang Dynasty was extensive. The world was far vaster than Fergus had imagined. The Decay Kang Dynasty was vast, the spirit continent, and returned to the seas. But some stayed behind, spreading their legacies. The Ji family backing the Decay Kang imperial family, the Buddhist sects, Taoist sects, and heavenly demon cult, were all legacies left by overseas powers. Some even suggested they maintained connections with those overseas forces. Ancient demons and overseas powers. Fergus frowned. In the ancient era, the major forces of the 9-spirit continent were not weaker, perhaps even stronger, than they are now. Numerous emperors existed, yet they were still brutally ravaged by the ancient demons. Clearly, some of those ancient demons had cultivations beyond the emperor level. Those overseas powers who could slay and seal these ancient demons were unimaginably strong, far beyond his current capabilities. Even escaping would be a luxury. But soon, Fergus's furrowed brows eased. Whether it was the sealed ancient great demons or the overseas powers, they seemed distant to him now. By the time he faced them, he would have developed strength to match, or even surpass theirs. Next, let's see what old eel's treasures we have. A glint of anticipation flashed in Fergus's eyes. As the former king of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace and a 9th Tribulation Demon King, Chavez surely wouldn't disappoint him. Half-an-ounces radiated from the Phoenix, sweeping across the heavenly spirit sea. Alizi, Phoenix Sky, Phoenix Roy, respectfully welcomes Elder Jed Maxwell's arrival. Chapter 192, all suppressed. Phoenix Clan's 9th Elder, Jed Maxwell. The hearts of King Andruli Guangwang Buddha and the other kings trembled. This individual was as formidable as the Golden Radiance King of the Dragon Clan, both having survived 9 wind raids, making them 9 raid demon kings. However, the kings soon felt a surge of joy. Just like the fisherman who profits from the quarrel between the clam and the sandpiper. The Dragon and Phoenix clans had always been at odds. With Phoenix Clan's 9th Elder Jed Maxwell here, he would certainly not allow the Golden Radiance King to monopolize the Songhai blessed land easily. This would buy enough time for their own powerful backers to arrive. On the other side, Jamesing Mario and the 6 other Dragon Kings had faces so dark they were terrifying. Although they had expected that it would be difficult for the Dragon Clan to dominate the Songhai blessed land alone, the reality still made them immensely unhappy. Once the land was divided, the benefits their 3 dragon palaces would receive would drastically decrease, especially for the Heavenly Spirit Sea Dragon Palace, which might struggle to recover its losses. Chirp! At this moment, another phoenix cry echoed through the heavens. The fire phoenix with wings spanning over 1,000 miles rapidly shrank, transforming in an instant into a handsome man in his early 30s wearing a fiery red phoenix robe. His presence was regal and noble, as if he was born superior to others, exuding supreme authority in every move. Has that old mud skipper, Gene Maxwell, already entered the Songhai blessed land? In the next second, Elder Jed Maxwell took a step forward, traversing tens of thousands of miles of space and entering the Songhai blessed land. A high-level medium blessed land could not be allowed to fall into the hands of such old mud skippers first. Why can't I sense that old mud skipper's aura? Elder Jed Maxwell frowned, feeling a growing unease. Previously, the Grand Formation had blocked his senses, preventing him from detecting the old man Gene Maxwell's aura, but now that he had entered deep within the formation, he should have been able to sense him. Also, the interior of the formation was unnervingly quiet. Could that old man Gene Maxwell have already subdued the Songhai sect and left the formation to mislead us? Surely, Gene Maxwell couldn't have been captured by the Songhai sect? A human sect without a true king could hardly defeat Gene Maxwell even at its peak, let alone now. At this moment, a sound like Piu Chi rang out with Gene Maxwell. The wealth of this Phoenix Clan's 9th Elder wasn't much less than Gene Maxwell's. At this moment, Fergus saw a grade 1 Dao bone within reach, and this didn't include the assets from Gene Maxwell and Elder Jed Maxwell, the 2 9-ray demon kings. This was just the beginning. Reinforcements from the Xiuxian clan, White Tiger clan, and other forces had yet to appear. This time, his breakthrough had attracted 7 dominant forces and more than 10 top-tier imperial legacies. A short time later, bang! The void trembled as if countless giants were galloping past. In the next second, a towering figure, standing over 1,000 feet tall, clad in bronze armor, with a green face and fangs, and a single green horn atop its head, appeared before the kings. Ghostly energy spread everywhere, turning the surrounding space into ghostly realms with each step. Its terrifying aura was no less than that of the Golden Radiance King and other 9-rayed demon kings. One-horned ghost clan, strong force ghost king. I didn't expect this calamity to be here. King Andruli Guangwang Buddha and the other kings tightened. Even the 4-armed ghost king of the same one-horned ghost clan felt uneasy. This individual was truly insane, unpredictable, and ruthless. Any slight displeasure led to the killing of fellow ghost kings without hesitation. To date, 3 one-horned ghost clan ghost kings had been devoured by him. Fortunately, this time, the madman remained calm, merely glancing at them before stepping into the Xuanhuan blessed land. Half a moment passed. Ba. Mo election moved into the Xuanhuan blessed land. Soon, a desperate wail echoed through the formation space. No. Stop, Caedmon Emperor. If you dare kill me, my clan's ancestors will not let you go. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. From time to time, kings would come through the air, entering the Xuanhuan blessed land, only to be mercilessly suppressed by Howard. In the Phoenix Chant capital, Su family residence, backyard, Dragon Pearl's secret realm. It's been over 4 hours without any new arrivals. These 19 kings are likely the limit. Fergus felt a bit unsatisfied. These kings were all big targets, daring to compete for the divine armament and large blessed lands, meaning they were at least 8 raid kings, each with considerable assets. Within these 2 days, his wealth had skyrocketed exponentially. Now, he possessed over 100 top-grade spirit weapons and numerous essence stone mountains, sufficient for another young fire raid even without drawing external energies. His resources rivaled those of some grade 1 and 2 emperors, possibly surpassing them. Another day and a half passed. As he had guessed, no, this official, shall forge my Dao bone. If they had truly intended to come, after so many days, those 8th raid and 9th raid kings would have arrived already. They wouldn't have waited until now. The next second, a drip sounded as Fergus dropped a single drop of golden imperial blood onto the talent plate. Note, I removed the Chinese term, tianfupan, and directly used the English translation provided by the user, talent plate, to ensure the text reads naturally in English. Boom. Golden divine light shot up towards the sky, breaking through the 9-zhang barrier in an instant and advancing towards 10-zhang. During these nearly 4 days, he had never stopped refining celestial treasures to enhance his own talents, even forgetting to taste his beloved Rujiamo, Chinese burger. Excellent. The divine talent light has reached 9-zhang 7 Qi 8 Xiuxian. I'm only 3 Xiuxian away from achieving Dao bone. Today is the day I shall forge my Dao bone. Translation notes. Maintain names in pinyin. Ensured natural and fluent English with correct grammar and coherent storytelling. Preserved the original tone and style. Retained paragraph structure and line breaks intact. Fergus's last shred of Jiaoxing was completely severed. The Great Kang Dynasty was vast, its territory tens of thousands of times larger than his previous world, Blue Star. Below the level of a 7th-rank minor grandmaster, one would find it extremely hard to traverse the entire Great Kang Dynasty in their lifetime. But for a king-rank practitioner, it was but a small region, especially for those who had undergone 8 or 9 calamities. It wouldn't take more than 2 or 3 days to cross the entire Great Kang Dynasty. If these 8th or 9th calamity kings had intended to come here, they would have arrived days ago and wouldn't be waiting until now. In the next second, a drop of golden imperial blood dripped from Fergus's hand onto the talent plate with a drip. Boom. Golden beams of talent light soared into the sky, breaking through the 9-meter mark in the blink of an eye and pushing towards 10 meters. During this almost 4-day period, he never stopped refining heaven-grade treasures and increasing his innate abilities. He even forgot to savor his beloved Rujiamo. Good. The talent light reached 9 meters, 7 feet, and 8 inches. Only 3 inches short of achieving Dao bones. Today is the day I will forge my Dao bones. Hashtag chapter 193. 2nd rank Dao bone. Hashtag heavenly spirit sea. Before the Xuanhuan blessed land. The kings from various major forces, such as Andruli Guangwang Buddha, furrowed their brows, a shadow of unease clouding their minds. Even Bloodkill King of Blood Hidden Tower had entered the Xuanhuan blessed land nearly 3 days ago. Yet, that grand array protecting the Xuanhuan blessed land remained intact, showing no signs of weakening. What was going on? Was it because too many forces were involved, and the kings were holding each other back, unable to agree on an appropriate strategy? Or had they all underestimated the Xuanhuan sect? Could it be that their strongest wasn't an 8th Tribulation True King, as rumored, but a 9th Tribulation True King? If it was the latter, a 9th Tribulation True King nearing the end of his lifespan, coupled with advantageous terrain, could easily take down one or even multiple 9th Tribulation Kings with him. If their 9th Tribulation Kings fell within the Xuanhuan blessed land, not only would this shake the foundation of their clan's power, but they themselves would also face severe consequences in the future. Soon, another 3 days passed. Jedin Dao, Jedin Main City, Su Family Manor, Dragon Pearl Mystic Realm, Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I wonder what my current talent level is now, 1st rank or 2nd rank Dao bone? 3 days had passed. Aside from the blood of demon kings, which he had yet to absorb, he had fully refined all other heavenly materials beneficial to enhancing his talent. Whoosh! Fergus waved his hand, and a golden light flashed, revealing a 3-foot-wide gold disc before him. This was a 3rd-class profound armament-level talent disc, the highest grade within the Great Kang Dynasty, capable of measuring up to a 9th-rank Dao bone. As for any talents above Dao bones, that was beyond what the forces of the Great Kang Dynasty could fathom. The Daobone was already the highest natural talent in the Great Kang Dynasty, in the 9 spirits continent's 9 great dynasties. Even most solar deity emperors only possessed 3rd or 4th rank Daobones, while upper 3 ranks Daobones were virtually legendary. At least, Jean Maxwell Mario, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had never heard of any emperor possessing an upper 3 ranks Daobone. Drip. A drop of imperial blood landed on the gold talent disc. Boom. Brilliant divine light shot up swiftly, surpassing 10 feet within a blink and finally stopping at 23 feet 2 inches and 8/10 of an inch. Just a little short of a mid-level 2nd rank Daobone, Fergus muttered regretfully. 10 feet of divine light equated to 1st rank, and 3 feet 3 inches made up 1 grade. If only he'd gained 6 more tenths of an inch, he could have smoothly advanced to mid-level 2nd rank Daobone. The time has come to deal with these ants. A flash of divine light crossed Fergus's eyes, as if piercing through millions of miles of space to see Andruli Guangwang Buddha and the other kings. Days had passed without news from Jean Maxwell Mario and other 8th or 9th tribulation kings. They were getting restless and wouldn't take. Andruli Guangwang Buddha and the others turned pale, their faces reflecting sheer terror. A horrifying force that left them incapable of resistance enveloped their entire bodies, instantly sealing all their strength. Such helplessness was something even facing 9th tribulation kings didn't compare to. An emperor. This was an emperor's might. Damn it. Why would an emperor attack us unprovoked? Aren't they afraid of violating the emperor's pact, risking joint retaliation by other imperial forces? Could it be, the emperor belongs to the Tsang? Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in their minds. No good. Our patriarchs, elders, emperor versus king. These were 2 entirely different tiers of existence. Even 9th tribulation kings were mere slightly stronger ants before an emperor, especially when the emperor held geographical advantage. Their patriarchs, elders, were essentially marching to their deaths. It's over. All is lost. Songhai Blessed Land. Heaven's Peak Mountain. Boundless Hall. Whoosh. Howard's right palm emitted a glow, revealing a crowd of tiny figures barely larger than ants. 34 kings including Andruli Guangwang Buddha, along with their numerous celestial lords and celestial demons. He did not immediately strike. It wasn't the right time yet. While the celestial lords and Chapter 194. The 3 tribulations of an emperor. Dragon Pearl Secret Realm. Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Boom. Golden Tanfu Sunguang shot into the sky. In just a moment, it broke through 30 zhang and surged toward 40 zhang. Correction. The golden divine light shot into the sky. In just a moment, it broke through 30 zhang and surged toward 40 zhang. Note, Tanfu Sunguang should be translated as divine light to make it more readable in English. 39 zhang 8 chi 7 xiuxian. Just 13 xiuxian short. A trace of regret flashed across Fergus's eyes. Time had flown by. It had been 2 months since he started consuming Cash's dragon blood. Over these 2 months, he had completely refined the blood of 19 demon kings, including Bronson with his 9 tribulations. His talent Daobone directly broke through the 1st rank 5th level, leaping into the 3rd rank superior level. He was even just 1 step away from reaching the 4th rank Daobone. Unfortunately, these demon kings' blood regeneration was too slow. After 2 months, Cash, the first to be consumed, had only recovered a bit of his dragon blood. Full recovery would take at least several decades, even with him providing vast amounts of treasures to assist their recovery. Otherwise, he really also cooperated fully, sending new appointments that promoted Fergus to the position of 5-clawed Golden Dragon Envoy, overseeing the demon suppression offices of Jexiang, Jedi, and Jedin Dao. This time, however, Fergus did not force the 2 regions to contribute experts to the demon suppression office. With the backing of the true great sect, Songhai sect, Fergus no longer looked down on these smaller factions. Voluntary participation was best, but if they didn't wish to join him, it wasn't a big deal. He didn't lack manpower. The Songhai sect had passed down for nearly 65,000 years, and it didn't lack either powerful warriors or middle to lower tier martial artists. If there was any shortage, the hundreds of nations within the Songhai Blessed Land held trillions of citizens, among whom those who could rank up as martial artists numbered over 10%. This was the foundation of a high-level blessed land. Under the baptism of the dense heavenly power, once adult, most citizens wouldn't be inferior to 1st-rank martial artists. If they were willing to practice martial arts and had sufficient resources for replenishment, it wouldn't take many years for them to break through and ascend to the 1st-rank realm. Besides, these 2 months in Mingfeng State were peaceful, with no major events. The retaliations from the Dragon Clan, Buddhist sects, Black Heaven sect, Blood Hidden Tower against the Shinmen had not appeared. To be precise, streams of pure essence energy that rushed toward Fergus. His pores dilated to their limits, turning into countless small black holes that devoured the essence energy, refining them into pure mana, integrating them into his expanded purple mansion space larger than Yunmeng County, ultimately absorbed by his Tinjiang tall innate young spirit, growing visibly inch by inch. After an hour, 2.5 jade stone mountains inside the Crystal Palace were depleted, and Fergus's young spirit grew to 13 zhang, stabilizing his cultivation at the lesser success stage of the 1st Tribulation Emperor. You continue cultivating the Yangjian Andrinchen, Heavenly Canon. In 65,000 years, you will reach the greater success stage. 15 million years to achieve perfection. 1 day later, nearly 300 jade stone mountains were mostly broken, only 13 remained, and Fergus's young spirit grew to 33 zhang, stabilizing his cultivation at the lesser success stage of the 3rd Tribulation Emperor. Next, the 3 great skills. He originally intended to go to the Songhai Blessed Land to further cultivate, but after hesitating, Fergus abandoned the thought. As a 3rd Tribulation Emperor, breaking through once would drain all the heavenly power of the Songhai Blessed Land, and possibly extract the core of the Blessed Land itself. You continue comprehending the 3rd rank Earth Fiend skill, question the Tao. In 800 years, you gain a deeper understanding of the law of causality, achieving 4th rank Earth Fiend skill, question the Tao. 1300 years to reach beginner stage. 3,000 years to reach lesser success. 13,500 years to reach greater success. 68,900 years to achieve perfection. South Xian State, the largest state among the 18 southern states of the Decay Dynasty, and the only upper-tier state in the southern region. Its expanse exceeds 20 million miles, 100-fold larger than Mingfeng State, making it the 7th largest state of the Decay Dynasty. In the southern part of South Xian State lies a vast ocean, stretching over 8 million miles, surpassing the former Tianling Sea by dozens of times. This is the first great sea in the southern region, one of the 5 major seas of the Decay Dynasty, Nanhai, the South Sea. The Nanhai Dragon Palace, located in the Ancestor Dragon Cave, serves as the foundation and essence of the Nanhai Dragon Clan. It is an 8th-grade blessed land. At the heart of the Ancestor Dragon Cave stands a resplendent crystal palace adorned with gold. Seated upon the crystal throne is a dragon king with a dragon's head and human body, draped in a golden dragon robe. His aura is far more formidable than that of Jean Maxwell Mario, making the latter seem like a frail newborn in comparison. It's been over 2 months, and not only has there been no news from my son Maxwell, but even Jamesing and the others have mysteriously disappeared. This matter is not simple. It seems I must make a trip to the Tianling Sea. Spanning over 20 million miles, its vast expanse was 100 times that of Mingfeng State, making it the 7th largest state of the Decay Dynasty. In the southern part of South Xian State, there lies a vast ocean exceeding 8 million miles in width, more than dozens of times larger than the former Tianling Sea. To further improve fluency and consistency, in the southern part of South Xian State, there lies a vast ocean over 8 million miles across, more than 10 times larger than the former Tianling Sea. Note, South Xian State is used here as it seems to be referring to a specific region's name, and South Xian fits better contextually and linguistically. If Xian should be translated differently based on the broader context, please provide more details. This is the largest sea in the south, one of the 5 major seas of the Decay Dynasty, the Southern Sea. Southern Sea Dragon Palace, Ancestor Dragon Cave. An 8th-level blessed land, the foundation of the Southern Sea Dragon Clan. At the center of the Ancestor Dragon Cave, inside a golden and magnificent crystal palace, a bed. For now, this Songming Palace served as his sleeping quarters. After subduing the various kings, Howard did not return to his original form. It would only be a matter of time before the forces behind Jean Maxwell Mario and others realized what had happened. What might come next would likely be the emperors and forefathers of major powers, which was far beyond what a true king sect like the Songhai sect could handle. Suddenly, Howard's tightly closed eyes snapped open, shining with a brilliant light that seemed to pierce through space. Indeed, what must come will eventually arrive. The old ancestor of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, one of the 8 dragon emperors, Miguel, Jean Rouet. Capturing you, I wonder if it will allow my innate talent to rise by 2 ranks and advance me to 5th rank Daobone? After probing Jean Maxwell Mario's mind, there were almost no secrets left for him concerning the entire dragon clan. The dragons, truly the leaders of the 6 clans, and one of the top 5 dominant forces in the Great Kang Dynasty, possessed an immensely deep heritage far surpassing other dominant forces. Within their domain, there were 8 great dragon emperors, with the Central Sea Dragon Palace hosting the most, 3 emperors. Next came the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace with 2. Damn, which force is plotting against our dragon clan? He didn't believe in such coincidences. That supposed heavenly army and sacred land must have been a trap. There was a high chance that Shower and the others had already fallen into it. A mysterious strong figure, at least a 3rd Cataclysm Emperor, was far beyond what those demon kings like Jean Maxwell could withstand. Escape was but a luxury. Luckily, their soul lamps hadn't gone out yet, indicating they were only suppressed and not truly dead. Hiding like a coward doesn't make you a hero. If you have the guts, come out and fight me head-on. As he spoke, a golden light enveloped Miguel, transforming him into a dragon man clad in golden armor, wielding a golden spear, with a human body, dragon head, and dragon tail. Void Blade. With the resounding voice again, spatial energy quickly condensed into an unparalleled divine blade, slicing through space towards him like the opening of a new era. This power. Miguel's expression changed drastically as an ominous premonition of impending disaster washed over him. The overwhelming power made him feel like facing his uncle in the Eastern Sea. 5th Cataclysm Emperor. That mysterious strong figure was indeed a 5th Cataclysm Emperor. Now, only. Miguel clenched his teeth, shattering a golden dragon statue inside his life force pearl. An overwhelmingly powerful force, hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than himself, merged into his body, making his strength erupt like a mountain collapsing and a tidal wave surging. The terrifying aura, like an ancient beast awakening from slumber across the river of time, twisted the spatial crystal walls so severely that they seemed ready to break apart. With a pu sound, the void blade several miles away shattered like glass. A 5th Cataclysm Emperor wasn't something a 2nd Cataclysm Dragon Emperor could contend with. Surviving a single attack was already a huge challenge. He could only fight by using his trump card and external power. The golden dragon statue was a gift from their old ancestor, his ultimate life-saving card. Sealed within it was a power sufficient to allow him to burst forth with 10-fold, 100-fold, or even greater strength for a short time. These old guys are indeed much harder to deal with than those demon kings. Outside the void cage, Howard's gaze sharpened. Now, the explosive aura emitted by Miguel had far surpassed his own as a 3rd Cataclysm Emperor, likely even more potent than a 4th Cataclysm Emperor. Break it for this Emperor. With a swing of his life-bound celestial weapon Xuanhuan Ji, the distorted spatial barrier shattered like a mirror. In the next second, before Howard could react, Miguel spat out a mouthful of essence blood, a cloud of blood enveloping him as he vanished into the void. Current in miles. It's not like this old slippery eel, who relied on some life-saving trump cards to boost his strength to 5th Tribulation Emperor. Even 8th or 9th Tribulation Emperors under normal circumstances couldn't escape over 10 million miles in less than a second. Unfortunately, this old guy is too fast. If my true self had a few more days, I would have enhanced the profound void proficiency to the 9th rank perfection level like the questioning Tao proficiency. That old slippery eel wouldn't have escaped today no matter what. A hint of regret flashed in Howard's eyes. Although the true self had diligently cultivated the 3 proficiencies these days, only the questioning Tao proficiency reached the 9th rank perfection level. The main combat proficiency, profound void, merely reached the 5th rank great success level, not even perfected. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for Isaac to break the spatial prison and escape. Now, it all depends on the questioning Tao proficiency. Howard raised his right hand, drops of dragon blood landing into it, the very bloodstains left behind by Isaac. In the next second, countless threads of causality flickered in his eyes, intertwining rapidly, gradually forming into a 5-clawed golden dragon. However, just as it was about to fully form, a terrifying force descended, utterly annihilating the 5-clawed golden dragon. Spirit Sea Province, 18 million miles away. Isaac, having returned to normal, frowned as a golden glow flashed in his hand. A large black Spirit Sea Province. Not good. This old slippery eel is protected by supreme treasures which obscure his whereabouts. Howard frowned. These ancient beings were indeed hard to subdue, with countless life-saving trump cards at their disposal. With his 9th rank perfection level questioning Tao proficiency, completely severing their traces wasn't easy. It would require at least a treasure at the upper 3rd rank celestial soldier level. It seems I must pay a visit to the South Sea Dragon Palace and hope this old creature returns there. In the next moment, buzz. Spatial ripples spread as a young man, dressed elegantly, about 20 years old, with extraordinary looks, appeared beside Howard. It was Fergus. The South Sea Dragon Palace was over 50 million miles away from Spirit Sea Province. Without breaking through to the 4th rank profound passage proficiency, it was insufficient for Howard to leave Fergus at such a distance. South Sea Dragon Palace, Ancestral Dragon Cave. What? A 5th Tribulation Emperor is secretly plotting against our dragon race. Jinza Mario, the legitimate son of Isaac and the strongest king in the South Sea Dragon Palace, turned pale. Quick, activate the 9 dragon formation, and have all Imperial offspring retreat to the Ancestral Dragon Cave. Ayo. Soon, a resounding dragon roar echoed across the South Sea Dragon Palace and its surrounding hundreds of thousands of sea miles. 9 colossal 5-clawed golden dragons appeared above the South Sea Dragon Palace, protecting it. About 10 breaths later, the space above the South Sea Dragon Palace split like a curtain, revealing an elderly man in black xiuxian armor stepping out. 9 dragon formation. These old slippery eels are cautious, Howard noted. The 9 dragon formation was a protective array set up by the long ancestor himself, based on the South Sea water veins with the 8th rank blessing site Ancestral Dragon Cave as its core. Once activated, even 7th Tribulation Emperors couldn't breach it within a short time. Forget it. Let these old slippery eels live a few more days. Central Sea, the base of the Kang dragon race. Located in the middle of the Kang Dynasty, the vast ocean here was several times larger than the South Sea and even bigger than Xuanhuan Province, the 7th largest province. Ancestral Dragon Cave of Central Sea Dragon Palace. This large blessed site was one of the only 8 medium-large blessed sites within the Kang Dynasty. Its vastness rivaled that of a mid-province. In the center of Ancestral Dragon Cave was the Ancestral Dragon Palace. Pallid-faced, seemingly recovering from a severe illness, Isaac sat on a crystal throne. Above him were 3 more crystal thrones occupied by Kang Dynasty, with a population less than 10 billion. Among the hundreds of countries on the 9 Spirits continent, it barely ranks as a medium-sized nation. The country does not have many strong warriors. Martial heaven lords are already considered local heroes, and there are only a handful of Xiuxian kings. However, this very small country is feared even by the 9 great dynasties, who dare not provoke it without just cause. According to legend, the Xiangui state is protected by an ancient godwin, a supreme power standing at the pinnacle of the continent. Once, a major country ruled by an emperor sought to annex the Xiangui state, but they ultimately triggered the wrath of the ancient godwin and met with a catastrophic end, even causing the emperor himself to become the deity's meal. Xiangui Sea is the only sea within the Xiangui state, almost as large as Tai'an Sea before it dried up. This place is the territory of the ancient godwin, where legends say the deity slumbers somewhere within the sea. Ayo! Suddenly, a loud dragon roar echoed across the Xiangui Sea. In the next second, a spatial rift opened, forming a crack over 1,000 miles long. A 5-clawed golden dragon emerged from the space rift, stretching over 10,000 miles in length. Its terrifying dragon aura, reigning above all creatures, radiated outward with overwhelming might, sweeping through the entire Xiangui Sea. Much enthusiasm. Old friend, don't say such things. Can't I just come to see you? The godwin didn't respond, merely watching Jim closely. Having known this old creature for several 100,000 years, he knew exactly what kind of person Jim was. If not for some reason that required his help, this old creature would never be so kind as to visit. This, old friend, I mainly wanted to check on how you've been these past years. And well, there's also a small favor I need. The old me knows you're not this kind-hearted. What do you really want? Not much, just need you to help me deduce the origin of a certain force. Jim then briefly recounted the incident of Miguel being attacked by a 5th stage emperor. Deducing a 5th stage emperor? That's what you call a small matter, old man. I can't help you with this. Find someone else. There was already one 5th stage emperor openly involved, and there could be hidden entities behind the scenes. This hot potato was not something he wanted to touch. Although he had a long-standing relationship with Jim, he did not have the means to protect himself from attracting such powerful enemies. 7th stage demon emperors were indeed formidable, coupled with their Xiangui clan's extraordinary defense. Even 8th stage emperors like Jim would find it hard to seriously threaten him. However, that did not mean he could act recklessly. Beyond the heavens, there were greater heights. Beyond humanity, there were stronger beings. Of essence blood landed in his palm. Next moment, whoosh, his body shimmered with spiritual light, his turtle shell split into 9 pieces, hovering before him. Go! With a light command, The essence blood split into 9 parts, each entering one of the 9 turtle shells. 9 Gung calculation, activate. Dragon Pearl Secret Realm, now correctly referred to as Dragon Pearl Blessed Land. Over 2 months, with the integration of various celestial treasures, the Dragon Pearl Secret Realm successfully ascended to the rank of 4th grade Blessed Land. The abundance of heavenly forces was sufficient for a 5th stage true king to cultivate. Within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, which had expanded more than tenfold over the past 2 months. Suddenly, Fergus furrowed his brow. Is someone trying to deduce my origins? Is it the Dragon Clan or another dominant force? Luckily, I prioritized upgrading my Inquiry Dao power first. If he were still at the 3rd grade perfected realm, his true identity might have been revealed. Causality sever. Instantly, a blade of causality swiftly severed all causal lines connected to him. Unless wielded by a superior level emperor proficient in the Dao of causality, no one could possibly trace back to him. Shin Guisi. Not good. The Godwin's face changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy quickly weakening. Even the 9 turtle shells developed fine cracks. Fergus's strike did not only sever the causal link, but traced back and wounded the Godwin as well. He was not someone to be easily deduced. Old friend, are you alright? Old me suffered greatly because of you. Seeing the cracked turtle shells, the Godwin felt a pang of pain. Such injuries would take thousands of years to recover from, if at all. This was only because he had recognized the danger early enough and stopped in time. Otherwise, under the blade of causality, he would have either died or suffered severe harm. Struggles in the Dao of causality were more perilous than direct combat. PFFF. Another mouthful of blood spewed out. The Godwin stabilized his injuries slightly before speaking. Just now, a powerful entity severed causality. I couldn't deduce their true origin, only determining they came from Mingfeng province. Chapter 198. Renowned throughout Daking. In the Zhonghai Dragon Palace, Longzhu Cave, Longzhu Palace, Emperor Alexei and 2 other ancestor emperors of the Zhonghai Dragon Palace had their brows furrowed. Mingfeng state was merely a lower state within their Daking dynasty, and not even one of the higher-ranked ones at that. Its strongest being was merely a celestial lord. There weren't even any kings there. How could a 5th tribulation emperor possibly come from to be? Just a few months ago, a mysterious force emerged called Xinmin. Quickly, Albie recounted everything he knew about Xinmin. Over 2 months ago, Maxwell was supposed to go to Mingfeng state to deal with Xinmin, but upon receiving news from Jamesing and the others, he went to compete in Tianling Sea. What is Xinmin? This matter is most likely connected to Xinmin. Alexei Emperor's eyes grew cold, filled with boundless killing intent. He didn't believe that so many coincidences existed in this world. Even the so-called great opportunity must have been deliberately created by this Xinmin Emperor to avoid exposing themselves after learning of Maxwell's movements. Ancestor, what should we do next? Bob and the other 3 dragon emperors all looked at Alexei Emperor. Daring to scheme against our dragon clan, this can't end here. The Longjiang Palace and other dragon palaces in Mingfeng state were just small fry, at best having sky demon realm dragons. Their deaths meant nothing. But a demon king was a pillar of their dragon clan, especially Jean Maxwell, who was not only one of their strongest beneath these dragon emperors, but also his direct descendant. If they remained indifferent to being suppressed by Xinmin, how would they keep their dignity? What would their dragon children think? Ancestor, dealing with Xinmin won't be easy. Bob's face was grim. For even Senior Black Tortoise to suffer a heavy backlash during divination showed the depth of Xuanmin's strength. That exposed 5th tribulation emperor wasn't their strongest. Inside must be a higher 3rd tribulation emperor. Given their dragon clan's strength, they weren't sure if they could match Xinmin. Even if they could win, it would come at a terrible cost. Even they, the dragon emperors, might lose several members. If things went badly, it could even lead to the annihilation of their clan. Not to mention, both the Phoenix clan and the Xiuxian clan, fellow imperial clans of the demonic race, already viewed them unfavorably, especially the Phoenix clan, who were long-standing enemies. Without the restraint of other hegemon forces, war between their 2 clans would have long begun. Once their strength plummeted, those other hegemon forces wouldn't hesitate to stomp them down hard. Xinmin has offended not just our dragon clan. Since they like hiding, let me help them hide even better. Alexei Emperor's lips curled into a cold smile. Rushing in without knowing Xuanmin's full capabilities would be foolish. As an 8th tribulation emperor, he wasn't invincible. Since Xinmin dare defend multiple hegemon forces, they must have some backup. Tell Rue that in one day, I will spread Xuanmin's name across the 81 states of Daking Dynasty. Yes, ancestor. Hiss, did I hear that right? Who exactly are this Xinmin? How dare they offend the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Dao sects, Buddhist sects, and numerous major powers? An 8th tribulation emperor. His eyes resembled 2 hells, with countless demons roaring within. One thought could summon 10,000 demons to devour all life. This was the Lord of Heavenly Demon Sect, the foremost of the 5 great demon sects, and the other 5 were the supreme law emperors of Heavenly Demon Sect. What do you all think of this Xinmin? The Heavenly Demon Lord scanned each of the 5 law emperors. Lord, we cannot abandon Elmer and the others. Tai'an Law Emperor, sitting at the first seat on the left, hesitated before saying. The 12 Dharmarajas were part of the absolute elite in their Heavenly Demon Sect, second only to the Lord and the 5 law emperors. If they ignored the capture of 2 Dharmarajas, it would break their morale, making it hard for anyone to willingly serve them. Lord, Tianyin is right. Longmo Law Emperor, seated at the first seat on the right, echoed him before continuing. However, Xuanmin's true strength is unknown. We shouldn't act rashly to avoid aiding others instead. Longmo is correct. Lord, perhaps we should watch from the sidelines first. Very well. Let's follow what the Law Emperors say. Our sect will refrain from acting for now, and see who strikes against Xinmin first. Great Kang Dynasty. The other 4 were also venerated elder demon emperors of the Phoenix Clan. These past few days, Jed Maxwell and the others have not truly perished, so waiting a few more days would make no difference. We must not act rashly, the Caesar said gravely after a moment of silence. To easily capture Jed Maxwell, and the others suggested that the mysterious sect was likely another imperial lineage, possibly even one more formidable than ordinary. If it were an ordinary imperial lineage, the old eel would have acted long ago. To ask them to take the lead was too much for Emperor Alexei to expect. Besides, they were not the only ones facing humiliation. Not only did the demon sect and the Phoenix clan decide to hold back, but other major forces also received the news and followed suit. Those who attained the rank of emperor had practiced for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years, so they could easily discern the true intentions behind such moves. Without fully investigating the background of the mysterious sect, none of them would act recklessly, avoiding becoming tools for others' benefit. Xuanhuan State, the largest among the 81 states of the Great Kang Dynasty, where the capital of the Great Kang Kingdom lies. In the headquarters of the Magic Suppression Bureau in the capital of Kangdu, Lord Flash stood in the central hall, a 50-year-old man with graying temples. His demeanor exuded elegance and scholarship, resembling a learned scholar, though occasional flashes of divine power revealed an almost godlike aura. Even compared to Chavez, his presence was no less intimidating. Flash, none other, was the head of the Magic Suppression Bureau, its founder, and one of the pillars of the Great Kang Dynasty, a ninth tribulation true king who was only one step away from becoming an emperor by passing the Yang Fire Tribulation. I didn't expect the mysterious sect to have such a connection with our bureau. The dragon sphere suggests that the mysterious sect likely has an emperor overseeing it, perhaps more than one. To cultivate disciples like Fergus who care about the people, this sect must be a righteous great clan devoted to the welfare of the common folk. In recent years, the G family's ambitions have grown ever larger. If things continue, the Great Kang Dynasty will follow the footsteps of the previous dynasty. Perhaps the mysterious sect can help us out of this predicament. Phoenix Singing Path, Dragon Pearl Blissful Land, Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Seems like the dragons are indeed responsible for predicting my actions. Fergus, sitting on a crystal throne, glanced meaningfully toward the Central Sea Dragon Palace. They managed to predict the mysterious sect's involvement, which shows their ninth rank inquiry skill isn't fully severed from causality. Though he was secluded in the Dragon Palace's blissful land, he wasn't unaware of external events. Half of his 36 Andranxi avatars were dispatched across the 8 southwestern states, keeping him well informed. Not just the inquiry skill, but the void insight skill also needs further enhancement. The name of the mysterious sect spread far and wide due to the Dragon Clan's deliberate publicity. Retaliation from the Dragon Clan, Taoist sects, and Buddhist temples might soon follow. In just 2 days, his void insight skill broke through 4 ranks, reaching 9th rank and nearing perfection, yet it still felt insufficient to counter the Dragon Clan effectively. Andromated by his cultivation, his Andranxi avatars were still somewhat weaker than true 9th Tribulation Emperors. Even with all 36 avatars, defeating one emperor was uncertain, let alone capturing one. Top-tier emperors sat among the Dragon Clan, Taoist sects, and Buddhist temples. Who knew how many 9th Tribulation Emperors they had? The distance between 8th and 9th Tribulation Kings and these emperors was vast. Furthermore, some powerful overseas forces might intervene. What hidden cards did they leave behind before departing? As for the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, Fergus hesitated. He planned to have Howard seize it, once his void insight skill reached 9th rank perfection. As one of the Dragon Clan's 5 major palaces, it was far stronger than the Tai'an High Dragon Palace. Even without the old eel, capturing those Dragon Kings would significantly. Do you think? Should we accept or refuse? Chapter 200, The World as an Enemy. Time flew by, and a month had passed. Seeing that no factions had taken action against the Mystic Sect, the Dragon Clan could no longer hold back. They sent out an alliance request to dominant forces like the Tao Gate, Buddhist Gate, Phoenix Clan, preparing to unite these powerful forces to completely eradicate the Mystic Sect. Inside the Luo Fu Hall, the sole 8th Tribulation Sovereign of the Tao Gate, Jimmy Patriarch, clad in his Yunmeng Taiji robe, fell silent for a moment before asking for opinions from everyone present. Jimmy's senior brother, how can our Tao Gate align with those demonic forces? Our faction has always been dedicated to subduing demons and upholding righteousness. How can we betray the greater good of humanity and collude with evil? Qin, seated at the foremost position on the left side of Jimmy, was the first to object. He didn't wish for future generations to shame him. Jimmy's senior brother, what Tongming said makes sense. Although the Mystic Sect acts unpredictably and disregards boundaries, their disciples' actions in Mingfeng province have shown some chivalrous qualities. How can we join hands with those dark forces due to personal grudges and attack the Mystic Sect? Jimmy's senior brother, our Tao Gate worships the heavens and follows orthodox Taoist doctrines, dedicated to vanquishing demons and protecting all beings. We cannot undertake such heinous actions. Please think it over, Jimmy's senior brother, elder, great elder. In Sichuan province, on Xuanhuan Mountain, this mountain was considered the first sacred site in Sichuan province, revered by countless monks and believers. Atop Xuanhuan Mountain stood the first Buddhist temple, the Great Thunderclap Temple. Inside the great heroic hall of the Great Thunderclap Temple, a colossal Buddha sat upon a 9-colored lotus throne, about 100 zhang tall, radiating supreme and holy Buddha light. Known as the Andret Buddha or Ashton, he was the head of Buddhism in the Dakang Dynasty, 8th Tribulation Buddha who had survived 8 fiery tribulations. Beneath him were 4 smaller 7-colored lotus thrones, each occupied by another Buddha. While they weren't as exalted as the Andret Buddha, they were still thousands of times stronger than 9th Tribulation demon kings like Jean Maxwell Mario, having also transcended fiery tribulations. Ba. Suddenly, the Andret Buddha proclaimed a mantra, saying, "The Mystic Sect spreads chaos among the masses. Out of compassion, to protect humanity, we must ally with demons temporarily. Once the Mystic Sect is destroyed, we will fully guide these demons away from causing harm. Our Buddha is merciful. We shall follow your command." In a mysterious space filled with ominous magical aura in central Sichuan province, 5 supreme Dharma emperors of the Heavenly Devil sect were seated on their thrones alongside their sect leader. What do you all think about this alliance led by the Dragon Clan? Sect leader, in my opinion, we should agree, said the Nicholas, his eyes gleaming fervently. This was a legacy of a 7th tribulation sovereign, possibly even higher, which likely contained numerous valuable items. Whether he could successfully transcend his next fiery tribulation might very well depend on the Mystic Sect. Sect leader, the Mystic Sect dares to suppress our Dermic kings. It deserves destruction. I have no objections to this alliance. Elsewhere, deep beneath a desolate plain in North Desolate Province in northern Dakong, Dai sat on a throne, enveloped in blood-red mist, with only his crimson eyes visible. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Your end has come, Mystic Sect. Dai suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with indescribable excitement. Their day of vengeance had finally arrived. To dare destroy their blood-hidden tower branch, the Mystic Sect would pay with blood. Summon all elders here immediately. This time, our clan should be part of this alliance. Ha ha! After 8,000 years, my opportunity to break through has finally come. Mystic Sect, whether I can become a xiuxian sovereign depends on you. The alliance declaration by the Dragon Clan stirred the entire Kang Dynasty. Numerous king-level factions eagerly prepared to take a bite out of the Mystic Sect. Especially those 9th Tribulation king-level factions without sovereign legacies saw the Mystic Sect as their breakthrough chance. In Central Xian Province, capital Kong, at the headquarters of the Devil Suppressing Office. This is bad news for the Mystic Sect. Rock, chief of the Devil Suppressing Office, frowned deeply. The world was never short of people who would kick someone when they're down. In the face of substantial benefits, human ethics and righteousness were often thrown aside. After the Dragon Clan initiated the alliance, except for the Daogate and the Xiangxiao Gallagher rejecting it, the attitude of their backing G family remained unclear. All other major powers joined the Dragon Clan's alliance. Out of 43 top-tier king-level factions, most chose to act against the Mystic Sect. At this point, saying the Mystic Sect was facing enemies everywhere wasn't an exaggeration. Alas, is the Kang Dynasty destined to follow the same path as previous dynasties? Rock sighed helplessly. Whether it was the Dacian dynasty or older dynasties like Dasui and Dashun, their downfall wasn't due to tyrants causing misery. Celestial sovereigns lived for millennia, while heaven sovereigns and kings lived over 10,000 years. Those truly controlling the dynasty were imperial ancestors and martial true kings. If any tyrant appeared, they wouldn't last a year before being dethroned. All the problems stemmed from the G family's endless exploitation. When a dynasty couldn't meet the G family's demands, its end began. Finally, the Mystic Sect offered hope for liberation, but now it seemed like a fleeting flower. 9 dominant forces, 36 top-tier king-level factions, and countless other king-level factions, including more than 30 sovereigns and hundreds of kings. There was little chance the Mystic Sect could prevail. Well, I've done all I can. May this intelligence aid the Mystic Sect. In Jedin Dao, at the headquarters of the Devil Suppressing Office, in the 5-toed Golden Dragon Envoy's office, 9 dominant forces, 36 top-tier king-level factions. These guys sure look highly upon our Mystic Sect. Fergus glanced at the jade message in his hand, a playful smile appearing. If this were a month ago, he would have been cautious, uncertain about victory. But now, Fergus's gaze sharpened, and a rudimentary attribute panel quickly formed before his eyes. ####Chapter 201. 9th Tribulation Sovereign. Current Martial Arts Mastery. Election Gallagher Kaidina Shenjing. First Class Emperor Scripture, not yet initiated. Can be infused? Allowed him to enter the netherworld with mere thoughts, which was a higher dimensional world compared to the present world. Without corresponding divine abilities, even emperors would struggle to enter it. At least, in its current state, under the influence of Dunyu, he could not fully enter the netherworld using his current power, nor could he sense its location. During this period, to avoid causing too much commotion and alerting the various overlords, Fergus did not break through within any province of the Dacan Empire but went to other nations for breakthroughs. Later, he even left the Nine Spirits continent for the open sea. It was inevitable. Each breakthrough caused significant disturbances. Just breaking through to the 6th Tribulation Sovereign Realm nearly drained half of the heaven and earth forces from a whole empire. If he continued to break through on the Nine Spirits continent, it might enter a time of diminished natural law. Although the continent's essence wouldn't be fundamentally damaged, the consumed heaven and earth forces could still recover, but it would take years or even decades, perhaps longer. Considering the Nine Spirits continent as his second home, after half a year of being there, he felt some attachment and decided not to wreak havoc if he could avoid it. Anyway, at his speed, a trip to the open sea wouldn't take too much time. Despite his precautions, many empires and kingdoms on the Nine Spirits continent remained in turmoil, resembling the approach of a great calamity. In ancient times, when the Great Demon Catastrophe occurred, the heaven and earth forces were drained by an empire was like handling peanuts. With the 6th class Heavenly Might Wu Dao, almost nothing about these overlord forces of the Dacan Empire remained a secret to him. I wonder when the Dragon Clan alliance will arrive? Fergus looked towards the direction of the Mid-Ocean Dragon Palace, eager to confront them. Currently, his quasi-4th class Dao Bone had reached its limit. Advancing the 3 6th class Heavenly Might Divine abilities to perfection already cost him over 100 billion years of lifespan. The resources gathered by the demon-suppressing guards during this month were completely depleted, and nearly half of the 12 billion years of lifespan he had saved up were spent. To advance the 3 divine abilities further to the 7th class perfection level would require at least 7 to 8 billion years of lifespan. With the demon-suppressing guards capturing less than 3 billion years of lifespan per day, how long would it take to accumulate enough for the breakthrough? He couldn't wait that long. It had been only half a year since he came to this world. In Andranghai Province, the Songhai Blessed Land, Tianji Mountain, the Tsongli Palace, Ancestor Alexan Lan and the other 8 true king ancestors wore expressions of extreme gravity. Several true king ancestors showed looks of despair, appearing dazed as if they had lost their souls. They had thought joining the immortal sect was a great opportunity for the Songhai sect. They hoped that in the future, they could fulfill the late ancestors' wish and turn their Songhai sect into a top-tier imperial sect. However, Before seeing any benefits, they faced imminent destruction. Dares to speak rashly will not be spared. Hashtag chapter 202. The battle begins. Songhai Enclave, Tianji Mountain, Songhai Palace. Howard's eyes snapped open as he gazed toward the direction of Zhongli Palace. A month ago, with the carefully arranged formations and restrictions set up by Alexinland Patriarch and others, he wouldn't have sensed anything unless he actively released his divine sense to monitor them. But now, his true self had broken through to the 9th Tribulation Emperor realm, and his Dao inquiry technique had transformed into a 6th-rank Heavenly Gang skill. At such close proximity, unless an emperor intervened and sealed off space, any thoughts or mentions would inevitably stir some sensation in him. This was the terrifying power of those who were proficient in the way of cause and effect. In an instant, Alexinland Patriarch and the 8 true kings within Zhongli Palace felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being watched by an extremely powerful and dangerous beast. They knew that doom awaited them, with no place left for burial. Not good, this feeling. It must be that our Lord has heard these sinners' complaints. Alexinland Patriarch shuddered, suddenly enlightened, as overwhelming fears swept over him. If he wasn't careful today, not only would these sinners die, but the entire Songhai sect might suffer misfortune as well. In the next moment, bang! Alexinland Patriarch, he could conquer another batch. True kings were not scarce in this world. If none existed in the Great Kang Dynasty, there were still other kingdoms and overseas human forces. Today, out of respect for Alexinland Patriarch's gratitude, he spared these ungrateful wolves. Otherwise, he wouldn't let them off so easily. Relieved, Alexinland Patriarch thanked him immediately. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Rest assured, if they ever err again, I will deal with them myself. Moments later, that ominous premonition finally dissipated. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the 7 true king elders collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. They had truly walked through the gates of hell this time. Remember my words. Anyone who dares to gossip will be punished by me, first to prevent implicating our Songhai sect. Rest assured, Patriarch. We shall abide by your teachings and never utter foolishness again. Such an experience once was enough. They did not wish to endure it a second time. The murderous intent they had felt was unforgettable. His words were not mere threats but reality. 7 days passed quickly. Jedine Street, Dao Supreme Exorcism Bureau, 5-clawed Golden Dragon Envoy Office. Boom. Sumei's eyes gleamed, piercing through countless spaces. You've finally come. It has been a long wait. Had they delayed any longer, the Dragon Alliance had no intention of concealing this, especially with so many factions involved. It was impossible to keep it hidden anyway. Announcing it openly served their purpose, as they had already blockaded the southwest 8 provinces, allowing entry but not exit. As long as Encel remained within, they wouldn't escape. Thud. Space trembled again. Under the gaze of the masses, terrifying figures stepped out from the rift. Imperial and royal auras burst forth, shattering the surrounding void. In an instant, except for the Songhai Enclave, the entire celestial spirit sea fractured into chaos, consuming surrounding waters, drying up at visible speed. Hiss. 9 Buddhas from the Buddhist sect, 8 emperors from the Dragon clan, 6 emperors from the Heavenly Demon clan, 5 emperors from the Phoenix clan, 48 emperors from 9 major dominions, all present. They treat Encel with such importance. It's over. Encel is finished. Hashtag chapter 203. I am enough alone. In the southwestern 8 provinces, the concealed emperors, including Master Jimmy, tightened their expressions and all drew sharp breaths. Almost none of the emperors were optimistic about the Taoist sect. This time, the Dragon Clan alliance was truly overwhelming. There were 48 emperors alone, and second-tier kings numbering in the hundreds. Among them, there were over 100 9th Tribulation kings, many bringing their forces and heavenly soldiers, which made these emperors feel a faint sense of danger. The true combat strength of these forces rivaled that of some First Tribulation emperors. 2 or 3 9th Tribulation kings working together could even contend with a First Tribulation emperor. Unless the Taoist sect possessed an imperial lineage surpassing the emperor's heritage, it would be impossible for even top-tier emperor forces led by 9th Tribulation emperors to match this many emperors and kings. But could that be possible? Present-day 9 Spirit Continent was no comparison to ancient times. Under the frenzied plundering of ancient demons, the essence of 9 Spirit Continent had deteriorated drastically, barely a fraction of what it was in ancient times. With the current resources of 9 Spirit Continent, nurturing even one 9th Tribulation emperor was exceedingly difficult, let alone legendary imperial figures. It was almost inconceivable for such an empire to focus on a backwater region like this. In ancient times, why did those powerful beings from overseas only leave minor legacies after suppressing the demon calamity before leaving 9 Spirit Continent? Simply because its resources were too scarce to satisfy the needs of imperial power cultivation. Staying for long periods wouldn't advance cultivation. Instead, it might lead to regression. Emperor must be present. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly. Otherwise, I might really have fallen into the hands of this Taoist sect. But now, Emperor Alexi's expression shifted, revealing a sinister smile. The next moment, thud. With a single step, Emperor Alexi appeared 1,000 miles away from Songhai Blessed Land, looking down from above. Taoist sect, since you dare to provoke us, don't hide. Have the courage to come out and fight us openly. Emperor Alexi's voice thundered, reverberating through the entire heavenly spirit sea. Howard, you bring out all your Taoist sect members. Hiding and showing partiality is not a skill. Following a cool voice from Songhai Blessed Land, Howard appeared 100 miles away from Emperor Alexi. Howard, get all your people out. Hiding and showing partiality, what kind of skill is that? Emperor Alexi coldly replied, having found considerable information on the Taoist sect, including Howard. They didn't believe only Howard, an emperor, resided here. Merely your group of insignificant creatures. I alone am enough? Howard's tone was disdainful, completely disregarding the 48 emperors and nearly 1,000 kings. A group of ants at best 8th Tribulation Emperors. If he still needed to send another Andrengsu Phantom to assist, his face wouldn't exist. Andrengsu Phantom, this 8th Tribulation Emperor power unleashed, aiming to subdue Howard in one move. The dragon claw tore through space, collapsing everything in its path. Quite a formidable old eel. After thousands of years without appearing, it seems he's reached this level. Master Jimmy felt alarmed. That claw's terror was unnerving even to him. An 8th Tribulation full emperor. Its power was close to the limits of 8th Tribulation demon emperors, needing only to transcend the 9th Yang Fire Tribulation to become a 9th Tribulation demon emperor. Now, it's time for the Taoist sects back up to surface. Let's see what hidden strength they possess to dare challenge so many emperor forces. Chapter 204. The Majesty of an Imperial Lord. Trifling tricks. Howard sneered. If this attack had come a month ago, it might have posed a threat to him. Unfortunately for them, they were just too late. Androphy with a cheat ability worked like this, unreasonable and overpowering. They had only passed 1 month, while he had surpassed tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of years in cultivation. Boom. Taking a step forward, Howard's aura soared wildly, akin to an ancient evil deity awakening from its slumber. With a crack, the vast dragon claw descending from the sky shattered under the mounting pressure, disintegrating completely. Darn it. Actual destruction, it would be best for them. What now? Should we continue fighting or not? Jim, Jocelyn, and the other 8 leaders exchanged mental communications, hesitant and somewhat cornered. To fight and thoroughly suppress a 9th Tribulation Emperor, they would likely lose some of their own emperors. Moreover, Howard wasn't alone. The mystical gate remained silent. What hidden strengths did they have? Another 9th Tribulation Emperor could spell doom for most of their emperors here in Tianling Sea. These surrounding old powers wouldn't hesitate to kick them when they're down, exploiting any weakness. Even the slightest misstep could lead to their extermination. Yet, retreating felt unsatisfactory. Gathering such powerful forces with grand proclamations, only to end in anticlimax, how could they, the 9 great overlords, save face? Otherwise, they'd become lifelong laughingstocks among the ancients. Howard, hand over our clansmen and disciples now, and compensate us with 100 billion low-grade essence stones. We will overlook previous grievances. Otherwise, your mystical gate will be erased from this world. After deliberation through mental exchange, Jim finally decided. Initiating war posed too much risk and would benefit other factions, but they couldn't just retreat quietly. They needed an exit strategy to preserve their dignity. It seems it ends here. The observing emperors wore disappointed faces. Buddhamaster, Jocelyn, and other 7th and 8th Tribulation emperors behind noticed something amiss and their expressions changed. Howard is an imperial lord. No wonder he dared to defy us so brazenly. Jimmy Ancestor's pupils constricted. Between an imperial lord and emperor, there lay a gap of life realms. 48 emperors wouldn't stand a chance against an imperial lord. Phew. Thankfully we adhered to principles and didn't join the Dragon Alliance. Otherwise, the Tao sect would be in grave danger. Facing an imperial lord left him despairing even in thought. Senior, it's our fault today for offending you. Please forgive us for this transgression. Jim held a gold-shining divine spear. Senior, this is the 2nd-rank celestial armament golden dragon spear, a token of respect. Please accept it. The other emperors behind bowed deeply, brandishing celestial armaments in their hands. Dignity, face, clansmen. All were cast aside in the face of an imperial lord's might. This is your last word? Then follow me to meet the Almighty. Forgiveness was the Almighty's matter. Howard's task was to send them to the Almighty. Senior, my Buddhist sect descends from the Bitter Sea Bodhi Temple. Spare us for the sake of our ancestor masters. Senior, my longevity sect stems from the 9-star palace's longevity imperial lord. My demon sect follows the Waniozia's 10,000 demon sect lineage. Note, I've tried to keep the translation accurate and fluent, maintaining the tone and style of the original text. ##### Chapter 205, Complete Suppression. #### Andring State, Celestial Spirit Sea, within the Void Cage. The leaders of various forces, including the Ashton, the Immortal Master of Longevity Sect, and the Heavenly Demon Sect, all invoked their respective backers, hoping to instill fear into the Arn sect. Otherwise, once a war broke out, they would surely face dire consequences. Even the weakest among the Arn emperors was not someone they could withstand. If anything happened to them, the Buddhist sect, the Longevity sect, would be finished. Being erased from the Great Kang Dynasty was just a matter of time. This time, in order to completely destroy the Arn, these major forces not only sent all their emperors but also most of their kings. Only a very small number were left behind to guard the rear. Ignoring whether the Arn would exterminate them completely, other forces like the Tao sect and Shenxiao sect would seize this once-in-a-millennium opportunity and tear them apart like wolves devouring prey, consuming them entirely. Those king-level forces behind them looked utterly despairing, as if their souls had been drained, on the verge of falling from the void at any second. The Buddhist sect, Longevity sect, Heavenly Demon sect, and other dominant forces had powerful backers. Perhaps the Arn emperor might spare them for that reason. But these king-level forces had no imperial legacy or support to rely on. Their fate was clear. Death. How foolish I was to believe the lies of those snakes. One of them thought, how can we mere kings interfere in the struggles between such great powers? If the Arn dared to provoke so many dominant forces at once, they must have some confidence. Pressuring me with your backers? Let them come, and we will see who laughs last. Fernand responded firmly, not taking their threats seriously. These forces were billions of miles away from Yunmeng Continent, and in this vast expanse of sea spanning billions of miles, he had never heard of these forces before. By the time they learn of the destruction of their legacies, it would be too late. He would likely have already surpassed the imperial realm by then. If Beauty Temple, Zhuoyao Palace, and others dare come to Yunmeng Continent seeking revenge, they will not return alive, he vowed. Elder, it is better to resolve conflicts rather than escalate them. We do not have deep-seated enmity with you. Why seek our total destruction? While we are far from your match, we are not mere ants for you to crush. If we fight to the death, even you, an emperor, will pay a price, said the Ashton, eyes filled with madness. And void restriction. With a shout, millions of spatial energies swiftly condensed into countless chains, binding the 48 emperors and nearly 1,000 kings behind them. Not good. The faces of Jim and the other 8th and 7th tier emperors changed drastically. Just as they began to react, the chains pierced through their bodies, trapping their xiuxian and sealing their powers. Lower tier emperors barely had time to think before being fully immobilized. D***MN. This Fernan is not a first tier emperor. We're doomed. Completely doomed. Mercy, Elder. I never intended to oppose the Arn. All of this was forced upon us by the Dragon Clan, Buddhist sect, and the 9 major forces. Please understand. The Elder must know. It's all the fault of the Dragon Clan. My capabilities are low. If I refused, they would slaughter my entire clan. I had no choice. One by one, the kings blamed the Dragon Clan, Buddhist sect, and the 9 major forces for forcing them into this alliance. Better that my fellow die than I. To my command. Howard waved his hand, and his sleeves swelled infinitely, akin to the legendary sleeve concealment technique. A terrifying suction force erupted from his sleeves, turning the completely bound emperors and xiuxian. Why did I believe those snakes' lies? How could I hate so much? Fernan and your Arn, you won't be triumphant for long. The emperor will avenge us. Fernan, though you suppress us today, karma will eventually catch up. One day, your Arn will repent for today's actions. Hashtag chapter 206, sweeping through Dekong. Hashtag Tai'an Andring Sea, in the vast expanse of space above. Xiuxian and the other 48 emperors, along with nearly 1,000 kings, had vanished without a trace. Only Howard remained, standing tall in the void. Looking around, Howard softly uttered the word, subdue. Instantly, the spatial rifts scattered across Tai'an Andring Sea began to rapidly heal, returning to normal within moments as if everything that happened was just a dream, leaving no evidence behind. In the next second, whoosh, Howard turned and returned to Shanghai Fudi. What? Xiuxian and the others were subdued so easily? This? In Southwest 8 provinces, Supreme Master Jimmy and the other emperors were utterly shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. From the moment Xiuxian and the others appeared in Tai'an Andring Sea until now, how much time had passed? At most, it hadn't even been 10 breaths. Yet, these 48 emperors and nearly 1,000 kings were completely suppressed without any resistance. In Jilin continent for long. Once he leaves, we can return. Hashtag Sichuan province, Xianling Mountain, Duliming Temple. A Buddha statue, about 100 meters tall, sat on a 5-colored lotus platform, preaching scriptures. His Buddhist light illuminated the entire Xianling Mountain, and chants reverberated through the temple. Abdur, one of the 5 directions Buddhas, was the leader of Buddhism in eastern provinces of the Great Kang Dynasty. In Buddhism, his status was only below the 9 brightness Buddha lords. After Brightness Buddha Lord led the other Buddhas of Duliming Temple away from Xianling Mountain, this eastern leader was recalled to Duliming Temple to temporarily guard it. Below him, 300 bodhisattvas and 800 arhats listened with smiles and nods, radiating peace and harmony, showing no signs of tension or unease despite the impending battle. This battle involved the combined forces of the 9 dominant powers, 36 top true king legacies, and over 100 king-level factions. For a mere mystic sect, victory should have been effortless. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming force, enough to make even 9th tribulation emperors despair, enveloped the entire Duliming Temple. Amitabha. Amidst the chanting, countless 1,000-foot-tall Buddha illusions rose from Duliming Temple. There were thousands of Buddha images, each possessing power comparable to 7th tribulation emperors. 1,000 Buddha formation. The defensive array of Duliming Temple. Quite a formidable 1,000 Buddha formation, but it's not enough to stop me. With a cold voice echoing from all directions. Crash. One by one, the 1,000-foot-tall Buddha images shattered. The 1,000 Buddha formation, Duliming Temple's guardian formation, crumbled visibly. No. Abdur was horrified. The 1,000 Buddha formation was set up by 1,000 Treasures Buddha of Putti Temple before he left Jilin continent, a genuine imperial array. Even 9th tribulation emperors would struggle against it. How could it be so easily destroyed? Emperor. An emperor attacked us. Why is this happening? Emperors were already legends in Jilin continent. Apart from the few ancient demons sealed away, there shouldn't be any emperors left here. Why did an emperor suddenly attack Duliming Temple without cause? Retreat. The cold voice rang out again across the temple. Next second, boom. A terrifying devouring force covered all monks in Duliming Temple, including Abdur, a 9th tribulation Buddha. They had no resistance as they were drawn toward the long sleeves that had appeared above the temple. Don't. Please stop. We have no enmity with you. This must be a misunderstanding. No enmity? You just led people to attack my mystic sect. A mocking voice replied from around the temple. Tit for tat. Suppressing those emperors and kings didn't mean the matter was over. Upon sensing the Dragon Clan alliance entering Andringshuan province, Fergus's spirit illusion body headed towards their stronghold. At 6th stage perfection celestial might, his spirit illusion body could travel 10 billion miles away from the original body. Jilin continent was far less than 10 billion miles across, allowing the spirit illusion body to reach anywhere. Within a teacup's time. Jedine Street, Dao Law Demon Bureau Office. Whoosh. A golden light flashed, and the last spirit illusion body merged back into Fergus's body. In that brief teacup's time, Fergus's 20 spirit illusion bodies swept through the 9 dominant powers, 36 top true king legacies, and over 100 ordinary king-level factions. Their strongholds and main branches were virtually wiped out. The remnants wouldn't last long either. In this world, there are plenty willing to kick someone when they're down. Once Fergus let the news leak, many factions would join in the hunt, leaving no place for them in the Kang Dynasty or Yunmeng continent. Half an hour later, Fergus's eyes gleamed as he initially inventoried the spoils from the 9 dominant powers and various king-level factions. Inferno, shrouded in mystery. Demon Flame Mountain, the largest mountain in the vast mountain range, is a forbidden area within a forbidden zone. Even kings would face dire consequences if they dared to enter recklessly. This is the ancestral land of the Flame Demon clan among the demon races. Among the many royal clans within the Great Kang Dynasty, the Flame Demon clan ranks in the top 3, sometimes even referred to as the number 1 royal clan. Only 2 imperial clans, the Winged Demon clan and the Blood Demon clan, could firmly surpass it. At the peak of Demon Flame Mountain, a tear appeared in space with a "gift" sound, and a figure stepped out from the sky. Dressed in a purple-black robe, appearing to be in his early 20s, he had an exceptionally handsome appearance with an otherworldly demeanor that transcended ordinary mortals. This person was none other than Fergus. Fergus chose Demon Flame Mountain as his place for breakthrough. Being ranked among the top 3 demon clans and holding significant power within the Great Kang Dynasty's 43 major royal legacies, the Flame Demon clan possessed a large blessed land whose essence was sufficient for him to advance to the First Tribulation Emperor rank. Taking another step, Fergus appeared above a vast sea of fire spanning over 8 million miles, larger than the central states like xiuxian, and Spirit Long. This was the Flame Demon clan's foundational blessed land. By killing this black dragon, Fergus could gain around 100,000 years of lifespan, which wasn't bad. But retaining the black dragon and using its demon king essence to cultivate ordinary aquatic creatures into low-level demon soldiers within a month would yield more benefits. Each low-level demon soldier generally provided 50 to 60 years of lifespan, and cultivating 10,000 low-level demon soldiers would result in 5 to 6 million years of lifespan. Moreover, this process could be repeated for several centuries, possibly extending to a millennium if some heavenly treasures were bestowed to allow them rest periods. This meant potentially gaining over 100 billion years of lifespan, far exceeding what could be obtained through direct slaughter. To maximize this advantage, Fergus transformed the Dragon Pearl Blessed Land's North Sea into an aquatic creature cultivation farm and established 36 large demon farms on the mainland. This time, Howard and the 21 Spirit Void illusory bodies eliminated 9 major overlords and numerous royal legacies, suppressing 33 emperors, 686 kings, and tens of millions of true realm and above great demons. Fergus eagerly anticipated the harvest after a month, knowing it would far exceed what his demon suppression guards gained in a month. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Fergus summoned another First Tribulation Demon King Black Dragon before him. As one of the 5 races sought to curry favor, these remnants of the Dragon Alliance were valuable assets for such efforts. In the Grand Palace of the capital city Chengdu, within the imperial city of the Great Kang Dynasty, 3 figures sat on thrones. The one in the highest seat, around 40 years old, wore a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, exuding supreme authority like a born ruler. His every move carried a kingly aura, compelling people to kneel before him in submission. Emperor Yunmeng, the founding emperor of the Great Kang Dynasty, was a 9 tribulation true king who had survived 9 Yunmeng tribulations. On the left sat a middle-aged man wearing a purple imperial dragon robe with silver streaks in his hair, radiating a refined elegance. He was Hobie, the head of the Great Kang Dynasty's Demon Suppression Bureau. Lastly, there was a mighty god general, also around 40 years old, clad in golden divine armor, emitting dazzling golden light, embodying an invincible and unconquerable spirit. General Abel was the first military leader of the Great Kang Dynasty, known as the Great Kang War God, also a 9 tribulation true king like Emperor Yunmeng and Hobie. These 3 were the official trio of the Great Kang Dynasty, the true decision-makers. What an unexpected turn of events. That sect actually has an emperor seated. However, this could be an opportunity, a major blessed land whose core power sufficed for him to advance to the First Tribulation Emperor rank. Taking another step, Fergus appeared over a boundless sea of fire stretching 800,000 miles, a significant size compared to central regions like Spirit Profound or Spirit Dragon. This was the Flame Demon clan's foundation and a 9th rank blessed land. Currently, this very foundation of the Flame Demon clan lacked any sign of life, resembling a dead wasteland. Among the 36 top-tier powers that had besieged Howard, this Flame Demon King clan was included. The outcome was obvious. Every Flame Demon in Mount Demon Flame, regardless of gender, age, or cultivation level, was entirely suppressed by the ethereal phantom bodies, serving as nourishment for Fergus's growth. A golden glow shimmered as a golden barrier expanded rapidly, pushing back wave upon wave of flames extending miles away. Before diving into cultivating the primordial essence scripture, Fergus believed in preparing well first. Prior to breaking through to the Emperor realm, he decided to enhance his innate Dharma bones. Otherwise, the 40 billion year lifespan in his hand could not ensure a smooth ascension to the 3rd Tribulation Emperor rank. In a flash of darkness, a First Tribulation Demon King level Black Dragon appeared before Fergus. With a pop, a bowl-sized hole appeared on the Black Dragon's reverse scale, spewing dragon blood into Fergus's mouth. With numerous king legacies, suppressed 33 emperors, 686 kings, and millions of great demons of true realm or higher, Fergus couldn't help but look forward to a month later. His harvest was undoubtedly greater than what his demon suppression guard achieved in a month, far exceeding previous gains. Sigh. Breathing deeply to calm himself, Fergus summoned another Black Dragon using his consciousness. As one of the 5 main branches of the Black Dragon race, the Black Dragons were formidable, stronger than Songhai sect. They had 9 demon kings, with the strongest having survived 8 Yunmeng calamities. What? The Dragon Race Alliance lost? That sect actually has a legendary emperor guarding them. No wonder they dared defy so many powerful factions. Now, the Great Kang Dynasty, indeed all of 9 Spirit Continent, will respect that sect. While Fergus was secluded, news of the Dragon Race Alliance's downfall spread rapidly across the 81 provinces of the Great Kang Dynasty, reaching the entire 9 Spirit Continent. Haha, good. You monks also have your day of retribution. The Dragon Race, your end has come. Pass my edict to relentlessly hunt down the remnants of the dragon race. As Fergus predicted, various forces in the Great Kang Dynasty attacked the Fallen, especially after he leaked some information intentionally, leading to chaos. The remnants of the 9 overlords and the numerous king forces became targets for everyone to strike at. Even those who escaped to other regions couldn't escape, as the mystic sect was now the sole emperor-level legacy on the 9-spirit continent. Following news of the Celestial Sea battle, countless factions sought to ingratiate themselves with the mystic sect. The remaining members of the Dragon Race Alliance became valuable offerings. In the majestic palace within the imperial city of Kang capital, Great Kang Dynasty, 3 men sat on thrones. The man at the top, around 40 years old, wore a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, radiating incomparable majesty. Every move he made evoked a sense of awe, prompting involuntary obeisance. Emperor Yunmeng, the founding emperor of the Great Kang Dynasty, was a 9th tribulation true king who had survived 9 Xuanhuan calamities. To his left sat a middle-aged man in a purple true dragon robe with gray temples, exuding a scholarly air. He was Governor Rock of the Great Kang Dynasty's Demon Suppression Office. To his right was a mighty general, also around 40, dressed in golden divine armor, emanating an aura of invincibility like a god of war descending from heaven. Great General Mario Xiuxian, the first person in the military of the Great Kang Dynasty, also a 9th trib, opened its eyes, which had been tightly shut. To actually promote me to the Grand General of the Southwest 8 Provinces Demon Suppression Force, this Dakwang court truly values me. Before entering seclusion for his breakthrough, he left behind a spirit void phantom body that looked like him to temporarily take charge of Jedin Town's Demon Suppression Bureau. Just now, a powerful expert from the central headquarters of the Demon Suppression Force arrived at Jedin Town, bringing news of Fergus's new appointment. Although he knew his promotion was imminent, as the conclusion of the Heavenly Spirit Sea battle made it impossible for those in power within the court not to curry favor with him as a disciple of the Taoist sect, becoming the Grand General of the Southwest 8 Provinces still greatly surprised him. From 5-clawed Golden Dragon Envoy to Grand General of Demon Suppression was not just a 3-level promotion. It involved 7 ranks, including 3-clawed, 4-clawed, and 5-clawed Purple Dragon Envoys, and 3-clawed, 4-clawed, and 5-clawed True Dragon Envoys. Even if he rode a rocket, it wouldn't be this fast. It seems the Dakwang Dynasty is really struggling and urgently needs another pillar of support, Fergus pondered, recalling many King Soul's memories. While he couldn't say he saw everything clearly, he understood the situation of the entire Dakwang Dynasty very well. Otherwise, they wouldn't elevate him so drastically just for the sake of befriending the backing Taoist sect. At less than 20 years old, regardless of whether he quickly exited the Blessed Land, heading toward the Demon Suppression headquarters of the Southwest 8 Provinces. Relying solely on the Demon Suppression forces would be far from enough to cleanse the numerous demons and evils in the Southwest 8 Provinces. Even though there were no Demon Kings or Devil Lords now, the Demon Suppression force faced the same issue. The former Grand General Yael and 2 true kings from the Dakwang Dynasty were still imprisoned within his Dragon Pearl blessed land. Let's call it giving the court some face. The other kings, the Taoist sect has always known right from wrong and hasn't allied with demons and evil forces to attack our Taoist sect. Let's give these Taoist kings a chance. We will see how sincere they are. In the next moment, all demon kings except for Bronson were moved to a special breeding ground, destined to become endless supplies of demon soldiers until their essence was drained and they perished. As for the worthless ones, they disintegrated into dust. Anyone daring to target him deserved death. He wouldn't show mercy just because they were human. At the Jedin Town Demon Suppression Bureau, Yarel and 2 other true kings followed the Deputy Director Jedi out of the headquarters. They all appeared dazed, feeling like they were dreaming. Had they been suppressed for 3 months, or 10,000 years? How could such changes happen so drastically? The dominant powers like the Buddhist sect, Heavenly Demon sect, and Longevity sect had existed since ancient times, surviving countless dynastic changes. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan could trace back hundreds of thousands of years. Yet, all of them crumbled in just a few months. This completely defied their understanding. If it weren't for the Deputy Director Jedi telling them, they wouldn't believe a word. Zhongling Province, one of the 12 upper provinces of the Dakwang Dynasty, ranked second only after the central Xiuxian province where Kangdu was located. In the heart of Zhongling Province stood a massive city, stretching for 10,000 miles wide and surrounded by towering walls, shining brilliantly under the sun like a divine city on earth. Andrangdu City, the largest city in Zhongling Province, and arguably the top city in Dakwang, even overshadowing Kangdu. Here was the base of the first major power among the 12 overlords, the Ji family. In the heart of Andrangdu City's inner city, within a resplendent palace, 13 majestic beings sat upon golden dragon thrones. Their auras were terrifying, none lower than emperor level, especially the middle-aged man in yellow robes at the head, whose might surpass the 8 fully completed tribulations of Jim, the 8th completed tribulation demon emperor. He was a 9th completed tribulation emperor, having survived 9 young fire tribulations. No wonder the Ji family was the top overlord of the Dakwang Dynasty, the manipulator behind the scenes for tens of thousands of years since the late ancient era. Their foundation was far more perfect as they cannot possibly be a match for these major forces. Ancestor, the Bodhi Temple, Jiao Palace, and other powers are dominant forces in the Tianlan Sea region, far superior to the Taoist sect. Fine, since all of you agree, let's contact the main families and proceed this way. I hope this decision does not bring clan-wide destruction upon us. ###Chapter 209, the Empyrean Sovereign. In the center of the Yama Demon Blessed Land, within the Golden Barrier, boom, a dazzling innate divine light surged up from the innate disk. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the 40 zhong mark and continued to rise. 45 zhong, 50 zhong, 55 zhong, 65 zhong. Almost there. It's about to break through 70 zhong. Watching the rapidly approaching 70 zhong mark, Fergus's heart raced. 7th grade Dao Bones were a legend in the Great Kang Dynasty. Even the 8th Plague and 7th Plague Emperors like the Brightness Buddha Master and the Supreme of the Heavenly Demon Sect only possessed 6th grade Dao Bones, mostly lower class 6th grade Dao Bones. Given enough resources, a 7th grade Dao Bone prodigy would have at least a 3 in 10 chance of transcending their limitations and becoming an emperor. Even passing the second divine thunder tribulation to become a 2-raid Empyrean sovereign was not impossible. A moment later, a trace of regret flashed across Fergus's eyes as the innate divine light stopped at 69 zhang 6 feet 3 inches, just short by 3 feet 7 inches of reaching the 7th grade Dao Bones. Unfortunately, the blood of the demon kings and the heaven-defying treasures used for enhancing his innate abilities had all been exhausted. Well, being able to break through 3 grades consecutively was still quite impressive. Quasi-7th grade Dao Bones might not be as good as true 7th grade Dao Bones, but they still represented potential for an Empyrean sovereign, with at least a 1 in 10 chance of breaking through to that realm. The next second, Fergus's gaze sharpened as the simple attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Current martial arts mastery. Primordial Transformation Sutra, 1st grade Empyrean Scripture beginner level, can infuse. Control the Void, 6th grade Heavens, Might Mystic Technique, perfect level, can infuse. Evade the Abyss, 6th grade Heavens, Might Mystic Technique, perfect level, can infuse. Comprehend the Tao, 6th grade Heavens, Might Mystic Technique, perfect level, can infuse. Current Androphespin, 88,782 years. Available Androphespin for infusion, 85,228 billion years. Time passed quickly. Nearly 2 months had gone by since he was appointed as the Demon Suppression General of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Apart from the remaining 42.16 billion years, the rest of the 810.12 billion years he held came from under 30 billion years harvested by his subordinates, with the remainder, over 510 billion years, coming from harvesting demon livestock in the Dragon Pearl Blessed Land. On average, each month yielded nearly 26 billion years of lifespan, nearly matching what the Demon Suppression Bureau gained in nearly 2 months, and almost without any significant cost. Only some soulless aquatic creatures and beasts were expended, unlike the resource-guzzling Demon Suppression Guards who required astronomical daily rewards. In just 2 months, this expenditure could make even a first-rate king flinch. Breeding demons turned out to be the right move. Expanding this operation would be crucial moving forward. Compared to powerful demons and demon kings, these low-tier demon soldiers offered better value. During this time, no major incidents occurred. The Ji family seemed completely oblivious to the small actions of the Great Kang Court, offering no reaction. Other factions simply tried to cozy up to the Xian Gate, sending numerous strong experts to join the Demon Suppression Bureau in the 8 southwestern provinces, greatly boosting its strength. Now, under his command, the Demon Suppression Guards included 8 true kings, including Xuanhuan Patriarch of the Shanghai sect, and added 7 more true kings. The strongest among them surpassed Xuanhuan Patriarch significantly, and had successfully passed the 7th Yunmeng tribulation. As for the second-rank celestial sovereigns, their numbers doubled, nearing 300. Without this expansion, the gains over these 2 months would have been significantly reduced. The next step is to break through. I wonder to what realm 852.28 billion years of lifespan can elevate my cultivation. Infuse the Primordial Transformation Sutra. You begin cultivating the Primordial Transformation Sutra. After 480,000 years, you successfully pass the first Divine Thunder Tribulation and reach the introductory level of the Primordial Transformation Sutra. 480,000 years, which aligns pretty well with my estimation. If aided by sufficient heaven-defying treasures, the cultivation process could be compressed to within 50,000 years. Considering the time needed to advance to a 9th Plague Emperor, it would take roughly 70,000 years to trigger the Divine Thunder Tribulation and challenge the Empyrean realm. This was the path most quasi-7th grade Dao Bone prodigies took. Boom. In an instant, the entire Yama Demon Blessed Land erupted into chaos. All the forces of heaven and earth transformed into streams of primordial energy, converging towards Fergus. Didn't idle either. They read through countless classics and materials stored by the 9 overlords, or slowly extracted useful memories from captured imperial beings. By now, Fergus's understanding of the Empyrean sovereign realm was far beyond the superficial insights derived from comprehending the Tao. If his 45 ethereal phantoms acted together, even a slightly weaker 7th-rate Empyrean sovereign could be challenged. Lastly, his own lifespan had reached 129,600 years minus 18 years, nearly a full great cycle. This was the base lifespan of all first-rate Empyrean sovereigns. Without extending their lifespan through heavenly treasures and longevity elixirs, a first-rate Empyrean sovereign could live for 1 great cycle at most. This Yama Demon Blessed Land has less than 4/10 of its origin force left. I wonder if it can help me advance further. Fergus surveyed his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed, though not overly concerned. Besides this blessed land, he had 27 other large ones in hand. When the origin force ran out, he could simply relocate. You continue cultivating the Primordial Transformation Sutra. After 420,000 years, the first level will be complete. The Yunmeng Dynasty, one of the 2 northern dynasties in the 9-spirit continent, ranked 7th among the 9 great dynasties, covering roughly half the size of the Great Kang Dynasty. The northern desert was the law changed. From start to finish, what mattered to him was only himself. Not to mention destroying just a single large blessed land. If one day he needed to drain Yunmeng Continent's origin power to continue his advancement, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. At most, he would use his great power to create a new blessed land for the human race of Yunmeng Continent to inhabit. In the next second, the surrounding space twisted, and Fergus vanished into the spatial currents. Moments later, East Sea Dragon Palace, Ancestral Dragon Cave. With it tear, the crystal wall of the blessed land split open like paper, and Fergus in his purple-black robe stepped out from the spatial tear. This Ancestral Dragon Cave was the nearest large blessed land to the demonic flame blessed land. As the head of the dragon palaces in the 4 seas, the East Sea Dragon Palace was significantly stronger than the other 3 sea dragon palaces. Unlike the other 3 sea dragon palaces' Ancestral Dragon Caves, which were 8th grade blessed lands, this one was a 9th grade blessed land and among the best of them, even more powerful than the demonic flame blessed land controlled by the demon flame clan. Its size was almost twice as large. Rumble. The void rumbled, and the entire force of the blessed land surged towards Fergus, transforming into pure mana, like true dragons merging into his vast purple mansion space, which was larger than Bray Dingluan Manor. His quasi-10th grade. It was stronger than even the East Sea Dragon Palace's ancestral dragon cave, with its origin power being almost 5 times as abundant as the demonic flame blessed land. Rumble. In the center of the Ghost Emperor realm, which had shrunk by nearly 90%, a colossal giant 10,000 feet tall suddenly opened his eyes. The brilliant divine light, like 2 beams of destructive power, seemed capable of obliterating the entire Ghost Emperor realm. Even a 9th stage sovereign below the imperial rank would be instantly pierced and destroyed by these beams. 3 days had passed since Fergus broke through to the 1st stage of imperial rank. Fergus underwent 5 rounds of divine thunder calamity, finally advancing his cultivation to match his 3 major celestial powers, reaching the 6th stage of the imperial rank. His overall strength increased by more than tenfold. While challenging 8th stage imperial sovereigns might still be uncertain, he had confidence in confronting 7th stage imperial sovereigns, even those approaching their 8th thunder calamity. Of course, the cost was significant. Not only did he expend nearly 10 million years of lifespan, but also, 28 large blessed lands under the control of forces like the Buddhist sect and Dragon Clan were mostly destroyed, leaving only 6 10th grade blessed lands. The natural power within the entire territory of the Daquang dynasty slightly declined. These blessed lands differed from Fergus's Dragon Pearl blessed land. They were more akin. Within 2 months, the once top-tier force of the Buddhist sect was almost eradicated, with only a few Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats escaping. Lani was one of them. According to ancient texts, it should be beneath this sand dune, but should I really do this? Looking at the sand dune, Lani hesitated. Once unleashed, the resulting devastation would extend beyond mere millions of lives. All of Jiuling continent would suffer, just for personal gain. Soon, his hesitation turned into boundless malice. Do not blame me for my cruelty. Blame the mystical gate and those sinners. They forced me to this. Next second, swoosh. A golden bowl, about a foot in diameter, appeared in Lani's hand. Go! With a shout, the golden bowl flew out, rapidly expanding to over 100 feet wide. Fall. Inverting, the bowl poured out a river of foul-smelling demonic blood. Boom, boom. Instantly, the sand dune came alive, emitting a peculiar vibration as it devoured the demonic blood. Phew! I was right. It is indeed here. Seeing the rapid disappearance of the demonic blood, Lani felt relieved. A day later, the river of blood became a trickle, and the demonic blood in the golden bowl gradually depleted. A terrifying black mist covered 100 miles around the sand dune, like a horrifying black hole that drew the gaze, mesmerized. This is the limit. Fergus glanced around, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Although a 10th level blessed land's essence was more than 10 times that of a 9th level one, especially this Dani cave and the myriad Buddha world of the Buddhist sect, which were dozens of times more potent than a 9th level blessed land's essence. But after the 7th Tribulation Emperor stage, each breakthrough required a dramatically larger amount of essence. 6 10th level blessed lands had barely allowed him 2 Transcendence Thunder Tribulations, almost depleting all their essence. Clearly, there is still a large amount of lifespan left, but there simply isn't a suitable place for advancement. Fergus sighed helplessly. Out of the 85.2 billion years of lifespan, he had only used less than 10 billion so far, not even matching what he gained in a day. In the early days of his arrival, he would have never dreamed of such a scenario. Reflecting on everything, it felt almost dreamlike and surreal. From the moment of his arrival, a mere 10 months had passed, yet he had gone from an ordinary person who wasn't even a martial artist to an 8th Tribulation Emperor, unrivaled across the 9 Spirits continent. If not for witnessing it himself, who would believe such a thing? Shrugging, Fergus dismissed these thoughts. It was merely a delay of a few days in breaking through. Once his 3 great heavenly gang mystic arts advanced further, combined with his current 8th Tribulation Emperor cultivation, finding suitable places for breakthroughs wouldn't take long. In the next second, whoosh! A flash of golden light revealed a golden orb exuding an ancient and noble aura right before him. It was none other than his personal blessed land, the Dragon Pearl blessed land. Having successfully broken through to the 8th Tribulation Emperor, how could he not celebrate properly? These past days had been spent focusing on breaking through, and it had been 3 months since he last indulged in food. With a step, Fergus entered the Dragon Pearl blessed land. After over 2 months, it had undergone a massive transformation. Infused with a vast amount of heavenly treasures from the Dragon Clan, the Buddhist sect, and many powerful forces, the Dragon Pearl blessed land had leaped 3 levels from a 4th grade blessed land straight to a top-tier 9th grade one. The space within had expanded by hundreds, or even thousands of times, rivaling the major provinces of the Kang Dynasty. Its spatial barriers were even sturdier than those of a 10th grade blessed land, making it incredibly difficult for emperors, let alone kings and sovereigns, to tear them apart. From the spoils of various forces, 138 celestial armaments and countless spirit weapons had mostly been integrated into the Dragon Pearl blessed land. This boosted it beyond both the spirit weapon and celestial weapon realms, ranking it among the imperial armament class, specifically, the coveted 7th rank imperial armament that even 3rd Tribulation Emperors lusted after. Moments later, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace had expanded by more than 100-fold. Servants welcomed the sovereign's arrival. May your divine might be majestic and your martial fortune prosperous. A large group of dragon maidens knelt before Fergus, paying respects. Many were unfamiliar faces, each possessing notable power, at least true monarch rank, with a few leading dragon maidens being celestial fiends. Before sending the myriad dragons of the Dragon Clan to the Northern Sea Farm, Fergus selected a batch of dragon maidens. Each possessed unparalleled beauty and was untouched. Previously, with limited conditions, Fergus didn't mind partaking in what others had tasted. Now, with plenty of beauties waiting for him, he naturally wouldn't continue to neglect his desires. Not only from the dragon clan, but also from other demon clans, ghost clans. He carefully chose numerous beauties from each race, ensuring equal treatment. Even the human forces like the Buddhist sect, the immortal sect, and the heaven demon sect had left behind many holy maidens and bodhisattvas. These daughters of enemies were not like the outstanding disciples of sects or wealthy family heiresses. No matter how much he indulged, he wouldn't feel any remorse. By not sending them down to join the illuminated Buddha master, he showed considerable mercy. True monarchs, demon lords, celestial fiends remain. The rest may leave. Fergus said, scanning the kneeling dragon maidens. Even though these dragon maidens far exceeded human counterparts of similar ranks, his imperial power was too much for them to handle. Not even true monarch-ranked ones could withstand more than a few rounds without being overwhelmed. Yes, sovereign. The dragon maidens bowed respectfully, including the leading celestial fiends, showing no sign of disrespect or resentment. In this world of the strong devouring the weak, these dragon maidens had quickly come to terms with reality. Especially after their time in the Northern Sea, they had abandoned any unrealistic hopes. They did not wish to end up like their kin, confined and forced to cultivate in dark underwater caves, releasing their essence day and night as tools for breeding demon soldiers. 7 days passed. After completing the great achievement of the K'dindrid dragon slaughter, Fergus emerged from the Dragon Pearl blessed land, refreshed and radiant. Having fought hard for 7 days, it was time to head overseas and seek a place for his next breakthrough. In the next moment, whoosh, ha ha ha. After 53,000 years, this emperor has finally escaped that cursed place. Mingyu Taoist, you sealed me away for so long. I will make you pay 100-fold. For now, I'll start with collecting interest from your disciples. An 8th tribulation emperor has only reached this limit. Fergus scanned his surroundings, a hint of disappointment flashing across his eyes. Although the essence of a 10th grade blessed land far exceeded that of a 9th grade by at least 10-fold, especially the Dani Cave and the myriad Buddha's world of Buddhism, which surpassed 9th grade blessed lands by several dozen times. However, after becoming a 7th tribulation emperor, each breakthrough required a significant increase in essence power. The 6th 10th grade blessed lands he had consumed barely sufficed for 2 divine thunder tribulations, leaving him almost depleted of all essences. Clearly, there's still a vast amount of lifespan left, yet there isn't a suitable place for a breakthrough. Fergus sighed helplessly. Those 85.2 billion years of lifespan had been used up in less than a billion years, not even matching what he gained in a day. Had he been told at the start of his journey that he would ever be in this situation, he would have thought it was a dream. Reflecting on it, it felt surreal. From the moment he transcended time, just 10 months had passed, and he went from an ordinary person who wasn't even a martial artist to an invincible 8th tribulation emperor in the 9-spirit continent. If not seen with his own eyes, who would dare believe it? Shrugging, Fergus dismissed these thoughts. A few days the actual soldier and heavenly soldier realms into the emperor-grade weapons, reaching the 7th rank. A weapon so rare that even 3rd tribulation emperors would covet it. Several breaths later, the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, now expanded more than 100-fold. Maiden welcomes Master's arrival. May Master's divine might be boundless and blessings endless. A crowd of princesses knelt before Fergus, paying their respects. Many were unfamiliar faces, each possessing formidable power, at least true monarch level, with a few leading figures being celestial demons. Before confining the myriad dragons to the Northern Sea breeding farm, Fergus selected a batch of princesses. Not only did they possess breathtaking beauty, but they were also untouched maidens. Previously, limited by circumstances, Fergus didn't mind indulging in second-hand pleasures, but now, with numerous beauties awaiting his selection, he wouldn't let himself be deprived any longer. He selected beautiful women not only from the dragon clan but also from other demonic, ghostly, and humanoid races, ensuring fairness for all. Even from human forces like Buddhism, immortal cultivation sect, and heavenly demon sect, he retained many holy maidens and bodhisattvas. Dealing with daughters of enemies, unlike elite disciples and noble daughters within his mansion, wouldn't make him feel a shred of guilt even if they fainted from exhaustion. Not feeling the slightest bit guilty, Fergus ordered, true monarchs, and celestial demons stay. The rest can leave. Even though these princesses' bodies far surpassed those of humans at similar cultivation levels, his imperial spear wasn't something mere true monster realm princesses could handle. Even true monarch-level princesses struggled to endure, falling after a few encounters. Yes, master. The princesses bowed respectfully, including the few leading celestial demons, showing no trace of resentment or disobedience. In a world ruled by survival of the fittest, where demons and devils thrived, 2 months had made these princesses accept their reality. Especially after a few days' visit to the Northern Sea, all unrealistic notions vanished. They did not wish to end up like their clansfolk, imprisoned and forced to release their life force as tools for breeding monsters. 7 days later, after completing the grand achievement of K'dindrid dragon slaughter, Fergus emerged from the Dragon Pearl blessed land, refreshed and radiant. It was time to head overseas and search for a place to break through. Next moment, swoosh, several golden flashes emerged from him, revealing his ethereal illusionary body. Over the past 7 days, while his younger brother fought valiantly against the dragons, Fergus hadn't idled. Spending nearly a billion years of lifespan, he finally up Chapter 212, Montgomery. ##### Andre Kang Dynasty, Luoxian State #####. This was one of the 64 states of the Andre Kang Dynasty and ranked among the top 10 largest states. Great Kang Mountain was the foremost spiritual mountain in Luoxian State, stretching for 1,000,000 miles. It housed the ancestral temple of Taoism in the Andre Kang Dynasty. Boom. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and dark clouds covered the once sunny skies over Great Kang Mountain. Thunderous serpents writhed in the sky as if the end of days had arrived. The next second, with a whoosh, space tore apart, and a figure emerged from the tear. Clad in a silver robe, he appeared to be in his early 20s, extremely youthful, with a handsome face like a carved jade, and blood-red eyes that resembled twin oceans of crimson, brimming with cruel and ferocious murderous intent, as if he could devour all living beings. A shudder ran through his body, releasing eerie blood-colored demonic chi from his pores, which rapidly spread across 1,000,000 miles of Great Xuanhuan Mountain. Everything it touched, flowers, trees, birds, beasts, all corroded into nothingness. Not good, this aura. At Great Xuanhuan Mountain's sacred ground, stood the foremost Taoist master of the Great Kang Dynasty, Great Xuanhuan Patriarch. The terror of the demon's aura was almost unparalleled. Even a fifth tribulation sovereign like himself felt as insignificant as an aphid before this presence. Even the aura of Jimmy Uncle, their leader from 9 Spirit Continent, paled in comparison to this demon. 9. Ninth Tribulation Demon Sovereign. This monster must be at least a 9th Tribulation Demon Sovereign, or even the legendary Demon Emperor. How did such a great demon appear in our Great Kang Dynasty? Great Kang Dynasty only ranked 7th among the 9 major dynasties of 9 Spirit Continent and couldn't match the might of the Great Kang Dynasty. The strongest demon sovereign they had encountered was a 6th Tribulation Demon Sovereign who had endured 6 Yang fire tribulations. As Great Xuanhuan Patriarch pondered, his actions didn't falter. With a wave of his hand, he activated the protective array of the Great Xuanhuan sect. Boom. Endless sword chi rose from all around Great Xuanhuan Mountain, densely covering the sky. Roar. Amidst dragon roars, the countless sword chi transformed into 81 dragons that hovered protectively around the main peak of Great Xuanhuan Mountain, guarding 100,000 miles of its surroundings. This was a supreme imperial great array that Great Xuanhuan Patriarch obtained from an ancient relic, powered by 81 celestial armaments. If fully activated, even a slightly weaker First Tribulation Emperor could be torn apart. Royal identified the demon. What? Montgomery? Curses. Why is it this old demon? Weren't he and other ancient demons killed by Taoists during the ancient era? How can he be here? Many royals' faces turned pale, a chilling fear spreading among them. Even the demonic royals were terrified, initially mistaking him for a 9th Tribulation Demon Emperor, heralding their revival, but now realizing it was this monstrous demon. Montgomery was one of the most bloodthirsty demon emperors from the ancient times. More critically, this old demon didn't recognize them as descendants of demons. During the ancient era, he had killed just as many demons as humans. In his eyes, both humans and demons were mere food for his power recovery. In Andrengshuan State, Town Demon Control Office, General Fergus suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light piercing through the vast expanse, reaching Great Xuanhuan Mountain. Ancient Demon Emperor, Montgomery. We've forgotten these ancient demons. Fergus's eyes gleamed with excitement. These ancient demons were sealed away, not entirely exterminated, by powerful emperors. Andrique the Montgomery, who had once been a 5th Tribulation Demon Emperor after enduring 5 Divine Thunder Tribulations. Their exceptional talents far surpassed those of 7th class Dao Bones. If captured, these demons could significantly enhance his own Dao Bone. The current Blood Goblin is only a 9th Tribulation Sovereign. Together, we stand a chance. Let's fight this old thing to the death. I'll take a piece of him even if it costs my life. Chapter 213. Subduing the Devil Emperor. In the Great Kang Dynasty, imperial presences clashed in the air. At this moment, regardless of whether they were righteous, demonic, or fiendish, all emperors cast aside past grievances and united in preparation for a final battle with the Kinney. While his cultivation had not yet fully recovered to the imperial realm, it was within their combined power to have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, if he consumed other emperors and re-entered the Devil Emperor realm, none of them would survive. In the next second, whoosh, beams of divine light tore through the void as one emperor after another emerged around Great Xuanhuan Mountain. The imperial pressure emanating from each of them surged towards the Kinney. Every emperor exuded a sense of determination like beasts driven into a corner, their eyes brimming with madness. Today, either the Kinney would die, or they would perish. Submission? For any other ancient devil emperor, they might entertain such thoughts, but submitting to the old demon blood specter would be akin to lambs to slaughter, only hastening their deaths. In ancient times, no emperor who surrendered to blood specter lived. All became food for the old demon. A bunch of aphids. You dare come looking for trouble while I was not even seeking you. Fine. Let me send you on your way with those little cow-nosed ones, the Kinney sneered, completely disregarding the surrounding emperors as mere pests. Although successive sealings had drastically reduced his cultivation to that of a 9th stage demon emperor, his true combat strength far surpassed that of a 9th stage demon emperor. Even some 1st stage devil emperors couldn't withstand him. Sealing weakened his magic and powers, but it couldn't diminish his understanding of demon arts. Even with diminished cultivation, just a fraction of the 5th rank heaven power techniques he mastered could sweep away a 1st stage emperor and challenge a 2nd stage emperor. Endless sea of blood. Devour all. Boom. The world transformed again as a sea of blood appeared, instantly encompassing all the emperors. Torrents of blood, like crimson dragons, devoured towards the emperors. Oh no. The emperors' faces turned pale. Damn it. How could the old demon be so powerful? Especially the 1st and 2nd stage emperors faced utter despair. Their mana rapidly depleted under the onslaught, and their protective guards decayed visibly, leaving them to drown in the sea of blood in less than 10 breaths. No. Save me, ancestor, grandmaster. Save me. But now, their ancestral predecessors were themselves in It's Senior Howard of the Mystic Gate. At this moment, the emperors also noticed Howard. Instantly, their hearts were filled with hope, as if the drowning had found their only lifeline, all looking towards Howard with anticipation. Now, the only one who could save them in this 9 spirits continent was Howard, the Imperial Lord of the Mystic Gate. Are you Howard? The Blood Fiend Emperor's blood-red eyes locked onto Howard, filled with wariness. Having consumed the flesh and fruit of Abdullah and obtained its soul memories, the Blood Fiend Emperor was not unfamiliar with Howard. My intention is not to oppose your Mystic Gate. If you retreat now, I can't pretend nothing has happened. If he were in full strength, he would have attacked without hesitation to capture Howard as sustenance for his growth. A second or even third tribulation Imperial Lord, if swallowed and refined, could save him thousands or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation. But now, having fallen to 9th Tribulation Fiend Emperor level, without using forbidden secret techniques, his power wouldn't be much stronger than a 2nd Tribulation Imperial Lord. To truly fight Howard would leave an uncertain outcome. Let this child Howard live for a while longer. Once I recover my strength, I will deal with this child and his mystic gate behind him. Now that you've finished talking, come over here. Howard's voice was calm. He barely glanced at the Blood Fiend Emperor. It was as if standing before him was not an ancient emperor that countless emperors feared, but merely a lowly ant. With 3 heavenly techniques successfully elevated to supreme techniques, even a 9th Tribulation Imperial Lord could be easily swept aside by him unless they were monstrous beings like him who also possessed supreme techniques. How much more so a watered-down 5th Tribulation Fiend Emperor like Blood Fiend Emperor who had been sealed for long and whose strength plummeted. Howard, you. The Blood Fiend Emperor was livid, his blood-red eyes filled with surging murderous intent. Having roamed the world for hundreds of thousands of years, when had he ever been treated with such contempt, especially by someone far weaker than him? However, before the Blood Fiend Emperor could finish his words, Howard raised his hand and struck downward towards the Blood Fiend Emperor. This strike did not use any mystic technique, nor did it draw upon primordial spirit or magical power. It was pure physical force. An 8th Tribulation Imperial Lord, tempered 8 times by divine thunder, even without cultivating any mystic technique for the body, possessed enough physical strength to sweep aside 6th Tribulation Imperial Lords effortlessly. Instantly, an intense sense of danger enveloped the Blood Fiend Emperor, causing him to emit a desperate roar like a beast on the brink of death. No, how can this be? This valuable lifespans of billions of years. He couldn't let the blood specter ruin them all. In the next second, at the Songhai Blessed Land, inside the Tsangming Palace, whoosh, Howard took a step and in 3 breaths crossed countless miles, appearing above Xuanhuan Mountain. The terrifying sea of blood that caused despair among the emperors receded quickly, as if mice fleeing from a cat. Kenny frowned, his expression finally changing with added solemnity, slowing down his erosion of the emperors. It's Senior Howard of the Dao sect. At this moment, the emperors recognized Howard and felt an immediate uplift, as if grabbing onto a last straw. All looked hopefully at Howard, now their only hope on this 9-Andring continent. You are Howard? Kenny stared intently at Howard, filled with apprehension. Consuming the flesh and Buddha fruit of Vajra King Buddha had granted him its soul memories, making Howard familiar. I have no intention of opposing your Dao sect. If you retreat now, nothing need have happened. Had he been at full strength, he would have seized Howard without hesitation, letting him become nourishment for his growth. Consuming a 2nd stage or 3rd stage emperor would save him thousands of years of cultivation. Now, reduced to a 9th stage demon emperor without forbidden secret methods, he wouldn't surpass a 2nd stage emperor much in power. Grieving nearly 1,000,000 years, he'd never hated anyone as much. If not for the complete extinction of Vajra King Buddha, he would have made the monks suffer beyond imagination. The difference between 2nd and 7th stage emperors wasn't just 100-fold, it was monstrous. Knowing Howard was a 7th stage emperor, he would have immediately used forbidden techniques to flee without a second thought, never staying before him. No, just freed from the seal, I am unwilling. Buddhist monks, I curse you to eternal torment. Translation note, Howard is kept in pinyin form to respect the name accurately. Hashtag chapter 214, the desolate heaven city. The Vince was actually subdued just like that? The emperors surrounding Mount Braidengxuan were dumbfounded, each feeling as if they had fallen into a dream. Though they had anticipated that the Vince would not be a match for Howard, they had expected a fierce battle that would last for days or even weeks, with significant costs required to subdue him fully. After all, among the ancient demons, the Vince was a standout, consistently ranking within the top 30 and potentially reaching the top 20. Even after being sealed twice and his cultivation dropping to the demon emperor realm, his true combat power far surpassed that of an ordinary. Thank you, Venerable One, for saving us. We are eternally grateful. Should your Taoist sect require anything, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. Afraid that their thanks came too late, they feared meeting the same fate as the demons. Without saying much, Howard merely glanced at the human emperors calmly before disappearing into the void. Previously, he might have considered using these human emperors for his own purposes. But now, having established a demon farm and actively cultivating demons, Fergus no longer valued these underlings highly. Compared to painstakingly slaying demons, using demons as tools to cultivate demon soldiers was far more efficient. With the Dragon Pearl Paradise entirely under his control, harvesting the demons' lifespans was simply a matter of intent. Unlike outside, where he needed to travel extensively, consuming time and effort. As his cultivation progressed, the range of his Golden Finger ability expanded significantly, though currently limited to about 100 miles. His continued aspiration to climb higher, such as becoming the head of the Great Kang Dynasty's Demon Suppression Bureau, stemmed primarily from his original dreams. He refused to abandon his goals halfway. Watching Howard leave, the remaining human emperors felt a hint of disappointment. This venerable one, capable of ease, only slightly inferior to Kang capital of the Great Kang Dynasty. The city walls were inscribed with countless mystical arrays and restrictions, while its buildings, made from luxury materials and even Xian-grade minerals used for forging mystic weapons, were arranged in a complex array, forming an almost invincible grand formation. Desolate Heaven City, also known as the Desolate Heaven Demon Suppression City, was built during the ancient era by the Yunmeng continent's various emperors and monarchs, who sealed powerful ancient demons beneath it. They hoped that over time, these demons would be erased by the force of time. Over hundreds of thousands of years, many such cities fell into ruin, leaving only 8 standing, including Desolate Heaven Demon Suppression City. Within was the ancient demon emperor Eduardo, from whom the city derived its name. One of the 10 great demons of the ancient era, Eduardo's strength surpassed that of the Vince. It was said that to seal him, 3 emperors of the 4th tribulation or above sacrificed themselves. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky above desolate Heaven City, and a figure materialized out of nowhere. Chapter 215. The 8 Demon Taming Clans. The visitor was an elderly man in his 60s, clad in dark black Kirin armor, with 3 eyes, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty, as if a celestial deity, largely because an imperial sovereign from the clans had awakened from dormancy, temporarily halting the onslaught of demon and fiend emperors. In the next moment, swoosh, Howard vanished into the void with a single step, reappearing in a mysterious space. This realm was not large, less than 10 miles in circumference, visible in its entirety at a glance for any seasoned martial artist. Within this space stood only a 10-jong tall stone lion in the center, covered in countless fine cracks. Dark golden fiendish energy flowed within these cracks, continuously corroding and expanding them. Truly formidable, the heavenly wasteland fiend emperor, deserving of being among the top 10 primordial fiends. Observing the cracked stone lion, Howard's gaze sharpened. Compared to the blood phantom fiend emperor he had suppressed recently, this heavenly wasteland fiend emperor was immensely stronger, once having endured 7 divine thunder calamities. Even after nearly 1,000,000 years of sealing, his cultivation remained at the imperial level, with the seal showing signs of collapse. Without intervention from other imperial sovereigns, the seal would completely shatter within 10,000 years. Retrieve. With a wave of his hand, his long sleeves enveloped the cracked stone lion. Roar. A mighty lion's roar echoed as the cracked stone lion seemed to awaken from dormancy. 5 colored divine lights, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, emerged, with faint shadows of confidence in overcoming the fiend emperor, an ancient existence who had endured 7 divine thunder calamities. Damn it! Who took the 5 elements, divine Andrian? It must have been him? Suddenly, inspiration struck the purple-robed emperor. Only someone like Howard, the only known imperial sovereign on the 9 spirits continent, possibly a 3 calamity sovereign, could possess such power. No coincidences, it was likely Howard. What do we do? Demanding the return of the 5 elements divine Andrian directly from Arn would be futile without evidence, and they might meet their end in the Great Kang Dynasty. At the western and northern borders of the 9 spirits continent, lay a small nation named the Dragon Taming Kingdom, smaller than xuanhuan but boasting a history stretching back to the primordial era, built by the Dragon Taming Clan, one of the 8 demon taming clans. Their mission was to suppress the Golden Dragon Fiend Emperor, an 8 calamity fiend who ranked 3rd among the top 10 ancient fiends, and the origin of all dragon and pseudo-dragon bloodlines. In the capital, ancient Dragon City, lay the Dragon Lock Cave, the kingdom's most forbidden ground. Unauthorized entry by even the king could result in demotion or worse, stripped of cultivation and imprisoned in the 10,000 Venom Cavern. Inside the Dragon Lock Cave, the faces of the Dragon Taming Clan's emperors turned grim and fearful, staring at the empty cave. Significant threat, and could only be compared to lambs awaiting slaughter, causing no disturbance whatsoever. At Longzhu Blissful Land, Fergus stood in the vast sky, waving his long sleeves as countless rays of light tore through the void like brilliant meteors, rapidly descending into the North Sea and the large demon farms within the blissful land. I wonder how much lifespan I'll harvest next month? 100 billion, 200 billion, or even more? A flicker of anticipation crossed Fergus's eyes. This sweep across the 9 spirit continent by Howard and others had brought him 8 demon emperors, 9 devil emperors, 186 demon sovereigns, 4,869 demon kings, and over 10 million true demons and higher level demons. Can my innate Dao bone break through and advance to emperor bone? In the next second, whistling sound, a flash of light appeared, revealing a first tribulation demon sovereign not far from Fergus. After advancing to the near 7th rank Dao bone, these demon kings had become inconsequential. Even a 9th tribulation demon king would barely affect him. Boom. Golden light enveloped Fergus's body, expanding rapidly until he became a colossal giant towering 10,000 feet tall, touching the heavens with infinite divine might. With a plop, a hole 100 feet wide appeared in the first tribulation demon sovereign's body. Silently infiltrate the locked dragon cave to steal the sealed dragon stone, and secretly enter the strongest clan of the ancient 8 clans, Zhongli, to steal the demon sealing pagoda. However, now there was no doubt. Even the blood phantom fiend emperor could not resist Howard, suggesting his cultivation level must be at least that of a 6th tribulation emperor. No force on the 9 spirit continent understood the details of these ancient demons better than the 8 clans of demon suppressors. The blood phantom fiend emperor, at his peak, was a 5th tribulation demon emperor. Despite being greatly weakened by prolonged sealing, he could still burst forth the power of a 4th or even 5th tribulation demon emperor when in mortal danger. So what is the motive behind such large-scale capture of these demon emperors and fiend emperors by Howard and the Xian sect? Andre Shui ancestor, the sole 9th tribulation sovereign among the 8 ancestors, seated in the main position, expressed concern. If the Xian sect truly aimed to eradicate demons and eliminate threats, that would be one thing. But if they had ulterior motives, it was truly terrifying. One Howard already pressed them hard. Adding multiple demon emperors and fiend emperors was almost unbearable. Self-sealing techniques only slowed down the loss of lifespan, not stopping it entirely. Over nearly 1,000,000 years since the ancient era, many of their ancestors fell due to complete depletion of lifespan, even before they could unseal themselves. Coupled with the losses during the teachings on the 9 spirit continent, were merely minor branches established by their emperor elders, never producing an emperor. They held little status within places like the Bodhi Temple and Zhiao Palace. Was it worth provoking the behemoth that is the Xian sect just to defend the territory of the Great Kang Dynasty? The 9 spirit continent was vast, and with their Ji family strength, they could start anew and establish another realm. Even if the Xian sect aimed to dominate the continent, they could retreat to the sea, where numerous other lands existed beyond the 9 spirit continent. More than 2 months have passed. I wonder where Roy Kai is now? Hopefully, it's not too late. Chapter 217. First Class Imperial Bone. What? The Blood Refining Demon Pit, Snow Demon Kingdom, 10,000 Demons Mountain, 1,000 Dragons Gorge. All these demon strongholds have actually been leveled by someone? Am I dreaming? The powerful figures from the various factions of the Nine Spirits continent had barely woken from their shock after Tai'an subdued the Blood Devil Emperor with a single palm strike when another shocking news bomb dropped. All strongholds of demon emperors in every kingdom and nation had been completely eradicated by mysterious powerhouses, leaving not even a single demon soldier behind. It must be Arn. It has to be Arnie's doing. Forces, headed by mere 9th stage kings, were like lambs led to slaughter. Few managed to escape, while the rest were mostly eliminated. Remaining lower-level demon forces were confined to isolated regions as resources for future growth. While demons were mortal enemies, they were not without benefits, especially the demons whose blood, flesh, scales, and armor were valuable treasures. In the capital city of Great Kang Dynasty, in Xuanhuan City, in the general's residence of the Demon Suppression Army, a basketball-sized golden crystal orb floated in midair, revealing a miniature world within. This was the Dragon Pearl Paradise, meticulously crafted by Forest with vast resources. Over the past 6 months, the Dragon Pearl Paradise underwent significant enhancements. The phantom body swept through the demon strongholds of each kingdom and nation, gathering not only demons but also vast quantities of resources. Among them were over 1,000 heavenly armaments, with countless spirit armaments and mystic armaments piled high. These resources were mostly integrated into the Dragon Pearl Paradise, elevating it 3 ranks to become a 4th-rank imperial armament. Both the space within the paradise and the celestial power it contained had doubled, rivaling even some 11th-rank paradises. Class Imperial Bone ranked among the elite. Joining top-tier sects with venerables would elevate him to the status of a true disciple instantly. Now comes the breakthrough in cultivation. Over the past 6 months, not only did the phantom body find several suitable places for breakthroughs abroad, but there were also many paradises on the Nine Spirits continent available for use. The demon strongholds controlled at least 9th-rank paradises, with the best ones holding 11th-rank paradises. Following their downfall, these paradises naturally fell into Forrest's hands. He now possessed 96 9th-rank paradises, 21 10th-rank paradises, and 2 11th-rank paradises, enough to advance him to a 9th-stage Imperial Lord. With luck, even challenging the phaseless Venerable rank was possible. The next moment, Forrest's eyes narrowed as a simple attribute panel condensed before him. Current martial arts mastery. Primordial Transformation Scripture. 8th rank Celestial Scripture Intermediate. Injectable. Palm of Emptiness. 1st class Supreme Divine Skill Perfection. Injectable. Gathering Shadows. 1st class Supreme Divine Skill Perfection. Injectable. Transforming Tao. 1st class Supreme Divine Skill Perfection. Injectable. Current lifespan. 199,582 years. Injectable lifespan. 94,000. Clad in a purple-black robe, stepped out and with another step, he had already reached the center of the Bing Kadnang Valley, landing in the 9th class Blessed Land, the Ice Lake. Continue infusing the Primordial Transformation Scripture. You continue to cultivate the Primordial Transformation Scripture. In 30,000 years, you will complete the 8th stage. What a magnificent Emperor Bone, truly terrifying. Although he had expected the 1st class Emperor Bone to far surpass the previous near 7th rank Dao Bone, the difference between them was still much greater than anticipated. Previously, advancing from beginner to minor completion of the 8 Tribulations Emperor rank had taken him 280 million years of lifespan. If it were still with the near 7th rank Dao Bone, it would have required at least 300 million years of lifespan for a true breakthrough. 30,000 years versus 300 million years, a difference of over 10,000 times. Indeed, whether in his past life or this one, that 1% of innate talent was key. Ordinary people, lacking such talent, would struggle their whole lives and still fall short of the true geniuses. Before the brilliance of an Emperor Bone genius, a near 7th rank Dao Bone was no more than ordinary, perhaps with just a hint of talent. Half a day later, in the Dali Empire and Drili Sky Realm, this was one of the 3 were still areas nearby that gave him a faint sense of danger. After more than half a day had passed, Fergus appeared more than 26 billion miles southeast of the Nine Spirit continent, on a small island spanning only 10,000 miles. This was one of the breakthrough sites found by the Andrengsu phantom body. With this isolated island as the center, within a 30 billion mile radius, there were no emperor ranks or higher, only a few Empyreans at the strongest. Once he used his supreme power to control the surrounding space, he did not need to worry about drawing the attention of emperors or higher beings. Moreover, there were few humans here, ensuring minimal harm to innocents during his breakthrough. 10 breaths later, Fergus completely controlled the surrounding 30 billion mile sea area. Combined with his supreme power of transforming Tao, unless someone was far superior in cultivation, they would find it difficult to detect the anomaly in this sea area. The next moment, Fergus stopped suppressing his breakthrough and wildly absorbed the sea's elemental forces. In an instant, the elemental forces within hundreds of millions of miles began to violently surge towards the nameless island, forming a massive spatial vortex over 1,000,000 miles in diameter. This vortex expanded outward at a rate of over 100 miles per second. Outside the spatial vortex, towering waves surged to heights exceeding 1,000,000 feet, resembling the first stage of the Supreme Origin Tao Derivation Heaven technique. Boom. Soon, the elemental forces within the 30 billion mile sea rapidly plummeted at a terrifying speed. A mysterious, indistinct shadow over 10,000 feet tall floated above Fergus. As time passed, its features became clearer, identical to Fergus, but with a more majestic presence, akin to a god seated high above. An hour later, the elemental forces within the 30 billion mile sea area hit rock bottom. Even the blessed lands within barely held any more strength than Braidinjiang Prefecture. Fergus's cultivation finally stabilized at the beginning of the first tribulation Venerable Master stage. Without continuing the breakthrough, Fergus silently felt his newfound power. His magical power and Yuan Shan underwent another transformation. The gap between the illusory phase Venerable Master and the Xuanhuan Emperor was far greater than he had estimated. Even with mastering 3 first-class supreme powers before, he could only hope to survive under a First Tribulation Venerable Master, with almost no chance of challenging a higher rank. Even if he advanced those 3 supreme powers to the peak of second class, it would still be hard to defeat a First Tribulation Venerable Master. Elixirs assisting his cultivation, it would still take at least 20,000 years to break through to the minor achievement stage. Even for a First Calamity Overlord, living beyond 3.5 great cycles was impossible even with longevity elixirs. Advancing to the major achievement stage of a First Calamity Overlord was nearly an impossibility. From now on, each breakthrough would require exponentially more lifespans, and perhaps even more. Fortunately, these demons and monsters are quite helpful. Looking at the nearly trillion-year lifespan on the attribute panel, Fergus's furrowed brows relaxed. At present, he had abundant lifespans. Even if there were large-scale deaths among the true realm demons and monsters, the remaining ones provided him with billions of years of lifespan income every month. Besides, his demon and monster farm always welcomed new members. Within the surrounding 30 billion-mile sea area, whenever a true realm or higher-ranked demon encountered mortal danger, Fergus's spirit phantom avatar would act, taking them into the Dragon Pearl Paradise. Rather than dying in the spatial chaos, they could enter his Dragon Pearl Paradise to be cultivated as demon soldiers, repaying his life-saving grace. An hour later, with Fergus's island at the center, the primordial essence of the surrounding 10,000-mile space was heavily extracted, forming a terrifying chaotic void. Countless spatial blood relatives held a little significance in their hearts. Just as Fergus expected, after surpassing his talent limit, the required lifespan directly doubled, consuming 7.5 million years to successfully advance to the major achievement stage of a First Calamity Overlord. A day later, except for the island where Fergus resided, protected by his power, the rest of the surrounding 30 billion-mile sea area had almost had its spatial essence completely extracted. It resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland, devoid of any signs of life. At this time, Fergus's cultivation stabilized at the perfect stage of a second Calamity Overlord. It's time to leave. Surveying the surroundings, Fergus's figure moved, disappearing from the isolated island. Following Fergus's departure, the spatial barrier covering the 30 billion-mile sea area quickly weakened. Half an hour later, boom, the spatial barrier completely dissipated, causing the elemental forces outside the sea area to violently erupt like a surging flood, rushing towards the depleted spatial essence which began visibly recovering. The raging spatial currents also quickly calmed down. Of course, it would take considerable time to fully restore to the same extent as the surrounding sea and the culprit, otherwise, Xiong'an Sea's foundation will be utterly destroyed. Emperors and imperial lords continuously traverse the void, their divine senses sweeping in all directions, determined to find the perpetrator. Yet, they searched the entire Xiong'an Sea, inside and out, but found no signs of anything unusual. 3 days later, the 4th chaotic sea area arrived as scheduled. Using supreme powers to conceal fate and causality, coupled with spatial manipulation, Fergus remained undetected as long as he did not voluntarily reveal his presence. Even if emperors and imperial lords ventured into his close seclusion sea area, they would find nothing unusual. Soon, half a month passed. 4 more chaotic sea areas appeared, bringing an indescribable panic and despair to the Xiong'an Sea. Countless creatures fled the area, including emperors and imperial lords. At this rate, within decades, the entire Xiong'an Sea would be drained of its essential energies, turning into a chaotic sea. At that time, even imperial lords would face certain death. Outside the southeastern corner of the 9-spirit continent, in a sea area extending for hundreds of billions of miles, amidst countless spatial currents, an isolated island no larger than 1,000 miles in diameter stood firm like a rock in water. In the center of the island, the waves affected trillions of miles of the sea, and it wasn't just emperors and imperial lords searching for his whereabouts. He sensed over 10 venerable lords' senses probing nearby. Some venerable lords even approached his secluded spot. Had he not simultaneously enhanced his 3 supreme divine abilities while breaking through in cultivation, he might have already been discovered. If he continued, it could attract ancient monsters, possibly even beings above the venerable lord level. The world was far larger than he imagined. Just their 9 spirits continents Xiong'an Sea exceeded 3 billion miles in diameter, and that was merely one of the 128 seas within the Tai'an Sea domain, ranking relatively low. Outside the Tai'an Sea lay an even vaster universe. An 8th Tribulation Venerable Lord was among the strongest in the 3 billion-mile-wide Xiong'an Sea, nearly invincible, but within the entire Tai'an Sea, they could only be considered top tier. There were undoubtedly even stronger Venerable Lords above them. Additionally, the limitation on lifespan was a critical issue. A first-grade inferior Imperial Bone was still too low for a 9th Tribulation Venerable Lord. It took nearly 2 billion years just to advance from 8th Tribulation entry to perfect. With the remaining lifespan, reaching 9th Tribulation perfection seemed impossible, let alone breaking through to major completion. The next second, whoosh, Fergus stepped out and vanished from the lonely island, crossing 100 billion miles of sea in less than a breath. With both cultivation and divine abilities having undergone significant breakthroughs, his speed had qualitatively improved. Unlike when he was an 8th Tribulation Emperor, there were no longer as many constraints. In just 3 breaths, he returned to the 9 Spirits continent, which now appeared much more desolate compared to when he left. The power of heaven and earth had diminished, and the number of emperors and kings had decreased by nearly half. The distance between the 9 Spirits continent and his breakthrough location was about 2 to 300 billion sea miles, inevitably affecting the continent. Especially during his final attempt to break through to 8th Tribulation Venerable Lord, he drained the origin power of 80 billion miles of surrounding sea. In several hundred years, after the chaotic seas settled down, whether the 9 Spirits continent would retain even a fraction of its current heavenly and earthly power was uncertain. In the future, I should avoid breaking through near the 9 Spirits continent, Fergus frowned. If this happened a few more times, in several hundred years, the Nine Spirits continent might be dominated by true Lord and Celestial Lord level beings, with kings and Celestial Lords becoming legends. Furthermore, consistently breaking through near the Nine Spirits continent risked exposing himself. Wind Heavenly Scripture. This is it. This was a third-rank heavenly scripture treasured by Buddhists, capable of forging a first-grade Dao bone when perfected, making it the best and most complete scripture he possessed. Compared to techniques for enhancing combat power, those for boosting innate talent were scarce, generally only achieving treasure bones or spirit bones. You start cultivating the spirit source Rewind Heavenly Scripture. After 500 years, it reaches perfection. Just a third-rank heavenly scripture requires 500 years of my lifespan? Fergus frowned. With his supreme first-grade imperial bone talent, most third-rank heavenly scriptures would take at most a century to master. Indeed, altering fate wasn't easy. You continue studying the spirit source Rewind Heavenly Scripture. After a century, you gain insight into a bit of cosmic secrets, advancing it to fourth-rank heavenly scripture. 3 months flew by. The Xiuxian gradually regained calm, and venerable lords who searched without success slowly ceased their efforts. For over half a month, no venerable lord's spirit had swept over the Nine Spirits continent. Boom! Suddenly, the entire Xiuxian shook violently, creating massive waves that swallowed numerous islands. Several thousand-mile wide. It wasn't just a city. It was also a supreme treasure. Moreover, it was the strongest supreme treasure he had encountered since his arrival in this world. His Dragon Pearl-blessed land, which had consumed countless resources and fused with many heavenly weapons, seemed utterly insignificant compared to this, not even being in the same league. Even from billions of miles away across the sea, it instilled a deep sense of danger in him. Not even the first-class Dao weapon that could drive even the Nine Tribulations' venerable lord to madness could evoke such a feeling from him. After all, in these past 3 months, he hadn't wasted a single moment. He had advanced the Andringuan Retrogression Heavenly Scripture beyond the 9th-rank Dao technique, turning it into a 3rd-rank Dao canon, Andringuan Retrogression Dao canon. His Tanfudigu, Heavenly Bone, had broken through 3 ranks, successfully reaching the 4th rank, the superior grade at that, endowing him with the potential to transcend the 3rd Tribulation Celestial Sovereign Realm. Even his 3 supreme mystic powers had consecutively ascended to the 3rd rank of supreme great mystic powers. Note, for consistency and clarity, I've translated Tanfudigu as Heavenly Bone, and ensured the rest of the terminology remains consistent with typical fantasy nomenclature. To avoid drawing attention from those venerable lords, he hadn't dating back to the primordial era, possibly originating millions of years ago. It was rumored to be the life-bound supreme treasure of an immensely powerful figure from the primordial era. The character Lan, in their Tai'an was said to originate from this Xuanhuan ancient city. Its appearances were unpredictable, ranging from every few 10,000 years to a million years, but each time it appeared, it would reshape the power dynamics of the Tai'an. Many current rulers of dominant forces within the Tai'an became formidable figures because they had entered the Xuanhuan ancient city and seized great opportunities there, eventually becoming venerable lords or celestial sovereigns who dominated their respective seas and claimed the title of Dao ancestor. Damn it! Why did this hot potato appear in my Xuanhuan? He had barely enjoyed a few days of peace before encountering this issue. Undoubtedly, this would draw the attention of various forces from the entire Tai'an, causing a gathering of powerful beings. There might even be celestial sovereigns or higher-level entities coming to Xuanhuan. I hope no one notices my Xiuxian continent. As for venturing into the Xuanhuan ancient city to seize opportunities, this idea was swiftly dismissed by Fergus as soon as it surfaced. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Who knows if these opportunities are riddled with traps and schemes? If he were in their shoes, after his death, he wouldn't leave behind any significant opportunities for others there. Among them were several true kings under his command. Fergus didn't stop them. Each person had their own aspirations. These true kings were merely his subordinates, not his sons. He had no obligation to care for their lives. If they died in the Xuanhuan ancient city, it was their own choice, and they couldn't blame others. Xuanhuan continent, southwest direction, 18 billion miles away. Swoosh. A cloud of 7-colored auspicious mist roughly 100 acres in size pierced through the void. On top of the cloud stood 2 monks clad in golden kasayas, both around 40 years old, one tall and one short. They were bathed in radiant Buddha light, their deep eyes seemingly able to see through everything in the universe. Their aura was unfathomable, akin to the depth and breadth of the sea, even surpassing those ancient demon emperors and devil emperors sealed away for tens of thousands of years. Brother Coleman, should we still proceed to Xuanhuan continent? The shorter monk asked. Plans always changed. Who would have thought the legendary Xuanhuan ancient city would emerge at this time and in this very place? Let's head to the Xuanhuan ancient city first. Without hesitation, Buddha Patriarch Coleman replied. Compared to the great opportunities within the Xuanhuan ancient city, the petty grievances with Xuanhuan continent were inconsequential. Opportunities come first. We can set in the depths of the Kanglan ancient city. All cultivators entering the city, whether celestial lords, origin lords, imperial lords, or venerables, disappeared without a trace. Their presence became difficult to detect, and deducing their fates proved impossible. It was as if they ceased to exist altogether. At this moment, Fergus felt even more determined to stay away from such unfathomable places. One misstep, and he might not even know how he perished. Time flew by, another day passed. Now, the number of life forms who had entered the ancient city exceeded 7 million, the majority of which were origin lords and below. If not for the fact that the Kanglan ancient city hovered at an altitude of 10,000 feet, making it nearly impossible for true realm cultivators and lower to reach, there would likely be many more ordinary mortals inside. This world had no shortage of gamblers. Suddenly, Fergus's eyebrows raised. His eyes flashed with insight, piercing through billions of miles of space, revealing 2 shiny heads atop a rainbow cloud outside the Kanglan ancient city. He sensed deep malice from them. These two bald monks are... Boom. Countless threads of karma rapidly appeared, weaving into a net. Soon, a flood of information surfaced in his mind. The sea of suffering Bodhi Temple, Langston and Brooke. It's been more than a year, yet the Tao insight. Even two 8th Tribulation Buddhas held no secrets before Fergus. The next second, Fergus shifted his gaze toward the direction of Andrengdu City. Those old fellows bringing people into the Kanglan ancient city. Consider yourselves lucky. At that moment, only 3 emperors remained in Andrengdu City, along with fewer kings. Then let me take a little benefit first. We'll settle accounts when those old fellows return alive. Bang! Almost simultaneously, the 3 emperors left behind by the Ji family, along with several celestial lords and kings, collapsed like rag dolls, their vitality quickly fading. Ah, Lord, Ancestor, and Elders? No. How can this be? Who did this? Who harmed our ancestors? Soon, chaos erupted in the entire Ji family. An indescribable panic enveloped Andrengdu City. They had been wiped out silently. All celestial lords and above, including 3 imperial ancestors. Such means far exceeded their imagination. Could it be the Xian sect? Yes, it must be them. Across the whole Jiuzhou continent, apart from the Xian sect, they could not think of any other faction capable of easily exterminating multiple imperial ancestors in their Ji family stronghold. All is lost. Our Ji family is doomed. Despair spread rapidly within the Ji relations, reaching the 3rd Tribulation Roberto stage. His Spirit Source Retrogression Doward and 3 Supreme Great Skills reached the perfected 4th grade level. In overall strength, he would not be much weaker than a 4th Tribulation Roberto. To evoke this reaction, they must be at least 3rd Tribulation Robertos on par with him. Moreover, this wasn't the full strength of the Tianlan Sea, as more cultivators crossed the sea every moment to enter the Kanglan ancient city. 3 months later, Tianhe continent, located 12 billion miles northeast of Jiuzhou continent, counted as one of the largest continents nearest to Jiuzhou. Stretching nearly 5 billion miles, it was roughly 1/3 the size of Jiuzhou. Unlike Jiuzhou, which suffered repeated calamities depleting its resources and martial arts prowess, where 9th Tribulation Emperor was the peak, Tianhe continent still boasted walking imperial lords, more than 1 or 2. The prosperity of martial arts here was more than 10 times that of the Jiuzhou continent. Roar. Suddenly, a high-pitched beastly roar echoed across the Tianhe continent. The next moment, boom. A layer of eerie dark green demon clouds swept in from the sea, blocking the sky and spreading over hundreds of thousands of miles. Wherever it passed, mountains, rocks, plants, air currents, and all living beings decayed. Their bodies shattered into pieces, scorching sun sword aura. Beast, witness my starfall fist explosion. Blade chi, sword aura, hurricanes. These forces ripped through the sky, sweeping across hundreds of thousands of miles, aimed at the vast cloud of fiendish poison covering the heavens. The 38 enraged emperors spared no effort, unleashing their ultimate killing techniques immediately. This strike was so powerful that even a 1st Tribulation Celestial Duke would have to take notice. Below the Celestial Duke rank, even 9 Tribulation Emperors would not survive unscathed. Yet, when it struck the fiendish cloud, it was like mud into the sea, causing no disturbance. Oh no! A chill ran down the spines of the 38 emperors as a sense of unease enveloped them. This was not just any fiend emperor but one far beyond a mere 1st Tribulation Emperor, otherwise, it wouldn't have so easily deflected their deadly attack. Retreat quick! Instantly, the emperor's will to fight waned, prioritizing escape over sympathizing with the plight at the continent's borders. A 2nd Tribulation Fiend Emperor or higher was not someone they could handle. Even 10 times more would yield no victory. At that moment, roar. A roar emerged from within the fiendish cloud, like the wrath of heaven, the thunder god roaring. Terrifying waves reverberated through 1,000,000 miles, causing chaos and leaving nothing alive in its path. No! A desperate cry echoed as the 38 emperors, including the 5-9 Tribulation ones, were reduced to blood mists. Only 13 7th Tribulation and above emperors barely managed to preserve their young souls, barely clinging to life. Roar. Another roar sounded, with terrifying devouring power engulfing the surrounding void. The 13 emperors' young souls, along with the pervasive blood mists, were drawn towards the fiendish cloud. Ah, no. Save me, ancient ancestor, save me. Desperate cries came from the 13 emperors' young souls. Beast, cease your actions. Insolence. Release my grand disciple now. Amidst angry shouts, boom. Terrorizing energies rose from the center of the Tian Shui continent, so overwhelming that even 9 Tribulation Emperors felt fear. These forces surged towards the fiendish cloud. On the Yunmeng continent, in the Andrengshuan province of the Great Kang Dynasty, at the Devil Suppression General's residence, Fergus's eyes flashed as he glanced towards the Tian Shui continent. 5 Celestial Dukes, with the strongest having survived 4 divine and tribulations, the 4th Tribulation Celestial Duke. Indeed, the Tian Shui continent is far stronger than Yunmeng continent, having not experienced the calamity of demonic beasts. And this was only those who remained behind. Including those who entered Songlan ancient city, the number would double or more. But to defeat such a mighty fiend, they fall short by far. It wasn't just any fiend emperor but a 1st Tribulation fiend lord, who had survived the illusory phase tribulation. Tian Shui continent. Roar. The 3rd roar shook the world, its terrible wave crossing billions of miles, rushing towards the 5 Celestial Dukes. Instantly, their bodies shattered into blood mists, leaving only their souls struggling against the shockwave. No, we underestimated this fiend emperor. He's at least 7th Tribulation. The spirits of the 5 dukes trembled, knowing such a creature meant an end-of-the-world disaster for Tian Shui. Quick, awaken our ancient ancestors. Only the founders of each major faction could save them now. Boom. Simultaneously, 15 awe-inspiring celestial duke presences arose from the forbidden grounds of the Tai'an continent's major forces. 6 exceeded even the 4th Tribulation Celestial Duke, with the strongest being exponentially more formidable. 1 7th Tribulation Celestial Duke, 2 6th Tribulation Celestial Dukes, 3 5th Tribulation Celestial Dukes, and 9 4th Tribulation and below Celestial Dukes. Such strength would make even an 8th Tribulation Celestial Duke cautious. Unfortunately, they face a 1st Tribulation Fiend Lord. Fergus gently shook his head, looking at the resurrected dukes as if they were already dead. The gap between Celestial Dukes and Fiend Lords was immeasurable. Unless they were 9th Tribulation Celestial Dukes mastering supreme arts, there was no hope. As Fergus expected, another roar shattered the newly awakened Ancestral Dukes, leaving 15 spirits trembling amidst the blood mists. No, how can this be? The original 5 spirits stared in disbelief. Among their ancestors were 6th and 5th Tribulation Celestial Dukes, with the strongest being a 7th Tribulation Celestial Duke. Even a 9th Tribulation Fiend Emperor shouldn't be able to shatter their bodies with just a roar. Could it be that he isn't just a Fiend Emperor, but something above? Roar. Yet another roar filled the skies, with horrifying devouring power engulfing 20 Duke spirits. No. Amidst agonized cries, the 20 spirits, including the 7th Tribulation Celestial Duke, transformed into 20 rays of light, flying towards the fiendish cloud. Ah, Ancestor, it's over. The Tai'an continent is finished, and like the xiuxian continent, within minutes if he wished, his core principles remained unchanged. From start to finish, he always prioritized himself. Now, with Xuanhuan Sea becoming the storm center of Tianlan Sea, attracting countless powerful figures, suppressing a first catastrophe venerable would invite unknown troubles. To survive in this chaotic world, one must control their cheap sympathy and avoid meddling unnecessarily. Good people don't live long. Evildoers last for millennia. This was especially true in these turbulent times. Moreover, they weren't short of human powerhouses. If those old folks didn't intervene, why should he? Take the emergence of the Xuanhuan ancient city. Countless islands and continents were submerged under colossal waves, taking billions, even trillions of human lives. Yet, not a single human powerhouse acted to save them, letting them perish in the water. 3 days later, the vast Tai'an continent turned into a dead zone. Both humans and other races within were completely corroded by the poisonous demon cloud, transforming into streams of pure blood energy, feeding the great demon's growth. During this time, not just one Caedmon Venerable entered the Xuanhuan Sea. Yet, they merely glanced at the devastated Tai'an continent before ignoring the plight of the humans and entering Xuanhuan ancient city. The lie appeared 1,000 miles away from the xiuxian continent. Its terrifying presence made countless beings tremble. A wave of despair quickly engulfed the xiuxian continent as numerous human powerhouses fled desperately. While they couldn't perceive the devastation of the Tai'an continent, 1.2 billion miles away, they felt the destruction nearby. Many island realms had kings and emperors, yet none survived the demonic cloud's assault, escape being impossible. In the 8 major demon-suppressing ancient cities, including Heavenly Wasteland Demon Suppression City and Zhanlong Ancient City, venerable emperors knelt solemnly in their ancestral temples, ready to awaken their ancestors if the great demon stepped onto the xiuxian continent. As guardians of the xiuxian continent, they vowed to stand with it till the end. I just want to cultivate quietly until I'm invincible. Why force me? Fergus sighed. He didn't want trouble, but trouble found him. Having lived on the xiuxian continent for over a year, he saw it as a second home. Unless faced with an overwhelmingly strong foe, he wouldn't easily abandon it. Surviving tactfully and retreating out of cowardice were 2 entirely different things. Xianling Mountain in the Xiuxian state was once home to the Great Thunder Temple, now replaced by an observatory, the Xiangqing Temple. After the fall of the Buddhist sect, Howard claimed the Xianling Mountain as his retreat. In the Xiangqing Hall of the Xiangqing Temple, Howard stood up and extended his hand towards the direction of vast Tianlan Sea. Chapter 225. Subduing Demon Lord Atman. In Spirit Profound Province, at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Marshal in the Demon Suppressing General Hall, Xiuxian, the Inkhowl clan. Fergus's brows furrowed. Indeed, this old fellow was a big trouble. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Xiuxian and the Inkhowl clan. From the Divine Soul's memories of the Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor and others, there was plenty of information about this clan. They were descendants of the Divine Beast Tianho, one of the 2 major rulers of the Xiuxian in the Tianlan Ocean. The Imo in Xiuxian was named after the Inkhowl clan. Unlike the Zhongli Sea, the Xiuxian ranked within the top 30 seas of the Tianlan Ocean, with a diameter exceeding 3 light-years, far more vast than the Zhongli Sea. As one of the 2 strongest forces in the Xiuxian, the might of the Inkhowl clan was unimaginable. Within their ranks, demon lords were not scarce, and even demon venerables who could rival heavenly venerables were not out of the question. However, outside the 9 spirits continent, the colossal hand overshadowing the sky continued to suppress Demon Lord Atman without pausing. The words of the old demon Atman held no credibility for him. It was said that the divine beast Tianho was notorious for holding grudges, and as descendants of Tianho, the Inkhowl clan had inherited this trait. Within the Tianlan Ocean, dooming himself to a short life. Even if this human venerable lord were a 7th Tribulation venerable lord, compared to the behemoth that was the Inkhowl clan, it would still count for little. Several human venerable lords turned a blind eye to the atrocities committed by the old demon Atman, not only because they viewed beings below venerable lord as insignificant ants, but also due to fear of the insane Inkhowl clan. 9 spirits continent. Ah, that great demon was suppressed? We lived. We survived. Ha ha ha. No need to die, we don't have to die. Royal and imperial figures burst into jubilant cheers, their eyes all turning toward the direction of the Great Kang Dynasty, filled with gratitude and reverence. Phew. Fortunately, we have transcendent experts of the mystic Tao here. Otherwise, we would not have escaped today. The one who acted just now, even if not the heavenly sovereign Howard, must certainly be another strong figure from the mystic Tao. Apart from the inscrutable mystic Tao, they could not imagine any other power on the continent capable of so easily subduing such an overwhelming great demon. In the 8 ancient cities of Heavenly Wasteland Demon Suppression City, Dragon Suppression Ancient City, etc., the elder ancestors of the 8 ancient clans all heaved a sigh of relief, hoping not to disturb the slumber of their ancestors. Their previous worries were also greatly alleviated. Soon, the entire life memories of Demon Lord Atman rushed like a flood through Howard's mind, flashing by rapidly. 8 billion miles southwest of the Nine Spirits continent, a heavenly sovereign stood in midair, gazing far into the distance where the Nine Spirits continent lay, lost in thought. He looked to be in his early 30s, dressed in white, his aura extraordinary, almost embodying the way itself. His refined and handsome features, like sculpted jade, exuded a gentle green glow, symbolizing boundless vitality. Just one glance could bring the dead back to life. This person was none other than the founder of the Eternal Androphy sect, Heavenly Sovereign Eternal Androphy. After a while, Heavenly Sovereign Eternal Androphy finally snapped back to reality. Phew. Fortunately, I did not rashly head straight for the Nine Spirits continent. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Even a demon lord like the old demon Atman was effortlessly subdued by the experts of the mystic Tao, let alone someone like him, a mere 8th tribulation heavenly sovereign. Daring to offend the mystic Tao was akin to sheep entering the mouth of a tiger. With a venerable lord faction involved, the palace may well. Soon, Heavenly Sovereign Eternal Androphy frowned. The Eternal Androphy sect was merely a lineage he left behind outside the Nine Suns Palace. It had 10 million years. He successfully passed the 6th heaven phenomenon tribulation 2 million years ago, becoming a 6th tribulation demon venerable. With 2 million years having passed, it was very likely he had already transcended the 7th heaven phenomenon tribulation, reaching the realm of 7th tribulation demon venerable. However, soon the seriousness in Fergus's eyes faded. The Mohu clan was formidable, but Fergus wasn't someone to be trifled with either. During these 3 months, he hadn't been idle. The spirit source retraced Dowart had broken through to the 7th rank from the 3rd rank, advancing him to possess a 6th rank lower imperial bone, holding potential to transcend the 7th tribulation celestial lord realm. His void, netherworld, and enlightenment supreme great spells had all reached the peak of 7th rank, and his cultivation had surpassed the 3rd heaven phenomenon tribulation, entering the realm of 6th tribulation celestial lord. With 54 spiritual illusory bodies, he now had considerable confidence in battling and defeating a 7th tribulation celestial lord. Even if that Mohu venerable demon truly made the leap, who would win or lose needed to be seen after the battle. Besides, by the time the Mohu clan received news and mobilized forces to travel from the Tai'an Sea to suppress him, it would take some time. He doubted that the Mohu clan would mobilize their strongest reserve. Spirit source retraced Dao Canon advancing 3 ranks within 3 months. Even breaking through to 6th rank was uncertain. True realm and above demons weren't common. They were the foundation of the demon races, found once among hundreds of thousands or millions of demons. In the short term, there were no issues, but large-scale and long-term capturing could attract the attention of some old monsters. Especially now, with the emergence of the Xuanhuan ancient city, countless ancient monsters within the 128 seas of the Tianlan region had been stirred. One day later, the immortal Emperor Beck is really going to great lengths against our Arn. Seeing the immortal Emperor appear outside Xuanhuan ancient city, Fergus's lips curled. With the addition of this immortal Emperor, the forces behind the Dragon Alliance, including the G family, had all been alerted. Over the past 3 months, while powers like the 10,000 Demon Sect, Winged Demon Clan, Blood Demon Clan, and One Horn Ghost Clan arrived at their Changli Sea, they had been temporarily distracted by the charm of Changlan ancient city, forgetting about the Arn for the time being. Taking a deep look at the immortal Emperor, Fergus still didn't make a move. Despite now being a 6th tribulation celestial lord, he remained cautious about Changlan ancient city. Moreover, an 8th tribulation immortal emperor might barely survive within Changlan ancient city, with slim chances of emerging alive. Through the soul search of the old demon Heath's primordial spirit, Fergus had a deeper understanding of Changlan ancient city. Unlike Heavenly Desolate Demon Emperor and others, who relied on hearsay about Changlan ancient city, the Mohu clan, with its over 10 million years of lineage, had numerous experts entering the city over time. Every appearance of Changlan ancient city brought both great opportunities and great dangers. Since its first appearance nearly 15 million years ago, countless powerful beings have perished within Changlan ancient city, including venerable masters who had transcended the phantom phase tribulation and occasionally even celestial ancestors. As for an 8th tribulation immortal emperor like this heiress, death was almost certain. A month quickly passed. Now, the number of living beings entering Changlan ancient city numbered well over 8 digits. Among them, 23 celestial ancestors, nearly 3,000 venerable masters, and tens of thousands of immortal emperors were present. Truly, kings were as common as dogs, and immortal emperors walked the ground. His subordinates, several true kings along with over 100 celestial lords and origin lords, also successfully crossed hundreds of billions of miles of sea to arrive at Changlan ancient city half a month ago. This would likely be their last meeting. Within Changlan ancient city, kings faced near certain death, let alone those below king rank. Over nearly 15 exceeded 9 figures. However, not a single one among the true realm cultivators who harbored hopes of xiuxian mentality, nor the heavenly venerable ancestors had managed to exit the city successfully. Entry into ancient Kanglan city was straightforward. Any living being from their Tianlan Sea region with true realm cultivation could enter, but leaving posed a significant challenge. One either had to wait for the 10-year period to expire when ancient Kanglan city would once again vanish, and its spirit would forcibly move them out of the city, or complete all the trials set by the city's spirit to seize great opportunities and leave early. But even for heavenly venerable ancestors, passing all the trials was no easy feat, typically taking 2 to 3 years. Note: I have adjusted the phrase who harbored hopes of xiuxian mentality to ensure it reads naturally in English and conveys the intended meaning. In the Kang Dynasty, in Xuanhuan province, at the headquarters of the Demon Suppression General, Fergus sat on a golden throne. Below him, a group of dancers in white gauze attire danced gracefully to music. Their movements were elegant yet lively, sometimes spinning, sometimes leaping, each gesture refined and full of grace. All the dancers appeared to be around 20 years old, with graceful figures and unparalleled beauty. Their aura exuded an innate in the top 10. If not for this, any random race would not have dared to oppress the humans so freely, using them as food. Before, due to the threats posed by demons, the 9 great dynasties and many countries maintained restraint to avoid conflicts that could benefit demon forces. Now, all demon forces on the 9-spirit continent had been swept away, with only a few intentionally left behind as blood sacrifices. With these remnants posing little threat, some powers began to stir. The Ji family was now merely a shadow of its former self. Without Yunmeng's sect support, the Kang Dynasty faced imminent change. Suddenly, Fergus frowned, standing up from his throne. His eyes flashed, piercing through numerous spaces until he saw beyond the Zhongli Sea. 6 demon lords, 3 7th tribulation, 2 8th tribulation, 1 9th tribulation. The Mako clan certainly holds me in high regard. This force could easily sweep through their Zhongli Sea. Despite numerous hidden 7th tribulation lord-level experts within the Zhongli Sea, none were 7th tribulation or above, making them no match even for just the 8th tribulation demon lord, let alone the 9th tribulation demon lord. Higher cultivation realms meant exponentially greater power. Xuanhuan Sea, one of the 128 seas within the Tai'an Sea region, bordered the Zhongli Sea. At the border between Xuanhuan and Zhongli Seas, protectors. While details about the Yunmeng sect remained unclear, it was unlikely to be a top-tier venerable lord force. Top-tier venerable lord sects, spanning the entire Tai'an Sea region, were considered top-tier powers, often with legacies stretching hundreds of thousands of years, known far and wide. None bore the name Yunmeng. 1 hour later, Edgarg and the other 5 Mako demon lords finally made their appearance millions of miles away from the 9-spirit continent. The next second, the death poison cloud dissipated, revealing 6 towering figures. Each stood over 10,000 feet tall, clad in black-green Kirin armor, with lion-human bodies and dragon tails, like fierce deities descended from the heavens, radiating the most savage killing intent. Just standing there disrupted the surrounding million-mile space. Yunmeng rats, quickly surrender our elder Imin, then kneel and beg forgiveness. In my mercy, you may die swiftly. Otherwise, I shall ensure you cannot live or die in peace. Chapter 228. The might of a celestial sovereign. Millions of miles away on the 9 spirits continent. Boom. The void trembled as demon, the 9th cataclysm demon lord. This battle may still have some suspense. The surrounding venerated lord's senses rippled. With the advantage of terrain and 1/8 cataclysm venerated lord, there was still hope to hold out against a 9th cataclysm venerated lord. If the mystic sect had some hidden trump cards, they might even have a slim chance of victory. Even if they ultimately didn't prevail, it wouldn't be easy for Demon and the others to take down the mystic sect. They might have to sacrifice a couple of great demons to the mystic sect as well. Suddenly, all the venerated lords perked up. This made things interesting. A one-sided battle wouldn't be much to watch. Best if the mystic sect venerated lords could drag a few old demons down with them. At this moment, rumble. The heavens shook, and the world seemed to be torn apart forcibly. A giant hand, shielding the sky, descended from above, pressing down towards Demon and the other 6 demon lords. Fergus didn't have time to dilly-dally with these pests. With a single thought, he ordered Howard to act. This strike wasn't accompanied by any significant power, no magical arts or even physical strength, but the sheer force surpassed even that of some first cataclysm celestial sovereigns. A month had passed since Fergus successfully transcended to 7th cataclysm celestial sovereign after another celestial phenomenon tribulation. With just his raw physical strength, he could rival or even crush most 4th cataclysm celestial sovereigns. Instantly, the expressions of Demon and the "You've met me," not to mention a mere 3rd cataclysm demon sovereign manifestation, even the 3rd cataclysm demon sovereign Mo Roy himself wouldn't escape being used as a tool by him. How many billions of years of lifespan will these 6 7th cataclysm demon sovereigns add each month? The old demon Atman alone had added nearly 13 billion years of lifespan in the past 2 months. Rumble. Under Fergus's eager gaze, the massive hand's power surged dramatically, effortlessly crushing the celestial sovereign manifestation within less than a breath. It continued to press down on Demon and the other 6 demon lords below. No. The faces of Demon and the other demon lords were full of despair. Lord Roy was a 3rd cataclysm demon sovereign. No 2nd cataclysm demon sovereign could shatter his manifestation so easily. Whoever did this must be at least a 3rd cataclysm celestial sovereign. The 9 Suns Palace, those bastards dared to betray us. What new rising power? This was nothing but deceit leading them to their doom. At this moment, they hated the 9 Suns Palace more than the mystic sect for providing false information. Roar. 9 Suns Palace, you'll pay 100-fold. Senior, please stop. All this was due to the machinations of the 9 Suns Palace. My Xuanhuan clan never intended to be your enemy. Please spare us this once for the sake of our accepted this turn of events more readily. Ever since the ancient calamity caused by demons left the 9 spirits continent's essence damaged, even emperors had become mere legends, let alone those beings above emperors. Most kings and emperors didn't even know that there were even stronger existences beyond the level of emperors. In their eyes, the likes of Demon Lord Hoover were merely 6 emperors, perhaps a bit stronger than the previous demon emperor. Only the grand ancestors of the 8 ancient royal clans, with their long histories and frequent interactions with their hibernating emperor-level ancestors, could barely discern the true strength of Demon Lord Hoover and his companions. Gulp. What exactly was the cultivation level of Senior Arn who made that move? Even an unparalleled demon above the emperor level can be subdued so casually by him. Ha ha ha. Excellent. 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 With Senior Arn protecting our 9 spirits continent, we have nothing to worry about. At this moment, the grand ancestors of the 8 ancient royal clans were completely reassured. With such a powerful protector in Arn, how could they possibly care about those half-disabled demon emperors or devil emperors? Their previous concerns were entirely baseless. A few moments later, in the surrounding seas of the 9 spirits continent, the various emperors and revered masters finally regained their senses, and Arn was inevitable. This battle must not be missed. Suddenly, even the ancient city of Kanglan seemed to lose its appeal. Various emperors and revered masters opened secret realms and blessed lands near the 9 spirits continent, using them as temporary bases. A battle between heavenly venerables is a rare occurrence. Particularly, this one might involve multiple heavenly venerables, which makes it exceptionally precious. Many emperors might not encounter such a battle in their entire lifetimes. Missing it would surely leave them with eternal regrets. After all, the ancient city of Kanglan reappears every decade. Half a year has passed, and there is still ample time. At the demonic general mansion on the 9 spirits continent, suspected correctly, the Mohu clan does have hidden reserves. Forrest's gaze sharpened. Among the Mohu clan elders, there were clearly distinctions. An elder demon like Heath, who had just transcended the void phase calamity less than 10,000 years ago, couldn't compare to a 9 tribulation demon lord like Demon Lord Hoover in terms of strength. The Mohu clan had 7 venerable demon lords instead of the 5 known by Heath. The Mohu clan's founding ancestor successfully transcended the 7th celestial foe. Quickly, follow me to the Zhongli Sea. Even those emperors and revered masters who were indifferent to the ancient city of Kanglan could no longer stay put. They tore through space, heading towards the Zhongli Sea. A battle between heavenly venerables was different from exploring the ancient city of Kanglan, presenting both danger and opportunity. A single misstep could cost them their lives. If they could grasp even a fraction of it, it would save them thousands of years of cultivation. Especially for the 9 tribulation revered masters, this battle could be the breakthrough they needed. Xuanhuan Sea, Xuanhuan Continent, Ji family ancestral grounds. The 7 patriarchs of the Ji family sat on their thrones. None of their auras were weaker than that of Demon Lord Heath, especially the young man with silver hair and a silver robe seated at the top. His strength barely lagged behind Demon Lord Hoover. Cal, the 7th generation patriarch of the Ji family, a peerless talent possessing a 4th grade imperial bone, was the reason they ascended from a mere emperor family to the dominant power in the Xuanhuan Sea, controlling the majority of its resources within 500,000 years. Now, all 7 venerated ancestors of the Ji family, including Cal, the 9 tribulation revered master, wore extremely serious expressions. The heavy atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Placed compassion. If they waited until after the battle between Arn and the Mohu clan to make a decision, it would be too late if Arn emerged victorious. Surely, they wouldn't think the people of Arn were fools who couldn't see through their intentions? At that point, not only would they fail to gain Arnie's forgiveness, but it might also backfire badly. Sacrificing this lineage was far better than having the entire Ji family pay the ultimate price for their mistakes later. Let them blame themselves for offending someone they shouldn't have. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 230, Arrangements. On the Xuanhuan continent, in the Ji family's main residence, hundreds of thousands of members of the Ji family had their cultivation levels sealed and were gathered on a square. Among them were men and women, old and young, imperial lords, emperors, and even ordinary martial artists who hadn't yet stepped into the true realm. At this moment, everyone was glaring at 2 middle-aged men in brocade robes standing at the front of the square with eyes full of hatred. They hated these 2 men so much that they wished to eat their flesh and drink their blood. How could their branch produce such disasters? That top-notch major sect has a Roberto ancestor in residence. Even their main house can't afford to offend it. Their Ji family branch in the 9 spirits continent doesn't even have an imperial lord. How could they have the courage to provoke that Xiuxian sect? If only they knew what would happen today. The atmosphere here in Antonio Heaven was much more relaxed, though still somewhat solemn. Unlike the Ji family, which lacks backing, the Bodhi Temple is one of the most ancient forces in the Tai'an Sea region, dating back millions of years to the primordial era. Even if the Xiuxian sect is a top-tier major sect with a Roberto ancestor, it would have to consider whether it can withstand the wrath of countless Buddhas before daring to move against the Bodhi Temple. Amitabha, said the senior-most Buddha, seated at the head of the hall, the only 9 tribulations Antonio of the Bodhi Temple and its founder, Antonio Putti. Let's pause matters concerning the Xiuxian sect for now. We'll make a decision after they battle the Mashio clan. Amitabha, I shall abide by your edict. Bitter Sea, 1 light year away. Starry Sea, 10,000 Devils Sect, 10,000 Devils Cavern. 6 Devil Lords of the 10,000 Devils Sect sat on their respective Devil Lord thrones. 4 of them glared angrily at one particular Devil Lord. This was a towering man clad in dark black Kirin armor. His head was mountain-like. His eyes resembled the starry sky, with suns and moons twinkling within them. It seemed as though just one glance from him could exile a continent's inhabitants into the endless cosmos, dooming them forever. He was the ancient Devil Lord, the grand ancestor of the 10,000 Devil Sect, a 7th tribulation Devil Lord who had survived 7 phases of calamity. The founding father of the Heavenly Demon Sect on the 9 Spirits continent, the Heavenly Demon family. Some came bearing gifts and apologies, but many others waited, like the Bodhi Temple and the 10,000 Devil Sect, anticipating the battle between the Xiuxian sect and the Mashio clan. The Mashio clan isn't a regular top-tier force with just 1 or 2 Robertos in residence. It's one of the standout top-tier forces in the Tai'an Sea region, capable of ranking in the top 30. Throughout history, top-tier major sects that were destroyed by the Mashio clan are not uncommon. The Xiuxian sect might very well be the next. 9 Spirits Continent, Tai'an Dynasty, Western Xiuxian State, Xiuxian Mountain. Kramer, an ancestor of the Ji family in a purple robe, heaved a sigh of relief as he walked out of the upper clear Taoist temple. This ordeal had finally passed. Seeing the Ji family's sincere attitude, Fergus did not overly punish them. He merely demanded the surrender of the two emperors of the Ji family from the Tai'an dynasty and some accomplices who helped spread false rumors, then allowed Kramer to take most of the Ji family members back. To Fergus, this matter concerning the Ji family wasn't significant enough to dwell on. Even if they didn't apologize, as long as they didn't seek death by continuing to provoke him, he wouldn't go out of his way to trouble the Ji family main branch. Separated for tens of thousands of years, the Ji family on the Nine Spirits continent and the main family on the Xuanhuan continent were practically Shang. Make a trip to the Heaven-Fierce Sea. Note: the translation follows the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring fluency and coherence. ####Chapter 231. Hidden Currents. Song Andre C. Wu Andring Continent. This is a small continent spanning less than 10 million miles, situated billions of miles away from the Nine Spirits continent. Here, the limit of cultivation is at the king level, and each king stands at the pinnacle of this land as an unparalleled powerhouse. Their every word and action can decide the life or death of billions of beings on the continent. In the center of Wu Andring Continent, within an inconspicuous desolate mountain, an insignificant space appeared one day. This space, not more than a mile long and wide and no taller than 100 feet, housed a basketball-sized dark golden orb floating in midair. Emitting a gentle glow, one could faintly perceive an expansive world hidden within it. This orb was none other than Fergus's Dragon Pearl blessed land. Having left the Nine Spirits continent shortly after suppressing the 6 great demon lords including Demon, Fergus replaced himself with an ethereal phantom avatar in Andrangshuan Prefecture. While he did not think that the Zackle race could truly pose a threat to his safety, better safe than sorry. After all, he was merely a heavenly sovereign, not essentially different from those demon lords. Moreover, the ethereal phantom avatar was nearly as powerful as he was. Without him, there wouldn't be much difference. Why risk staying behind? Compared to half a month ago, the Dragon Pearl blessed land had undergone a qualitative transformation. After integrating over 100 Dao armaments and thousands upon thousands of others, along with a vast quantity of celestial treasures, the Dragon Pearl blessed land successfully broke through its constraints, becoming a grotto heaven. Specifically a third-level grotto heaven. Similar to blessed lands, grotto heavens are also categorized into 3 grades and 12 levels. The internal space within this grotto heaven spans over 90 million miles, nearly reaching the threshold of a second-tier continent. All continents within the Endless Sea are divided into 9 tiers based on size. A first-tier continent spans over 10 million miles, a second tier exceeds 100 million miles, like the Nine Spirits continent and Tianshui continent, and so on up to 7th-, 8th-, and 9th-tier continents which span areas measured in light years. These far surpass the area of the Tai'an Sea's 128 seas. Wu Andring continent, with a span of only a few million miles, doesn't even qualify as a first-tier continent, but is instead considered a minor continent, just large islands in many experts' eyes, not worthy of being called a continent. Howard's soul-searching of the 6 demon lords, including Demon, greatly broadened Fergus's horizons and tempered any arrogance brought by his successive breakthroughs. While a heavenly sovereign might be a top powerhouse in the Tai'an Sea region, they were nothing compared to the entire universe. Even the term expert seemed generous for them. 4th-tier continents have the potential to produce heavenly sovereigns, while the 7th-tier and higher ones, measuring in light years, were unfathomable. There, heavenly sovereigns might be as common as dogs, with revered lords scattered everywhere. Only those in the sacred realm above heavenly sovereigns could truly stand out. Above the void spanning a million miles within the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, floated a miniature continent named Purple Void Continent, named by Fergus after the palace of the Supreme Dao Ancestor. Even the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven was renamed to Purple Void Grotto Heaven. At the heart of Purple Void Continent, inside the Purple Void Palace, another heavenly sovereign has come, and one who has transcended 6 heavenly phenomenon tribulations, a 6th tribulation heavenly sovereign. Fergus frowned. The impact of this battle exceeded his expectations. Within less than a month, the number of heavenly sovereigns appearing near the Nine Spirits continent surpassed both hands, with the strongest among them already being a Generation Dragon King Bryson on a crystal throne. He wore a 5-clawed green dragon robe, a dragon king crown, and had a human body with a dragon head. His aura rivaled that of the Zackle Demon Lord. Nearby sat another figure clad in dark green Kirin armor, with a lion's head, human body, and dragon tail, Dawson Demon Lord, who came under the orders of Zackle Demon Lord. Honorable nephew, this matter is significant. I must deliberate before giving you an answer, Bryson said after pondering for a moment. Though he had known the old ghost Zackle for nearly a million years, agreeing to trivial matters was easy, but the Dao sect wasn't trivial. They openly possessed a 3-tribulation heavenly sovereign, and who knew what stronger forces they hid in secret. Engaging in battle meant an uncertain outcome, so he couldn't lightly agree. Alvaro, escort your brother Dawson to rest. #### by Gusi, Desolate Bone Continent. This 4th-tier continent with a diameter exceeding 1 billion miles was covered in white bones devoid of life, a deadland causing even revered lords to tremble if they dared enter. Hidden here was a world-class villain. In a mysterious space at the center of Desolate Bone Continent stood the shrunken form of Humphrey, the 4-tribulation demon lord of the Zackle clan. Top-tier forces. For 7 venerable lords to be suppressed by their Xian sect, no top-tier force would easily give up. Not to mention, the Hagen clan were known to hold grudges and seek vengeance fiercely. Unless the Xian sect displayed strength far surpassing the Hagen clan, there was little chance these crazy old fellows would suppress their hatred and endure silently. From what Howard revealed 2.5 months ago, it was clearly not enough to make the Hagen clan hesitate. Now, the long delay in seeing any signs of Hagen clan's venerable demons was clearly the calm before the storm. More than likely, they were amassing power, planning to eradicate the Xian sect with overwhelming force. The Hagen clan has inherited power for millions of years, having many enemies but also plenty of allies. The venerable demons that will come next may not be just 7, but possibly even 9 tribulation heavenly venerables are within possibility. The old monster of the Hagen clan certainly plays his cards well. However, he still falls short. Fergus smiled. For these native forces, mere months meant nothing. Even hundreds or thousands of years would not yield much progress for them. At the realm of heavenly venerated, even human beings, who have shorter lifespans, need thousands or tens of thousands of years of cultivation to advance one minor stage. The demon races and devil races, who have longer lifespans. Androphy here was hundreds of times better than before. For cultivators, cultivation is paramount, especially for demon races who thrive on survival of the fittest. Frankly speaking, even if Fergus allowed them to leave now, few would wish to depart Xiao Cave Heaven. Time passed quickly, another month gone. Near Yunmeng Continent, the number of strong figures increased again. There were now 54 heavenly venerables, including more than one who had endured 8 celestial phenomena calamities, becoming 8 tribulation heavenly venerables. Countless numbers of venerable lords and emperor lords made nearby regions cautious, tightly closing their gates, fearful of attracting disaster. During these few months, countless powers perished under the hands of those strong figures. These emperor lords, venerable lords, did not consider native forces whose strongest members were mere emperors important. Dissatisfaction could lead to genocide. Only Yunmeng Continent, with the Xian sect seated firmly, remained somewhat peaceful. 30 million miles northeast of Yunmeng Continent, within a newly opened space less than a month old. A young man dressed in white sat cross-legged on a cloud bed. He appeared very young, not yet 20, but his eyes held the ancient essence of time-worn experience, extremely aged and simple, mysterious and profound elemental. This? Surrounding powerful figures gaped, speechless. Although they anticipated the Hagen old monster inviting reinforcements to crush the Xian sect, the sheer number greatly exceeded their expectations. 31 heavenly venerable ancestors. In the vast Tai'an Sea region outside the supreme sanctuaries, no top-tier force could match such strength. That's Bryson from Bibo Sea, that's Curtis from Baigu High, and isn't that Arturo from Tianjin Sea? They're doomed. The Xian sect has no chance this time. 31 heavenly venerables not only excelled in quantity, but also in quality. Including the Hagen old monster, there were 7 tribulation heavenly venerables or higher. Unless the Xian sect possessed a 9 tribulation heavenly venerable, they stood no chance against such overwhelming power. And aside from the supreme sanctuaries, the number of 9 tribulation heavenly venerables could be counted on one hand, hardly easy to appear. 3 8 tribulation, 4 7 tribulation, and 24 6 tribulation and below heavenly venerables, demon venerables. This Hagen old monster truly went to great lengths to deal with my Xian sect. It's a pity he took too much time. Otherwise, he might have actually posed a danger to me. The Dharma phantasmagoria of heaven and earth, essentially invoking celestial power. In contrast, sages began to comprehend the way of law, mastering the power of law. With their words followed by laws, almost no living being below the sage realm could be their match. Even a 9th tribulation Roberto would be nothing more than a slightly stronger ant before a sage. Only those monstrous anomalies who could comprehend law miracles at the Roberto stage could hold their ground against a sage. As for attempting to surpass a 1st tribulation sage, even the great success realm of a 2nd rank law miracle would fall short. At least a 3rd rank great success law miracle would be needed to stand a chance. The next second, Fergus's gaze became more intense. Among the 31 Robertos, 23 were demon-venerated beings from the demon race. Devouring and refining their full body of demonic blood should be enough to save him trillions of years in lifespan, elevating his innate emperor bone to a higher level. To ascend to Roberto, one must possess at least a 4th rank emperor bone. A 7 or 8 tribulation demon-venerated being like Honest would have a 6th rank emperor bone, making them not much weaker than himself. Moreover, their intrinsic demon powers and the power of a 9th tribulation demon lord could produce hundreds of millions of low-ranking demons within a month, granting him hundreds of billions of years in lifespan. How many low-ranking demons could these demon venerasters? You dare to defy us? A cold shout came from within the 9 spirits continent, shaking Honest's primordial spirit like a bolt of thunder from the 9 heavens. Damn it, this voice. Honest's face changed. As a 7th tribulation complete demon venerated being, enhanced by heavenly hound bloodline, he could even fight an 8th tribulation Roberto. Even an 8th tribulation complete Roberto couldn't shake his primordial spirit with just a cold shout, nearly causing him to spit blood. It had to be a 9th tribulation Roberto. At this moment, dong. The void trembled as a man appeared 10,000 miles away from Honest. With gray hair, 3 eyes, wearing black-green Kirin armor, and standing only 1.8 meters tall, he seemed insignificant compared to the towering Honest. Yet, his aura was terrifying, matching that of Honest and the 30 ancestral Robertos behind him. 3-eyed black armor, this is Howard. He is actually a 9th tribulation Roberto? The surrounding Robertos were stunned. Only a 9th tribulation Roberto could counteract the pressure of 3 8th tribulation Robertos, 4 7th tribulation Robertos, and 20 Robertos of 6th tribulation and below with one person. No wonder Xianmen dared to disregard the Zack clan despite knowing their impending revenge. Everything now made sense. Xianmen wasn't arrogant or unaware. Returning half of it would be lucky. And what about the Zack clan's reputation? Within no time, they would become a laughingstock in the Tai'an Sea. Quickly release our descendants, and this humble one can overlook past grievances and retreat. Otherwise, even if you are a 9th tribulation Roberto, this humble one will ensure Xianmen pays a heavy price. Translation ends here. Please provide any additional sections or specific requests for further translation. Hashtag chapter 234, the dreaded Arn. This battle seems unlikely to happen, sighed the surrounding celestial lords around the Tsang Andre Sea. With old demon Machi's words, it was clear he had backed down indirectly. The Arn leadership would likely take this as a way out and end their feud with the Machi clan. 31 celestial lord ancestors, even a 9th tribulation celestial lord, would still need to show them some respect. If things escalated, while Arn might win, they they would pay a heavy price, possibly even losing celestial lords. As long as the Arn leadership wasn't foolish, they wouldn't push it to the extreme. It was disappointing that after waiting for months, they ended up with such an outcome. They regretted coming to the xuanhuan in the first place. Damn it, how did it come to this? On the other side, the higher-ups from Bodhi Temple and the 10,000 Demon sect were now in a panic. Without these two sides fighting, what would they do? Even Bodhi Temple, backed by Buddhism, was not faring much better. Normally, major sects would not overly hold grudges against Bodhi Temple over trifles due to respect for Buddhism. However, a top-tier sect with a 9th Tribulation Celestial Lord might not care about their Buddhist backing. They should have learned from the Ji family and begged for forgiveness earlier. Now, what could they do? Kaidan, indeed, experience does matter. Compared to our ancestor, we are far from his level. In the Ji family camp, several Ji elders felt ashamed, having just complained about their ancestor, only to be proven wrong so quickly. In the void, Howard glanced disdainfully at Bryn, shouting coldly, "Daring devil, facing your imminent death, you still boast. Today, neither you nor those behind you will leave." His voice echoed like thunder through the heavens. Did I hear that right? Arn intends to fight until the bitter end with old Demon Machi? The surrounding experts were stunned, disbelieving their ears. Was Arn really this stubborn? Was it worth completely tearing apart relations over such minor matters? After all, the Machi clan suffered the most, not Arn. In the void, Bryn initially froze, then anger surged within him. He had already given Arn a way out, but they still pushed. Did they really to them? Just then, "Devil, be quiet." Another loud shout echoed from Xiuxian continent, sweeping across the void. The next second, boom. The void trembled as a golden glow landed beside Howard, revealing a handsome youth clad in golden chainmail armor, wielding twin golden hammers, exuding an aura equal to Howard. He was Fisher, the 3rd-generation disciple of Arn and the Three Mountains' righteous deity. Another 9th Tribulation Celestial Lord? The surrounding Celestial Lords were shocked, looking at Bryn and his allies with pity. 2 9th Tribulation Celestial Lords were not simply additive. Arnie's strength had surpassed them. Adding more Celestial Lords from Arn, there was a real possibility Bryn and the others might be trapped here. However, their shock was premature. Daring devils, who gave you the courage to defy Arn? Howard, junior brother, Alexei election has arrived. Sinclair is here. Who dares challenge me? 3 more divine lights descended and landed beside Howard. Out stepped 3 figures. An old man in green robes, with a dignified appearance, akin to a celestial descending from heaven. This was Fergus's alter ego, the Arn protector, Arsene Venerable. In the middle stood a towering figure, blue-faced with fangs, clad in a blood-red robe, emitting a blood-drenched aura. A few Tribulation Celestial Lords and Demon Venerables began cursing. "Old Demon Machi, you've betrayed us. This battle, it seems, won't happen after all." The heavenly venerables surrounding the xuanhuan sighed inwardly. Zach Lau Maxwell's words were tantamount to an indirect submission, and the higher-ups of Xianmen would likely take this opportunity to de-escalate the conflict with the Zach clan. 31 heavenly venerable ancestors, 9-stage heavenly venerables included, were a force to be reckoned with, deserving respect. If they truly came to blows, even if Xianmen emerged victorious, they would pay a heavy price, possibly losing 1 or more heavenly venerables. As long as the Xianmen leadership wasn't foolish, they wouldn't push things to the extreme with Zach Lau Maxwell. Months of anticipation had led to this disappointing result. It was truly disheartening. If only they had known, they might not have come to this xuanhuan at all. Damn it, how could this happen? On the other side, the high-ranking members of Bodhi Temple and the 10,000 Demon sect were in a panic. Without a confrontation between these two parties, what were they supposed to do? Even Bodhi Temple, backed by the Buddhist sects, found itself in a precarious position. Ordinary top-tier sects wouldn't dare pick fights with them over minor issues for the sake of the Buddhists, but top-tier sects led by 9-stage heavenly venerables were another matter. They might not care about the end, they could stand against one. Kaidan. Zach Maxwellshin took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. If Xianmen insists on going this far, aren't you afraid it will lead to mutual destruction? You demons think you can challenge us to mutual destruction? How laughable. This isn't a hallucination. Xianmen means business. The onlookers finally regained their senses, spirits lifted. They thought they'd come for nothing, but now Xianmen was proving overwhelmingly formidable, completely disregarding the 31 venerable demon leaders. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We're saved. Zach Lau Maxwell, Xianmen is pushing you too far. You cannot back down. The patriarchs of Bodhi Temple, the 10,000 Demons sect, and other forces rejoiced. A fierce battle would be ideal, weakening both sides, taking the Xianmen heavenly venerables with them. Xianmen, you have gone too far. Zach Maxwellshin's eyes turned bloodshot, unable to suppress the raging demonic aura that billowed around him, transforming millions of miles of sea into a realm of demonic energy. Even the heavenly venerables and demon venerables like Bryson Dragon King and Kugileo were enraged. By snubbing Zach Lau Maxwell, Xianmen was also emanating an aura of a world-ending killer risen from a sea of blood. He was Alexei Election, a 4th-generation disciple of Xianmen and fellow disciple under Golden Mother Spirit of Panglai. The last figure was a young boy, around 15 or 16, with 2 buns on his head, wrapped in heaven-confounding silk, riding fire-wheel shoes, wielding the spear of fire, radiating awe-inspiring prowess. He was Sinclair, the 3rd prince, incarnation of Andrang's from Dwa Palace. To avoid attracting attention from sages of various holy lands, Fergus did not intend to reveal sage-level abilities just yet. Quality lacking, quantity made up for it. Xianmen had more than just Howard, the thunder god of Great Shang. After infusing the principle of illusory clones into his powers, Fergus could split into 72 spiritual avatars. 9-stage. All 9-stage heavenly venerables? Gulp. What kind of sacred entity is Xianmen? The surrounding venerables were stunned. 5 9-stage heavenly venerables. This number was astonishing. Tai'an Palace, renowned as the top sect below the Holy Lands, possessed only 3 9-stage venerables. Even within the Holy Lands, not all had 5 9-stage venerables. On the other side, Zach Maxwellshan and the 31 venerables' faces turned pale, filled with despair. The 7-stage and 8-stage venerables, like Kuguleo, cursed bitterly. Old Zach, you old bastard, you've betrayed us. Chapter 234. The terrifying Xianmen. It seems this battle won't happen after all. The surrounding heavenly venerables around the Zhongli Sea sighed inwardly. Zach's words were practically a veiled concession, and the Xianmen leadership would likely take this opportunity to resolve the long-standing feud between them and the Zach clan. Even the 9 tribulation heavenly venerables would have to show respect to these 31 heavenly venerable ancestors. If it truly came to an all-out war, even if Xianmen emerged victorious, they would pay a heavy price, possibly losing some of their heavenly venerables. Unless the Xianmen leadership was foolish, they wouldn't persist in confronting Zach. Unexpectedly, after waiting for several months, this was the result. Truly disappointing. If only they hadn't come to the Zhongli Sea. Damn it, how could this be? On the other side, the higher-ups of Puthi Temple, Wanma sect, and other forces were now panicking. Without this conflict, what would they do? Even with the backing of the Buddha Gate, Puthi Temple wasn't faring much better. Ordinarily, top-tier major sects might not hold grudges over trifles because of the Buddha Gate's influence. But those with 9 tribulation heavenly venerables might not hesitate to act. Had they known, they should have followed the Ji family's lead and apologized earlier. What could they do now? Few. Indeed, age brings wisdom. Compared to our venerable ancestors, we are still far from perfect. At the Ji family camp, several elders felt ashamed. They had even blamed their ancestor just moments ago. And dreadful did they know, the reprimand would come so quickly. In midair, Howard cast a contemptuous glance at Zach, coldly shouting, "Daring fiend, facing certain death, you still dare to speak arrogantly. Today, none of you, including your followers, will leave." His voice thundered across the heavens. Did I hear that right? Is Xianmen planning to go all out against Zach until death? The surrounding powerhouses were stunned, hardly believing their ears. Was Xianmen so stubborn? Was it worth completely turning against Zach over such a minor issue? After all, throughout this ordeal, the Zach clan suffered the most, not Xianmen. In midair, Zach first froze, then rage flared within him. He had already given Xianmen a way out, but they still pressed on. Did they really think they could bully his people indefinitely? 9 tribulation heavenly venerables may be strong, but they weren't supreme rulers who could manipulate others at will. United, the 31 heavenly venerables could still put up a fight. Phew. Zach took a deep breath, suppressing his anger as he sternly said, "If Xianmen insists on pushing this to the extreme, are you prepared for mutual destruction? Just the likes of you wish to engage in mutual destruction with us? How absurd." Hiss. It wasn't my imagination. Xianmen is serious. At this moment, the surrounding observing heavenly venerables finally realized what was happening. Instantly, everyone's spirits soared. They had thought it would end without a fight, but Xianmen displayed such overwhelming strength, showing no fear of Zach and the 31 heavenly venerable powerhouses. Good. We're saved. Zach, Xianmen has clearly challenged you. Don't back down. The leaders of Puthi Temple, Wanma sect, and others rejoiced inwardly, hoping for a mutually destructive battle that might take down Xuanmen's heavenly venerables with them. Xianmen, you are excessively oppressive. Zach's eyes turned red as he could no longer contain his fury. A terrifying aura surged from him, transforming the surrounding million miles of ocean into a realm of demonic energy. Even Bryson Long King and Kugulu Elder behind him burned with rage. Xuanmen's actions disrespected Zach and indirectly insulted them. Just then, "Foul beast, cease your clamor." Another roar erupted from the Great Holy Mother. Lastly, a fair-faced teenager with 2 buns, wearing the Heaven Silk armband and wind fire wheels, wielding the fire-tipped lance, Prince Sinclair, reborn as the Spirit Pearl of Nwa Palace. To avoid drawing attention from the holy sages of the great sanctuaries, Fergus kept his true saintly powers hidden for now. Quality lacked, so quantity compensated. Xianmen didn't just have Grand Tutor of Great Shang and Heavenly Venerable Howard of 9 celestial palaces. With the perfected illusory division technique infused with law spells, he could manifest 72 spiritual bodies. 9 tribulation heavenly venerables. Gulp. What kind of sacred entity is Xianmen? The surrounding heavenly venerables were horrified. 5 of them. All 9 tribulation heavenly venerables. This number was daunting. Their Tianlan Sea region, renowned for the first major sect below the sanctuary, Taishu Palace, had only 3 9 tribulation heavenly venerables. Even among the sanctuaries, not all could muster 5 9 tribulation heavenly venerables. On the other side, Zach and the 31 heavenly venerables' faces paled with despair. Kugulu and the 7 or 8 tribulation heavenly venerables and demon lords cursed loudly. "Zach, you old rogue, you've betrayed us." Do them. Howard gave a signal to Fisher and the others. To think they could escape by saying it was all a misunderstanding. Did they take his group for 3-year-old children who knew nothing? As he spoke, the bodies of Fisher and the others moved swiftly across the 10,000-mile void to surround the armed demon sovereign and company. Boom. The sky trembled as the terrifying pressure of 5th-raid perfected celestial sovereigns erupted fully from them, sweeping towards the 31 celestial sovereigns led by Armand. Instantly, these celestial sovereigns felt their bodies sinking as if they were ordinary mortals trapped in quicksand, struggling to move. Especially the lower 3-raid celestial sovereigns, their bodies cracked like broken vases, ready to shatter any second. The disparity of at least 6 raids made them utterly defenseless. If not for needing their demon blood to enhance the imperial bones, concentrating most of the pressure on the 7 7th-raid and 8th-raid celestial sovereigns, these lower 3-raid celestial sovereigns wouldn't have merely fractured bodies, but would have disintegrated into mist. "Ah, Senior, please stop." And Dreadle Dragon did not mean to offend the mystical gate. It's all due to this old Armin's deceit. Please, for the sake of the true dragon sacred court, be lenient and spare us this time. Bryson Long Mario took a painstaking step forward, appealing to his powerful backing. Faced with the combined force of 5 ninth-grade celestial sovereigns, the sheer celestial might press down on them. Howard sneered, not taking Bryson Long Mario's threat seriously. Before achieving sagehood, Fergus might have hesitated due to the true dragon sacred court, choosing temporary restraint. But now, being fellow sages, why should he fear? Even if his cultivation wasn't up to the level of the true dragons of the true dragon sacred court, his skills were more than enough to ensure his safety. With second-class law skills and returning origin chaos cause and effect skill, unless attacked by someone above the sage realm, there was little threat to his life. The likelihood of the true dragon sacred court having a presence beyond the sage realm approached zero. Resources in the Tai'an Sea limited cultivation to sages, and whether 7th-grade sages or higher even existed was uncertain. Over recent days, searching for suitable locations for tribulation, the phantom body toured a significant portion of the 128 seas of the Tai'an Sea, gaining considerable insight. Moreover, even after the true dragon sacred court received news and those holy dragons acted, some time would pass, giving him ample opportunity to break through further. Who would ultimately suppress whom remained to be seen? Void confinement. With a cold command, Howard and the others simultaneously unleashed their powers. 9th-grade celestial sovereigns combining perfected 9th-class supreme great skills exceeded the realm of 8. True dragon sacred court. The skies of the Tai'an Sea may indeed change soon. Hashtag chapter 236. Restlessness. Hashtag Zhang C. Around the 9-spirit continent. The eyes of the Tianzuan figures narrowed with concern. If this Xian sect was indeed as they suspected, a holy land with a sage at its helm, the impending conflict could easily escalate to catastrophic proportions. A clash between two powerful factions could drag them into an abyss from which there would be no return. Below the sages, even the 9th tribulation Tai'ansans were mere ants, not to mention those of lower ranks. Once the battle between sages began, it would spell doom for surrounding forces. The aftershocks alone would be unbearable for ordinary Tai'ansans. Consider Bailey Sea, one of the last 8 seas among the 128, which had once been among the top 20 in Tai'an Sea domain. Its wealth of resources surpassed even that of Xiuxian Sea. 3 million years ago, it boasted more than 20 Tai'ansans and thousands of Zunjus and emperors. However, a single sage battle shattered it completely. Only a handful of Tianzu-old ancestors survived, less than 5 fingers could count. Even after 3 million years, the remnants of that battle still lingered, with terrifying spatial disturbances spanning the sea. It became virtually uninhabitable, falling to one of the last places among the 128 seas, with only spirit continent. Phew. Relief washed over everyone, especially Antonio and others who felt a massive burden lift. Since the Xian sect's Tianzuan did not immediately confront them, it appeared he did not place much importance on the grudge. They did not believe their origins could escape the discerning eye of a 9th tribulation Tianzuan. However, for safety, they needed to swiftly deal with their misdeeds to avoid disaster for their clans. Post-battle, the Xian sect's influence would soar in the Tai'an Sea domain. Many factions would seek to align with the Xian sect. Though the Xian sect might overlook minor factions, other forces wouldn't easily forgive them. They couldn't let sycophants seize any opportunities. Hashtag 9-spirit continent, Great Kang Dynasty, Western Qin State, Shangqing Abbey. Note. For the sake of consistency and natural fluency in English, Western is used instead of Shi to denote the direction. Also, state is more commonly used in this context than Xin state. The word Xin does not have a direct English translation in this context and might be a proper noun or placeholder, thus it's retained as Xin. However, if it's meant to represent a direction or specific region, further clarification would be needed. Based on typical naming conventions in English translations of similar texts, Western seems most appropriate here. If Xin is indeed a proper name for the state or has a specific meaning that should be preserved, you may want to leave it as Xin state. Therefore, a fatal threat. Yet Fergus didn't want to break the Xian sect's undefeated myth so easily, nor did he wish to flee like a stray dog. Moments later, whoosh, Fergus moved, and 7 rays of divine light flashed out, leaving the Dragon Pearl secret realm and exiting Wooling continent. Reciprocation is a virtue. With Zack's old demon captured, it was time to deal with his descendants. This move will yield untold gains in longevity. Being a top-tier power in Tai'an Sea domain, tens of thousands of Zack's race reached the true realm or higher, especially the Bibo Sea Dragon Palace, commanding 1 million dragon soldiers, each at least true realm. Hashtag Xiuxian Sea. Mocha Continent, Zhangzu Palace. A towering figure, clad in dark green full body armor with a lion's head, human body, and dragon's tail, paced back and forth within the palace. This awe-inspiring man stood over 100 meters tall, exuding an aura far more terrifying than even that of Albert, the demon lord. It seemed as if even the slightest flicker of his energy could crush Albert into submission. He was none other than the master of Zhangzu Palace, one of the 7 demon lords of the Mohu clan, in armor, a lion-headed, human-bodied, dragon-tailed man radiating an awe-inspiring aura, thousands of times stronger than demon, seemingly capable of suppressing him effortlessly. This was Zhangzu Palace's ruler, one of the 7 demon venerated ones of the Imo clan, Imo Tsang Venerable. A 4th tribulation demon venerable who had transcended 4 celestial phenomena tribulations, Imo Tsang ranked 3rd among the Imo clan, below only grandfather Zack Venerable and Imo Kaidinan Venerable, Zack's direct son. Now, Imo Tsang paced restlessly, feeling an inexplicable unease and premonition of impending disaster. Even his Yuan spirit trembled slightly, hinting at hidden fears. What could be happening? Why would my Yuan spirit suddenly give warning? Could it be that something has happened to the elder forefathers? Suddenly, a thought struck Imo Tsang. By now, the elder forefathers should have reached Tsang Andre C. No, it can't be. With our 7 top-tier forces combined, Even top-grade great sects led by 9th Tribulation Tai'ans could be challenged. A mere Xian sect wouldn't stand a chance. I'm overthinking it. Translation provided maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Chapter 237. Tremors in the Holy Land. Boom. The continent of Zak trembled slightly as a terrifying power that even reveres the Roberto enveloped the entire territory of the Zak clan. Oh, this power, Roberto's guarding it. This time, our clan may really be doomed. It's all because of Atman. If it weren't for his reckless actions provoking the Xian sect, how could we face such disaster today? If I knew this would happen, I should have strangled him at birth. Almost simultaneously, similar scenes occurred at the Bai Bo Sea Dragon Palace, Tianjiao clan territory, by Ku Hai. The other 6 major forces' strongholds were also visited by Fergus's spirit body illusions. All cultivators at the true realm or above within these strongholds were mercilessly suppressed, and their resources were looted entirely. A short while later, Song Andre Sea, Wu Andrang continent. Whoosh! A golden light descended from the sky and vanished into the heart of Wu Andrang continent. Good. It seems it won't take much time for me to surpass Long Zhu. Fergus examined the group of true realm and above demons brought by his 7 spirit bodies and exclaimed 3 times. There were more than 8 million true realm and above demons, among which there were over 500 demon lords, reaching up to 521. Even demon venerables numbered 13, making a total of 36 when adding the 23 Zak demon venerables. With this wave of acquisition, it would be hard for him not to ascend rapidly. Moreover, the accumulated resources of these 7 forces multiplied his wealth hundreds of times, far exceeding many 9th Tribulation Robertos. After a few breaths, Fergus distributed those over 8 million true realm and above demons into different demon farms. As for useless human cultivators like the Skeleton Elder, he mercilessly killed them, extracting their last ounce of value to once again break into double-digit longevity. Next moment, whoosh! A beam of light flashed, revealing a gigantic creature over 10,000 feet tall standing before him. It was crimson red, covered in fiery scales, resembling a tiger but sporting a single horn, bone tail, and numerous bone spikes on its spine, each about 1,000 feet long, like supreme divine spears piercing the heavens. This was a first tribulation demon venerable of the Tianjiao clan. Roar! A desperate howl echoed as the blood of the Tianjiao clan's first tribulation demon venerable was forcefully drained, forming a blood river several miles wide rushing towards Fergus who had transformed into a 10,000-foot giant. What? The 7 top-tier clans' 31 Roberto ancestors, including Zak demon venerable, were easily suppressed by the Xian sect? 5 9th tribulation Robertos, gulping. No wonder they could capture the 31 Roberto ancestors. Even Bryson of the true Dragon Sacred Court found it hard to handle. This Xian sect is indeed a holy land. While Fergus was formidable as Aiden himself, all Roberto elders, all worthy of the title of superpowers, far surpassing ordinary top-tier forces dominated by mere Robertos. What do you think about the Xian sect, elders? Aiden glanced at the elders, somewhat sternly. If the Xian sect were indeed a holy land and expanded beyond Song Andre Sea, occupying other seas was inevitable. Only the top 10 seas could serve as the foundation for a holy land to operate properly, and these 10 seas were already divided among the 9 holy lands. If the Xian sect aimed to establish a base, it would inevitably need to seize one from their hands. Since the true extreme sea was closest to Song Andre Sea, it would be the first target. Picking soft persimmons, though not the weakest among the 9 holy lands, the true extreme sacred land wasn't significantly stronger either, barely better than the Qilan sacred court at the bottom. Holy Master, regarding the Xian sect, we should maintain the status quo and not provoke them, said Parker from the leftmost position, stroking his long beard. Irrespective of whether they have a saint residing, if they are indeed a holy land, it's the true dragon sacred court that should be worried. Holy Master, the Dazhang Lao's words make sense. Now, the true dragon sacred court should be worried, not us. We only need to wait for them to act. Chapter 238. 7th rank upper class Imperial Bone. In the Great Mystic Sea, at the Holy Great Mystic Domain, on the peak of a 10,000-foot majestic mountain, 2 Taoist priests with white hair and youthful faces, exuding immortal grace, sat facing each other. One of them wore a moon-white Dao robe. His aura was extraordinary and unworldly, giving off an air of simplicity and authenticity, as if he were an ordinary Taoist who knew nothing about cultivation. Occasionally, a trace of his presence emerged, like that of a living deity, commanding reverence and worship. He was the current Supreme Lord of the Holy Great Mystic Domain, Supreme Lord Ripley. The other man wore a dark black Dao robe, with a dark golden gourd hanging from his waist. His aura was deep and unfathomable, comparable even to Xiuxian, the current Supreme Lord of the true Apex Holy Domain. Houston, the Wali of the Holy Great Mystic Domain, was like Xiuxian in that both had undergone the 9th Celestial Phenomenon Tribulation, making them 9th Tribulation Tianzuan. Between them lay an ancient chessboard several acres in size. On it, black and white pieces were placed in a patterned manner. A profound and unfathomable aura enveloped the board, with hints of 2 true dragons, one black and one white, ferociously battling in the cosmos. Each move seemed to evolve the grand laws or if they fall short. In the Azure Phoenix Sea, the Azure Phoenix Holy Court, inside the Azure Phoenix Holy Palace, a peerless goddess sat on the highest throne. She looked to be around 20, stunningly beautiful with the charm to topple cities and countries, yet her eyes bore the wisdom of someone who had seen countless trials. Combined with her indomitable, unbeatable demeanor, she resembled a legendary warrior goddess come to life, exuding an invincible allure. She was Supreme Lord Braidinjiu, the current Supreme Lord of the Azure Phoenix Holy Court, a 9th Tribulation Tianzuan who had survived 9 celestial phenomenon tribulations. Below her, dozens of Tianzuan elders of the Azure Phoenix Holy Court sat. Most were exceptional beauties, with only 13 men among them, and their strength varied greatly, with only one being a 7th Tribulation Tianzuan. In the Phoenix race, males were called Jed, and females were called Cadenang. As the name, Azure Phoenix, suggests, the entire court revered females more than males. It was the only holy domain among the 9 where female powerhouses far outnumbered males. Regardless of human warriors or demon races, most cultures prioritized male dominance, especially among strong individuals, where females constituted only a small fraction. At this moment, all the Tinzuan elders in the Azure Phoenix Holy Palace, including Supreme Lord Bray Dinjiu, smiled, filled with a touch of mockery. These old eels are in trouble. Let's use them to uncover the true apex holy domain. Currently, from the 7 Ninth Tribulation Tai'ansons led by Skylar down to the 1st Tribulation Tai'ansons, everyone looked grave. Many cursed Bryson fiercely for sticking up for the 4-legged beasts when Xuanhuan hadn't provoked the green dragons of the Wave Sea. Now, not only was he in trouble, but also putting the Holy Court in a difficult position. If they attacked, Xuanhuan might also be a holy domain. Even if the true Dragon Holy Court won, they would pay a heavy price, potentially shaking the foundations of the court. A mishap could turn thousands of years of efforts into dust, not an impossible outcome. The Tai'an Sea wasn't just their domain. If the true Dragon Holy Court suffered significant losses, the other 8 holy domains would pounce like starving tigers. But failing to rescue Bryson would devastate their reputation, possibly destabilizing the court's foundation. The Green Dragon lineage was one of the 9 branches of the dragon race, second only to the Imperial Golden Dragons within the court. Ignoring their plight would mean ignoring the safety of other lower-ranking dragon races even more. This matter involves a holy domain and cannot be decided rashly. Supreme Lord Skylar pondered for a moment and said solemnly, "Elders, follow me to the sacred dragon cave to seek guidance from our forebears. My divine light has reached 670 zhang. The 7th rank upper-class Imperial Bone is formed. I wonder if I can advance further to break through to the 8th rank Imperial Bone." ####Chapter 239, Breakthrough. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### quickly surpassing 770 zhang and rapidly approaching 800 zhang. Note: for a more fluent translation, it would be better to clarify what Tianfu refers to. It seems to be a specific term in the context of the story, possibly talent disc or talent plate. Here I used talent disc as an assumption. Time had passed swiftly. It had been half a month since the battle between Xian Gate and the 7 top-tier forces. Not only had Fergus consumed and refined the blood of the 36 demon lords, but he also completely refined all the treasures collected by the 7 major forces that could aid in enhancing his imperial bone. 3 breaths later. Unfortunately, it's still somewhat short. Looking at the Tianfu Sun Gong which stopped rising, Fergus's eyes flashed with regret. 792 zhang was merely 8 zhang shy of the 800 zhang threshold for an 8th grade imperial bone. / correction. Looking at the golden Tianfu Sun Gong that ceased ascending, Fergus's eyes flashed with a tinge of regret. At 792 zhang, it was just 8 zhang short of the 800 zhang threshold for an 8th grade imperial bone. The next step can only rely on the Spirit Source retrograde scripture. You continue cultivating the Spirit Source retrograde scripture. After 65 million years, the second realm of the Spirit Source retrograde scripture is perfected. Sigh. Indeed, breaking through within one's talent and pushing past its limits are 2 entirely different realms. Recalling how, to break through his talent limit before, it took over 10 billion years of lifespan per breakthrough using the Spirit Source retrograde scripture, while now it only took a mere 6.5 million years of lifespan, the contrast was heart-wrenching. The higher the talent, the more difficult it became to break through its limit, increasing exponentially. Now, it was just an imperial bone. Once he advanced further to the sacred bone, it would be unknown how many billions of years of lifespan it would cost him to advance 1 grade. You continue cultivating the Spirit Source retrograde scripture. After 10 million years, you reach the 3rd realm's entry level of the Spirit Source retrograde scripture. After 18 million years, you attain small accomplishment in the 3rd realm of the Spirit Source retrograde scripture. After 27 million years, you achieve great accomplishment in the 3rd realm of the Spirit Source retrograde scripture. 800 zhang of Tianfu Sun Gong. I have finally successfully advanced to the 8th grade imperial bone. Fergus's eyes lit with his current cultivation. It would merely waste a few million years of lifespan, nothing significant compared to the trillions he gained from conquering the 7 top-tier forces. In the next moment, whoosh, Fergus's figure vanished within the Xiao Grotto heaven and reappeared over a vast ocean. This space was even vaster than the Xiao Grotto heaven. After integrating numerous ancestral weapons, Dao weapons, and imperial weapons from the Emoho clan and the 7 top-tier forces, the Xiao Grotto heaven had undergone a qualitative transformation, successfully breaking through the 4th level cave heaven constraint and advancing to a 5th level cave heaven. The space was more extensive than a secondary continent, like the 9 Spirits continent. This vast ocean was none other than the base grotto heaven of the Green Wave Sea Dragon Palace, the Bai-Hai Grotto heaven, a quasi-6th level grotto heaven. Bang! Appearing at the center of the Bai-Hai Grotto heaven, Fergus began infusing the primordial enlightenment scripture. You continue cultivating the primordial enlightenment scripture. After 3.2 million years, you successfully transcend the second tribulation of primordial enlightenment, reaching the entry level of the second realm of the primordial enlightenment scripture. 3.2 million years of lifespan. With the aid of heavenly treasures, it would take roughly 1 million years to successfully break through the bottleneck and advance to the second tribulation saint, fitting my current talent. For an 8th grade inferior imperial bone, the ultimate limit was reaching a 4th tribulation saint, typically, grotto heaven's essence. Fortunately, there was no one else in the Bai-Hai Grotto heaven. Otherwise, they would surely bang their chests in anguish. A quasi-6th level grotto heaven was considered top tier in their Tianlan Sea region, where fewer than 100 existed. It could serve as the foundation for a top-notch sect with a 9th tribulation heavenly respecter. Draining the essence of a grotto heaven was akin to killing a chicken to get its eggs, a complete waste of resources. Soon, nearly half a day had passed. Eyeing the Bai-Hai Grotto heaven, whose essence was nearly depleted, threatening to drop to a 5th level grotto heaven, Fergus hesitated not a bit and continued breaking through. You continue cultivating the primordial enlightenment scripture. After 2.8 million years, you achieve small accomplishment in the second realm of the primordial enlightenment scripture. Compared to his cultivation, a mere grotto heaven was insignificant. He didn't need to cultivate disciples, so its destruction meant nothing. As for its impact on the Tianlan Sea region, it was none of his concern. Even if the entire Tianlan Sea region turned into a lawless land unsuitable for cultivation, he could simply find another sea region. There were more places to explore beyond the Tianlan Sea region. The next one is the Tianho Grotto Heaven of the Emoho clan. Beyond the realm of saints in the entire Tianlan Sea was purely legendary. Even the ancient era supreme strong figure, the tranquil wave sacred lord, rumored to have never stepped beyond the saint realm. With a mental command, everything inside the demon suppression mansion quickly appeared in Fergus's mind. Compared to over half a month ago, his mansion was even busier now, with many more young and beautiful women present. These women, both in appearance and talent, were at least one tier higher than the previous maids in his mansion. Despite the rumors about mystical sect being a sanctuary, many forces still sought to align with mystical sect despite the presence of the true dragon sacred court as a great danger. Snow in a time of need is better than flowers added to brocade. These forces were not comparable to the small factions of the Nine Spirits continent, where the strongest were mere emperors. Many of them were even direct bloodlines of imperial lords, making the princesses and noblewomen of the Nine Spirits continent seem like simple country girls in comparison. However, Fergus merely glanced at them without much interest. After having enjoyed exquisite delicacies, ordinary meals no longer held any appeal. After annihilating the Zack clan and 6 other top powers, he selected another batch of female slaves from among them. Many of these were daughters of celestial emperors and venerable lords, making them clearly superior to the imperial daughters. In the next second, a divine light flashed in Fergus's eyes, piercing through hundreds of billions of miles of space, gazing at the tranquil wave ancient city. Indeed, a splendid tranquil wave ancient city, worthy of being a Niner Tribulation Saint's innate holy weapon. Despite his current 3rd Tribulation Saint power, he could not see through the tranquil wave ancient city. It was shrouded in countless layers of mist, blocking his sight. It seemed that only after passing the 7th or 8th tribulation into sainthood could he truly glimpse the secrets of this ancient city. Half a month passed. Pity, it's still lacking somewhat. A fist-sized golden orb rotated gently in Fergus's hand, seemingly containing a world within. It was precisely the purple sky cave heaven. After half a month, it had incorporated most of the assets from the 7 top forces, significantly enhancing its level but still falling short of breaking through to the 6th grade cave heaven. Similar to the Azure Sea cave heaven, it could be considered a quasi-6th grade cave heaven. Throughout this period, all was calm. The true dragon sacred court either hadn't received news yet or was holding back, as no sacred dragons from the Nine Spirits continent came forward. Instead, the tranquil wave ancient city saw the arrival of many more powerful figures during the past half-month, including some celestial ancestors, though all were 8 tribulation or below. So far, Fergus hadn't seen a single 9 tribulation celestial ancestor enter the tranquil wave ancient city. A 9 tribulation celestial ancestor wasn't comparable to other celestial ancestors. Even within major sanctuaries, they were rare. They were pillars supporting their respective clans and the foundations of their existence. Without necessity, they wouldn't risk it lightly. The tranquil wave ancient city was not a place of benevolence. Over 15 million years, countless strong figures had been buried there, including 9 tribulation celestial ancestors. As for the saints from various sanctuaries, they were not uninterested in the tranquil wave ancient city. It was one of the 5 holy weapons of the Tianlan Sea, ranked first class among holy weapons, providing considerable assistance even to 9 tribulation saints and allowing 7th tribulation saints to challenge higher ranks. Unfortunately, none of them could enter the tranquil wave ancient city. 9 tribulation celestial ancestors were its entry limit. During its early appearances, several saints tried to forcibly take control of the tranquil wave ancient city, but none ever returned. Even the sanctuaries they founded subsequently declined, eventually being absorbed by others. Over 15 million years, 5 sanctuaries had perished due to the tranquil wave ancient city, while 2 gradually declined. Their sanctuaries war against mystical sect? In the Cadendrid Skeleton Sea, on the Withered Bone continent, there lies the Dragon Bone Grotto Heaven. This realm was established by the Jonathan using a fragment of a holy dragon's leg bone and, over hundreds of thousands of years, it had grown into a 5th-tier grotto heaven, excelling even among its peers, only slightly inferior to the Azure Sea Grotto Heaven. However, at this moment, the vast Dragon Bone Grotto Heaven, which surpassed an entire 3rd-tier continent in size, was already disintegrating, with only fragments struggling against the chaotic void currents, fated to be utterly destroyed within days. After more than a day, Fergus's cultivation, at the cost of the numerous grotto heavens controlled by the Zack clan and other top forces, nearly reached the peak of 8th grade Imperial Bone, advancing first to the 3rd Tribulation perfected Saint Realm before mastering the 3 Great Laws. Glancing at the rapidly crumbling fragments of the grotto heaven, Fergus vanished from the chaotic void currents. He reappeared at the General Exterminator Demon headquarters in Xuanhuan province of the Great Kang Dynasty. With the cultivation of a perfected 3rd Tribulation Saint, combined with the mastery of 3 Great Laws, there was hardly anyone in the Tianlan Sea who could truly threaten his life. There was no longer any need for him to hide another batch of female slaves from them. Among these were daughters of heavenly emperors and revered lords, who clearly outshone even princesses. In the next moment, Fergus's eyes flashed, and he pierced through several billion miles of space to gaze upon the Kanglan ancient city. Indeed, a fine Kanglan ancient city, worthy of being a 9th Tribulation Saint's Andreef-bound sacred weapon. Despite his 3rd Tribulation Saint cultivation, he still could not penetrate the Kanglan ancient city. It appeared shrouded in countless layers of mist, blocking his view. Perhaps only after enduring his 7th or 8th Ascension tribulation would he truly understand the secrets of the Kanglan ancient city. Time passed swiftly, another half-month gone. Pity, still somewhat lacking. A golden orb the size of a fist spun gently in Fergus's hand, hinting at a world contained within. It was the Purple Dawn Grotto Heaven, now integrated with most of the resources from the 7 top forces. Though its strength had significantly increased, it still fell short of reaching the 6th tier, akin to the Azure Sea Grotto Heaven, a quasi-6th tier Grotto Heaven. All was peaceful during this time. The true dragon sacred court either hadn't received the news or had other reasons for not sending any holy dragons to Yunmeng Continent. Instead, many powerful figures entered the Kanglan ancient city, including several 8th tribulation, and since then, the Zhangji sanctuary has steadily declined, now relying solely on one saint to maintain its existence. Should that lone saint fall and no new saint arise soon, the Zhangji sanctuary will likely follow the fate of the others, becoming sustenance for other sanctuaries. Another month passed. It's been 2 months. Why are no holy dragons from the true dragon sacred court arriving? Fergus frowned. The news of the Xianmen suppressing the Zac clan and other top forces had spread across all 128 seas of the Tai'an Sea. Given a saint's speed, it should take less than a day for any dragon from the distant eastern True Dragon Sea to reach the Zhangli Sea. Could the True Dragon Sacred Court really have abandoned the Azure Dragon lineage? Or do they plan to learn from the Zac clan and launch a 7 Great Sanctuaries attack on the Xianmen? Chapter 241. An 8th Tribulation Sage. In the Great Kang Dynasty, in xuanhuan province, the headquarters of the demon-suppressing Grand General, Fergus sipped the spirit tea served by Emery, his expression turning serious. Compared to the former, he placed more trust in the latter. Speaking of dominance and protectiveness, the Dragon Clan surpassed the Moko clan in every way. As the rulers of countless aquatic races in the Tai'an Sea, the dragons valued their own prestige immensely. As long as their Xian sect did not expose overwhelming strength surpassing the true dragon sacred court, the court would never simply sit idly while he suppressed the Azure Dragon lineage. This was undoubtedly the calm before the storm. Let's see how many holy lands will jump out to join the true dragon sacred court against our Xian sect. The corners of Fergus's mouth curved up slightly as he glanced at his attribute panel. Current martial arts mastery. Tai Chi entering the scripture. 6th rank scripture great perfection. Infusible. Andron source tracing scripture. 6th rank scripture perfect completion. Returning to emptiness. 6th rank law technique perfect completion. Infusible. Mysterious illusion. 6th rank law technique perfect completion. Infusible. Returning to origin. 6th rank law technique perfect completion. Infusible. Current Androphespin. 3,639,582 years. Infusible Androphespin. 4.623 billion years. After 2 months, his cultivation had made a 3-level leap, successfully reaching the 6th Tribulation Sage realm. The 3 major law techniques also transcended his cultivation once again, boosting his overall strength by hundreds of times. At this point, his physical power alone could easily sweep away 3rd Tribulation Sages. Of course, the price acting wildly here was tantamount to committing suicide. For such a mere 2nd-tier continent, spanning less than 1 billion miles, a Roberto could easily scan the entire land with just a flicker of divine sense, let alone those sage venerables. It was not an exaggeration to say they operated right under their noses. Strange, 4 months have passed. Why hasn't the true dragon sacred court taken action yet? Inside the demon-suppressing Grand General's residence, after dismissing Emery who was serving him, Fergus frowned, gazing towards the direction of the true dragon sacred court. Even if they wanted to join forces, results should have emerged after this long period. Should I directly launch an attack and destroy the true dragon sacred court? A hint of eagerness stirred within Fergus. 2 months had passed, and his cultivation and abilities had advanced by 2 major realms. He successfully underwent the 8th Ascension Tribulation, entering the 8th Tribulation Sage realm. If the true Dragon Sacred Court's experts did not come to the Zhangli Sea soon, he would break through the Saint realm soon enough. Is my little strength really making me overconfident? Isn't it better to focus on steady development? Why must one seek excitement outside? Besides, can the true Dragon Sacred Court be so easily destroyed? The true Dragon Sacred Court was one of the oldest forces in the Tai'an secret realm, spanning less than 3,000 miles. The larger one surpassed his purple twilight cave heavens, exceeding 50 billion miles in diameter. Many of these worlds saw intense battles raging among powerful figures. There were clashes between outsiders, and some were battling puppets within the ancient city of Kanglan. These puppets numbered in the billions, the weakest being comparable to ordinary true people, while the strongest required cautious attention even from Robertos. Legend had it that the Lord Kanglan excelled in puppetry. His mastery of puppetry was unparalleled throughout the primordial era. From what Fergus could observe, the legends held true. No sign of xuanhuan. It seems they have perished within this ancient city. Fergus's brow furrowed. His subordinates here, at most holding the rank of true king, were too weak in this ancient city of Kanglan. Calling them cannon fodder wouldn't be far off. Dying within half a year since entering was normal. Soon, his furrowed brows relaxed. If it were someone like Harry or Emile, who had followed him during his early days, he might feel a bit sad. But xuanhuan and the others, he rarely met them face to face. To him, they were merely tools, devoid of any emotion. Death meant nothing. With the reputation of the Xian sect today, a flash of light flickered in Fergus's eyes as he stared intently at a specific area in the Kanglan ancient city, trying to see through. But soon, disappointment replaced the light in his eyes. That place was enveloped in thick mist, blocking his view completely. Unless he or his Andrangsu phantom body entered the city personally, even if his cultivation advanced further, he might still not be able to discern the hidden secrets. What is truly hidden there? Is it some contingency plan left by the Kanglan Sage Master, or something done by someone else? The Kanglan Sage Master was active 23 million years ago, while the city first appeared 15 million years ago, an interval of nearly 8 million years. During this time, it wasn't impossible for the city to have fallen into the hands of other sages. A 9th Tribulation Sage was almost invincible in their heavenly wave sea, but in the broader world, many stronger beings existed. Forget it. No matter what plans they have, as long as they don't affect me. The idea of sending his Andrangsu phantom body into the Kanglan ancient city died before it could take root. Curiosity killed the cat. He didn't know what precautions those ancient figures might have set. Even with the Andrangsu phantom body possessing power equal to an 8th tribulation sage, success wasn't guaranteed inside the city. He wasn't like these native martial artists who needed great opportunities and adventures to break through their cultivation. He just needed to cultivate steadily and harvest timely to keep advancing. There was no need to get involved in such murky waters. Avoiding unnecessary risks kept him safe. 2 months passed quickly. Fergus observed the Kanglan ancient city. As always, the city was filled with nothing but killing. Every breath, every second, powerful individuals perished. Over the past year alone, more than 1 billion true realm and above cultivators had fallen inside, along with hundreds of venerables, thousands of emperor respects, and tens of thousands of monarchs. Only the heavenly respects had not yet been affected. And this was just the first year. Who knew how many more would perish over the next 9 years? Every day, countless cultivators still entered the city. Greed was indeed the original sin of all living beings. Next moment, Fergus shifted his gaze toward the direction of the true dragon holy court. Have these proud serpents really changed their ways? It had been half a year, and they hadn't made any moves. At this rate, he might reach the sage level himself. 2 months had passed, and he had successfully overcome his 9th sage tribulation, reaching the 9th tribulation sage realm. Even without his Andrangsu phantom bodies actively hunting demons, it wouldn't take more than a year to gather enough lifespan to break through to beyond sage. An Eye Grotto. Original Eye Demon Lord and the other 4 demon lords of the One-Eyed clan sat on thrones, surrounded by numerous imperial lords. From the 8th tribulation demon lord down to 1st tribulation imperial lords, everyone looked grave, their single eyes, like stars, showing a hint of fear. An invisible hand seemed to be gradually tightening around the One-Eyed clan. Since 3 days ago, when members started mysteriously disappearing, 10,000 clan members had vanished, all true realm and above. Given that they only had about 200,000 true realm and above members, this loss was significant. The only consolation was that the mysterious entity only targeted non-imperial members, sparing the core clan. Call all clan members together, Original Eye Demon Lord said after a moment of silence. All true demons, demon lords, and celestial demons must enter the Alexiamu Grotto. No one can leave without my order. For now, this was the only option. They hadn't found any clues despite his efforts as an 8th tribulation demon lord. All missing members simply vanished without a trace. Which heavenly respect dares play with my Original Eye clan? Chapter 243, Warning. Damn it, the esteemed Roberto is playing tricks on us like this. What's the point? If you have the ability, go and trouble those top-tier forces. Bullying our smaller tribes isn't a big deal. The 6 overlords of Primordial Spirit Sea and numerous imperial lords from other forces were almost driven mad. Someone who could leave no trace for so many of their respected masters to catch must be that Roberto. It was evident that he was treating them like toys. If he attacked these imperial lords or demon lords directly, it would make more sense, as their blood and primordial souls would indeed be useful for the Roberto. But catching mere low-level demons with at most celestial demon rank? What was the point? Even 10,000 or 100,000 celestial demons wouldn't help increase the power of a Roberto by a fraction. They wished they could ask the Roberto to teach the mysterious force a lesson, to let him know the consequences of mocking them. However, it remained just a thought. The Roberto wouldn't intervene unless offered an enormous price, enough to drain the resources of a major force. Even if all large forces in the Primordial Spirit Sea shared the cost, it would still be an exorbitant sum. To pay such a heavy price for non-royal clan members seemed too extravagant. Moreover, truly provoking the mysterious force might result in their own destruction. A Roberto was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. In the end, with no other choice, each clan could only withdraw all their non-royal clan members back into their paradise realms, keeping them under close watch. In the true Profound Sea, one of the 128 seas of the Tai'an Sea region, about 42 light-years away from the Zhongli Sea, on a small continent spanning less than 1,000 miles, the milestone of 1,000 feet. 999 feet, just 1 foot to go. After nearly 2 months, consuming nearly 9 trillion years of lifespan, the Androphy Source Reversion Sutra finally broke through to its 9th grade perfect state. His innate abilities reached the peak of the 9th grade Imperial Bone, 1 step away from the legendary Holy Bone. He now had the potential to break through to the perfected 9th Tribulation Sage. Next, it's time to enhance my cultivation. In the next second, swoosh, Fergus vanished from the town demonstration general's residence. 15 minutes later, covering nearly 700 light-years across the sea, Fergus appeared on an uninhabited deserted island. Within dozens of light-years, there were not many powerful forces, only a few 3rd Tribulation Robertos being the strongest here. This was no longer the territory of the Tai'an Sea, but the neighboring Starfall Sea. According to legends, in ancient times, an ancient star fell into this sea, gradually giving it this name. Since breaking through to the 8th Tribulation Sage, Fergus chose adjacent seas to the Tai'an Sea for cultivation breakthroughs. He couldn't keep troubling the same region of the Tai'an Sea. Just getting him to the 8th Tribulation Sage reduced the overall elemental energy in the Tai'an Sea by 1/3. Without involving other seas, the Tai'an Sea would prematurely enter the era of lawlessness. Continue cultivating the primal entry scripture. After 9 million years, achieve the perfect 9th heaven of the primal and 5 sages darkened. This extraction range was much larger than before, and if this continued, it would eventually weaken the foundations of their Starfall Sea. Then, not only their clansmen and disciples would suffer, but even their cultivation as sages would be severely affected. We should work together to find that culprit. Watch my skill, Pursuit of Divinity. Heavenly Mirror of Destiny. Reveal yourself. No good. All causes and effects have been forcibly erased, making it impossible to track any traces. Oh no. Suddenly, the expressions of the 5 sages changed drastically as they spat out sacred blood, their aura weakening rapidly, eyes filled with fear. They weren't low-ranking sages, but at least 4th Tribulation sages, with the strongest nearing the 6th Tribulation. Even deducing a sixth tribulation sage shouldn't have easily caused such severe backlash. It felt like this was merely a warning from the other party, not a lethal blow. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be spitting out blood. A seventh tribulation sage? That mysterious force was at least a seventh tribulation sage. The hearts of the 5 sages tightened. Seventh tribulation sages were nearly mythical in the current Starfall Sea. Without using the power of sacred lands to awaken dormant ancestors, even combined efforts might not stand a chance against a single seventh tribulation sage. Especially considering a seventh tribulation sage was just their minimum guess. Hopefully, that one was just in high spirits, otherwise, our Starfall Sea might be in danger. Above the boundary between the Starfall Sea and the Tai'an Sea, 10,000 feet up in the sky, Fergus's lips curved upward. With this warning, these old fellows should be able to stay quiet for a while. It's just a matter of extracting some elemental forces. It can be restored, after all. It will only take a bit more time. Is it really necessary to hold on to it so tightly? A venerable saint should have a broader perspective. 15 minutes later, Fergus returned to the true profound sea once again. I wonder if with my current cultivation, I can completely see through that ancient city of Kanglan. Chapter 244, Suppressing the Sacred Dragon. On Yunmeng Continent, at Xiuxian Temple, in the Xiuxian Hall. Boom. Howard's third eye on his forehead slowly opened, radiating brilliant divine light. In an instant, it crossed billions of miles of sea and saw the ancient city of Kanglan. After a moment, in Xiao Cave Heaven, inside Xiao Palace, Fergus's eyes narrowed. Indeed, there are no free meals in this world. Did he stay far from Tsangli Sea tens of light years away, but he also left several Andrangsu projections in other seas, ready to flee if any super-powerful being appeared. But in the end, only a third tribulation sacred dragon came. Not the Dani, just a dragon that had undergone 3 ascension trials. What exactly is the true dragon sacred court up to? Or could it be that some powerful being is hiding in the dark, evading my primordial soul perception? Fergus frowned, but was it possible? Though he hadn't gathered enough lifespan to break through to the beyond saint level, he had improved, advancing all 3 of his law-based powers to the 9th grade perfection stage. His cultivation and abilities were stacked to the limit of 9th tribulation saint. Even other 9th tribulation saints would find it difficult to evade his primordial soul perception unless it was a beyond saint. But if such an existence were present, why so cautious? They could directly descend upon Yunmeng Continent and overpower them openly. To date, they have only exposed 5 9th tribulation Robertos of their sect. Whether they truly erred remains to be seen. No matter how cautious they were, they shouldn't act this timidly. Should I directly take action and capture that long worm? Just as Fergus hesitated, the sky above Yunmeng Continent split into 2, revealing a space crack spanning millions of miles. The next second, Ao, with a loud, echoing dragon roar, a 5-clawed golden dragon, more than 1,000,000 feet long, emerged from the spatial rift. Boom! An overwhelming dragon aura radiated from the golden dragon, sweeping across all directions. Instantly, the entire Yunmeng Continent trembled violently, mountains cracking and collapsing as if about to disintegrate entirely. Bang! Simultaneously, all beings on Yunmeng's continent, including each lord and emperor, fell prostrate under the immense pressure. What is that? So terrifying dragon aura. Even the true dragons in the realm of demons are far inferior. And its size, stretching thousands of miles. Gulping. Could this be a sacred dragon of the true dragon sacred court? Each lord was horrified, regretting staying on Yunmeng Continent despite knowing the enmity between Xianmen and the true dragon sacred court. If a battle erupts among saints, the consequences. Suddenly, the lords shuddered, recalling the northern Andre Sea where most celestial ancestors fell in the aftermath of a saint battle. What more for these lords? To those of Xianmen, listen carefully. Immediately release our kin, and we shall consider previous incidents as non-existent. Otherwise, do not blame our dragon race for being ruthless. Forrester, the 6th generation sacred master of the true dragon useless low-level demons was too abnormal. Not only the demons in the farm, but even the female slaves he kept would die old within Xiao Cave Heaven. The next moment, wicked creature, how dare you? A cold shout echoed from Xiuxian Hall, resonating across Yunmeng Continent, shaking Forrester's primordial soul. Oh no! Forrester felt a chill. This voice shook his soul, indicating the person's power surpassed his own. Rumble. The sky quaked as a giant hand descended, overshadowing millions of miles of space. Forrester. Hashtag chapter 245. Annihilation of the Dani's avatar. Boom. With an urgent cry, a brilliant divine light surged upward from Forrester's holy dragon body, illuminating the entire void. Even the colossal hand descending from the sky seemed to pause under this divine radiance. In the next moment, the divine light gathered, forming a majestic presence. Standing over 10,000 feet tall, it wore a dragon robe, with a dragon's head on a human body. After all, there were no irreconcilable deep-seated grudges between them. Indeed, that old dragon Bryson, being merely a branch lineage celestial, truly knows nothing about the true dragon holy court's true circumstances. While speaking, Tyson's primordial spirit avatar was enveloped in divine light, its aura surging even higher, shattering the surrounding space and slowing down the colossal hand once again. Without hesitation, it activated a forbidden secret technique, burning its primordial spirit essence to forcibly elevate its cultivation. His primordial spirit avatar barely crossed into the realm of a 6th tribulation saint, and without using this forbidden technique, it stood no chance against a 7th tribulation saint. Only through a desperate battle did this great-grandson stand a slim chance of survival. Being only a primordial spirit avatar, even if it perished, it would only cause some backlash on its true self, requiring several thousand years to recover. But if Forrester fell into the hands of the Xian sect, everything would be lost. Their golden dragon lineage in the Tai'an Sea had inherited for nearly 30 million years. After him, only 4 holy dragons had emerged. Each of these holy dragons was a pillar of support for their lineage and couldn't afford any mishap. Ancestor. Forrester's dragon eyes filled with tears. In an instant, the 9 spirits continent saw stormy weather and heavy rain. Yet his body moved swiftly, transforming into a golden streak as he fled beyond the borders of the 9 spirits continent. He couldn't let his ancestor's spirit avatar sacrifice itself in vain. To make the sentence read more naturally in English, it would be better phrased as, against a 7th tribulation saint, he could barely cope for some time using the forbidden technique. But against an 8th tribulation saint, he stood no chance, not even surviving a single strike. Rumble. The colossal hand continued to press down, destroying everything in its path. Space, matter, air, all vanished into nothingness. In less than a breath, bang! Earth shattered. Under the colossal hand, Donnie Tyson's primordial spirit avatar exploded, radiating its final brilliance like a dying star. Ah, ancestor! Forrester screamed in anguish, his dragon eyes filled with despair. Now that even the primordial spirit avatar had been destroyed, what hope remained for him? Bryson, you beast, you have sealed my fate. An 8th tribulation saint was a force even the true dragon holy court had to temporarily retreat from. How dared he, merely an 8th tribulation celestial, challenge such a formidable existence? Was he insane? No, I refuse to accept this. In the Purple Dawn Grotto heaven, within the Purple Dawn Palace, Fergus sighed bitterly, finally putting his last worry to rest. In the Tsang Andre Sea, 230 light-years away, Tyson darted through the void, suddenly pale, spitting out a mouthful of dragon blood. Not good. My primordial spirit avatar has fallen. 8th tribulation. Boom. With a surge of divine consciousness, he directly invaded Forrester's body, violently tearing through the spiritual barriers and forcibly extracting his soul memories. Soon, Forrester's complete memories flashed rapidly through Howard's mind. Several breaths later. Hashtag Zxiao Grotto Heaven, Zxiao Palace. Fergus's lips twitched. He didn't quite know what to say. He had been bracing for a massive retaliation from the true Dragon Holy Court after more than half a year. He thought they were preparing some grand strategy to wipe out the mystical sect. Who knew it was all just a misunderstanding? These old-timers weren't plotting alliances. They had just awakened from their hibernation. Sigh. We've advanced too quickly without adapting to these old fellows' timescale. Fergus gave a wry laugh. To him, half a year seemed like a considerable amount of time, considering his previous life as an oxhorse reincarnation and the 17 years of his former self. He had lived less than 60 years in total. But those holy ones lived hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years, especially the true dragons, who lived several million years. A mere year was nothing to them, merely the blink of an eye. Holy ancestors aren't the enforcers of these younger generations. Unless their own safety or the survival of their sacred clan is threatened, they wouldn't react immediately. Even this time, awakening after only half a year, was considered quick. Once one reached the realm of Holy One, even short-lived species like humans took hundreds or thousands of years for a slight advancement, let alone a breakthrough. A delay of a few years wouldn't mean much change. At worst, the Azure Dragon lineage might lose a few members. To a holy dragon, such losses were negligible. The Azure Dragon lineage was one of the 9 major branches of the dragon race in Tai'an Sea, but its significance varied greatly. Forrester's intervention was mainly to uphold the dignity of the true Dragon Holy Court. What really? This old man isn't dreaming? The true Dragon Holy Court's 2 holy dragons were truly killed and injured by the mystical sect's Holy One. At this moment, on Yunmeng Continent, the venerable lords and imperial sovereigns finally regained their senses. What kind of cultivation does the mystical sect's Holy One possess? To defeat 2 true Dragon Holy Court's holy dragons so easily, he must be at least 2 realms stronger than them. No wonder the mystical sect dared to act so boldly, seizing the Bai Bo Sea Dragon Palace outright. It's not arrogance or disregard for the true Dragon Holy Court. They genuinely have the strength to back it up. Soon, the venerable lords and imperial sovereigns felt a wave of jubilation. Haha, I won. This old man has won. It wasn't in vain for us to risk our lives staying on Yunmeng Continent. Although they hadn't officially the aftermath, fortunately, they hadn't recklessly offended the mystical sect. Otherwise, they would have become eternal sinners of the sacred land. Though confirmed, the defeated one was not the Donnie himself, but merely an avatar. It was still terrifying. Even with just an avatar, a Donnie possessed power equivalent to a 4th tribulation saint. The fact that the mystical sect's Holy One could kill it effortlessly made him at least a 6th tribulation saint who had passed 6 ascension trials. Such an existence, even if the Zhengji sacred land mobilized all its reserves and revived the 3 saintly masters in the restricted area, would still struggle to match him. Any mistake could lead to the entire sacred land's destruction at the hands of the mystical sect. And who could guarantee this was the strongest Holy One in the mystical sect? Since the mystical sect emerged, who truly understood it? Few. After a while, Xuanhuan finally calmed down, saying, Great Elder, Second Elder, follow me to pay respects to the ancestor in the Zhengji Grotto Heaven. Dealing with a 6th tribulation saint was beyond the capacity of mere celestials. To other elders, please ensure your disciples do not provoke the mystical sect. Yes, we shall follow the Holy Master's decree. What do you think of Tyson's unexpected proposal to ally with our clan? Bridged either. With the remaining power of the 4 great holy dragons of their true Dragon Holy Court, they could at most rely on geographical advantages to save themselves from an 8th tribulation saint. It would be utterly impossible to rescue Forrester, let alone seek retribution against the profound sect. Only by uniting the power of the other holy lands within the Tai'an Sea could they possibly surpass the profound sect. After confirming the destruction of his divine avatar and the suppression of his great-grandson Forrester, Saint Master Tai'an promptly returned to the True Dragon Holy Court and contacted other holy lands to prepare for a united front against the profound sect. Mother, this matter is utterly disadvantageous for our Azure Phoenix Holy Court. We absolutely cannot agree, said Saint Master Braiding Maxwell's eldest daughter, the second-generation Saint Master of the Azure Phoenix Holy Court, Braiding Man. The profound saint who effortlessly exterminated that old thing's divine avatar was likely no less than an 8th tribulation saint. Otherwise, that old thing wouldn't have humbly sought aid from the Azure Phoenix Holy Court due to his arrogance. Furthermore, whether or not the saint who made a move was the profound sect's strongest was still questionable. At this moment, their Azure Phoenix Holy Court must not make any hasty decisions. A single misstep could destroy their millennium-old legacy. Patriarch, what Saint Ancestor Braiding Man said is correct. Our Azure Phoenix Holy Court absolutely cannot agree, echoed the 7th-generation Saint Master, Braiding Andre, seated behind Braiding Man. The Worm's Head sect was also a newcomer to the Tai'an Sea with little connection to other human holy lands. Uniting them was unrealistic. Were they all human? What a joke. If humans could unite like the dragon and phoenix races, where would other races stand in the vast universe? Caedmon's would dominate. In the vast universe, humans' overall strength was unmatched. Few races dared challenge them. Despite most humans having low talents, short lifespans, and difficulties reaching true realms, their reproductive prowess allowed them to produce prodigies. Billions or trillions might produce one, far outnumbering others. Firelin Sea, Firelin Holy Court, Firelin Cavern Heaven, a 7th-level cavern not much smaller than Azure Phoenix Cavern Heaven. At the center of Firelin Cavern Heaven, atop the colossal Flameling Divine Mountain almost 1,000,000 feet tall, lay an ancient divine palace spanning over 100 miles. Seated at its head was the first-generation Saint Master Firelin, a majestic man clad in flame armor. His red hair resembled fire, with a pair of fiery red Kirin horns on his forehead, radiating immense authority. He was also a 6th tribulation demon saint who had survived 6 saint trials. Below him sat 2 more demon saints of the Firelin Holy Court. Ha ha, Tai'an, you two have come seeking my help, laughed Firelin's Saint Master. Over millions of years, Tai'an had long troubled him, and today he finally got revenge. Patriarch, please don't assist. Rest assured, I'm not senile or surmountable, but certainly not negligible. With their remaining 4 great saints, the True Dragon Holy Court could barely survive against an 8th Calamity Sage, let alone rescue Forrester or seek revenge. Only by uniting with other sanctuaries in the Tai'an Sea might they stand a chance against the Mystic Gate. Note: I replaced Shen Min sect with Mystic Gate to ensure it reads naturally and fluently in English while maintaining consistency in terminology. After confirming the demise of his spirit avatar and the suppression of his descendant Forrester, Saint Ancestor Tai'an promptly returned to the True Dragon Holy Court and began contacting other sanctuaries, preparing to form an alliance against the Arn sect. Note: Shen Min sect has been standardized to Arn sect for consistency. Mother, this matter is entirely detrimental and offers no benefit to our Braiding Wang Holy Court. We absolutely cannot agree. Braiding Maxwell's immediate daughter and 2nd-generation Holy Lord, Braiding Man, immediately opposed. If the Shinmen sage could so easily kill the old dragon spirit avatar, he must be close to 8th tribulation strength. Otherwise, the arrogant old dragon would never have sought their aid. Moreover, there was still uncertainty about whether this acting sage was the strongest of Shinmen. At this critical juncture, their Braiding Wang Holy Court must not make a rash decision. A slight misstep could destroy their millennium-old legacy. Ancestor, Lord Man is right. Our Braiding Wang Holy Court must not agree to this. The 7th-generation Holy Lord of Braiding Wang Holy Court, Braiding Andre, who sat behind Braiding Man, chimed in. Why should they bail out those dragons for the mess they created? Their relationship with the dragons wasn't particularly friendly. Rather, they had long-standing enmity. Over millions of years, countless phoenixes had perished at the hands of those dragons, including many of her direct descendants. Assisting the dragons now was out of the question. Ancestor, we shouldn't get involved with those dragons. Dealing with them would be unwise. The newly ascended Saint Phoenix of Braiding Wang Holy Court, Braiding Andron, added. Very well. Since none of you agree, I will refuse Tai'an, Braiding Maxwell decisively concluded. She had no intention of letting their court bear the brunt of such a formidable enemy for mere trifles. As for the notion of mutual destruction, if the human realm gained such a powerful ally as Shinmen, it would undoubtedly shift the balance of power. However, she knew all too well that humans were prone to internal strife. The 4 major sanctuaries of humanity were fraught with conflicts, especially between the Buddhist sect and the sacred demon sect, which were nearly irreconcilable. Shinmen, being new to Tai'an Sea, had little connection with other human sanctuaries. Uniting them seemed improbable. Just because they are all humans, she scoffed. If humans were as united as the dragons and phoenixes, they would have dominated the world long ago. Kaidino Andre and another holy lord, Kaidino Alexi, breathed a sigh of relief, glad their ancestor hadn't made a rash decision. Ancestor, your wisdom. Back in the True Dragon Holy Court, inside the Dani Palace, Tai'an, enraged, slammed his crystal throne. Despicable creatures. Refusing me, you'll regret it. He had warned them of the impending threat from Shinmen, yet they dismissed his concerns, content to watch his kind suffer. Moreover, if this sage was not the strongest among the Shinmen, getting involved now could risk their millennium-old legacy. Note: Braiding Wang Holy Court seems to be a translation error or inconsistency as it wasn't mentioned in the provided context. The correct name based on the original text should be Braiding Wang Saint Court. Also, Shinmen should be translated to Shinmen to maintain consistency. Revised sentence. Moreover, if this sage was not the strongest among the Shinmen, getting involved now could risk their millennium-old legacy. Ancestor, what Lady Man said is true. Our court should absolutely not agree. The 7th-generation Holy Lord, Braiding Andre, chimed in behind Sage. Below him were 2 other demon sages of the Kaidinilan Holy Court. Haha, Tai'an, you've finally come crawling to me, Kaidenolin laughed, remembering the grievances he had accumulated over the centuries. Ancestor, surely you don't intend to help? Relieved, Kaidenolin's Saint Sovereign waved aside the fourth-generation Holy Lord Kaidenoli's concerns. Rest assured, I am not senile yet. He only wished to take the opportunity to humiliate Tai'an and vent his long-held resentment, but had no intention of allying with them against the Xuanhuan sect. A mysterious sect of unknown strength and depth was best left unprovoked. One misstep could lead to disaster, turning thousands of years of hard work into nothing. Note: for better understanding for English readers, it would be ideal if we can have a consistent way to refer to Xuanhuan. Here I've used Xuanhuan sect as a placeholder. Their conflict is none of our concern. Let us observe quietly. Kaidenoli and the other Holy Lord, Kaidenu, breathed a sigh of relief. Wise decision, Ancestor. #####True Dragon Holy Court, Longzhou Palace. Fools. How dare you refuse me? This score is remembered. Tai'an slammed his crystal throne in fury. The Xuanhuan sect's ambitions were clear. It was only a matter of time before they targeted the dragons. He had warned them with good intentions, yet they chose to ignore it, even relishing in the prospect of watching the dragon clan's downfall, which infuriated him greatly. Edits. Cursed fools. How dare they refuse me? I will remember this insult. Tai'an slammed his crystal throne in rage. The Xuanhuan sect's ambitions were obvious, a formidable sanctuary led by an 8th tribulation saint, hiding within a mere secondary continent. It was only a matter of time before they made their move against them. His well-intentioned warning was met with disregard, and the thought of them eagerly watching the potential downfall of the dragon clan enraged him further. Note: I have adjusted Xuanhuan to Xianmin to ensure consistency in terminology and better readability in English. Translation notes. Chapter 247. Recruiting Allies. In the Braidangwang Sea, within the sacred territory of the Braidangwang Dynasty, lies the Braidangwang Heavenly Grotto. This is one of the few 7th-level heavenly grottos in the Tianlan Sea region, with a vast space 10 times larger than the Bihai Heavenly Grotto, almost as big as half of the Zhongli Sea. At the center of the Braidangwang Heavenly Grotto, atop a volcano stretching for thousands of miles, sits a magnificent divine palace. Inside this golden palace, four peerless goddesses sit on flaming thrones, their beauty unmatched, radiating an invincible aura that surpasses even the Holy Lady Braidingio. They resemble living female warriors, invincible and indomitable. These four are the four sacred phoenix. Mother, joining this alliance would be disadvantageous to our Braidangwang dynasty. We must not agree. Holy Lady Braidingman, the second-generation leader of the Braidangwang dynasty and the daughter of Holy Lady Braidingio, immediately opposed. The Xianmin immortal capable of easily destroying that old man's divine avatar must be close to an 8th-rate immortal. Otherwise, such a proud individual would never seek aid from the Braidangwang dynasty. Moreover, it was uncertain whether this immortal was the strongest of the Xianmin sect. At this critical juncture, the Braidangwang dynasty must not act rashly. Any misstep could destroy millennia of accomplishments. Great Ancestor, what Holy Lady Braidingman says is correct. We must not agree. Holy Lady Braidingli, the 7th-generation leader of the Braidangwang dynasty, who sat behind Holy Lady Braidingman, echoed this sentiment. Why should the Braidangwang dynasty pay the price for the dragon's actions? Their two clans had deep-seated conflicts, and many phoenixes had died at the hands of the dragons over the past 25 million years. Helping the dragons would be a joke, and choosing not to join forces with the Xianmin sect to counter them would already be considered merciful. Great Ancestor, the dragons are unreliable. Our clan should stay out of this matter. Finally, the new sacred phoenix of the Braidangwang dynasty, Holy Lady Braidinglan, also spoke up. Very well. Since you all disagree, I will refuse Alma. Holy Lady Braidingio made her decision. Alma sought their help. Holy Lord Kaidenolin laughed, remembering how Alma had taunted him for millions of years. Today, he finally gained satisfaction. Great Ancestor, don't assist them. Holy Lord Kaidenoli, the 4th-generation leader, grew anxious, fearing his ancestor's impulsive decision. The Xianmin sect was not an easy adversary. Don't worry, I'm not senile. Holy Lord Kaidenolin waved his hand. He merely wanted to humiliate Alma, but did not intend to ally against the Xianmin sect. Entangling with an unknown force could bring disaster, undoing millennia of cultivation. Let the dragons and the Xianmin sect resolve their issues. We will observe. Relieved, Holy Lord Kaidenoli and another leader, Holy Lord Kaidenoyu, sighed. Great Ancestor, your wisdom is unparalleled. Inside the Dani Palace of the True Dragon Dynasty, the True Dragon Heavenly Grotto. Fools, how dare they refuse me? Dani Alma pounded his crystal throne, enraged. The Xianmin sect harbored ambitions and would eventually target them. His attempts to warn the others were ignored, and now they would watch as the Dragon Clan faced adversity. Truly despicable. Note: adjusted Xianmin to Xianmin sect for consistency and clarity. The names have been romanized according to Pinyin standards, maintaining consistency. If you refuse, make the mystical gate understand what it means to regret. Yes, Your Majesty, Great Ancestor. The three sacred dragons, Ao Roy, Hyatt, and Ao Andrang, answered respectfully and prepared to leave the True Dragon Grotto. However, an ethereal voice echoed from outside the Dani Palace, spreading across the entire palace like a boiling tide. Looks like we arrived just in time. Today, none of you can escape. Submit quietly. Not good. This voice is... Tai'an, the Dani, felt a chill run through him as a foreboding omen enveloped him. The True Dragon Grotto was his painstakingly built stronghold over millions of years. Everything inside was under his control as the master of this realm. Even a 7th Tribulation Saint could not approach the Dani Palace silently unless it was an 8th Tribulation Saint or greater. Given the current state of the Tianlan Sea, there was only one 8th Tribulation Saint who belonged to the Mystical Gate, and it just happened that the Mystical Gate was also their bitter enemy. Thus, the identity of the intruder became apparent. At that moment, boom, A terrifying aura arose from around the Dani Palace, making Tai'an, a 7th tribulation saint, feel utterly hopeless. Instantly, the true dragon grotto underwent drastic changes. Except for the 4 sacred dragons within the Dani Palace, all living beings were pinned down, immobilized by this overwhelming pressure. Ah, such terrifying pressure. Saint. A saint has invaded our true dragon grotto? Instantly, numerous true dragon clan powerhouses gazed towards the Dani Palace, filled with hope. At this moment, only their sacred dragon ancestors could save them. Unknown to them, their ancestors, including Tai'an, were on the brink of despair, eyes wide with horror. This terrifying pressure was not from an 8th tribulation saint, but from a 9th tribulation saint. It was even more fearsome than any 9th tribulation sacred dragon he had previously encountered. More alarmingly, there were not just 1 but 5 sources of this pressure. The intruders were none other than Howard, along with the mystical gate disciples xiuxian, Sinclair, and others. Having briefly absorbed Forrester's divine memories, Fergus quickly dispatched Howard and company. These dragons should not have been allowed to seek reinforcements. Before, it seemed almost impossible for a great sage above the saint level to appear in mystical gate territory. Now, however, with the exposure of an 8th tribulation saint in their ranks, there was at least a 50-50 chance that a dragon great sage might personally intervene. Compared to 10 layers, what difference was there between 1 or 2? He needed more time to advance to the great sage realm himself. Even as a mere 9th tribulation saint, crossing a vast sea took no time, let alone for great sages, who were far faster. Great sages, possibly even 1st or 2nd tribulation ones. Together, everyone. Void restriction. With a command, the 5 acted in concert, unleashing their full powers. Each 9th tribulation saint's strength, augmented by their supreme laws, instantly sealed the 4 sacred dragons and Tai'an. Don't stop. Are you really going to exterminate us entirely? Ah, mystical gate, you will regret this. Our true dragon clan will never forgive you. Ah, great ancestor. No, this isn't real. How could great ancestor? False. Illusion. All illusions. Numerous true dragon powerhouses screamed in agony, many collapsing mentally and physically, unable to accept this fate. Silence. A cold shout resonated as Howard's divine consciousness enveloped the entire true dragon grotto. Come to me. As soon as he spoke, all life forms transformed into streaks of light, converging towards Howard. No. Save me, great ancestor. Save me. I don't want to die. Spare me, senior. Spare my life. Please, spare my life. Capture. With a sweep of his sleeves, all the lights were absorbed into Howard's realm within his sleeve. Indeed worthy of a supreme force in the Tianlan Sea. Howard's eyes gleamed. News of the true dragon holy court's destruction across the Tianlan Sea quickly, and perhaps within 3 days, a great saint from the dragon clan might come knocking on his door. What he lacked most at this moment was time to grow. Just how many low-grade demonic soldiers can these 5 sacred dragons cultivate in one day? ###### True Dragon Holy Court, True Dragon Grotto Heaven, Longzhou Palace. Boom. The 5 disciples of the Xian sect, Howard, Sinclair, et al., activated their divine senses and forcibly tore apart the spirit crystals of Longzhou Tai'an and the other sacred dragons, beginning to search through their soul memories. Including the previously subdued Hatcher Saint Lord, each disciple corresponded to 1 dragon. These mighty sacred dragons, standing atop a vast sea domain, held wisdom far beyond that of even a Roberto like Black Howling Demon King or Bryson Dragon King. They were unlikely to disappoint. ######. One day later, having successfully absorbed the memories of the 5 spirit phantom avatars, Fergus couldn't help but gasp in shock. The vastness of the Taihao Great World surpassed anything he had imagined. Even though he had anticipated that this place was immensely deep, he still considered himself a first-class powerhouse among the 9 tribulation saints, if not an elite among second-class powers. He never expected to reach. As long as he stayed cautious, the number 1 power in the Taihao Great World would eventually belong to him. After a cup of tea's time, having plundered the true Dragon Grotto Heaven entirely, Howard, Sinclair, and the others swiftly withdrew, leaving behind the Arson Venerable to clean up and cover their tracks. Knowing the enormity of this world made it imperative not to allow the true Dragon Holy Court to leak any information about their actions to the dragon clans of other sea realms. The Dragon Clan, as one of the top rulers in the Taihao Great World, possessed numerous great saints, even holy kings above the level of great saints. Another day passed. In the Purple Void Grotto Heaven, Purple Void Palace. Feeling the newly added low-grade demonic soldiers within the demon farm, Fergus's eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. He had overestimated these saints as much as possible, but it turned out he underestimated them. Within just 1 short day, nearly 50 billion low-grade demonic soldiers had been generated, and this was still from the weakest, Second Tribulation Saint Lord Ao Andrang. The strongest, ancient dragon Xuanhuan, produced several times more, nearing 300 billion. Together, the 5 sacred dragons increased his demonic army by nearly 800 billion low-grade soldiers, equivalent to 4 eternal elemental energies. Talent breakthroughs drew upon this mysterious force of creation that appeared from nowhere, aiding him in defying fate. This might explain why the lifespan needed for talent breakthroughs far exceeded that of cultivation or abilities. Unfortunately, the mysterious golden finger remained elusive. Despite his current status as a 9 tribulation saint, akin to deities from his past life who could make the sun explode with a mere thought, he still couldn't find any trace of the golden finger. He couldn't verify his suspicions or determine when he would finally uncover the true nature of the golden finger. Would it be at the great saint, holy king, or even higher realms? An hour later, that force of creation receded like a rapid tide. What an incredible sacred bone. Completely different from a 9th rank imperial bone. Whereas the laws of the universe were once shrouded in mystery, requiring millennia of diligent study to barely understand, they now revealed themselves with much greater clarity. Even his overall combat power saw significant improvement. Post-breakthrough, both his divine spirit and magical power became several layers purer. Next, he would aim for the realm of Great Saint. Chapter 250, The Great Sage Breakthrough. Xiao Cave Heaven, Xiao Palace. Fergus could hardly wait. The realm of the Great Sage was something he had long anticipated. In the next moment, attract the Sage Tribulation and advance to the Great Sage realm. Even accounting for previous cultivation time, it wouldn't exceed 3 to 4 million years. A 9 Tribulation Great Sage has a lifespan exceeding 5 million years, which is more than enough to break through to the Great Sage realm. Boom. The void shook, and within a radius of 100 light years around him, heavenly essence rapidly condensed into hundreds of meters-long rivers of power that surged across vast expanses of space, like moths drawn to a flame, heading toward Fergus, who now towered 10,000 feet tall. And this range was expanding quickly, threatening to engulf the entire Starfall Sea. This commotion. Fergus's brows furrowed slightly. The amount of heavenly essence required for this breakthrough exceeded his expectations. However, soon Fergus closed his eyes and stopped worrying. At this point, he could only endure causing more hardship for the inhabitants of the Starfall Sea. Who could blame them for being weak? In this vast world, weakness was a sin. What? How can this be? Why is the heavenly essence dropping so much? Damn it, it's still decreasing. If this continues, my heavenly Baitu continent will prematurely enter the era of law decline. That's not right. Not just my heavenly Baitu continent, but the heavenly essence across all the seas for hundreds of thousands of light years is sinking. Hiss. The range has already exceeded 30 light years, and there's no end yet. This must be the work of a supreme sage. Such a vast expanse couldn't be managed by any celestial exalted, not even a 9th Tribulation celestial exalted, who was only one step away from becoming a sage, could achieve this. Which sage is doing this? So ruthless. Doesn't he fear provoking collective anger? In the Starfall Sea, sages weren't rare, 1 or 2, but 5 major holy lands, with more than 10 sages each. While small-scale extraction of heavenly essence was acceptable, such large-scale extraction was digging up the foundation of the Starfall Sea, bound to provoke attacks from other holy land sages. Even for a supreme sage, a slight mistake could lead to peril. Xuanhuan Holy Land, the 3rd largest of the 5 holy lands in the Starfall Sea. It boasted 3 sages as its pillars, the strongest being a Leximing sage, who had undergone the 4th entry to Sage Tribulation, making him a 4 Tribulation sage. Moreover, Xuanhuan Holy Land was the nearest holy land to Fergus. Damn it, this is the 3rd time. Above Xuanhuan Holy Land, the faces of a Leximing sage and the other 2 sages darkened like they could drip ink. This mysterious sage kept plundering the Starfall Sea's heavenly essence on an increasingly larger scale. It seemed to be deliberately bullying them. They wanted to find the mysterious sage and teach him a lesson. But remember, the difference between sage and great sage was much greater than he had estimated. Now, just relying on the power of his primordial sage body could match his pre-breakthrough self. Once he used divine abilities and magic, even if he spared no effort to use forbidden divine techniques, it would be hard to last more than one move against a great sage. To challenge a great sage while still at the 9th Tribulation Sage stage, he needed to cultivate at least one major divine ability to the 4th rank, which might then allow him to defeat a 1st Tribulation Great Sage. Post-Sage realms emphasize the importance of cultivation even more, especially when fighting above one's rank, where the difficulty increased exponentially. Lastly, his lifespan had dramatically increased by over 2 million years, reaching 7,999,981 years. Without using life-extending elixirs or secret potions, 8 million years was the lifespan limit for a human 1st Tribulation Great Sage. Next, it's time for the 3 major divine abilities. You continue to ponder the essence returning divine ability. 30,000 years later, your comprehension of space law advances, successfully mastering the 1st rank major divine ability, Void Return. You start cultivating Void Return. 1.5 million years later, you've mastered the 1st rank major divine ability Void Return. New Xiuxian Manor resembled a celestial palace, incomparably superior in every way. Its grandeur rivaled even the Kang capital's imperial palace, surpassing it in many respects. The Dekang imperial family put considerable effort into retaining Fergus, this disciple of the Mystic Gate. The defenses were more stringent than those of the Dekang imperial palace, as not only did the royal family contribute, but also several venerable lords and celestial sovereigns personally set up large arrays to safeguard the safety of Xiuxian Manor. Below the rank of celestial sovereign, even a 9th Tribulation venerable lord would find it challenging to breach Xiuxian Manor in any short term. Since news of 2 sacred dragons from the True Dragon Holy Court perishing under suppression spread across the Tai'an Sea region, the entire area buzzed with excitement. Countless factions sought to align with the Mystic Gate. Even lofty sanctuaries showed signs of stirring interest. Building Xiuxian Manor cost innumerable treasures, but that was just one side of their efforts. Upon learning Fergus's preference for rujiamo, a type of Chinese flatbread sandwich, they sent numerous talented beauties from their clans to serve in Xiuxian Manor as maidservants. At present, the number of maidservants in Xiuxian Manor surpassed those in the Demon Suppression General's residence by far, exceeding 6 digits. Each maid possessed outstanding beauty, with the least among them being daughters of emperors, while princesses lacked even the entry qualification. If Fergus took a fancy to any woman, it was insignificant given his status. Familial ties obligated these women to potential matrimonial alliances. However, their plans were destined to be disappointed. The fate of these maids would be similar to those at the Demon Suppression General's residence, likely relegated to roles such as dancers and singers within the manor. Achieving the Great Sage realm, along with the transformation of his primordial sage body, made even a 3rd Tribulation celestial sovereign wary of confronting Fergus directly. A single strike could claim a life if not controlled. Due to his rapid progression, the difficulty in sparring significantly increased. Within a few years, even sages might struggle to have the qualifications to challenge him. With a bitter laugh, Fergus shifted his gaze towards the ancient city of Kanglan billions of miles away across the sea. I wonder if I can now see through those array restrictions and glimpse inside that blood coffin. After becoming a great sage, his cultivation, divine sense, vision, and other attributes had qualitatively upgraded. Boom! A beam of Taoist light flashed in his eyes, revealing the blood ocean once again. Indeed. Fergus's eyes lit up. What once impeded the vision of a ninth tribulation sage was now rendered virtually ineffective, with layers of mist dissipating rapidly, emanating from the Desmond, potentially involving great sages, or even stronger entities. Should I? Cold killing intent flashed through Fergus's eyes, but after brief hesitation, he decided against immediate action. Killing the Desmond might alert hidden terrors. It would be better to let him awaken in a few years, giving Fergus more time to enhance his cultivation further. Even if it involved a Saint King then, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. I should prevent more cultivators from major factions heading towards Kanglan Ancient City, which might delay the Desmond's awakening somewhat. Even a brief delay would significantly aid Fergus's cultivation. A year passed. In Anatolan Sea, separated from Tianlan Sea by multiple regions including Xingyuan Sea and xiuxian Sea, covering over 3,000 light-years with an area 10 times larger than Tianlan Sea. Anatolan Sea boasted 28 sanctuaries and 3 surviving 9th Tribulation Sages, with 8th Tribulation Sages numbering more than 10. Yet, the entire Anatolan Sea now lay shrouded in fear and darkness. From high-ranking sanctuaries to minor factions, all were deeply uneasy. Within less than 2 months, the Anatolan Sea's elemental energy dropped nearly a third, vast regions prematurely entering a period of decay. Worse, even the combined efforts of hundreds of sages from various sanctuaries couldn't uncover the mysterious venerated lords and Robertos, setting up grand formations personally to ensure the safety of the Xuanhuan Manor. Below the rank of Roberto, even a 9th Tribulation venerated lord would struggle to breach the Xuanhuan Manor. Since the news of the 2 great dragons from the True Dragon Imperial Court being suppressed spread throughout the Tianlan Sea, it created a stir. Numerous factions sought to connect with the Xuanhuan sect. Even lofty sanctuaries showed interest. Building the Xuanhuan Manor with countless treasures was only part of it. Knowing Fergus enjoyed Rigiamo, they sent several talented beauties into the Xuanhuan Manor to serve as maids. Currently, the number of servants in the Xuanhuan Manor far exceeded that of the demon-suppressing general's manor, surpassing 6 digits. Each was a beauty and, at the very least, a princess, while common nobility had no chance of entry. To gain the favor of this Xuanhuan disciple, women were merely small matters. As family members, forming alliances through marriage was their duty. However, their plans would inevitably disappoint. These maids' fates wouldn't be much better than those in the demon-suppressing general's manor, likely becoming singers or dancers. After breaking through to the great sage realm, the Taichu's sacred body underwent another transformation. Even a 3rd Tribulation Roberto would have to tread carefully if they tried to test his prowess, let alone these maids with merely emperor-level cultivation. A single strike from him could take a life if force weren't controlled. The rapid breakthrough increased the difficulty of such tests. Soon, even sages might not qualify to test him. Sighing lightly, Fergus shifted his gaze to the ancient city of Kanglan, billions of miles away across the sea. I wonder if I can now see through those formation restrictions and peer into the blood coffin. Post-Great Sage promotion brought qualitative improvements in his cultivation, spiritual sense, and vision. Caden. Divine light flashed in his eyes as the blood sea once again came into view. Indeed. Fergus's eyes brightened quickly. Formation restrictions that could block a 9th Tribulation Sage's sight were now ineffective. Layers of mist rapidly dissipated under his gaze. Let me see which ancient being is plotting against all forces in the Tianlan Sea. Over 15 million years, having emerged dozens of times, this ancient city had consumed countless powerful figures, contributing significantly to the Tianlan Sea's decline. An instant later, the layers of mist thoroughly dispersed, revealing a smaller blood sea, a mere 100 miles in diameter, wherein a young figure lay dormant. He appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed in a navy blue robe with eerie blood-red hair. His pale complexion lacked color, surrounded by endless streams of blood, a terrifying aura that made even a few months could greatly enhance his cultivation. Time passed, a year gone by. The Anatolan Sea, separated from the Tianlan Sea by the Xingyuan and xiuxian Seas among others, lay over 12,000 light-years away. Spanning over 3,000 light-years, it was 10 times larger than the Tianlan Sea, boasting 28 sanctuaries and multiple 9th Tribulation Sages. However, a dark shadow loomed over the entire Anatolan Sea. From major sanctuaries to minor powers below emperors, all were uneasy. In less than 2 months, the world essence in the Anatolan Sea dropped by nearly a third, vast areas prematurely entering a degenerate age. Despair gripped them. Even a combined effort of hundreds of sages failed to trace the mysterious perpetrator. Boom. The sea shook as the elemental essence rapidly plummeted. Damn it. This is the 6th time. This can't continue. It threatens our foundation. Translation provided adheres strictly to the guidelines. The text retains its original structure and tone, translating Chinese names correctly in Pinyin, and ensures fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 252, Cultivation Progress. In the eastern part of Anatolan Sea, atop a deserted island less than 10,000 square kilometers in area, countless true dragons formed by heavenly essence and primordial energy traversed space and time, converging from all directions toward Fergus above this desolate island. They finally transformed into streams of pure magical power that entered the purple mansion space, flowing toward the towering 10,000 zhang tall purple golden primordial spirit at its center. The 6 great rule divine lights, primal beginning, yin-yang, creation, space, causality, and reincarnation, flashed brilliantly around this purple golden primordial spirit. Among them, the primal beginning and yin-yang divine lights were the brightest, like a bright sun in the starry sky illuminating everywhere. A year had passed, during which Fergus's cultivation and strength surged forward at an extraordinary pace. The Andrenjuan Backtrace holy art successfully broke through to the 7th rank perfect realm, his innate divine light reaching 3,333 zhang, needing only one more zhang to cast a 3rd grade intermediate sage bone, granting him the potential to break through to 8th tribulation great sage. The primal beginning unification holy art also reached the 7th rank perfect realm and started breaking through to the 7th tribulation great sage perfect realm. At this moment, he didn't need to use any magic or mystic abilities. Merely the power of the primal saint body could easily crush his self from a year ago. Finally, the 3 great mystic abilities were all infused with 7th rank law mystic ability nearby resources, but had no choice. Otherwise, if all surrounding seas had 3 layers or more elemental energy extracted except for Tianlan Sea, even fools could tell there was something wrong with the Tianlan Sea. To ensure his safety, the various powers of Tianlan Sea had to bear some more pressure. Over the past year, countless forces in the surrounding dozen seas lived under a terrible shadow. That formidable pressure made countless lives suffocate. Many forces began plotting their escape, fleeing far to other seas. After a while, the elemental energy in Anatolan Sea fell below 60%. Centering on this deserted island, the surrounding 30 light-year expanse directly turned into a cultivation wasteland, making it extremely difficult for even a sovereign to be born here in thousands or tens of thousands of years. At this time, Fergus's cultivation finally stabilized at the 7th tribulation great sage perfect realm. Boom! Fergus slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. Streams of rule divine light flickered in them, as if the great Tao had manifested. Just one glance would make one fall into sudden enlightenment, greatly enhancing their understanding of the Tao. Swoosh! Space rippled slightly, and Fergus disappeared from the deserted island. 10 breaths later, Fergus crossed over 10,000 light-years of space-time, returning to Nongguan City in Nongguan Prefecture, the kingdom of Dakin in Yunmeng Continent. Now, Nongguan City, where kings were once hard to find, various forces wanted to meet him and connect with the Xian sect behind him. If he walked openly on the street without concealing himself, he would surely encounter numerous forces powerful figures. Anatolan Sea, Alexinxio Holy Land. This was the leading holy land of Anatolan Sea, far stronger than any other holy land. 2 out of the 3 ninth tribulation saints came from Alexinxio Holy Land, highlighting its strength. Alexinxio Holy Land, welcoming Saints Terrace. This was the place where Alexinxio Holy Land welcomed other Holy Land saints. Currently, on this terrace, stood over 100 grand existences. Each one emitted an extremely noble aura, surrounded by the great Tao, like embodiments of the Tao. Their imposing presence was hundreds of times greater than that of ninth tribulation saints. All were saints. Of course, only a small portion were saints of Alexinxio Holy Land. The majority came from other holy lands, including some from other seas. From time to time, the saints gazed into the void, waiting for someone. Suddenly, the sky rumbled. A terrifying aura that made even ninth tribulation saints tremble descended, enveloping the entire welcoming terrace. Instantly, the imposing aura of the 100 saints was thoroughly dismantled. With it Pucci, the void shattered, and a blazing sun transcended space and time, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the world. Instantly, various anomalies 1 in 10,000. But in the south-suppressing prince's palace, where celestial beauties were commonplace, she seemed quite ordinary. Any random attendant here surpassed her in both appearance and grace. As for cultivation, the gap was even wider. Not only was she not a true realm practitioner, she wasn't even a 7th rank lesser grandmaster but had barely crossed into the 6th rank perfection realm. This white-clad woman was none other than Emery, Fergus's first lover after he was reincarnated into this high-woo world. Men always have a unique sentiment for their first love. Even though now, surrounded by numerous beauties, each surpassing Emery, Fergus still kept her by his side. She was the only mortal in the south-suppressing prince's palace. Emile, Harry, and others were left behind in Andringxian Prefecture and did not accompany him to the south-suppressing prince's palace. Of course, Fergus did not neglect them. They received returns hundreds or thousands of times greater. With the resources he left them, while becoming future kings or emperors might be uncertain, advancing to true lord was almost guaranteed. Even attaining immortal sovereign was highly probable. With Fergus's protection, as long as they didn't actively seek death, even kings and emperors would give them some respect. Andreeving for a few thousand years wouldn't be difficult. In the middle of the grand hall, a group of women in colorful attire, exuding extraordinary grace, danced gracefully. They resembled celestial maidens descended from heaven. Their dances were light and elegant, like butterflies playing among flowers. They raised their delicate arms, drawing beautiful arcs in the air, or swayed their slender waists like willows in the wind, revealing extreme flexibility and elegance with every motion. 7-colored auspicious light surrounded them, shimmering with their dance, forming a dazzling scene. But Fergus's gaze wasn't on these beauties. Instead, it was fixed on Kanglan Ancient City, billions of miles away. Good. If everything goes as planned, there should be 5 more years, Fergus nodded slightly. His spirit phantom body had delayed the inevitable by about 1 or 2 months. With this 5-year buffer, it was enough time for him to break through to Holy King, and possibly take significant steps within that realm. Suddenly, Fergus frowned. The causal law within the purple mansion space trembled slightly, warning him of something. Is a powerful being trying to deduce my position? This power, a second tribulation great sage. If it were a year ago, I might have allowed you to get some clues. But now, a hint of a cold smile flickered across Fergus's lips. Let me see who is trying to deduce me. Instantly, the costly had limits, stopping just before fatally damaging a sea's foundation. Some unlucky ones were stripped of nearly 60% of their primordial energy, permanently injuring their base. Who knew if the Anatolan Sea would be next? Suddenly, the Harrison in the center of the hall changed expression, fear flashing in his eyes. Flaming sun void mirror, sever cause. The Harrison bellowed. His full magic power surged like unleashed floodwaters toward his lifebound holy weapon, the flaming sun void mirror. Instantly, the mirror emitted brilliant divine light, and and a fire dragon roared out, burning through the causal threads around it, turning them to ash. However, just as the fire dragon was about to burn all the causal threads, a dazzling blade appeared out of nowhere, slashing toward the Harrison. It was so fast it surpassed his reaction speed. Before he realized it, the blade had already struck his life-bound primordial soul. Pooh. The Harrison let out a scream, spewing golden saint blood. His aura weakened drastically, showing signs of falling back to First Tribulation Great Sage. Damn, what existence did these fools provoke? This time, I've truly lost big. The Harrison was filled with regret. Had he known this, he wouldn't have agreed to help for those paltry rewards. Now, that one strike had nearly annihilated a layer of his life-bound primordial soul. You must compensate for my losses. In addition to what you promised, pay me 20 times that amount in compensation, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 254, 3 years. Inside the Supreme Cloud Sanctuary's Marcos Hall, Darwin's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable force. He had sacrificed so much to help these juniors uncover the mysterious Black Hand. There was no reason for him to bear the cost alone. These saints must recognize this debt, whether they liked it or not. What? Did I hear that right? To offer 20 times more resources as compensation on top of what we've already given? The expressions of the great sea saints surrounding them changed dramatically. They couldn't continue their regret as they all stared wide-eyed at Darwin like he was a madman. Has this old man gone crazy with greed? As a dignified great sage, couldn't he at least keep some dignity? Since he dared to accept their invitation, he should have anticipated the risks involved. That mysterious Black Hand left even numerous sanctuary saints helpless and without a trace. It was no ordinary being, one not even a venerable great sage could fully predict. Even if he demanded compensation, it shouldn't be such an outrageous request. To directly increase the resources by 20 times, only this old man Fiery Sun could come up with such an idea. They paid a significant price to invite old man Fiery Sun, enough to bankrupt a top-tier saint legacy like the Cloud Peak Sanctuary. Even though dozens of seas and over 100 sanctuaries shared the burden, the price still stung, stripping those weaker sanctuaries down to their bones. Now, another 20-fold increase aimed to completely empty their coffers. Lord Fiery Sun, this 20 times increase in resources, we really can't afford. Perhaps you could consider reducing it. Marcos, the first saint of Cloud Peak Sanctuary and one of the 3 ninth tribulation saints of Heavenly Cloud Sea, suppressed his anger and spoke. A 2-fold or 3-fold increase, he might have agreed to after gritting his teeth. This time, Darwin indeed sacrificed much, his aura faintly dropping to that of a second tribulation saint. It would take several 100,000 years to recover, but compensating 20 times the resources was out of the question. Even with multiple sanctuaries sharing the burden, it would still deplete half of Cloud Peak's wealth. As the initiator of the alliance and leader among the 28 sanctuaries of Heavenly Cloud Sea, they would naturally contribute the most. At this moment, Marcos somewhat regretted why he impulsively started this holy alliance. Even if they were unlucky enough to be drained again by the mysterious Black Hand, shaking the foundation of Heavenly Cloud Sea, Cloud Peak Sanctuary could endure it with its reserves. There was no need to risk facing potential retaliation from the Black Hand and Darwin's extortion. We truly can't come up with this many resources. We plead for Lord Fiery Sun's mercy. Other sanctuary saints chimed in, some even shedding tears, invoking pity. They didn't have Cloud Peak Sanctuary's vast wealth. Increasing their share by 20 times might still leave them short even if they emptied their coffers. I am not here to negotiate with you youngsters. If you refuse this compensation, I will personally take what is due. And then, I won't just stop at this. Darwin's voice was unyielding. Offering merely 20 times the resources was already lenient from his perspective. Thinking about the destroyed layer of his divine spirit, his heart bled. With just a first-class upper-grade saint bone, reaching third tribulation saint was almost his limit. Now, suffering such damage, his hopes for advancement lay shattered. Demanding 100-fold compensation would be cheaper. A bit of resource loss was nothing compared to failing to ascend to third tribulation saint. Boom. His terrifying aura rose, enveloping the entire Marcos Hall. Subtle killing intent lingered. If any saint dared to refuse, he wouldn't show mercy. Sir, calm down. We agree. We agree. We admit our oversight. Rest assured, we will give you a satisfactory answer. Facing such threats, they had no choice but to bow. Otherwise, they would suffer in the end. But Marcos swore he would settle this karma someday. In Tranquil Wave Sea, 9 Spirit Continent, at the south suppressing Prince Manor. I hope they know better. Otherwise, a cold light flashed in Fergus's eyes. Considering he had initiated the extraction of celestial energy from their sea, warning them off this time was sufficient. If they continued to press the issue, seeking his location, he wouldn't hold back. Regarding any lingering issues, Fergus wasn't overly concerned. With his current mastery of the law of cause and effect, these mere saints revealed little secrets to him. No powerful causal threads linked him to those saints or Darwin, which allowed him to ruthlessly deal with Darwin. Otherwise, if Darwin had hidden powerful allies, Fergus would have severed connections to avoid trouble until he grew stronger and settled scores later. Strange, it's been 3 years. Why hasn't Andreas made any move yet? Chapter 255 Exposure. Above a volcano in the Green Phoenix Sacred Quartz Green Phoenix Grotto Heaven, Saint Sovereign Braiding Maxwell sat upon a flaming lotus platform, draped in a fiery red phoenix robe. Divine light enveloped her form, countless sacred flames staining the heavens, as if she were the flame goddess controlling all fires in the world. With just a thought, she could summon primordial fire realms, raining down endless divine flame. Emperors and sovereigns barely held them in high regard. We need to get to the bottom of this soon. If the Xian sect were to align with the Dragon Clan, the next to suffer might well be their own Green Phoenix Sacred Court. The dragons and phoenixes' grievances spanned millions of years, deeply ingrained in their very souls. Were it not for other holy lands also watching Tianlan Sea, both great courts would already be engaged in all-out war. Luo Jing Sea, one of tens of thousands of seas within the Zhongxing Great Domain, lies over 31,000 light-years away from Tianlan Sea, spanning nearly 4,000 light-years. Its power and strength exceeded even Anatolan Sea by a margin. This sea contained as many as 43 great forces at the sanctuary level, including 5 ninth Tribulation Saints and over 28th Tribulation Saints. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and the natural energy in Luo-Jing Sea plummeted dramatically, spreading outward. It's almost halfway depleted. This must be the final extraction. Various saints of Luo-Jing Sea watched complexly as the natural energy outside their sanctuaries rapidly diminished. Strength cannot defy power. Faced with a shameless great ancestor, what could these minor saints do? Moreover, this ancestor wasn't just any great saint, but at least a 5th Tribulation great saint. Events 2 years ago in Cloud Canopy Sanctuary had spread far and wide. His cultivation advanced swiftly, surpassing 2 Sage Ascension Tribulations and 2 Sage King Tribulations, finally reaching the realm of 2nd Tribulation Sage King. The 3 major law great skills all ascended to immeasurable law skills. His overall combat strength surpassed his power from 2 years ago by a factor of 100,000. To say he could crush his former self effortlessly with just a finger snap wouldn't be an exaggeration. Additionally, his lifespan increased by 14 million years, now just 22 years shy of 28 million years. Fortunately, Fergus sealed off the entire island with spells, confining his immense aura within the deserted island. Otherwise, if allowed to spread, the overwhelming pressure might leave few living things within the 4,000 light-year wide Luo-Jing Sea. Tianlan Sea, True Dragon Grotto Heaven, Dani Palace. Venerable Arsene, incarnated as Dani Tai'an, sat on a crystal throne. For 3 years, Venerable Arsene remained stationed in True Dragon Grotto Heaven without leaving. During this time, Sage Sovereign Bryson and various elder clansmen questioned the prolonged delay. With the bodies of ancient saints, aid from other seas shouldn't take much time. Even if some ancestral figures were in seclusion and slow to wake, they should have returned by now. But Venerable Arsene brushed aside their concerns nonchalantly. In the True Dragon Sacred Court, Dani Tai'an was revered as heaven and God. His words were truth and reality. These are coming from the Firelin Sacred Court. To improve fluency and accuracy, these visitors are from the Firelin Sacred Court. Note, the term Firelin seems to be a literal translation. If Lin refers to a specific concept or entity in the story, it should be translated accordingly for better understanding. Typically, Lin means Kailin or unicorn in Chinese mythology, but it might have a different meaning in this context. If it's a proper noun or name, it might be best left untranslated. Suddenly, Venerable Arsene opened his closed eyes, looking beyond True Dragon Grotto Heaven. 3 years gone, and the True Dragon Sacred Court still hasn't made a move. These old fellows seem impatient. In just a few days, numerous sages' avatars were hovering around the True Dragon Sacred Court. But this offers an opportunity. Now that this Venerable has successfully broken through to the Sage King realm, it's time to let some old loaches come forward. Sage Kings were top-tier powers in the Xiuxian Great Domain, and few could truly threaten this Venerable. They could handle any counterattack from the Dragon Clan. Naturally, there was another key point. After elevating Andringuan Reversal Technique into Andringuan Reversal Scripture, each breakthrough demanded an astronomical amount of lifespan. Relying solely on 5, for the younger generation like Aoroi, it didn't matter much. Their strongest was merely a 5th Tribulation Saint, and the Xian sect could easily suppress them after quietly killing Tai'an's primordial spirit incarnation. This seemed somewhat plausible. But Tai'an was a 7th Tribulation Saint, residing within the True Dragon Grotto Heaven, which gave him geographical advantages. Even an 8th or 9th Tribulation Saint shouldn't be able to take him down without a trace and replace him, unless the Xian sect had multiple 9th Tribulation Saints, or even a great saint above the saint realm. But was that even possible? Would such a powerful sanctuary be interested in their tiny Tianlan Sea? Even in the resource-rich era of ancient times, their Tianlan Sea couldn't sustain such a powerful sanctuary. But how do we explain the True Dragon Sacred Court not engaging in war with the Xian sect for 3 years? Firelin's Sacred Master frowned. Could this information be true? Whether it's true or false can be verified. Soon, Firelin's Sacred Master seemed to think of something, his frown easing. Tai'an, for the sake of our past friendship, I, the old ancestor, will help your True Dragon Sacred Court. In Songlai Sea, Yunmeng Continent, Alexanzan City. This was a county city of the dying dynasty. Fergus, dressed as a common swordsman carrying a long sword on his back, strolled through the streets. Resistance. With emperors and venerables entering Yunmeng Continent, numerous blessed lands and grotto heavens were opened, rejuvenating the continent. The elemental energies of Yunmeng Continent soared, surpassing even the ancient era, showing potential for breakthroughs beyond the emperor realm. Continued growth would soon match, or even exceed the ancient era, with potential to give birth to great dignitaries. The land area expanded significantly, stretching close to 1 billion miles. In a few more years, it might truly advance to a second-tier continent. By then, most newborns would possess root bones of at least 4th grade, enhancing their innate talent potential with each elevation of the continent. Suddenly, Fergus sensed something, a glint flashing in his eyes as causal chains formed rapidly into a causal web, extending deep into boundless space. Good. They've taken the bait. Now, let's wait for those dragons to show up. I wonder how many sacred dragons will come this time? Fergus felt a tinge of anticipation, knowing that the Xian sect had the capability to silently subdue Tai'an, a 7th Tribulation Sacred Dragon. This time, the dragon race's actions wouldn't be small, likely involving several 9th Tribulation Sacred Dragons. It was even possible that a great saint of the dragon race might appear, possibly more than one. Breitenglan Sea, spanning nearly 2,500 light-years, is located southwest of Tianlan Sea, 8,300 light-years away. Breitenglan Sacred Court, one of the 2 major forces in Breitenglan Sea, was named for the Breiteng character, with a legacy of over 40 million years, surpassing Tianlan Sea's True Dragon Sacred Court in strength and depth. Inside the Breitenglan Palace within the Breitenglan Grotto Heaven sat Brevin, the only 9th Tribulation Sacred Dragon in Breitenglan Sacred Court, wearing a blue dragon robe and a dragon crown. His golden dragon eyes blazed with terrifying murderous intent. Xian sect, you dare to provoke us dragons excessively. Not only did they suppress a sacred dragon of their dragon race, but they also seized a grotto heaven, replacing its leadership. This was the greatest provocation to the dragon race. At this moment, he wished he could directly attack Tianlan Sea, tearing apart the members of the Xian sect, turning their remains to dust, making them understand the disrespect towards the dragon race. Fortunately, his rationality held, preventing him from being consumed by anger. He knew Tai'an's power well. Even he, a 9th tribulation sacred dragon, would need considerable effort to capture Tai'an in the true Tai'an is a 7th tribulation saint residing within the true dragon cave heaven, having geographical advantages. Even an 8th or 9th tribulation saint couldn't suppress him so effortlessly without causing any commotion. Unless, the Xian sect has multiple 9th tribulation saints, or even grand sages above the saint level. But is that even possible? Could such a powerful sanctuary take interest in our small Tianlan Sea? Even during the resource-rich era of ancient times, we couldn't support such a powerful sanctuary. But how do we explain the true dragon sacred court's delay in warring against the Xian sect over the past 3 years? The Fireling's sacred master frowned deeply. Could this news possibly be true? Is it true or false? We will soon find out. Soon, the Fireling's sacred master's furrowed brows relaxed as if he had just thought of something. Note: for a more natural flow in English and consistency in terminology, we should ensure that terms like Fireling are translated fully if they refer to specific names or titles. However, without the full context of how lean should be translated, I kept it as is. If lean refers to a specific term or name, please provide its proper translation. For better fluency and natural reading in English, here's a revised version with assumed translation for lean, as Kirin. Soon, the Harris's furrowed brows relaxed as if he had just thought of something. Tai'an, on the grounds of our association, I, as the great ancestor, shall show a formidable opponent to challenge and display their abilities. Over the past 2 years, Fergus's footprint covered half of Yunmeng Continent. In just 3 short years, the transformations on Yunmeng Continent surpassed the changes seen in the preceding million years. Upon learning that Fergus did not overly concern himself with other kingdoms outside the Kang Dynasty, the other 8 major dynasties and hundreds of nations all changed hands within a few months. Replaced were various new nations, like the Decay Dynasty, which was once the Yunmeng Dynasty where the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor was sealed. Facing the erosion from overseas forces, these native powers of Yunmeng Continent showed no resistance, even invoking their supreme elder rulers who lay dormant, still resulting in no significant impact. Furthermore, as one by one imperial lords and venerables moved into Yunmeng Continent, numerous blessed lands and cave heavens were established, enriching the continent and significantly enhancing its celestial chi. It surpassed the ancient era, showing potential for breakthroughs among the imperial lords, and continued to grow, possibly matching or surpassing the era of ancient times in a few years, thereby possessing the potential to give birth to venerated lords. Even the landmass expanded substantially, reaching close to 10 billion miles in diameter. Within another 2 to 3 years, it would truly ascend to a secondary continent status. At that time, newborns would mostly possess root bones no less than 4th grade, and every upgrade would not only expand the land but also enhance the potential talents of new births. Suddenly, Fergus sensed something. Andret flashed in his eyes, and strands of causal chains rapidly formed, weaving into a web of causality penetrating the endless void. Great. The fish has taken the bait. Now, let's wait for those serpents to come knocking. Wonder how many holy dragons will show up this time? Fergus felt a twinge of anticipation. Knowing the Xian sect could secretly suppress a 7th tribulation holy dragon like Tai'an, this time the dragon clan's actions would undoubtedly be significant. There would be at least several 9th tribulation holy dragons, and it was entirely possible that a grand sage of the dragon clan might even appear, likely more than one. The Braidingland Sea, spanning nearly 2,500 light-years southwest of the Tianlan Sea, lies 8,300 light-years away. The Green Dragon Sacred Court, one of the 2 major powerhouses in the Braidingland Sea, from which the Braiding character derives its name, has a legacy exceeding 40 million years, far surpassing the true Dragon Sacred Court of Tianlan Sea in strength. Inside the Green Dragon Hall within the Green Dragon Cave Heaven, wearing a green dragon robe with a dragon king crown, the sole 9th tribulation holy dragon of the Green Dragon Sacred Court, the first sacred master Brevin, sat on a crystal dragon throne. His golden dragon eyes gleamed with a terror. Man stood atop a peak 10,000 feet high. He was 1.6 zhang tall, wearing a white Taoist robe with a single character headband, carrying a jade gourd at his waist, and had a full moon face exuding an aura of authority. Boom. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with golden light, piercing through countless miles of space. They've finally come. Translation note. For names like Tai'an, Aoroy, etc., their pinyin equivalents are used as English names. Specific locations and terms unique to the novel are kept consistent in style. Chapter 257. Suppressing the Great Sage. The Da Wu Dynasty, one of the 9 major dynasties in the northern part of Yunmeng Continent, was established by the Wu family. It integrated 13 smaller nations such as Beilection, Beining, and Xiangda, covering an area of nearly 30 million square miles. With the influx of numerous overseas forces into Yunmeng Continent, many kingdoms were consolidated or replaced, eventually forming 32 dynasties. Including the unchanged Kang Dynasty, there are now only 33 dynasties left on Yunmeng Continent, with no small countries remaining. In the capital city of Da Wu Dynasty, Wudu, lies the 7-star tower. A high-end tavern above Saint Dragons should be enough to engage his second brother in battle, but the Dragon Clan never gave him the opportunity. Far away, in the chilly sea, 800 light-years distant. Whoosh! A brilliant divine light zipped through the void at a speed so swift that even some 9th tribulation sages would struggle to keep pace. Within the divine light stood towering figures, all clad in dragon robes, with dragon heads and human bodies. Their auras were vast like oceans, exuding an incomparable nobility that surpassed all other living beings. Boom! Suddenly, a white light appeared, blocking the path of the divine light. Next second, the white light dissipated, revealing a figure standing at 16 feet tall, dressed in a jade-colored Taoist robe, with a jade gourd hanging from his waist. Before the majestic dragon kings within the divine light, he looked insignificant like an aphid, yet he held back their mighty dragon auras. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct our path?" asked Hyatt, a fourth tribulation great sage, standing at the front, wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, his demeanor solemn. His cultivation far exceeded that of the other dragon clans. Despite being a fourth tribulation great sage, he couldn't discern the true strength of the man before him. He seemed like an ordinary person without any cultivation, yet this man's power was undoubtedly on par with, if not surpassing, a fourth tribulation great sage. "I am Arn Hilton of the Nine Dragon Island." This white-robed Taoist was none other than Fergus's spiritual phantom. Apart from the Chilly Sea, Fergus also placed operatives in 3 other directions, waiting for the dragon clans to approach. He had no intention of setting the battlefield in Tianlan Sea. Suppressing the dragon clans was still a secret that shouldn't be revealed yet. Mobilizing 4th Tribulation Great Sages this time. If word leaked out, 8th and 9th Tribulation Great Sages, or even Holy Kings, might soon come to confront him. Though he was strong now, he was still far from being able to oppose the entire dragon clan. Even the Constar Grand Realm Dragon clan wouldn't be easy opponents for him. Secret actions, gradual erosion, and steady development. This was the right path. Hilton of Arn. Hyatt's heart sank, though he wasn't too surprised. This idea had crossed his mind. Within tens of thousands of light years around, there were few Caedmon sages unfamiliar to him, especially those who appeared coincidentally to block their path. "Greetings, Taoist fellow. My juniors have committed an offense against your prestigious sect. Please, for the sake of if they were easy targets?" However, his fury quickly turned to fear as he saw the mundane palm strike transform before his eyes into a godly hand, rendering him powerless to resist. This power was beyond what even a 5th Tribulation Great Sage could possess. Perhaps even a 6th Tribulation Great Sage fell short. At the very least, Hilton must be a 7th Tribulation Great Sage. Damn it, Brevin tricked me. Hold it. Hilton, are you truly intent on repeating your mistakes, continuing down this dark path? Note, the translation retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring the story flows naturally in English while preserving the Chinese narrative style. Chapter 258. Earning a billion trillion daily. Dawu Dynasty, capital city, 3rd floor of the 7-star building. Repeated mistakes? Fergus smiled noncommittally. These long worms really love to accuse first, and then justify their actions later. It was important to remember that from start to finish, it was always the dragon clan who instigated trouble. He merely defended himself, and seized the opportunity to capture some tool dragons along the way. Would they only allow the dragon clan to kill, and not permit the Xinmin sect to slay dragons? The world didn't work that way. Chi Andre C domain. 8,800 years away. Hilton's palm it was called the Spirit Swallowing Gourd, a top-tier first-rank ancestral weapon, an excellent auxiliary weapon. Even a 9th Tribulation Dasha, below the rank of a saint, would be ground down within 3 days by the Gourdzine energy, transforming into a refined spiritual fluid for cultivators' use. Long-term consumption could enhance one's innate talent, making its value comparable to saint weapons, a cornerstone of the true dragon imperial court in Tianlan Sea. One day later. Within an elegant courtyard in the Dawu Dynasty, Fergus's expression grew solemn. The dragon clan indeed lived up to being a top-tier race in Taihao Great Heaven, with formidable strength and abundant resources. Just within the Zhangxing domain alone, the dragon clan had 13 Saint King ancestors seated, most surpassing him as a 2nd Tribulation Saint King. There were also more than 1,000 8th rank and above grand sages. As the king of aquatic races, each dragon imperial court or palace gathered numerous water race beings. Including other powerful water clans, the number of Saint Kings and Grand Sages could easily double or even increase by 70%. This was just one domain in Zhangxing Sea, which is considered average in Taihao Great Heaven, barely making the top 1,000. The terrifying might of the dragon clan is self-evident. Interrupting my plans. One day later. News spread like wildfire across the various sacred lands in the Tianlan Sea. 5 9th Tribulation Saints. What a well-concealed Xianmin sect. No wonder they infiltrated the true dragon netherworld undetected and subdued old Tai'an and his followers. Inside the Blue Phoenix Sacred Court, Firelin Sacred Court, Myriad Buddha Temple, and other 8 major sacred places, the hearts of many grand sages quaked. 5 9th Tribulation Saints were a terrifying force, ranking among the top 30 within 100 nearby seas, and potentially even entering the top 20. Note, Firelin Sacred Court seems to be a proper name, but Lin is not translated. If Firelin should be translated, it would be Fire Kylin Sacred Court. Without further context on how this name should be presented in English, I have left it partially translated as per the user's original text. For consistency and fluency, if Firelin Sacred Court is meant to be fully translated, it should read, inside the Blue Phoenix Sacred Court, Fire Kylin Sacred Court, Myriad Buddha Temple, and other 8 major sacred places, the hearts of many grand sages quaked. 5 9th Tribulation Saints were a terrifying force, ranking among the... Within 10 days, he could break through another tribulation and ascend to the 3rd Tribulation Saint King. 7 days later. Great. 4th rank high-quality holy bone complete. Next, the 3rd Tribulation Saint King. Chapter 259. The 8th Tribulation Sage King. The Tian'an Sea was located over 86,300 light-years away from the Tianlan Sea, stretching across more than 6,000 light-years. Its vastness was several times greater than that of the Tian-Alexan Sea. The abundance of resources here was tens of times richer than that of the Tian-Alexan Sea. This was a powerful sea domain presided over by great sages, not just 1 or 2 but 6 great sages in total, with the strongest among them having transcended the sage realm 5 times, far more powerful even than Hyatt, the great sage. In the northeastern direction of the Tai'an Sea lay a small continent spanning over 300,000 miles. Fergus, dressed in a purple-black robe, stood up, his eyes flickering as an attribute panel quickly formed before him. Current martial arts mastery, Great Origin Dao Scripture, 8th rank Sage Scripture Perfect, can infuse. Spirit Source Retrograde Scripture, 8th rank Sage Scripture Perfect. Vacuum, 8th rank Infinite Law Divine Ability Perfect, can infuse. Nether Illusion, 8th rank Infinite Law Divine Sea came under his control. Although the primordial energy in the Tai'an Sea far surpassed that of the Tianlan Sea, and in total volume, was 10,000 to 100,000 times greater, it couldn't withstand the frenzied extraction by an 8th Tribulation Sage King. After just 3 extractions, the primordial energy in the Tai'an Sea began to hit its bottom line. Another extraction, and the entire Tai'an Sea would enter an era of lawlessness. His limits were flexible, but still existed. If not necessary, he wouldn't drive things to extremes. There were other domains beyond the Zhongxing realm. No need to annihilate all life in one sea. In the next second, swoosh, Fergus's figure vanished from the small continent, traversing over 83,600 light-years to reach the Tianlan Sea in less than the time it took for a cup of tea to cool. This was done without fully exerting himself. Otherwise, it would have taken even less time. 2 years passed, yet little had changed in the Tianlan Sea. No dragon tribe warriors of note had come seeking trouble. Things remained calm. The arrangements he made 2 years ago were quite effective. The Nether Illusion and Retrogression Infinite Law Divine abilities, when used together, could fool most unless an equally adept Sage King in illusion and causality, or someone above the Sage King level intervened. Ordinary great sages and saints couldn't detect anything amiss. But this tranquility won't last long. A divine light flashed in Fergus's eyes as he saw the old Kanglan ancient city hundreds of light-years away. Even though he secretly interfered, preventing the venerables and celestial nobles from entering Kanglan ancient city, it was reaching its limit. Charles was almost fully recovered and would awaken in a month. That was also when the great karma on his body would erupt. I hope this won't involve me. Otherwise. A chilling glint flashed in Fergus's eyes. He wasn't the 9 Tribulation Saint he was 5 years ago. With 8th Tribulation Sage King perfection and numerous 8th rank Infinite Law Divine abilities, as long as it wasn't a Sage Respecter, he feared no one. Even against a 9th Tribulation Sage King, while he couldn't defeat them, surviving wouldn't be too difficult. Within the Zhongxing domain, there was very little left that could instill fear in him. After about 10 breaths of time, Fergus crossed hundreds of light-years and arrived at the Zhongli Sea, stepping onto the Xuanhuan continent in one stride. Over the 2 years, while changes in the Tianlan Sea were minor, the Xuanhuan continent had undergone a massive transformation. It had successfully upgraded to a second-level continent, and was close to becoming a third-level continent. Time passed quickly, and 1 month silently slipped by. In the Blood Sea world of Kanglan Ancient City, inside the blood-colored coffin, the blood-red eyebrows of the sleeping Charles twitched slightly, and his tightly shut eyes cracked open a slit. In the next second, boom, storms erupted in the millions of micro-worlds within Kanglan Ancient City. An eerie blood-colored cloud suddenly appeared in the center and rapidly expanded outward, enveloping the entire Kanglan Ancient City. Ah, everyone, look at the sky. What's happening? Hashtag Chapter 260, Awakening. In the ancient city of Kanglan, within countless small realms, numerous mighty figures looked up at the sky, their expressions drastically changing. In the 15 million years since the ancient city of Kanglan had appeared, no such bizarre phenomenon had ever occurred. Blood-red light covered the sky, resembling an endless sea of blood, as if it sought to devour all life. Many venerables and celestial lords felt their divine spirits shake, sensing a growing unease. It seemed some catastrophic event was about to befall them. On Yunmeng Continent, in the Great Kang Dynasty, at Xuanhuan Manor, boom, a flash of divine, enough to make any holy king covetous, even attempting to seize it. However, Fergus had little interest in such matters. Even the revered Holy Spirit artifacts, which could stir the hearts of even the most venerable saint ancestors, held little appeal to him. These external objects meant little to him. What good were Holy Spirit artifacts when his breakthroughs came so rapidly that it wouldn't be long before they became merely part of the Xiao Grotto heaven or collected dust in a treasure vault? Inside the blood-colored coffin in the ancient city of Kanglan, Roger finally opened his eyes completely. They were a pair of blood-red pupils, like 2 boundless seas of blood. A single glance could snatch away one's divine spirit, condemning them to eternal torment. 23 million years. I have finally awoken again. Alberic, old man, you will pay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold for everything you inflicted upon me. Alberic, old man? Could it be Alberic, the great saint of Tianxiongxi? Fergus pondered. At the peak of his power, Roger had reached the realm of a 9th Tribulation perfect holy sage, just one step away from becoming a great saint by passing the sage-proving tribulation. For him to suffer such grievous injuries, it was likely done by a great saint. And indeed, there was such a great saint in the memories of Hyatt and the others. He controlled Tianxiongxi and was a great to leave the ancient city of Kanglan. However, without completing the passage trials, even 9th Tribulation celestial lords couldn't leave. All their efforts were futile. Ah, look, what is that? Suddenly, shouts of alarm rang out from the various small realms. Every powerful figure looked up at the sky in horror, seeing a large pale face emerge within the blood clouds. It was as big as a realm, emitting an extremely malevolent aura that swept across the ancient city of Kanglan. Instantly, all the strong figures, including celestial lord ancestors, felt as if they had fallen into a frozen abyss, the terrifying cold seeming to thoroughly ice over their divine spirits. A sage, but not even a 1st or 2nd Tribulation sage. Roar. With a beast roar, the large face opened its huge mouth, transforming into a blood-red black hole. An overwhelming suction force erupted, enveloping the entire realm. All the strong figures within, including those celestial lord ancestors, transformed into streams of light, heading towards the enormous mouth. No. Stop. Spare us, please spare us. No. I haven't yet become a sage. I refuse to accept this. Save me. Who can save me? I don't want to die. This old man of Kanglan is indeed ruthless. Truly, compared to these old fellows, I am far too compassionate. Inside Yunnan Manor, Fergus sighed softly. Nearly 6 years had passed, and the cultivators who entered the ancient city of Kanglan had already exceeded 1 billion. Even though casualties had been high over the years, several hundred million remained, each at least a true person, far superior to ordinary mortals. Yet, despite his reflection, Fergus had no intention of rescuing anyone, watching as Roger devoured them. They were not his kin. He had no obligation to them. Each adult must take responsibility for their choices. If they dared to enter the ancient city of Kanglan, they should have been prepared for this outcome. Half a teacup later, all living beings in the millions of small realms were completely devoured by Roger, leaving not a single true person behind. Strange, that continent. Translator's note. Some place names and character names were directly transliterated using pinyin as instructed. Chapter 261. Isn't Andreeving well enough? Above the ancient Kanglan city, Hyder gazed at the Yunmeng continent, which lay several billion miles away across the ocean. A flash of surprise crossed his blood-red eyes. This mere third-grade continent should have only a few sovereigns as its guardians, but this particular third-grade continent was comparable to some fifth-grade continents, and perhaps even better. Not only were there countless emperors and sovereign powerful lineage, the Golden Winged Great Peng clan was among the top-tier powers in the entire Tai'an great universe, ranking among the top 100 out of tens of thousands of clans. Their clan even had divine realm experts beyond the Saint Realm, far surpassing his current capabilities. A few breaths later, the Xiuxian sect, a human holy land with 5 ninth tribulation immortals. I didn't expect such a colossal force to emerge in the Tianlan Ocean. With Fergus not deliberately obstructing him, Hyder easily gathered some information on the Xiuxian sect. Though he hadn't grasped the law of cause and effect, inspecting the causal threads of lesser beings up to Roberto was no challenge. Moreover, he could directly search souls using his divine sense. No wonder this tiny third-grade continent has so many sovereigns and Robertos. It was clear that they aligned with the Xiuxian sect, whose 5 ninth tribulation immortals would make it one of the top-ranking holy lands, not just within their relatively small Tianlan Ocean, spanning merely 1,000 light-years, but even within larger oceans over 5,000 light-years wide. Unfortunately, these forces are bound to end up empty-handed. Top-tier immortal legacies weren't so easy to be swayed by them. As for Fergus, a disciple of the Xiuxian sect who had been there for less than a decade, what weight did he carry in the Xiuxian sect? Moreover, the Xiuxian sect was no longer on Yunmeng continent, likely having abandoned Fergus. He detected no traces of a mortal aura here. Now, perhaps something unexpected happened. Some of the sovereigns and Robertos felt more uneasy, knowing many of their disciples had entered ancient Kanglan city. Just then, ancient Kanglan city appeared above Yunmeng continent after crossing several billion miles of ocean. In the next instant, boom! Infinite blood mist surged out from ancient Kanglan city, spreading over Yunmeng continent. Not good, this blood mist. Their faces turned pale with dread. An ominous feeling enveloped them, foretelling imminent doom. Yet soon, they regained their composure, viewing the situation with a mocking gaze. Yunmeng continent was the Xiuxian sect's territory. Daring to wreak havoc here was akin to courting death. Not only had the Hyder already perished, but if he returned and dared to target Yunmeng continent, he would suffer dearly. As if validating their thoughts, a distant voice echoed from West Xian province of the Great Kang Dynasty. Kanglan, isn't living well enough for you? Why must you provoke our Xiuxian sect? What? Hyder didn't die? The surrounding experts' expressions changed, filled with unease. If Hyder hadn't fallen, why had he repeatedly dispensed opportunities? They doubted he was so benevolent. Just the strange blood mist indicated sinister intent. Their relatives and disciples inside ancient Kanglan city were likely in grave danger. Inside ancient Kanglan city, this voice, could it be? Hyder paled in shock. No, how could it be? With my supreme treasure, even a third-stage Grand Saint couldn't escape my perception. Unless he's a fourth? End of chapter. Chapter 262. Desperate counterattack. Recalling the voice that immediately exposed his identity, Wilbur's heart sank to its lowest point. Kanglan ancient city, carefully crafted by him, had already surpassed the first-class sacred armament category and was just a step away from being a ninth-class great sacred armament. Even a 9 tribulation saint beneath the rank of great sage would find it extremely difficult to see through Kanglan ancient city, let alone discover his whereabouts. The person speaking is very likely a great sage, probably even a 4th tribulation great sage. Swallow. Wilbur swallowed hard, filled with immense regret. If he had known, no matter what, he shouldn't have taken the shortcut and targeted the 9 spirits continent for convenience. Within Tianlan Sea region, it's not like only the 9 spirits continent has celestials and venerable lords. There are still other sea region forces available if things don't work out. Fellow Taoist, this is all a misunderstanding. I merely happened to pass by this precious place and had no intention of offending your prestigious sect, said Wilbur apologetically as Kanglan ancient city transformed into a streak of light. Saint erupted from him, sweeping in all directions. This aura is not much weaker than a fully accomplished 3rd tribulation great sage. Indeed, my guess was right. This Wilbur possesses a great treasure. At Jinan Hiltanshan, Fergus's eyes gleamed as he saw through the layers of formations on Kanglan ancient city and focused on Wilbur. Cultivation is fundamental for a cultivator. Without sufficient cultivation, even the highest grade treasures can hardly display their true potential. The gap between a 3rd tribulation great sage and a 9 tribulation saint is massive, 3 major ranks difference. It cannot be compensated by a little power of a sacred armament. At least it should be a celestial sacred armament. The next second, boom. The sky shook as a vast celestial hand tore through space, suppressing towards the floating Kanglan ancient city in the air. Leave some room for future encounters? Fergus didn't believe in that set of rules. He knew only that mercy toward enemies is cruelty to oneself. If not for striking, fine. Since the action has been taken, he wouldn't spare them, aiming to exterminate them utterly. Failure to uproot evil leaves it free to grow back. He didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. Now, he was far from invincible in this how great world. How can this power? Wilbur was terrified. The mere oppressive aura from the giant celestial hand tightly suppressed his power, rendering his entire magical energy motionless like stagnant water. Enhanced by his supreme treasure, he was comparable to a third tribulation great sage. Even fifth or sixth tribulation great sages wouldn't make him feel this powerless. A seventh tribulation great sage. That mystic sect great sage must be at least a seventh tribulation great sage. Damn, why such a powerful figure would appear in their small Tianlan Sea? Even in those large seas spanning more than 10,000 light years, a seventh tribulation great sage stands among the top-ranking powerhouses, coincidentally appearing in this Zhongli Sea, and precisely during this time. Could it be that this mystic sect great sage came specifically for him? Suddenly, Wilbur's mind sparkled, a thought quickly taking root in his brain. Otherwise, where would there be so many coincidences? Besides the supreme treasure he possessed, what else in their Tianlan Sea could attract a seventh tribulation great sage? What a mystic sect. Who would have thought they could deduce to such an extent? Since you don't give me a way out, you won't get off easy either. Wilbur clenched his teeth, eyes filled with madness, like a wild beast cornered into a desperate situation. An innocent person has no guilt, but one who possesses a treasure does. Since the mystic sect was after that supreme treasure, he wouldn't be allowed to live. The next moment, a bang sounded, as though something inside Wilbur shattered. Instantly, divine light emanated from his body, a green radiance rising from him. A foot-long jade gui covered with countless ancient runes resembling the symbols of Tao, explaining profound truths. One glance made even a sage enlightened. An ancient, majestic aura spread out from him, radiating throughout heaven and earth. In an instant, all living beings on the Nine Spirits continent and within the Zhongli Sea, except Fergus and his spiritual illusions, prostrated on the ground, worshipping Kanglan ancient city as if venerating holy figures. So, this is the supreme treasure Wilbur possesses? Fergus's gaze sharpened, feeling a sense of unease from this green jade gui. Its immense power, once fully unleashed, would not be easy to withstand even with his current cultivation. This is definitely not a high-level celestial sacred armament. It's a spirit armament, perhaps even a ninth-class spirit armament. At least I prepared early, restricting the surrounding space. Otherwise, I'd be in serious trouble. A spirit armament, even the lowest level one, could make saints covetous and drive 9 tribulation kings insane. Once news of a spirit armament appearing in their Tianlan Sea leaked, the entire blue star dome completely would not be an easy feat. One misstep could see Arnie's saints paying a heavy price. Yet, what they witnessed defied all expectations. One move, and both Gale and the first-rank holy armament, ancient city of Kanglan, were mercilessly suppressed. This thoroughly challenged their perception. Empire Dakong, Xiuxian Province, Xuanling Mountain, Shangqing Monastery. Swoosh. Tai'an waved his right hand, and a divine light flashed in his palm, transforming into a miniature city the size of a palm, the ancient city of Kanglan. Let me see what treasure you possess. In the next moment, Tai'an's spiritual awareness spread over Gale's entire body, forcibly tearing through his spirit core wall to search for his soul memories. Instantly, Kanglan's long life flashed before Tai'an's consciousness like fleeting reflections. It's real. I'm not dreaming. Gale was indeed subdued by the Arn saint with one move. Sigh. We've all underestimated Arn. They're not merely a saint lineage but a legendary great sage lineage. At this point, the numerous heavenly reverends and venerable lords of the Nine Spirits continent finally snapped back to reality, their spiritual senses exchanging shockwaves of recognition. Whoever had just acted was undoubtedly not a ninth tribulation saint, but the legendary great sage, possessing such immense power to subdue Kanglan with a single move. Soon, their hearts grew restless again, filled with fervor as they looked towards Xiuxian province. This was a legacy of the great sage, a powerhouse among the myriad light-year seas surrounding it, unmatched even across the entire Zhongxing domain. Aligning with Arn would mean protection from any adverse intentions by the great sanctuaries, who would think twice about facing Arnie's wrath. These young ones are truly useless. Having been inside Governor Darrell's mansion for so long, there's still no progress. Tempting a man, is it that difficult? And Governor Darrell too, isn't he supposed to revel in debauchery? Yet now he remains so chaste, with so many beauties unable to advance any further. Is the rumor incorrect? Or does this Lord Forest prefer experienced courtesans? Should we try finding some renowned courtesans to test this? Empire Dakong, Nanshuan Province, Governor Darrell's mansion. My suspicions were correct. That old Percy mentioned by Gale is indeed the great sage of the skybound Pong clan. 23 million years ago, Kanglan was grievously injured by the then Second Tribulation great sage, Percy, almost losing both body and spirit. Only with the aid of the Azure Twilight Jade did he manage to escape with a remnant soul. After nearly 8 million years of covert recovery, he regained some strength and lured countless strong warriors into the Azure Twilight Jade that shielded its resonance. Percy would have found him much sooner. Just moments ago, that god rune was shattered, and now, Percy has likely detected the Jade's presence. My cultivation level is still insufficient. Forrest sighed deeply. Although Tai'an had sealed off the area, confining the Jade's aura within the ancient city of Kanglan, he couldn't sever the connection between the Jade and the Pearl. It might take achieving Saint Reverend, or even half-god status to cut off that link. Percy certainly wouldn't give him that time, and would soon follow the resonance to confront him. What should I do? Abandon the Azure Twilight Jade? Holding the Jade, Forrest hesitated. While Percy wasn't formidable, even as a ninth tribulation great sage, the revelation of the Jade's existence could attract terrifying entities. Holy spirit armaments could drive major powers in the Xiuxian domain to madness. The discovery of a semi-artifact above it could bring unimaginable dangers. Hashtag Chapter 264, Diverting Disaster Eastward. The Azure Mist Tablet was a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. However, if Fergus were to truly abandon the Azure Mist Tablet, he couldn't help but hesitate. Opportunities and treasures weren't what he valued most. No matter how great an opportunity or treasure, it couldn't compare to his golden finger. If it were another treasure, even a true half-artifact, thoroughly advanced to divine bones, possibly even first-rank divine bones. A mere ninth tribulation saint, unable to unleash even a fraction of the Azure Mist Tablet's power, had achieved such terrifying improvements. So, what would happen if Fergus, an 8th Tribulation Sage King, were to harness the Azure Mist Tablet? It could save him immense amounts of lifespan. After much deliberation, greed finally won out in his heart. Moreover, involving a half-artifact meant the Grand Sage Xiuxian wouldn't risk revealing it to anyone else. For such treasures, family feuds and fratricides were common in the cultivation world. If news of this treasure leaked, the first to take action would be the Grand Sages and Sage Kings of the Heavenly Sky Great Kang clan. This time, only the Grand Sage Xiuxian would come. If he could subdue him, even if news of the Azure Mist Tablet leaked, without the guidance of the Azure Mist Divine Pearl, finding Fergus in the vast ocean would be no easy feat. The next second, Xinzhou Continent, Xianandring Mountain, Xiangqing Temple. Howard took a step, exiting Yunmeng Continent, then vanished into thin air after a few flashes. Tai'an Ocean wasn't where one should settle accounts with Grand Sage Xiuxian. Jinpan Domain, neighboring the Xian Star Domain, spanned a vast territory larger than Xian Star Domain. It was considered a medium-sized domain among the 3,000 large domains of Taihao Heaven and Earth. The information began spreading to surrounding seas like the Meteor Ocean. Braidingwang Sage Court, Braidingwang Cave Heaven. What a formidable mystic gate. I thought I understood their capabilities, but it turns out I've barely scratched the surface. Even the xuanhuan Sage Emperor couldn't stand against the mystic gate. There must be a grand sage within them. Holding the communication jade slip, Braiding Maxwell, Sage Emperor, felt bitter and helpless. 5 Ninth Tribulation Saints already oppressed the various sacred lands so heavily that they couldn't breathe. They never expected the mystic gate to have hidden reserves. A grand sage ancestor, if only thinking about it made her feel hopeless. Before a grand sage, she, a 6th Tribulation Saint, was like an ant, easily crushed with a flick of a finger. I wonder what secrets our Tianlan Ocean harbors to attract such a colossal entity's attention. It seems it's time to contact the elders back home. There had to be some treasure attracting the mystic gate's attention. It was impossible for such a powerful legacy to appear in Tianlan Ocean without reason. Almost simultaneously, sacred lands like Kaidenolin Sage Court and 10,000 Buddha Temple contacted their respective backers. With the mystic gate sending a grand sage and multiple 9th Tribulation Saints, the secret hidden in Tianlan Ocean had to be substantial. At the Chapter 264, Diverting Calamity. The Braiding Mingue was like a time bomb, unpredictable and prone to explode at any moment. Yet, Fergus hesitated when he considered abandoning it. Opportunities and treasures weren't of great importance to him. Even the greatest treasure paled in comparison to his golden thumb. If it were any other artifact, even a complete half-artifact, Fergus wouldn't hesitate to discard this hot potato. Compared to the potential risks, the benefits of a half-artifact were negligible. But the Braiding Mingue was different. It wasn't an offensive or defensive half-artifact, but rather an auxiliary one. Its enhancement of a cultivator's combat power was minimal. Otherwise, as a prestigious half-artifact, it wouldn't have only slightly boosted the Kanglan Holy Sovereign's strength, despite the latter's limitations in cultivation. At minimum, it should have increased his combat power to that of a 6th or 7th Tribulation Grand Sage. A half-artifact remained a half-artifact, even if divided into 2 parts. Its grade still far surpassed that of a first-grade Sacred Spirit armament. Its true value lay in enhancing innate talent and zhuzhe qualities. It didn't just benefit sacred bones, but also significantly aided higher-ranking divine bones. Take the Kanglan Holy Sovereign, who previously had only a 9th-rank Imperial bone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been trapped at the 9th Tribulation for over 1,000,000 years. Finding his location in this vast sea wouldn't be easy. In the next second, Xiuxian Province, Xianling Mountain, Xiangqing Temple. Howard took a step out of Yunmeng Continent and vanished into the void after a few flashes. Tianlan Sea wasn't where the Qianquang Great Holy would be dealt with. Jinpang Major Domain bordered the Xiangqing Major Domain, spanning a territory larger than Xiangqing and ranked around 1,500th among the 3,000 major domains within Taihao's universe. Braidingia Sea was one of the 8,000 seas in the southeastern part of Jinpang Major Domain, a vast sea exceeding 10,000 light-years in diameter, ruled by the Azure Dragon clan. It served as the ancestral home of the Azure Dragon lineage in the Jinpang Sea, comparable in power to the Skypong clan, with multiple holy kings serving as patriarchs. Above a desolate island in the southwestern part of Braidingia Sea. With a pu-chu sound, space cracked open, forming a spatial rift large enough for a person. Stepping out from it, Howard, clad in a Kirin armor with 3 eyes, exuded an awe-inspiring presence. He was the 4th-generation disciple of the Mystic Gate, the 9 Heavens Thunder God Puhua Roberto, Howard. About here will do. This location was over 2 million light-years away from Tianlan Sea. Even if news of the Braiding Mingue spread, there must be a treasure attracting their interest. Almost simultaneously, the Firelin Holy Court, 10,000 Buddha Temple, and other sanctuaries contacted their backing forces. If the Mystic Gate deployed great sage patriarchs and numerous 9th Tribulation holy sages, whatever secret Tianlan Sea held couldn't be trivial. It might be as significant as a great sage armament. They couldn't let the Mystic Gate monopolize it. Weaker sanctuaries with little background, like Zhenji True Sanctuary, chose to curry favor with the Mystic Gate. Unable to fight, they opted for alliance. For a time, the Xiangnan mansion was bustling once more. Countless beautiful women, including some genuine disciples from sanctuaries, were sent to the Xiangnan mansion. Fergus never refused such offerings. Who could turn down such excellent free delicacies? Even if the differences in constitution made practical encounters difficult, having them around to admire was beneficial. Moreover, the resources brought by these powerful factions sufficed to support these beauties for centuries or longer. A month and a half later, at the edge of Bradingia Sea, space distorted and cracked, forming a spatial portal. A figure stepped out. Appearing to be in his 30s, clad in golden robes, he had striking features, a prominent nose, and an arrogant gaze, as if nothing could meet his standards. So you fled to the Jinpeng major domain, young Xiuxian. Not bad. It was sufficient for a quantitative change to bring about a qualitative transformation. The old demon Zechariah's innate talent might even surpass his own, reaching the 8th or 9th rank Saint Bone. Such a possibility could not be ruled out. If not for the fact that demonic races required far more time to grow compared to human races, coupled with the limited availability of resources suited for sage kings in the Xiuxian domain, a relatively ordinary domain. In the scarcity of upper-grade Saint Stone veins, Zechariah's cultivation would certainly not be so modest. It was even possible for him to surpass Fergus's 8th Tribulation Sage King stage. Saint Stones, like Origin Stones, contained more refined and potent heavenly essence force. Even the lowest grade inferior grade Saint Stone was equivalent to 1,000,000 high-grade Origin Stones, or 1 billion inferior grade Origin Stones. They were the common currency among Sage Realm experts, and the most fundamental resource for cultivation at the Sage Realm. Similar to Origin Stones, Saint Stones were divided into 4 grades: Apex, Superior, Intermediate, and Inferior, corresponding to the Saint Sovereign, Sage King, Great Sage, and Sage stages, respectively. Even the number of upper-grade Saint Stones was scarce, indicating the arduous cultivation journey for Sage Kings within the Xiuxian domain. Most Sage Kings could only accumulate cultivation over time, bit by bit. The 4 essentials for cultivators, wealth, companions, techniques, and location, were crucial. Innate talent determined in a majestic wave. To play the role convincingly, he had to make the Azure Cliff Ocean's Green Dragon Clan take the blame for him. Naturally, it would require a strong Green Dragon Clan member to subdue the Zechariah Sage King. Having consumed a considerable amount of Green Dragon blood, paired with the 8th rank and limitless law technique, Phantom, it would be almost impossible for anyone below the Sage Sovereign level to see through his transformation. Now, I just need to wait for that old man Zechariah to show up. In the Azure Cliff Ocean, 3,000 light-years away from the nameless desolate island, the Zechariah Sage King deliberately controlled his speed, suppressing himself to the 6th Tribulation Great Sage stage as he gradually approached the nameless desolate island. 15 minutes later, the Zechariah Sage King was less than 1,000 light-years away from the nameless desolate island. The Zechariah Sage King furrowed his brows, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes. He was nearly within reach, yet that young goss remained in place without fleeing. There must be something strange. Could it be that this young goss has the confidence to defeat me? I will see what this young goss relies on. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, the Zechariah Sage King did not slow down and continued toward the nameless desolate island. He was determined to obtain the Azure Void Gui. After 23 million years, he finally sensed the presence of the Azure Void Gui. He wanted to seize the Azure Void Gui, but the other party was targeting the Azure Void Divine Pearl on his body. A Dragon Clan Great Sage wasn't much trouble. He could suppress and kill him with a wave of his hand. However, this was the Azure Cliff Ocean, the ancestral territory of the Green Dragon Clan of the Jinxiang domain. For this young Dragon Clan member to speak such words, there must be a Green Dragon Clan Sage King hiding nearby, possibly even a Sage King. In the blink of an eye, the Zechariah Sage King no longer held back his terrifying 3rd Tribulation Sage King spirit awareness and thoroughly searched the surrounding void. Strange, apart from this young Dragon Clan member, there are no other Green Dragon Clan members within dozens of light years. Could it be that the hidden Green Dragon Clan expert is far stronger than me? Perhaps even a 6th or 7th Tribulation Sage King. Chapter 266, Suppressing Ace. Drip. Sweat, like peas, rolled down from Ace's forehead. An indescribable panic rose swiftly in his heart. As a 6th Tribulation Saint King, he could barely have a sliver of hope to escape when facing an all-out attack with taboo abilities. But if it were a 7th Tribulation Saint King, today would undoubtedly be a situation where death was almost certain. The Azure, old man Alberic, you've come all the way to my Azure Cliff Sea, why the rush to leave? Before the words faded, a lofty dragon roar echoed through heaven and earth, shaking Ace's primordial spirit nearly to collapse. Not good. Ace's face changed, cutting off the last trace of hope in his heart. A single dragon roar had almost caused him to break down. This was not the power of a 5th Tribulation Saint King at all. At this moment, boom, the void shook as a green dragon claw crossed light years of space, appearing above Ace. It was so enormous, covering countless miles, seemingly encompassing the entire universe beneath its grasp. With this strike, Fernand did not hold back at all. The terrifying force of an 8th Tribulation Perfect Saint King erupted entirely, aiming to capture Ace with one blow. In the Azure Cliff Sea, within the Azure Dragon Holy Court and Azure Dragon Grotto Heaven, these auras belong to our clan's Saint Kings. What is happening? One by one, great saints and Saint Kings awakened from their deep slumber. Instantly, dragon roars resonated through the Grotto Heaven, and Azure Dragons broke through water, quickly leaving the Azure Dragon Grotto Heaven. Damn, he is actually, under the shadow-casting dragon claw, Ace's face turned ashen, almost losing his soul. He thought he had overestimated the— We cannot stay here long. Fernand's figure moved, shattering space as he disappeared from the unnamed desolate island. Such a commotion would inevitably attract the attention of the Elder Saint Kings of the Azure Dragon Holy Court. They would likely arrive soon. He had no intention of meeting them, not even 10 breaths after Fernand left. Boom. Terrifying dragon auras spread from the eastern void, sweeping all directions. In the next second, 5 10,000-meter-long Azure Dragons descended from the sky, landing near the fractured space. They flashed with blue light and transformed into human form, each exuding overwhelming auras far surpassing ninth tribulation great saints, especially the one in the middle, whose power exceeded Ace's by hundreds or thousands of times. These 5 were the 5 great elder saint kings of the Azure Cliff Sea's Azure Dragon Holy Court. The strongest one in the middle was Ellison, the first-generation Supreme Lord of the Azure Dragon Holy Court and the bloodline origin of all Azure Dragons in the Azure Cliff Sea, a 6th tribulation saint king who had passed 6 tribulations. Such terrifying aura, which elder from our clan has arrived at our Azure Cliff Sea. Feeling the lingering aura, Ellison took a deep breath. Just this residue made him feel uneasy. The same clan elder's cultivation court, daring to scheme against me, you won't have it easy either. Ancestor, I have important news to report. Chapter 267, 9th rank Sacred Bone. 9 Spirits Continent, the Southern Pacification Prince's Manor. Indeed, the vast Firmament clan is worthy of being one of the top clans in our Dark Star domain. Their profound strength and resources are indeed formidable. Fergus put down the white jade cup in his hand, a more serious expression appearing on his face. By now, it had been a considerable time since Howard captured that vast Firmament Holy King. Howard had successfully soul-searched this vast Firmament Holy King, retrieving all of its lifetime memories. To him, the entire vast Firmament Skypong clan now held almost no secrets. The vast Firmament Skypongs were far more terrifying than they appeared. Officially, there were 7 Holy Kings within the vast Firmament Skypong clan, with the strongest being the first vast Firmament Skypong of their Dark Star domain. This ancestor, also the bloodline source for all vast Firmament Skypongs in the Dark Star domain, was an 8th Tribulation Holy King who had crossed 8 Holy King tribulations. However, in reality, there were a total of 11 Holy Kings within the vast Firmament Skypong clan. Not counting the 6th Holy King, Jean, had successfully crossed the 9th Holy King tribulation, advancing to the realm of 9th Tribulation Holy King as early as 8 million years ago. Moreover, the vast Firmament Skypongs maintained path to arrive in the Golden Rock domain. With the 8th rank Boundless Law Power, Ethereal Illusion, his Andering Su Phantom could now leave up to 5 million light-years away from Fergus himself. This meant that if an Andering Su Phantom appeared 5 million light-years away, he could instantly traverse that distance with a single thought. It was incredibly terrifying. Even a 9th Tribulation Holy Reverend might not have divine sense covering a 5 million light-year radius. He did not choose to confront the vast Firmament Great Sage directly, but instructed Howard to obtain the vast Firmament Great Sage's full body of holy blood. He also did not bring it into the Purple Cloud Grotto Heaven. Although after devouring and merging numerous sacred weapons from great sages like Hyatt, the Purple Cloud Grotto Heaven successfully ascended to an 8th level Grotto Heaven, entering the ranks of 8th rank sacred weapons. For a top-tier clan like the vast Firmament Skypong, it still fell short. There was a chance they had some means to lock onto the vast Firmament Holy King inside the Purple Cloud Grotto Heaven. To ensure safety, it was best left in the Golden Rock domain under Howard's personal supervision. Swoosh. Soon, Fergus vanished from the Golden Rock domain, taking with him the vast Firmament Holy King's entire body of holy blood, the Xiuxian Profound Tablet, the Xiuxian Profound Pearl, and all other possessions of the vast. With a light shout, Fergus's body expanded like an inflated balloon, swiftly turning into a 10,000 zhang giant. Waving his huge hand, an immense ocean of blood appeared before Fergus. It was the vast Firmament Holy King's entire holy blood. Roar. Opening his vast mouth, 100 zhang wide river of blood rose from the sea of blood, crossing the void and continuously pouring into Fergus's mouth. His innate talent and potential visibly improved rapidly. One day later, boom. Fergus opened his tightly closed eyes and glanced in the direction of the Golden Rock domain. Excellent. A Holy King is truly a Holy King, fundamentally different from great sages. In just one day, this vast Firmament Holy King had cultivated nearly 3 trillion low-level demon soldiers, far surpassing the total of all his other demonic and fiendish cultivation grounds combined, increasing his lifespan accumulation speed twofold. The next second, Fergus closed his eyes again, continuing to consume and refine the vast Firmament Holy King's holy blood. With Howard guarding them, there was no need to rush harvesting the demon soldiers. Time flew by, a month passed. Boom. Brilliant divine light surged into the sky, breaking through the 8,000 zhang barrier in just a few breaths, racing towards the 9,000 zhang mark. After a month of seclusion, Fergus finally fully refined the vast Firmament Holy King's entire holy blood. Excellent. 9,296 zhang divine light. 9th rank sacred bone achieved. All preparations are ready. Today is the day for this honorable to break through to Holy Reverend. Chapter 268. Ascending to Sacred Veneration. The xuanhuan Sea was a vast ocean within the vast domain of Changxing, with a diameter exceeding 10,000 light-years. It was over 829,300 light-years away from the Tianlan Sea. In the eastern part of the xuanhuan Sea, above a small island less than 10,000 miles in diameter, a ripple in space and Fergus, dressed in a purple true dragon robe, appeared out of nowhere. Right here will do. The xuanhuan Sea barely qualified as a large sea within the countless seas of Changxing domain and could just squeeze into the top 300. The strongest openly acknowledged were several 9th Tribulation great saints. Even if there were hidden individuals like a few 1st or 2nd Tribulation Holy Kings, that would be their limit. With a pu-chi sound, space twisted and formed an anomalous dimension more than 100 miles wide. Start infusing the Supreme Primordial Dao Cannon. You continued cultivating the Supreme Primordial Dao Cannon and after 13 million years successfully passed the 9th Primordial Andrangsu Holy King Tribulation, entering the first stage of the Great Saint's Shudder. They resembled supreme predators awakening from slumber. Powerful divine senses swept across the xuanhuan Sea, carefully searching every area. As expected, nothing is more abundant in this world than old sneaks. Fergus's expression turned grave. None of those divine senses were below 9th Tribulation great saints, with even more than one hand count being Holy Kings. The strongest Holy King rivaled West without using the braiding divine pearl. However, Fergus quickly closed his eyes, ignoring them. These pests, at most third tribulation holy kings, were still far too weak to discover him. They were millions of years too early for that. Yu continued cultivating the supreme primordial Dao Cannon, reaching minor completion in 8 million years. 18 million years, major completion of the 9th stage. 30 million years, perfection of the 9th stage. Yu continued comprehending the supreme primordial Dao Cannon, achieving significant progress in the primal Dao Law after 3.2 million years, successfully creating the first rank Saint Law, the first level of the supreme origin Dao Saint Law. About time for a new place. Despite 4 consecutive breakthroughs extracting less than a third of the xuanhuan Sea's elemental power, a large sea like the xuanhuan Sea was not only larger in area but also had a qualitative improvement in its elemental power, rapidly drawing elemental power from the Ruiguang Sea. In a mere quarter hour, the entire Ruiguang Sea's elemental power dropped by nearly 1 layer. Fergus frowned, realizing he might have overestimated this sea. At this rate, by the time he completely broke through, the Ruiguang Sea would lose 7 to 8 layers of its elemental power, undermining its foundation and taking tens of millions of years to recover. However, Fergus didn't stop his breakthrough. Instead, he expanded his extraction range to include neighboring seas, drawing elemental power from them to offset the losses in the Ruiguang Sea. As for how much elemental power remained in the Ruiguang Sea, that would depend on the fortune of its inhabitants. If it ultimately suffered fundamental damage, they could only blame their misfortune. In a high martial world, it was paradise for the strong and hell for the weak, cruel yet unchanging. More than an hour later, the elemental power in the Ruiguang Sea finally stopped dropping. Its luck wasn't too bad, having shared the burden with surrounding seas, resulting in only a 5 to 6 layer loss. Though injured at its core, it wasn't too severe. With several 100,000 years of recovery, it could heal. At this point, Fergus's cultivation stabilized at the introductory level of a first tribulation sacred veneration. Great! Finally achieved the final 9 spirit continent. Advancing to Sage Respecter was just the beginning. His 9th rank low-tier holy bones were enough to boost him to the 7th tribulation Sage Respecter. Before long, the entire Jadehorn Sea, much like the xuanhuan Sea and the Dawn Sea, boiled with activity. Terrifying divine senses, causing even 9th tribulation great sages to tremble, swept through the area. The strongest among these divine senses were far more powerful than even the 3rd tribulation sage King Alberic. Unfortunately, all efforts were futile. Fergus remained cautious as ever, never forgetting to infuse his causal technique before breaking through. Under the first rank Andremitless Law Major Technique, Primordial Source, even sage respecters who hadn't mastered the Andremitless Law Major Technique of cause and effect found it nearly impossible to detect him, let alone these ants whose highest cultivation was merely 4th tribulation sage kings. Time passed swiftly, and 7 days went by. In the Greater Kang Dynasty's Southgard mansion, within the 9 spirit continent, space rippled slightly as Fergus returned to the mansion unnoticed. During these 7 days, Fergus had successively broken through 6 tribulations, reaching the pinnacle of 7th tribulation sage respecter. His 3 major techniques had also been infused to the 7th rank Andremitless Law Major Technique, giving his overall strength another qualitative leap. At this point, he was undeniably a top-tier powerhouse in medium to low domains like the Azure Star macro domain. Even in upper-rank domains further down the list, he could claim supremacy across hundreds or thousands of seas. Unless faced with a deity realm oppressor, no one within the sage realm could truly threaten him. Even against the 9th tribulation sage respecter, he had considerable confidence in protecting himself. At this moment, the urgency brought about by the half-artifact Great Yunmeng Divine Tablet had significantly diminished. Even if news of him possessing it leaked out, he had full confidence in handling whatever came his way. Having searched the memories of Alberic's primordial spirit, Fergus gained a deeper understanding of the Grand Heaven Tai'an. Surrounding the Azure Star macro domain were mostly mid to low rank macro domains similar to it, where sage respecters were virtually the strongest beings, and demigods were near legendary figures. At least, in Alberic's nearly 40 million year life, he had never heard of any demigods in the surrounding regions, nor had he heard of any sage realms governed by 3rd tribulation sage kings. These past few days, I wonder how the Skyvault Heavenly Pong clan is faring against the Green Ridge Sea's Azure Dragon Saint Court? Long before he entered seclusion to refine Alberic's holy blood, the Skyvault Heavenly Pong clan's experts had launched an assault on the Green Ridge Sea. On this occasion, not only did the ancestor act personally, but more than half of the other 10 elder sage kings also participated, along with nearly 100 great sages. It was almost a full-scale mobilization aimed at eradicating the Azure Dragon Saint Court and avenging Alberic. However, the Azure Dragon Saint Court had prepared well in advance, inviting the Golden Origin Sea's True Dragon Saint Court for assistance. As a result, the Skyvault Heavenly Pong clan didn't gain any advantage and suffered some minor setbacks, losing several great sages. The Golden Origin Sea's True Dragon Saint Court, being the leading dragon clan court in the Goldpan macro domain, possessed strength that rivaled and even surpassed the Skyvault Heavenly Pong clan. Within the court, there were multiple 9th tribulation sage kings, exceeding 40 in total. The second-tier great sages numbered close to 300, making the Skyvault Heavenly Pong clan's alliance of 23 sage kings and nearly 200 great sages seem insignificant. 3 days ago, during a battle, the Skyvault Heavenly Pong clan and its allies were utterly routed, suffering nearly half losses among the great sages, with 8 sage kings falling. Adding insult to injury, while the Skyvault Heavenly Pong clan fought the dragons of the Goldpan macro domain, the Azure Star macro domain's various dragon courts also struck. Led by several dozen sage kings, they dismantled the strongholds of the Skyvault Heavenly Pong clan and their allied sage kingdoms. Now, the Skyvault Heavenly Pong clan and its allies resembled stray dogs, relentlessly pursued by 2 domains dragon clans and their aquatic vassals. Pity those sage kings and great sages. A trace of regret flashed across Fergus's eyes. If he could have secretly rescued them before their downfall, it would have dramatically increased his longevity accumulation rate. Among the 8 fallen sage kings, half had higher cultivation than Alberic, with the strongest being a 6th tribulation sage king who had undergone 6 sage king tribulations. Alas, even Howard, having reached the 4th Tribulation Sage Respecter realm, couldn't confidently save the Sage Kings and Great Sages without alerting other powerful beings. In a hidden small heavenly grotto within the Azure Star macro domain. Cough, cough, cough. The Digby, pale-faced and devoid of color, coughed up blood repeatedly. 3 days ago, facing the encirclement of 2 Ninth Tribulation Sage Kings, though he managed to break out successfully, he paid a heavy price, including the loss of nearly half his primordial spirit. His already slim chances of reaching Sage Respecter were now a mere dream. Dragon Clan. This final step is like an insurmountable chasm, preventing any progress. The sacred venerable tribulation is no laughing matter. Without a sacred spirit weapon for protection and less than 7th rank sacred bones, anyone who dares to trigger the tribulation would face almost certain death. Throughout history, only one out of dozens of 9th Tribulation Saint Kings has managed to successfully transcend the sacred venerable tribulation. A stroke of luck indeed. Turns out it's all for the demi-artifact, Great Yunmeng Divine Slate. No wonder Lao Tim went berserk, fighting those serpentine creatures. At this moment, everything becomes clear. Protecting a great ancestor for the clan wasn't enough to drive Lao Tim to such madness, but the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate changes things. Legend has it that this artifact, from the primordial era, belonged to the Great Yunmeng god, whose ascension to the divine realm was largely attributed to this slate's assistance. Although only a demi-artifact, its true value rivals, or even surpasses that of genuine artifacts. It can enhance innate talent and qualifications, making it a cornerstone for any divine-level force. No matter what, we cannot let the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate fall into the hands of those serpent-like beings, or else our Phoenix clan will be in grave danger. If those serpent-like beings were to use the power of the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate to Tupua to the Venerable Realm, SC, one of the top 10 seas in the Xiuxian Major Realm, home to the first Buddhist sanctuary of the Andrili Buddha sect, Andrili Pure Land, Andrili Cavernous Space. A colossal Buddha sits atop a 12-tier lotus platform, bathed in radiant Buddhist light. Each ray seems to contain a separate universe, faintly revealing countless Buddhas in devout prayer and worship. The overwhelming aura does not fall short of that of the 9th Tribulation Perfect Saint King Xuanhuan. Andrili Saint King, the founder of the Andrili Buddha sect and the patriarch of countless Buddhas in the Xiuxian Major Realm, opened the gates of Buddhism for this domain. Amitba, my compassion, the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate is destined for us Buddhists. Ha ha ha, I am coming for the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate. The Great Yunmeng Divine Slate belongs to me. Whoever dares to contest it with me will surely meet their end. I hope those reptiles know better than to resist and hand over the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate. Otherwise, they will pay with rivers of blood. Terrorizing auras, which caused 9th Tribulation great saints to tremble, rose up from both the Xiuxian and Jinpan major realms. As news spread that the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate had fallen into the hands of the dragon race, the two realms erupted with activity. Numerous ancient entities emerged from seclusion, converging on the Braidangxia Sea. Few Saint Kings could resist the temptation of a semi-artifact, let alone one that was such a powerful innate treasure. With the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate in hand, achieving the semi-god realm would not be a far-off dream, not to mention the realm of sacred Xuanhuan. In the town Southwangfu of the Great Kang Dynasty on the Yunmeng continent, this is going to be a huge problem for the Dragon Clan. Fergus furrowed his brows as he gazed towards the direction of the Jinpan major realm, his expression turning grave. The situation was spiraling out of his control. He had initially planned for the Tim clan of the Skyvault to create chaos amongst themselves, buying him enough time to grow stronger. But it turned out the Skyvault Tim clan was too weak. Within just over a month, they couldn't hold on any longer and ended up exposing the secret of the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate. Now, more than 300 Saint Kings had emerged just from their own Xiuxian major realm, including over 20 who were at the 7th Tribulation or above. Adding those from the Jinpan major realm, the number of Saint Kings likely approached 1,000. Given Jinpan's status as an intermediate major realm, its strength far surpassed that of the Xiuxian major realm. And with the news about the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate spreading, it wouldn't be long before Saint Kings from other major realms arrived, perhaps even sacred Zun beings. The Great Yunmeng Divine Slate could elevate one's limit to the 4th grade divine bone, a power potent enough to drive even semi-gods to madness. There was no way the dragon clans of Jinpan and Xiuxian could stand against such forces, even with reinforcements from neighboring realms. They would likely have to seek help from the Dragon Clan's sacred palace. If sacred Zun beings came, it would be manageable. But if semi-gods or even higher-level beings arrived, given his current proficiency in the Tao of cause and effect, there was no guarantee he could conceal himself. At this moment, Fergus felt a twinge of regret. Had he known the Skyvault Tim clan was so unreliable, he should have taken the risk and acted sooner. Now I have to lend a hand to these dragon people, he sighed. Few Saint Kings could resist the allure of a demi-artifact, especially one that significantly enhances innate talent. Possessing the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate would make attaining the status of venerable, or even half-deity a much easier feat. 9 Spirit Continent, the Great Kang Dynasty, the Freddy's Mansion. This time, the dragon race is in big trouble. Fergus frowned, gazing toward the direction of the Golden Pond domain. His expression grew increasingly solemn. Note, Golden Pond domain seems to be a proper noun, but pond doesn't have a clear corresponding English word based on the given context. If Golden Pond refers to a specific name or title, it might be better left untranslated, or replaced with a more contextually appropriate term if known. For improved fluency and natural reading, I made minor adjustments to the sentence structure. Here's an alternative. Fergus's brows furrowed as he gazed toward the direction of the Golden Pond domain. His expression darkened. This version reads more naturally in English while preserving the original meaning. Events were spiraling beyond his control. Initially, he intended for the Tim clan and the dragon race to weaken each other, buying him enough time to grow stronger. However, the Tim clan proved incompetent, exposing the Great Yunmeng Divine Slate affair after barely a month. Now, more than 300 Saint Kings have emerged just from the Xiuxian major realm, including over 27th Tribulation and above 3rd stage Saint Kings. When combined with those from the Golden Pond Major Realm, the total number of Saint Kings likely approaches 1,000. Note, Golden Pond Major Realm seems to be a proper noun, but pond doesn't have a direct English translation. It should be consistently used as per the original text terminology. For improved fluency, let's adjust it slightly. Now, more than 300 Saint Kings have emerged from the Zhongxing Major Realm alone, including over 27th Tribulation and above 3rd Stage Saint Kings. When combined with those from the Jinpan Major Realm, the total number of Saint Kings likely approaches to the 1st Tribulation Saint Kings below. They all wore troubled expressions. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on the hearts of every holy king. Many of them cursed the mysterious Azure Dragon in the foulest terms possible. How could such a scoundrel exist among their race? Was there ever someone who betrayed his own kin as thoroughly as he did? Thinking about the many Saint Kings lurking outside the holy court, ready to pounce, sent waves of anger surging to their heads. That good-for-nothing had dragged all dragons into this mess. In less than a day, more than 300 9th Tribulation Saint Kings had gathered near the Azure Dragon Holy Court. Among them, over 10 were 9th Tribulation Saint Kings. If not for the fact that these Saint Kings weren't united, they would have already been mercilessly crushed. The only course of action now is to try and contact our clan's divine court and request aid from the elders. Only then can we secure a slim chance of survival, said Xiuxian, the first-generation Saint King of the true Dragon Holy Court in the Golden Origin Sea and the strongest among them, after a moment of silence. At this point, seeking help from the Dragon Clan's divine court was their last resort. The Azure Mystical Codex, a semi-artifact, had attracted countless powerful figures. Even other major domains nearby with saint respects might not be able to protect them fully. All because of that good-for-nothing. He should have given them some warning, so they could prepare better instead of being caught off guard when those Saint Kings started attacking. Panic flashing in his eyes. Despite his 9th Tribulation perfect Saint King cultivation, he couldn't sense the figure who spoke at all. That person was likely far stronger than he was. Could it be? Just then, bam! The hall shook slightly as a figure appeared at its center. He had a dragon's head and a human body, dressed in a 5-clawed golden dragon robe, wearing a golden dragon crown, a typical Dragon King attire. This aura. Xiuxian felt relieved despite not knowing the identity of this newcomer. This pure true dragon aura unmistakably belonged to their clan. Xiuxian greets the senior. May I ask for your name? I am Maximus. The voice filled with authority reverberated, striking the minds of all the present dragon saints, causing slight tremors in their spirits. Just one word and my spirit trembled. Senior Maximus must indeed be one of our holy respects, Xiuxian thought, understanding that even a 9th Tribulation Saint King, especially those with top-grade saint bones, couldn't match this power. You are still hesitating? Haven't you seen our clan's holy respect yet? These seniors are actually our clan's holy respects? The dragon saints were stunned, finding it hard to believe their ears. They initially thought Maximus was just another 9th Tribulation Saint King. Not just their domain but even surrounding major pressure rose from Maximus, enveloping the entire hall. Not even a 9th Tribulation Saint King dared to resist. Hiss. Terrifying pressure. What is Senior Maximus's true strength? Xiuxian shuddered. The pressure was 10 times worse than any 3rd Tribulation Holy Respect he'd faced before. 4th Tribulation Holy Respect? 5th Tribulation? Or even stronger? Perhaps Senior Maximus can truly. Hashtag Chapter 272. The Power of the Holy Venerable. In the Azure Cliff Sea, within a small, newly opened celestial realm just 1 light year away from the Azure Dragon Sacred Court, 18 towering figures sat on thrones that soared over 300 feet high. Among them were humans, demon beasts, and other exotic races. Each radiated an overwhelming aura as deep and boundless as the ocean, rivaling even Emperor Xiuxian. A few of them surpassed him entirely. All 18 were 9th Tribulation Holy Kings. Everyone, let us first unite in taking control of this Azure Dragon Sacred Court. As for the Azure Firmament Divine Slate, we will decide its fate afterward. What do you think? A handsome youth spoke up. He wore a silver robe, with a silver horn atop his head and a mysterious crescent moon mark at his brow. Alfred, the master of the Silver Moon Sacred Court, distorted and cracked, seemingly on the verge of total collapse. Xiuxian, old man, the Azure Firmament Divine Slate is not something your kind can possess. Hand it over now, and we will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy. Alfred stepped forward, his voice thunderous, shaking through the Azure Dragon Sacred Court. Countless low-level aquatic beings exploded into blood mist under the sheer force of his words. Enough chatter. You bunch of jumped-up fools dare to covet our clan's supreme treasure? You are courting death. A cold shout rang out from within the rising Azure Dragon, striking the minds of the 9th Tribulation Holy Kings with the force of heavenly thunder, nearly shattering their spirits. Not good. Alfred and the others felt their hearts race with an overwhelming sense of unease. That voice, a holy venerable. There was a Dragon Clan holy venerable seated in the Azure Dragon Sacred Court. Escape. They had to leave immediately. In that moment, the half-artifact Azure Firmament Divine Slate and the opportunity for breakthrough to the 9th Tribulation Holy King rank were forgotten. In the presence of a holy venerable, they were merely slightly stronger ants. 18 9th Tribulation Holy Kings were nothing compared to a single holy venerable. Even if their numbers multiplied tenfold to 180, they would still be they stood no chance. Spatial restriction. All captured? Maximus took down every single holy king like that? Xiuxian Holy King and the other Dragon Clan Holy Kings stared in disbelief, feeling as though they were in a dream. It was simply too easy. From the appearance of Alfred and the others to this point, barely 2 breaths had passed, yet hundreds of holy kings were captured without exception. Ignoring the dazed Xiuxian and the others, Maximus waved his hand and drew the immobilized holy kings into his sleeves. To him, dealing with these mere holy kings was a trivial matter. If he truly engaged in a protracted battle with them, expending tremendous effort to subdue them, that would be absurd. A few breaths later, in the Nine Spirits continent, within the Purple Cloud Celestial Grotto in the Purple Cloud Palace. Whoosh! Fergus waved his hand, and a stream of light appeared, revealing tiny figures about an inch tall before him. Precisely the Holy Kings suppressed by Maximus from the Golden Pillar Grand Region. Indeed, danger and opportunity coexisted. While the exposure of the Azure Firmament Divine Slate brought danger, it also presented a great opportunity for rapid advancement. Looking at the miniature figures, Fergus couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. 426 Holy Kings in total, even excluding the human Holy Kings, left him with 283. Handsome youth, dressed in silver robes, with a silver unicorn horn on his head and a mysterious crescent mark between his eyebrows, spoke. Alfred was the lord of the Silver Moon Sacred Court in the Golden Anvil Domain, an ancient creature nearly 100 million years old, standing out among the 18 Tribulation Holy Kings present, only a step away from becoming a Holy Venerable. Let's follow what Brother Silverlight said. This seat has no objections, remarked a human Holy King with an immortal appearance and a long white beard nearby. He was none other than Azure Moon Holy King, the patriarch of the Azure Moon Sacred Land, one of the 5 major human powers in the Golden Anvil Domain. Good. Let's act according to what old freak Silverlight said. Let's subdue those dragons first. This seat has no objections. Do it this way. Everyone, act together to subdue those dragons first. Soon, the other 9th Tribulation Holy Kings echoed in agreement. The longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. There were only 18 9th Tribulation Holy Kings now, but soon, once the Holy Kings from the Azure Star Domain and neighboring major domains arrived, there could be many times their current number. The next second, whoosh, the 18 9th Tribulation Holy Kings moved, exiting the small heavenly grotto, traversing the 1-light-year sea, appearing above the Azure Dragon Sacred Court. Boom! The sky trembled as terrifying pressure radiated. Tribulation Holy Kings, 180 instead of 18. They still wouldn't stand a chance against a Holy Venerable. If they didn't escape immediately, they faced only one outcome, merciless annihilation by the Dragon Clan Holy Venerable. Wanna leave? All of you stay right here. Spatial restriction. Instantly, the 18 9th Tribulation Holy Kings froze mid-air, unable to move. Is this the power of a Holy Venerable? The Dragon Holy Kings inside the Azure Dragon Sacred Court couldn't help but suck in cold breaths. Though they knew that Holy Venerables fundamentally differed from Holy Kings, this scene was still terrifying, especially considering it involved 18 9th Tribulation Holy Kings. Ah, Patriarch. No. How is this possible? Around the Azure Dragon Sacred Court, Holy Kings of various major forces were utterly shocked. Wasn't the script supposed to involve the Patriarchs breaching the Azure Dragon Sacred Court and seizing the half-artifact Azure Abyss Divine Goo? How did it end up like this? Next, it's your turn. At that moment, Maximus's voice rang out again, pulling the Holy Kings back to reality. Not good, run, quickly. Even the Patriarchs were easily subdued by the mysterious Dragon Clan power. There was no hope for them. Spatial restriction. Took down all the Holy Kings like that? Hayati 4 Upper Tribulation Holy Kings. With the power of the Great Saint of the Canopy, cultivating nearly 3 trillion low-grade demons in a day, how many more low-grade demons could these Holy Kings add in a single day? 3 million trillion? 30 million trillion? Or more? In just a few days, his innate ability could reach even higher. What? A Dragon Clan Holy Venerable sits within the Azure Dragon Sacred Court? All the Holy Kings from the Golden Anvil Domain, going to the Azure Dragon Sacred Court, were suppressed by that Holy Venerable? Chapter 272. The Might of a Sacred Venerable. In the Azure Dragon Sacred Court within the Azure Horizon Sea, 1 light-year away, within a newly opened minor celestial cave, 18 majestic existences sat on thrones over 300 feet high. There were humans, demons, and other exotic races, each radiating an oppressive aura, deep and boundless, rivaling that of Tai'an, Sacred King of Azure Dragon. A few were even more powerful than Tai'an. All were 9th Tribulation Sacred Kings. Let us first join hands to seize this Azure Dragon Sacred Court. As for the Azure Void Divine Goo, we will decide its fate later. What do you think? A handsome youth dressed in silver robes, with a silver horn on his head and a mysterious crescent mark between his brows, spoke up. Silverlight Sacred King was the ruler of the Silver Moon Sacred Court in the Golden Anvil Realm, a near 100-million-year-old creature, an outstanding figure among the 18 9th Tribulation Sacred Kings present, standing just a step away from becoming a Sacred Venerable. I agree with Brother Silverlight, said a human Sacred King nearby, an elder with snow-white beard and a sage-like demeanor. He was the patriarch of the Azure Moon Holy Land, one of the 5 major human forces in the Golden Anvil Realm. Alright, let's follow old Silverlight's plan and first deal with those long worms. I have no objections. Agreed. Everyone, let's move together and take down those long worms first. Soon, the other 9th Tribulation Sacred Kings echoed in agreement. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Currently, only the 18 9th Tribulation Sacred Kings were present. If more arrived from nearby realms, their numbers could easily double or triple. The next second, whoosh, the 18 9th Tribulation Sacred Kings moved as one, crossing the 1 light-year sea, appearing above the Azure Dragon Sacred Court. Rumble. The sky shook as terrifying 9th Tribulation Sacred King auras radiated out, suppressing the Azure Dragon Sacred Court. Instantly, the protective array of the Azure Dragon Sacred Court flickered wildly. The indigo protective barrier rapidly distorted and cracked, on the verge of total collapse. Tai'an, old man, the Azure Void Divine Goo is not something you can possess. Hand it over now, and we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for disregarding past relations. Silverlight Sacred King stepped forward, his booming voice reverberating through the Azure Dragon Sacred Court, causing countless low-level aquatic creatures to explode into blood mist. Enough chatter. You insolent clowns, to covet our race's supreme treasure, seek death. A cold shout echoed from within the ascending Azure Dragon, like a thunderclap striking the minds of the ninth tribulation sacred kings, nearly shattering their spirits. Not good. Silverlight Sacred King and others felt a profound unease enveloping them. This voice, it belonged to Sacred Venerable. There was actually a draconic Sacred Venerable stationed here. Leave. They must leave immediately. At this moment, the demigod artifact Azure Void Divine Goo and the opportunity to break through the ninth tribulation became insignificant. In front of a Sacred Venerable, they were nothing more than slightly stronger ants. Even if there were 10 times as many, 189th tribulation Sacred Kings wouldn't be a match for a single Sacred Venerable. If they didn't escape now, they would all face certain destruction at the hands of the draconic Sacred Venerable. You want to run? All of you will stay here. Void restriction. Instantly, the 18th tribulation Sacred Kings froze in mid-air, unable to move. Hiss. So this is the might of a Sacred Venerable? The draconic Sacred Kings inside the Azure Dragon Sacred Court couldn't help but gasp in shock. They knew the difference between a Sacred Venerable and a Sacred King, but this scene was still too terrifying. 18th tribulation Sacred Kings. Ah, ancestor. No. How could this happen? Outside the Azure Dragon Sacred Court, the various factions Sacred Kings were horrified. The script was supposed to be about the ancestors breaching the Azure Dragon Sacred Court to seize the Azure Void Divine Goo. How did it end up like this? Next, it's your turn. Suddenly, Maximus's voice rang out, snapping the Sacred Kings back to reality. Run. We must run fast. Even their ancestors were effortlessly subdued by the mysterious draconic powerhouse. What chance did they stand? Void restriction. All captured? All these Sacred Kings were captured so easily by Lord Maximus? Tai'an and other draconic Sacred Kings stared dumbfounded. It felt like a dream. From the appearance of Silverlight Sacred King to now, billion? Or even more. Within days, this talent could significantly enhance. What? There's a draconic Sacred Venerable stationed in the Azure Dragon Sacred Court? All the Sacred Kings who went from the Golden Anvil realm were suppressed by the Sacred Venerable? Chapter 272. The Mighty Holy Venerable. In the Bradengia Sea, the Azure Dragon Holy Court, 1 light year away, within a newly opened small celestial realm, 18 imposing figures sat on towering thrones over 100 meters high. There were humans, demons, and other exotic races. Their auras were overpowering, as deep and vast as oceans, nearly matching those of the Holy King Xiuxian. Some were even more formidable than Xiuxian. All of them were ninth tribulation Holy Kings. Gentlemen, let us first take action together to seize this Azure Dragon Holy Court. As for the Azure Firmament Divine Tablet, we can decide on it later. What do you think? Said a handsome young man in silver robes, with a silver horn on his head and a mysterious crescent moon mark on his forehead. Alfred, the master of the Silver Moon Holy Court in the Golden Pan region. A nearly 10,000-year-old monster among the 18th tribulation Holy Kings present, who was only one step away from becoming a Holy Venerable. I agree with Brother Silverlight, said a human Holy King nearby, an elder with a snow-white beard, who belonged to one of the 5 major human forces in the Golden Pan region. Alfred stepped forward, his voice echoing through the Azure Dragon Holy Court, instantly turning countless lower water clans into bloody mists. Noisy. A bunch of clowns. How dare you covet our clan's treasure, seeking death? A cold shout rang out from within the ascending Azure Dragon, like a thunderclap hitting the minds of the 9th tribulation Holy Kings, almost shattering their spirits. Not good. The hearts of the 9th tribulation Holy Kings raced with an intense sense of unease. This voice, Holy Venerable. A Dragon Clan Holy Venerable actually presided here in the Azure Dragon Holy Court. Leave. They had to leave immediately. At this moment, the semi-artifact Azure Firmament Divine Tablet and the opportunity to break through the 9th tribulation Holy King stage were cast aside. In front of a Holy Venerable, they were just slightly stronger ants. Without immediate escape, their fate would be ruthless extermination by the Dragon Clan Holy Venerable. You want to leave? All of you stay right there. Space restriction. Instantly, the 18th tribulation Holy Kings were frozen in place, unable to move. Hiss. This is the power of a Holy Venerable? Inside the Azure Dragon Holy Court, the Dragon Holy Kings couldn't help but draw cold breaths. Though they knew that Holy Venerables fundamentally differed from Holy, Fergus waved his hand, and a stream of light flashed. Miniature figures, each about an inch tall, appeared before him. These were the Holy Kings Maximus had suppressed from the Golden Pan region. Indeed, danger and opportunity coexisted. Though the exposure of the Azure Firmament Divine Tablet posed a risk, it also offered a chance for rapid advancement. Seeing the miniature figures, Fergus's smile widened uncontrollably. A total of 426 Holy Kings, excluding the human ones, left 283. Among them were 167 lower 3 tribulation Holy Kings, 82 middle 3 tribulation Holy Kings, and 34 upper 3 tribulation Holy Kings. With so many Holy Kings, how many low-level demon soldiers could he gain in a day? 300 billion? 3 trillion? Or even more? In just a few days, his talent would advance further. What? There's a Dragon Clan Holy Venerable, guarding the Azure Dragon Holy Court? All the Holy Kings from the Golden Pan region, who went there were suppressed by that Holy Venerable? Chapter 272. The Divine Might of the Holy Venerable. In the Azure Cliffsea region, at the Azure Dragon Sacred Court, a light year away within a newly opened miniature Dongtan, cave heaven, 18 mighty existences sat upon thrones over 300 feet high. There were humans, demons, and other exotic races, all exuding powerful auras like deep seas, almost rivaling that of Emperor Xiuxian. Some even surpassed him. The next second, whoosh. The 18th tribulation Holy Kings moved instantly, leaving the miniature cave heaven and appearing above the Azure Dragon Sacred Court after crossing a light-year sea region. Rumble. The sky trembled as terrifying pressure from the 9th tribulation Holy Kings radiated outwards, pressing down forcefully on the Azure Dragon Sacred Court. Instantly, the Azure Dragon Sacred Court's protective barrier shook violently, its indigo blue shield twisted and cracked, seemingly about to collapse entirely in seconds. Tai'an, old man, the Azure Tranquility Divine Wedge is not something you can claim. Hand it over now, and we won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for showing no mercy. Silver Andret Holy King stepped forward, his voice booming through the Azure Dragon Sacred Court, instantly turning countless low-level water clans into blood mists. Enough chatter. A bunch of jesters daring to covet our clan's treasure, looking for death. A cold shout came from within the ascending Azure Dragon, like heavenly thunder striking the group's minds, nearly dispersing their consciousness. Not good. Silver Andret Holy King and others felt extreme unease washing over them. That voice, it was a Holy Venerable. A Dragon Clan Holy Venerable was actually present in the Azure Dragon Sacred Court. Holy Kings back to reality. Not good, run fast. Even the patriarchs were easily subdued by the mysterious Dragon Clan power. They had no chance either. Void restraint. Took down everyone. All Holy Kings captured by Lord Maximus so easily? Tai'an and the other Dragon Holy Kings were speechless, as if in a dream. This was too simple. From the appearance of Silver Andret Holy King to now, only a couple of breaths passed, and hundreds of Holy Kings were captured without a single one escaping. This refreshed their perception. Ignoring the dazed Tai'an and others, Maximus waved his hand, imprisoning the Holy Kings he restrained in space within his sleeve. To him, this was mere routine with his cultivation. If it had taken immense effort to subdue them, then something would truly be wrong. After several breaths, 9 Spirits Continent, Purple Sky Cave Heaven, Purple Sky Palace. Whoosh! Fergus waved his hand. A shimmering light flashed, and many figurines about an inch tall appeared before him. They were the Holy Kings from the Golden Pillar domain subdued by Maximus. Indeed, danger and opportunity coexist. The exposure of the Azure Tranquility Divine Wedge posed danger, but also offered a rapid breakthrough opportunity. Seeing the tiny figures, Fergus couldn't suppress the rising corners of his mouth. 489 Tribulation Saint Kings, being completely wiped out. It was practically rewriting their perceptions. Originally, the Haley and other top-tier Saint Kings regretted that the semi-artifact Azure Heaven's Divine Spade did not appear in their Xuanhuan Great Domain, leading to the Jinpan Great Domain's Saint King forces getting the upper hand. Now they felt a wave of relief and fear wash over them. Thankfully, I was a step late, or else I would have been among those suppressed. What a clever dragon clan. Who knew they had already prepared and hidden a venerated saint ancestor within the Azure Dragon Sacred Palace? I nearly fell for it. Thankfully, there was the Silver Andret Holy King acting first. Suddenly, many top-tier Saint Kings felt immensely grateful to the Silver Andret Holy King and others who acted as pioneers. They had unknowingly probed the true depths of the Dragon Clan's power, sparing the rest from falling prey like lambs to tigers. Before a venerated saint ancestor, even hundreds of Saint Kings would be powerless. Only if they were all 9 Tribulation Saint Kings might there be some possibility of a fight, provided the venerated saint was a newly ascended First Tribulation venerated saint. It seems we can only seek aid from the venerated saints within our clans. The powerful background holding Saint Kings like Phoenix Origin sighed inwardly. If there was any other way, they truly wouldn't want to take this step. The semi-artifact, this equated to almost 10 billion years of lifespan. In just one day, he had matched what he had gained over the previous 2 years. Not long now, soon I will be able to challenge the divine realm. If he were more ruthless and captured some human beings, using these Kaidaman Saint Kings to elevate ordinary humans, his breakthrough speed could improve further. However, Fergus was merely contemplating this internally. Though he wasn't exactly a good person, his hands stained with blood, and countless lives lost due to him, he still had certain boundaries as a human being. To quickly accumulate lifespan for cultivation and kill countless mortals, could one still be considered human? That would be nothing more than a monster in human skin. However, these Kaidaman Saint Kings weren't entirely wasted. Their Saint King essence could be used to replenish the losses of the heteroethnic Saint Kings, greatly extending their usage time. The next second, whoosh, a flash of green light appeared, revealing the fully restored Azure Heaven's Divine Spade in Fergus's hand. As for this Azure Heaven's Divine Spade, looking at the Azure Heaven's Divine Spade in his hand, Fergus's expression turned complicated. With so many captive Saint Kings, this artifact had become somewhat redundant. Even if its power had surged tenfold after restoration, it remained the same. Though the slight enhancement would not be in attention of demigods or higher beings, he might still stand a chance in battle. 2 more days passed. Great. The 9th class moderate bone has been formed. Glancing at the attribute panel which showed, can be infused, after the spirit origin retracing Saint Law, Fergus felt a surge of joy. Infuse spirit origin retracing Saint Law. You continue cultivating spirit origin retracing Saint Law. 31 billion years later, you will attain 8th heaven entry of spirit origin retracing Saint Law. 31 billion years of lifespan, and it barely forms a 9th class moderate bone. Although Fergus had anticipated this immense cost, seeing it in reality made him frown deeply. After all, advancing from 8th class perfection to 8th class perfection took only 180 million years, covering 9 major ranks and 36 minor realms. 31 billion years was over a billion times greater for just 1 rank improvement. The thought alone was terrifying. Indeed, surpassing limits and defying fate was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Without great fortune and opportunities, it remained a luxury. Strange, why hasn't my clan's venerated saint appeared yet? Chapter 274. The 9th Tribulation Holy Venerable. In the Xuanhuan Expanse, within the Xiuxian Sea, lies the Xiuxian Sacred Court, clad in his 5-colored divine armor, with a radiance that shone brilliantly around him. Its abundant heavenly essence energy was slightly inferior only to the top 10 regions of the Xuanhuan Expanse like the Phoenix Source Sea. In the southeast of the Radiant Sea, within a newly opened small celestial grotto, Fergus transformed into a towering giant over 100,000 feet tall, his divine power boundless as he pointed at the sky and stomped on the earth. Countless essence dragons crossed thousands of light years to rush into the grotto, converting into pure magical power that rapidly advanced Fergus's cultivation towards the perfect realm of the ninth tribulation Holy Venerable. After more than a month, Fergus's innate talent finally surpassed that of Great Kang Dynasty, reaching nearly the limits of the Saint Bone, with divine radiance soaring to 99,999 feet, just a step away from first-class divine bone. His cultivation had also successfully ascended twice through the Holy Venerable tribulations, entering the realm of ninth tribulation Holy Venerable. Now, he was breaking through to the perfect stage of the ninth tribulation Holy Venerable. Of course, the cost was substantial. Fergus expended nearly 600 quintillion years of lifespan. Over these past few months, other Expanse sacred kings and great sages entered the Xiuxian and Jinfan domains easily, but leaving was a different story. Without exception, whether human or alien, all those who tried to leave were ruthlessly suppressed by Fergus's ethereal illusory bodies stationed at the borders. Without such suppression, accumulating the 600 quintillion years of... After all, just to reach the ninth tribulation Holy Venerable, the heavenly essence of the entire Xiuxian expanse diminished by nearly half. At this moment, Fergus sensed something, his brow furrowing slightly. A spirit avatar of Yuan from the Qilan sacred court. It seems these old fellows are starting to realize something's amiss. But soon, Fergus relaxed his brows and stopped paying attention. He had dispatched 24 ethereal illusory bodies to guard the borders, making the billion living beings within the two domains like birds in a cage. They couldn't leave without his permission. In the Qilan Sea, within the Qilan sacred court. Pooh. Yuan's face turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of sacred blood as his aura quickly withered, barely hanging on as a ninth tribulation great accomplished sacred king. All my spirit avatars have been suppressed. That power, it's a Holy Venerable. Indeed, it's the Dragon Clan meddling in secret. Currently, the only Holy Venerable present within these two domains belong to the Dragon Clan. Xiao and the others must have fallen into the hands of the Dragon Clan. No wonder our clan's Holy Venerable hasn't shown up yet. What should we do? Yuan paced back and forth, anxious and restless. Now, he couldn't care less about the Azure Void Divine Gue. The border of the two domains was sealed by the Dragon Clan's Holy Venerable. The Qilan Holy Court, Clark, wearing colorful divine armor and exuding a dazzling divine radiance, was frowning deeply. By now, nearly a month and a half had passed. Given the speed of the Sage Venerable, they should have already arrived in the Xiuxian domain by now. Why had there been no news? Moreover, not even one Sage Venerable from other forces had appeared in the Jinfan domain. This felt very off, very wrong indeed. Clark's heart sank, an uneasy feeling creeping over him. He couldn't believe that only their Qilan clan had requested aid from their Sage Venerable. The Dragon clans, with their Sage Venerables, would surely appeal to their senior members or backing forces if they still harbored any thoughts about the Azure Firmament Divine Gu. They shouldn't all still be merely sending holy kings and great sages here. There should be at least some sign of a Sage Venerable by now. Could it be that the Dragon clan is secretly playing tricks? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Clark as he considered this possibility. The Dragon clan wouldn't want to see their Sage Venerable arrive more than anyone else. Let's verify, he thought. In the next second, whoosh, several ethereal figures flashed past him, instantly exiting the Qilan Holy Court and dispersing in different directions. The Radiant Sea was among the top 20 seas within the Xiuxian domain. Spanning over 80,000 light-years, its abundant primordial energy was slightly inferior only to the Phoenix Source Sea, and the other, leaving them again became an impossible dream. Without exception, whether human or alien races, anyone attempting to leave both domains was mercilessly suppressed by Fergus's and Drangsu illusory bodies stationed at the borders. Without such suppression, relying solely on the suppression of over 200 alien holy kings, gathering 600 quintillion years of lifespan would have taken another half a month. Reaching the peak of the ninth tribulation sage, Venerable Realm was already the limit. Half an hour later, the primordial energy in the Radiant Sea had dropped by nearly half as Fergus finally completed his breakthrough, stabilizing at the perfected stage of the ninth tribulation sage Venerable. Good. Now, I fear none except for half-gods. Even against those innate divine bone realms, he had sufficient confidence to escape their grasp if necessary. Next comes the half-god realm. I wonder how much time it will take to gather enough lifespan to break through? A glint of anticipation flashed in Fergus's eyes. In their mid to low level domains, half-gods were virtually invincible, qualified to establish divine courts and empires, ranking among the top experts across the entire Tauhao world. Recently, his numerous Andrangsu illusory bodies constantly retrieved the divine soul memories of holy kings, broadening his horizons and deepening his understanding of the entire Tauhao world. Venerable were the Dragon clans. Xiao and the others have likely fallen into the hands of the Dragon clan. No wonder our clan's Sage Venerable has not shown up yet. What shall we do? Clark paced back and forth, agitated and restless. He was no longer concerned about the Azure Firmament Divine Gu. With the borders sealed by the Dragon clan's Sage Venerable, they were like fish in a jar. If the Dragon clan intended harm, the consequences would be catastrophic. Without a Sage Venerable to defend them, their Qilan clan would be helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. It was just a matter of time before the Dragon clan decided to strike. Strength in numbers meant nothing against supreme combatants, even more so for holy courts like theirs. Escape? Where could they possibly go? Clark bitterly smiled. The Xiuxian and Jinfan domains, beneath the Holy Realm, were practically endless. Even celestial emperors might not cross these two domains in their entire lifetimes. For holy realms, especially holy kings, the domains were mere vast lakes that could be circumnavigated within a month. As for the Dragon clan's Sage Venerable, it would take no more than 10 days to thoroughly search the two seas. With his abilities, hiding from a Sage Venerable was impossible. Oh no, my spirit avatars. It's the Dragon clan's Sage Venerable. What does he intend? Merely restricting us from, and forces were destroyed, and countless races and beings were slaughtered. On the Nine-Spirit continent, within the town South Wangfu, besides Spirit Lake. This was one of the two artificial lakes of the town South Wangfu. It appeared small, with a diameter of less than 10 miles, but it contained profound depths, having been transformed by heavenly respecters into a miniature paradise using great divine power. Its true size rivaled that of the southern Shenzhou, and within it, a group of dragonfish with genuine dragon bloodline were kept, giving the lake its name, Spirit Lake. Besides Spirit Lake, Fergus occasionally scattered some fish bait, causing a flurry of activity among the dragonfish. Many fought fiercely for the bait, their dragon blood gradually dyeing large areas of the lake red. This was no ordinary fish bait. It was made by Fergus mixing a drop of sacred dragon blood with various precious materials. For the dragonfish with genuine dragon bloodline, it was undoubtedly the best elixir. A single grain could save them centuries of cultivation and even purify their dragon bloodline, enhancing their innate potential. One man's elevation meant blessings for all around him. With Fergus's current resources, even a bit of what he considered insignificant could benefit these dragonfish, whose highest cultivation was merely at the king's stage, for life. Over the past 2 months, Fergus had captured over 600 sacred kings, including 26 ninth tribulation sacred sect, and understand what they were planning and why a tiny region of the heavenly Lan Sea could attract attention from such significant legacies. Fergus paid little heed to these small forces, most of which were overseen by just a few great saints. As long as these venerables and heavenly respecters didn't cause trouble on the 9-spirit continent, Fergus ignored them as mere ants. 3 months later, more sacred kings and great saints flooded into the Science-Star and Golden Pan domains, making the situation even more chaotic. Even top-tier forces with great saints became unsafe. In just 3 months, 37 great saint legacies were wiped out, along with countless lesser legacies. The 2 domains' vast sea regions were enveloped in a terrifying shadow. Numerous forces were on edge, fearing the worst at every rustle of wind or movement of grass. The heavenly Lan Sea and its neighboring regions remained unaffected. Even the various Holy Lands were unaware of the significant changes in the Science-Star domain, or the emergence of the quasi-artifact Azure Firmament Divine Gui. This remote corner of the heavenly Lan Sea was indeed too isolated. There weren't many Ninth Tribulation sacred beings or great saints there. News of the quasi-artifact Azure Firmament Divine Gui's emergence, though widely circulated, was not accessible to everyone. Some great saint legacies with little background were still unaware, let alone the mountains crumbled and cracks formed, spreading like spider webs over millions of miles. Ah, look, what is that? The external domain's sacred kings and great saints deeply regretted their decision. Had they known that the Dragon Clan had a sacred saint in residence, they would never have ventured into this Golden Pan domain. Now, they found themselves trapped like turtles in a jar, their lives completely under the control of the Dragon Clan's sacred saint. As grand saints and sacred ancestors, they usually held the fate of billions in their hands. When had they ever experienced such powerlessness, similar to those lowly ants, with no control over their own life and death? The immense pressure drove many of them nearly mad, causing several great saints and sacred kings to lash out in terror and frustration, brutally slaughtering the inhabitants of the Golden Pan and Science-Star domains to vent their anxieties and stress. For a time, chaos reigned supreme in the Golden Pan and Science-Star domains. Numerous continents were destroyed, and countless races were slaughtered. In the 9-spirit continent, within the Southern Governor's Mansion beside Spirit Lake, this was one of the 2 artificial lakes of the Southern Governor's Mansion. Though it appeared small, with a diameter of less than 10 miles, its interior contained boundless dimensions. Using great divine techniques, these Empyreans had continents being destroyed and countless beings suffering. Though all this was due to him, Fergus had no intention of helping. He wasn't particularly kind-hearted, and recently, after extracting the soul memories of numerous sacred kings through his spiritual illusion body, he couldn't help but be influenced by their godlike detachment from mortal concerns. Over time, divinity gradually overshadowed humanity within him. Fergus didn't find this problematic. In this high martial world where demons and monsters roamed, selfishness and indifference were virtues. Useless compassion would only harm himself and drag him into the abyss. As long as those around him and the 9-spirit continent weren't affected, what did the lives of others matter? Over the past 2 months, everything on the 9-spirit continent remained peaceful with little change. There were simply more lords and Empyreans present, many of whom came from other seas. After 3 months, the forces behind the Azure Phoenix Holy Court, Firelene, Flamelene, Holy Court, 10,000 Buddha Sect, and other major holy sites had sent envoys to the 9-spirit continent. They aimed to investigate the Tao Gate, trying to understand what they were planning and the secrets that could attract the attention of a great saint lineage. Asterisk note, Firelene is left untranslated due to uncertainty over whether Lin, should be translated as flame scale, or another term. If you have a specific translation for this name, please provide it. Asterisk. Please review and confirm if the provided note is sufficient, or at the Southern Governor's Mansion, Fergus frowned. After 4 months, he had accumulated nearly 2,500 Jing years of longevity, but the spiritual origin retrograde saint technique showed no progress. The difference between sacred bones and divine bones seemed insurmountable, just like a gulf between heaven and earth. At this moment, Fergus was tempted to bypass the spiritual origin retrograde saint technique and directly advance his cultivation. Nearly half a year had passed since news of the Green Abyss Divine Tablet leaked out. It was possible that sacred saints, or even divine courts knew about it, and were heading toward the Golden Pan domain. Just a bit longer, another month. If I can't gather enough longevity by then, I will break through. Fergus gritted his teeth, suppressing his urge to advance prematurely. Losing the benefits of a gradual breakthrough was too costly. His innate talent wouldn't improve because of an early advancement, and he would still need the same amount of longevity to reach the divine bone stage. Bixia Sea, located 80,000 light-years southwest of the Tai'an Sea, was a medium-sized sea covering more than 3,800 light-years, ruled by the Bixia Holy Land. Anatolian Continent, a level 4 continent in the eastern part of Bixia Sea. Suddenly, Anatolian Continent began to shake violently as if a prehistoric beast was charging through it. Mountains crumbled, and cracks split, not very large but containing profound mysteries, expanded by revered heavenly empyreans into a miniature cave heaven realm. Within this space, not much smaller than Xuanhuan Prefecture, swam dragonfish infused with true dragon bloodlines, from which the lake derived its name. Fergus occasionally threw fish food into Andrengo Lake, causing a frenzy among the dragonfish as they vied for the nourishment. Some even fought, staining large areas of the lake with dragon blood. These weren't ordinary fish foods, but made from Fergus's sacred dragon blood, mixed with various precious materials. For these dragonfish with true dragon bloodlines, this was the best elixir they could wish for. One piece could save them centuries of hard cultivation, purify their bloodlines, and enhance their innate potentials. With Fergus's abundant resources, even scraps could sustain these creatures whose highest level was merely king rank. In just over 2 months, Fergus had captured over 600 sacred emperors, including 26 ninth tribulation sacred emperors, making his stockpile rival or even surpass that of some third tribulation sacred ancestors. The millions of light years of seas between Xiuxian and Jinpan domains have descended into chaos, Fergus mused, visualizing the scenes of destruction and misery unfolding. Though all this turmoil stemmed from him, Fergus felt no urge to intervene. He was never particularly benevolent, and recent soul searches from numerous sacred emperors had subtly influenced him, gradually overshadowing his humanity with divinity. In this high martial world filled with demons and monsters, selfishness and indifference were necessary traits. Useless pity would only lead to mutual destruction. As long as his close ones remained unharmed and Nine-Spirit Continent unaffected, the fates of other continents' inhabitants mattered little to him. In the past 2 months, Nine-Spirit Continent remained calm, seeing merely an increase in lord respects and heavenly empyreans, many hailing from other seas. 3 months later, major forces like the Azure Phoenix Sacred Court, Flameline Sacred Court, and Myriad Buddha Sect sent envoys to probe the mystical gate, trying to understand their motives and what secrets within their small sea attracted attention from a great sage lineage. However, Fergus paid little heed to these minor factions anchored by just a few great sages. As long as those lords and empyreans did not cause trouble on Nine-Spirit Continent, Fergus considered them insignificant. 3 months passed, yet more sacred emperors and great sages continued pouring into the Xiuxian and Jinpan domains, intensifying the chaos. Even first-rate factions with great sage protectors were no longer safe. In 3 short months, I'll wait 1 more month. If I still can't gather enough lifespan by then, I'll break through directly. Fergus clenched his teeth, suppressing the urge to advance immediately. Premature advancement came at a great cost. His talent wouldn't improve because of early breakthroughs, and he would still need the same amount of lifespan to reach Divine Bone. Bixia Sea, located 80,000 light-years southwest of Tianlan Sea, was a medium-sized sea spanning over 3,800 light-years, ruled by the Bixia Sanctuary. On Yunmeng Continent, a 4th-tier continent in eastern Bixia Sea, sudden tremors shook the land. Mountains crumbled, and vast cracks stretched outward like spider webs. What is that? Someone cried out in horror. Hashtag Chapter 276, The Beast Atli. On the Anatolian continent, numerous heavenly respects and venerable lords looked towards the eastern part of the Anatolian continent, their faces filled with shock and terror. Many powerful figures were so frightened that their jaws dropped wide open. In the eastern direction of their Anatolian continent, a terrifying giant beast was striding through the waves. It stood millions of feet tall, resembling an ape with white fur covering its body. However, the hair on its head and tail was fiery red. Its fangs protruded outward, and its eyes were blood red, like 2 vast seas of blood, as if ready to devour even for them, would take just a few steps for the suspected great Saint Atli. However, before they could escape the Anatolian continent, the ferocious beast Atli had already taken a step onto it. Rumble. Instantly, the heavens split and the earth cracked as the Anatolian continent began to collapse and disintegrate. All living beings below the rank of emperor did not even have time to scream as they were reduced to dust. No. Spare us, great saint. Spare us? I have yet to achieve sainthood. I refuse to accept this fate. Beast, you have destroyed the Anatolian continent. The Bixia Holy Land will not let you go. Amidst the cries of despair, the Anatolian continent was completely turned to dust, dissipating over the Bixia Sea. Thud. After destroying the Anatolian continent, the ferocious beast Atli did not stop. It continued its path, bringing ruin and destruction to more lands and countless lives, leaving devastation wherever it went, much like a legendary beast of destruction. Half an hour later, the ferocious beast Atli had penetrated 800 light-years deep into the Bixia Sea. Wretched beast, how dare you destroy the Bixia Sea? You seek death. Suddenly, a roar of anger echoed from the eastern void, filled with murderous intent, sweeping across tens of light-years of the sea. In the next second, boom! A brilliant divine light descended from the sky, revealing numerous towering figures, both male and female, old and young, each exuding formidable power far surpassing that of Ninth Tribulation heavenly respects. They were all sages, especially the white-haired youth leading them, who bore a star mark on his forehead, possessing strength hundreds, even thousands of times greater than a Ninth Tribulation sage. This was the Conway, the founder of the Bixia Holy Land, a 3 Tribulation great saint who had undergone 3 saint trials. He was one of the top-tier powers within a 10,000 light-year radius of the sea. At this moment, the Conway's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast driven to madness. He wished nothing more than to tear the ferocious beast Atli apart. The Bixia Sea covered a total of 3,800 light-years, but this beast had destroyed 800 light-years in one go, severing the very roots of the Bixia Holy Land. In nearly 10 million years since he founded the Bixia Holy Land, they had never suffered such a devastating loss. Death. This beast must die today. Otherwise, he could not quell his burning rage. Roar. 7 Dawn Heavenly Book. Each page a separate world. Boom. A dazzling 7-colored aurora rose from the Conway's head, transforming into a radiant holy book. Its aura was divine and unparalleled. each page seemingly representing an entire world where rivers, mountains, and countless living beings resided. The Seven Dawn Heavenly Book was the Conway's primordial treasure, a third-grade Great Saint weapon forged from 36 large heavenly grottos, incorporating another 108 medium-sized grottos and 3,000 small ones. With a single strike, it unleashed the power of 3,144 grottos. Combined with the control of the Conway, a perfected Third Tribulation Great Saint, it could suppress most Fourth Tribulation Great Saints or lower. Curse you, beast. Die by my command. Suppress with all the heavens. Boom. The Seven Dawn Heavenly Book transformed into a beam of divine light, traveling thousands of miles to appear above the ferocious beast Atli. Pages rapidly flipped, forming overlapping shadows of heavenly grottos in the air, pressing down upon the beast. Die. Curse you, beast. Behold my mastery, ice hell. Perish. Yunmeng Chaos Millwheel. Almost simultaneously, dozens of other sages and elders of the Bixia Holy Land attacked, using various laws and innate sage weapons to tear through the sky and strike at the ferocious beast Atli. Instantly, torrents of law powers engulfed the beast. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, emanating from Atli. Even the Conway perished at the hands of the ferocious beast Atli? That was a 3 Tribulation Great Saint who couldn't even escape. 5 Tribulation Great Saint. That Atli is at least a 5th Tribulation Great Saint. Cadenry, pack up. Our clan must evacuate immediately. Translation completed according to provided guidelines. Hashtag Chapter 277. Decision. The news of the destruction of the Bixia Holy Land and the fall of Great Sage Bixia shattered the tranquility of the surrounding tens of thousands of light years of the Bixia Sea, casting a terrifying shadow over countless forces within this vast expanse. Numerous factions began to pack up their possessions and flee, including some Holy Lands. Though it was difficult to abandon ancestral legacies, the continuation of the Holy Land's legacy was far more important. Even the mighty presence of a great sage, like the one at Bixia Holy Land, could not withstand the beast Atli's attack. Other great saintly lineages also felt apprehensive and considered evacuating. Their strength did not significantly surpass that of the Bixia Holy Land. Some were even weaker. If Atli targeted them, despite any advantages in terrain, they had no confidence in defeating such a beast. As had produced 4 great sages over time, 3 of whom were still active, one a 4th raid, one a 2nd raid, and one a 1st raid. During the battle 2 days ago, Tai'an Holy Land even awakened the sleeping Murphy and another 3rd raid great sage ancestor. Yet, despite the 5 great sages' combined efforts and the advantage of familiar territory, they were crushed by Atli in less than the time it takes for a cup of tea to cool. It was clear that a 5th raid great sage was not Atli's true power. It was at least a 7th raid great sage. Though the Xian sect was powerful, they doubted it harbored a 7th raid or higher great sage. Their Tianlan Sea, barely entering the threshold of medium-sized seas, could only sustain a 9th raid saint as the highest limit. Even if there were hidden secrets unknown to them, attracting a lower-tier great sage was already beyond their imagination. Higher-tier great sages were simply unimaginable. Not only the 8 major holy lands of Tianlan Sea, but also nearby sea sanctuaries and venerable lords evacuated Xiuxian continent. Clearly, these saints in the neighboring regions, much like the 8 major holy lands, did not have high hopes for the Xian sect. What happened? Why are those sanctuary lords and venerable lords evacuating Xiuxian continent? Xiuxian continent soon fell into chaos. 1 or 2 members leaving might be manageable, but all holy land members evacuating was clearly expect otherwise. Let's hope they don't regret it later. Leaving Xiuxian continent was easy, but returning would not be simple, especially for Jinan Palace. This was not a place where anyone could come and go as they pleased. Time passed swiftly, another 3 days went by. Most forces above the rank of Venerable Lord had evacuated Tianlan Sea. The remaining Venerable Lords, Sanctuary Lords, and Emperor-level forces that couldn't evacuate quickly were rushing back to Xiuxian continent via Zhongli Sea. Now, the vast Tianlan Sea offered solace only in Xiuxian continent, guarded by the Xian sect. As for the lesser powers below the imperial level, apart from a few well-informed ones, most were still oblivious to the impending disaster. This was the tragedy of the week. Often, they didn't even know what danger they faced before meeting their end. Hashtag Chapter 278. Making a move. Quick, we're almost at the Zhongli Sea. Once we reach the Zhongli Sea, under the protection of the profound sect's great sage, we will be safe. One by one, emperors tore through space, heading towards the Zhongli Sea. It had been 5 days since news of the savage beast Xiuxian, causing chaos reached the Tianlan Sea region. During these 5 days, every moment saw emperors leave. Swoosh. Another handful of fish feed was thrown into Spirit Dragon Lake. Fergus showed no intention of taking action. To him, the lives beyond the Tianlan Sea were no different from those in other regions of the Blue Star domain. If he had truly intended to act, he would have done so when those great sages and holy kings ravaged the Blue Star and Gold Rock domains, suppressing them long before now. As long as the Xiuxian didn't enter the vicinity of the Zhongli Sea and threaten the 9 Spirits continent, he wouldn't interfere. Unfortunately, this was an inevitable event. Most of the powerful forces in the Tianlan Sea, including respected lords and above, had fled, with the remaining ones concentrated on the 9 Spirits continent. The Xiuxian certainly wouldn't pass up this opportunity. Understanding the law of slaughter, killing powerful beings offered more allure and promoted his slaughter law more effectively than weaker targets. An hour later, dong! The Zhongli Sea quivered, stirring up immense tidal waves that engulfed numerous islands and continents. The savage beast Xiuxian appeared 3 light years away from the Zhongli Sea. It's here. This is the savage beast Xiuxian. Hiss. What a terrifying aura. Even separated by several light years, I feel no desire to resist. On the 9 Spirits continent, the remaining sky emperors and respected lords trembled. Their gazes culled out the legacies of 2 great sages, far exceeding the abilities of ordinary great sages. Yet, the outcome was similar to when the former Kanglan sage attacked the Nine Spirits continent, just one palm to suppress the beast entirely. In the Decay Dynasty's southern town mansion, swoosh, a flash of white light revealed a small, half-foot-tall white-furred ape in Fergus's hands. Without a second glance, he tossed the xiuxian into a demon farm within the purple cloud cave heaven. Having already subdued hundreds of holy kings, a mere 8th tribulation great sage no longer held any significance. After a short while, some of the sky emperors and respected lords finally regained their senses. Hiss. Everything that happened was real. This isn't a dream. The lingering terrifying aura and unsettled disturbance confirmed the existence of the xiuxian. Even such an overwhelming beast wasn't a match for the profound sect. Gulp. What cultivation level did that profound sect powerhouse possess? Has he already surpassed the great sage stage and reached the legendary realm? Soon, the sky emperors and respected lords felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness they had the foresight not to listen to the sanctuary's nonsense, or they would have missed this great opportunity. With such a supreme power protecting them, the profound sect, not only within a few hundred seas, but throughout the entire blue star domain, stood as a top-tier force. A mere crumb from their power would on sea. 7 days ago, he led the Buddhas of the 10,000 Buddha sect across the 220,000 light-year stretch to the Futu Sea, seeking refuge under the Futuchan Temple. The Futuchan Temple was the strongest force within a 300,000 light-year radius around the Tianlan Sea, boasting several high-ranking holy figures, including the most powerful Shinto great saint, who had passed through 8 great saint tribulations. With the advantage of its geographical position, even a 9th tribulation great saint would face formidable resistance, and as long as the monstrous creature xiuxian was not a saint king, the Futuchan Temple could ensure their safety. Looking towards the direction of the Tianlan Sea, a mocking glint appeared in Hansen's eyes. Over the past few years, life for the 10,000 Buddhas sect had been far from easy. While the attitude of the Taoists toward Buddhism wasn't as hostile as it was toward demons, it certainly wasn't friendly either. They had suffered numerous setbacks, and their influence had significantly diminished compared to before the rise of the Taoists. Now, at least, they had some satisfaction. Unfortunately, his sect's millennium-old legacy and the secrets hidden within the Tianlan Sea were gone forever. Whatever secret attracted such a powerful entity could never see the light of day again after the destruction by the monstrous beacon than the tail of a phoenix. As long as there was hope, Hansen wouldn't consider joining them. However, soon, his expression shifted dramatically, as if he'd seen a ghost, his eyes wide with shock. What? How can this be possible? The monstrous beast xiuxian wasn't some ordinary being. It was a 3rd tribulation great saint. Even the Futuchan Temple would need all their might to defeat it. Yet, the Taoists, who hadn't been destroyed, now suppressed xiuxian with a single palm strike. Was this a joke? After reviewing the information multiple times, he finally forced himself to believe it. Hiss. A saint king? The Taoists possess a saint king lineage. Not even a 9th tribulation great saint could suppress the monstrous beast xiuxian so easily. Only the legendary king among saints could treat a 3rd tribulation great saint as insignificant. Phew. Luckily, we only investigated the Tianlan Sea's secrets in secret, without taking extreme actions. Otherwise, Hansen shivered, feeling immense relief. Provoking a Saint King lineage could have wiped out not only the 10,000 Buddhas sect, but also any great saint lineage they allied with. Next moment, an indescribable resentment surged up from his heart. Why didn't the Taoists act earlier when the beast xiuxian reached the Tianlan Sea? If they had acted sooner, how would the Tianlan Sea suffer such a disaster, with half its territories reduced, as it is more natural in English? The rest of the sentence structure is kept intact to maintain accuracy. Fergus paid no attention to the reactions of various powerhouses. Adults should take responsibility for their choices. Now, he carefully examined his attribute panel, excitement evident in his eyes. After a little over half a month, the phrase, can infuse, finally appeared on the Andrinjuan Rewind Divine Scripture.